My name is Lin Ran, an ordinary person who crossed over into this world filled with ghosts and monsters. Upon reaching adulthood, his excessive yang qi accidentally suffocated his innate ghost companion, forcing him to leave the Exorcist Academy in resignation. Having traversed this world for 18 years, I've long grown accustomed to the daily horrors of supernatural resurgences and ghostly tides. Latest reports indicate that the tide of spirits on the western coast of District 13 has been temporarily repelled by our clan's spirit wardens. The number of casualties is still being tallied. The estimated total is approximately 3,000, with this ghost tide being exceptionally large in scale. Multiple D-level ghosts have appeared in District 13, and residents are advised to take precautions. Lin Ran turned off the communicator, sighing with the hope that they could safely survive this ghost tide. As he walked through the city center, he suddenly heard a cat's meow. Cats, this species had already gone extinct during the terrifying epoch 300 years ago. Curiosity led him to turn into the alley, where he discovered a gray-furred cat dragging two tails behind it. Lin Ran took out the ham, but the kitten shook its head. Just as he was astonished that the cat could understand human speech, the kitten let out a piercing screech. Lin Ran realized it wasn't calling out because of him, but rather because the alley entrance behind him was blocked by a dark figure. It was a ghost with a tongue hanging out at least 30 centimeters long, hollow eyes glowing green, and cracks covering its entire face. I must have forgotten to check the almanac before leaving today. Lin Ran was utterly shocked as he scooped up this rare extinct species and sprinted deep into the alley. Unfortunately, the exit of the alley ahead was blocked by a tall metal fence. The ghostly creature moved swiftly and was upon them in an instant. Lin Ran, with no way to retreat, fixed his gaze on the metal fence and said to the cat in his arms, "In a moment, I'll throw you over. Run to the research institute west of the conservation zone, the people there will take care of you." The gray cat, ungrateful, bit down on his finger. With a sharp pain, a cold electronic synthesized voice sounded in Lin Ran's mind. "Congratulations, host. You have contracted a supernatural entity and completed the system activation mission. The system is now activated. Newbie reward granted, 10 points. A virtual panel appeared before his eyes. Host, Lin Ran is strength rating, F points, 10. Contracted supernatural entity, Nekomata, level F, compatibility, 0, extremely dangerous. Tears welled up in Lin Ran's eyes. After 18 years of crossing over, the system's golden finger had finally arrived. The system then prompted, detected that your contracted ghost can be upgraded. Consume 10 points to proceed with the upgrade? Lin Ran immediately nodded, upgrade. Consuming 10 points, the unnamed supernatural cat's level rises to E. Congratulations, host. Your supernatural awakening skills, devour and shapeshift. The gray-white kitten in his arms dashed out and bit down on the ghost's neck. Turquoise blood sprayed everywhere. The system announced again, congratulations, host. Your contracted ghost has killed an E-class ghost, earning 5 experience points. Lin Ran was stunned. Just like that, it killed an E-class ghost? Only then did he notice the words, contracted ghost, on the panel. Ghosts devour humans and harbor deep malice toward them. And according to his pre-transmigration memories, this Nekomata before him was a man-eating cat demon. Looking at it again, Lin Ran's heart trembled. He immediately knelt and begged for mercy. "Brother cat, I was wrong. Brother cat, please don't eat me. How about I catch fish for you, alright?" System notification, low compatibility detected between host and contracted supernatural entity. Please improve compatibility. Warning, compatibility too low. Contracted spirits may devour their master. Seeing the glaring 0 in the compatibility bar, Lin Ran's face instantly twitched. The compatibility is low, and the spirits may turn hostile at any moment. The top priority is to raise the compatibility as soon as possible. The system chimed again. Please name your contracted supernatural creature, the Nekomata. Naming satisfaction affects compatibility. Lin Ran thought for a while and said, how about just calling it Mau Mau? System, naming successful, compatibility +3. Finally, it's no longer 0. Lin Ran regained some strength and staggered toward home. Mau Mau followed closely behind him. This was a creature that could eat people, with compatibility only at 3, making him break into a nervous sweat. He saw a woman in black uniform standing in the alley outside his home, a night watchman. These night watch squads, composed of E to D ranks, were responsible for handling low-level ghosts infiltrating the conservation zone. Lin Ran asked the cat, should you hide first? The cat nodded and transformed into a streak of black light, darting into his body. Every spirit hunter possesses a spiritual space. As he passed by the night watchman, the other called out to stop him. She was a young woman in her early 20s, whose fitted uniform accentuated her striking curves. The system panel displays, Lu Ling, Exorcist level, D contracted spirit details, Eagle-winged maiden, D grade, special skill, Eagle Eye. With her eagle eye, Lu Ling noticed dark energy swirling around Lin Ran and asked with concern, are you alright? You look really pale, Lu Ling remarked. Lin Ran shook his head, I'm fine. He didn't dare mention the cat. Lu Ling warned, I've heard there are ghosts haunting this area. You'd better be careful. Lin Ran wasn't too worried upon hearing it was E rank, as the cat had also reached E rank. He bid farewell to Lu Ling. I forgot to turn off the gas at home, gotta go check. Lu Ling stopped him. No need, if nothing's gone wrong, your place is already gone. Puzzled, Lin Ran followed her gaze and saw flames shooting into the sky, followed by a deafening explosion. Lin Ran rushed over and saw a building engulfed in flames, crumbling into ruins. My home. At this very moment, the cat inside the spiritual space let out a piercing scream. Lu Ling and the other two instantly shielded Lin Ran, turning back anxiously to say, "It's dangerous, you need to get out of here now." A ghost wrapped entirely in flames emerged from the sea of fire and ruins. System display, heretic skeleton level, D special abilities. Due to devouring vast amounts of flame, possesses extremely high fire resistance and combustion abilities. Lin Ran was shocked it was actually a D-class ghost. Today's been somewhat unlucky, to say the least. The system prompt sounded, ghost detected. Mission issued, eliminate the heretic skeleton ghost. Mission completion reward, contracted ghost EXP plus 10, points plus 10. Mission failure penalty, death. Lin Ran's face turned green. As an F-level spirit handler with only an E-level ghost cat and a compatibility of merely 3 points, dealing with a Class D specter is no different from courting death. He immediately retreated several steps, concealing himself in a relatively safe area, planning to profit from others' efforts. Lu Ling didn't hesitate and commanded, charge together, I'll take the main attack, you all provide supporting fire when opportunities arise. She raised one hand, and a hexagram light array appeared, summoning the eagle-headed, human-bodied companion spirit, the eagle-winged maiden, charging towards the heretical skeletal figure. Chapter 3, Devouring Demons, Insightful Gaze Skill. Both ranked D-class, they soon clashed fiercely. The wings on the eagle-winged girl's back granted her exceptional mobility, even allowing brief flight. In contrast, the heretic skeleton man, though larger in stature, couldn't even touch the eagle-winged girl. Just then, Lu Ling spotted the opening. Little eagle, attack its back. With her special eagle eye skill, she quickly discerned that the back was the heretic skeleton's weak point. These so-called special skills were abilities shared from ghost spirits after forming contracts with them. These abilities varied in strength, and the spirit binder's own level increased alongside the skill's rank. Some ghost spirits were immensely powerful, bonding with them could even grant devastating S-rank skills. Legend had it that someone once awakened S-rank apocalyptic eyes after binding a ghost spirit. A single glance could reduce even a rank ghosts to ashes. Lin Ran glanced at his stats panel, confirming he truly possessed nothing. In contrast, the ghost cat possessed 2 powerful special skills. One was Devour, the other was Shapeshift. Though never used, their potential was evident. Devour essentially meant consuming humans. Shapeshifting meant taking on the appearance of others. As Lin Ran pondered, a thunderous crash erupted ahead. Instantly, a figure flew backward through the air. It was the eagle-winged girl. Her body was charred black, and sparks of flame still flickered among the feathers of her wings. Lu Ling's expression turned panicked, her face drained of color. She had underestimated the power of the heretical skeleton. After devouring vast amounts of flame, the heretic skeleton could even manipulate fire. The eagle-winged girl had intended to strike its back but was instead wounded by the flames. Seeing this, the other 2 night watchers immediately sprang into action. 2 flashes of spiritual light appeared, materializing 2 E-rank ghost spirits. Though no match for the heretic skeleton man, the 2 ghost spirits managed to hold it off, buying time for Lu Ling, who was rushing over in panic. She dashed to her spirit's side, only to find the eagle-winged girl now barely clinging to life, her spirit body covered in stardust like sparks. No! Don't! Lu Ling's heart burned with panic, her eyes instantly reddening. This was her companion ghost spirit, who had been by her side since childhood. A soul-deep bond had long existed between them. Now, with the eagle-winged girl dying, Lu Ling, as a spirit summoner, felt a piercing, excruciating pain. At that moment, the eagle-winged girl turned her gaze toward Lin Ran. In those crimson eyes, Lin Ran thought he saw a flicker of pleading. It wants me to save its master? Lin Ran's heart skipped a beat. He saw tears glistening on the eagle-winged girl's face, as clear and crystalline as those of a human. A flash of gray light swept past, and the ghostly cat appeared before them. Lu Ling instantly recognized its identity, panic rising within her. It's the cat demon recorded in the library, the Nekomata. At that moment, the Nekomata suddenly opened its gaping maw and swallowed the eagle-winged girl whole. Its body was small and slender, barely exceeding 30 centimeters in length. Yet in that instant, it swallowed the entire eagle-winged girl whole. Such a scene left everyone present utterly horrified and dazed. Lu Ling, in particular, stared with eyes filled with terror and utter bewilderment. The eagle-winged girl was dead. Lin Ran froze. He never imagined the Nekomata would devour even its own kind. The system announced, Nekomata devoured eagle-winged maiden D rank. Experience plus 10. Acquired skill, Eagle Eye. Acquired shapeshifting form, eagle-winged maiden. Due to the cat's unique physiology, the Eagle Eye skill automatically upgrades to Insightful Gaze. At that moment, a clear, ethereal cry pierced the silence. Meow. The cat's meow seemed to carry a hint of lingering desire. Its emerald eyes fixed on the heretical skeletal man. In the next instant, it moved swift as lightning, leaving only a black afterimage. With insightful gaze, the cat instantly discerned the heretic skeleton's true weakness, not its back, but the crimson glow at its chest. That was its energy source, its very lifeline. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, a thunderous roar erupted from the heretic skeleton. Immediately, the crimson glow exploded violently, unleashing terrifying energy. But then, the cat creature opened its blood-red maw once more. Black mist poured forth, instantly enveloping the entire heretic skeleton. As the black mist swirled around the heretical skeleton, its massive form was swallowed whole by the cat. The system chimed, "Meow Meow has slain the D-rank specter heretic skeleton man, experience plus 10. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Rewards obtained, monster experience plus 10, points plus 10. Kitty devoured the heretic skeleton man, experience plus 10. Obtained the heretic skeleton man shapeshifting form. Congratulations, host, on accumulating 10 points. The system points store is now unlocked." Instantly, a shop interface appeared before Lin Ran's eyes. But he had no mind to look at it now, for the cat that had devoured the heretic skeleton man was staring straight at him. Those emerald eyes held a murderous intent that seemed to say, "I'm going to eat you." Witnessing this scene, everyone froze in shock. Lu Ling instinctively tried to push Lin Ran out of the way. But it was too late. In an instant, a dark shadow flashed by. Immediately after, sharp claws pierced straight into Lin Ran's body. Your contracted ghost cat has spontaneously shared its skill with you. You have acquired the skill, Insightful Gaze. Your affinity with the contracted ghost cat has increased by plus 5. Lin Ran stood frozen for a long moment. The moment the cat attacked, he had braced himself for death. But unexpectedly, not only did he feel no pain, a warm current coursed through his entire body. Through the system, he learned that Nekomata merely intended to share its skill with him, not kill him. Even his compatibility rating had risen by a full 5 points. Not just him, all 3 night watchmen present were stunned. Only now did they realize that this cat spirit was actually Lin Ran's companion spirit. He was also a spirit exorcist. The cat extended its pink little tongue to gently lick its paw, then emitted a lazy purr before transforming into a black streak and returning to Lin Ran's body. Witnessing this scene, everyone present was utterly convinced the spirit creature was indeed Lin Ran's companion spirit. Horror washed over their faces, their hearts churning with shock. While it was true that a few exorcists possessed unique constitutions where their companion spirits were ghosts. But the cat spirit? It was documented in the archives as a catastrophe-level spirit. It was an entity surpassing even SSS rank spirits, having slaughtered tens of millions of humans during the early stages of the horror awakening. Such a specter appearing on a human being, how could they not be shocked? As the crowd fell silent, Lin Ran spoke up to break the tension. "I'm sorry. It wasn't his intention for Cat to devour the eagle-winged girl. But he couldn't control Meow Meow either. Even though she was his contracted ghost, his insufficient compatibility meant he couldn't fully command her." Lu Ling merely shook her head. "It's fine." It was clear she wasn't feeling well. The death of her companion spirit meant she could no longer be a spirit exorcist. She could no longer retain even her night watchman status. Chapter 4, System Points, Affinity Boost. Li Su, Su Xier. Lu Ling summoned the other 2 members. Beside them, the 2 night watchmen nodded. "Captain." Lin Ran now began to size up the pair. The man and woman both appeared to be relatively young. The system then displayed their relevant information. Li Su. Exorcist rank E. Contract spirit details, Bone Spirit Houndy rank. Su Xier. Spirit Tamer rank E. Contract spirit details, Rainbow Phoenix Bird E rank. Quite ordinary attributes, it doesn't even possess any special skills. Lin Ran continued to look at Lu Ling, knowing what she was about to say. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Ling sighed bitterly, her expression torn with conflict. Finally, as if making a momentous decision, she removed a brooch from her chest and handed it to Lin Ran. It was the Night Watcher's insignia, not merely a symbol of identity, but a weighty responsibility. "I, Night Watcher Lu Ling, invite you to join the Night Watch and become a member of our squad." Lin Ran was utterly astonished. His contracted spirit had consumed Lu Ling's ghostly essence, yet now she not only held no grudge but invited him to join the Night Watch organization, specifically her squad. How could this possibly make sense? As if sensing his confusion, Lu Ling said bitterly, "My ghost spirit is dead. I no longer have the right to stay here. It works out well. Your spirit is exceptionally powerful. Taking over this squad, with Li Su and Xier under your command, will allow me to rest a little easier." As fellow E-rank ghosts, the Nekomata could effortlessly slay D-rank heretical skeletal beings, its power far surpassing ordinary ghost spirits. If she could recruit Lin Ran, it would significantly boost her squad's safety margin. Though Nekomata had devoured her ghost, she had undeniably saved them. In the face of the greater situation, Lu Ling resolved to set aside her resentment toward the Nekomata. Li Su and the others stood frozen nearby, their eyes reddening. "Captain," Lu Ling added, "as their leader, their safety is my foremost responsibility. Even as I prepare to depart, I must select someone capable of protecting them. Please, don't refuse me." Lin Ran pondered. Joining the night watch meant shouldering the responsibility of safeguarding this conservation area. Facing all manner of ghosts and monsters daily was undeniably perilous. But for him, there was also an advantage. After all, the cat didn't eat ordinary food, it preferred ghosts and monsters. Joining the night watch would provide an endless supply of such creatures. This way, the cat demon's power could also be enhanced. As the saying goes, risk and reward often go hand in hand. Lin Ran hesitated only briefly before accepting the brooch from Lu Ling. I accept your offer. Lu Ling looked satisfied as she turned to Li Su and the others. I hereby declare that starting today, he is your new captain. Su Xier felt a pang of reluctance and asked, what about you? Me? Without my ghostly abilities, what else can I do? Of course, I'll find a factory and become an ordinary, low-level worker. Over the years, numerous factories had been established within the protected zone. It was precisely these factories that ensured the normal operation of the nursery zone. They also ensured the supply of various materials. Among those factories, the majority of workers were individuals who hadn't awakened their companion ghost spirits. Lin Ran, who was originally unable to awaken, had also planned to go there. But by chance, he encountered Miao Miao and the awakening system, which gave him a new path forward. Hearing Lu Ling say this, Li Su couldn't help but sigh. Well, that's good too. At least there, it won't be as dangerous as it is now. Lu Ling smiled too. Yes. Let's go back to the base together to complete the mission handover. After that, I'll officially leave. With that, the group drove toward the night watch base. The journey passed in silence. Upon arriving at the base, after a brief registration and handover, Lin Ran officially became the captain of this squad. Simultaneously, due to the loss of a D rank member, the squad's classification dropped to E rank, limiting them to accepting only E rank missions at most. After settling everything, Lu Ling departed. Lin Ran returned to his quarters within the base and began tinkering with the system's new feature, the Points Mall. Shop interface. Available items, monster advancement, skill enhancement, affinity boost. Lin Ran was dazzled by the array of basic items filling the store. His affinity with Cat was too low at the moment, so he spent 10 points to exchange for 10 affinity points. Exchange successful. Your affinity with Nekomata plus 10. Checking the ghost page again, the extremely dangerous warning under affinity had noticeably changed to dangerous. With a total of 18 affinity points, it still fell short of the required threshold. Companion spirits typically require a synergy rating of 60 to ensure they won't abandon the spirit exorcist during crises. Above 40 compatibility, even if it abandons the exorcist, it won't turn on them. Even with 20 compatibility points, it prevents the spirit from leaving on a whim. However, Lin Ran had spotted a loophole. Since points can be exchanged for compatibility, wouldn't 100 points allow me to exchange for 100 compatibility points? Once compatibility is maxed out, the benefits are unimaginable. With 100 compatibility points, there'd be no fear of ghosts turning on him. Even in danger, spirits would spontaneously appear to protect him without him needing to ask. All the unique abilities possessed by various ghosts and monsters would be shared with him without reservation. Not to mention situations like before where spirits disobeyed and killed people that would be utterly impossible. Additionally, Lin Ran discovered a valuable item within the marketplace interface. A blank ghost contract. Using it allows you to contract one additional ghost. The first one costs only 100 points, while the second costs 1,000, a tenfold increase. Even so, it was incredibly powerful. Typically, only exorcists with sufficient personal strength and a high compatibility rating with ghosts dare to seek out other spirits for contracts. Even top-tier exorcists dare to contract no more than 2 spirits. But Lin Ran, with his system, can contract ghosts without limit. As long as he has enough points, he needn't worry about ghosts turning against him. The primary task now is to figure out how to earn points. System, how do I obtain points? System, host may earn points by completing system tasks, logging in daily, defeating spirits, and more. Lin Ran was overjoyed. Daily check-ins? He immediately asked, how do I check in? Check-in successful. First day check-in bonus, plus 1 point. Though not much, every little bit helps. According to the system, consecutive check-ins offered even richer point rewards. Seems like he'd have to remember to check in every day from now on. Besides that, there was also a way to earn points by slaying monsters. Having just joined the Night Watch, he could leverage this role to eliminate monsters and help the cat grow while earning points, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The thought made him feel a bit impatient. Just then, Su Xier's voice sounded outside the door. Captain, are you there? It's time for the mission. Chapter 5, Night Watch Mission, D-Rank Puppeteer. Opening the door, he saw Su Xier standing outside. Li Su was also present. A mission? Already? Lin Ran couldn't help but feel puzzled. Su Xier shook her head. Not exactly. The Night Watch squad patrols the conservation area every night, with each squad assigned to different territories based on their rank. It's already evening. We need to reach our assigned area to begin our watch, preventing nighttime spirits from harming others. Lin Ran understood. Got it. Let's go. The three drove toward their assigned territory without much conversation. He understood that Su Xier and the others were currently submerged in grief over Lu Ling's departure. In fact, they might even harbor resentment toward him. After all, if not for him, Lu Ling might never have left. He pondered this for a long time. Finally, Lin Ran spoke up, "I'm sorry about this." Before he could finish, Li Su cut him off. "Captain, there's no need to apologize to us. Sister Ling's departure has nothing to do with you. On the contrary, we should be thanking you. If it weren't for you, the three of us would have likely become ghostly creatures prey long ago." Su Xier, who was driving, nodded in agreement. "That's right, Captain. We don't blame you. It's those damn monsters. If it weren't for them, Ling's sister wouldn't have left at all." Lin Ran said no more. There would be plenty of time later for the team members to work out their differences. Soon, they arrived at the jurisdiction. A residential area in Conservation Zone 13. After settling in at the Nightwatch sentry post and having a simple dinner, Li Su, responsible for technical support, set up the detectors to scan for ghostly auras. Su Xier took Lin Ran for a walk around the area. Using the patrol as an opportunity, she explained some basic rules of the Night Watch to him. Among these was the Nightwatch squad ranking system. Within a Nightwatch squad, if any member was D rank, the squad's overall rank would be elevated to D rank. In other words, the squad's rank was determined by its strongest member. Within Conservation Zone 13, there were as many as 87 E rank squads, while D rank squads numbered only 32. As for squads above D rank? Sorry, they simply don't exist. After all, the spirits infiltrating the conservation zone are not particularly high level. It is outside the zone where a large number of powerful spirit exorcists are needed for defense. Thus, the more powerful exorcists are stationed outside the city, while the night watchmen within the city are composed solely of D and E rank teams. Additionally, a squad's rank determines the size of the area it can oversee and the level of missions it can accept. Higher level missions yield greater rewards upon completion. Night watchmen are human too, they need to eat and cover expenses. So they strive to raise their squad's rank to claim higher tier supplies. This not only sustains them but also boosts their strength through these resources. Squad E87, Nightwatch headquarters calling Squad E87. At that moment, Lin Ran's communicator suddenly rang. E87 squad was the designation for his team. He answered immediately, replying, "This is Squad E87, Captain Lin Ran here." Headquarters began relaying orders. 3 E-class monsters have simultaneously appeared in Squad E86's territory west of your location. Proceed to provide support immediately. Copy that. The system promptly displayed a notification, accept mission, rescue Squad E86. Mission reward, plus 10 ghost experience, plus 5 points. At the same time, Su Xier's expression turned grave. Normally, ghosts infiltrating the conservation zone don't appear in groups. 3 showing up at once? Something doesn't feel right. Lin Ran recalled the ghosts he had encountered earlier. They had indeed appeared one by one. 3 appearing together was indeed rare. No wonder the neighboring squad requested backup. After all, ghosts' overall strength surpassed most ghost spirits of the same rank. 3 E-rank ghosts could easily defeat 3 E-rank ghost spirits. But for Cat, 3 E-rank ghosts were hardly worth mentioning. Alright, grab Li Su and let's go. We'll see what's happening when we get there. Got it. Soon, they arrived at Sector E86. Following the guidance, Lin Ran and his 2 companions located the Nightwatch squad stationed there. The 2 sides had already engaged in combat. The 3 ghost spirits on the Nightwatch side were losing ground. The ghost spirits bore visible wounds. Especially the ghost spirit of the E86 squad leader, who was nearly incapacitated. Lin Ran immediately ordered, rescue them first. With that, he released the ghost cat, Nekomata. The scent of a kindred spirit instantly drew the 3 ghosts closer. 3 bull-like heads swiveled toward them, their black, lifeless eyes glowing with an eerie light. Under the night sky, the dim streetlight stretched their already towering silhouettes even longer. The shadows engulfed the slender Nekomata, as if poised to devour it. Lin Ran hurriedly checked their information. Minotaur. Monster level, E. Special ability, superhuman strength. Since it was only E rank, there was nothing to worry about. Not far away, the captain of Squad 86 warned, "Be careful, these 3 monsters are incredibly strong. Those craters on the ground were smashed by them." Lin Ran glanced over and, by the dim light, could indeed see countless craters dotting the ground. This was concrete ground, yet they could still be smashed into craters. If they landed on a person, wouldn't it be a death sentence? No wonder they weren't a match for these 3 minotaurs. The power gap was too vast. But in the next instant, Cat struck. Its black form blended into the darkness like a specter, reaching 1 minotaur in an instant. In the next instant, its sharp claws pierced the thick neck beneath the minotaur's head. Blue blood spattered, and the system notification sounded, "Meow Meow has slain an E-rank monster. Monster EXP plus 5, points plus 1. Instant kill." This scene sent a shiver through every Nightwatcher present. One strike. What on earth is this ghost spirit? A cat with a double-tailed spirit. Could it be? In an instant, a long-forgotten name surfaced in their minds. Nekomata. That's a demon. It's not some ghost at all, it's a demon. Fear and dread flooded their hearts in an instant. Fear for the cat demon itself, and horror that Lin Ran actually had a cat demon as his companion spirit. Amidst the complex gazes of the crowd, a scene unfolded that sent a chill down their spines. The cat demon exhaled black mist, instantly enveloping the Minotaur's body and swallowing it whole. It ate it. Truly a demon, it doesn't even spare the corpses of its own kind. This is terrifying. What kind of monster is the new leader of E87 squad? At that moment, a system notification echoed in Lin Ran's mind, detected nearby D-rank supernatural entity. Mission upgraded. Eliminate D-rank ghost, night puppeteer. Mission reward, plus 20 ghost experience, plus 10 points. Hearing this, Lin Ran was utterly horrified. There was a ghost lurking here and it was a D-rank one. He immediately shouted, "Watch out." The next moment, a silver thread shot out from the darkness, striking straight toward Soussier. Chapter 6, Transformation, D-rank heretic skeleton man. The silver thread was slender yet shot forth like an arrow released from a bowstring, streaking through the darkness like silver lightning. Soussier had no time to dodge, it pierced straight through her shoulder. Blood spattered. A muffled groan escaped her throat. Turning to look, a figure slowly materialized from the darkness. It was a ghostly figure clad in a suit and top hat, its twisted, hideous face even more terrifying in the night. Silver threads radiated from its skeletal fingers, connecting the remaining two twisted ghosts in the arena and piercing through Soussier. Night Puppeteer. Ghost level, D. Special ability, Puppet Control. Lin Ran instantly understood all those minotaurs were being controlled by this night puppeteer. With that realization, he immediately shouted, "Cat, cat, eat it first, it's the fattest one." As he spoke, he moved closer to Soussier. He asked with concern, "How are you?" Lin Ran saw the silver thread pierce straight through Soussier's shoulder. Though the wound wasn't large, such a penetrating injury couldn't possibly be bearable. Soussier shook her head. "I'm fine." At that moment, her ghost spirit returned to her side and severed the silver thread connecting her to the night puppeteer. In an instant, 3 ghost spirits including Mao Mao materialized simultaneously before the night puppeteer. As for the minotaurs? They had vanished entirely, devoured whole by Cat Cat. How brutal! Lin Ran felt a pang of awe, and his fear of Cat Cat deepened once more. She must raise their compatibility to a safe level quickly, or who knew when it might go hungry and turn on humans. A dark shadow flashed by in an instant, and Meow Meow's figure had already arrived before the night puppeteer. A cold gleam flashed beneath the night sky, and in the next instant, green blood spattered everywhere. Even as a D-rank specter, it could only become the cat's meal under its sharp claws. With just one encounter, the balance of power was clear. Suddenly, the night puppeteer roared furiously, unleashing countless silver threads that shot out from its body. These threads instantly wrapped around the cat. Like razor-sharp blades, the fine silver threads quickly carved bloody gashes into the cat's body. Lin Ran watched in horror. The invincible Cat Cat had never uttered such cries of agony before. Soussier also sensed the dire situation and urgently shouted, "Xiao Huang, go sever those threads." No sooner had the words left her mouth than a terrifying burst of crimson light erupted. Immediately after, the cat let out a series of low, hoarse growls. An overwhelmingly powerful ghostly aura radiated from its body, sending a chill down the spines of everyone present. Even Lin Ran felt a chill run down his spine. What's going on? The system prompt sounded. Meow Meow has activated the skill Shapeshift, transforming into the devoured ghostly entity, the heretic skeleton man. It has inherited all its attributes. Effect lasts for 1 minute. Threads snapped with sharp pops. The original Cat Cat had vanished, replaced by the nightmarish D-rank ghost, the heretic skeleton man. Soussier and Li Su both felt a chill run through them. Though they weren't seeing this monster for the first time, encountering it again now still brought a terrifying sense of oppression. After all, this was the very monster that had driven their former team leader away. The multicolored phoenix bird and Li Su's bone spirit hound both took a step back, letting out alert growls. At that very moment, the heretic skeleton moved. A fist as thick as a grown man's thigh, engulfed in flames, slammed violently toward the night puppeteer. The latter attempted to unleash silver threads to block it, only to have them easily shattered by the blow. Boom! A dull thud echoed as the night puppeteer's skull shattered cleanly. Blue blood spattered everywhere, emitting a nauseating stench. Instantly, the heretical skeletal being that Cat Cat had transformed into seized the head and began devouring it. Shreds of flesh scattered across the floor. Ugh! Behind them, a member of E86 squad who had never witnessed such a scene vomited on the spot. Lin Ran received a notification prompt. Meow Meow defeated a D-rank ghost. Ghost EXP plus 10, points plus 2. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Rewards, Monster EXP plus 20, points plus 10. At that moment, Lin Ran suddenly noticed that on the attribute panel, Cat Cat's level experience was nearing its maximum value. Cat Spirit. Level, E. Experience points, 85-100. Lin Ran roughly understood the system panel's mechanics. Once the experience bar filled, it would upgrade to D rank. Closing the panel, he looked back at the cat. It had returned to its original form, though its body was slightly larger, and blood still trickled from its wounds. Forcibly suppressing the fear in his heart, Lin Ran approached cautiously to soothe it. "Kitty, how are you?" "Meow, meow meow." For some reason, this time, Lin Ran detected a hint of grievance in its meows. Was it just my imagination? Was the cat feeling wronged? Without further thought, Lin Ran opened the system's point shop. He quickly found the Yujimaru. Priced at a whopping 5 points. After ingestion, it could heal injured ghosts. Lin Ran redeemed it immediately. After deducting 5 points, a jet black pill with a rich fragrance appeared in his hand. He crouched down before the cat. "This is what can heal you. Eat it." Meow Meow cautiously sniffed it, then after confirming, extended her tiny tongue to give it a light lick before warily swallowing the small pill. At that very moment, an unexpected change occurred. A pale blue spiritual light appeared on the wounds covering Cat's body. Within the glow, the wounds that had been bleeding stopped completely and healed. No wonder it's from the system, it works like a charm. Lin Ran glanced at his points balance. 10 points remained, all converted into affinity. Instantly, his bond with Cat surged to 29 points. The danger warning vanished, replaced by the unfamiliar word strange. Phew! Meow Meow did indeed grow much more affectionate toward him, leaping up and landing on his shoulder. Simultaneously, the system prompted again. You healed the cat, gaining its favor. Affinity +5. Lin Ran was overjoyed he'd gained a whopping 34 points of compatibility in such a short time. Now he didn't have to worry about the cat eating him. Relieved, Lin Ran glanced at the others, only to find everyone staring at him with strange expressions. Especially the 3 members of E86 squad, their eyes were filled with terror. Your ghost, no, spirit, does it eat people? The E86 squad leader asked, his voice trembling. Before Lin Ran could answer, the cat on his shoulder let out a sweet, clear meow. Meow meow. It nodded in unison, its large emerald eyes gleaming with anticipation. Its expression seemed to say, I love eating people, feed me now. Seeing this, the E86 squad leader shuddered violently, his voice trembling. Don't eat us. Quickly put your ghost away. It's safe now. They were on the verge of tears. They'd barely escaped death at the hands of a D-rank monster, only to encounter this malevolent cat monster, the Nekomata. That hungry gaze held no pretense whatsoever. Lin Ran nodded. Kitty, come back inside for now. Nico seemed displeased but obediently retreated back into its host. The group finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sierra picked up the communicator and reported, this is Team E87. Mission accomplished, though we encountered some unexpected incidents along the way. A response came from the other end, copy that. Was it a D-class specter? Headquarters detected D-class specter energy earlier. Affirmative. Copy that. Teams E86 and E87, return to headquarters immediately for debriefing. Chapter 7, Nightwatch D22 Squad, tensions run high. Nightwatch headquarters. All along the way, Lin Ran had been under the strange gazes of everyone. Especially the members of Squad E86. These guys had never seen anyone capable of commanding ghosts. And one who could slay D-class specters at that. Soon, in the Nightwatch headquarters briefing hall, everyone reported everything that had happened that night truthfully. Afterward, everyone withdrew. A middle-aged man in uniform suddenly called out to Lin Ran. He was Tang Feng, the chief supervisor of the 13th Conservation Zone. You're Lin Ran? In the empty briefing hall, only Lin Ran and Tang Feng remained. As far as I know, you were recruited by Lu Ling, the former captain of Squad D32. Moreover, her departure is inextricably linked to your joining us. Lin Ran nodded, making no attempt to conceal the truth. After all, this matter had indeed been triggered by him. Tang Feng continued, I didn't keep you here to confront you. Rest assured. I've heard the details from Lu Ling herself. Her ghost spirit was gravely injured. If you hadn't intervened, they all would have perished. I kept you here simply to ask, does your ghost spirit truly belong to the realm of supernatural beings? Lin Ran nodded. Instantly, Tang Feng's expression grew grave. Do you know that since the horror awakening, many have attempted to contract ghosts? While some have successfully mastered them, far more have been devoured by their creatures and perished. How confident are you that your ghost won't devour its master? So that's how it is. Lin Ran understood his meaning. It was simply a fear that the cat might lose control and turn on its master. But with the system in place, he had absolutely no reason to worry about that. He declared firmly, 100%. At those words, Tang Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Whether it was a mockery of the youth's naivety or an admiration for his confidence, he couldn't say. In that case, I won't ask any more questions. Tang Feng waved his hand with a smile. Go rest. When a mission arises, headquarters will notify you. Leaving the briefing hall, he headed back to the Nightwatch dormitory. Sierra and the others were already waiting there. Noticing the bandages still wrapped around Sierra's body, Lin Ran asked with concern, how are you? Has your injury improved?
I'm fine. Just a minor scratch. Captain, how about you? Did Mr. Tang give you a hard time?
So that's what they were worried about. Having been part of the Night Watch for some time, their understanding of ghosts and monsters was no less than Lin Ran's. Seeing Lin Ran detained by Tang phone, they could easily guess what had happened.
Don't worry. Mr. Tang is far too busy to bother a rookie like me. Get some rest early. It's still not safe out there.
Yeah, you too, Captain. Though the three squad members hadn't known each other long, they were comrades in arms who'd shared life and death experiences. They harbored no hostility toward the newcomer, Lin Ran. Instead, they were actively reaching out, eager to build team cohesion quickly.
The next day,
Lin Ran woke up and immediately opened the system to check in.
Check-in successful. 2 consecutive days completed. Earned +2 points. Turns out, consecutive check-ins doubled the points reward. This was absolutely awesome. Lin Ran immediately used the points to exchange for compatibility.
After using up all 2 points, his compatibility successfully rose to 36.
Just a little more to go before reaching 40 compatibility.
After a quick wash and breakfast, Susier came over carrying the communicator.
Captain, take a look. Which mission should we pick up? When no specific tasks were assigned, Night Watch members could choose to accept missions independently.
The communicator served as the interface for accepting these assignments.
Various missions were listed on the screen.
E-class ghost sighting in Southeast District 3 of the Conservation Zone.
Track and eliminate the ghost to earn 300 contribution points. West City River, repeated drownings of innocent civilians.
An E-rank drowning ghost has been detected. Eliminate it to receive mission reward, 300 contribution points. Lin Ran scrolled through the list repeatedly, only to find that all the tasks listed were E-rank. His spirit cat was now nearing D-rank level, with power sufficient to slay D-rank ghosts. Taking only E-rank missions while accompanied by Susier and 2 other E-rank spirit exorcists felt like a waste of talent. After searching again and again, he still couldn't find any D-rank missions. It seemed Team E really could only take on E-rank tasks. With no other choice, Lin Ran returned the communicator to Susier. You pick. Just then, Li Su came sprinting from nearby, holding a communicator aloft.
Captain! Captain! I got a mission.
Lin Ran took the communicator from him and checked. It clearly displayed. Urgent mission, report received from residents of North 3rd Street. An E-grade ghost has entered a residence. Proceed immediately to eliminate the ghost. Mission reward, 500 contribution points. It seemed this emergency mission offered significantly richer rewards than ordinary tasks. 500 contribution points was no small sum. In this world, contribution points were currency whether buying supplies or eating, everything cost money.
Lin Ran didn't hesitate. Pack up. We're leaving immediately.
The trio drove straight to the mission location. Soon, they arrived at the designated neighborhood, only to find another squad already there. Lin Ran couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could it be that 2 teams can claim the same mission simultaneously? Li Su shook his head. No way. Probably another squad hunting monsters chased them here. Just then, a tall man approached them. He too wore the Night Watch uniform, his handsome features radiating a heroic spirit.
I'm captain of Night Watch Squad D-22. My team is pursuing a D-class ghost ahead. It's dangerous up there, E-class kids shouldn't go in.
Beneath his sharp brows, the man's eyes brimmed with contempt. No sooner had he finished speaking than Susier stepped down from the vehicle. Her expression darkened instantly upon seeing him. Oh, little sister Sierra is here too. So it's sister Sierra's squad. I'll notify Xiao Wang and the others to handle your mission as well.
You won't need to go in. Lin Ran instantly understood.
So he was Sierra's sycophant.
However, Sierra showed no gratitude. By Xian, that's enough.
You belittle my teammates, then put on this fake act of concern.
Do you really think I don't know about all the shady stuff you've been up to?
Hearing this, the man's brows furrowed, his expression darkening.
Sierra, don't be ungrateful.
As he spoke, he took a step forward, ready to lay hands on Sierra. But in the next instant, Lin Ran appeared before them.
We appreciate your concern, but this is our mission. We won't trouble you with it. Bai Xian snorted coldly. Who do you think you are? I'm talking to Sierra. How dare you interrupt? Get out of the way.
His towering frame shoved Lin Ran aside. His face hardened as he glared at Sierra. When Lu Ling was here, I spared you out of respect for her.
But now, if you dare expose my past, I guarantee you and your teammates will die. Sierra's anger flared. Are you threatening me? The atmosphere in the room turned icy, thick with tension.
A frantic voice crackled through Bai Xian's communicator.
Captain, we've fallen into a trap. There are not only D-class ghosts here, but also 2 E-class ghosts. Requesting backup.
Chapter 8, Maxed Out Experience, Confronting the D-class Bone Scalper.
Bai Xian shot Sierra a vicious glare.
You useless fools. You left the E-rank monsters here, causing my teammates to fall into an ambush. Once I've dealt with these monsters, I'll come back for you. Lin Ran's expression darkened, murderous intent already stirring within him.
Li Su also grew furious. What do you mean? You're the one who wouldn't let us in, and now you're blaming us? Bai Zian's lips curled into a cold sneer. What? Must I be forced to kill you?
In the end, once you're dead, I'll simply shift the blame onto you.
With no witnesses left, who at headquarters could possibly contradict me?
Lin Ran forced down his rage.
Let's go. Ignore him. We're going inside first.
Li Su and the others wanted to protest, but they had no choice but to follow him inside.
Unexpectedly, Bai Zian moved faster. In an instant, he had already outpaced them. They entered the residential area.
They were startled to see both sides already locked in fierce combat. Bai Zian's contracted spirit was a D-rank skeleton knight wielding a massive bone blade, a sight that radiated sheer intimidation.
Facing the skeleton knight stood 3 ghostly creatures.
2 of them were E-rank, none other than the minotaurs Lin Ran had encountered before. The third was a D-rank specter, its identity unmistakable to the system.
Bone Scraper. Specter rank D. Special ability, Bone Splitting Blade.
The bone-splitting blade was precisely the sharp blade held in the specter's hand. At first glance, it appeared razor-sharp, matching the bone blade wielded by the skeleton knight in sharpness.
Su Sierra frowned, her expression grave. These are ghost weapons. Ghost weapons refer to tools capable of harming ghosts.
These weapons, often imbued with ghostly energy, possess formidable lethality against supernatural beings. When wielded by a contracted ghost spirit, they not only enhance the spirit's power but can also prove remarkably effective against formidable ghosts. The bone splitter, wielding his blade, clashed fiercely with the skeleton knight. Meanwhile, the 2 minotaurs each engaged one of the other 2 members of the squad's ghostly foes.
Li Su asked, should we intervene? Lin Ran nodded. Of course. But our target is only that E-rank minotaur. Roger that. The 2 obeyed, simultaneously releasing their ghost spirits.
1 dog and 1 bird each charged toward the minotaur. Yet before they could enter the fray, a ghost spirit engulfed in flames blocked their path.
Apostle of Flames. Ghost spirit level E. Special ability, Control Flames. This was the ghost spirit belonging to one of the members of Squad D-22. You 3, please leave. We can handle the fighting here.
A uniformed youth, accompanied by his ghost spirit, stepped in front of the group.
Li Su was visibly annoyed. What do you mean by that? This is our mission.
The youth sneered coldly. The captain has ordered no one to enter.
As for your mission, we've taken care of it for you.
Lin Ran's face darkened, his patience with this squad completely exhausted. He didn't mind releasing Cat to devour all their ghostly spirits. As if sensing his thoughts, Cat instantly transformed into a streak of gray light, shooting out from his body.
In an instant, a terrifying ghostly aura erupted.
Everyone turned to look, only to see the grayish-white kitten's tail split into 2 strands. Their expressions changed dramatically.
A tail split into 2 strands, it's a ghost cat.
Since the Terror Awakening, this is one of the few times a natural disaster-level ghost species has appeared.
Damn it! How did it end up here?
Bai Zian cursed furiously, but before he could react, the bone splitter swung his blade, striking the skeleton knight with a single blow. With a soft crack, the skeleton knight's skeletal arm snapped clean in 2.
Ugh.
The skeleton knight emitted a series of low, raspy sounds, its hollow eyes flickering with fire.
It was enraged. But in the next instant, the bonebreaker's blade plunged deep into the skeleton knight's chest. Clackety-clack. The sound of scattered bones followed. System, attention.
The bonebreaker's blade deals significant damage to skeletal creatures.
Lin Ran raised an eyebrow. Just as he suspected.
As fellow D-rank specters, the skeleton knight stood no chance against the bonebreaker.
There existed a sort of elemental counter-relationship between them.
Lin Ran dared not be careless. He ordered Cat to hide nearby, waiting for an opportunity to strike. As the bone scraper charged forward, it delivered a sudden, devastating blow, shattering the skeleton knight into fragments.
White Zian, enraged, cursed, damn it.
In that instant, he felt the link between himself and the skeleton knight snap. This meant his ghost spirit was dead.
Wanchang, what are you hesitating for? Forget those 2 E-rank ghosts. Come back and deal with this monster first.
Hearing this, the giant insect, still battling the 2 E-rank minotaurs, suddenly opened its massive jaws. It spat out 2 globules of green slime, trapping them, then charged toward the boner at full speed. Meanwhile, the bone picker abruptly changed direction, charging toward the cat lurking behind, waiting for its chance.
Lin Ran's heart sank. This thing wasn't playing by the rules. Could it be sensing that the cat posed a greater threat than the ghosts of the royal city?
But that giant bug was clearly a D-rank ghost spirit. Green slime worm.
Ghost level, D.
Special skill, corrosive mucus.
Just as Lin Ran was worrying, Cat moved in an instant. With lightning speed, it vanished and reappeared beside the enemy in an instant, successfully evading the boner's strike.
Not only that, but the green slime worm's attack also struck the bone splitter. Its corrosive mucus splattered onto the bone splitter, emitting a constant hissing sound.
Wincing in pain, the bonebreaker turned and engaged the green slime worm in combat.
Seizing the moment of their chaotic clash, Cat materialized before the two minotaurs. The already gravely wounded minotaur was, unsurprisingly, instantly killed and devoured. System notification: your ghost cat has defeated E-rank ghosts X2, gaining plus 10 EXP and plus 2 points. Your ghost cat devoured E-rank monsters X2, gaining plus 10 EXP. Your ghost cat has accumulated sufficient experience to level up. Spend 20 points to evolve to D rank. Lin Ran was overjoyed. The cat could evolve. An E-rank cat could already defeat D-rank monsters. If it evolved to D rank, wouldn't it be able to take down C-rank monsters? But why does this lousy system require points for evolution even when experience is maxed? He glanced at his points balance, only 2 points total. Forget it, I'll wait a bit longer. Killing the remaining bone pickers will net me another 2 points. Lin Ran thought to himself, his gaze shifting to the fierce battle between the bone scraper and the green slime worm. As if the green slime worm was no match for the bone splitter, the E-rank flame apostle joined the fray. Lin Ran remained unhurried, activating his insight eye skill. Instantly, a white glow shrouded his vision. Under Insight's eye, the bonebreaker's weakness was laid bare. The back of its head. Meow. Chapter 9, Affinity Boost, Shared Skill, Bone Splitter Blade. Meow Meow transformed into a streak of gray lightning, darting forward. In an instant, it arrived on the battlefield. A sharp cat's claw slammed into the boner's back of the head. With a violent thud, a flash of blue light erupted. In the next instant, the bone scraper's monstrous body began to disintegrate. Wang Cheng cried out in alarm, "No! It's going to self-destruct." Lin Ran also inwardly realized the danger. He knew that certain ghosts possessing a vital point would cause their internal ghostly energy to explode if that point was forcibly destroyed. Moreover, the explosive power increased with the ghost's rank. The blast from a D-rank specter was powerful enough to obliterate another specter of the same rank. Cat, come back. The instant Lin Ran issued the command, Wang Chang and another team member had already recalled their ghost spirits into their bodies. Their ghost spirits were symbiotic entities with high compatibility, allowing for instant recall. In contrast, Mao Mao and Lin Ran's compatibility was less than 40%, making such a swift recall utterly impossible. The next moment, ghostly energy erupted with a thunderous blast. A terrifying force erupted, sending even those standing at a distance flying backward. Surrounding buildings collapsed, reduced to ruins. Smoke billowed thickly. The deafening roar left Lin Ran's ears ringing. In a daze, he thought he heard a faint electronic synthesized voice. After a moment, everything fell silent, leaving only a thick haze of dust filling the sky. Lin Ran hurriedly checked the system and was startled to see that under the contracted ghosts section, Meow Meow had gained a new skill, Skeletal Blade. Meow Meow is okay. His first reaction was relief, followed by astonishment. But just then, a maniacal laugh echoed through the air. Ha ha ha. My ghost spirit is gone, and yours won't survive either. Bai Ziyan was nearly mad with fury. The death of a companion spirit was a devastating blow to him and to any spirit exorcist. Seeing Lin Ran meet the same fate now filled him with delight. After all, having someone to die alongside him was truly a delightful prospect. Meow. Suddenly, a slightly muffled cat's meow echoed through the air. Following the sound, everyone watched as the cat emerged from the ruins. Its body was petite, yet the ghostly aura emanating from it was incredibly potent. How is this possible? It's still alive. Bai Ziyan was utterly shocked. That was a D-class ghost self-detonation. How could it be unharmed? And what's with this thick aura of ghostly energy? Meow? Suddenly, the cat's emerald eyes flashed with hunger, staring at Bai Ziyan as if he were food. Under that gaze, Bai Ziyan felt as if facing mortal danger, his face turning deathly pale. His pupils contracted sharply. A ghost. It's a man-eating ghost. Lin Ran grasped the cat's intent, genuinely intended to devour a human. He cried out urgently, "No, cat, absolutely not." Meow. The cat seemed a bit aggrieved, but with nearly 40 bonds formed by now, it didn't resist. Instead, it obediently listened and rushed toward Lin Ran. Finally, the cat transformed into a streak of gray light and entered Lin Ran's body. The cold sweat on Bai Ziyan's forehead finally subsided. He raised his hand to wipe it away, but his deathly pale face remained devoid of color. Having narrowly escaped death, his earlier fury had vanished, replaced only by boundless relief. Thankfully, he had only lost his spirit, not his life. Lin Ran glanced at Bai Ziyan indifferently before turning to Li Su and the others. "Let's go. Time to turn in our mission." "Roger that." The three departed, driving back to the Night Watch headquarters. On the way, Lin Ran remained silent, engrossed in studying the system. Due to the earlier explosion's deafening roar, he had only faintly heard the system's notification sound. He had no idea what the exact message had been. Checking his points, he saw 2 additional points had appeared clearly earned from defeating the D-rank ghost. Meow Meow's experience bar was already full, requiring 16 more points to level up. His affinity currently stood at 36 points. If he converted all his points into affinity, he could reach 40 points, a relatively safe threshold. After a moment's thought, Lin Ran decided to prioritize boosting the affinity first.
Otherwise, if Meow Meow leveled up and suddenly rebelled due to insufficient affinity, few spirit exorcists could subdue it. Increase affinity. System, your affinity with the ghost cat has increased to 40. You have gained the cat's skill, Bone Splitter. Lin Ran was overjoyed. Another shared skill. It seemed this bone-slicing blade skill was one of the rare offensive abilities. With it, he could now target ghosts in future battles and actually inflict damage. He decided to head back to headquarters immediately. There was a training ground there where he could test this new skill. Not long after. Night Watch headquarters. After handing in his mission, Lin Ran bid farewell to the two and headed alone to the training grounds. The vast training ground lay empty, devoid of anything. Only after spending a certain amount of contribution points to activate combat mode would virtual monsters appear for battle. Lin Ran merely wished to test his skills and couldn't bring himself to activate combat mode. Gazing at the empty hall ahead, he took a deep breath and silently chanted, "Bone-splitting blade." As the words left his lips, a peculiar energy surged from his palms. This force was transformed from ghostly energy, solidifying into a tangible blade. It was the very blade wielded by the bone slicer earlier. Lin Ran swung it violently, unleashing terrifying force that crashed onto the ground with a thunderous roar. Seeing this, outside the training ground, Tang Feng furrowed his brow. Looks like this guy's ghostly presence is no ordinary affair. 10 minutes earlier, Bai Zian had sought him out, revealing that the cat had attempted to devour him earlier. He bluntly stated that it wasn't a ghost spirit at all, but a man-eating demon. Enraged, Tang Feng immediately came searching for Lin Ran. He had intended to confront him, but instead witnessed this scene. To share a skill of this caliber, his ghost must be at least D rank, right? Not only that, but their compatibility is exceptionally high. The idea of it eating people is utterly impossible. Even if it were a ghost, under the control of an exorcist, it wouldn't commit cannibalism when their compatibility reached the point of skill sharing. This realization made Tang Feng begin to suspect Bai Zian, while his interest in Lin Ran only grew stronger. This kid's no ordinary kid. I need to find a way to look into his background. With that thought, Tang Feng departed. As for confronting them, that thought had long been discarded. One was Bai Zian, useless without his ghostly spirit. The other was Lin Ran, who possessed a near D-grade ghost. If forced to choose between the two, he certainly wouldn't foolishly pick a useless. At that moment, Lin Ran also finished his trial run. Packing up his things, he intended to find Su Xier and the others to take on a mission for some real combat practice. Pushing open the training ground door, he found Su Xier waiting outside. Seeing him emerge, she immediately said, "Thank you, Captain." Lin Ran couldn't help but wonder, "Why thank me?" Su Xier pressed her thin lips together, her pretty face flushing slightly. "I know you didn't save Bai Zian's ghost just to vent my anger. Captain, you could have stopped the bone scalper." "Stop." Lin Ran cut her off. "I didn't have the ability to rescue his ghost from a D-rank entity. Besides, as a supernatural being, the cat has its own principles. I can't possibly control it completely." Su Xier instantly understood his meaning and smiled faintly. "Captain, you're so mean. Enough with the petty stuff. Just take this mission for me. I need to test out my new skill." "Sure." Chapter 10, Flesh and Blood to Slay Ghosts. Soon, Su Xier found the nearest available mission on the task interface. Though it was only an E-rank mission, Lin Ran and Su Xier still called upon Li Su to join them on their journey. They were a team. No matter how difficult the mission, they would stick together. That was Lin Ran's principle. As the car sped along, Li Su, who was driving, suddenly spoke up. "Captain, about 10 minutes ago, Mr. Tang in charge asked me about your background and identity. I didn't know, so he seemed to have gone to check it himself." "Let him look. My background has nothing to hide." Lin Ran didn't seem particularly bothered. He had traversed this realm for 18 years, and in all that time, nothing unusual had ever come to light. He had lived with his parents until 3 years ago, when they departed as exorcists to defend against the ghost tide in Childcare Zone 13. They vanished without a trace. Since then, he had lived alone. Until the day he came of age, when his failed test to summon a companion spirit forced him to leave school. His past held nothing extraordinary. Had he not encountered Meow Meow, he might never have awakened the system's cheat code, destined to remain an ordinary person for the rest of his life. Soon, the car arrived at the mission location. It was a factory specializing in the production of human supplies. Located in North Zone 7, north of Childcare Zone 13, it was a relatively important logistical territory. By the time Lin Ran and his group arrived, the crowd had already begun evacuating. Countless people in work uniforms were sprinting out. "Run for your lives. It's a monster. A D-class monster. This isn't an E-rank monster at all. The people here possess no ghostly essence. Faced with the specter, they could only flee." Su Xier also felt something was off. "This doesn't feel right. As one of humanity's supply factories, the security here should be formidable. A few of them ought to be E-rank. But why aren't they fighting the ghosts? Why are they running with the crowd?" She noticed several individuals in security uniforms amidst the crowd. These were all exorcists, though some were merely F-rank. Lin Ran frowned deeply. There's only one possibility, there's more than one ghost here. The intel was wrong. Without pausing to think further, he charged into the factory at top speed. Inside the factory, countless workshops stretched out. Fortunately, moving in the opposite direction of the crowd, he quickly located the specific building where the supernatural presence lingered. Just as he was about to enter, a deafening crash erupted from within. Immediately afterward, a figure flew out. It was an E-class ghost. Damn it! Lin Ran cursed under his breath and immediately charged inside. Inside, 2 E-grade ghost spirits were still desperately resisting, while over a dozen F-grade exorcists lay sprawled on the floor. 2 E-grade exorcists in security uniforms shouted frantically. Where are the night watchmen? Why aren't they here yet? Damn it, our people are all going to die. How did 3 more ghosts suddenly appear here? Lin Ran immediately released his cat and shouted to the 2 from afar, we're here. Retrieve the ghost spirits and leave the rest to me. Seeing this, the 2 were overjoyed. They immediately recalled their respective ghost spirits. But the next moment, they froze in shock. Because they realized Cat was only E rank. Now, the 3 hideous-looking ghosts, having lost their target, turned their attention to the cat. Their tongues, each a full 20 centimeters long, emitted black smoke and a thick, foul stench. Long-tongued ghost. Monster level E. Special abilities, none. Meow Meow struck first, darting forward like a dark shadow. A flash of silver light, the long-tongued ghost's tongue was severed clean off. How brutal. The 2 exorcists stared in shock, this ghost spirit is far stronger than ours. Lin Ran now approached the pair, quickly, take everyone away. Something's off here. After scanning the area with Insight's eye, he discovered another ghostly presence lurking here. Meaning another ghost lurked in the shadows. Just as he pondered this, a sound suddenly echoed from above. Looking up, they saw a ghostly creature resembling a spider had appeared out of nowhere. A system prompt sounded. Ghost nest detected. Accept mission, destroy the ghost nest. Quest reward, plus 40 ghost experience, plus 20 system points. Before Lin Ran could think further, the spider-like ghost creature above him suddenly shot out a strand of silk. Perfect timing. Bone-splitting blade. Lin Ran formed his hand into a blade and struck. The blade flashed, severing the silver thread cleanly. The 2 beside him stared in disbelief. Is this a shared skill of the ghost spirit? So powerful. Truly worthy of a night watchman. Lin Ran swiftly checked the spider spirit's attributes via the system. Earth Mother Spider. Specter level, E. Special ability, construct ghost nest. So it was this creature. A ghost nest is the dwelling place of ghosts. Wherever a ghost nest exists, ghosts are sure to be plentiful. Lin Ran had known about ghost nests before, but he hadn't realized they were actually made from E-rank ghosts. If they're only E-rank, there's nothing to fear. Insightful gaze. Scanning for weaknesses, the Earth Mother Spider's abdomen was its only vulnerable point. With that, Lin Ran drew his sidearm. Though these firearms had negligible effect on ghosts and were nearly obsolete among humans. But for Lin Ran, they served a crucial purpose. After discerning the enemy's weakness, using firearms could completely eliminate some lower-level ghosts. He immediately aimed at the Earth Mother Spider's abdomen and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot echoed as the bullet struck the demon's abdomen cleanly. Green blood spurted out, splattering down and nearly staining his entire body blue. The 2 bystanders were stunned into silence. Killing an E-rank ghost without relying on ghost spirits? That's inhuman. Just how powerful must his ghost spirit be to grant him such strength? Meanwhile, as Meow Meow completed the kill, the system kept popping up notifications. Next, it was time to locate the ghost's nest. Lin Ran holstered his sidearm and continued scanning the surroundings with Insight's eye. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion echoed from outside, interrupting Lin Ran's actions. System notification, mission complete. Ghost nest eliminated. Lin Ran's heart sank. Had someone else destroyed the ghost nest? Who is it? Su Xier or Li Su? He rushed outside to find thick black smoke billowing from the western factory area, flames rising high. Li Su stood before the raging inferno, his face etched with worry. Lin Ran was about to ask what was happening when he saw the 2 women supporting each other as they walked out together. One of them was none other than Lu Ling, the former captain of the Night Watch squad. Sister Lu Ling? Lin Ran called out in surprise. The 3 turned their gaze toward them. Lu Ling smiled from afar. Captain Lin Ran, it's good to see you again. Seeing Lu Ling again naturally filled Lin Ran with joy. The incident where Meow Meow had consumed her ghost spirit had always cast a shadow over her heart. About the ghost spirit. Lin Ran was about to speak when Lu Ling cut her off. It's all taken care of now. Xier and I have cleared the ghost nest here. You can disband the team. Clearly, she didn't want to dwell on the matter. After all, it was a sore spot for her. Su Xier chimed in with a smile. Even though Sister Lu Ling isn't a night watchman anymore, she's still incredibly powerful. If not for her keen insight, we'd never have known a ghost nest was hiding here. Lin Ran was somewhat surprised, inwardly marveling at how truly gifted Lu Ling was. Even after the ghost spirit's demise, her insight remained top-notch despite losing the shared skill.
No wonder she became the captain of the Nightwatch squad.
Chapter 11, Breaking Through D Rank, Ghost Realm Awakens. Outside the factory building, the four found an open spot to sit down.
None of them felt rushed to return and report their mission. Instead, they settled in to chat. Lu Ling was also fascinated by Lin Ran and the others' experiences during their time together. She listened intently to their recounting of recent events, not wanting to miss a single detail. Su Xier was also delighted to see her former captain again, naturally sharing everything without reservation. Lin Ran, however, appeared distracted. They didn't know that at that moment, Lin Ran was exploring the system. With the 20 points from the mission plus the points from slaying monsters earlier, I now have a total of 28 points.
Time to level up.
Without a moment's hesitation, he deducted 20 points and initiated the upgrade. Within Lin Ran's body, Cat's form shifted, her size increasing by a full circle. Her grayish-white fur became glossy and radiant.
Soft and silky smooth. System pop-up interface. Ghost Cat upgraded to D rank. Unlocked skill, Ghost Realm. Host gains shared ability, physical constitution plus 30%. Lin Ran gasped in shock, Ghost Realm. It's Ghost Realm. This is a skill only possessed by high-level ghosts. Ghost Realm is essentially a domain power. Upon activating Ghost Domain, the strength of hostile ghosts is diminished while one's own power increases. This dynamic shift made eliminating enemy spirits considerably easier. But as far as he knew, the Ghost Realm skill required a ghost to be at least C rank to awaken it. Yet Meow Meow had awakened the Ghost Domain skill while still at D rank. It seems Meow Meow is even more special than I thought.
Lin Ran thought to himself as he silently closed the ghost panel and opened the shop interface. He wanted to help Lu Ling regain her ghost. However, once a companion ghost perished, there was only one way to obtain a new one.
Capture another ghost and tame it.
And find ways to increase his compatibility with the ghost. Lin Ran possessed the system, so he naturally had no worries. But Lu Ling didn't, so she needed to find some special items.
After searching for quite some time,
finally, Lin Ran noticed an item called the Ghost Cage.
Price, 300 points.
Ghost Cage, upon use, captures ghosts up to one level below the user's own.
Once captured, the ghost's affinity automatically increases daily. No wonder it cost a whopping 300 points.
As long as he kept the captured ghosts in the cage, their affinity would increase daily. Lin Ran felt a glimmer of hope.
But obtaining those 300 points? That was another story entirely.
He silently closed the system panel, his thoughts returning to the present only to find the other three staring at him in confusion.
What's wrong?
Lu Ling asked with concern. Lin Ran frowned in confusion.
What do you mean?
Su Xier rolled her eyes at him.
You suddenly yelled Ghost Realm just now and then went silent. We thought you were possessed.
It turned out that when Meow Meow had awakened the Ghost Realm earlier, he hadn't been able to stop himself from shouting.
Once he understood the reason, Lin Ran didn't hide anything and explained frankly. Meow Meow just broke through to D rank and awakened the Ghost Realm. I got a little excited and let it slip.
Hearing this, the three of them instantly widened their eyes.
Broke through to D rank? Awakened the Ghost Realm?
You're freaking insane. A D-rank spirit awakening the Ghost Realm. Even these veteran night watchmen had never heard of such a thing. Lu Ling, who had once possessed a D-rank ghost spirit, expressed her awe, truly worthy of the Nekomata name. Such a spirit, once recorded in ancient texts, possesses a uniqueness far beyond our comprehension.
Lin Ran could only offer an awkward chuckle. Guess I just got lucky. Hey Ling, I have a way to help you find a new spirit. It might take some time, but wait for me. I'll definitely help you.
Lu Ling paused, a flicker of emotion crossing her eyes. She nodded softly.
Thank you. Soon, the trio bid farewell to Lu Ling and returned to the Nightwatcher base.
When they went to turn in their mission and collect their reward, they spotted Tang Feng. He led Lin Ran into the office and unexpectedly saluted her in military fashion.
It's a pleasure to meet you, descendant of Senior Lin.
Lin Ran was puzzled.
What does this mean? Tang Feng smiled. I looked into your background.
It turns out you're Lin Feng's son. Senior Lin Feng was once my squad leader. Later, he left the Night Watch organization to garrison the outer perimeter of the conservation zone, and we lost contact. But his teachings have always stayed with me. So he was my father's old comrade in arms. Lin Ran returned the bow. Thank you, Director Tang, for remembering my father.
Not at all, old captain. How could I ever forget?
As he spoke, Tang Feng studied Lin Ran intently.
You know, you don't look like him at all. No wonder I didn't recognize you. But this kind of talent? That's strikingly similar.
When your father was your age, he was also a D-rank spirit exorcist. Lin Ran was startled. He hadn't realized his father had been so powerful. He relied on the system to obtain a D-rank spirit, yet his father had achieved D-rank spirit exorcist status without any such aid.
Tang Feng continued, I hear you destroyed a ghost nest? Yes. Excellent. Now, tell me what you desire. I'll do my best to grant it.
After all, you've eliminated a major threat. Had that ghost nest matured, the horde of spirits within would have been unimaginable.
Therefore, I've decided to reward you. Hearing there was a reward, Lin Ran didn't hesitate. I want to upgrade our squad's level. Oh? Tang Feng looked surprised. You want to take on a D-rank mission? Lin Ran shook his head and summoned Cat directly. A powerful aura of ghostly energy radiated out. The cat, which had just broken through to D rank, now emanated an aura several times stronger than before. D rank! Tang Feng exclaimed in astonishment, to advance from E rank to D rank so swiftly, truly the descendant of Senior Lin, remarkable indeed. The spirit it commands is also incredibly powerful. Alright, I agree. Without hesitation, he sat down at his desk, accessed the Nightwatch headquarters system, and updated the rank of Lin Ran's squad. Simultaneously, the squad's code changed from E87 to D31. Alright, your squad is now officially D rank. You may accept D rank missions. But be mindful, D rank monsters are formidable. Exercise caution during missions. Lin Ran nodded his thanks and promptly left the office. Back at his residence, he summoned Su Sierra and the others to inform them of the change. Instantly, both their faces lit up with joy. Under Lu Ling's leadership, this team had been D rank. Now, with Lin Ran's arrival, they had successfully reclaimed that honor. Overjoyed, Su Sierra suggested, to celebrate our return to the D rank team, I'll treat everyone to dinner at my place tonight. Li Su was delighted. Sounds great. Sierra's cooking is truly exceptional. Captain, I promise you've never tasted anything this delicious. Lin Ran smiled. Looks like I'm in for a treat tonight. Since Sierra's cooking, I'll handle the shopping. Li Su volunteered. Su Sierra didn't indulge him, of course. Who else but you? Ha ha ha, let's go together. Shopping center in Conservation Zone 13. The trio arrived by car, but as soon as they stepped out, a message popped up on Lin Ran's communicator. Good news! Thanks to the Spirit Exorcist's heroic efforts, the ghost tide outside Conservation Zone 13 has been successfully repelled. It's finally over. Upon seeing the message, Lin Ran quickly formed a new plan. Now that the ghost tide had receded, the residents within the Conservation Zone could leave the city on their own. Outside the city walls, countless ghosts and monsters roamed exactly what he needed. Seems it's time to venture out and hunt those ghosts. Chapter 12, Ghosts Tremble in Fear, Domain emerges. Within Conservation Zone 13. With the ghost tide receding, many exorcists have returned to the city from the outskirts. More people began strolling the streets, enjoying peaceful, harmonious lives. The shopping mall bustled with more people, filled with cheerful and lively scenes. Li Su and his companion felt a sense of relief. Finally, we can rest for a while. Typically, after a ghost tide receded, the number of spirits within the conservation zone would decrease. You might not encounter a single one for days. Yeah, but I heard the exorcists suffered heavy casualties this time. Su Sierra looked worried. I wonder how many new exorcists the Academy produced this year. At the mention of the Spirit Exorcist Academy, Lin Ran's expression darkened slightly. He had once been a student there, but unfortunately, he failed to awaken his companion ghost spirit and was expelled from the Academy. This year at the Spirit Exorcist Academy. Lin Ran was about to share what he knew when a voice interrupted him. Not far away, a girl in a school uniform waved and called out. Lin Ran. Turning his head, Lin Ran recognized her immediately and asked with a hint of surprise, Tang Qin? She was a classmate from Exorcist Academy in Childcare Zone 13. For a time, they had even been deskmates. Unfortunately, Lin Ran had been expelled for failing to awaken a ghost spirit, while Tang Qin, having awakened a D-grade ghost, had been granted generous resources for cultivation by the Academy. At the Exorcist Academy, gifted exorcists underwent a mentorship program where seniors trained juniors. Led by powerful exorcists, they were taught how to hunt ghosts, fight them, and utilize various ghost-related knowledge. Only after successful training and confirmation of their ability to independently slay spirits would they be sent out of the academy to become official exorcists. Su Sierra and Li Su exchanged glances before smiling and asking, "Is this the captain's friend?" Lin Ran nodded. "An old classmate of mine. A D-rank ghost spirit holder." "Wow." Su Sierra was somewhat surprised. Naturally born D-rank ghost spirits are quite rare. Many spirit exorcists start with E-grade spirits, which they must diligently cultivate to upgrade. A natural D rank was indeed uncommon. Rumor has it that this year in our district, there are over 100 spirit exorcists with naturally born D rank spirits, while the total number of spirit exorcists exceeds 1,000. Over 1,000 exorcists in a single year. That number has increased significantly compared to previous years. As they spoke, Tang Qin approached them. Seeing Lin Ran in his night watchman uniform, the young girl's innocent face lit up with surprise. "Wow! Lin Ran, you've become a night watchman? That's amazing. But I thought you didn't have a ghost spirit." Tang Qin looked puzzled. As his deskmate, she naturally knew about Lin Ran dropping out of school. Lin Ran gave an awkward chuckle. "Just got lucky. I awakened my ghost spirit not long after dropping out. I just happened to be lucky enough to stumble upon a night watch team. So instead of going back to school, I jumped straight into real combat." Tang Qin's wide eyes brimmed with envy. "That's amazing. I want to get into real combat too. But our mentor won't let us go. Every time we go out to fight ghosts, he just watches from the sidelines. There's no sense of danger at all. Her tone carried a hint of resentment. Having finally awakened her ghost spirit, yet never experiencing a single meaningful battle, it was only natural to feel a bit resentful. Especially for spirit exorcists like them, whose ghost spirits were stronger than those of ordinary people. Don't worry, you'll get your chance. Lin Ran glanced around but didn't spot any familiar faces. She couldn't help but ask in confusion, did you come alone? Tang Qin shook her head. No, Han Feng is here too. Her voice trailed off as she mentioned Han Feng. Ever since you left, Han Feng has been helping me. But he won't let me mention you in front of him. Lin Ran vaguely remembered that name. Han Feng was one of the few in their class who possessed a companion spirit. He'd been pursuing Tang Qin since they started school. But she wasn't interested in his advances, preferring instead to hang out with a useless guy like me. This deeply frustrated Han Feng. Before reaching his awakening period, Han Feng, though resentful, could do nothing about it. It wasn't until he awakened his ghost spirit that he finally got his revenge, publicly humiliating himself. The two were chatting. A youth suddenly dashed over, laughing as he called out. Tang Qin, there you are. Han Feng approached with a smile, until he spotted Lin Ran. His expression darkened instantly. Furrowing his brow, he asked, Lin Ran? What are you doing here? And you're wearing night watch gear, did you steal it from somewhere? I recall you useless piece of trash never awakened a ghost spirit, so you couldn't possibly have joined the night watch. Lin Ran felt a twinge of irritation, but he didn't lose his temper. He didn't want to get into it with his old classmate. Seeing him silent, Li Su grew furious instead. You little brat, watch your tone. Mind your words. Han Feng snorted coldly, night watchman? They're nothing but the dogs of the protected zone. Useless trash who only hide in the city, dealing with low-level ghosts. You know I'm a natural-born D-rank ghost spirit, right? I was born to be a spirit exorcist protecting humanity, unlike you useless trash. He was about to continue when Tang Qin cut him off. You shouldn't speak like that. It's because of their existence that we can live in peace and harmony within the conservation zone. You mustn't insult them. Han Feng nodded. Alright, I'll shut up. Of course, if they keep giving me trouble, I can't guarantee what I might do. Li Su gritted his teeth. You little brat. He raised his hand to strike, but if not for Lin Ran stopping him, Li Su would likely have made headlines in the 13th conservation zone the next day. Alright, forget it. Lin Ran shot a glance at Han Feng, his heart sinking with disappointment. He never imagined that the human the night watchman risked his life to protect would utter such insulting words. This left Lin Ran, who had only been a night watcher for a few days, feeling bitterly disillusioned. Not to mention Li Su and Su Xier, who had been night watchmen for much longer. What exactly were they risking their lives to protect humans for? Was it all for a thankless wretch like Han Feng? I'm sorry. I apologize on his behalf. Tang Qin sensed the shift in the trio's mood and apologized repeatedly. Han Feng grabbed her arm abruptly. Apologize? To them? They're not even worthy. This young master is a natural-born D-rank ghost spirit. With their abilities, they'll never reach D rank in this lifetime. As he spoke, he summoned his own ghost spirit, a D rank humanoid entity. Yet the next moment, his spirit began to tremble violently. Then, bending both knees, it knelt down. What's going on? Han Feng was baffled. Through his connection with the spirit, he could sense its overwhelming fear. Just like a human seeing a ghost for the first time. Lin Ran suppressed his rage. I'm giving you one chance. Next time, I'll abandon my night watch identity to kill you. Meow meow. The cat perched on his shoulder let out a sharp meow. Li Su, Xier, let's go. Lin Ran led the two away, and the ghostly realm the cat had unfolded dissipated. Only then did Han Feng finally understand. Staring blankly at their retreating figures, he realized. So that was the ghost realm. Simply by unfurling the ghost realm, he suppressed my ghost spirit. Just how powerful is he? It seems I've underestimated him once again. Chapter 13, Captain of the Night Watch, Lin Ran. Despite the minor hiccup, Lin Ran and the others cheerfully bought a pile of groceries and headed home. Driving to Su Xier's residence, they were stunned to discover it was a small villa. Lin Ran couldn't help but marvel, she's really loaded. Owning a villa in a world where horrors were resurging was no small feat. After all, land resources were scarce now, with most territories under the control of monsters. Within the conservation zone, every inch of land was precious. Even Lin Ran, a second-generation spirit exorcist, could only afford to live in an ordinary apartment building. It seemed Su Xier's family background was no ordinary affair. It's nothing, just something my grandparents left behind. Su Xier brushed it off casually before rushing into the kitchen with the vegetables. You two sit down and rest. Leave the rest to me. Lin Ran followed her. Let me help. Me too. Li Su followed suit and started pitching in. 2 hours later. The three raised their glasses to celebrate our successful return to the D-class squad. Cheers. The next day. While on patrol duty, Lin Ran received a message from his former homeroom teacher.
Lin Ran, I hear you've awakened a C-rank ghost spirit and joined the Night Watch. I'd like to invite you to the academy to share your experiences with your classmates. Lin Ran immediately guessed the reason. It must have been the ghost realm he displayed yesterday, leading Han Feng and the others to mistakenly believe his cat was a C-rank ghost spirit. He promptly relayed this to the homeroom teacher. Given the extreme rarity of C-rank ghost spirits, the homeroom teacher now wanted Lin Ran to return to school and share his experiences, whether it was awakening a ghost spirit or leveling one up with the class.
This puts me in a tough spot. Lin Ran felt a headache coming on. Experience? He didn't have a damn thing to share. If it weren't for the system, he'd probably be working alongside Lu Ling at her factory, tightening screws right now. But then he remembered his time at the academy, when his homeroom teacher had imparted wisdom to him with such earnestness. After his awakening failed, not only did he not humiliate him, but he comforted him and shared life philosophies. You don't have to become a spirit exorcist. Besides, becoming one isn't necessarily a good thing. After leaving the academy, live well. Now that the world is gradually becoming peaceful, perhaps being an ordinary person isn't so bad. Recalling his mentor's encouraging words, Lin Ran felt increasingly conflicted. So much so that he didn't even notice when Su Sierra appeared beside him. If you want to go, just go. It's only a patrol mission, leave it to us. She smiled faintly, her eyes crinkling at the corners. Lin Ran found himself staring at her, momentarily lost in thought. Su Sierra was beautiful. Though only 21, she possessed an ethereal grace rarely seen even in teenage girls. Her delicate features were exquisite even when viewed individually. But that wasn't all. As if favored by the heavens, all these perfect features were seamlessly integrated onto one face, leaving not a single flaw to be found. A beauty so breathtaking it took one's breath away. Under Lin Ran's gaze, those large, watery eyes blinked a few times, seeming slightly puzzled. What is it, Captain? Is there something on my face? Lin Ran shook his head. Nothing. I just think you're beautiful. Su Sierra's smile grew sweeter, her dimples flushing with a hint of crimson. Captain really is such a little brother. So much cuter than that greasy old man Li Su. Li Su's face darkened beside them. You little brat. I'm only a month older than you. Ha ha ha. Having made his decision, Lin Ran bid farewell to the two and sped off toward the academy at full throttle. Before long, a magnificent academy came into view. The wide gates exuded an imposing presence. Even during class hours, a steady stream of students came and went. Lin Ran parked the car nearby and walked into the academy. To avoid drawing attention, he had changed into civilian clothes before arriving, not wearing his night watch uniform. However, he kept his weapon close at hand. Inside the academy, Lin Ran navigated the campus with ease, finding the academic building and stepping inside. Yet after only a few steps, he spotted an old acquaintance. Hey, Lin Ran? What brings you back? A youth named Li Hao asked curiously. They had once been classmates, so exchanging greetings now wasn't particularly surprising. Lin Ran smiled. I'm back for something. Li Hao suddenly seemed to remember something. Our homeroom teacher mentioned today that a senior who left early would be returning to teach. Could that person be you? Before Lin Ran could answer, a chubby kid stepped forward, his face twisted in disdain. What nonsense are you spouting, little Hausie? Have you forgotten how he left the academy? Yeah, you're right. Li Hao pondered thoughtfully. You never awakened your ghost spirit, so the senior lecturer returning can't be you. The chubby boy was named He Wang, and he and Han Feng were birds of a feather, so he'd never had much affection for Lin Ran. Now, seeing his old classmate dressed in such shabby clothes, he couldn't resist mocking him. Haven't you been wearing that same outfit for nearly 3 years now? Looks like you haven't been doing too well since leaving the academy. You're not working as a laborer in some small factory, are you? Come to think of it, my uncle runs a factory. Would you like me to help you get a position there? Lin Ran didn't get angry, instead, he wore a gentle smile. Thanks, but I don't need it. By the way, do you know where our homeroom teacher is? Li Hao pointed upstairs. He's in the classroom, waiting for that senior. Got it, thanks. Lin Ran turned to leave. Before he had taken a few steps, He Wang's laughter echoed from behind. Ha, such a cheapskate look, yet he acts like some big shot. I called him out, and he actually had the nerve to laugh. That guy's got some serious nerve. This time he came to see the homeroom teacher. Could it be he wants the teacher to intervene and get him readmitted to the academy? The classroom was on the 3rd floor. Lin Ran arrived at the familiar classroom once more. Standing before the door, he hesitated, unsure how to step inside. Suddenly, he heard classmates' voices from inside. Teacher, teacher. Who is that senior? He actually made you wait for him personally. Yeah, aren't you super busy, homeroom teacher? You've been waiting for him all morning. Who is he anyway? The homeroom teacher was a woman in her late 20s, quite attractive, with a more mature, older sister charm compared to the younger girls like Su Sierra. Facing the barrage of questions, a smile flitted across her exquisite face. You'll find out soon enough. No sooner had she spoken than Lin Ran knocked on the classroom door. All eyes turned to him. The homeroom teacher smiled. Finally here. We've been waiting for you forever. She hurried forward and pulled Lin Ran to the front of the classroom. Seeing this, some veteran students who knew Lin Ran were taken aback. Could it be he was the one the homeroom teacher was waiting for? That can't be, he doesn't even have a ghost spirit. What's going on here? Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, the class advisor introduced. This is the senior student. Lin Ran, 18 years old, captain of the Night Watch Squad, a D-rank spirit exorcist. The room fell silent as a pin could be heard dropping. Chapter 14, Pat on the Head, Affinity +1. Not only that, but he also possesses SC-rank ghost spirit. The homeroom teacher's next words sent shockwaves through the room like a boulder dropped into a calm lake, sending ripples across the surface. A C-rank ghost spirit. Ghost spirits of this caliber numbered in the thousands across the entire conservation zone. The entire conservation zone has a population of over 100,000. Among those 10,000, only a few thousand possess C-rank ghost spirits, and Lin Ran is one of them. For a moment, everyone was stunned. However, Lin Ran shook his head. Class advisor, you're mistaken. Let me clarify a few points. Clearly, the homeroom teacher was unaware of his specific circumstances. The terms D-rank spirit exorcist and C-rank ghost spirit were merely hearsay. First, I am not a D-rank spirit exorcist. Without relying on contracted spirits, I have only ever defeated E-rank entities. By exorcist standards, I am at most an E-rank exorcist. Second, I don't have a ghost spirit. What I've contracted is a ghost, a D-rank ghost. At this revelation, the crowd grew even more stunned. D-rank. And a ghost. It's common knowledge that ghosts are creatures that devour humans. Typically, spirit exorcists would never contract a single ghost alone. Instead, they choose to use ghost spirits to counterbalance weaker ghosts, ensuring the contract posed no life-threatening danger. But Lin Ran had chosen to contract a ghost alone, one even stronger than himself. Wasn't he afraid of dying? The homeroom teacher frowned in confusion. How could that be? A D-rank ghost? But how could a D-rank ghost possess a ghost realm? At the mention of the ghost realm, many faces paled. A few new trainees looked bewildered and asked, "What is a ghost realm?" Lin Ran didn't answer. He simply summoned Cat. The gray-white kitten with a double-tailed tail appeared on his shoulder, instantly emanating a thick aura of ghostly energy. Even the class advisor, a rare C-rank spirit exorcist, couldn't help but show surprise. Such intense ghostly energy. This spirit looks very familiar too. Could it be? Lin Ran introduced, "This is my contracted spirit, Cat, a Nekomata." As the words fell, long-buried memories surfaced. The homeroom teacher's expression changed drastically, involuntarily taking a step back. The Nekomata that annihilated 30 human cities, each with a population of 100, during the early stages of the horror awakening? Lin Ran nodded. Yes, though clearly not this one. Whoa! Every student in the room sucked in a sharp breath. A supernatural creature of disaster-level proportions had once existed. No wonder it radiated such eerie aura. Even when bound by a human contract, it remained utterly terrifying. Is your ghost safe? The homeroom teacher still seemed concerned. But Lin Ran smiled and nodded. Our compatibility has reached a safe threshold. Class advisor, there's no need to worry. With that, everyone finally relaxed. Upon reflection, it made sense. After all, if it hadn't reached the safety threshold, he would have been devoured by the ghost long ago. Just then, Li Hao and the other person they had encountered earlier finally returned. Before even entering the classroom, they sensed an overwhelmingly powerful ghostly aura. And this aura wasn't the harmless presence of ordinary spirits. It was the malevolent aura unique to ghostly monsters. It sent a chill down their spines. Upon reaching the doorway, they saw that the grayish-white kitten perched on Lin Ran's shoulder was the very source of that ghostly aura. Though the cat was petite and appeared harmless, its emerald eyes flickered with murderous intent. As the saying goes, the look of wanting to devour someone is impossible to hide. The cat's gaze clearly declared its intent to devour them. Before they could react, the homeroom teacher snapped, "What are you standing around outside for? Get in here. Lin Ran has other commitments later. He's made a special effort to return and teach you all. Don't waste his time." Hearing this, Wang's jaw nearly dropped. What? He? Teach us? Class advisor, you're not mistaken, are you? The homeroom teacher shot him a glare. Of course it's him. Lin Ran is now the rare D-rank Night Watch Squad leader in our 13th conservation zone, a D-rank ghost holder, and has even independently killed an E-rank ghost. What's the problem with him coming back to teach you? Especially you, Wang. At this, the homeroom teacher's expression turned icy. Lin Ran took time out of his busy schedule to come back and teach. As an old classmate, you can't even manage a simple greeting? Wang was utterly dumbfounded, frozen in place for a long moment, unable to utter a word. Fortunately, Lin Ran came to his rescue. Class advisor, you've misunderstood. We already exchanged greetings downstairs earlier. Now that's more like it. The homeroom teacher turned back to Wang. Now hurry back to your seat. Wang scurried downstairs.
Seeing all the trainees assembled, Lin Ran wasted no further time. He couldn't help but worry about Su-Sierra and the others. Though it was a patrol mission, strange occurrences had been plaguing the city lately. Many ghosts and monsters that once appeared alone were now traveling in groups. Such unusual phenomena inevitably made him uneasy. After a moment's thought, Lin Ran spoke up. Truthfully, I have little experience to impart to you. I'll just share roughly how I interacted with the ghostly cat. He began recalling his first encounter with Cat, recounting their journey step by step. However, he deliberately omitted any mention of the system's appearance. After all, such things were unknown to the people of this world. When he finished, all the trainees expressed relief at his experience. After all, such an occurrence wouldn't necessarily be a blessing for anyone. After speaking, Lin Ran glanced at the cat nearly asleep on his shoulder and offered a fond smile. Truthfully, whether it's ghost spirits or supernatural beings, there's only one way to tame them. Exchange sincerity for sincerity. If I hadn't been desperate enough to consider sending it away, it might never have chosen to recognize me as its master. Hearing this, the cat actually nodded, meow meow. This was a cat that understood human speech, possessing a spiritual essence unlike any other ghost or spirit. Meow meow. Simultaneously, a notification popped up in Lin Ran's mind. Due to the cat's increased affection for you, affinity +10. Lin Ran was stunned. He never expected that just a casual remark would earn him 10 points of affinity. Now that he had 50 compatibility points, perhaps he could try other methods to boost it. Like, petting its head? With that thought, he reached out and gently stroked the cat's head. Because you stroked the cat, affinity +1. It actually worked. Lin Ran was overjoyed. With other ways to boost affinity, he could save a lot of points. Just as he was feeling pleased, his communicator buzzed. Calling Captain, calling Captain. E-class ghost detected in the jurisdiction. Request immediate deployment. It was Su-Sierra's voice. They had encountered a ghost, albeit only an E-class one. Lin Ran replied immediately, stay safe. Send the coordinates. I'll get there as soon as I can. After shutting off the communicator, he bid farewell to his homeroom teacher. Sorry, homeroom teacher, I have to go. The homeroom teacher bit her red lips, her eyes filled with reluctance and concern. Protect yourself. Don't worry, it's only E rank. They might have already taken care of it by the time I get there. With that, Lin Ran turned and left. Outside the school grounds, he drove at top speed toward the designated area. Before he even arrived, an anxious voice crackled over the radio. Damn it, there's more than one. Damn it. Have these ghosts gotten smarter? They're actually appearing in groups. Chapter 15, Rare Ghostly Creature Ghost Candle. Throughout the journey, Lin Ran sensed something deeply unusual about these events. Since the horror's revival, ghosts had never appeared in groups. Especially those that had infiltrated the city. Their numbers were already scarce, how could they possibly appear in groups? Even outside the city walls, ghosts rarely appeared in groups. At most, they would gather within close proximity to band together against spirit exorcists. What on earth was happening? Could it be that ghosts are evolving in their own way? Highly likely. If humans can evolve, so can ghosts. The difference between them and humans lies only in their modes of thought. Not long after, Lin Ran arrived at the designated coordinates. It was a residential complex. Many humans lived here, mostly ordinary people without awakened ghost spirits. On the street outside the residential buildings, Lin Ran spotted Su-Sierra and the other person. Both were injured, their clothes stained with blood. Their respective ghost spirits had also returned to their spiritual bodies. How are you both? He hurried over to ask. Su-Sierra shook her head. We're fine, just temporarily retreated. There were a full 70 grade ghosts inside, more than we've ever encountered before. Captain, should we request backup? Lin Ran shook his head. No need. Leave it to me. With that, he summoned Cat. Wait here. I'll be back soon. Su-Sierra and the others watched the receding figures of man and cat, their expressions tinged with disappointment. If only our ghost spirits could advance to D rank too. Li Su countered, isn't your ghost spirit already on the verge of breaking through? Su-Sierra gave a wry smile. Xiao Huang is a bit special. Her breakthrough requires a lot of treasures, and I still haven't gathered them all yet. Most ghost spirits can break through and advance in rank once they reach a certain level of growth. But for a few rare ones, specific materials are required. For instance, Su-Sierra's multicolored phoenix bird required a ghost candle to break through. She'd never even heard of such a thing. If not for the 7-colored phoenix bird communicating it to her in its own way, she might never have figured it out even if she racked her brains. Li Su grew curious too. What exactly is that? I don't know, but I've already posted a request. Hopefully, some exorcists from the outskirts will be willing to help. Meanwhile, after entering the residential area, Lin Ran quickly detected the presence of ghosts. As Su-Sierra had said, there were 7 ghosts in total. He recognized them instantly. Earth mother spiders. Earth mother spiders build ghost nests. Could there be one here? Lin Ran felt a pang of worry.
If a ghost nest existed here, who knew how many innocent lives would fall prey to them? Before he could think further, Cat had already charged forward. Lin Ran wasn't about to be outdone. He drew his thermal weapon, aimed for the weak spot, and precisely eliminated one of them. Cat went a step further, unleashing the ghost realm. Under the overwhelming pressure of its potent ghostly energy, dealing with these great Earth Mother spiders became child's play. In just a few swift moves, all the Earth Mother spiders were eliminated. The system continuously popped up notifications as Cat devoured their corpses. A solid 70 experience points were credited, but it was still a long way from leveling up. Meow meow. Ghost level, D. Monster EXP, 7300. And he still didn't know how many points this level up would require. Currently, he only has 18 points. This total includes points earned from completing today's check-in and defeating these 7 spiders. However, spending 9 points would raise his compatibility to 60, reaching the average level for spirit exorcists. Lin Ran pondered for a moment before choosing to add points. As the system prompt popped up, the compatibility reached 60% and the unfamiliar label behind it changed to friendly. Due to your compatibility with the contracted ghost cat reaching 60%, you gain an 80% boost to your constitution. Though he couldn't share skills, his physical constitution had been boosted. This meant his chances of taking down monsters with brute force had increased. After dispatching the demon, Lin Ran didn't leave. Instead, he summoned Li Su to investigate the demon's lair. His goal wasn't merely defeating the monster, he needed to ensure human safety. Soon, Li Su arrived. After scanning the area with his equipment, he confirmed that only a single ghostly aura remained within a kilometer radius. That was Cat. To avoid drawing attention, Lin Ran chose to recall Meow Meow. With a compatibility rating of 60%, Meow Meow now obeyed his every command without question, eliminating any risk of betrayal or turning on its master. Alright, let's head back to base and rest up. Lin Ran sighed in relief, addressing the two beside him. The trio departed and headed back to base. The next day, Lin Ran checked in, completing 4 consecutive days of attendance and earning 4 points. Early in the morning, Su Xier arrived only to request leave. You're leaving the city? Upon hearing Su Xier's reason, Lin Ran was utterly astonished. Within Zone 13, the monsters were relatively low level and safer. The further out one went, the stronger and higher leveled the monsters became, naturally increasing the danger. To the extent that exorcists stationed at the outer perimeter were generally at least D rank. But Su Xier was only an E rank ghost spirit. Leaving the city was extremely risky. I want to find something, a ghost candle. At first, I planned to wait for an exorcist from the outer perimeter to accept a quest and find it for me. But it's been a full month since I posted the task and no one has accepted it yet. Lin Ran was puzzled. Could it be because of the ghost tide? Su Xier shook her head. There was no ghost tide a month ago. Hold on, let me think of a solution. Lin Ran left Su Xier standing there and summoned the system only visible to him. Opening the marketplace, she scrolled through the listings and quickly found the ghost candle. Ghost candle. Rare ghostly object. Price, 100 points. Lin Ran gasped, that's so expensive. It was the same price as a blank ghost contract. He checked the details, determined to see why it was so expensive. Ghost candle details, a torch forged with ghostly flames. It can awaken the bloodline power of fire attribute ghosts, with effects varying by the ghost's nature. Found exclusively in fire attribute ghost lairs. Lin Ran gasped. No wonder no one dared take this quest. To obtain the ghost candle, one must not only locate a fire attribute ghost such as the heretical skeleton creature encountered earlier. You also had to venture deep into the lair. A demon's lair is a deadly place. Who knows how many ghosts lurk within? If you encountered high-level ghosts, forget about retrieving the ghost candle. Survival itself would be a miracle. He closed the system interface and said to Su Xier, if you're not in a rush, leave this to me. I'll go search outside the city for you. Su Xier shook her head hastily. No, you can't. It's too dangerous outside the city. If I make you risk your life because of me, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Her eyes brimmed with sincerity and anxiety, her hands instinctively clutching Lin Ran as if afraid he'd foolishly dash out of the city. Lin Ran felt touched. He clasped Su Xier's delicate, silky hands in his own. Don't worry. I'll be fine. My cat's already D rank, while your ghost spirit is only E rank. If I go instead of you, the risk is lower, isn't it? Su Xier's gaze was unwavering. No. If you go, I'm going too. Just as the two were locked in a heated argument, Li Su arrived. Nobody's going. Something's happened. Chapter 16, Outer City South Fortress 37, Grade B Exorcist. The neighboring Zone 14 is under ghost attack and has requested reinforcements from our sector. If things go as expected, many exorcists will leave the nursery zone. The vacancies will then be filled by some of our night watch members. Li Su felt uneasy. Though such incidents had occurred before, their squad hadn't been selected due to their rank being below D class. That changed when Lu Ling and Lin Ran joined, elevating their squad to D rank.
Based on the previous selection ratio of half the D-rank squads for support, they had a 50% chance of being chosen to guard the perimeter of Conservation Zone 13. Hearing this, Lin Ran felt not the slightest panic, but rather a surge of excitement. He had been planning to leave the Conservation Zone and venture to the outskirts to hunt stronger monsters. Now, this presented the perfect opportunity to leave with a legitimate reason. A smile spread across his face at the thought. Perfect. Li Su and Su Xier both shot him a disbelieving look. What are the chances we'd get picked? Generally, stronger teams have a higher chance of being selected. Our team only has one D-rank member, so the probability is low. We'll probably be stuck here. No going anywhere. Lin Ran gritted his teeth. How could this be? If they stayed here, who knew when Meow Meow would ever reach C rank? Meow Meow gained experience by devouring ghosts and hunting them. Stuck here, it would only face D-rank ghosts at best, and those were exceptionally rare. This won't do. I need to find Tang Feng. With that, he rose and headed toward the chief officer's office. Li Su looked on with envy. That captain really goes out of his way for you. Su Xier retorted, what do you mean? Isn't it because he wants to help you find the ghost candle that he wants to go out? Hearing this, Su Xier felt a pang of emotion. Watching the resolute figure of the young man as he walked away, a faint smile unexpectedly spread across her face. So he's willing to take risks for my sake. He may be young, but he's truly a good person. Night Watch Headquarters. Chief Officer's Office. Lin Ran pushed open the door and found Wang Chang already inside. Nice to see you again, Captain Lin Ran. Wang Chang turned and greeted him. What a coincidence. How is Captain Bai Zian? He's no longer with the Night Watch. I'm the captain of this team now. Wang Chang showed no regret over Bai Zian's departure, nor any anger toward Lin Ran's inaction. Instead, a faint smile graced his face, as if he were trying to establish a rapport. Tang Feng chimed in, all right, Wang Chang. If you have no further business, you may leave now. All right. After Wang Chang departed, only Lin Ran and Tang Feng remained in the office. Without mincing words, he stated bluntly, I want to lead a team out of the city to guard the outer defenses. Tang Feng's expression shifted, though he didn't seem surprised. It seemed he had anticipated this request all along. Very well. We'll depart formally tomorrow. Go back and make your preparations. This time, it was Lin Ran's turn to be taken aback. He's letting us leave so easily? Of course. Tang Feng's smile was warm and amicable. You and your father are alike, neither of you are birds meant to be caged. The wider world beyond is where you truly belong. For now, it's just leaving the city. But before long, you may well be leaving the Night Watch altogether. What he said echoed precisely what Lin Ran was thinking at that moment. I understand. I'll be prepared. After bidding farewell to Tang Feng, he found Su Xier and the others to inform them of the current situation. They immediately took him to the Night's Watch Logistics Department, where they used their accumulated contribution points to exchange for medicines and other supplies. In the blink of an eye. The next day, Lin Ran led his squad out of the Night Watch base. Following the coordinates provided by the base, their destination this time was the southern outskirts of Conservation Zone 13. Soon, towering city walls appeared before them at the inner edge of the Conservation Zone. These walls were constructed centuries ago by powerful spirit exorcists imbued with ghostly energy to form a barrier against demonic invasions. Now, a century had swiftly passed and numerous cracks had appeared in the walls. It was through these very cracks that the ghosts within the Conservation Zone had found their way out. Outside the walls, fortresses stood tall and sturdy. These fortresses formed a ring around the outer walls, constituting the first line of defense against the spirits. Lin Ran and his companions were headed for Fort South 37. Upon arriving at the fortress, a spirit exorcist clad in black robes stepped forward to greet them. Upon closer inspection, beneath the cloak lay a face that appeared slightly aged. His face bore deep scars, his eyes gleaming with sharp intensity, and a palpable aura of lethality emanated from him. Only those who had spent years battling in the field could possess such an aura. Lin Ran immediately activated his system to scan. Hong Long. Contract Spirit, Death Spirit Earth Dragon B. Special Ability, Dragon Tomb Domain. Lin Ran was utterly shocked. It was a B-rank spirit holder. Indeed, the spirit exorcists outside the city were the truly formidable ones. The exorcists within the city were at most D rank. If they were truly placed outside, they wouldn't stand a chance. May I ask, which of you three is the leader? Just then, Hong Long spoke up. Lin Ran stepped forward. Greetings, I am Lin Ran, captain of Night Watch Squad D32. Hong Long gave him a deep look, his eyes flashing with approval. Very good. Such presence at such a young age truly remarkable. Follow me. I'll take you to temporary lodgings first. After settling in, you may freely accept missions to hunt spirits in the surrounding areas. Exorcists enjoyed relative freedom when no ghost tie threatened, bound by far fewer rules than night watchmen. Their daily routine involved accepting assignments, dealing with local spirits, or assisting others with bounty missions. After settling into their lodgings, Lin Ran sought out Hong Long privately to inquire about the ghost candles.
Senior Hong, have you ever heard of ghost candles? Hong Long pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No, I haven't. He sounded curious.
From the name, it sounds like a ghostly object.
Why are you looking for such things?
Lin Ran saw no need to hide the truth. One of my team members is on the verge of breaking through with her ghost spirit, but the spirit itself has informed her that a ghost candle is required as a material. Hearing this, Hong Long understood.
I see. Some unique ghost spirits do require specific ghostly items for their breakthroughs.
Perhaps we could try using the ghost spirit to locate that item. After all, ghost spirits possess far stronger perception than humans when it comes to what they need, especially ghostly objects.
Lin Ran suddenly understood. How had he not thought of this before? Ghost spirits, ghostly objects. Wouldn't it be far simpler to ask a ghost spirit than to search for it himself?
With that realization, he immediately thanked Hong Long and returned to his temporary lodgings. There, Su Xier and the others were waiting.
Seeing Lin Ran return, they immediately asked, "How did it go?" "I've found a way."
Lin Ran looked at Su Xier. "Summon your ghost spirit and ask if it can sense the presence of the ghost candle." Though puzzled, Su Xier complied. As the multicolored phoenix bird appeared, the cat within Lin Ran's body began to meow.
"Little Phoenix, do you know where the ghost candles are?"
This time, the multicolored phoenix nodded, tilting its beak skyward and emitting a clear, resonant chirp.
A notification popped up in Lin Ran's mind. Quest: help the rainbow phoenix bird locate the ghost candle. Reward: ghost experience plus 100, points plus 50. Chapter 17, First Encounter with a B-rank ghost, Ghostly Candle Flame. Lin Ran was utterly astonished. The system had actually issued a quest that wasn't directly related to him. The task to help the rainbow phoenix bird find the ghost candle offered exceptionally generous rewards. 100 ghost experience and 50 system points. This was the most generous reward he had ever seen. But that wasn't all. With the system quest appearing, a quest coordinate also came into view. Entering it into his communicator, he quickly pinpointed the location. It pointed to a jungle about 30 kilometers south of the southern part of Conservation Zone 13. Just then, the multicolored phoenix bird spontaneously flew outward. Su Xier was astonished. "It seems to be telling us to follow it." Lin Ran nodded. "No more hesitation. Let's go." The trio immediately departed their temporary shelter, driving their vehicle to follow the multicolored phoenix bird's flight path. Before long, they left the fortress behind and drove south, soon entering a dense jungle. This area fell outside the jurisdiction of any stronghold, serving as a gathering place for ghosts and monsters. Bones stood scattered everywhere around them. A chilling aura of ghostly energy permeated the air. Towering trees blocked the blazing sun, leaving only a dim, gloomy light. Entering the jungle felt like stepping into another world. In stark contrast to the bright sunlight outside, a chill crept over them. All three were first-timers in such a place, and they couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. Cat, however, being a supernatural being, sensed the abundant ghostly energy around them and became so excited that it leapt out of Lin Ran's body. It bounded joyfully about the car. The multicolored phoenix bird flew at an astonishing speed. Even with the car's accelerator pressed to the floor, it was difficult to keep up. Along the forest path, ghosts and spirits kept appearing on both sides. But they managed to shake them all off. Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief. These ghosts couldn't catch up to their car, so they were relatively safe. Earlier, he had glanced at the ghosts, most were E rank or D rank, with a few even reaching C rank. Indeed, the spirits outside the city were incomparable to those within the conservation area. The gap between them was simply too vast. The car traveled for less than half an hour before reaching the vicinity of the coordinates. However, the coordinates were deep within a forest, densely packed with trees and completely devoid of any roads suitable for vehicles. With no other choice, they had to park the car temporarily by the roadside. "Kitty, can you sense any ghostly energy around us?" "Meow meow." Meow meow responded, her emerald eyes beginning to sparkle with an unusual brilliance. After scanning the area, Cat suddenly leaped up, every hair on its body standing on end. "Meow! Meow!" A series of sharp, piercing meows echoed. It seemed to have detected a powerful presence, one that instilled genuine fear within it. Lin Ran's heart sank, and he immediately activated his insightful gaze. Yet, he saw nothing. After all, this skill was shared by the cat, and its effectiveness couldn't compare to that of its original owner. Just then, the multicolored phoenix bird flew straight into the forest. Su Xier felt a bit troubled. They had all witnessed Cat's earlier behavior. There must be some powerful supernatural creature lurking in the woods. If they pursued it, they might well find themselves in grave danger. Lin Ran clenched his teeth. "You and Li Su stay here. If danger arises, drive away immediately. I'll go get the ghost candles for you." Su Xier shook her head urgently, grabbing hold of him. "No. I can't let you risk this alone. No. You're dangerous to me." Meow Meow is currently a D rank. Even against a C rank spirit, she can hold her own. But you? With the Rainbow Phoenix's status unknown, you'd only have yourself to rely on. Going in with me would just make you a liability. Stay here quietly. I'll be back soon.
Hearing this, Susier could only grit her teeth and say no more. Lin Ran's words were hurtful, but every sentence was the truth. She knew full well her abilities couldn't compare to Lin Ran's. Helplessly, 1,000 words condensed into one. Captain, be careful. After bidding farewell to the two, Lin Ran entered the forest.
Deep within, the ghostly aura grew increasingly dense.
The moment he stepped inside, a chill ran down his spine. Lin Ran felt as though countless pairs of eyes were watching him from the shadows. On his shoulder, Cat emitted a low, hoarse growl, as if to intimidate the surrounding spirits. The multicolored phoenix bird's pace seemed to gradually slow, drawing ever closer to the coordinates of their destination. Finally, Lin Ran spotted a cave not far ahead.
Even before entering, he could sense the thick ghostly aura emanating from within.
Turning his head, he saw that Cat's ghostly domain had already spread out. It was precisely because of its ghostly domain that the spirits lurking in the shadows dared not show themselves. The multicolored phoenix bird gazed at the pitch-black cavern, circling persistently at the entrance.
Yet it dared not enter, held back by the ghostly aura within.
Looks like this is the place.
But what lies hidden within?
If there are ghosts of C rank or higher, this journey could be deadly.
Lin Ran hesitated.
The system's mission rewards were undeniably tempting, but whether he'd live to claim them was the real question. After a moment's thought, he decided to take the gamble. Since the system had just released this mission, it meant the system was confident he had the strength to complete it. For instance, previous missions, though seemingly daunting, had all been successfully navigated. He chose to trust the system. In an instant, Lin Ran quickened his pace and plunged into the pitch-black cavern. Sunlight vanished completely, leaving only endless darkness. Fortunately, the multicolored phoenix bird followed him in, igniting crimson flames across its body to illuminate the cavern for Lin Ran. Just then, Cat leaped off Lin Ran's back and let out a series of sharp, piercing cries toward the depths of the cave. Lin Ran realized then that its ghostly aura had grown stronger. In response to the cat's cries, a streak of green flame shot out from the depths. Instantly, the surrounding space shifted. Countless indigo flames swirled around them, enveloping nearly the entire cavern.
A terrifying ghostly aura filled the entire cavern. This is the ghost realm. At least a C-rank specter.
Lin Ran hurriedly checked the system. What he saw sent a chill down his spine.
Nether fire. Ghost level, C. Special ability, clone. However, these were merely the small flames surrounding it. As for the very first flame that appeared, its level was a staggering B rank. Nether candle flame. Ghost level, B. Special skill, Nether fire domain. Nether fire domain, a unique domain skill. When the ghost domain unfolds, ghostly fire spirits continuously appear within its range. And they're all C rank. Lin Ran swallowed hard, his face turning pale. Countless ghostly flames began surging toward him. Arg! Meow Meow immediately activated its shape-shifting skill. With a fierce roar, it transformed into a heretical skeleton man. System, your ghostly cat has used its shape-shifting skill, transforming into a heretical skeleton man. As Meow Meow's level surpasses that of the heretic skeleton man, the transformed spirit's level has increased. This meant the heretical skeleton cat had become was now a formidable C-rank entity. With a single punch, crimson flames slammed into the netherfire rushing toward Lin Ran. The collision sent the netherfire flying backward. It landed on the ground with a soft thud. Yet the system offered no kill notification, meaning the ghostly flame remained alive. Chapter 18 Evolution of the Rainbow Phoenix Bird, B-rank Transcendent Ghost Spirit. Meow Meow continued attacking the netherfire as it lunged forward. But it couldn't withstand their sheer numbers. Dozens of ghost flames quickly surrounded Cat. The blue flame struck its towering form, leaving scorched marks. The cat let out a wretched cry of pain. Lin Ran was frantic with worry, relentlessly attacking the ghostly flames with his skeletal blade. Yet his attacks proved utterly ineffective against these C-rank specters. I need to think of a way, or Meow Meow will be killed by these ghosts. He immediately activated Insight's Eye to examine the netherfire. Yet he could find no weaknesses whatsoever. Formed entirely from ghostly flames, they possessed no weaknesses. Was there truly no way? Lin Ran's eyes, filled with reluctance, turned toward the nether candle flame. Ghost candles, nether candles. Could there be some connection between the two? System, can you provide more detailed information about the nether candle? System, can exchange for skill upgrade items. Upgrade the Insightful Eye skill. Without hesitation, he opened the shop and searched for skill upgrades. Soon, he spotted the so-called skill upgrade item. The thumbnail showed an item resembling a sheet of paper. Not only that, but they were categorized into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and master tiers. Even the basic skill upgrade cost a whopping 20 points. Glancing at his remaining points 27 points he redeemed it immediately. Consume 20 points to obtain a basic skill upgrade. Please select the skill you wish to upgrade. Bone Blade, upgrades to Judgment Blade. Insightful Gaze, upgrades to Demon's Eye. Select Insightful Eye. Insightful Eye upgraded, acquiring skill, Demon Eye. Due to skill sharing, your contracted ghost cat now possesses the shared skill, Demon Eyes. Lin Ran closed the interface and looked back at the nether candle.
To his astonishment, deep within its massive flame, he discovered a single blue candle.
Ghostly Candle Flame. Specter Tier B. Special Ability, Netherfire Domain. Special Notes, Core Entity is a ghost candle.
Seeing this, Lin Ran lost his composure. He had guessed correctly.
The ghostly candle flame was indeed a ghost candle. He had long heard that certain unique ghostly entities could manifest as specters.
And this netherworld candle flame was precisely the manifestation of a ghost candle. Looking at the other netherworld fires, each also bore a special explanatory note.
Underworld Flame. Ghost Rank C. Special Ability, Clone.
Special note, formed from ghost candle flames. When the ghost candle is extinguished, the netherfire vanishes.
Meow, can you figure out a way to attack the nether candle flames?
The nether candle fire is the source of power for these flames. Destroying it would mean these ghostly fires lose their energy supply. That way, Meow could focus solely on the remaining grade B ghost in the arena.
At that moment, the multicolored phoenix bird charged forward.
Bathed entirely in crimson flames, it plunged directly into the massive azure inferno.
In the next instant, a wave of scorching heat surged forth. Immediately after, a tremendous force hurled Lin Ran backward. The ghostly flames still battling Cat nearby were instantly obliterated.
The system continuously popped up notifications.
Meow Meow defeated a C-rank ghost, gaining plus 20 ghost experience and plus 2 system points. Meow Meow defeated a C-rank ghost, gaining plus 20 ghost EXP and plus 2 system points.
Lin Ran was dumbfounded.
What was going on?
17 consecutive notifications popped up, followed by another system prompt. Your monster cat has met the level up requirements. You may spend 50 points to level up.
What's going on?
Looking back at the ghostly candle flame, it was now gradually shrinking.
Finally, it transformed into a single burning blue torch.
Strangely, however, the multicolored phoenix bird did not appear. The cat had also returned to its original state, its fur singed black, tears glistening in its large, sorrowful eyes.
Lin Ran's heart ached. He quickly exchanged for the ghost healing pill to treat its injuries. Only when the pill took effect did its fur begin to relax.
This time, however, the system did not prompt an increase in compatibility.
He didn't mind, instead asking the cat about its injuries. Feeling better? I'm sorry about this time. I'll never let you take risks again. The cat sounded utterly aggrieved, letting out a plaintive meow. Meow meow.
Lin Ran had no choice but to pick it up, soothing it as he walked toward the green torch. Upon closer inspection, the torch's information appeared before his eyes.
Ghost candle incubating a ghost spirit.
Special ghostly object, originally an ordinary ghost candle, it entered a gestation phase after a unique ghost spirit entered it, absorbing the candle's energy.
Lin Ran suddenly understood. It must be that the multicolored phoenix bird had entered, absorbing its energy, transforming it into this state. The reason the multicolored phoenix bird was now invisible was that it had entered the ghost candle's interior. Upon closer inspection, a shadow flickered within the dancing flames. That shadow was none other than the multicolored phoenix bird. Lin Ran felt more and more certain that the multicolored phoenix bird's origins were no simple matter. Certain innate ghost spirits are passed down through bloodlines. For instance, Lin Ran's father possessed a ghost spirit of C rank, or even B rank and above. From the moment of his birth, a fragment of that powerful spirit's energy resided within him. This energy would grow within him, eventually evolving into a complete spirit. Thus, before his awakening day, everyone from his mentor to school administrators and classmates aware of his background treated him with exceptional favor. After all, with such powerful parents, their offspring's ghost spirit couldn't be weak. Unfortunately, on the day of his awakening, the process failed. His yang energy proved too potent, obliterating the ghost spirit before it could awaken. From that moment on, he plummeted to rock bottom and was forced to leave the academy. Now, Lin Ran recalled the detached villa belonging to Su Xi'er's family. In the conservation zone, where land was so scarce, detached villas were only accessible to those with special status and influence. Her background was far from as simple as it appeared on the surface. This multicolored phoenix bird was highly likely a powerful ghost spirit inherited through her bloodline. It seems I must find an opportunity to investigate the multicolored phoenix bird's origins. Lin Ran murmured to herself when suddenly, a system prompt appeared. Congratulations, host, on completing the task, assisting the rainbow phoenix bird in obtaining the ghost candle. Mission reward, ghost experience plus 100, system points plus 50 issued. Success! The ghost candle before him burned out completely. Within the flames, the rainbow phoenix bird's form rapidly expanded. Suddenly, it transformed into a massive bird nearly a meter long. Meow Meow let out a startled shriek. Rainbow Phoenix. Ghost Tier B. Special abilities, Phoenix Fire Domain, Rainbow Ghost Flame. Special notes, the rainbow phoenix bird, possessing transcendent bloodlines, has now begun to awaken, revealing a fraction of its formidable power. Lin Ran was utterly stunned. The rainbow phoenix bird had directly ascended to B rank. It had skipped both D and C ranks entirely. What on earth is the origin of this rainbow phoenix bird? Cheap cheap. Just as Lin Ran was puzzled, the multicolored phoenix bird landed before him and rubbed against his leg, as if expressing its gratitude. Then, it plucked one of its own feathers with its beak. Rainbow feather. Special ghostly object can be given to ghosts for absorption, granting them a portion of the rainbow phoenix bird's power. Chapter 19, Phoenix Bird's Gift, Full Affinity, Cat Evolution. Lin Ran accepted the gift without hesitation. After thanking the rainbow phoenix bird, he placed the multicolored feather before his cat. Meow meow. The cat was overjoyed, leaping down to rub against the rainbow phoenix bird. Ghosts naturally don't express emotions through speech, they can't talk. Thus, physical gestures became their sole means of conveying emotion. Before long, the cat swallowed the feather whole, seemingly unconcerned about choking. Immediately afterward, a system notification popped up. Your contracted spirit cat has devoured the multicolored feather, gaining a portion of the multicolored phoenix bird's power. Your contracted spirit cat has acquired the skill, Phoenix Bird's Fire Domain. Due to the spirit's unique nature, the Phoenix Fire Domain skill automatically evolves into Ghostly Fire Domain. Your ghost cat's affinity with you plus 20. Affinity exceeds 80%, granting shared demonic power and enhanced constitution. Lin Ran was pleasantly surprised time and again. She never imagined this outing would yield such rich rewards. Not only had the rainbow phoenix bird advanced to B rank, but Cat had also acquired a more powerful domain skill. Moreover, he had snagged a bargain, gaining an affinity boost that enhanced his physical constitution. While not as potent as certain combat skills, it was nonetheless a crucial enhancement. With the Spirit Exorcist's own physical constitution strengthened, the power unleashed when using shared skills would be even greater. Previously, he could slay E-rank specters using the Bone Blade. Now, with a 100% boost, he might be able to slay D-rank spirits with the Bone Blade skill. This meant he could now hold his own against D-rank ghosts when encountering them. The thought brought a smile to his lips. Suppressing his joy, he glanced at the system panel. The points section displayed a remaining balance of 91 points. If not now, then when? System, increase compatibility points. 19 points deducted, and his affinity shot up from 81 to 100. Your affinity with Ghost Cat has reached 100%. Completed the 100% affinity achievement. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the achievement reward, Blank Ghost Contract. Due to high affinity, you now share all Ghost Cat skills. Congratulations on acquiring the skills, Shapeshifting, Devour, Ghostly Fire Domain. Due to human physiology, the shape-shifting skill is automatically modified to Stealth. The Devour skill has been automatically modified to Spirit Energy Absorption. The Ghostly Fire Domain skill has been automatically modified to Spirit Binding Domain. Lin Ran was overjoyed to gain 3 skills at once. Now, even without Cat by her side, she could hold her own against ghosts and monsters. He hurriedly tried using the skills. Stealth skill. As he activated the Stealth skill, several streams of ghostly energy surged from within him, enveloping his entire body. In an instant, his figure vanished into thin air, as if he had become invisible. The ghostly energy had completely concealed his form. Not bad. With this skill, it's like having the power of invisibility. Lin Ran rejoiced inwardly and continued to activate the Ghost Chi Absorption skill. As he activated the skill, he discovered streams of ghostly energy drawing toward him from all around. These ghostly energies seemed to become his possessions. With a single thought, the ghostly energy flowed directly into his body. The system promptly displayed a notification. Absorbed ghost energy. Host's constitution enhanced by 1%. Holy crap! Lin Ran was stunned. Doesn't this make me just like those legendary cultivators? Except they cultivate immortality by absorbing spiritual energy, while I absorb ghostly energy. What an incredible skill! He suppressed his astonishment and proceeded to test the third skill. Spirit Suppression Domain. As the skill unfolded, a peculiar energy surged from within him. Instantly, the entire cave was enveloped in an eerie glow. Under this glow, he discovered that the ghostly energy here was visibly fading at a rapid pace. The multicolored phoenix bird was so startled it let out a series of sharp cries. Through his ghost god eyes, Lin Ran observed the multicolored phoenix bird's aura steadily weakening. It quickly dropped from a B-rank ghost spirit to a C-rank ghost spirit. He hastily withdrew his skill. Only then did the multicolored phoenix bird's rank recover to B grade. It seems this is a special domain targeting ghosts. All ghosts within this domain have their levels forcibly lowered by 1 rank. Not even a B-rank spirit can escape it. Lin Ran's eyes flashed with insight as he pondered the remaining 72 points. Meow Meow now met the requirements for leveling up, needing only 50 points. Choosing to level up would undoubtedly grant new skill rewards, offering significant personal benefits. But beyond that, another option existed. That was the skill upgrade items available in the system shop. His points could be exchanged for 3 basic items, potentially allowing him to upgrade all 3 skills. Especially Spirit Suppression Domain, upgrading it might grant the ability to forcibly suppress ghosts by 2 levels. Meanwhile, Ghost Chi Absorption would further enhance his combat prowess. After all, contracted ghosts were external entities. Only by enhancing his own strength could he achieve true power. Thus, Lin Ran felt conflicted. After pondering for a moment, he opted for a compromise. System, upgrade Cat. 50 points deducted. Your contracted spirit Cat has advanced to C rank. Your ghost cat has awakened the skill, Phantom Demon Strike. You have acquired the shared skill, Phantom Demon Strike. Due to human physiology, Phantom Demon Strike automatically modified to Phantom Spirit Fist. Just as expected. After leveling up, the cat indeed gained a new skill. Phantom Demon Strike. It looked unremarkable, but Lin Ran had no doubt about its power. Without hesitation, he immediately tested his shared skill, Phantom Spirit Fist. Lin Ran punched the empty air ahead, ghostly energy surging with his strike. Where it passed, a ghostly apparition materialized. The phantom shot forward, crashing into the cave wall with a thunderous boom and leaving a gaping hole in its wake. No wonder it's a skill that only awakens after reaching C rank. Even shared with me, it's this formidable. If Meow Meow used it, wouldn't the damage be even greater? 22 points remaining. System, exchange for a basic skill upgrade item. As the points were deducted, the skill upgrade item appeared. Used immediately. Upgrade the spirit sealing domain skill level. However, this time the system displayed a prompt. The spirit sealing domain skill is currently at advanced level. Basic skill upgrade items cannot enhance it. To increase the skill level, please use advanced skill upgrade items. Lin Ran was speechless. So these skills had levels after all. He simply hadn't noticed before. Basic skills could be upgraded using basic skill upgrade items. Advanced skills, however, could only be upgraded using advanced skill upgrade items. Reluctantly, he scanned his skills. Only one was basic, the bone-splitting blade. He used the item to upgrade it directly. Bone-splitting blade skill upgraded to Judgment Blade. Just as Lin Ran was about to test the skill, the multicolored phoenix bird let out a shrill cry. Without another glance at Lin Ran, it flew straight out. Judging by its behavior, it seemed extremely anxious. What's going on? Suddenly, a dreadful thought struck him. Su Xier was in danger. He hurriedly activated his communicator. Xier, Li Su, how are you? On the other end, Su Xier's voice was urgent. Its bad SSS-class ghost is heading straight for us. Captain, how's the situation on your end? Even in this moment, Su Xier still couldn't help but worry about Lin Ran. This touched him deeply, and he felt a pang of guilt. We shouldn't be dawdling here for so long. I'm fine. You can drive ahead to a safer area. We'll catch up soon. With that, he cut the communication and sprinted after them at top speed. Chapter 20, the B-class ghost spirit shows its might, Su Xier's arrogance. The multicolored phoenix bird flew at an incredible speed. Even Lin Ran, whose physique had now increased several-fold, struggled to keep up. Before long, it vanished completely from sight. Meanwhile, at the forest's edge, ghosts and monsters kept bursting out of the woods around Su Xier and her companion. These spirits were all of considerable rank, with even the weakest being D-grade entities. Among them were several C-rank ghosts mixed in. Not only that, but these spirits had formed a tight encirclement, completely surrounding the pair. Li Su turned deathly pale. Looks like today's our last day. Xier, get in the car and drive out. I'll hold them off for you. Su Xier shook her head, her expression resolute as she drew her weapon and energy rifle. I won't abandon you and leave alone. You fool! Your ghost spirit just upgraded. If you die now, won't that waste the captain's efforts? Li Su snapped, shoving her toward the car as he summoned his ghost spirit to confront the horde. At that very moment, an even more powerful ghostly aura surged toward them from nearby. Its speed was blindingly fast. The surrounding ghosts and monsters simultaneously sensed the aura, all turning their heads to look. A streak of 7-colored light tore through the air, reaching Su Xier in an instant. When they recognized the arrival, both froze. Little Phoenix? The multicolored phoenix bird let out a clear cry, then unleashed a powerful ghostly domain. Ghostly energy spread, instantly enveloping an area dozens of meters wide. Within this ghostly domain, flames began to materialize out of thin air. The multicolored flames resembled ghostly fires, appearing and vanishing without a trace, their origin unknown to all. Under the overwhelming pressure of this B-rank spirit's formidable domain, surrounding spirits retreated in panic, their hollow eyes filled with terror. Su Xier gasped in shock. Little Phoenix, you've evolved to C-rank? A ghostly domain was typically only possessed by C-rank ghosts. I never imagined this upgrade would skip straight to C-rank. Yet even a C-rank ghost spirit stood little chance against multiple ghosts of equal rank. Li Su suddenly realized, your ghost spirit isn't class C at all, it's class B, or even higher. He noticed the ghost's reactions. That constant retreating motion wasn't the reaction they'd show to a ghost spirit of the same rank. At the very least, it was a B-rank ghost spirit and entity surpassing them by an entire rank. What? Su Xier was utterly astonished. At that very moment, the multicolored phoenix bird moved. A breathtaking burst of multicolored light erupted in an instant, violently colliding with a C-rank ghost and tearing it apart. But that wasn't enough. With blinding speed, it swiftly changed direction, locking onto another C-rank specter. Another precise strike, smashing it to pieces.
In mere moments, only fleeing monsters remained on the battlefield. Under the multicolored phoenix bird's overwhelming combat prowess, even C-rank monsters stood no chance.
Its strength had likely already surpassed that of most B-rank monsters. Meanwhile,
Lin Ran was also rushing outward at top speed. Meow Meow obediently released the ghost domain. Under its suppression, no ghosts dared to approach and cause trouble along the way.
Though this meant losing much of the ghost's sustenance, it allowed Lin Ran to accelerate his pace.
This was the effect of 100% compatibility. Even without the Spirit Exorcist's command, it would proactively assist its master.
By the time Lin Ran arrived, the ghosts here had been completely eradicated.
The multicolored phoenix bird stood obediently on the ground.
Su Xier crouched down, gently stroking its feathers. Beside them, Li Su wore an expression of envy. Su Xier's ghost spirit had already ascended to B rank, while his own ghost spirit remained stuck at E rank.
As for Lin Ran's ghost, there was no need to elaborate. Its power was absurdly strong. The multicolored phoenix bird's recent level up was undoubtedly tied to him. It seemed like he was the only useless one left in the entire team now. This thought made Li Su feel even more resentful. Envy nearly brought tears to his eyes. Lin Ran glanced at the mess scattered across the ground, then looked at the rainbow phoenix bird. Instantly, he pieced together everything that had transpired earlier.
Looks like I came here for nothing.
The two immediately turned their heads, their excitement palpable.
Captain, we're so relieved you're okay. Lin Ran smiled and nodded. How could I be hurt? But what about you two? Are you both okay?
Su Xier shook her head, looking at the multicolored phoenix bird.
Thanks to Little Phoenix arriving just in time to eliminate these monsters. Captain, Little Phoenix has become so powerful now.
Of course.
Lin Ran affirmed.
AB rank ghost spirit?
Of course it's powerful.
Hearing this, both of them stiffened.
B rank, indeed. Who would have thought a single upgrade would leapfrog 3 tiers, directly reaching B rank? Li Su grew even more envious, pouting bitterly, why can't my ghost spirit level up yet?
At his feet, the bone spirit hound let out a pitiful bark, then licked his finger as if to comfort him.
There will be a chance. Don't worry.
Lin Ran smiled reassuringly.
Let's head back to the fortress.
This place is too dangerous, especially since Li Su's ghost spirit hasn't upgraded yet. Next, we need to figure out how to help Li Su raise his ghost spirit's level. This is the top priority. Having taken command of this team from Lu Ling, he naturally didn't want anyone to fall behind. Hearing his words, Li Su was deeply moved, his eyes brimming with tears.
Captain! Stop dawdling. Let's go, you drive. Got it.
The three drove back to the stronghold. Along the way, Su Xier kept teasing the multicolored phoenix bird, utterly delighted with its upgraded form. Meow Meow hadn't returned to Lin Ran's body either, instead perched on his shoulder, licking his face incessantly.
Suddenly, Li Su asked, Captain, how high is your ghost compatibility? Why is it so attached to you?
Although there had been many cases of contracted ghosts before, the compatibility level of contracted spirits was never particularly high.
Especially those contracted later on. Those spirits would only emerge to aid in battle when summoned by the spirit exorcist. Otherwise, they generally avoided human contact. But with Lin Ran, this ghost seemed exceptionally clingy. It constantly perched on his shoulder, occasionally shooting out its pink little tongue to lick him. This level of attachment was unheard of among most naturally contracted spirits. Facing Li Su's inquiry, Lin Ran made no secret of it, full value. What?
Even Su Xier, who was playing with the multicolored phoenix bird in the back row, was startled.
Full compatibility. That can't be possible. Full compatibility with a ghost spirit makes sense, but full compatibility with a ghost? Lin Ran nodded. It's indeed 100% compatibility.
Both of them flushed crimson, staring at him as if he were a monster, too stunned to speak. They arrived at Fort South 37. After a brief rest, evening had fallen. Su Xier suddenly approached Lin Ran and said, Captain, I need your help with something.
Lin Ran paused. Go ahead.
She summoned her ghost spirit, a smile playing on her lips. I want to test Xiao Huang's strength, so
you want me to be your sparring partner, right?
Lin Ran guessed her intentions and sighed helplessly.
Let's go outside.
There's a square here that'll be perfect for your trial.
Su Xier smiled faintly, hee, thanks, Captain. Chapter 21, Battling the Rainbow Phoenix Bird Flesh Overcomes B Rank. South 37th Fortress, Central Plaza. As Su Xier and Lin Ran arrived, the ghost spirit released, drawing the attention of many spirit summoners nearby. Hong Long happened to be among them. He glanced at Su Xier's ghost spirit and was instantly taken aback. Oh, this girl's ghost spirit has actually reached B rank. Hearing this, several exorcists traveling alongside him paled in shock. That's strong. Look at that girl, barely 20 years old, and she's a B rank ghost spirit holder. What an impressive young lady. Compared to these youngsters, we old-timers might as well retire. Hong Long gave a wry smile, though he wasn't particularly shocked by this. What truly astonished him wasn't the B-rank ghost spirit itself, but the astonishing speed at which it had advanced. In a single day, the rainbow phoenix bird had ascended from E rank to B rank. Such a rapid advancement was unheard of, even to him. But he kept this observation to himself. As a seasoned spirit exorcist, he knew full well that beyond the protected zone, threats came not only from ghosts and spirits. Another danger lurked: the threat posed by other spirit exorcists. Those exorcists, once their innate ghost spirit reached a certain strength, would attempt to contract a second spirit. But spirits are notoriously violent, making the process of binding them highly risky. Thus, they turn their sights toward stronger ghost spirits. After hunting down spirit exorcists, they employ special methods to contract their spirits. Though strictly prohibited by the Blue Star Federation, some still choose to break the law. To protect Sierre, he had no intention of revealing this information. "Captain, why aren't you summoning your spirit?" Sierre looked puzzled, seeing Lin Ran make no move, and asked curiously. Lin Ran responded with a confident smile, "I don't need to summon mine. Go ahead, don't worry. Your spirit won't hurt me." At these words, everyone's expressions shifted. What? That's a B-rank ghost spirit. He actually claims it can't hurt him? How is that possible? How powerful must he be to make such a claim? What's his background? Even Sierre couldn't believe it. "Captain, are you sure you're not joking? Xiao Huang is a B-rank ghost spirit now. How could she not hurt you?" Seeing her disbelief, Lin Ran wasted no time and activated his domain. The instant the spirit sealing domain activated, every ghost spirit present let out piercing screams. The multicolored phoenix flapped its wings, desperate to escape. The suppression of the domain made it feel uncomfortable. It desperately sought to escape this domain. What kind of power is this? I feel nothing myself, yet my ghosts are crying out in terror. Who exactly is this youth? How does he possess such bizarre power? The crowd stared intently at Lin Ran, utterly bewildered. Sierre was stunned. She never imagined her B-grade ghost spirit would be so terrified it wanted to flee. And to be terrified of a human being. The moment lasted only briefly. Lin Ran withdrew his domain and asked with a smile. "Can we begin now?" Sierre could only nod. "Captain, be careful." Receiving her command, the multicolored phoenix bird, seeing the domain vanish, instantly transformed into a streak of iridescent light and lunged toward Lin Ran. Its speed was blindingly fast. Yet even at such a pace, under the gaze of the ghost god eye, Lin Ran easily discerned its trajectory. He showed no mercy, gathering ghostly energy into his fist. Phantom Spirit Fist. The fist erupted, the ghostly energy transforming into a visible afterimage that slammed into the multicolored phoenix bird. The collision produced a deafening roar. Without giving Lin Ran a moment to catch his breath, the multicolored phoenix bird attacked again, accompanied by a shrill cry from its beak as the ghost realm unfolded. Flames flared, sparks dancing in the air. Yet this ghost realm posed no real threat to Lin Ran. After all, the ghost realm subdued spirits, not spirit exorcists. Blade of Judgment. Lin Ran channeled ghostly energy, and a ghostly blade materialized in his palm. With a single strike against the multicolored phoenix bird, the creature let out a piercing scream. Enraged, it unleashed its ultimate technique. Boom! Flames erupted violently. Multicolored ghost flames instantly engulfed the entire body of the multicolored phoenix bird. In the next instant, the phoenix flapped its wings, and the multicolored ghost flames transformed into a sharp arrow, shooting forth. Lin Ran was startled. This couldn't be met head-on. He activated his stealth skill. His figure vanished instantly. The ghostly flames, losing their target, crashed into the ground, leaving a massive crater. Everyone was dumbfounded. Where is he? Gone? Is that an invisibility skill? Hong Long watched the scene unfold, his heart pounding with shock. What a formidable youngster. What exactly is his ghost spirit? With 3 or 4 shared skills, how high must his affinity be? Unimaginable. Everyone present was stunned. For an ordinary spirit exorcist, obtaining even 1 shared skill is extremely difficult. As for 3 or 4 shared skills? Utterly impossible. Yet Lin ran from his initial domain, to that subsequent punch, to the bone blade forged from ghostly energy. And now, to top it all off, he's pulled off a stealth skill. What on earth was his background? When did such a monster appear in Fort South 37? Everyone was baffled. Sierre began searching as well. The multicolored phoenix bird hovered motionless in midair. At this moment, it was the most terrified of all. After all, Lin Ran had vanished right within its ghostly domain. To vanish without a trace on its own turf, undetected, such a thing had never happened before. Seeing the multicolored phoenix bird searching too, the spirit summoners instantly understood. Even the ghost spirits can't locate him. What kind of concealment skill is this? How could it be so powerful? Vanishing within a ghost spirit's domain while evading its detection? This skill isn't anything like the stealth techniques recorded in the texts. Just then, Lin Ran suddenly materialized behind the multicolored phoenix bird. His large hands seized its foot, yanking it straight down. Gripping its neck, he feigned anger. "Dare to move, and I'll wring your neck." The multicolored phoenix bird turned pale with terror. In the next instant, ghostly flames flared around it. Startled, Lin Ran released its grip. But instead of continuing its attack, the now unrestrained bird flew back to Susier's side, looking utterly dejected. The crisp bird's song carried a hint of grievance, and tears could even be seen glistening in its golden eyes. Its ghostly realm vanished in that instant. To everyone's surprise, Lin Ran emerged victorious in this battle. Though it was merely a sparring match, the rainbow phoenix bird had still given its all. It even unleashed its ultimate technique. Yet despite that, it was still defeated by Lin Ran. Is this guy even human? Boss Hong, do you know their background? Hong Long nodded, fixing his gaze on Lin Ran. Lin Ran, the captain of the D-rank squad sent by the Night Watch as reinforcements. The people beside him looked astonished at D-rank squad? The Night Watch must be out of their minds. A monster like this, left in the city as the captain of a D-rank squad? Hong Long shook his head. I don't know. But when I received them today, his contracted ghost spirit was indeed D-rank. Maybe it's just that his abilities are unusual, and his ghost spirit is actually just a regular D-rank. He tried to reassure himself. Truth be told, even he didn't believe his own words. Ordinary D-rank ghost spirits wouldn't grant a spirit exorcist such formidable power. The techniques he used clearly originated from his contracted ghost spirit. Humans cannot manipulate ghost energy. Unless he was a ghost himself. But clearly, he was not. After a moment of silence, Hong Long suppressed his shock and stepped forward with a smile. Captain Lin truly possesses formidable strength. Such a prodigious young talent is indeed a blessing for our 13th Conservation District. I wonder if you two have any other commitments now? If you have time, I'd like to treat you to dinner and fulfill my duties as your host. Chapter 22, A New Mission Guarding the Southern Mines. Facing Hong Long's invitation, Susier offered no response, merely turning her gaze toward Lin Ran. Senior Hong, you flatter us. We've come here and will rely heavily on your guidance. If anyone should be hosting, it should be us. Senior, you lead the way, I'll cover the bill. Having lived 2 lifetimes, especially in his previous life, Lin Ran had encountered countless types of people and learned many principles of human interaction. Receiving Lin Ran's response, Hong Long was overjoyed. After all, their willingness to share a meal offered him a chance to build rapport. He was eager to secure the allegiance of this monster exorcist who could defeat B-rank ghosts without summoning spirits. Hong Long made no secret of his intent to win him over. Yet none of the others showed the slightest displeasure. After all, with the current fort commander leading a support mission to Conservation Zone 14, it made perfect sense for Hong Long, as the temporary leader, to cultivate new allies. Follow me. Our fort may be modest, but we do have decent dining options. Under Hong Long's guidance, the group including Li Su arrived at a modest eatery. Despite the apocalypse, the place bustled with customers. The food, however, was nowhere near as plentiful as it had been before the horror had resurfaced. Sit down, sit down. It may be a bit rough around the edges, but the food here is absolutely top-notch. Soon, the dishes were served, and after 3 rounds of eating, bolstered by the alcohol, Hong Long addressed Lin Ran as a brother. Brother Lin Ran, with your abilities, surely you're meant for more than just being a night watchman in the sanctuary? Honestly, you shouldn't stay with that night watch organization. Come join us. Once the fort commander returns, you could easily become a top-tier commander among our spirit exorcists. Lin Ran declined with a smile. Brother Hong, you're joking. With my abilities, I wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between ghosts' teeth. Besides, I've no interest in officialdom. Even if I leave the Night Watch, I'd rather be a free-spirited bounty hunter. Exorcists had many paths to choose. Like Hong Long and others, they were essentially free agents, only staying at the fortress to fend off ghost waves when absolutely necessary. This was the path most spirit exorcists chose, staying within the fortress, taking on occasional missions, and living a life of leisure. The other path, bounty hunter. These exorcists have no fixed base. They roam across major conservation zones, navigating through layers of ghostly blockades to complete more challenging missions. These exorcists are mostly fearless souls, unafraid of ghosts or death itself. They have always walked the edge of death. And then there's another kind. Joining the Spirit Exorcist Federation. Lin Ran knew little about the Spirit Exorcist Federation. He only knew it was an organization composed of top-tier exorcists, with their presence spanning major conservation zones. They possessed formidable strength, serving as the crucial force resisting ghost surges and maintaining the operation of the conservation zones. At Lin Ran's response, Hong Long merely chuckled. Youngsters are like that, they crave challenges. Well then, I happen to have a favor to ask of you both. Of course, the reward will be generous. Lin Ran nodded. Go ahead, Brother Hong. He had long suspected Hong Long would seek his aid, and now his suspicions were confirmed. He didn't mind lending a hand after all. The upgrade of the rainbow phoenix bird was inextricably linked to Hong Long. If not for Hong Long, they might never have thought of the method to let the ghost spirit guide them themselves. Hong Long didn't beat around the bush. Our stronghold has been struggling lately. We lack powerful spirit exorcists, which has halted mining operations. Therefore, I wish to invite you to help guard the mines for me. In return, I can offer you the maximum contribution points I can provide. If you require any other materials, I can find a way to procure them. Numerous mines existed on the outskirts of the conservation zone.
Within these mines, a substance called earth crystals can be extracted. The power supply within and outside the conservation zone, along with the manufacturing of certain energy weapons, relies on earth crystals for energy replenishment. Therefore, mining these resources is a top priority for many strongholds. Now that Conservation Zone 14 faces a ghost tide, neighboring Zone 13 has dispatched numerous powerful exorcists to assist.
With few Grade B exorcists remaining, mining operations have become extremely difficult.
Without the advanced exorcists, dealing with the ghosts obstructing mining has proven exceedingly taxing.
This is especially true for post-mining transportation. The long journey to transport resources to various strongholds often involves encounters with powerful ghosts and monsters along the way. The losses are devastating. Not only did we fail to secure the earth crystals, but many exorcists perished in the process. Alright, I agree.
The moment Lin Ran agreed, the system prompted. Accept mission, guard the southern mines. Reward, 100 ghost experience, 20 system points. The experience was generous, but the points were a bit low. Still, it was an unexpected windfall. I thought helping Honglong would just be repaying a favor and earning some contribution points along the way.
But unexpectedly, the system also issued a quest.
This way, he could claim both Honglong's reward and the system's bonus. Seeing Lin Ran agree so readily, Honglong's face lit up with delight.
Good brother. This cup, I toast to you, brother. Come on, drink up. They drank the night away. The next day,
Lin Ran awoke with a raging hangover, his stomach churning violently, utterly miserable. Just then, Su Xier arrived carrying a bowl of hot noodle soup.
Eat something, Captain.
You've been through so much after all that vomiting. Lin Ran patted his head, beginning to piece together the events of the previous night. But no matter how hard he tried to recall, he couldn't remember what had happened last night. All he could recall was downing glass after glass with Honglong, drinking until he lost count. In the end, he blacked out completely.
The only thing he could recall was the mission. He sat up and asked, "Did I agree to help Honglong guard the mine last night?"
Su Xier nodded, rolling her eyes at him in exasperation.
"Yes, you did."
A hint of displeasure flashed across her stunning face. "Captain, you're still too young.
A few drinks and you let yourself get tricked. What about helping Li Su find a way to upgrade his ghost spirit level? You haven't remembered a single thing."
Lin Ran felt extremely awkward.
"It's fine. We can guard the mine while figuring out a solution for him."
After all, the earth crystals in the mine can benefit certain ghost spirits too.
Su Xier glared at him. "Excuses. Ordinary ghost spirits don't feed on earth crystals." "Ha ha."
Lin Ran chuckled awkwardly, but inwardly thought, even if they don't consume earth crystals, I have a plan. Completing Honglong's quest grants points, and will definitely slay plenty of ghosts in the mines. With the points earned then, I might find a way to level up in the system shop.
Soon. After packing everything, Honglong arrived and personally led them out of Fort South 37.
Heading south, they soon reached the location of the mines. Nestled amidst a range of mountains. The eerie aura was no less intense than in the forest they had just left. Wandering ghosts and monsters were visible everywhere along the route, yet none managed to catch up to the vehicle. After all, these were low-level spirits, not particularly swift. Gazing at the mine shaft ahead and the workers laboring inside and outside it, Honglong sighed deeply.
"We've lost quite a few workers during this period. We've also lost over 20 exorcists. This is a huge blow to us. Brother Lin Ran, we'll leave you here."
No sooner had he spoken than a voice called out from nearby.
"Bad news, Boss Hong.
Over 100 ghosts are charging this way from the distance."
Chapter 23, Domain Fusion, Sealing the Ghost Realm. What? Honglong's face paled. Over 100 ghosts?
The spirit exorcist who delivered the report nodded, his face filled with dread.
"It's confirmed, Boss Hong.
At least 10 of them are C-rank ghosts."
"Damn it." Honglong gritted his teeth. Could these ghosts have sensed our men had left?
Lin Ran, however, remained far more composed.
He asked, "How many B-class ghosts?" The spirit exorcist dared not conceal the truth. Three. That's the preliminary estimate. The distance is too great to confirm. But it definitely won't be fewer than that. Lin Ran pondered. With his current strength, he could easily handle one alone.
The rainbow phoenix bird could handle one, and the cat spirit could handle another. That would be sufficient. As for the other spirits, C-rank spirits could be suppressed to D-rank once he activated his domain, while D-rank spirits would be pushed down to E-rank. The problem was, his domain made no distinction between friend and foe. Even human contract spirits would be suppressed. The only one immune to suppression was likely only Cat. If the domain covered the entire battlefield, suppressing his own spirits to C-rank while the enemy ghosts remained C-rank, defeat would be highly likely. After all, at equal levels, most ghosts outperform spirit companions. After much deliberation, Lin Ran decided to take a gamble. He bet that Cat could defeat these ghosts while operating at C-rank.
After all, Meow Meow's innate power rivaled that of AB rank. Defeating C rank ghosts would be a breeze. Even if vastly outnumbered, Meow Meow's power far surpassed that of ordinary ghost spirits. With that thought, he immediately shared his battle plan with the others. I plan to activate the spirit suppression domain to suppress all the ghosts. The moment these words left his mouth, everyone was stunned. Su Sierra gasped, but leader, your domain doesn't distinguish friend from foe. Hong Long had witnessed it last night but didn't know its exact effects, only that it could suppress ghosts and spirits. Lin Ran nodded reassuringly. Don't worry, I'll know my limits. You just need to keep your own ghost spirits from escaping. Leave the B rank ghosts to me, your spirits can handle the C ranks. Hong Long voiced a slight concern, are you sure you can handle 3 B rank ghosts alone? Lin Ran nodded. He trusted his own strength but worried the others might struggle against the C rank ghosts. After all, there were quite a few of them. Soon, with his arrangements in place, everyone was ready for battle. Despite losing several high-level exorcists, there were still plenty of C-rank exorcists present, a full 5 of them. There were also quite a few D-rank exorcists. Not long after, ghostly figures appeared along the road where Lin Ran and the others had driven. Led by 3 B-rank ghosts, a vast horde of over 100 specters followed behind. They moved like a well-organized army. Seeing this, Hong Long's expression darkened further. Since the Terror Awakening, these ghosts have truly been evolving. In the early days, they never displayed such clear organization and planning as they do now. Especially in recent years, they've grown more numerous and increasingly intelligent. Lin Ran nodded in agreement. This trend wasn't limited to the outer perimeter ghosts, those within the conservation zone exhibited the same pattern. He had noticed this issue even while still within the conservation zone. In truth, it's not just humans who keep evolving, ghosts and monsters are constantly evolving too. It's just that the direction of their evolution seems somewhat different from that of humans. It's time for us to strike. We can't wait until the ghosts reach here before taking action. With that, Lin Ran charged forward first. Facing the eerie ghostly aura ahead, he showed no trace of fear, immediately unleashing the spirit sealing domain. The moment the domain unfolded, all the ghosts and monsters ahead were enveloped within it. The exorcists behind him were not spared either, and the ghost spirit levels of everyone present instantly dropped by 1 rank. Lin Ran checked the B rank ghosts ahead once more. Their ranks had now fallen to C rank. Ghoul Lord. Ghost level, C. Special abilities, Ghost Domain, Spirit Devouring. Special notes, ability analysis can devour deceased ghosts to absorb their power and strengthen itself. Lin Ran was startled. It was a skill similar to Cat's devouring ability. These ghouls are going to be tough to deal with. Meow Meow, engage. Meow. The cat spirit manifested, releasing an even denser aura of ghostly energy. In an instant, all the ghosts and monsters present showed signs of unease. They all felt an inexplicable dread toward the cat demon. The next moment, the cat demon suddenly moved. A torrent of ghostly energy erupted, and an intangible ghostly domain materialized directly within Lin Ran's spirit sealing domain. What is happening? Lin Ran was utterly shocked. A ghostly domain had appeared within his own domain. Though it belonged to the cat spirit, the emergence of this dual domain defied conventional understanding once more. It was well known that when domains collided between spirits, only the stronger domain could prevail. Yet Mao Mao's domain had materialized simultaneously with his own. Even more astonished than him were Hong Long and the other spirit exorcists. They had assumed Lin Ran's domain originated from the ghosts within his body. Only now did they realize this domain actually emanated from his very being. At that very moment, the system prompted Ghost Realm Fusion, forming the spirit sealing Ghost Realm. The next instant, an even more powerful suppressing force enveloped most of the mine. Countless ghosts simultaneously dropped in rank. Reflective Cat's level surged directly to B rank. Instantly, it opened its gaping maw, releasing a strange black mist from within. This black mist swirled around the ghosts and monsters, devouring dozens of them on the spot. The system continuously flashed notifications. Cat defeated a B rank ghost, gaining 50 ghost experience and 5 system points. Cat devours B rank ghoul EXP plus 50, obtained ghoul shapeshift form. 3 B rank monsters yielded a whopping 300 experience points. And a whopping 15 points. The monsters present weren't just B rank, dozens of C rank monsters granted a whopping 400 EXP. Points reached a staggering 20. Lin Ran was stunned. He never dreamed in his wildest dreams that Meow Meow had grown this powerful. Devouring dozens of ghosts in an instant, and these were merely C rank. If it were B rank, or even a rank, wouldn't that be defying the heavens? Everyone present was utterly dumbfounded. What kind of monster is this thing? What the hell is his ghost spirit? Those ghosts had actually devoured them all. With such overwhelmingly bizarre power, even an A-rank ghost spirit might not stand a chance against him. Under Cat's whirlwind-like devouring, not a single ghost or spirit above class C remained. Having dealt with them, it seemed sated, sprawling flat on the ground with its round belly exposed to the sky. Seeing this, the crowd wasted no time, summoning their own ghost spirits to attack.
Without the C-rank ghosts, the remaining D-rank specters were now mere prey. Under the fierce assault of Hong Long, Su Xier, and the other powerful fighters, the ghosts were quickly driven back. At that moment, the system notification popped up. Mission complete. Rewards: Ghost Monster EXP plus 100, System Points plus 20. Your contracted Ghost Cat has met the upgrade requirements. You may spend 100 points to upgrade it. Chapter 24, Bone Spirit Hound Advancement Item, Gates of Hell. Lin Ran was overjoyed. Less than a day after Meow Meow's breakthrough, it could already undergo another upgrade in evolution. But this time, it required a whopping 100 points. He currently possessed a mere 62 points in total. He was still far from reaching the upgrade threshold. But judging by the current pace, it wouldn't take long to gather enough points for the breakthrough. After all, the monsters lurking around the outer edges of the nursery zone aren't exactly low level. At least D rank. Killing one earned 1 point, so taking down 30 or so would be more than enough. Lin Ran calculated in his mind as he crouched beside the kitten. He extended a finger, gently stroking the cat's plump little belly. Meow woo. Under Lin Ran's touch, the cat trembled all over, letting out a long, drawn-out sound as if from sheer excitement. Cat bro, you're male, right? Lin Ran realized there wasn't a single distinguishing feature on the cat to tell its gender. He had no choice but to ask. But the cat didn't respond. Instead, it kept scratching at his finger with its fluffy little paw. Lin Ran was fairly certain, most likely a male. What female cat acts like you? He felt a pang of disappointment. He'd been hoping that if it were a female, it might evolve into a cat-eared little loli someday. Now look at this, a cat-eared little boy? He wasn't interested in that. But girls like Su Xier might find it cute. Just then, the others returned. The ghosts have been successfully repelled. This battle was a complete victory for us. Hong Long was in high spirits. Brother Lin, we truly underestimated you. Who would have thought you possessed such skill, Brother Lin? Suppressing the level of all the ghosts allowed us to defeat the invasion far more easily. Otherwise, even if we could repel them, the sheer number of ghosts would have given us a run for our money. Lin Ran smiled and nodded. You're too kind. Just remember to pay up. Haha, contribution points won't be shortchanged. Alright, pull out your communicators. I'll transfer it directly to you. Over the years since the horror awakening, the communicators' functions have continuously expanded. Now, they even featured a contribution point registration function. Previously, contribution points required a separate card, whether spending or claiming points, you had to present that card. But now, it's much simpler. The two communicators touched, and a message popped up instantly. You have received a bounty reward for the South 37 Fortress mission, 30,000 contribution points credited. Total remaining contribution points, 1,008,600. Hong Long then transferred contribution points to Li Su and Su Xier respectively. 30,000 each. This meant the mission bounty had reached a staggering 90,000 contribution points. Li Su was stunned, that much. Su Xier was equally astonished, yeah, even a B rank mission is only worth around 30,000. Brother Hong gave us so much, aren't you losing out? Hong Long shook his head with a smile, don't worry. Special times call for special treatment. After all, you've done me a huge favor. If not for you, this mine would have fallen. Now that we've repelled the demons, based on past similar situations, they won't bother us for at least half a month. Finally, we can mine in peace. Under Hong Long's arrangements, the group began mining in an orderly fashion. Lin Ran and the others were tasked with securing the area while eliminating any stray monsters in the vicinity. Before they knew it, 5 days had passed. According to the latest intelligence relayed back, the ghost tide in Conservation Zone 14 had been temporarily contained. However, the source of the ghost tide remained under investigation. Meanwhile, news spread throughout Conservation Zone 13. A post about a spirit exorcist who didn't summon ghost spirits to suppress Class B ghosts had gone viral throughout Conservation Zone 13 in just 5 days. Unfortunately, the footage transmitted via communicators was unclear, making it difficult for people to discern the exorcist's appearance. All that is known is that the individual is named Lin Ran, captain of a D-rank squad within the Night Watch. Over the past 5 days, Lin Ran had accumulated a significant number of points through daily check-ins. After completing 5 consecutive check-ins, he had expected his daily points to increase steadily. Instead, he discovered the maximum daily reward capped at 5 points. This left him feeling rather dissatisfied. Otherwise, over 5 days, he could have easily earned 38 points through check-ins alone, enough to complete Meow Meow's upgrade in evolution. Now, however, he had only 87 points, 13 points short of the upgrade requirement. He hadn't gone out hunting monsters recently. A few D-rank monsters had foolishly trespassed into the police equipment zone, but they were all instantly killed by Su Xier's Rainbow Phoenix Bird. A B-rank Rainbow Phoenix Bird made short work of D-rank ghosts. Li Su was just as idle as Lin Ran. His ghost spirit level was low, and watching Su Xier enjoy herself killing monsters with the Rainbow Phoenix Bird filled him with envy. Captain. Li Su suddenly approached him, I'd like to take some time off.
Lin Ran frowned. Is it because the ghost spirit needs upgrading? Yes. Li Su sighed deeply. I recall the bone spirit hound can be upgraded using a specific ghostly artifact, so I want to go find it. Lin Ran's curiosity piqued. What kind of ghostly artifact? Let me see if I can help you find it. The gates of hell. What? Lin Ran was dumbfounded. Not only had he never heard of it, he'd never even come across the name before. Li Su explained, I'm not entirely sure either. I only caught a glimpse of it once in an archive from many years ago. The gates of hell can aid bone spirit type ghost spirits in evolving. And the evolution effect is powerful, it can at least skip one level. Lin Ran hurriedly opened the system and searched for the gates of hell. However, he found no matching item. Instead, he discovered a ghostly artifact with a similar association. Ghost Spirit Blood Jade. Spatial ghost item. Using the Ghost Spirit Blood Jade can open a fissure from the ghostly realm into the human world, or create a passage in the opposite direction. This meant that with this Blood Jade, one could freely traverse between the ghostly realm and the human world. The only catch was the price. Price, 3,000 points. 3,000. Lin Ran's face darkened. Why don't you just rob people? But if the Bone Spirit Hound requires a special ghostly artifact worth 3,000 points to level up, it must be no ordinary creature. Clearly, the Hell's Gate was not the Ghost Spirit Blood Jade. While the two share some connection, they are not the same thing. Just then, the system popped up a quest notification. Accept quest, help the Bone Spirit Hound find an upgrade ghost item. Quest reward, ghost experience plus 500, system points plus 100. Sure enough, the system detected another quest and began issuing instructions. This time, it also provided the mission location coordinates. However, the coordinates did not lead to the 13th nursery zone. Instead, it was near Conservation Area 14. Could it be that this time, the quest item requires traveling to Conservation Zone 14? But Zone 14 is currently under attack by a ghost tide. Could the mission item possibly be within the ghost tide? At this thought, Lin Ran began to feel uneasy. After all, the ghost tide was extremely dangerous. Not only were S-rank ghosts stronger than A-rank present, but A-rank ghosts were also numerous. Hundreds upon hundreds. It wouldn't be easy to obtain. Still, since the mission had arrived, he'd have to go. He might as well try his luck in the ghost tide, perhaps he'd encounter some promising ghosts. He still had one blank ghost contract left, allowing him to bind a second ghost. Can't let that go to waste. He closed the system interface and said to Li Su, I know where it is. Recall Sheer. We're ready to go. Chapter 25, Conservation Zone 14, Grade A Ghost Knight Fiend. Li Su froze. He hadn't expected Lin Ran to locate the item he needed. He'd spent ages searching for information on the gates of hell without success. Yet Lin Ran had merely paused for a moment, done nothing, and located the gate of hell. What other special abilities did he possess that Li Su was unaware of? Soon, the three-person squad assembled. Lin Ran pulled out his communicator and contacted Hon Long. I need to head to Conservation Zone 14 for a while. After informing Hon Long about Li Su's situation, Hon Long agreed, though with some reluctance. Stay safe on your mission. I'll do my best to gather information on the relevant ghostly entities here. Thanks. After cutting the connection, Lin Ran located the mine supervisor, briefed him on the situation, and immediately led his team away from the mine. Conservation Zone 14 lay a considerable distance away. Even traveling by vehicle, the journey took a full 6 hours. By the time they entered the vicinity of Conservation Area 14, dusk was approaching. The sun sank below the western mountains, and darkness began to fall. A hint of worry flashed across Su Sier's face. Night is approaching. Shouldn't we enter the reserve and rest for the night before continuing? Her concern was not unfounded. Night was the time when ghosts and spirits were most active. It was also when their powers peaked, as the night brought the heaviest yin energy and the weakest yang energy. Some powerful spirits chose to roam only at night. Especially during the current ghost tide, the number of ghosts within the boundaries of Conservation Zone 14 was immense. Even some powerful spirit exorcists dared not leave the fortress or other safe zones at night. Though Lin Ran's team included 2 exorcists whose strength rivaled B rankers, it was still nowhere near enough. Li Su nodded in agreement. Right, Captain. Let's find the nearest fortress to rest for the night. It's too dangerous out here after dark. We've already waited this long, one more day won't make a difference. Lin Ran disagreed. With Protected Zone 14 now besieged by the ghost tide, charging in at this moment would be extremely perilous. Of course, it would be far safer than lingering outside at night. But this approach also presented a problem. What about after entering the fortress? The ghost tide encircled the entire fortress, making entry difficult and escape nearly impossible. After a moment's thought, he decided to split the group into 2. You two, get in the car and leave immediately. I'll go alone. No way. The 2 interrupted him in unison. We already let you take that risk alone last time. We absolutely cannot let you face this danger by yourself now. I'll go with you. Li Su, you go back. Li Su's eyes widened. No, this is my business. I should handle it myself.
Lin Ran grew impatient with the two of them pushing and shoving him.
Sheer, protect Li Su. I'll handle tracking down the ghostly entity. You two drive out of protected zone 14 for now to avoid the ghost tide. With that, he stopped the car, giving them no chance to argue, and got out alone. Also, at my current strength, I'm only suited for solo action. My domain suppresses all ghosts and monsters. You following me would only increase my workload. His words were ruthless, but only this approach could truly shake them off. Hearing this, Li Su felt heartbroken. Fury clenched his fists. If only I had a B-rank ghost spirit too. Su Sierra sighed helplessly, forget it. The captain treated me the same way last time. His ghost realm is truly unique. Even Xiao Huang was forcibly downgraded. It's truly the best choice for him to go alone. Li Su understood this point, yet a lingering sense of reluctance still gnawed at him. Let's go. We'll exit the boundaries of Conservation Zone 14 first. We'll wait for the captain's signal before proceeding with the rescue. With Su Sierra at the wheel, the two quickly departed Conservation Zone 14. After getting out, Lin Ran activated the system. Confirming the coordinates were nearby, he wasted no time and quickened his pace toward the location. Before long, the first ghost appeared ahead. A C-rank ghost, the Silent Night Reaper. Lin Ran struck, swinging the Blade of Judgment, and it was instantly slain. Then the cat appeared, devouring the demons. We pressed on. We encountered quite a few monsters along the way. Most were D rank, with a few C ranks scattered about. As for B ranks, we only saw one. Under Lin Ran's suppression, they were easily slain. After walking for a long time, the sky grew completely dark. Fortunately, he possessed the insight skill, Death's Eye, allowing him to see clearly even in the darkness. Suddenly, he heard human voices not far away. Damn it, night has fallen. We're trapped in this cursed realm. Captain, what should we do? Damn it, who could have guessed there'd be an A-rank ghost here? From his shoulder, Cat let out a cry, meow. It had to be at least an A-class specter, otherwise, Cat wouldn't have let out such a piercing cry. No wonder that group of exorcists got trapped here. Among grade A ghosts, some possessed uniquely special ghost realms. Their ghostly realms no longer functioned as simple suppression zones, but as illusory landscapes. Within these illusions, no matter how humans tried to escape, they would always return to the starting point. This is what people commonly refer to as the ghost wall. Lin Ran pondered for a moment before deciding to act. Pushing through the dense forest ahead, he spotted a barrier shrouded in black mist. The sound emanated from within it. Ah! Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from within the barrier. Oh no, an A-class ghost has attacked. Everyone, stay calm. Stand back to back and summon your own ghost spirits. 3 of USB rank exorcists. Are we really afraid of a single A-rank specter? Lin Ran hesitated, staring at the black barrier. Rushing in recklessly wasn't wise. The only option was to destroy the ghost realm from the outside. Meow meow, prepare to unleash the ghost domain. With that, he immediately activated the spirit sealing domain. Instantly, a mysterious force radiated from his body. A powerful suppressing force quickly descended upon the black ghost domain. Immediately after, Meow Meow let out a shriek and unleashed her ghost domain. The spirit sealing ghost realm materialized, shattering the black barrier in an instant. At the same moment, within the barrier, the A-grade specter let out a furious roar. Sharp and piercing, it made one's hair stand on end. The exorcists looked around frantically, only to find the space before them warping. Within the jungle, a human figure had materialized. Is that a human? Looks like it, but there seems to be ghostly energy emanating from him. No mistake, it's definitely ghostly energy. Could it be a humanoid ghost? Lin Ran finally caught sight of the exorcist squad's true form. 3 men and 2 women, 3 Class B exorcists and 2 Class C. On the ground lay another man. He was also a C-rank spirit exorcist, but he had already been killed. For an A-rank ghost to instantly kill a C-rank spirit exorcist was utterly effortless. Leave this place immediately. I'll hold off the ghost. Lin Ran wasted no words. After instructing the others, he charged toward the west flank alongside Mao Mao. Under the gaze of the Death's Eye, the ghost's movements were utterly exposed. The A-rank specter was now forcibly suppressed to C rank. As for the ghosts possessing those exorcists, they'd been downgraded to D rank or even E rank. Leaving them here was nothing short of a death sentence. Boom! With a thunderous roar, Meow Meow unleashed her skill, Phantom Demon Strike. The strike landed in the void, knocking the A-rank ghost out of its form. Upon closer inspection, it was a humanoid specter. Only, it bore horns upon its head and was covered head to toe in sharp spikes. Night Fiend. Ghost level, see after spirit sealing domain suppression. Special abilities, Illusory Realm, Stealth, Night Fiend Spikes. Chapter 26, The Source of the Ghost Tide, the Eerie Stone Gate. Though an A-rank ghost, it was forcibly suppressed to C rank by the domain. In this state, Meow Meow showed no fear whatsoever, instantly pouncing forward. Its speed was blinding, like a gray bolt of lightning, reaching the night demon in an instant. Then, its claws rose, delivering a powerful strike infused with potent ghostly energy. Boom!
The deafening explosion sent shockwaves through the ground, leaving a deep crater in the earth beneath the cat's slender paw. Not far away, the exorcist who witnessed this scene wore an expression of utter horror. This is absurd. A single punch created such a massive crater? What on earth is this cat? What kind of ghost spirit could be this powerful? Lin Ran rushed forward, only to see the cat unleash its skill in the next instant. Phantom Demon Strike. In an instant, the gray-white figure pierced through the night fiend, leaving a fist-sized bloody hole in its already mangled body. Meow Meow defeated an A-rank ghost, gaining plus 100 ghost experience and plus 10 system points. Meow Meow devours a rank night fiend, gaining plus 100 fiend experience in the night fiend shapeshift form. Lin Ran was stunned. A single A-rank monster had granted a whopping 200 experience points. System points were a whopping 10 points. That was double what a B-rank monster yielded. Now, cat could effortlessly obliterate A-rank monsters. And remember, it's still only C-rank. This is just too absurdly powerful. Meow Meow. Just then, the cat came running back, rubbing against his legs and occasionally lifting its head to emit a series of meows filled with pride and affection. Lin Ran sighed inwardly. After reaching full compatibility, kitties become even clingier. That's a good thing. He bent down, scooped the cat into his arms, and smiled fondly. You're such a good kitty. Meow. After soothing the cat, Lin Ran turned his gaze to the spirit exorcist beside him. Let's leave this place quickly. It's about to get dark. The others nodded, about to ask more questions, but he had already set off toward the coordinates with the cat in tow, leaving the others staring blankly. He is so powerful. Could he be a top-tier protector from the conservation zone? The direction he's heading. Could it be the Ghost Rift? The Ghost Rift. A spatial passage linking the ghost realm to the human world. The reason ghosts appeared in the human world was precisely because, during the early stages of the Terror Awakening, a ghost rift stretching across the sky emerged, connecting the two realms. The ghost tide is also a manifestation of these rifts, though they are smaller in scale, preventing the apocalyptic horror witnessed during the initial awakening. There are at least A-rank ghosts lurking there. Doesn't he fear death? As the source of this ghost tide, grade A ghosts are commonplace within the ghost rift. Even S-class spirits have been known to appear. Even an A-class spirit exorcist might not return from such a place. While they were still in shock, Lin Ran had already traversed a dense forest and emerged into a rugged, rocky wilderness. Here, he could distinctly sense the ghostly energy growing thicker ahead. And the further he advanced, the thicker it grew. Even Cat began to emit low, guttural growls. Here, it sensed ghostly energy several times stronger than its own. The source of this aura was at least an A-rank ghost or higher. It was highly likely an S-rank entity. At that level, it was uncertain whether their fusion domain could function as intended. Lin Ran checked the map. They were less than 300 meters from the coordinates. Looks like it's just ahead. He murmured to himself, immediately activating his stealth skill to conceal his presence. Pushing through the dense forest ahead, a massive stone gate loomed before him. Surrounding the gate were 4 headless skeleton knights. Wind Spirit Death Knight. Spectral rank S. Special skill Wind of the Dead. Fire Knight Necromancer. Monster tier S. Special skill Infernal Flame. Glacial Iron Skeleton. Monster tier S. Special skill Frozen Blade. Thunderous Roar. Monster tier S. Special skill Annihilation Thunder Spear. Lin Ran was stunned. A full 4 S-rank monsters. Such a force could easily wipe out an entire conservation zone if they attacked all at once. Even within Protected Zone 13, there were only 3 recorded exorcists. And here, there were 4 S-rank ghosts. Not only that, but there were as many as 18 A-class ghosts nearby. Lin Ran dared not make a rash move. He stared at the stone door, holding his breath and focusing his senses. Just then, a bolt of lightning streaked down from the horizon. Like a thunderbolt from the heavens, it crashed onto the ground with a deafening roar. Dust swirled, ghostly energy swirled. The eye of death opened, piercing through the haze. Lin Ran saw the silhouette of a young girl. Her silver hair stirred without wind, and in her hand she held a 7-foot dragon spear. Around the spearhead, bolts of lightning danced. It was unimaginable how such a petite girl could bear the weight of a spear towering far above her own height. Suddenly, he saw her turn around. Her face was breathtakingly beautiful, her bright eyes glowing an eerie blood red. Beneath her delicate nose, thin lips curved into a faint smile. Oh no, she spotted me. Lin Ran gasped in alarm, about to turn and flee, only to see the girl wasn't approaching him. Instead, the horde of ghostly creatures simultaneously lunged toward her. Oomph, you worthless scum. The girl let out a soft snort and the words that came out were human speech. Lin Ran gasped in shock, she's human. The next moment, the girl stepped forward, her spear whirling through the air to trace an arc. A tremendous force surged from the spear, its immense energy instantly repelling the 4 S-rank ghosts. The dozen or so A-rank ghosts closing in were violently knocked flying, crashing to the ground. The silver-haired girl spun her spear and hurled it forward with blinding speed, piercing straight through the S-rank specter, the Wind Spirit Death Soldier. One strike, instant kill.
Lin Ran was stunned. What kind of powerful spirit exorcist could achieve this? Without using any ghost spirits, she instantly killed an S-rank ghost. But that wasn't all. The girl flew forward, her spear thrusting repeatedly. In the blink of an eye, the remaining 3 S-rank ghosts were all slain. She charged into the horde like a god of death, relentlessly reaping their lives. Who exactly is she? Could she be a powerful warrior sent by the Alliance? To slay S-rank demons so effortlessly, she must be at least SS rank. Merely through the sharing of demonic abilities, she had attained SS level power. Her own demon must be at least SSS level. Lin Ran pondered this, then swiftly activated the Death God's Eye to investigate. Silver Dragon's Daughter. Monster rank, SS. Special abilities, unknown. SS rank. A monster. Lin Ran stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. Unbelievable, the girl before him was actually a ghost. Who was her spirit exorcist? To have contracted such a powerful ghost, her exorcist must be formidable as well. But why was there no sign of the spirit exorcist nearby? Could it be that she trusted her own strength? Just as Lin Ran was lost in a sea of questions, the girl turned her head and said, "Spying for so long? Time to come out, don't you think?" Her voice carried a hint of playful amusement. Seeing no ghosts around, Lin Ran dropped his stealth and revealed himself to her. Chapter 27, Mission, Contract with an SSS-ranked ghost. Oh? So you're human, huh? Seems your contracted spirit is quite powerful. The girl wore an amused smile as a pair of horns slowly sprouted from her forehead. This was a distinctive trait of her silver dragon lineage. And it was precisely this trait that told Lin Ran the girl before him was no human. Oh? So it's not a ghost spirit, but a ghost monster. The silver dragon girl spotted the cat perched on Lin Ran's shoulder and seemed slightly surprised. Well, you're quite lucky to have encountered an injured demon. Lin Ran frowned, his expression turning grave. If the girl before him was a demon, then his current situation was extremely dangerous. Who are you? The silver dragon girl chuckled. Me? I'm definitely the villain. You're quite something, aren't you? Bringing a C-rank ghost into the ghost rift and not getting caught. Lin Ran retorted, but you did spot me, didn't you? Giggle giggle giggle. Interesting. Suddenly, Lin Ran felt a wave of warmth wash over his hand. At first glance, the silver dragon maiden had materialized right before him, her blood-red eyes mere inches from his own. Come on, I'll take you somewhere even more fun. Before Lin Ran could react, she grabbed his hand and pulled him through the stone door. Lin Ran felt the surrounding space warping continuously, the blinding light making it impossible to open his eyes. Fortunately, it lasted only a moment. Moments later, he found himself in a world drenched in crimson. Looking up, both the sunlight and the clouds in the sky were an eerie blood red. Where is this? He was puzzled. So this was the world beyond the stone gate. Especially after sensing the thick ghostly aura surrounding him, his confusion deepened. The silver dragon maiden, however, was utterly astonished. Ha! You can actually speak? This place is saturated with ghostly energy. Anyone else who entered here would die without fail. Not only did you survive, but you can still speak? Lin Ran wondered, why? Soon, he understood. He possessed a skill that allowed him to absorb ghostly energy, which was precisely what enabled him to survive in this world saturated with it. The silver dragon maiden stared at him with intense curiosity, her gaze darting around him. Her blood-red eyes fixed on him, making Lin Ran feel strangely uneasy. Oh? So you can absorb ghost energy. So you're not human either. What kind of ghost is your mother? Lin Ran was baffled. What do you mean? His parents were clearly human, how could they be ghosts? The reason he could absorb ghostly energy was entirely because, with the system's help, he had acquired a powerful skill. Just as he was about to explain, a chilling laugh echoed through the air. Ha ha ha. He turned to see a ghostly figure drifting toward him, clad in a long black gauze dress. Saluo. Ghost level, SSS. Special skill, unknown. Lin Ran's eyes widened in shock. A wave of fear washed over him. Even the cat had its fur standing on end. Its grayish-white fur stood on end like a porcupine's quills. The silver dragon maiden released Lin Ran, then flexed her right arm. Ghostly energy coalesced, slowly forming a spear in her hand. Stay back. Don't get caught in the crossfire. She turned back and said to Lin Ran. Can you handle this alone? Lin Ran voiced his concern. The black-veiled specter was clearly an SSS rank specter. Its rank was even higher than the silver dragon maiden's. Though for some powerful beings, defeating ghosts of higher ranks wasn't particularly difficult. For instance, even without using any special skills, Meow Meow could defeat B-rank ghosts. The next moment, the silver dragon maiden moved. Her speed was blindingly fast, closing the distance to her opponent in an instant. Her spear raised high, she brought it crashing down. Sarath showed no fear, raising one hand as black mist swirled around it. Boom! The powerful ghostly energy exploded violently. The silver dragon maiden was sent flying by the immense force, staggering back several steps. Oomph! The silver dragon maiden's expression darkened. Planting her feet firmly, she leapt high into the air. Instantly, a pair of enormous wings unfurled. With fierce flapping, she transformed into a streak of white light, charging straight ahead. The two forces collided once more, neither yielding. In that instant, they reached a stalemate. Lin Ran watched the battle intently. Such a clash between SSS-tier ghosts was rarely witnessed outside their realm. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Contract mission detected, automatically claimed. Mission details, contract new ghost Saluo. Rewards, 300 ghost experience, 30 system points, plus 10 ghost affinity. Lin Ran gasped in shock, "Are you serious? This is an SSS rank ghost. You want me to contract her? Aren't you trying to get me killed?" The system ignored him completely, showing no reaction no matter how much he raged. Damn it! Lin Ran cursed under his breath, then began to ponder. An SSS rank ghost and the system was actually demanding he contract this one. Based on past experience, the system never issued impossible tasks. That meant finding a way to contract this spirit was still possible. Especially since he still had a blank ghost contract. If he could successfully contract this spirit, its rank alone would be sufficient to instantly elevate his spirit exorcist rank to SSS. As for how to contract it, his gaze fell upon the silver dragon maiden he was battling. It all depended on her now. If she could defeat Sorrow, perhaps this mission could be accomplished. At that moment, their battle had already reached midair. As an SSS rank demon, Sorrow could fly even without wings. After all, some powerful demons possess the ability to fly entirely on their own. Booms echoed through the sky. Thick smoke billowed upward, swirling with dark vapors. The SSS rank demon battle raged on for a long time. Finally, after several rounds of combat, a petite figure plummeted downward. The outcome between the two had been decided. Without a doubt, the victor was the SSS rank demon, Sorrow. Judging by the silver dragon maiden's performance, her identity was highly unusual. Perhaps she possessed special abilities similar to those of Meow Meow, enabling her to defeat ghosts of higher ranks. But clearly, Sorrow was no ordinary ghost either. This was precisely why the silver dragon maiden had also been defeated. Cough cough. The girl scrambled to her feet, coughing up a pool of crimson blood. She struggled to her feet, only then managing to steady herself with her spear. Turning to look at Lin Ran, she managed to feint one smile even now. "This time, I was overconfident. But rest assured, I'll get you out of here." At first, she'd brought Lin Ran in purely for amusement, intending to test him. But she never imagined that the ghost they encountered in the fissure would be an SSS rank specter. And not just any SSS rank specter. Even now, she was no match for it. At this moment, the only way to save Lin Ran's life was to get him out first. "Are you human or a ghost?" At that moment, Lin Ran suddenly asked. The silver dragon maiden snorted lightly. "Can't you tell? I'm half human, half ghost. My father was a ghost, my mother a human." Lin Ran shuddered. Such a being existed in this world. He had never heard of such a thing before. Traditionally, ghosts and monsters encountered humans not to procreate, but to devour them. "Alright, you've gotten your answer. It's time to leave now." The silver dragon maiden spoke, preparing to send Lin Ran away. But at that moment, danger struck. Saluo transformed into a black streak, darting swiftly toward the two. Chapter 28, The Second Contracted Ghost. This is outrageous. Lin Ran's heart skipped a beat. As he watched Saluo's pale hand claw toward him, he instinctively activated his domain skill. The spirit's sealing domain unfolded. Simultaneously, Meow Meow's ghost domain was unleashed at that very moment. The two domains merged, forming an even more powerful spirit-sealing ghost domain that enveloped an area hundreds of meters wide. Instantly, the overwhelming suppression force directly downgraded Saluo to SS rank. Yet despite this, the opponent's attack still landed. Boom! The silver dragon maiden raised her spear horizontally, managing to block the strike outright. Strangely, the spirit-sealing domain seemed to have no effect on the silver dragon maiden. Lin Ran saw that her rank remained SS-class. Instead, it was Saluo who had fallen from SSS rank to SS rank. The next moment, as she exerted force with her spear, she managed to push Saluo back. Only then did she turn to face Lin Ran. "What did you just use? Why did its rank drop from SSS tier? Now it's even weaker than me?" Lin Ran was equally astonished. "You're not suppressed?" Recalling the silver dragon maiden's earlier words, he quickly realized. This sealing spirit realm only affected ghosts and monsters. The silver dragon girl, possessing half-human blood flowing through her veins, had successfully evaded this suppression. No wonder she wasn't restricted. Before he could say more, the forced-back Saluo launched another attack. This time, her target remained Lin Ran. The silver dragon maiden wouldn't give her that chance. With a flick of her spear, a dragon's shadow surged forth from its shaft. "Looks like this time, you're the one who's going down." The dragon's shadow radiated overwhelming might, like a mountain looming before them. With a single thrust of her spear, the dragon roared forward, crashing violently into Sorrow. Saluo flew backward, letting out a piercing scream. Lin Ran gasped in horror. "Don't kill it. He still intended to contract this ghostly creature, Saluo. If it died, wouldn't that be a huge loss? As if hearing his cry, the Silver Dragon Maiden abruptly withdrew her spear, reeling back the relentless force that had been battering Sorrow. Even so, under that force, Sorrow lay gravely wounded on the ground, his blue blood pooling into a small lake beneath him. Lin Ran immediately sprinted forward. Under the Silver Dragon Girl's puzzled gaze, he crouched beside Sorrow. I have a way to save you now, make a contract with me. Otherwise, see that white-haired woman over there? She'll definitely kill you. Seeing Lin Ran look at her, the Silver Dragon Girl grew even more puzzled. What does this guy mean? Meow meow. Meow Meow had already jumped down from Lin Ran and stood in place, looking displeased. Hearing this, the girl gasped in horror. What? This guy's insane. He wants to make a contract with Sorrow? That's an SSS rank ghost. Doesn't he fear death? Meow woo. The Silver Dragon Girl gasped in horror. Come back. That's an SSS rank specter. Even gravely wounded now, it's beyond your power to contract. As she spoke, she dashed forward, her dragon spear poised to strike Sorrow. Already gravely wounded, another blow would surely be fatal for Sorrow. Seeing this, Lin Ran had no choice but to step forward and block her path. Give me a chance. I'm willing to try. The Silver Dragon Maiden's blood-red eyes held solemn gravity. Do you know she's an SSS rank ghost? Lin Ran nodded. And you still dare to contract her? If she regains her strength, even with your current power and that clumsy cat of yours, you won't stand a chance against her. Unless her rank drops to a class, you're as good as dead. Lin Ran remained resolute, nodding once more. He was confident he could suppress this demonic creature. After all, his system points were substantial now. If he exchanged them at a 1-to-1 compatibility rate, he could easily raise his compatibility with Sorrow to a relatively safe level. At that point, she wouldn't actively harm him. Like a cat. I can control her. Trust me. Lin Ran looked at Sorrow, his face filled with sincerity. If you agree to become my contracted spirit, I promise I will protect you. He reached out his hand, intending to grasp Sorrow. As if sensing his sincerity, Saluo unexpectedly reached out a hand as well. Her pale, bloodless little hand clasped Lin Ran's. He felt only a chill in his palm. The next moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. One blank contract consumed. Successful binding of spirit Saluo. Mission complete. Rewards: Ghost Experience plus 100, System Points plus 30, Compatibility with Ghost Sorrow plus 10. Immediately, an interface appeared. Sorrow. Ghost Level A. Special Skill, Spatial Manipulation. Special Notes: a ghost princess from the Ghost Realm, possessing extraordinary innate power. Originally an SSS grade ghost, she voluntarily downgraded to a grade out of concern her host couldn't control her. At that moment, Lin Ran also noticed. A dark mist was continuously emanating from Saluo's body. What is this? The Silver Dragon Maiden rubbed her eyes in disbelief before gasping in horror. She lowered her own rank just to become your contracted spirit? Sacrificing herself just to bind with you? That can't be possible. Lin Ran understood exactly what Saluo was doing. The Silver Dragon Maiden had said that to successfully control Sorrow, he needed her to at least lower her rank to a class. Sorrow had heard this, so she voluntarily weakened herself, abandoning her SSS rank status to become an A rank spirit. For a moment, he didn't know whether to call Saluo foolish or himself. If he hadn't lowered his rank, wouldn't that have meant he could have directly gained an SSS rank ghost? Then, with full compatibility, there would be no issues whatsoever. Forget it. The contract's already done. What's there to say now? Anyway, with the system, reaching SSS rank is only a matter of time. Lin Ran comforted himself internally as he allowed Sorrow to enter his body. With the 10 compatibility points granted by the system, the other party wouldn't harm him for now. The Silver Dragon Girl, however, witnessed this scene and couldn't help but tease. You've got some nerve, you know. Whatever. Your life or death doesn't concern me anyway. As long as I didn't kill you myself. Lin Ran nodded. I won't blame you. On the contrary, I'll thank you. The Silver Dragon Girl played an indispensable role in obtaining Sorrow. Without her, he might not have been able to handle the demons guarding the stone gate. The Silver Dragon Maiden cut him off. Enough. This isn't a place to linger. I'll get you out first. With a swing of her spear, she cleaved open a fissure. Passing through the fissure, the two returned to the location of the stone gate. The only difference was that this time, the stone door had closed. Lin Ran was puzzled and hurriedly checked the stone door's properties. Basic interdimensional portal. Special spectral entity, possesses the power to link two realms, a formidable and unique spectral being. The gate to hell. Could it be? Lin Ran suddenly realized, could this be what people call the gates of hell? The Silver Dragon Maiden nodded. Yep, you guessed right. But this isn't the real gate of hell. The real one is stronger and bigger than this. Probably big enough to swallow an entire conservation area whole. Chapter 29, Compatibility Boost, Shared Spatial Abilities. Instead of focusing on this, you should think about how to handle your contracted spirit. The silver dragon girl gave Lin Ran a deep look. With her strength, it's only a matter of time before she recovers. In the meantime, you must strengthen your first contracted spirit until it can suppress her. Otherwise, you're just waiting to die. Lin Ran nodded. Don't worry, I have a plan. Alright, I should be going. Problem solved. Time to report back to the city. The silver dragon maiden's figure was graceful and free, her long hair flowing behind her truly a sight to behold. Lin Ran suddenly felt a pang of reluctance. Will we meet again someday? Hee, of course we can. Provided, you live to see that day. With that, the silver dragon maiden's back sprouted enormous wings, and she soared away through the sky. Lin Ran couldn't help but feel envious. How wonderful it would be if he could fly someday too. He opened the system interface and checked SSS attributes once more. Sorrow. Monster tier, A. Special skill, spatial manipulation. Monster affinity, 10. A mere 10 points of affinity, not even enough to command her assistance in a crisis. Glancing at the system points, after receiving the reward from the system quest, I now possess a whopping 135 points. Even maxing out the compatibility in one go wouldn't be a problem. System, increase affinity points. The next second, the system displayed a prompt. Due to the high level of the ghost, increasing affinity requires multiple times the points. Points to affinity ratio, 2 to 1. Lin Ran cursed the system as a rip-off. As a result, raising Meow Meow's level would cost 100 points. Sorrow would also need 100 points to reach the 60-point safety threshold for compatibility. That adds up to a full 200 points. 65 points short. Should he prioritize leveling up the cat first or boost the affinity points? Lin Ran began to hesitate. After a moment's thought, he decided to level up the cat first. A B-rank cat could easily suppress an A-rank ghost. Then, even if Sorrow tried to resist, he'd have the power to suppress it completely. System, upgrade the cat. Consumed 100 points. Your contracted ghost cat has been upgraded to B-rank. 35 points remaining. Just enough to exchange for a ghost healing pill to aid Sorrow's recovery and perhaps even gain some affinity points. With that thought, he immediately opened the system point store and began the exchange. Consume 5 points to exchange for healing ghost pill X1. Healed the ghost Sorrow. Ghost Sorrow affinity +1. Lin Ran couldn't help but widen his eyes. Spending 5 points just for a single point of affinity? That's worse than not healing at all. What a total ripoff. Please name the ghost Sorrow. The system prompted again. Based on Cat's past experience, naming a ghost could also grant some affinity points. After a moment's thought, he immediately said, let's call her Sasa. Cat, Sasa quite unique. Naming successful. Ghost Sasa affinity +1. Lin Ran gritted his teeth. Sure enough, it was only 1 point of affinity. This ghost was clearly much harder to please than Cat. Suddenly, a jet of black light shot from its body. Black mist surged forth, coalescing before it into the form of a Sarah. Beneath the black gauze skirt lay a figure of striking beauty. She hovered, her jade-like feet not touching the ground, suspended lightly in midair. Her exquisite face seemed carved by divine hands, flawless in every detail. Her features harmonized perfectly, without a single discordant note. At that moment, her phoenix-like eyes, blood red in color, were filled with complex emotions. She gazed at Lin Ran, speechless for a long while. For a moment, the atmosphere between the human and the ghost grew strangely tense. Lin Ran couldn't help but ask, is there something you want? Saluo shook her head. Her black headscarf swayed with the motion. Can you speak? Sorrow shook his head again. Then why did you come out? Don't you want to stay inside me? This time, Sorrow finally nodded. Alright then. Can you stay by my side? Lin Ran asked again. Sorrow nodded again, this time with a hint of joy in his eyes. It seemed that with the contract in place, Sorrow was safe for now. Lin Ran no longer paid attention to the other being, instead turning his gaze toward the tightly sealed stone door. The silver dragon maiden hadn't taken it with her when she left earlier. Perhaps he could find a way to retrieve it. The only question now was how to do it. Meow Meow, Sasa, can you two figure out how to take this door away? Meow Meow shook her head. Sha shook her head too. Instead, the system popped up a notification. Detected that the host has successfully contracted multiple ghosts. Ghost space activated. Ghost realm. Level, LV1. Space size, 10 square meters. Upgrade to expand to 20 square meters, requires 10 points. Lin Ran sighed in resignation. He knew it all along, the system wouldn't be so generous as to provide a free spatial area. Turns out it costs money after all. He immediately used 10 points to expand the system space. Though merely a basic stone door, it stood at least 3 or 4 meters tall at first glance, and its width far exceeded 2 meters. Without the expansion, the existing 10 square meter system space likely wouldn't have been sufficient. Expanding it to 20 square meters consumed 10 points, leaving him with only 20 points remaining. Next, Lin Ran approached the stone door, directly unfurling the system space and storing it inside. The ghostly realm flickered with a flash of black light, and the stone door appeared within it. The system immediately displayed a notification. Task completed. Rewards: Ghost Experience plus 500, System Points plus 100. Meow Meow gained Ghost Experience plus 250. Sasha gained plus 250 Ghost Experience. Lin Ran was overjoyed. So this was the quest item needed to help the Bone Spirit Dog find its upgrade materials. It seemed the Bone Spirit Dog's upgrade was finally within reach. Moreover, these 100 system points alleviated the crisis of Lin Ran and Sasa's compatibility falling short of the required threshold. Next up, it's time to accumulate points to help Lu Ling redeem the ghost cage and capture spirits. Directly consume 96 points to exchange for 48 compatibility points. A system notification immediately pops up. Ghost Sasa Affinity plus 48, shared skill acquired, spatial control. Ghost Sasa Affinity reaches 60. Host gains shared ghostly power, enhancing physical constitution by 80%. Due to host's unique constitution, spatial control automatically modified to shifting shadows. Shape-shifting utilizes spatial abilities to teleport instantly to any location within 100 meters. Requires massive ghost energy consumption. Ghost energy replenishment time, 1 hour. In other words, this skill can only be used once every hour at minimum. Similar to a skill cooldown in games. Lin Ran calculated in his mind, such a skill wasn't useless at all, it was incredibly practical. After all, it was a life-saving teleportation ability. With a single shape-shifting and concealment, he could instantly escape from S-rank ghosts if he chose to. However, against SS-rank ghosts such as the Silver Dragon Maiden a special existence. His stealth skill proved ineffective. 100 meters was merely an instant's distance for entities of that caliber. Thus, it proved largely useless. The other shared ability was power sharing. It boosts physical constitution by 80%. This is a valuable asset. With this, even facing an A-rank ghost would give him a decent chance of victory. After all, enhancing physical constitution directly boosts one's cultivation level. The benefits are numerous. Chapter 30, What kind of monster are you? Now that Sasa's compatibility issue was resolved, it was time to start accumulating points. Lin Ran hadn't forgotten that someone was still waiting for his help in Childcare Zone 13. Lu Ling's ghostly entity was now his top priority. Once that matter was settled, Lin Ran planned to leave, join the bounty hunters, and roam the major conservation zones. While strengthening his abilities, he could also gather information about his parents. His parents remained an unresolved emotional barrier in his heart. Even after all these years, he had never given up searching. Through his own channels, even throwing money at the problem, he had gained no leads. Shaking off the tangled thoughts in his mind, Lin Ran pulled out his communicator and called Li Su. This is Lin Ran. Acknowledge. The next second, an excited voice came through. Captain, I'm here. Captain, how are you holding up? It's dark now. What's the situation on your end? Under the gaze of death, Lin Ran could see clearly even in the dark world. Thus, the night held no discomfort for him. In fact, due to the fierce battle that had taken place here earlier, no powerful ghosts or monsters appeared in the vicinity. He replied immediately, mission accomplished. I found what you wanted. Tell me your location now. I'll come find you. As Lin Ran's voice faded, Li Su grew even more agitated. He shouted loudly, I'm at 3738, 3828. Captain. I love you, Captain. Lin Ran? He couldn't quite handle this guy, so he cut off the call to Li Su. He then input the coordinates to pinpoint their location. Li Su and the other person's coordinates weren't far from him, they were at the junction between Conservation Zone 14 and Conservation Zone 13. Since they hadn't entered Zone 14, they weren't affected by the ghost tide. The number of ghosts nearby wasn't overwhelming. He immediately picked up his pace and headed toward their location. Along the way, due to the darkness of night, Lin Ran did indeed encounter quite a few ghosts. Among them, B-rank ghosts were not few. C-rank ghosts numbered in the dozens. Thus, along the way, he managed to accumulate a considerable amount of points. From the previous 24 points, all the way up to the current 77 points. 53 points. A huge profit. Not only that, but he gained a lot of monster experience too. There was just one thing, after slaying ghosts, the experience gained was split evenly between Cat and Sasa. On the other hand, all the experience from devouring ghosts went entirely to Cat. Overnight, Cat's experience skyrocketed, and her progress bar quickly surpassed the halfway mark. Meow meow. Monster level, D. Monster EXP, 1650-2500. In contrast, Sasa still had a long way to go before leveling up. Sasha. Ghost level, A. Monster EXP, 610,000. A-rank monsters require a staggering 10,000 experience points to level up. This was something Lin Ran hadn't anticipated. After all, Grade B only required 2,500 points, Grade A had quadrupled the requirement. Breaking into the 4-digit range. The path to leveling up is so incredibly long. Suddenly, as Lin Ran walked along the road, he spotted a distant light. Immediately after, the sound of a car engine echoed through the air. Someone was coming. A car slowly emerged from the darkness. As it drew nearer, he could make out the license plate. It was the Night Watch team's vehicle. The car stopped in front of him. From the driver's seat, a familiar head popped out. Captain. It was Li Su. Upon receiving the news, the two had rushed here without delay. Along the way, though ghosts and monsters had followed relentlessly, most had been shaken off. This included several high-level ghosts. Several B-rank ghosts that initially refused to drop off were eventually left behind by the multicolored phoenix bird's attacks. Lin Ran wasted no time, jumping straight into the vehicle. Let's go back to the fortress. The car drove through the night, and Li Su was so excited he trembled all over. Cheers erupted from his mouth every so often. Phew. Whoa. I'm about to level up. My bone spirit dog won't be an E-rank piece of junk anymore. Lin Ran could only smile bitterly. Su Sierra sat in the passenger seat, rolling her eyes. You guy. Back at the stronghold. The square was deserted in the night. Lin Ran produced the gate between worlds. The massive stone door slammed onto the ground with a thunderous crash. Immediately, thick ghostly energy surged forth from within. So powerful. Li Su exclaimed in disbelief, is this the gate to hell? Such overwhelming ghostly energy. Lin Ran nodded. This is the gateway linking to the realm of ghosts and monsters. The world beyond this door is their domain. So why does your ghost spirit need this object to evolve? Just then, a voice as deep as a temple bell boomed from behind. Because the ghostly energy within is the strongest of all. By absorbing this ghostly energy, not just bone spirit dogs, any ghost or monster can evolve and upgrade. Turning to look, Hong Long was walking toward them. His eyes were filled with shock, unable to believe that Lin Ran could obtain such a divine artifact. What astonished him even more was the presence of an even more potent ghostly energy emanating from Lin Ran's body. Even the death spirit earth dragon within him trembled uncontrollably at that moment. He could sense the fear emanating from the contracted ghost spirit. The same terror he had felt when confronting Lin Ran's domain earlier. You've grown stronger again. Finally, Hong Long spoke, his voice trembling slightly. Lin Ran smiled. Just good luck. Li Su, upgrade the bone spirit hound first. I need to discuss something with Senior Hong. Sheer, you protect Li Su. After giving instructions to the two, he turned to Hong Long. Senior Hong, let's step aside for a moment. Hong Long was puzzled, but he followed him to a secluded corner nearby. You've grown so powerful already. Young people truly have limitless potential. While Hong Long was still reeling from Lin Ran's rapid progress, Lin Ran cut straight to the point. Have you heard of the Silver Dragon's daughter, Senior Hong? The Silver Dragon's daughter? Hong Long fell into deep thought. The name did sound vaguely familiar to him. Yet he couldn't quite place it. After a moment's reflection, he replied, I vaguely recall that this name belongs to a spirit from the Spirit Exorcists Alliance. And it's an exceptionally unique spirit. It said her father was a powerful dragon-like spirit, and her mother's identity was also highly unusual. After being violated by a spirit, she not only survived but successfully gave birth to a daughter, the very Silver Dragon's daughter. Rumors say she roams the major conservation zones, hunting down powerful spirits. If you've experienced a ghost tide, you might have glimpsed her. Lin Ran nodded. I've already met her. Hong Long was utterly astonished. You went into the ghost tide? But he quickly understood, right. The gates of hell only appear deep within the ghost tide. Wait. The ghost tide? The depths. At that moment, he suddenly realized something, his face turning deathly pale. Ghost tide. The depths. And they brought back the gates of hell. Could it be? You suppressed the ghost tide? What kind of monster are you? Hong Long nearly gasped for breath in shock. This youth before him, who looked barely a teenager, had actually ventured into the depths of the ghost tide. And not only that, he had successfully suppressed the very source of the ghost tide. This guy. He's ridiculously strong. Chapter 31, D32 Squad Full Withdrawal Request from Night Watch. Just got lucky. Lin Ran shrugged his shoulders. I happened to run into the Silver Dragon's daughter. She took care of the ghosts in the tide, and I just picked up the scraps. Hong Long was momentarily speechless, marveling at the guy's incredible luck. But one thing was certain, he had truly ventured deep into the ghost tide. Otherwise, he wouldn't have encountered the Silver Dragon's daughter. Monsters. Nothing but monsters. Suddenly, a shrill, furious roar echoed from nearby. Turning his head, he saw the bone spirit hound now completely enveloped in black mist. The stone door stood wide open, and ghostly energy poured out endlessly. Accompanying that roar, flames erupted across the bone spirit hound's body. A towering, ghostly blue flame erupted. The once dimly lit fortress was now bathed in an eerie blue glow. Under Lin Ran's death's eye, the bone spirit hound within the flames continued to grow in size. In the blink of an eye, it reached nearly half a man's height. The intensity of the ghostly energy within its body also surged relentlessly. The transformation persisted for a long while. Finally, as the flames faded, the enhanced bone spirit hound appeared before them.
Its robust frame was now adorned with wisps of ghostly blue flames, and its eyes held a tranquil blue fire. From its throat, a deep, drawn-out growl echoed intermittently. Bone Spirit Hound. Ghost rank, B. Special ability, Infernal Flame. Special notes: after absorbing ghostly energy from the spirit realm, this Bone Spirit Hound ascended to a higher tier spirit, gaining formidable control over Hellfire. Lin Ran's heart leapt with joy. It was also a B rank. Moreover, it had gained a formidable flame control skill. Like the heretical skeleton man, it had received a baptism of power, granting it this new ability. Li Su was overcome with excitement and rushed to embrace it. My little Agu, you've finally grown up. Quick, give daddy a lick. Remember how much you loved licking my face when you were little? Su Xier turned her head away, pouting, this is too much to watch. Lin Ran also looked somewhat awkward, especially with Hong Long, an outsider, watching. This is the team member's behavior. It has nothing to do with the captain. Hong Long nodded stiffly, a hint of envy in his voice. They're lucky to have a captain as powerful as you. He knew the stone door had been brought back by Lin Ran. The Bone Spirit Dog's upgrade was inextricably linked to him. Without him, the Bone Spirit Dog would never have been able to upgrade. Even with Li Su's abilities, reaching the source of the ghost tide was utterly beyond his reach. It was just fate's arrangement. Lin Ran smiled as he walked toward his teammates. Alright, save the excitement for later. I need to get some rest first. Li Su felt a pang of reluctance. But I haven't even tested the Bone Spirit Dog's power yet. Hong Long join them then, why don't I spar with you? It'll give me a chance to see if the Earth Dragon's power has grown. The Death Spirit Earth Dragon was precisely his contracted ghost spirit. A powerful B-rank ghost spirit. Hearing this, Li Su perked up, sure thing. Let's do it. Let's test it. Both summoned their spirits, and powerful ghostly energy instantly enveloped the entire square. Hong Long's spirit, the undead Earth Dragon, was especially massive. Nearly 3 meters tall. At first glance, it resembled a small hill. Though not his first encounter, Li Su still felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. The undead Earth Dragon's size was truly immense. Even the current Bone Spirit Hound couldn't compare to it. Su Xier stood by watching the battle, not resting. Lin Ran, however, headed straight back to the temporary shelter. He already knew the outcome of this battle. The undead Earth Dragon would prevail. It wasn't that he looked down on the Bone Spirit Hound, but because the Death Spirit Earth Dragon was simply too powerful. Though both were B-rank monsters, the combat prowess of a newly ascended B-rank and one long established at that level were worlds apart. Compounded by the Necromancer Earth Dragon's colossal size, a single swipe could reduce the Bone Spirit Hound to mincemeat. There was no chance of victory. Soon, the battle commenced. Just as Lin Ran had anticipated, the undead Earth Dragon effortlessly overwhelmed the Bone Spirit Hound by leveraging its immense size. But that was only for a moment. Moments later, the Bone Spirit Hound summoned the flames of hell. Amidst the surging azure flames, the necromantic Earth Dragon began to retreat step by step. Yet just as Li Su thought victory was assured, the undead Earth Dragon unleashed a fierce counterattack. Its massive tail lashed out, sending the Bone Spirit Hound flying backward. Crashing to the ground, the flames on its body could no longer sustain themselves, fading into smoke. I quit. I quit. You're cheating. Li Su put on a stubborn face, this fight doesn't count. Give me another month, and I'll challenge you again. Next time, I'll definitely beat you. Hong Long smiled and nodded lightly. Indeed. I have over 20 years of combat experience, and the Death Spirit Earth Dragon has shared life and death with me for years. Its combat experience far surpasses that of your Bone Spirit Hound. It was only natural that it would defeat you. Over 20 years ago, he too had been an E-rank spirit exorcist. Later, it took him only 2 years to advance from E-rank to D-rank in ghost exorcism, and another 5 years to climb from D-rank to C-rank. But advancing from C-rank to B-rank took him a full 10 years. 17 long years. Now, another 7 years have passed, and the Death Spirit Earth Dragon remains at B rank. How incredibly difficult it is to reach a rank. His expression grew complex as he mused, I truly envy you all for having such a powerful and incredibly responsible captain. What took me 17 years to achieve, you manage in a single day. Had I had such a captain back then, perhaps my achievements today wouldn't be so meager. Gazing in the direction Lin Ran had departed, his mood grew increasingly gloomy. Li Su, oblivious to his mood, simply remarked to himself, the captain really is good to us. That's why we strive to grow stronger so that one day, we can become his support. The next day. As noon approached, Lin Ran and his 2 companions gathered, preparing to return to Conservation Zone 13. Before formally leaving the Conservation Zone, there was one more thing they needed to do. That was to resign from their roles as night watchmen. Driving back to the Conservation Zone, they headed for the Night Watch headquarters. Lin Ran led the 2 others to find Tang Feng, only to discover a familiar figure had unexpectedly appeared there. Lin Ran. The moment she noticed his arrival, a delighted expression lit up her lovely face. What are you doing here? Lin Ran asked, puzzled. The girl before him was none other than Tang Qin. Tang Qin smiled. Because I graduated from the academy. I heard that Uncle Tangfeng was in charge of the Night Watch, so I applied to join the Night Watch organization for some training.
Tangfeng stepped forward, pointing at her and introducing, "This is my niece, Tang Qin." Lin Ran understood. No wonder she had just addressed Tangfeng as uncle. So they were related. "Lin Ran, your return couldn't be more timely.
I was just worrying about who could help me look after her.
Now that you're back, this task."
Tangfeng spoke, but Lin Ran cut him off.
"I came back to request withdrawal from the Night Watch." "So soon?" Tangfeng's brow furrowed.
While he'd anticipated Lin Ran's rapid progress in strengthening her abilities, he hadn't expected it to happen this quickly. He'd only been away from the nursery for about a week, and now he wanted to leave the Night Watch already.
Could it be that his ghost rank had risen once more? Not only is the captain leaving, but we're leaving too.
All members of Squad D32 request to withdraw from the Night Watch. At that moment, Su Xier and Li Su both stepped forward. Each released their own specter, unleashing a powerful surge of ghostly energy. Tangfeng nearly jumped out of his skin, stammering in shock.
B rank? Chapter 32, The Spirit Exorcist Federation. Ghost Rating Test. Staring at the trio's B-grade spirits, Tangfeng was speechless with astonishment.
In truth, his astonishment wasn't about their spirit ranks. Rather, it was the astonishing speed at which their spirits had advanced. As an A-grade spirit holder himself, Tangfeng naturally felt no fear toward B-grade spirits.
But for someone to break through from E rank to B rank in less than a week? That was nothing short of monstrous. You freaking monsters.
After a moment's pause, Tangfeng sighed helplessly. "Though I don't know what you've been through, as B-rank ghost exorcists now, leaving the Night Watch is inevitable." He sighed deeply, his eyes filled with reluctance.
"It's a pity.
If you could stay here a little longer, the nursery would be much safer. After all, with such prodigiously talented individuals present, the threat of ghosts and monsters within the conservation area would naturally diminish considerably."
Tangfeng truly didn't want them to leave.
But he couldn't defy the Federation's regulations. Exorcists who surpassed Class C were required to leave the Night Watch unless they became high-ranking executives within the organization.
The fighting outside the city walls was far more intense than within.
The sheer numbers of ghosts were vastly different.
Lin Ran smiled. "Whether we stay with the Night Watch or not, we share a common goal, don't we?" Tangfeng nodded, then pulled 3 medals from his pocket.
"These are Night Watch commemorative medals. While they hold no practical value, they symbolize honor. May you continue to dedicate your strength to world peace in the days ahead." Lin Ran accepted the medals with both hands, nodding solemnly. On the medals, a sharp sword pierced through dark clouds. This was the emblem of the Night Watch, the Guardians of the Night. Lin Ran recalled seeing 2 such medals at home before. They had been left behind by his parents.
"Mr. Tang, if you don't mind, may I ask you something?" Tangfeng nodded. "Go ahead. About my parents, do you have any news?"
As expected, Tangfeng shook his head. "Senior Lin stopped contacting me a long time ago. It's been nearly 7 years now. If you're looking for him, you might try searching within the Federation."
The Federation. Its full name is the Blue Star Exorcist Federation. It is the world's largest organization of spirit exorcists. Its influence spans conservation zones worldwide, gathering countless powerful exorcists within its ranks. It is also the colossal entity that controls the entire Blue Star. Whether it's the Night Watchmen, the communicators they use, or the assignments they undertake, all originate from the Federation. Lin Ran nodded. "I'll go."
After all, having left the Night Watch organization, the Federation was the only place he could go. Even to obtain a bounty hunter license, one must register with the Federation.
"Mr. Tang, thank you for your assistance.
We shall take our leave now.
Farewell. Wishing you all smooth sailing on your journey and success in fighting for peace in the human world." Lin Ran led his team away.
Just a few steps out, he heard Tang Qin's voice from behind.
"Lin Ran, will we meet again?"
The young woman twiddled her fingers, her cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes brimming with reluctance. She had finally become a Night Watcher, able to fight alongside Lin Ran. Yet before she could officially join the ranks, she received news of Lin Ran's departure from the Night Watch. This left her heart feeling hollow.
"When fate brings us together again, we shall meet." Without looking back, Lin Ran waved his hand with a flourish and vanished at the end of the corridor.
After completing all the handover procedures including the Night Watch uniform and weapon, she finally left the headquarters and stepped out into the outside world.
Li Su was visibly excited.
Finally free from that 9 to 5 grind with all those night shifts.
"We're free people now."
Su Xier glared at him.
"Don't get too excited just yet.
There's still one more thing we need to take care of."
"That's right." Lin Ran nodded.
"Let's go to the Federal Branch at Conservation Zone 13. At the very least, they needed to register their ranks with the Federation before applying whether to become bounty hunters or full-fledged Federation members.
Soon.
At the base of a 10-story building in the heart of Conservation Zone 13. Outside the building's entrance, D-rank spirit exorcists were everywhere.
Even B-rank exorcists were not uncommon.
Exorcists had existed for many years, and over time, numerous powerful ones had emerged. Though naturally born D rank or higher exorcists were rare, they could be upgraded through various subsequent methods. Hong Long and Tang Feng were prime examples of this. Even so, the arrival of the three drew considerable attention. After all, B rank spirit exorcists this young were a rare sight. Upon entering the first floor, they approached the registration counter. The receptionist was a young woman, appearing to be in her early 20s. "Hello, we need to register our spirit exorcist ranks and apply for bounty hunter status." The girl glanced at the trio, clearly astonished. "Wow, you guys are amazing. Registering as bounty hunters at such a young age." Lin Ran offered a warm smile. "Thank you." Soon, 3 numbered tags were handed over. "These are your ID cards. Take them to the testing area in the back and wait for your assessment. After the test, you can proceed directly to register your status." Soon, the trio turned into a spacious training room. The room was completely empty except for a single machine standing in the center. It was the testing device. Simply summon the ghost, scan it, and its level would be determined. Lin Ran glanced at his number tag. It read 282. This meant over 280 people had come for testing today. Evidently, the number of high-level spirit exorcists was not small. Looking up, he saw a dozen or so people queued before the machine. A middle-aged man was currently undergoing the test. His spirit companion was a ghostly creature with tiger stripes and a horse's head. A laser beam shot from the instrument, scanning the spirit before a large C appeared on the screen. C-class. The middle-aged man nodded with satisfaction, his excitement palpable as he dashed over to register. Soon, it was turn 280 Li Su. He grinned at the two of them. "Watch me lead the charge." Since his bone spirit dog had leveled up, his personality had brightened considerably. After all, obtaining a grade B ghostling had put him in a great mood. Before the machine, the bone spirit dog appeared, and the scanner began its scan. Moments later, a huge B popped up on the screen. The crowd waiting in line behind them all looked on in astonishment. "That's incredible. He looks only in his 20s or 30s, yet his contracted ghost spirit has already reached B rank. Yeah, even if he is 30, a contracted spirit of this rank is something to brag about for a while." Hearing the murmurs, Li Su felt utterly crushed. "Do I look that old?" "Oh no." Lin Ran gave him a long, hard look. Truth be told, he did look older than his years. After all, the guy was unkempt, with coarse stubble that made him look ancient. At that moment, in a lavishly decorated office on the upper floors of the Federation building, a leather armchair reclined backward, a cascade of dark hair hanging from the top of the backrest, suspended in midair. A woman in a black strapless top lay lazily on the sofa, her jade-like feet casually resting on the desk in front of her. Her phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly. Through the gap between her feet, she caught a glimpse of the letter B displayed on the screen. "Oh?" Curiosity piqued, the woman sat up and pulled up the test subject's information. Li Su. Age, 21. Contract spirit rank, B. Chapter 33, Battle against an S-rank specter, Shadow. "This is interesting." The woman perked up with interest, continuing to stare at the screen. The screen displayed footage of Lin Ran and his group undergoing the test. Following Li Su, Sierra stepped forward for her test. As the multicolored phoenix bird appeared, its dazzling 7-hued glow instantly captured everyone's attention. "What kind of spirit is this? So beautiful. I've never seen such a beautiful ghost spirit." In people's minds, whether they were demons or ghost spirits, good or evil, they were all hideously ugly. Even the less common ones were merely ordinary, not ugly, like cats. Including the bone spirit dog. Though after evolving, its entire body was bathed in flames, and its towering form appeared majestic. It still couldn't conceal the bone-chilling aura emanating from its gleaming white skeleton and fiery blue eyes. As the device scanned the multicolored phoenix bird, the large B letter popped up again. Another B-rank spirit exorcist. And she looks much younger than that man earlier. This girl is only in her teens, right? Could she be a natural-born B-rank spirit? The crowd was stunned. They had never seen such a young grade B exorcist before. Upstairs, the woman in the strappy top murmured in surprise, "A descendant of the Su family? I never imagined the Su clan truly survived that battle." The screen displayed the identity information of Sierra. Sierra. Age, 21. Contract spirit grade, B. Inside the training room, Lin Ran stepped forward holding his token. After a moment's thought, he chose to summon Cat. As a humanoid spirit, Luo's summoning was bound to startle everyone present. As Cat materialized, a thick black mist surged from its body. Instantly, the large characters on the instrument turned blood red. B. Though also a B rank, the font displayed was vastly different from what Sierra and the others had shown earlier. Everyone present stared wide-eyed, gasping, "Ghost! A ghost! This is actually a B-grade ghost! Who on earth is he?" Lin Ran, however, showed no surprise. He recalled Cat and walked over to the nearby registration desk. Soon, his personal details filled the form. For large characters were added in the margin, Bounty Hunter. Not only him, but Li Su and Sierra also had the words Bounty Hunter added after their names.
Captain, let's go. Should we take on a mission now? Or head back and rest for a day? Su-Sier inquired. Lin Ran replied, let's head back. You've been exhausted these past few days. After days outside the city, battling ghosts and monsters non-stop, anyone would be worn out. The trio immediately departed the Federation building. No sooner had they stepped outside than Lin Ran suddenly heard Meow Meow's voice. In an instant, a flash of black light appeared, and Cat materialized directly on his shoulder. What's wrong, Cat? Lin Ran was puzzled. The cat's behavior was unusual. Under normal circumstances, Cat would never appear on its own. It must have sensed some kind of threat nearby to jump out like this. What's wrong, Captain? Su-Sier inquired. Lin Ran shook his head. Nothing, it's nothing. He sensed no powerful ghostly energy in the vicinity, and besides, this was near the Exorcist Federation building. Ghosts couldn't possibly appear here. It must be one of the exorcists. But why would a spirit exorcist pose a threat to them? Lin Ran was puzzled, and his guard began to rise. Kitty, can you sense their exact location? Meow. The cat shook its head, then raised a paw toward Lin Ran. What does that mean? You mean Sasha knows? Meow meow. Looks like I guessed right. Li Su was curious. Sasha? What's a Sasha? Is it a woman? Su-Sier was also a bit confused. At Lin Ran's summons, a wisp of ghostly energy surged forth. A ghostly figure clad in black gauze materialized before them. Li Su and Su-Sier both gasped in shock. What is this? Is this the captain's new ghost? What a formidable spirit. Its aura is incredibly potent. The two were utterly stunned. They never imagined Lin Ran had contracted a second ghost. And one with such overwhelming power, at least in a great specter. Ignoring the shock in their eyes, Lin Ran turned to Sasha. Sasha, can you pinpoint the exact location of whoever's following us in the shadows? Sasha nodded, and in the next instant, she transformed into a black streak of light and shot forward. Her speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, she vanished into a nearby alleyway. Lin Ran's heart raced with alarm. He immediately activated his shadow shift skill to teleport after her. Catching up to Sasha in the alley, a gray shadow also came into view. Shadow. Specter level, S. Special skills, clone, shadow escape. Special note, a clone of a powerful ghost spirit. Lin Ran's expression darkened. The S-rank ghost before him was merely a clone. If this is merely a clone, then its original master must be at least SS rank. Who exactly was its master? Saluel raised her hand, and a crimson glow coalesced in her snow-white, delicate palm. With a single thrust, the crimson light shot forth like a blade. Facing the incoming strike, Ing showed no fear. With a casual flick of her wrist, the black vortex directly swallowed Sasha's attack. A fierce expression flashed across Sasha's exquisite face. She formed seals with both hands, summoning a torrent of black mist that enveloped the area in a ghostly domain. System notification. Sorrow activates Ghost Realm, Domain of Confinement. Binding Realm seals all space within the domain, rendering spatial skills ineffective. Lin Ran nodded thoughtfully. He wasn't surprised by Sasha's domain sealing space. He'd long known her special ability was spatial manipulation. In the brief moment he pondered, Sasha struck again. Like a ghostly apparition, she appeared before Ing in an instant. Her right palm formed a claw as she struck down. The collision sent ghostly energy surging. Meow Meow refused to be outdone, roaring furiously as she lunged forward. She raised her hand, unleashing a phantom demon strike. The colossal spirit's image struck with immense force, sending the shadow reeling back several steps. Though Meow Meow was only a B rank, its combat prowess was in no way inferior to an A rank specter. Now, under their relentless assault, even the S rank shadow could only keep retreating. Not far away, Su-Sier and her companion arrived just in time to witness the scene, their eyes filled with nothing but shock. So powerful. Captain is truly formidable. Not only did she contract the rare cat-like spirit as her first, but her second contracted spirit is also an extremely rare humanoid spirit. Li Su stood frozen for a long moment before asking, should we go help? Before the words had fully left his mouth, Nico and Sasha combined their power and unleashed a single strike. The immense force struck the shadow, shattering it completely. Black mist swirled, coalescing midair into large characters. Meet at the Federation building. Lin Ran frowned. Just as he suspected. This specter originated from a spirit exorcist, and that exorcist possessed formidable power. It was undoubtedly a powerful figure from the Federation. Go, or not go? After a moment's thought, he said to Sasha, come back, Sasha. I'll go. Su-Sier and the others followed suit. Captain, what's the situation? You'll find out once we reach the Federation building. The three immediately turned back. Soon, they arrived at the base of the Federation building. A young woman dressed in a maid's uniform approached them. Please follow me, all three of you. The master has been waiting for you for quite some time. Chapter 34, SS Ghost Contract Holder, by Lin Ran. They took the elevator to the 10th floor. Led by the maid, the trio approached an office door. The master is inside. Please come in. The maid knocked on the door before turning the handle to open it. Lin Ran nodded his thanks and walked straight in. Su followed closely behind, while Li Su stood frozen, staring at the maid. His face flushed as he chuckled. That girl's pretty cute, huh? From within the room, a lazy female voice drifted out. If you like her, she's yours. Lin Ran noticed the voice came from behind the desk ahead. The large screen on the desk blocked the view of the speaker's face. So it seems you are the master of the shadow, he said. The voice's owner chuckled softly and rose to her feet. It was a stunningly beautiful woman in a black strapless dress, her curly hair cascading naturally down her back. Her phoenix-like eyes held a faint smile, long lashes perfectly defined and curled upward. Beneath her high, straight nose, her crimson lips, like flames, curved into a faint smile. As she rose, her tall, slender figure could no longer be concealed by the screen. The slackened black straps offered no concealment, revealing her pristine collarbone. The only flaw, perhaps, was her utterly unremarkable chest. Lin Ran instinctively activated the system to check the other person's identity. Bai Yanan. Contract Spirits, White Twisted Dragon SS, Enchanted Spirit Shadow SS. Special abilities, Twisted Dragon Soul, Enchanting All, Shadow Clone, Shadow Blade Stab. Sure enough, an SS rank contract spirit. What surprised Lin Ran, however, was that Bai Yanan possessed 2 contract spirits. Undoubtedly, one of them was her innate spirit companion. The second one could only be a spirit she had captured later. Her strength was formidable. She was the most powerful individual he had ever encountered. The Silver Dragon's daughter didn't count. That creature wasn't even human. Lin Ran, is it? Bai Yanan spoke. I find you quite intriguing. Her voice carried a thick allure, the slightly upturned cadence like a hook, snagging one's soul. Lin Ran couldn't help but grow wary. The more alluring a woman like this was, the more deadly the danger she posed. Who are you? Lin Ran frowned and asked. Instead of answering, Bai Yanan countered with a playful smile. What do you think someone sitting in this position could be? Someone from the Spirit Exorcist Federation. The head of the Federation's 13th Conservation District. Lin Ran stated in one breath. The other party didn't refute it, nodding in acknowledgement. Do you know why I asked you here? I don't. A mission. You can choose to accept it or not. Bai Yanan said, turning the computer screen toward him. It displayed the mission details. SS-class mission. Hunt the ghost, Changyu. Details, Changyu SS rank ghost often carries a virus. If released, it can turn a 100-mile radius into a ghost town. Kill it and neutralize the virus. Reward, 300,000 contribution points, plus 100 Federation merit points. Federation merit points function similarly to experience points for advancing Federation ranks. 100 merit points can elevate one from the lowest-ranking Federation member to a mid-level department director position. However, Lin Ran showed no interest in this. Neither contribution points nor merit points were worth the risk of hunting an SS-class specter. Don't refuse just yet. Bai Yanan's voice cut in, forcing Lin Ran to swallow the words on the tip of his tongue. I know you don't need these. But what if I told you I have information about your parents? Lin Ran's heart skipped a beat. I'll agree on the condition that you tell me about my parents first. Bai Yanan chuckled softly, pulling a stack of files from the drawer. This is the roster of participants in the Night Parade of 100 Demons project back then. Your parents are on it. The Night Parade of 100 Demons project? Lin Ran was puzzled. He had never heard of this project in his entire life. He hurriedly grabbed the files to examine them. But upon opening it, he found only a stack of names. Among them, he saw 2 familiar names, Lin Feng and Lin Ran. What is the Night Parade of 100 Demons project? He looked up at Bai Yanan. Bai Yanan raised an eyebrow. Want to know? Forget it. Seeing her expression, Lin Ran instantly understood. This girl had no intention of telling him. Just tell me straight, what do you want me to do? I can help you, but they won't go. Also, I need to know why you invited me. Lin Ran didn't buy it. Someone with 2 SS rank contract spirits wouldn't need his help hunting down a single SS rank spirit. Of course. Bai Yanan smiled. I only need your ghost. Their ghostly essence is useless to me. Changyu is extremely sensitive to human scent. Even if a human is dozens of meters away, it can sense them and flee instantly. Therefore, I need you to release your spirits to imprison the space it occupies, preventing its escape. Lin Ran frowned. Even you couldn't catch it? Bai Yanan shook her head, spreading her hands helplessly. To be honest, I hunted it 3 days ago, but it got away. Alright. When do we depart? Now. Seeing their captain about to be lured away, Su hurriedly grabbed Lin Ran. What about us? We want to go too. Lin Ran shook his head. No way. It's too dangerous. Bai Yanan smiled faintly. Little sister Su, if you're bored, why not use the equipment here to investigate what happened back then? Su shuddered, her expression turning grave. Li Su noticed her unease and patted her shoulder reassuringly. It's okay. I'm here with you. Bai Yanan murmured softly, as long as I don't give the order, even if I leave this place, no one will disturb you. Let's go, honey. She took Lin Ran's hand and immediately started walking toward the exit.
Feeling the warmth on her hand, Lin Ran jerked her hand back as if electrocuted.
Don't touch me. Humph. They arrived at the first floor of the building, the parking lot. Bai Yanan led Lin Ran to a black SUV, started the engine, and drove toward the city limits. Lin Ran noticed a red dot moving steadily on the car's navigation system. Is that Chanyo's marker? Bai Yanan nodded. Yes. Last time, we let it escape because we weren't prepared. But luckily, the trap I set worked. We successfully implanted the tracker inside it. Lin Ran nodded. So, it's just the two of us? What? Not enough? It's enough.
A cold sneer flashed across Bai Yanan's face. The Federation is full of useless trash.
Bringing them along would be like dragging a dog, don't you agree? Her gaze shifted sideways toward Lin Ran,
her phoenix eyes now holding a hint of amusement. Lin Ran frowned, saying nothing.
Outside the conservation zone. Deep within the mountain forest.
The car could go no further, forcing the pair to disembark and continue on foot.
Bai Yanan murmured softly, Baiqiu, ing.
Two beams of light, one white, one black flashed, and two spirits appeared simultaneously.
Lin Ran noticed that Baiqiu was actually a white dragon.
It coiled around Bai Yanan like a guardian spirit, constantly protecting her. The shadow spirit, Myling, followed by her side in its shadowy form. Suddenly, Bai Yanan turned to face Lin Ran.
And you?
Lin Ran didn't hesitate, summoning Shasha and Mao Mao directly. In the next instant, Shasha appeared, shrouded in rolling black mist, her blood-red eyes glaring fiercely at the shadow spirit. Clearly, she had already marked the other as an enemy. Sasha, ignore him.
We're allies for now.
At Lin Ran's command, Sasa finally withdrew her murderous glare and obediently followed by his side.
Even Bai Yan couldn't help but feel astonished at this scene.
To have trained a contract spirit to be so obedient, your strength is no small feat.
Chapter 35, Hunt the Right-Handed One, Night Parade of 100 Ghosts.
As the two steadily approached their target location, a system notification suddenly popped up in Lin Ran's mind. The next moment, a mission panel appeared before his eyes.
Mission acquired, hunt down SS rank Ghost Changyu.
Quest reward, 300 ghost experience, 30 ghost points. Seeing the system's mission prompt, Lin Ran felt a surge of surprise. He hadn't expected the system to issue a quest at all. Helping Bai Yanan complete this task was merely to obtain detailed information about the Night Parade of 100 Ghosts plan. But now, the system had actually granted him a whopping 30 points. That was equivalent to 6 days' worth of daily check-ins. Given that, he had to push harder to complete the task. Soon, the two drew closer and closer to the red dot. Bai Yanan halted her steps and said, "We can't get any closer.
Chang Yu is extremely sensitive to human scent. Proceeding further risks alerting it."
Lin Ran was puzzled. Judging by their current position, there was still at least 100 meters between them. That Chang Yu could sense human presence from 100 meters away. It really was formidable.
What should we do now?
Release your spirit, then seal off the space. Hearing this, Lin Ran hesitated no longer.
Sasha, it's up to you.
Beside him, Shero nodded and transformed into a jet-black streak of light. Her speed was blindingly fast. In an instant, she shattered the space and arrived beside Chang Yu. In that moment, Lin Ran's mind raced.
I wonder if shapeshifting can carry someone along.
After all, 100 meters is no short distance, and Sasa is facing an SS rank ghost.
If she hadn't been downgraded, perhaps there'd be no need for concern. But now, at merely a rank, she's no match for Chang Yu. He had to catch up quickly. He turned to Bai Yanan and grabbed her hand. The next moment, the skill activated. Shift and Shadow. In an instant, they were 100 meters away.
A ghostly creature resembling a monkey, yet bearing 4 ears, appeared before them. The next instant, Shaluo released a black ghostly aura that instantly enveloped the entire space. Within this space, the very fabric of reality was completely sealed. No one could wield spatial power. Even SS-ranked Shan Yu could only scream in terror. A series of ghostly wails erupted from his mouth, piercingly shrill. Only then did Bai Yanan snap back to her senses. Lin Ran's teleportation earlier had startled her so much she'd nearly failed to grasp the situation. She immediately summoned her spirits, Bai Qiu, Ing, kill it. 2 ghostly figures materialized instantly, one black, one white, flashing to Chan Yu's sides in the blink of an eye. One attacked from the left, the other from the right. Faced with the dual assault of 2 SS-ranked entities, Chan Yu let out a cry and scrambled to defend himself.
However, its strength was utterly insufficient to match Bai Qiu and Ing.
After just one exchange, it was defeated and forced back several steps. Chang Yu's powerful ghostly energy erupted at that moment, causing his scrawny body to begin swelling explosively.
From an unremarkable monkey, it transformed into a gorilla.
At this, Bai Yanan merely snorted coldly, a dying struggle.
Bai Qiu!
The white dragon roared furiously, its entire body engulfed in white flames. Yet even amidst the flames, not a hint of heat could be felt. Instead, a chill swept through the air, as if it were not fire at all, but ice. A deafening dragon's roar echoed as Bai Qiu charged forward with immense force, colliding violently with Chang Yu and shattering him into dust. Black ghostly mist swirled. An SS rank specter had been instantly annihilated by Bai Qiu. Lin Ran watched in shock, gaining a new understanding of Bai Yanan's power.
The system popped up a notification, mission complete. Rewards distributed. 300 ghost experience points were split between Cat and Sasa, each receiving 150 points.
The points were substantial, a full 30 points.
Excellent.
She was one step closer to redeeming the 300 points for the demon cage. But now, Meow Meow suddenly lunged forward. Black mist surged from its mouth, swirling up the energy emanating from Chanyu and sucking it into its belly.
Ghost Cat devours SS rank Ghost Chanyu, gaining plus 500 ghost experience and acquiring Chanyu's shapeshifting form. Lin Ran was overjoyed.
Only 200 more experience points were needed for the cat to level up.
If he could raise Cat to a rank, it could easily defeat even S-rank ghosts. Even against SS rank ghosts, it could be suppressed under domain suppression. You're no ordinary ghost, are you?
Suddenly, Bai Yanran spoke, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the cat.
Monsters capable of devouring residual demonic power are quite rare.
I recall a catastrophe-level demon that destroyed the world many years ago. That catastrophe-level demon was of the same kind as you, cat.
Lin Ran nodded. Yes. You're quite lucky. Bai Yanan sounded a bit envious.
Though her Bai Chiu and Ing were formidable, no disaster level or higher ghosts had ever appeared in recorded history. The pinnacle of their species wasn't particularly high, with the strongest reaching only SSS-tier.
In contrast, Meow Meow far surpassed SSS rank, reaching the catastrophe level. Alright, let's head back first. On the way back, Lin Ran turned to Bai Yanan in the driver's seat and said, "Time to tell me about the night parade of 100 ghosts plan, huh?"
"Of course. But I should warn you, I don't know much about the night parade of 100 demons plan either." Bai Yanan explained, this plan originated from a crisis. 10 years ago, the Federation headquarters detected the existence of the ghostly realm the first time humanity attempted to enter the world beyond the ghostly rift. So the world's top scientists gathered to develop a powerful entity capable of entering the ghostly realm. This project was named the Night Parade of 100 Demons. Your parents were among those tasked with locating the ghost rifts and sealing them.
Lin Ran frowned impressed. So this project, is it researching half-humans? For some reason, he had a premonition that the Silver Dragon's daughter was inextricably linked to this project. Bai Yanan shook her head.
I don't know what exactly they're researching. Even with my current access, I still can't look it up. I fear we'll only have a chance to uncover the truth once we enter headquarters.
And then? Lin Ran pressed.
Bai Yanan pursed her lips.
Nothing else.
As expected, she didn't know much either. Lin Ran sighed inwardly.
This matter clearly had a long way to go.
At least they now had a direction, no longer floundering around like headless flies.
Meanwhile, at the Federation building,
Su Xier stared at the records on the screen, her expression growing increasingly grave.
It detailed a spirit exorcist named Su Qianjun. Su Qianjun. High-ranking spirit exorcist within the Federation.
Born in the year 2023 of the Age of Terror, died in the year 2080.
Died 10 years ago. Cause of death, Operation XXXX. Staring at the forcibly obscured project name, Su Xier frowned deeply. What exactly is this project? 4 characters? Could it be the Night Parade of 100 Ghosts project too? What exactly does this plan mean?
Li Su also began to realize that the upper echelons of the Spirit Exorcist Federation seemed to be hiding some enormous secret. This secret spread like a vast net, enveloping every powerful spirit exorcist on Blue Star.
Suddenly, a breaking news alert popped up in the bottom right corner of the computer screen. Shocking.
A powerful exorcist appears at Fort South 37, overpowering a B-class ghost spirit in physical combat, suppressing the ghost tide in Conservation Zone 14, and returning the gates of hell.
Chapter 36, Night Raid, The Hunter. The 13th Conservation Zone forum was flooded with a trending post. Lin Ran's name began circulating among the crowd unconsciously. Have you heard? A spirit exorcist named Lin Ran defeated a B-rank ghost spirit without summoning any spirits of his own. Not only that, he's also the one who suppressed the ghost tide in Conservation Zone 14. The weakest spirits at the source of a ghost tide are all Class A. For him to suppress the entire tide? That's insane. You don't know what you're talking about. I saw him with my own eyes right there in the Federation building. After Lin Ran and his companion returned to the Federation building, Bai Yanan gave each of them 50,000 contribution points.
It was clear she wasn't short on funds.
Thanks for your help this time. My personal communication channel is already saved in your communicator. If you ever need anything, feel free to reach out. Thank you.
After bidding farewell to Bai Yanran, Lin Ran and the others departed the Federation building.
Li Su suddenly said, I need to head home. It's been a while since I've been back, and my family must be missing me. His family resided within the 13th childcare district, not too far away.
Now that his ghostling rank had risen to B-class, he naturally wanted to return and share this good news with his family.
Lin Ran nodded. Stay safe. Take care on your way.
Watching Li Su depart, only Lin Ran and Su Xier remained.
Captain, what about you? Now that the Night Watch dorms are gone and your house is destroyed, where do you plan to stay?
Lin Ran felt a pang of pain. Though the house wasn't valuable, it had been his only home. After joining the Night Watch, the collective dormitory and the constant stream of tasks had left him no time or energy to find a new place. Fortunately, the Federation had provided some compensation. The over 1 million contribution points in his account included 500,000 from the Federation's compensation fund and another 500,000 his parents' entire inheritance. Lin Ran sighed in resignation. It seemed he had no choice but to start looking for a new place. Within the protected zone, applying for housing required navigating a series of approvals. Of course, there was a faster way. Go straight to the exchange and buy one. But properties on the exchange were notoriously expensive, often starting at 1 million credits. Why don't you stay at my place? Su Xier smiled. My place is big enough anyway. So many empty rooms just sitting there unused. Lin Ran nodded helplessly.
I guess that'll have to do for now.
Returning to Su Xier's villa, Lin Ran was once again struck by the overwhelming sense of luxury that greeted him. Though it wasn't his first time here, each visit still filled him with envy. After all, it was a grand villa beyond the means of ordinary people. As far as he knew, on the exchange, such villas had been inflated to prices in the tens of millions of contribution points. It was beyond his wildest dreams. He picked a guest room at random, tidied up briefly, and settled in for the night. Lying in bed, Lin Ran couldn't fall asleep no matter how hard he tried. Though they weren't alone together in a room, he still felt a bit awkward. After all, this was his first time spending the night at a girl's place in years. As he lay there, Lin Ran replayed the day's events in his mind. What weighed heaviest on his thoughts, of course, was that so-called Night Parade of 100 Ghosts plan. What exactly is the Night Parade of 100 Ghosts? Why were his parents involved? What secrets lie hidden behind it all? The weight of these mysteries kept him awake. Before he knew it, midnight had arrived. Just as drowsiness overtook him, a shrill sound pierced the air. Meow. The cat had appeared out of nowhere, now perched on the bed, letting out a shrill, piercing cry toward the door. Lin Ran startled. What's wrong, cat? Is there a ghost? The cat nodded, emitting a series of low, threatening growls. Lin Ran frowned deeply. This was the inner part of the conservation zone, where ghosts and spirits should be scarce. Moreover, with the night watchman present, ghosts were rarely seen at night. Yet now, a ghostly presence had appeared nearby. Judging by Meow Meow's reaction, it wasn't low level. At least a rank or higher. A ghost of this caliber shouldn't be here. Something must have gone terribly wrong. He immediately dressed and stepped outside. The moment he stepped outside the room, he immediately sensed a powerful ghostly aura. Following the source of the aura, he saw a hideously ugly humanoid ghost peering through the window into the room. Lin Ran instantly locked onto the target and activated his skill, shapeshifting. In an instant, he materialized behind the specter. Kitty, kill it. Hearing this, the ghostly creature took off running. Watching its retreating figure, a sense of foreboding washed over Lin Ran. He quickly used a skill to investigate. Shudra Ghost. Ghost level A. Special ability, Eastern Sword Technique. Lin Ran frowned. It was an A-rank ghost. After ruling out the possibility of it being a contracted spirit from an exorcist, only one possibility remained. The city wall was breached. At that very moment, a figure sprinted frantically past the villa in the distance. Shouting loudly, "This is bad. This is bad. The wall's cracks have widened." Lin Ran was startled. Just as he suspected. An A-class ghost appearing inside the conservation zone could only mean one thing. The city wall had been breached. He sprang to his feet and gave chase in the direction the ghost had fled, only to discover it was precisely where the city wall stood. Soon, he arrived at the base of the city wall. Yet he saw no cracks in the wall. Instead, he spotted several powerful exorcists here. 3 formidable figures clad in black robes. Each of their contracted spirits was no lower than S rank. They must be members of the Federation. Just as he was about to approach and ask, he suddenly sensed several waves of ghostly energy surging toward him. In an instant, 3 S-rank ghost spirits had surrounded him completely. Meow Meow let out a piercing scream, shrill and ear-splitting. In the silent night, only the sound of meowing echoed from beneath the city walls. Seeing the 3 figures approaching, Lin Ran instantly understood. Hunters? He swept a cold smile across the trio. Do you know this is illegal? Hunters specialized in capturing other spirit exorcists' contracted spirits, claiming them as their own either to sell or for personal use. Though strictly prohibited by the Federation, many still defied the law. The profits were simply too great. In certain black market exchanges, a B-grade contract spirit could fetch as much as $1 million. Grade A ones command tens of millions. Those who failed to awaken a contract spirit often turned to the black market to purchase one. $1 million for a B-grade spirit, a bargain that guarantees a lifetime of smooth sailing. 3 figures cloaked in black robes stepped forward, chuckling. Since we've already entered this line of work, why should we fear breaking the law? Boy, release your contract spirit peacefully, and we might spare your life. Under the night sky, their hooded cloaks concealed their faces entirely, revealing only pairs of cold, ruthless eyes.
Ordinary people couldn't see them clearly.
But Lin Ran was different. As he scanned the trio, their information instantly appeared before his eyes.
Long Tang, S rank. Gu Jun, S rank. Zhang Jin, S rank. 3 S rank exorcists, and their spirits were also S rank,
including one he'd encountered before the Shuna ghost. Facing the combined might of the three, Lin Ran's expression darkened further.
He coldly demanded, "Aren't you afraid of death?"
No sooner had the words left his mouth than a dark shadow materialized beside Lin Ran. It was the specter he had clashed with before Shadow.
Chapter 37, If you've come, you're staying. Lin Ran instantly guessed Ying's purpose and asked, "Did Bai Yanin send you to protect me?" Shadow nodded, his icy gaze fixed on the three of them.
Both were S-class beings, and yet, Shadow was merely a fragment. Yet the instant it fixed its gaze upon them, a chill ran down all three spines.
A mere clone already at S rank? Who exactly are you? It seems we underestimated you. Who would have thought you had another S-rank powerhouse lurking behind you? But so what? You still die today.
Lin Ran's face darkened, his killing intent already ignited. He showed no mercy toward these men.
Spirit exorcists were already scarce within the conservation zone. These scoundrels were constantly hunting down exorcists, seeking their contracted ghost spirits for trade.
In his eyes, they were nothing but a bunch of bullies who picked on the weak.
If they truly had any real power, why didn't they go outside and capture powerful ghosts and monsters? Meow meow, transform.
As soon as the words left his mouth, Cat transformed into a long-tailed cat, taking position on one side of Lin Ran while Shadow stood on the other. Seeing this, the eyes beneath the three cloaks flashed with greed. They can actually transform into other spirits' forms, and their rank instantly jumped from B class to A class.
We absolutely must secure this contract spirit.
In my opinion, this spirit could fetch at least 10 million.
Ha 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 ha. The trio laughed maniacally, each assigning tasks to their spirits.
Lin Ran's face darkened as he hesitated over whether to activate the spirit's sealing domain. If he activated the spirit's sealing domain, Ying would inevitably be affected. Then, the pressure on Meow Meow would increase significantly. But if he didn't activate it, facing 3 S-rank ghost spirits with only 1 A-rank and 1 S-rank ghost might not guarantee victory. As he pondered, both sides had already clashed fiercely.
Transformed into Changyu, Mao Mao's power had surged dramatically. Though she hadn't directly inherited all of Changyu's strength, she now possessed A-rank combat capabilities.
Combined with her unique abilities, even at a rank, she could temporarily hold her own against a single S-rank ghost spirit. Shadow, however, was steadily pushed back under the joint assault of 2 S-rank ghost spirits. Being merely a clone, it stood no chance against 2 S-rank opponents.
"Shadow, how are you holding up?" Shadow didn't answer, only letting out a furious growl from its throat.
Instantly, a torrent of pitch-black energy surged forth beneath the streetlight.
Shadow had unleashed his full power. Lin Ran knew hesitation was no longer an option. "Sasha, come out and help me," he roared inwardly.
Sensing her master's call, Sharo instantly transformed into a jet-black streak of light and shot forth. The humanoid specter appeared, carrying a thick aura of ghostly energy. With a wave of her hand, Sasa summoned a massive claw formed from the dark mist, which crashed down with a thunderous roar. With a thunderous crash, an S-rank ghost creature was sent flying.
"Activate Ghost Realm,"
Lin Ran shouted. Upon hearing this, Shasha immediately activated her confinement domain. Spatial forces sealed off the area, cutting off the 3 hunters' escape route. Seeing this, the 3 hunters finally revealed expressions of utter horror.
"This guy, he's a dual ghost spirit holder. This isn't a ghost spirit at all, it's a specter. An A-class specter. Retreat. Escape?"
Lin Ran snorted coldly, "Since you're here, you'd better leave your lives behind." With that, Shasha transformed into a black streak and charged forward.
Ying wasn't about to be outdone. Black ghostly energy coalesced into a massive blade, slashing down with devastating force. A fellow S-rank specter couldn't withstand such force, getting cleaved clean in two. Sasha's formidable power manifested in that instant. She teleported behind another specter, plunging both hands into its body before tearing it apart with a mighty rip. Only Mao Mao remained. Meow Meow, having transformed into Changyu, already held the upper hand. Now witnessing the ferociousness of the other ghosts surrounding Lin Ran, it held nothing back, channeling its immense power into a single fist. Phantom Demon Strike. Boom! Black smoke billowed. Ghostly energy surged. Instant kill. After dispatching the 3 ghosts, the cat devoured their bodies without hesitation. Ghost Cat devours S-rank Ghost Earth Spirit Beast, gaining Ghost Experience plus 200 and acquiring the Earth Spirit Beast shapeshift form. Ghost Cat devours S-rank Ghost. Ghost Cat devours. 3 consecutive ghosts were devoured whole, and immediately afterward, the experience bar filled to capacity. Ghost Cat meets upgrade requirements. Can upgrade using 200 points plus special ghost item. Initiate Ghost Cat upgrade quest. Lin Ran was startled. What did the cat want? Reaching a rank could be done with ordinary points. But it actually required a special ghost item. The specifics, of course, could only be seen in the upgrade quest details. He ignored the system for now, fixing his gaze instead on the remaining 3 figures in the arena. At that moment, the trio was utterly cowed. They stared blankly at Cat, their faces drained of color. Eat ghosts. What the hell is that monster? It's over. Completely over. The 3 felt utterly defeated. Without their contracted spirits, they were now little better than useless. Especially for those in their line of work. Without a powerful ghost spirit to support them, they had no way to seize another's contracted spirit. What awaited them was likely nothing but death. Lin Ran gave them a cold glance before turning to Ing. Take them back. Let Bai Yanen decide their fate. Ing nodded. Black mist surged, instantly binding the 3 before carrying them away. Watching them depart, Lin Ran exhaled in relief and began reviewing the system's upgrade quests. Cat upgrade task. Task details: complete the 100 ghost slaying to obtain the 100 ghost spirit source. Reach 100 demon slays. Current progress, 0-100. Thankfully, it was only about slaying ghosts, not humans. 100 ghosts and no specific level requirement meant even E rank or the lowest tier F rank would suffice. This spirit essence of 100 ghosts is the system item obtainable after hunting down 100 ghosts. Lin Ran pondered this before closing the system panel. Let's head back for now. We'll see about tomorrow. The next day. When Lin Ran awoke, it was already noon. He walked into the living room to find Sierra cooking in the kitchen. The fragrant dishes looked incredibly appetizing. Seeing him awake, Sierra smiled. I thought you might not be able to sleep. I didn't expect you to sleep so soundly. I almost didn't have the heart to wake you. Lin Ran scratched the back of his head awkwardly, hesitating whether to tell Sierra about last night's events. Just then, his communicator buzzed. It was Bai Yanen. Those 3 guys from last night have confessed. You're being targeted. Be careful. Lin Ran frowned deeply. What do you mean? Bai Yanen's tone grew grave. The Hunters organization is far more powerful than we imagined. They're spread across all major conservation zones. Even in the outer regions, their presence is visible. They possess a specialized intelligence network, gathering information on newly emerged prodigies from all regions to hunt them down. You are their target within Conservation Zone 13. Fortunately, we've located the Hunters organization within Conservation Zone 13. I'll personally eliminate them. In the meantime, protect yourself. I can't guarantee every last one of them has been caught. Lin Ran listened patiently, his guard rising against this organization. Thank you. I'll be careful. You stay safe too. As the communication ended, Sierra approached and asked, what happened? Lin Ran smiled and shook his head. Nothing. Let's eat. After we finish, we'll pick up a mission. 2 hours later. Federal Building. Lin Ran inquired, any housing assignments available? The receptionist nodded with a professional smile, certainly. However, they are quite challenging, and we do not recommend you take them. You could try accepting one of our standard missions and use sufficient contribution points to purchase it. Glancing at the list of tasks, Lin Ran's interest was immediately piqued. Quest: repel the minor ghost tide in the northern grain fields. Chapter 38, Devour. Swallow the entire wicked ghost tide in one go. A minor ghost tide was essentially an event where higher level ghosts led lower level ones to attack a specific area. These higher level ghosts often possess strong leadership qualities. Much like worker ants and a queen ant. The lower level ghosts are mostly the offspring of the higher level ones. Therefore, their levels are not particularly high. Glancing at the mission details. Repel the ghost tide led by a B rank ghost and protect the grain fields. As expected, the quests posted here were all recommended for players of equal or lower levels. Though it wasn't a housing quest, Lin Ran felt a bit disappointed. It seemed he'd have to put the house quest on hold for now. Leveling up the cat was the absolute priority. After all, advancing from B rank to A rank meant a significant leap. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so difficult, and there wouldn't be these so-called leveling quests. Lin Ran immediately confirmed acceptance and received the quest. He turned to Sierra beside him. Let's go. What's up, Captain? Why not take the housing quest? Lin Ran sighed helplessly. Let's help the kitty level up first. Hearing this, Sierra was startled. It needs leveling up again already? How long had it even been since the last time? The cat needed another upgrade already. Even if someone was cheating, it couldn't be this fast. Outside the building, Lin Ran asked, has Li Su arrived yet? Sierra shook her head. I doubt he'll make it. He's still at home eating braised pork belly. Lin Ran couldn't help but feel envious. He thought to himself, kids with moms are like treasures. No big deal. It's just a B-level ghost task anyway. With our current strength, we're more than capable. The two drove off. Without the Night Watch organization's assigned vehicle, Sierra could only drive her family's old clunker from home. Soon, they reached the northern part of Conservation Zone 13. As far as the eye could see, the hillsides were covered in grain fields. Golden stalks of rice stood tall in these fields, looking incredibly tempting. It was the height of autumn harvest, the very day crops were gathered. At this time, the frequency of ghostly attacks also increased. Soon, Lin Ran spotted a person in uniform. "Hello, I'm the chief supervisor of the northern grain fields. Welcome, both of you." Lin Ran nodded. "Which section is experiencing the ghost tide? Take me there directly." "Certainly." Guided by the supervisor, the two arrived at the northernmost grain field area. Here, they could see a vast horde of ghosts wandering through the fields not far away. The manager said bitterly, this year's harvest was already poor. Now these ghosts have ruined an entire acre of crops, adding insult to injury. And they're still advancing. If we don't stop them soon, they'll likely destroy most of the grain fields. Lin Ran scanned the scene. Most were E-rank ghosts, with a few D ranks and only a handful of C ranks. As for B rank, there was only one. Grain Ghost Mother. Ghost level, B. Special ability, fission and reproduction. Grain Ghost King. Ghost rank, C. Grain Ghost. Ghost rank, D. Sierra, you handle that Ghost Mother. Leave the rest to me. Confident? Lin Ran turned to Sue Sierra beside him and asked. Absolutely. As a fellow Grade B Rainbow Phoenix bird, she was confident she could defeat the Grade B Food Ghost Mother. Instead, she was worried about Lin Ran. Are you really okay handling so many ghosts by yourself? Lin Ran nodded with a smile. Don't worry. With that, he immediately released Saluol and Momo. The two ghosts appeared, their powerful ghostly aura instantly intimidating all the ghosts present. Even the grainfield supervisor at the rear couldn't help but shudder and step back. Ghosts. Monsters. Two of them. Lin Ran chuckled, Kitty, sassy, this is yours. Meow. Meow Meow let out an excited cry, charging forward like wolves among sheep. A torrent of black mist erupted from its mouth, instantly engulfing most of the grain field. Lin Ran guessed its plan, this is going to be a straight-up devour all ghosts kind of move. Sure enough. In the next instant, the surging black mist swirled up all C rank and below ghosts including C rank ones devouring them all. Instantly, system notifications flooded Lin Ran's mind. This time, it had devoured a staggering 58 ghosts. Only 42 ghosts remained before completing the 100 ghosts slaying. Sasha stood nearby, her feet barely touching the ground, watching the well-fed cat. Tears of envy welled up in her eyes. Lin Ran didn't understand and could only ask blankly, Sasha, what's wrong? Sasha pointed at the cat, looking even more aggrieved. Two crystal-clear tears streamed down her cheeks. Sue Sierra stared in disbelief, ghosts can cry? What's going on here? Lin Ran was equally dumbfounded. Since contracting with Shero, he had only focused on increasing their compatibility and had never studied Shero's behavior. He even found himself unconsciously neglecting her. After all, her compatibility rating was lower than Cat-Cat's. Often, even when he summoned Cat-Cat, he preferred not to call upon sorrow. Guilt washed over Lin Ran. He quickly reached out to stroke Shasha's head, soothingly saying, Don't be sad, my dear Shasha. Whatever you want, your master will give it to you. Sasha nodded vigorously, then suddenly hugged Lin Ran and burst into tears. System notification popped up. Sasha has developed dependence on you. Affinity +5. Lin Ran was stunned. Was this even possible? Soon, the cat returned with a round belly, leaping onto Lin Ran's shoulder and lazily sprawling out. Sue Sierra watched with envy as her multicolored phoenix bird fought fiercely against the grain ghost mother. A wave of irritation washed over her. I thought B-rank ghosts were already powerful enough, but after being with this guy, I realize he's truly insane. Instantly slaying over 50 ghosts. Before Lin Ran, she'd never heard of anyone capable of such feats. Little Phoenix, hurry up and finish it off so we can get back. Sue Sierra was boiling with rage. The multicolored phoenix bird sensed its contract master's fury and let out a piercing cry. In the next instant, surging multicolored flames instantly engulfed the grain ghost mother. Mission accomplished. Let's go. Lin Ran nodded. All right. Before they had taken a few steps, a child came running over in a panic. Uncle Lee. It's terrible. Brother Nyo accidentally fell into a trap and is trapped in the ghost's lair. Hearing this, the grain field supervisor turned pale. The bone spirit cave? The boy nodded, his eyes reddening as tears welled up. It's all my fault. If I hadn't insisted on picking wild fruit, Brother Ania wouldn't have. Sue Sierra hurried forward to comfort him. Don't worry. Whatever you need, we can help. Lin Ran nodded too. Since he was here anyway, lending a hand wouldn't hurt. The boy began sobbing as he recounted everything that had just happened. It turned out he had gone to the mountains with a young man named Nyo Air to gather wild fruit. On the way, they encountered a ghostly attack. During the fight, Nyo Air fell into a deep pit, the very bone spirit cave mentioned by the locals. It was said that the bone spirit cave was the lair of bone-type ghosts. It might even harbor ghosts of class A or higher. Nyo Air had fallen into it, certain death awaited him. Hearing this, Lin Ran hesitated no longer. Leave it to us. A lair, a ghost tide, these were precisely what he needed most right now. After all, the cat's leveling depended entirely on these encounters. Looking at Lin Ran and his companion, the supervisor expressed concern. Are you truly up for this? That's a ghost lair. Su Xier smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, he's someone who's even ventured into the heart of the ghost tide. Hearing this, the supervisor gasped inwardly. So you're Lin Ran. Truly a prodigy. So young, yet already this formidable. The forum rumors were holding back. Lin Ran said no more. He demanded the coordinates and set off immediately. Chapter 39, Hunting the S-rank White Fawn Serpent King. White Serpent's Fawn. Mission coordinates. Northern mountains, amidst the wilderness. The moment he stepped inside, he sensed the presence of numerous ghostly auras surrounding him. These spirits were no pushovers, most hovering around D-rank strength. Lin Ran desperately wanted to clear the area before rescuing the hostages, but Su Xier's panic proved overwhelming. Human life was at stake, so he had no choice but to rescue them first and decide later. Soon, a deep pit appeared before them. Looking down, the pit was shrouded in darkness, obscuring everything within. But when Lin Ran activated his Death God's Eye, the darkness vanished, replaced by a hazy, gray world. The cavern itself was empty, though a path leading off in another direction was visible. Looks like we'll have to go in and check. Let's go down. The cave wasn't particularly high, so Lin Ran chose to jump straight down. After confirming his feet were on solid ground, he called up to Su Xier, who followed closely behind. The pitch-black cavern was devoid of anything. The surrounding walls were uneven, covered in protruding rocks and pitted with holes. Bloodstains were scattered across the floor. Yet the color of this blood was an eerie, bluish tint. Two flashes of black light appeared in succession as Mao Mao and Saluo materialized simultaneously. Mao Mao crouched on her shoulder, looking docile. Sasha, doll-like, was cradled in Lin Ran's arms. Lin Ran felt a shiver run through his body. Sensing the icy softness against his back, he couldn't help but be startled. If it weren't for the fact that Sasha was a supernatural being with an icy cold body, given her stunning figure, he would have been unable to resist the urge to bleed from his nose. Su Xier watched with envy. Her pretty face flushed with longing. Swoosh. She smells so good. I want a pretty sister to be my contract ghost too, one who'll snuggle up close with me. Lin Ran. Stop wasting breath. Send your rainbow phoenix bird to lead the way. Su Xier pouted in frustration, reluctantly releasing the rainbow phoenix bird to lead the way. The seven-colored light illuminated the entire cave, banishing the darkness. They pressed forward, entering the cave's sole passageway. The passage was narrow, barely wide enough for one person to pass through. Su Xier cautiously led the way, while Lin Ran followed behind, keeping watch. Before long, after traversing the cave, a vast chamber opened before them. Within it, a massive white spherical object stood tall. Lin Ran frowned. So this was the ghostly lair. These white spherical objects were none other than the young of the monsters. He began to ponder how to locate the largest ghost and eliminate it. As for this place, setting it ablaze later would suffice. Kitty, it's up to you. Meow. Meow Meow leapt off Lin Ran and scanned the surroundings. Soon, it dashed southward toward a slightly smaller cave. Ghostly energy continuously seeped out from within the cave. As the cat arrived, the cave suddenly burst open, and a massive white serpent burst forth. Its gaping maw aimed straight for the cat, ready to snap it in one bite. But the cat was incredibly swift. Its small body was remarkably agile. With a single backward leap, it soared a full 3 meters away, dodging the serpent's strike entirely. Lin Ran seized the moment to examine its attributes. White Fang Serpent King. Monster Tier S. Special Skill, Venomous Corrosion. Special note, fangs can be crafted into ghost artifacts with extraordinary effects. Lin Ran was overjoyed this was a ghost monster bearing a ghost artifact. Such creatures were exceedingly rare. Among all the ghosts he had encountered thus far, only the Bone Scalper and perhaps the Silver Dragon Maiden possessed ghost artifacts. Her Silver Dragon Spear should also be classified as a ghost artifact. With that thought, Lin Ran immediately activated his spirit sealing domain. Meow. Meow Meow let out a loud cry, unleashing a torrent of ghostly energy. The fusion of their two ghostly domains instantly suppressed every other ghostly entity present. Even the White Fang Serpent King, an S-rank ghost, was forcibly suppressed by one rank, plunging from S rank to A rank. Conversely, Meow Meow and Sasha, bound by their contracts with Lin Ran, remained unaffected by the domain suppression. Sasha, help Cat Cat. Hearing this, Sasha hesitated no longer. With a look of reluctance, she released Lin Ran and floated toward the White Fang Snake King. Su Xier stood by, choosing not to intervene. Captain, I'll go find reinforcements. Lin Ran nodded. Leave this to me. Two A-rank ghosts taking on a single A-rank ghost was a simple task. Sasha merely raised her hand, releasing a jet of black mist that slammed into the White Fang Serpent King like a heavy hammer, stunning it. Without giving it a moment to recover, Cat Cat flickered into existence above the snake's head. A sharp claw flashed, piercing the Snake King's eye as green blood spurted out. In agony, the Snake King thrashed its massive tail, wildly slapping the ground with deafening crashes. Two streams of green venom shot from its fangs, but missed their mark. In the next instant, Sasha utilized her spatial abilities to materialize directly beside the serpent's jaws. Her pale white hand shot out, gripping the venomous fangs. Snap! A sharp crack echoed as the fangs were wrenched clean out. The serpent hissed in agony, its jaws gaping wide. Before it could retaliate, Sasa drove the fangs deep, piercing through the entire lower jaw. The White-Fang Serpent King thrashed wildly a few times before falling utterly still. Defeated S-rank monster White-Fang Snake King. Gained monster EXP plus 200, system points plus 50. Immediately, Cat stepped forward and swallowed the White-Fang Serpent King whole. Meow Meow devoured the S-rank monster White-Fang Snake King. Gained monster EXP plus 200. Obtained shaped form, White-Fang Snake King. At the 100 Ghost Slayer mission board, the tally increased by 1. Just then, Su Sierra found Nyo Air and was walking over. Captain, mission complete. How's the person? He was poisoned, but he survived. Lin Ran nodded. That's good. We have a way to treat it back at base. He glanced at the 2 large fangs stuck in the ground and pulled them out. Acquired ghost item, White Snake's Fang. Use 100 points to upgrade White Snake's Fang into a ghost artifact, White Fang Serpent Spear. Lin Ran's eyes widened. You need points for this thing too? He glanced at his remaining points, a whopping 262. Having barely scraped together this much, Lin Ran dared not spend anymore. If he kept spending like this, who knew when he'd ever reach 300 points? With no other choice, he had to put the ghost weapon matter aside for now. Let's head back first. Lin Ran sighed helplessly, returning the White Snake's Fang to the system's ghostly space. The already cramped space felt even more confined now that it housed 2 ghosts, Cat and Sasa, along with a jumble of miscellaneous supplies and items. Looks like I'll need to find a way to expand this space next time. He walked straight toward the exit, and Sasha immediately floated back, perching on his back and wrapping her arms tightly around him. Lin Ran could only smile helplessly at this. After all, Sasa wasn't heavy, and with his physique constantly strengthening, this slight weight was nothing to him. Upon returning to the grain fields, the supervisor was visibly thrilled, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Before they left, he even stuffed 7 or 8 sacks of rice into their vehicle. Such generosity left Lin Ran stunned. No sooner had they climbed into the vehicle than the communicator buzzed. Lin Ran, be careful. While we've dealt with the hunters in Conservation Zone 13, those in other areas remain at large. For the time being, try not to leave Conservation Zone 13. They've likely already started targeting you. Chapter 40, Shopping. Compatibility Boost. Back inside the Conservation Zone, Lin Ran's mind was filled with questions about this hunter organization. Where on earth did such an underground organization find so many powerful individuals? And how could they spread across virtually every conservation zone, large and small? Even now, with the federal head of the Conservation Zone branch personally leading the eradication effort, they couldn't achieve true elimination. Just how powerful a force was pulling the strings behind the scenes? Could it be an SSS-ranked exorcist? Or perhaps an entity surpassing even SSS rank? SSS rank isn't the pinnacle. Above it lie the even more formidable Hell rank, Catastrophe rank, and the legendary Abyss rank. However, it's said that Abyss-class entities exist only in legend. The strongest supernatural being ever recorded in history is Catastrophe class. Take the Nekomata that appeared a century ago, for instance. It slaughtered an entire conservation area outright. To combat this demon, over 100 SSS rank exorcists were mobilized. Nearly every high-level exorcist on Blue Star was deployed. Combined with the 12 Hell rank exorcists revered as gods at the time, they barely managed to defeat the cat yokai. It can be said that Hell grade represents the pinnacle of human exorcism. Today, fewer than 10 Hell grade exorcists remain. They are scattered across conservation zones 1 through 10. These conservation zones cover the largest areas and face the greatest number and strongest intensity of supernatural threats. The conservation zones are numbered according to their strength. The stronger the conservation zone, the more powerful exorcists it holds and the greater the concentration of ghosts it attracts. The Federation Building. After submitting their mission, Lin Ran and his companion headed straight for the nearby shopping mall. Along the way, Sasha's presence drew the attention of many passers-by. Though he desperately wanted to tuck her away, she stubbornly refused. With no other choice, he let her stay perched on his shoulder. After all, it wasn't uncommon to see people walking around with contracted ghost spirits in the nursery district. Inside the shopping mall, surrounded by all the colorful clothes and food, Sasa's eyes lit up instantly. The next moment, she dashed off like a wild horse breaking free from its reins, weaving in and out among the vibrantly colored dresses. Lin Ran felt his heart ache. This is going to hurt my wallet again. Resigned, he pushed over a shopping cart. Sasa moved at lightning speed, and in the blink of an eye, the cart was already stuffed full of dresses. But that wasn't enough. Sasha set her sights on the food and drinks nearby. Kiki Cola, Yuli lay by, good friends bye. In the blink of an eye, the second shopping cart Lin Ran pushed over was stuffed to the brim. Sasha, maybe we should. Before he could finish, Sasa darted off like the wind. Lin Ran sighed helplessly and silently followed her. Suddenly, his gaze caught the cat food on the shelf. He turned to look at the cat on his shoulder. Want some? Meow. The fluffy paw lifted and waved gently. The cat showed no interest whatsoever in the cat food. Lin Ran was puzzled, unsure what species Sasha truly was. As a supernatural being, she seemed oddly fascinated by human food and clothing. Just then, Sasa floated back. Lin Ran noticed she had changed her outfit. A form-fitting white mini dress unabashedly outlined her curvaceous figure, the lace-trimmed hem barely covering her thighs while revealing her snow-white calves. Smooth and soft, as delicate as white jade. Hovering mid-air, she allowed Lin Ran to admire her, doll-like in her stillness. Such beauty, what man wouldn't be captivated? But Sasha was a ghost. How could a human harbor wicked thoughts toward a supernatural being? Yet there she was, drifting freely before him, pointing at herself and urging Lin Ran to look. Her large eyes blinked innocently, as if asking, "Am I pretty?" Lin Ran couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. He nodded. Pretty. Sasha grew even more excited, turning around and launching into a shopping frenzy. Lin Ran couldn't bear to watch, feeling as if his heart were bleeding. Before long, Sasa had wandered all the way to the underwear section. Glancing at the array of colorful panties and bras, Lin Ran felt like a pervert. He turned his head away, letting Sasa pick for herself. After a moment, Sasa appeared before him wearing a white lace-trimmed set. The form-fitting short-sleeved set was quite eye-catching. Though she was a ghost, the skin exposed was visibly smooth and delicate. Lin Ran swallowed hard, wiping the blood from his nose. It looks good. Sasha beamed with delight, her sweet smile lighting up her face. Before long, she returned carrying a full 10 sets of the same lace-trimmed ensemble in different colors. Lin Ran's face darkened. Could she possibly wear all of these? And why did Sasa suddenly have such a thing for lace? Besides, aren't they all the same? Why buy more than one? That's a lot of money. Finally, the sun dipped below the western horizon as evening fell. Sasha was exhausted from shopping. She and the two ghosts pushed a whopping 5 shopping carts to the checkout counter. The cashier's eyes widened. Goosebumps even broke out all over her body, whether from the sheer volume of items or the overwhelming aura of supernatural presence, she couldn't tell. But Lin Ran was pretty sure it was the former. After all, even the cats had been let loose to push carts and there were plenty of them. After scanning barcodes for a full half hour, the register displayed a staggering total, 131,420. Lin Ran's eyes widened. 13,000. His heart ached as he pulled out his communicator, scanned the code, and paid. 130,000 contribution points deducted. The cashier asked with concern, "Would you like delivery service? For a big customer like you, sir, we can arrange delivery free of charge." Lin Ran thought about it but decided against it. After all, he could store it in his system's ghostly space for now. He shoved everything straight inside. Sasha followed excitedly, hugging her skirt with delight inside. Ghost Sasa has developed affection for you. Affinity plus 20. Lin Ran was startled. Is affinity really that easy to gain? Just by buying some dresses and clothes, he gained 20 points of affection from Sasa. That's equivalent to 40 points. Indeed, every ghost has its own preferences. As long as you grasp their preferences, you can boost compatibility faster. And Sasa's preference? Clearly, it's shopping. As for the cat, Lin Ran glanced at the little gray cat perched on her shoulder. It probably only likes eating ghosts. The system continued to prompt. Sasha's compatibility with you has exceeded 80%, granting a 100% boost to physical constitution. Though not as good as skill sharing, it was still decent. Lin Ran was now confident that with his own strength alone, he could easily smash a B-rank ghost to death. After all, with his physical constitution multiplied several times over and powerful shared skills at his disposal, smashing a B-rank ghost was practically a breeze. On his way back to the Federation building, Lin Ran planned to claim the housing quest that very night. He had far too much stuff and needed to find a place to stay ASAP. He felt rather awkward about bringing all this stuff back to Sue Sierra's place. Quest acceptance point. At Lin Ran's insistence, he secured an A-rank housing quest. Defeat an A-rank monster, Gargoyle. Reward, 30% discount on any available property in Childcare Zone 13. Chapter 41, Hidden Quest activated. New Ghost Realm. Property quests come in 2 types. One type grants direct ownership of a property, but requires extensive effort and multiple layers of approval. The other type is the mission Lin Ran has just accepted. Upon completion, you receive a discount on property purchase. The higher the mission level, the greater the discount. The gargoyle is located outside the conservation area, atop a mountain in the eastern region, within an ancient temple. Before the Eerie revival, it was a sacred site where people came to worship and pray. Even now, many still venture there to seek blessings despite the risks. However, a few days ago, an A-class specter appeared, the stone golem. As a result, many unsuspecting pilgrims have fallen victim to the specter. Lin Ran accepted the mission and set out that very night. Fortunately, he had borrowed Sue Sierra's car earlier, and since the distance wasn't too great, he reached a spot not far from the mission location in just over an hour. At the foot of Huangfeng Mountain.
Lin Ran parked the car by the roadside and began climbing upward with his 2 contracted monsters.
The mountain path was steep and impassable by car, forcing them to walk. After nearly half an hour of climbing, they finally reached the summit. Not far ahead, a temple stood tall. Huangshan Temple. The system immediately popped up a prompt. Defeat the A-rank ghostly stone statue and subdue the hidden specter. Quest rewards, plus 100 ghost experience, plus 10 system points, unlock stage 2 quest. Lin Ran was slightly taken aback. There were actually other ghosts lurking within this Huangshan Temple. This task won't be easy. Lin Ran summoned Sha. She now wore a white miniskirt, its hem barely covering the tops of her thighs, leaving her pale legs exposed. He voiced his concern. Sasha, aren't you worried about exposing yourself while fighting in such revealing clothes? The moment the words left his mouth, he realized his mistake. After all, the opponents facing Sasa were ghosts and spirits, creatures who cared nothing for such things. Entering Huangshan Temple. Inside the temple, the stone statues enshrined in the main hall slowly began to move. Instantly, the statues moved toward Lin Ran as if they were living beings. Their stone feet clattered loudly against the floor. Deafening. Sasha showed no fear, charging straight at the stone specter and delivering a powerful punch. The collision sent waves of ghostly energy rippling outward, creating ripples of force. Lin Ran was knocked back several steps by the force. He looked closely and saw that both Sha and the stone statue were retreating. Her white dress fluttered as she stood behind, and Lin Ran saw clearly. This ghost is so white. What am I saying? Lin Ran slapped herself, forcing herself to stay calm. Sasha teleported instantly before the gargoyle. Her long, white legs traced a graceful arc as she kicked something dark gray flying through the air. It was the gargoyle's head. Yet the headless gargoyle didn't die. Instead, it swung its stone fist at Sasa. Thud. The stone fist slammed down, landing squarely on the ground and punching a large hole into it. Crushed stone scattered, dust billowed. Sasha had already darted to the side in that instant, successfully evading the gargoyle's attack. Without giving it a chance to strike again, Sasa formed seals with both hands, stirring spatial energy within the gargoyle's body. In the blink of an eye, the gargoyle was covered in cracks. With a soft crackling sound, the gargoyle shattered into countless fragments. Ghost Sasa defeated an A-rank ghost. Ghost EXP plus 100, system points plus 20. Mission complete. Rewards, Monster EXP plus 100, system points plus 10. Phase 2 mission activated. Mission details, suppress hidden ghost. Reward, Monster EXP plus 500, system points plus 30. Lin Ran was overjoyed. This reward is no small thing. A full 30 points. Suddenly, a deafening crash interrupted his thoughts. From where the gargoyle had stood, a dark mist slowly rose. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from the entity, Cat let out a series of shrill, piercing screeches. Sasha instantly returned to Lin Ran's side, watching ahead warily. That aura, at least S rank. Demon Soul. Specter rank S. Monster skills, Possession, Bewitchment. Special notes, a powerful specter composed of ghostly energy. Physical attacks are ineffective. Lin Ran was startled. Physical attacks were ineffective. That meant only magical attacks would work. For instance, Sasa's hand seal technique or Meow Meow's phantom demon strike. Sasha, activate Ghost Realm. First, we must imprison it, we can't let it escape. The next moment, the space began to seal shut. Lin Ran directly activated the spirit sealing domain. The next instant, a system prompt appeared. Detected compatible domain. Proceed with fusion? Lin Ran's eyes lit up. Could it merge with Sasa's ghost domain? He had to give it a try. Fuse. Fusion successful. The sealing domain has merged into prison cage domain. Instantly, the demon soul's ghost rank dropped to A. The spatial confinement power grew exceptionally potent. Even an S-rank demon soul found itself barely able to move. Cage prison realm, imprisons ghosts and suppresses their rank. Lin Ran rejoiced. Meow Meow, Sha attacked together. Hearing this, the two attacked simultaneously. Meow Meow unleashed a punch forward, her ghostly shadow reappearing to land squarely on the demon soul. In an instant, a piercing, shrill scream echoed throughout the entire temple. Sha formed seals with both hands, conjuring a purple array pattern in her palms. As she thrust her palm forward, the erase mark struck the demonic soul, shattering it into dust. Meow Meow opened her gaping maw once more and devoured it whole. Defeated S-rank Spectre. Gain Spectre EXP plus 200, system points plus 50. Quest completed. Rewards, Monster EXP plus 500, system points plus 30. Finally, 300 points. Lin Ran was overjoyed. Tears welled up in his eyes. Finally, he could capture monsters for Lu Ling. With 372 points, he could not only exchange for a ghost cage but save a little more to get a ghost weapon. The White Fang Serpent Spear. That ghost weapon was priced at a whopping 100 points. Its effects are naturally impressive. Lin Ran glanced at the ghost interface. Sasha was less than 3,000 experience points away from leveling up. Contract Ghost. Sasha. Species, Sorrow. Rank A. Special ability, spatial manipulation. Experience required for level up, 7,825 10,000. At this rate, by the time the cat reaches grade A, Sasa's experience bar should be full too. Then it'll be time to prepare points for the next upgrade. It's really hard to save any points at all. Open the point store and redeem. 300 points deducted. Ghost cage acquired. A flash of white light appeared and a crystal pendant materialized in Lin Ran's hand. Is this thing the ghost cage? It doesn't look like it. Quickly check the details. Ghost cage. Special ghost item, captures ghosts and increases affinity with the wearer by 1 point daily. Usage, after capturing a ghost, collect 1 drop of the wearer's blood to increase affinity daily. Great, now I have to do a blood test to prove kinship. Lin Ran sighed in resignation and silently stowed it away. This night had been quite fruitful. Not only had he completed the mission, but he'd also successfully obtained the ghost cage. Let's go, Shasha. Time to head home. Grasping the gargoyle's head, the mission item, Lin Ran called out to Shasha. The instant he turned, Shasha appeared beside him, grabbed his hand, and activated her teleportation skill. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the foot of the mountain. What just happened? Lin Ran was puzzled. Sasha, what just happened? Shasha raised her hand and pointed toward the mountaintop, then suddenly transformed into a black streak of light and entered Lin Ran's body. Could there be danger up there? Chapter 42, Haunted House. Special ghostly entity, Mirror of Truth. Sasha wouldn't have used her ability to transport someone away without reason. Moreover, she had expended all her power to do so, leaving her too drained to sustain herself after leaving the mountaintop. She retreated into the ghostly space within his body to rest. Lin Ran's expression grew grave as he stared intently at the mountaintop. What else was lurking there? There was no time to ponder further. Sasa was in a precarious state, and though Cat possessed formidable strength, victory was far from assured. If even Sasa feared it so deeply, it would be extremely difficult for Cat to defeat it. It was best to leave as quickly as possible. On the drive back, several possibilities kept flashing through Lin Ran's mind. The system hadn't issued a mission, suggesting the hidden danger likely didn't come from supernatural beings. That left only one possibility: humans. Among humans, the only group capable of deploying such a formidable opponent was likely the hunters. Plus, Bai Yanan had previously told him the hunters had already set their sights on him. This time, it was highly likely the hunters were behind it. At this realization, Lin Ran's expression darkened. This damned organization, one day, I will uproot you all. Conservation Zone 13. Federal Building. Lin Ran submitted his mission and secured a 30% discount on housing. Now all that remained was to select a residence. He headed straight to the nearby exchange that very night. Inside the exchange, a middle-aged man handled the reception. He sported a pregnant belly and had a Camel cigarette dangling from his lips. Young man, buying a house this late at night? Come on over and take a look at this newly developed residential building. 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, not 888, not 998, just 1888. Lin Ran's face darkened. Are you kidding me? A 3-bedroom apartment for 18 million? The chubby boss gave an awkward chuckle. Whoops, my bad. I meant 1,880,000. Lin Ran gritted his teeth. He clearly remembered that 3 years ago, a 3-bedroom apartment had only cost a little over $1 million. An increase of 880,000 yuan in 3 years? Was he repeating his past life by flipping real estate? Not buying. The portly boss sensed his obvious irritation and quickly pulled out a cigarette with a smile. Have a smoke, kid, calm down. Alright, tell me your bottom line. Lin Ran held up one finger. The boss gasped, 10,000. 1 million. That's perfect. That's perfect. If it's 10,000, I'll hook you up with my chubby boss's offline loan. Lin Ran? The fat boss pulled out a map and pointed to a villa next to the federal building. This one's only $1 million. Lin Ran was baffled. A villa? 1 million? Are you kidding me? The chubby boss shook his head. You wouldn't understand. That villa has seen its share of deaths. And they all died because their companion spirits rebelled. They say some kind of strange force lurks within. No matter how well a resident syncs with the ghost, they just can't withstand it. Lin Ran suddenly understood. So it was akin to the cursed houses from his past life. The difference, however, was that haunted houses in this world weren't as vicious as those in his past life. This world was teeming with ghosts and spirits. Deaths weren't particularly unusual. It was this house itself that seemed to harbor some sort of ghostly entity capable of lowering one's compatibility with spirits. He could retrieve it. Perhaps it had other uses. Lin Ran immediately pulled out the Federation shopping voucher and his communicator. Here. The chubby shopkeeper grinned so widely his eyes nearly disappeared until he spotted the prominent 7 on the voucher and nearly jumped out of his skin. Holy crap! 30% off. You killed an A-rank monster? The youth before him looked so young, yet he'd completed an A-rank mission and earned a 30% discount on property. This kid's no ordinary kid. The portly boss muttered under his breath while saying aloud, just so you know, once the property is sold, there are no returns or exchanges. Lin Ran nodded. Don't worry. Immediately, the contribution points were deducted. 70,000 yuan vanished just like that. Combined with the 130,000 spent earlier that evening, his already meager savings were completely depleted. Lin Ran felt a sharp pang of regret. He drove to the residence with the keys and contract in hand. After leaving a message for Su Sierra with the address, Lin Ran walked straight inside. The three-story detached villa featured an exceptionally spacious ground floor hall. Staircases on both sides led up to the second floor. This place is truly luxurious. I wonder what kind of entity here could influence ghosts and spirits. As Lin Ran pondered this, the system popped up a notification. Automatically assigned task, investigate ghostly entities. Mission details, investigate the unique ghostly entities within the villa. Reward, plus 10 system points. Seemed like a simple little task, only 10 points as reward, not even a single ghost experience point. Lin Ran immediately summoned Cat, can you sense the presence of other ghostly entities? Meow sniffed the air, then dashed straight toward the staircase. Second floor. Meow stopped in front of a door on the second floor. Lin Ran followed, pulled out a key, and unlocked the door. Inside, only a bed and a dressing table were present. Lin Ran scanned the room's furnishings with his death's eye. His gaze finally settled on the mirror atop the dressing table. Truth mirror. Special ghostly object, reflects the true inner thoughts of people. Lin Ran instantly understood. The reason why all the exorcists who came here before had caused their contracted spirits to rebel. The reason was this very mirror. It could reflect the truest thoughts within people's hearts. Though it possessed no other abilities, it was a veritable demon-revealing mirror. Within its surface, the filth within people's hearts was laid bare. Ghosts possessed spirits, especially companion spirits. They accompanied exorcists throughout their entire lives, from childhood to death. They are humanity's allies, not tools to be wielded. Yet many exorcists fail to recognize this truth. Under the reflection of this mirror, their truest thoughts are laid bare. Once the spirits realized this, even the strongest bonds began to fray. Until the spirits were utterly disillusioned and betrayed their hosts. Thinking of this, Lin Ran walked over and sat down at the dressing table. Meow hopped up beside her, peering curiously at the mirror. Perhaps because of the ghostly presence, Lin Ran couldn't make out what exactly was reflected within the mirror. To him, it appeared as an ordinary mirror. But to the spirits, it revealed the very depths of his soul. Time passed slowly, the room eerily silent. Meow. Before long, the cat let out a soft meow. It turned around, its large blue eyes fixed on Lin Ran. After a moment, the kitten extended its tongue and gently licked Lin Ran's finger. There are many ways to express affection, and for cats, licking their owner is clearly one of them. Lin Ran picked it up affectionately. Come on, I'll find you a room, your very own bedroom. After all, the villa had plenty of rooms. Giving the cat its own space wasn't wasteful at all. After settling the kitten, before he could even close the door, the kitten leaped up and this time landed directly on top of Lin Ran's head. You little rascal. Fine, you can sleep with me. You're not that big anyway. Upon entering the room, Lin Ran sat on the bed and opened the system to observe Sasha. He saw that Sasa in the ghostly space was still fast asleep. The previous teleportation had clearly drained all her strength. Sasha, thank you. I will track down that group and wipe them out completely. Lin Ran's eyes grew cold, an unprecedented murderous intent emanating from them. Chapter 43, Full Compatibility. The Gift of the Hell Maiden. Night. In his sleep, Lin Ran vaguely sensed a chill. He tugged at the quilt, wrapping himself tightly, only to find his arms wrapped around something soft. Probably just the cat. He paid it no mind and drifted back into sweet slumber. The next day. Nearing noon, Lin Ran was jolted awake by the shrill beep of his communicator. He sat up abruptly, only to find something wrapped around him. He looked down to see a pair of jade-white arms clinging tightly around his neck. He looked again, it was Sasa. Damn it! Lin Ran cursed inwardly. Thankfully, Sasa was still fully clothed, otherwise, he might have gotten the wrong idea. Perhaps startled by his sudden movement, Sasa awoke, her crimson eyes gleaming with an unusual light as she stared at him. Suddenly, a strand of golden hair drifted down. Lin Ran suddenly noticed that Sasa's hair had turned golden overnight. Sasha, how are you? He hurriedly used the system to check. Sasha. Species, Sorrow. Special abilities, Spatial Manipulation, Ghost Realm Sealing Master. Lin Ran was startled. He actually saw a newly added ability listed after her special abilities. But Sasa's rank remained a class. She hadn't leveled up at all. What was going on? Could it be that ghosts could awaken new abilities without leveling up, in addition to their existing powers? Lin Ran grew concerned and asked, Sasha, are you feeling unwell? Sasha shook her head, then pointed her slender little finger toward the bedside table. There, the communicator was still ringing incessantly. But Lin Ran couldn't spare a thought for that now. Placing both hands on her jade-like shoulders, he urged. If anything happens, you must tell me immediately. Whatever it is, we'll face it together, okay? Sasha nodded silently, a sweet smile curling her lips. Sasha's affection for you increased, compatibility plus 10. At this moment, his compatibility with Sasa had soared to 95%, just 5 points shy of the maximum. Lin Ran had no time to celebrate, however, as he hurriedly grabbed his communicator. I'm here. Captain, open up. Li Su and I have been waiting for you forever. Lin Ran slapped his forehead in realization he'd nearly forgotten about this. Last night, he'd left a message for Su Xier saying he'd be out hunting ghosts today to help Lu Ling. But she'd overslept, and now it was already noon. He scrambled to his feet. He dressed quickly, went downstairs, and opened the door. Su Xier and Li Su had been waiting outside for quite some time. Curious about the delay, they peered inside, looking around. Lin Ran asked in confusion, "What are you looking at?" "Seeing if our little squad leader is hiding anyone in the house, of course." Just then, barefoot Sasa floated down the stairs. Her delicate feet didn't touch the floor, and beneath her short skirt, her jade-like legs were exposed. However, she had now changed into a black lace dress with lacing. It was still pitifully short. Moreover, it wasn't properly fastened. The straps dangled loosely, causing the dress to hang slightly loose, exposing her snow-white shoulders. Su Xier gasped in shock, "Captain, you actually..." Lin Ran's face flushed crimson as he hurriedly explained, "It's not what you think." He dashed back to help Sasa tie the straps, deliberately securing them into a neat bow. All done. But when he looked up, he felt her warm lips against his. Sasha's face flushed crimson as she quickly pulled away, then threw herself back into his arms. System notification popped up. Ghost Sasa's affection for you increased, compatibility plus 5. Compatibility reached 100. Conditions met. Special reward obtained, gift of the Hell Maiden. Lin Ran waited curiously for the so-called special reward, only to find nothing at all. That's it? Just like that? Where's the reward? The system remained silent, and Sasa merely threw herself into his arms, clinging tightly without further action. Lin Ran felt a bit bewildered, but since he had other matters to attend to, he had to put it aside for now. "Sasha, let's switch positions. I need to head out." Sasha nodded and floated straight onto Lin Ran's back, settling there. The cat, feeling its status threatened, let out a resentful growl. Lin Ran sighed helplessly and scooped the cat into his arms. This front hug, back carry setup was seriously uncomfortable. He muttered a complaint under his breath before turning to Su Xier and the others. "Let's go." Watching the two contract spirits so intimately close, the pair couldn't help but feel envious. How wonderful it would be if their own spirits could grow this close to them. Though their bond with their own contract spirits wasn't weak, it certainly hadn't reached the 100% mark. And certainly not like Meow Meow and Sha Sha, who wanted to cuddle up to them every single day. The three drove toward the outer domain. Opening the bounty hunter's job interface on her communicator, Su Xier soon spotted an S-rank mission. "Captain, should we take this mission?" An S-rank mission meant facing S-rank ghosts. But with Lin Ran's current strength, dealing with S-rank monsters wouldn't be difficult. There was only one thing to worry about. Would that group encountered last night show up again this time? Lin Ran felt a twinge of unease, but he nodded nonetheless. He also wanted to see for himself exactly who those people were. Accept mission, hunt S-class ghost monster twin-headed fire serpent. Reward, 300 ghost experience, 30 system points. This mission is capture only. No killing. Lin Ran ordered. Both men nodded simultaneously, "Roger that." Soon, the car drove out of Conservation Zone 13. The moment the trio departed, a figure slowly materialized nearby. A black cloak concealed the face, obscuring any clear view of the figure's features. He pulled out a communicator and whispered, "The target has left the conservation zone. Prepare to hunt." Closing the device, the cloaked figure snorted coldly, "Since you dared leave the reserve, prepare to die. Western Conservation Zone, Wilderness." Following the mission coordinates, the group quickly arrived near the location of the ghostly creature. The moment they dismounted, Lin Ran sensed an overwhelming surge of powerful ghostly auras permeating the air. His brow furrowed, his expression grave. "Sasha, can you sense those auras from last night?" Beside him, Sasa, suspended mid-air, nodded. Sure enough. Those troublesome creatures were chasing them again. This time, if you were to fight them, how confident are you in winning? He desperately wanted to know just how powerful Sasa had become after gaining her special abilities. Unfortunately, Sasa shook her head immediately, reaching out to take his hand as if ready to lead him away. "What if we add Cat?" Lin Ran wasn't giving up. He didn't want to keep hiding anymore. These damn hunters were driving him crazy. If he couldn't resolve this matter, leaving the conservation area would become extremely difficult in the future. But then, to his surprise, Cat nodded, "Meow. Meow meow." Lin Ran was overjoyed. "Kitty, you have a solution?" The cat nodded, its emerald eyes filled with determination. Sasha, seeing this, seemed to realize something as well and nodded softly. Soon, ghosts and monsters began appearing in the vicinity. A full 5S rank. Finally, a colossal figure descended from the sky. A stone giant. Red-eyed stone giant. Monster rank SS. Special abilities, regeneration, innate superhuman strength. Chapter 44, The Gates of Hell Open. Gazing at the spirit exorcist emerging from the shadows, Lin Ran remarked coldly. Finally showing your face. We've been waiting for you for a long time. One by one, figures clad in black robes materialized. Su-Sierra and the others were terrified, but the ghosts they faced were all of S rank. The strongest among them possessed SS-level power. Even with Lin Ran's formidable ghostly power, facing so many high-tier specters, he likely had no guarantee of victory. Spirit Sealing Domain. Without hesitation, Lin Ran activated his domain. Suppression. Simultaneously, Meow Meow unleashed her ghost domain. The fusion of the two domain energies gave birth to a new ghost domain. Sealing Spirit Ghost Domain. Under the domain suppression, all ghosts and monsters present were forcibly downgraded by 1 rank. Instantly, S-rank ghosts became a rank, and SS-rank ghosts were downgraded to S-rank. Lin Ran immediately ordered, Sasha, deal with that stone giant. Meow Meow, engage. Hold off the other ghosts. Though Mao Mao was only B rank, holding off 5 A-rank ghosts didn't seem too difficult to it. Besides, he could join the fight too. After assigning the monsters, Lin Ran turned to Su-Sierra and the others, take advantage of the chaos to leave. You're not needed here. The hunter merely sneered coldly, I knew you had a domain that suppressed ghost levels. So what? Against sheer numbers, your special abilities are utterly useless. With that, the demons plunged into a chaotic melee. Sasha's speed was lightning fast. In an instant, she flashed above the stone giant's head. She formed her hand into a blade and brought it down with a fierce strike. Crash! The stone giant raised its massive arm, absorbing the blow with sheer force. Sasha, however, felt her palm go numb from the sheer force of the impact. A fierce glint flashed through her blood-red eyes. She swiftly retreated, forming seals with both hands. Powerful spatial forces began to tear at the stone giant. Moments later, the stone giant's thick arm shattered into fragments. Yet a swirling mass of black mist enveloped it, and the stone giant's arm regenerated completely. Lin Ran was utterly shocked he couldn't destroy it. After all, Sasha's magical power was capable of tearing everything apart. Even the shadow back then wasn't her match. Was this SS rank stone giant's strength just too overpowered? Amidst the horror, things weren't looking good for Cat Cat either. Even in its advanced ghost form, possessing only a rank strength, it was struggling against 5 times its number. Lin Ran was pondering whom to help first. Suddenly, a figure flew backward through the air. It was Sha Sha. Having taken the stone giant's blow head-on, even Sasha was now gravely wounded. Meow Meow, hang on. I'll be right there. He shouted to Cat Cat before charging straight at the stone giant. Clutching his fist with one hand, ghostly energy swirled around it. He unleashed a punch, a phantom image materializing as it slammed into the stone giant with a thunderous roar. Boom! Black mist raged. Smoke billowed. But in an instant, the black mist on the stone giant's body dissipated completely. Lin Ran's strike had left only a faint mark upon it. How is that possible? How can this thing be so incredibly tough? The black-robed spirit driver sneered coldly, you didn't know, did you? The stone giant's unique constitution grants it extreme resistance to ghostly energy attacks. His eyes flashed with ferocity as he pointed at Lin Ran. Kill him. At the exorcist's command, the stone giant shifted its target, its massive stone fist crashing toward Lin Ran. With his mortal body, even after several physical enhancements, there was no way he could withstand this blow. That was the full force of an SS rank specter. Boom! The giant fist came crashing down, sending dust flying. Yet it failed to strike Lin Ran. Oh! Lin Ran had already materialized nearby, his expression dark. If not for Sasha's shared teleportation skill, that punch would have left me crippled, if not dead. This guy is incredibly powerful. I need to figure out how to suppress him. As he pondered, the stone giant began advancing with deliberate strides. Its massive frame caused the ground to tremble with every step. Seeing this, Sasha instantly materialized before Lin Ran. Her robes billowed wildly as a hexagram array materialized behind her. Above the array, only endless bloodlight shone. A chilling aura of ghostly energy seemed to bring hell itself to earth. Lin Ran's brows furrowed deeply. What was happening? Sasha closed her eyes tightly, her slender fingers weaving into a strange hand seal. Bloodlight swirled around her body, and a terrifying aura spilled out from the array. System notification, ghostly Sasha has opened the gates of hell. What? Lin Ran's eyes widened in shock. Within the crimson light array, a stone door slowly rose. What is this? The gates of hell. Boom! 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 The stone gate swung open, spewing forth a torrent of black mist. Accompanied by the wails of countless vengeful spirits, black tentacles extended from within, instantly coiling around the stone giant. Sha Sha slowly ascended, soaring high into the sky. Her eyes were bloodshot, her gaze as cold and unforgiving as a hellish judge. As she extended her hand downward, the black tentacles began to contract. The stone giant, bound by them, struggled relentlessly, roaring in fury, yet to no avail. Under the tentacle's relentless pull, its strength felt as insignificant as an ant's. In the blink of an eye, the stone giant was completely swallowed by the gates of hell. An SS-class specter, extinguished in an instant. The black-robed spirit exorcist turned deathly pale. This can't be. How could you open the gates of hell? What kind of monster are you? Though Lin Ran didn't know what the gates of hell were, their reactions made it clear this must be some exceptionally powerful ability. Sasha's eyes grew icy as she flicked her small hand. Countless tentacles once again extended from the Hell's Gate. The tentacles whipped through the air, swiftly wrapping around the other ghosts and exorcists. Spare one life. Lin Ran shouted urgently, hoping to spare one spirit exorcist to extract more information about this organization. But Sasa gave him no chance. The tentacles retracted, dragging everyone into the gates of hell. The wails abruptly ceased. The gates of hell slowly closed. Within the blood array, it gradually sank back into the earth. Sasha glanced back at Lin Ran, then plummeted straight down from the sky. Her strength exhausted, she could no longer sustain flight. Lin Ran acted swiftly, catching her in his arms. Her exquisite face bore a smile, her blood-red eyes gazing at Lin Ran, filled with tenderness. Sasha, thank you. Rest well. Leave the rest to me. An S-rank ghost if there was only one, he and Cat could handle it easily. Sasha nodded, nestling into his embrace as she drifted into a light sleep. Meanwhile, Exorcist Federation building. Yanan's expression darkened as she stared at the alert popping up on her screen. What's going on? How could such potent ghostly energy appear outside the conservation zone? Ghost energy detection instruments were installed both at the perimeter of the conservation zone and within the fortress. They can detect ghostly energy within a certain range. However, only when the aura of ghosts is exceptionally potent or their numbers are overwhelmingly large would the alarm be triggered and transmitted back to the building. Could another ghost tide be forming? Looks like I'll have to go check it out myself. Yanan rose and immediately drove toward the perimeter of the conservation zone. Chapter 45, Capturing an S-class ghost, the ghost tide returns. Meow. The cat, now restored to its normal form, leaped onto Lin Ran's shoulder. Thank you all. I'm just sorry to trouble you again, cat. Meow meow meow. Meow meow meow. The two figures nearby finally snapped out of their daze and approached. Captain. Lin Ran nodded, smiling, looking perfectly unfazed. Alright, problem solved. Let's keep moving. Don't forget our main mission. Su Sierra nodded, knowing better than to ask more questions. They pressed onward. Before long, they reached the mission coordinates. A colossal serpent stood towering between the mountains. Its body was enormous, stretching over 10 meters in length. Its entire body was a fiery crimson, and its two massive serpent heads flickered their forked tongues menacingly. Lin Ran clutched Sasa tightly and immediately activated his domain. Simultaneously, Cat leapt forward, unleashing the ghost domain. Under the dual domains, the rank of the twin-headed Inferno Serpent plummeted from S-class to A-class. Lin Ran warned, meow meow, don't kill it. Simply crippling it would suffice for capture. Killing it would ruin everything. Meow meow obediently responded with a meow before transforming into a long right hand to engage in combat. Both sides now possessed a rank combat power, and Lin Ran's team also had the support of the Rainbow Phoenix Bird and the Bone Spirit Dog. Though both had been downgraded, they showed no fear. With Meow Meow stalling the C-rank foe, they had ample time to inflict damage on the perplexing two-headed serpent. Before long, Cat, in its Changyu form, delivered a punch to the two-headed serpent's head, knocking it unconscious. Seizing the moment, Lin Ran released the ghost cage from the system's spirit realm. The pendant flew out, ultimately transforming into a cage. The cage was only birdcage-sized, emanating an eerie red glow. It drifted slowly above the dual-headed serpent's head, its crimson glow spreading until it enveloped the entire creature. Visibly, the serpent's body began to shrink. Finally, within a sea of crimson light, the serpent was firmly imprisoned within the cage. Having accomplished its task, the ghostly cage reverted to pendant form and returned to Lin Ran's hand. Mission accomplished. It went much smoother than I expected. Lin Ran smiled, clasping the pendant and storing it back into the spirit realm. The three summoned spirits simultaneously returned to the spirit exorcist's side as the domain's power dissolved. Meow Meow climbed onto his shoulder, licking him excitedly. Come on, let's go home. Once this matter is settled, I'll take you to eat ghosts. Meow Meow was thrilled, nodding her round little head repeatedly, meow meow. Li Su and the others looked equally delighted. This means Ling's ghosts will finally have a home. Before long, we'll be fighting side by side again. I'm really looking forward to it. With Ling joining us, our bounty hunter team will grow significantly stronger, right? The two looked forward to it eagerly. Back to the car for the return trip. Back in Conservation Zone 13, they settled the bounty hunter mission rewards. They received a certain amount of contribution points as reward. Then, they pulled out their communicators, found Lu Ling's channel, and requested a connection. Sis Ling, where are you now? On the other end, Lu Ling's voice carried a hint of surprise. Huh? Is that Lin Ran? I didn't expect you to contact me. I'm still at the factory, the one you visited last time. Got it. We'll be right over.
Cutting the connection, Lin Ran smiled. Let's go. Before they could exit the Federation building, an alert popped up on every communicator throughout the entire conservation zone. Attention! Attention! Emergency alert, the outer perimeter of Conservation Zone 13 is under attack by a ghost tide. Attention! Inside the conservation zone, everyone was utterly shocked. Their expressions turned grave. Another ghost tide already? I thought the ghost tide in Conservation Zone 14 had just been dealt with. This ghost domain just won't let up. Lin Ran's brow was deeply furrowed. He had a premonition that this ghost domain was no ordinary occurrence. Perhaps it was connected to the stone gates Sasa had opened. He vividly recalled how, the moment the stone door opened, countless shadowy figures surged out. But they'd been moving far too fast to make out clearly at the time. Looks like we'll have to wait until Sasa wakes up to ask her about it. Checking the ghostly space, Sasa was still fast asleep inside. Who knows how long it will take for her to wake up this time? Never mind. First, I need to resolve Lu Ling's matter before dwelling on this. Leaving the Federation building, he drove to the factory. Lin Ran took out the pendant and handed it to Lu Ling. Sis Ling, just put a drop of blood on it. Lu Ling looked puzzled but complied. She took out a small knife, cut her finger, and let a drop of blood fall onto the pendant. Instantly, the pendant flashed with a blinding red light. Clearly, it had worked. Quick, put it on, Ling. Yeah, Ling. We specially picked a powerful ghost for you inside. Lu Ling grew even more bewildered. Ghosts? What do you mean? Did you guys actually go buy a ghost for me? Having once possessed a contract spirit herself, she was well aware of this gray market industry. For a time, she had even considered buying one herself. But she had ultimately dismissed the idea. Lin Ran chuckled. Rest assured, it definitely wasn't bought. I have my ways, you know. Lu Ling breathed a sigh of relief. The moment she put on the pendant, she immediately sensed the presence of the ghost within it. A dual-headed serpent of strange fire? An S-class spirit. You actually captured this yourselves? Lu Ling couldn't believe it. In such a short time, Lin Ran had managed to capture an S-class ghost. His power had risen far too quickly. Last time they met, all three were barely D rank. Su Sierra nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. Captain Xiao Ran put in a ton of effort to capture this one. Ling, you'd better treasure it. Lu Ling shook her head, about to remove the pendant. But Lin Ran pressed her hand back down. I can't accept something so precious. Don't worry, it's nothing to me. Lin Ran lowered her hands. Only then did he explain, my spirit can defeat an S-rank opponent single-handedly with overwhelming force. This item truly means nothing to me. It's you who needs this item most. Li Su and the others quickly chimed in, that's right, Ling Jie, take it. With a sigh, Lu Ling could only marvel at how quickly the three of them were improving while accepting the item without hesitation. Lin Ran then explained the pendant's usage to her. Just then, a communication request alert interrupted Lin Ran. It was by Yanin requesting contact. Report immediately to Fortress 03 in the northwest sector. It concerns the ghost tide. Roger that. Reluctantly, he bid farewell to Lu Ling. However, this time he did not bring Su Sierra and the others along. I'll investigate the ghost tide first and notify you afterward. With that, Lin Ran drove off alone. Leaving Su Sierra and Li Su behind not only provided protection for Lu Ling but also helped calm her nerves. This prevented her from worrying about the ghost cage's dubious origins and considering discarding it. Not long after, outside Conservation Zone 13 at Fortress 03 in the northwest sector, Lin Ran arrived only to find a gathering of powerful spirit exorcists. 8 S-rank exorcists alone. Chapter 46, Ghost Tide approaches, confronting the colossal specter. You're here. Bai Yanin stepped forward. Follow me. We're heading to the city walls. The fortress walls. Gazing into the distance, a colossal figure loomed on the horizon. Like a mountain. Except this mountain could move. And it was moving fast, closing in on the fortress. What is that? Lin Ran wondered. Bai Yanin shook her head. I don't know. Earlier, I sent out a shadow to investigate and discovered it's an SS-class ghost. And unlike any specter encountered before, this one possesses power far surpassing typical SS-class entities. Lin Ran nodded thoughtfully, yet remained puzzled as to why Bai Yanin had specifically sought him out to discuss this matter. Do you know why I asked you here? That was the question he'd been waiting for. I don't know. Because the aura of this ghost bears a certain resemblance to the aura of your own ghost. Sasha? That's right, the humanoid spirit. Bai Yanin's expression grew grave, her brows furrowed. Perhaps your ghost and this one share some connection. After a moment's thought, Lin Ran said, I might know the connection between them. He recounted the earlier battle with the hunters. Including that gate to hell. Instantly, Bai Yanin's face drained of color. The gate to hell. Your ghosts can actually open the gates of hell. Her origins are far from ordinary. The gates of hell serve as the passage linking the spirit world to the human realm. A ghost capable of independently opening this passage could never be an ordinary spirit.
Once, as an SSS rank spirit, opening the gates of hell might not have been so astonishing. But now, Sasa is only a rank, yet she can open this passage. That means she's got some serious connections. It seems this ghost tide is also because of you. Yanin spoke without reproach, her tone tinged with resignation. Come. Let's head to the command center and devise a countermeasure. Back beneath the city walls, inside a low-rise building. The spacious conference hall was already filled to capacity. The commanders of all major strongholds had arrived. Even the chief administrator of the conservation zone was present. Seated within the hall were all a rank or higher spirit exorcists. 17 held S rank, while 2 attained SS rank including by Lin Ran herself. Please take any available seat, she said to Lin Ran before taking her seat at the head of the table to begin discussing tactics. Lin Ran couldn't focus on the various tactics being devised. All he could think about was Shasha, who was still unconscious. Nearly half a day had passed and Sasa still hadn't woken up. He had no idea what her condition was. Although he had slipped her a ghost healing pill during this time, it had had no effect whatsoever. If Sasa didn't wake up before the demon tide arrived, his own strength would be severely compromised. A long moment passed. A soft thud echoed as Yanin slammed her hand on the table. The plan is finalized. I expect orderly execution from all. The world belongs to humanity. Fight for humanity. Fight for humanity. Lin Ran was still a bit dazed. Was that it? He glanced at the time. Half an hour had already passed. The ghost tide outside must be approaching soon. He climbed the city walls and saw a dark, surging tide of ghosts approaching. Judging by its current speed, the horde would reach the base of the fortress by 7 o'clock at the latest. At that time, the first battle between the two sides would commence. But nightfall is not a favorable time for humans. Yanin appeared beside him and asked, "First time experiencing a ghost tide?" Lin Ran shook his head, unsure how to explain. He had already experienced a ghost tide within the boundaries of Conservation Zone 14. But that one couldn't really be considered a proper ghost tide. Don't worry. Yanin spoke with confidence, this ghost tide isn't particularly large. With our current strength in the conservation zone, we can definitely prevail. I'll be heading out now. With that, she turned and left. Lin Ran looked puzzled. Where are you going? To take care of that monster, of course. Once we take it down, the pressure from this ghost tide will be reduced by more than half. She was referring, of course, to that colossal SS rank ghost. Lin Ran voiced his concern, can you handle it alone? Yanin flashed him a seductive glance over her shoulder. If you're worried about me, Lin Ran, why not come with me? No way. Half an hour later. Before them, not far away, the landscape was filled with monsters as far as the eye could see. Lin Ran swallowed hard. The sheer number of these ghosts and monsters must be over 10,000 by now, right? He glanced at the cat perched on his shoulder. Can you still gobble them all up in one go? Meow. The cat shook its head. No way. Come to think of it, if it really could devour that many ghosts in one go, it wouldn't just be AB rank anymore. It might even have ascended to catastrophe grade by now. Yanin asked, where's your humanoid ghost? Have her teleport us there directly. Lin Ran shot her a look. She's not awake yet. The ghost tide was closing in rapidly. No choice, meow meow. Deal with a few of them first, then we'll aim for a rank. Meow meow acknowledged the order and plunged downward. Then, shape shift. Chang Yu reappeared. Yanin gasped in shock, how did this thing come out again? She was about to summon her spirit. But Lin Ran stopped her immediately, relax, this is my spirit's shapeshifting. Yanin's stunning face brimmed with astonishment as her beautiful eyes fluttered, he possesses such abilities? The next moment, Chang Yu swung a fist phantom demon strike. Ghostly energy coalesced into a colossal shadow, plunging into the surging tide of spirits. In an instant, countless ghosts met their end. The system popped up over a dozen notifications. As expected, the ghosts at the forefront of the tide were all low-level entities. Nothing more than fodder for experience points. In its transformed state, Meow Meow's combat prowess allowed it to crush several with a single punch effortlessly. Lin Ran showed no surprise, but Yanin was utterly astonished. This cat is surprisingly strong. It seems to have inherited the formidable innate talent of that cat from the early days of the Terror Awakening. But you said it just ascended to a rank? Does that mean it's only B rank now? Yes. Yanin gasped, that's insane. A B rank ghost of this caliber could outmatch even most A rank ghosts. Lin Ran gave a modest smile. You're too kind. Yet even with Meow Meow's formidable combat prowess, facing so many ghosts, it could only keep retreating. Fortunately, the distance to the 100 ghost slash was now in single digits. Come on, cat, give it your all. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the transformation time ended. Meow Meow reverted to her original form and dashed back swiftly. Damn, just one more to go. Glancing at the remaining ghosts, only one was left. Lin Ran gritted his teeth, but didn't blame it. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the enormous specter not far away.
A flood of ghosts surged forward like a torrent, with the colossal specter lurking behind the wave. At least 100 meters separated them. He looked at Bai Yanan. I can only take you 100 meters away. The rest is up to you. Bai Yanan was puzzled. The next moment, Lin Ran grabbed her hand and activated Shadow Shift. Ghostly energy surged, and in an instant, the 2 humans and 1 cat materialized behind the ghostly tide. They had barely crossed the 100-meter distance through the ghostly tide. Ahead loomed the colossal figure. That specter loomed like a mountain, obscuring the sky and blocking out the sun. Chapter 47, SS Rank Undying Wrathful Ghost, Cat Evolves. Lin Ran swallowed hard. Observing this specter up close was far more awe-inspiring than viewing it from afar. Bai Yanan had no time for surprise. She immediately summoned her own specter. Bai Qiu and Ning appeared simultaneously. Yet even so, they seemed utterly insignificant before the colossal creature before them. Lin Ran hesitated. Are you sure you can take it down? Bai Yanan shook her head. Gazing at the mountain-like monster before her, she couldn't claim absolute certainty. The level of this demon seemed to be far beyond her understanding. Let's try it and see. With that, Bai Yanan unleashed her contracted demon. 2 powerful streams of ghostly energy erupted simultaneously, like 2 heavy punches, slamming fiercely into the mountain. A dull thud echoed. Black smoke erupted as the force scattered in all directions. Bai Qiu and Ning stumbled back several steps, barely halting their momentum as they stared intently at the colossal specter before them. The specter, too, had its attention drawn. A pair of enormous eyes suddenly materialized beneath its body. Lin Ran was thoroughly startled. In his panic, he hurriedly began scanning the specter's information. Collective Wrathful Ghost. Specter Level, SS. Special Abilities, Fusion, Disintegration. Special Notes, a formidable entity formed from countless vengeful spirits. Though possessing only SS rank combat strength, it exhibits an unstoppable ability to decompose and regenerate, making it extremely difficult to destroy. This wasn't a single ghost at all, it was an amalgamation of countless spirits. Such a creature is far beyond what ordinary SS rank monsters can match. He hurriedly shared what he knew with Bai Yanan. Retreat. We're no match for this specter. Bai Yanan looked puzzled. You mean this is a fusion monster? Impossible. Since the Terror Awakening began, no such entity has ever emerged. Could ghosts have evolved to this extent? Lin Ran couldn't comprehend it, but he knew this ghost was likely absurdly powerful. We can't get away. Bai Yanan suddenly exclaimed. The next moment, the colossal vengeful specter slowly raised its arm. A fist as heavy as Mount Tai crashed down. That single blow shattered mountains and split the earth. Boom! The fist struck. Dust and debris erupted. Black smoke billowed, obscuring the sky and blocking out the sun. Within the haze, a white figure slowly materialized. Roar! The dragon's roar shook heaven and earth as the form of a massive white dragon slowly materialized. Bai Qiu transformed into a colossal dragon form, managing to withstand that punch. Bai Yanan's face darkened as she fixed her gaze on me, her words sharp and deliberate. Did you really think I was a sickly cat just because I didn't show my claws? Bai Qiu! Roar! The dragon roared in response once more, its colossal body crashing violently into the cluster of vengeful spirits. For a moment, the air thickened with ghostly energy. A terrifying hole gouged through the S-form. From within the hole, black mist poured out ceaselessly. All of it was ghostly energy. Shadow, kill. At the command, the phantom spirit's shadow surged forward, its form swelling dramatically until it transformed into a colossal-tailed demon fox. Lin Ran gasped in shock. Was this their true form? Truly formidable. Truly worthy of an SS-class specter and the head of the Conservation Zone Federation. Bai Yanan's power was unfathomable. The colossal fox shadow charged wildly, repeatedly slamming into the vengeful ghost. It forcibly drove apart the vengeful ghost's legs, shattering them. The colossal body crashed to the ground like a collapsing skyscraper, shaking the earth and mountains. Lin Ran swiftly retreated, narrowly avoiding the aftermath. Is it finished? Gazing at the fallen vengeful ghost, Lin Ran frowned deeply. Not far ahead, Bai Yanan shook her head. It's not dead. I can still sense its presence. Amidst the swirling dust, the massive form slowly rose to its feet, towering over the land. Though smaller than before, it remained unyielding. Not only that. Under the gaze of the two, the vengeful specter began to split apart. From one colossal entity, it transformed into 2 slightly smaller vengeful spirits. Lin Ran hurriedly checked their attributes, only to suddenly realize. The attributes of these 2 specters were identical to those of the original giant specter. Both were SS rank ghosts. Even their special abilities were identical. Bai Yanan's expression darkened further. Damn it, is this ghost truly impossible to kill? Lin Ran was deeply concerned as well. If this continued, Bai Yanran's 2 spirits would be worn down to death here. While they could temporarily suppress the vengeful ghost, they lacked its formidable disintegration ability. Just then, Bai Yanan snorted coldly. So what? Bai Qiu! Dragon roar over the world. A blinding white light erupted as boundless energy surged into its maw. Bai Qiu opened his gaping maw and unleashed a violent expulsion. The energy coalesced into a white pillar of light, sweeping across the two colossal vengeful spirits. Both recoiled simultaneously, their bodies bearing horrific wounds. Meow Meow stood nearby, pawing the air and yowling excitedly, eager to join the fray.
You wanna try too? Meow meow. Then go ahead. Lin Ran didn't stop it.
If the kitten could take some of the pressure off Bai Yanan, it would lighten the load.
The cat pounced, its furry little paws glowing silver.
With a phantom demon strike, ghostly energy coalesced into a shadow as its heavy fist slammed down.
Boom!
The already wounded vengeful ghost crashed to the ground. The other vengeful spirit, suppressed by the phantom spirit's shadow, also fell.
But it wasn't over yet. The vengeful spirit's presence still lingered.
The two enormous specters lying on the ground now rose to their feet.
Ghostly energy continuously seeped from their bodies. Before long, this ghostly energy coalesced once more.
This time, it directly formed 4 specters. All were amalgamations of vengeful spirits. Though significantly smaller in size, they still stood 3 to 5 meters tall.
Their bodies were massive. Their combat prowess was formidable. Their rank soared to SS class. 4 of them. Bai Yanan now sensed the threat. For SS rank ghosts, her current strength was utterly insufficient to handle them. Bai Qiu and the spirit shadow might each manage to pin down one. But what about the remaining 2? Could she really rely on Lin Ran? She glanced at Lin Ran, only to find him staring blankly at the cat. The instant Meow Meow snatched the kill against a system notification popped up before Lin Ran's eyes. Defeated SS rank Spectre. Gained EXP plus 500, system points plus 100. Completed ghost upgrade quest, 100 ghosts slain. Received quest reward, Ghost Spirit Essence. Ghost Cat has met upgrade requirements. Spend 200 points in Ghost Spirit Essence to level up. Lin Ran immediately chose to upgrade. After slaying this SS rank ghost, he gained 100 points. Combined with his previous points, it was just enough for the ghost's upgrade. A white light enveloped the cat. Within the glow, the cat's form began to transform. As waves of ghostly energy overflowed, the white light transformed into dense black mist. At that moment, time and space seemed to freeze. Not only Lin Ran and Bai Yanan, but all the other ghosts, including the vengeful spirits. All eyes converged on the cat. Immediately, a system notification popped up. Ghost Cat successfully upgraded, level increased to A. Meow Meow has acquired the A-rank ghost exclusive skill, Meow Meow Fist. Cat has acquired the A-rank ghost exclusive ability, Cat Spirit Incarnation. Host gains ghost affection, receiving special reward, physical constitution plus 200%. Chapter 48, Half Cat Girl. Sasa's upgrade conditions fulfilled. Lin Ran was overjoyed. The upgraded Cat had awakened 2 skills. Though seemingly not shared due to their unique nature, it still granted him a physical enhancement skill. A whopping 200% boost to physical constitution. In an instant, he felt power surging through his entire body. When he clenched his fists, he could actually hear his bones creaking. Even a B-rank monster might be within my reach now. Though untested, Lin Ran felt utterly confident. Grade B ghosts were formidable, but he wasn't a pushover either. Compared to other exorcists, his abilities had already surpassed many higher-ranked beings. Often, even exorcists who had obtained shared abilities from S-rank ghosts couldn't match his capabilities. Meow meow. At that moment, the black mist enveloping Cat suddenly exploded. A powerful surge of energy erupted, whipping up a violent whirlwind. Lin Ran was horrified, fearing that Meow Meow, standing at the center of the black mist, would be caught in the force's aftermath. The scattered black mist vanished in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, the world returned to normal. Where Meow Meow had stood moments before, a hexagram array now appeared. At the array's center stood a girl made entirely of cat fur. Lin Ran was dumbfounded. Is that Cat? Under his bewildered gaze, the girl turned around. Though her face was covered in gray fur, it was vaguely recognizable as a human face. A pair of triangular cat ears curved downward, and long, grayish-white fur cascaded behind her. Lin Ran was momentarily speechless, opening his mouth but unable to utter a word. Meow. The half-cat girl let out an excited meow, then took off running toward him. She threw herself straight into Lin Ran's arms. You're a cat? Lin Ran still couldn't quite believe it, asking doubtfully. The half-cat girl nodded, meow meow meow. It was clear that despite taking on a semi-human form, she still couldn't speak. Just then, a surge of ghostly energy swept toward them. The vengeful spirit from before didn't give them a chance to embrace, instead charging forward with a massive fist. Lin Ran was startled. But it was the cat who reacted first, her adorable feline face twisted with fury. Turning to face the vengeful spirit, she clenched her left hand. Ghostly energy swirled around her claws. Ha! The half-cat girl unleashed a furious punch. This punch carried a force that seemed to pierce the stars. Black ghostly energy transformed into a streak of light, crashing violently into the vengeful spirit. Boom! Amidst the deafening roar, one of the vengeful ghost's arms exploded clean off.
Meow Meow closed in once more, her body shrouded in a torrent of black mist. This dark mist kept spilling out, carrying immense power as it collided with the vengeful ghost once more. The A-rank cat delivered 2 consecutive strikes, forcing the vengeful ghost to retreat relentlessly. Lin Ran stared in disbelief. Is a mere A-rank cat really this powerful? But that wasn't all. There were 4 vengeful ghosts in total. Even if the cat could handle one, the other 3 would be more than enough to overwhelm Bai Qiu and Ing. If only Sha Sha would wake up. With her abilities, once her domain was activated, she could easily handle one. Though it suppressed the level of Bai Ran's ghosts, the sheer numbers would still make it a close fight. Sasha, when will you wake up? Just as he pondered this, a cloud of black mist began to seep from Lin Ran's body. It gradually coalesced into a human form. It was Sasa. The first thing Sasa did upon waking was to embrace Lin Ran and kiss him deeply. Then, she blinked those stunning crimson eyes. Releasing Lin Ran, she turned to face the vengeful spirits. At her appearance, the vengeful spirits all froze in unison. They all stared blankly at her. Seeing this, Bai Yanan immediately ordered, "Quick! Kill one now while we have the chance." Upon hearing this, Bai Qiu unleashed an even more powerful surge of energy. A dragon's phantom form materialized, shrouded in ghostly mist, and slammed into the vengeful spirits. This force relentlessly tore at the vengeful ghost. Before long, one vengeful ghost was torn to shreds. But soon, the vengeful ghost, possessing the ability to disintegrate and fuse, reassembled itself. 2 more vengeful spirits have appeared. How is this possible? Bai Yanan was dumbfounded. Why is this happening? Don't these ghosts die? Each time they're defeated, they resurrect. And now there were twice as many as before. Just as she was reeling in shock, the vengeful spirits knelt on one knee one after another, bowing to Sasa like knights paying homage. This time, even Lin Ran was dumbfounded. What on earth was Sasa? Why did these spirits all show her such deference? Sasha slowly rose into the air, ascending into the sky. Her white dress billowed in the breeze, and her golden hair reflected a unique glow in the dim evening sunlight. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Like a celestial maiden. She slowly raised her right hand, and the hexagram light array that had appeared earlier materialized once more. With a thunderous roar, the stone gate rose from the earth. The vengeful spirits, upon seeing this, spontaneously stepped through the stone gate. Bai Yanan was dumbfounded. She? What is this? What exactly is this humanoid specter? Lin Ran shook his head. I don't know either. Since Sha Sha can't speak, we'll probably have to ask the Silver Dragon's daughter. Besides the Silver Dragon's daughter, he couldn't think of anyone else who might know Sasa's origins. Soon, the stone gate closed. Though the ghost tide continued its assault on the fortress nearby. Without the powerful ghosts commanding them, it was no longer a threat. Sasha descended from midair and threw her arms around Lin Ran. Meow Meow gritted her teeth, sprinted forward, and squeezed into Lin Ran's embrace too. Great, now Mau Mau's competing for attention too. Lin Ran felt utterly blissful. Though both were ghosts, their figures were truly something else. Especially Sasa, her curves were truly breathtaking. In comparison, he glanced at Cat, utterly ordinary. Wait a minute. Mau Mau, you're not a male, are you? Mau Mau tilted her fluffy little head, her big eyes blinking a few times, and the cat ears on her head drooped. As if puzzled by what Lin Ran meant. Male is fine too. Lin Ran was utterly charmed by that adorable gaze, feeling like she was melting. She wrapped her arms around both little monsters, holding them tight. Snuggle, snuggle, snuggle. Bai Yanan. She sighed deeply, turning to Bai Qiu and Ing, let's go back. Not long after. The two returned to the fortress. By now, both sides had fully engaged in battle. On the human side, the spirit summoners called forth their contracted ghosts to clash with the demons outside the city walls. Lin Ran naturally wouldn't let this opportunity pass. She immediately released Meow Meow and Sha Sha. Attack! At the command, the humanoid cat leapt directly from the city wall, landing amidst the horde of ghosts. In the next instant, a cat-like fist swung out, unleashing a powerful wave of ghostly energy that engulfed the sky. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ran watched his points surge while the monster's experience bars climbed relentlessly. Sasha hovered mid-air, raising her hand to channel spatial energy, tearing apart one ghost after another. Cat defeated AB rank ghost, earning plus 50 ghost experience and plus 10 system points. Sasha slays grade A ghost, earning plus 100 ghost experience and plus 20 system points. Ghost Sasa has met upgrade requirements. Can upgrade by consuming 500 points, ghost chi essence, and hellflowers. Upon reaching S rank, unlocks system point lottery, reward blank ghost contract X1. Chapter 49, Special Specter, Ghost Chi Spirit Source. So fast. Lin Ran was overjoyed. Sasha's experience bar was finally full time to level up. But this time, the upgrade required 3 things. One was 500 system points. She glanced at the system panel current points, 392 remaining. Fortunately, the recent ghost tide had earned her a decent amount of points. Otherwise, it might have been impossible to gather them all in such a short time. The remaining requirement, Ghost Chi Spirit Source, was something Lin Ran had never heard of. As for the Hellflower, it was utterly unheard of. Opening the system's point shop and searching for Ghost Chi Spirit Source immediately brought up the relevant information. Ghost Chi Spirit Source. Special ghostly entity, exists in areas dense with ghostly energy, containing extremely potent ghostly energy. Human contact is fatal. Price, 3,000 points. Expensive. Lin Ran quickly closed it and switched to another search. Hell's Blossom. Special ghostly entity, exists within the Ghost Realm plane, within the boundaries of Hell City. Exact location unknown. Specific effects and location. Price? You can't even buy it. Lin Ran was stunned. Is there actually something you can't buy from the system's point shop these days? Where on earth are we supposed to find this now? Could it really mean we have to go to hell? But Sasa might have a solution. After all, she's a ghost. We'll just use the old methods. As her upgraded ghostly entities, they must have their own ways of locating it. Soon, the ghost tide receded. Lin Ran had earned enough points, a total of 483. Though still a bit short, there was no need to rush anymore. After all, the immediate priority now was to find other upgrade items. When Shasha and Mao Mao returned, Lin Ran asked Shasha, "Can you find the Ghost Chi Spirit Source and the Hellflower?" Sasha shook her head, then nodded. Her striking crimson eyes brimmed with curiosity. It was unclear whether she would succeed or not. "What about Mao Mao?" Lin Ran asked again. "Meow." The cat shook its head firmly, clearly unable to help. It seemed all hopes rested on Shasha now. Otherwise, with a full 3,000 points, even waiting several more months might not be enough. Not long after, Bai Yanin approached. "Thank you. Your contribution to dispelling this ghost tide was invaluable. If it weren't for your spirits driving back those vengeful ghosts, our entire conservation area would have been doomed." She was telling the truth. With those 3 vengeful spirits present, no matter how many we killed, it was impossible to eliminate them. In the end, no matter how many powerful beings we sent, we might not have been able to drive them back. Instead, our own forces would have been worn down to the bone. You flatter me. Besides, this ghost tide might have been triggered by me in the first place. Lin Ran smiled awkwardly. Bai Yanin shook her head. That's not true. The ghost tide is because of those damned hunters. If not for them, your spirits wouldn't have drawn the ghost tide. By the way, I just heard you mention you're looking for a ghost energy source. Lin Ran nodded. He was somewhat surprised. Could Bai Yanin actually know about this thing? I've heard a little about it. Ghost Chi spirit sources exist in places where ghostly energy is exceptionally dense. Such places are often home to exceptionally powerful ghosts and monsters. Some of these ghosts might even surpass the SSS rank level. At this point, Bai Yanran's voice grew concerned. Therefore, it's best to avoid such places until one's own ghostly power reaches at least S rank. Lin Ran gave a wry smile. He wanted to go too. But how could he elevate his ghostly entity's rank to S without venturing there? Could you tell me the exact locations? Lin Ran pressed on. Bai Yanin sighed helplessly. I should have never told you. Forget it. Since you're determined to go, I'll accompany you. I need to visit Conservation Zone 7 anyway. Conservation Zone 7? Lin Ran was baffled. Was it really necessary to go all the way to Conservation Zone 7 just to find an upgrade item? This time, it really seemed dangerous. The earlier the conservation zone, the more powerful the creatures, and naturally, the greater the number of formidable ghosts. Zone 13 was manageable though crowded with monsters, it was barely tolerable. But Zone 7? That was ranked among the top 10 conservation zones. The quantity and strength of the monsters there were at least double that of Zone 13. A massive ghostfisher appeared in Zone 7 just the other day. The subsequent ghost tide assault required mobilizing forces from both Conservation Zone 6 and 5 just to barely hold it back. That battle inflicted heavy casualties on our Spirit Exorcist Federation. Worse still, it left behind a lingering threat. That is what you seek, the ghostly energy source. Bai Yanin finished speaking and turned to leave. Alright, prepare well. We depart tomorrow. Lin Ran nodded. Though he knew the path ahead was perilous, he had to go. Driving back to the conservation zone. Along the way, he could see numerous ghostly corpses scattered around the fortress perimeter. Of course, there were also many corpses of spirit exorcists. Each ghost tide brought a brutal battle. Both humans and ghosts suffered immense losses. Upon reaching the inner sanctuary, he exchanged a message with Su Xier and the others before entering the house. Lin Ran activated his communicator and logged into the Federation Forum homepage. This hub gathered the latest updates from every warzone across the Federation. Only those with Spirit Exorcist Federation credentials could access the site. He searched directly for Conservation Zone 7. Sure enough, a report appeared. The largest ghost surge in recorded history repelled after mobilizing forces from 3 major conservation zones. Clicking to view, it detailed the entire battle process. It began with a massive ghost fissure. The fissure was located in the southern part of Conservation Zone 7, within a mountain range.
An actual photograph was also included. Lin Ran clicked to view it, seeing a black fissure appear mid-air. At first glance, its interior resembled an abyssal void of pitch-black darkness. Moreover, eerie ghostly energy continuously seeped from the fissure's edges. The black gas was so dense it seemed on the verge of solidifying, a sight that couldn't help but unsettle the heart. Scrolling further down. One after another, reports of powerful warriors falling in battle. SS-class exorcist loli has fallen in battle. SS-rank exorcist Li Baifeng killed in battle against spirits, severely wounded. Among them were as many as 3 reports of SSS-ranked powerhouses suffering defeat. 13 SS-rank casualties. Lin Ran grew increasingly alarmed. The strength of Protected Zone 7 had reached such staggering levels. 13 SS-class exorcists alone had been defeated, along with 3 SSS-class powerhouses. How many true powerhouses remained within the conservation zone? And this was merely Conservation Zone 7. What about Zones 1 and 2? How many powerhouses must they harbor? By comparison, Conservation Zone 13 was practically a beginner's village. Just as he was about to close the forum, Lin Ran noticed an image attached at the end of the announcement. A rare ghost energy source has appeared. Is it a disaster, or a hope for humanity to explore the mysteries of ghosts and monsters? The image showed a massive, pitch-black boulder shrouded in eerie black mist, standing within a stone formation. It bore a certain resemblance to obsidian. Lin Ran frowned deeply. Is this the ghostly energy source? Judging by the photo, the photographer seemed to be standing at a considerable distance. Near the boulder lay several corpses. All were the bodies of spirit exorcists. Indeed, ordinary people would die upon touching it. The system's warning was real. I need to figure out a way to get my hands on that stone. Lin Ran pondered this when suddenly, the doorbell rang. Chapter 50, First Entry into Protected Zone 7, The Mysterious Exorcist. He opened the door. Su Xier and Li Su stood outside, with Lu Ling unexpectedly by their side. You're all here? Lin Ran was somewhat surprised, and a thought solidified in his mind. Leaving this place, but only if he left alone. Zone 7 was far too dangerous. With their current strength, going there would be nothing short of suicide. Going alone, with Bai Yanan, they might just barely survive in Conservation Zone 7. Captain, I heard the ghost tide was repelled. How are you? Are you injured? Captain, you're now a major figure in our conservation zone. Everyone knows this ghost tide's defeat is inseparable from your actions. If it weren't for the captain stepping in, our conservation zone might not have been able to handle this ghost tide. Lin Ran smiled bitterly. So they all knew. No wonder news of the earlier ghost tide battle had already spread across the 13th Conservation Zone forum. Even without a live broadcast or video evidence, someone had managed to snap a few photos. These battlefield reporters weren't afraid of death. In critical moments, they charged ahead even faster than spirit exorcists like Lin Ran. Combined with Bai Yanan publicly declaring Lin Ran as the hero of this ghost tide, people could easily imagine a powerful yet low-key master emerging from the chaos. Come inside first. I have something to discuss with you. Inside the house, Lin Ran's expression grew solemn. Noticing his unusual mood, the 3 companions all looked concerned. Captain, what's wrong? Su Xier looked concerned. Lin Ran could only shake his head. Nothing. I just wanted to say goodbye to you all. I need to leave Conservation Zone 13 for a while. Hearing this, the 3 were taken aback. Especially Lu Ling, where are you going? I heard from Xier that you just bought this place not long ago. You haven't even lived here for a few days yet, and now you're leaving? Lin Ran nodded. It's only for a while. I'll be back eventually. My contracted spirit is about to level up, and it requires certain ghostly artifacts for the upgrade. So I need to leave for a while to search in other areas. Hearing this, the 3 finally relaxed. Well then. Lu Ling smiled. Upgrading your spirit is a good thing. Go if you must. It's just a pity I can't contract the spirit you gave me yet. Otherwise, I'd love to come with you. Sis Ling, stay here and rest easy. In 2 months, your compatibility will reach 60%, and then you can form the contract. As for me, going alone is actually safer. Su Xier frowned. You won't take us with you? No. Lin Ran's expression was resolute. Nursery Zone 7 is far more dangerous than here. It's better for me to go alone. Ha! The 3 were utterly shocked. Conservation Zone 7 was an extremely dangerous place. The ferocity of its monsters far surpassed anything in Conservation Zone 13. But Lin Ran was resolute, his tone unwavering. I must go. He had reasons he couldn't ignore. Su Xier tried to say something, but Lu Ling stopped her. She looked at Lin Ran and nodded. Very well. Going alone will indeed be much safer. At least no one will slow you down. Xier and the others will stay here with me for now. I've already left the factory anyway. Lin Ran stood up and smiled. Then I'll return them to you, Ling. Thank you, but it's not about returning them. We're no longer Night Watch members, we're all friends now. There's no need to talk about returning anyone. Ha ha ha. The next day. Early morning. Lin Ran and Yanan drove away from Conservation Zone 13. Along the way, ghostly apparitions could be seen on both sides of the road. Among them lay the corpses of exorcists. A significant portion of these corpses were mangled beyond recognition, half devoured by the ghosts and monsters. The scene was gruesome. The farther they drove from the conservation area, the more corpses they encountered. The number of ghosts and monsters also increased accordingly. Before long, a pack of ghosts had formed a trail behind the car. Lin Ran saw in the rearview mirror that one of the ghosts had reached Class A, moving at an astonishing speed. Even the car driving at full speed couldn't shake it off. Should I take it out? Yanan shook her head. No need. Leave it to Bai Cho. With that, a flash of white light swept past, revealing the massive form of a white dragon. The powerful aura of the spirit creature instantly forced the one behind them to retreat, no longer daring to pursue. The journey passed in silence. The car drove on for a long time. From morning until dusk, they finally reached the territory of Conservation Area 7. The scene here was even more unsettling than Conservation Zone 13. The deserted wasteland flanking the road was dotted with ghostly figures everywhere. Lin Ran suddenly saw a ghostly creature crouched on the ground, a corpse before it. It was relentlessly chewing on the corpse of a spirit exorcist. As if sensing the approaching vehicle, the specter turned its head, revealing a blood-soaked, rotting face. One white eye drooped down, clinging to its face in a horrifying sight. Even from a distance, Lin Ran felt queasy and quickly averted his gaze from the window. Yanan, however, remained calm. You'll get used to it. Ghosts eating people isn't exactly a new thing. Lin Ran nodded. She was right about that. Shortly thereafter, inside Protective Zone 7. The Spirit Exorcist Federation building. The layout here wasn't much different from Conservation Zone 13. The only difference was that there were more powerful individuals here. Inside the Federation building, Grade A exorcists were everywhere. Numerous S-rank exorcists came and went. The overall strength here far surpassed that of Conservation Zone 13. As Lin Ran pondered this, Yanan said, I'll go find someone. Wait here for me. All right. Yanan departed, heading toward the upper floors of the building likely to locate the federal supervisor in charge of this conservation zone. Feeling a bit bored, Lin Ran began exploring the first floor lobby. There was a mission window here where spirit exorcists could pick up tasks. There was also a registration desk where spirit exorcists could register their ranks. Just then, 3 men wearing name tags on their chests approached. Hey kid, new here? What's that girl from earlier to you? Why not introduce us to her? Lin Ran frowned and instinctively checked their profiles. The system displayed that all 3 were S-rank exorcists, each possessing only 1 S-rank spirit. Their strength here could only be considered upper middle tier. The upper tier, of course, belonged to S-rank exorcists who had contracts with 2 spirits. Above that tier, naturally, were the SSS rank exorcists. SSS rankers, however, remained a rarity. Facing their provocation, Lin Ran ignored them and turned to leave. However, the next moment, the trio appeared ahead, blocking his path. Playing the silent, aloof type, huh? Kid, I suggest you rein it in a bit. You're an outsider on our turf. Lin Ran frowned. This is the Federation building. You want to cause trouble here? Not far away. Several uniformed Federation guards had already turned their attention toward them. Their expressions were fierce, commanding respect without a word. Oomph. The trio didn't hold back. The scar-faced leader snorted coldly. Useless. Watch your step. Let's go. Just as the trio turned to leave, a figure appeared, blocking their path. Oh? He's a piece of trash? What makes you think you're any better? Chapter 51, The Meow Meow Fist shows its might. A woman had appeared before them, seemingly out of nowhere. Lin Ran studied her closely but realized he didn't recognize her at all. Instead, all 3 of them trembled uncontrollably. Sis Tang. How did you get here? So this young man is under Sister Tang's command. We were blind to his true worth. Please forgive us, Sister Tang. From the reactions of the 3, it was clear that this woman named Tang possessed formidable strength. System check. Tang Chi. Contract Spirit, Special Spirit Tang Clan Warrior SSS. Special Skill, Unknown. Lin Ran was stunned. This guy is actually an SSS rank spirit exorcist. Moreover, he had contracted a special spirit. Its special skill was shrouded in mystery, even he couldn't discern it. Just who was this woman? Lin Ran scrutinized her closely. She wore a black trench coat, its long hem covering her thighs, revealing only glimpses of snow-white skin. Her black leather boots bore a hint of dark red, like traces of blood. Looking up, she wore a fitted vest underneath, her long hair pulled up in a high bun. Her face, radiating a commanding presence, carried an air of sharp competence. But those eyes. Lin Ran detected a chill within them. This was absolutely not the gaze of an upright person. Especially that bloodstain on the boots, bright red blood that ordinary ghosts wouldn't have. Most likely human blood. This guy has killed someone. Lin Ran frowned deeply, saying nothing.
Not until Tang Chi dismissed the three others and walked straight over did he speak. "You're one lucky bastard." After leaving that cryptic remark, Tang Chi departed. Watching her receding figure, Lin Ran's heart remained unsettled for a long time. Who exactly was she? Why did she say I'm lucky to be alive? Did she know me? Countless questions surged through his mind. Lin Ran felt more and more that this trip to Conservation Area 7 was fraught with danger. Not long after, Bai Yanin returned, a hint of delight on her face. "It's settled. Let's go." Lin Ran was puzzled. "What are you so happy about?" He. "Of course it's something to be happy about. Didn't you know? My sister is the federal supervisor of Conservation Zone 7. She agreed to send people to help me find the hunters." Bai Yanin beamed with delight. "Finally, we can eradicate those cancerous tumors." Lin Ran was momentarily speechless, unsure what to say. He could only change the subject and ask, "Where are we going?" "Outside, of course, to help you investigate the ghostly energy source." The two left the Federation building and drove along the roads of the conservation area. Before long, Lin Ran noticed 3 cars tailing them in the rearview mirror. The driver of one car looked vaguely familiar. It was one of the 3 who had blocked him earlier. His expression darkened. These guys were persistent, all right. As he pondered this, one of the cars suddenly accelerated, surging ahead of them. It forcibly cut them off, forcing their car to stop on the road. Bai Yanin frowned. Why is it that wherever we go, there are always reckless people looking for trouble? Lin Ran opened the door and said coldly, "They're here for me. Let me handle this myself." As he stepped out, 8 men had already surrounded them. "Kid, you're pretty tough, huh? Last time, we let you off because of Sister Tang. But now, that chick in the car's pretty hot. What do you say? Care to let us have her?" Lin Ran sneered coldly, his body shrouded in ghostly aura. The spirit's sealing domain unfurled. Thick ghostly energy swirled around him. At that moment, he seemed less human and more like a specter. All 3 men recoiled in terror, instinctively taking a step back. "You're a ghost? Impossible. This aura couldn't possibly belong to a demon. What exactly are you?" Lin Ran remained silent. Sasa, clad in a black lace gown, materialized out of thin air. Her lovely face was filled with murderous intent. Beside her, the half-cat girl materialized within the black glow. Her furry little face bore a pair of emerald eyes that were utterly unsettling. A low growl rumbled from her throat. Seeing this, the crowd couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha. So it's just an A-rank ghost. I thought it was some kind of powerhouse. Is that all? Not even enough to fill our teeth." 8 ghosts appeared simultaneously. All S-rank. But in the next instant, their ghost ranks all dropped to a class. "Ha? What's going on?" That wasn't all. As Shasha activated her domain again, the space was instantly sealed off. As the 3rd layer of her domain descended, all 8 ghosts let out agonized wails. Lin Ran sneered, "With just you lot? Useless against ghosts, but skilled at internal affairs. Attack! Take them alive!" Hearing this, 2 ghosts charged forward simultaneously. Meow Meow swung her fluffy cat fists, landing a punch on one of the demons that sent it flying backward. On the other side, Shasha was even more brutal. She tore one of the ghosts clean in half. Everyone was stunned. How is this possible? Is this the power of an A-class ghost? Meow. The cat let out a furious roar, opening its mouth to bite. This was unacceptable. Lin Ran shouted urgently, "No! Kitty, you can't eat people." The cat froze mid-air, its jaws still open. After a moment's hesitation, as if making an agonizing decision, it turned and lunged at the nearby ghost. In a fit of rage, it unleashed a fist, shrouded in ghostly energy, piercing straight through. The ghost creature shattered into dust. Meow Meow used the skill, Meow Meow Punch. Lin Ran checked the system and saw the skill Meow Meow used in the battle log. It was indeed that skill. The skill awakened upon evolving to a rank. She had also used this skill when facing the SS rank Vengeful Ghost before. Back then, a single punch had shattered the Vengeful Ghost's arm. Keep in mind, that was an SS rank specter. And she did it without any domain suppression. Such a formidable skill instantly elevated Meow Meow's combat prowess to a whole new level. Even when facing SS-class monsters, they could hold their own for a short time. Before long, all 8 monsters were either slain or left gravely wounded. Lin Ran shot the group a cold glance. "Don't let me see you again. Next time, I won't hold back." With that, he walked away, leaving the group standing there in stunned silence, their spirits crushed. Sister Tang was right. This guy is no ordinary person. Lin Ran drove away. Glancing at the dejected group in the rearview mirror, she asked curiously, "Do you know these people?" Lin Ran shook his head. "No. By the way, do you know Tang Chi? The woman we saw earlier?" Bai Yanin pondered for a moment before shaking her head. As expected, she didn't know. Lin Ran said nothing more, silently taking in the scenery on both sides. It must be said that Conservation Area 7 was significantly larger than Conservation Area 13. There were also far more buildings. Ghosts and exorcists roamed freely throughout the reserve. Before long, the vehicle pulled up at a gas station on the outskirts of the reserve. Bai Yanan pulled over and said, "I need to fill up first. Wait for me here." Lin Ran nodded and got out to keep watch. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a spot not far away. Two figures, a man and a woman, were there. From a distance, the girl appeared to be kneeling on the ground, while the man seemed to be abusing her. A sense of injustice welled up in Lin Ran, and he immediately quickened his pace toward the pair. Chapter 52, Ghosts eat people, so isn't it fair for me to suck them dry? At that moment, both the man and woman noticed Lin Ran's approach. The girl struggled, pleading for Lin Ran's help. "Save me! Help me!" Lin Ran nodded and turned to the man. The system identified the man's attributes. Su Bei Wang. Contract Spirit, Red Wolf A. Special ability, Berserk Mode temporarily enhances both human and spirit combat power. Special note, currently in a weakened state. So that's all it's capable of. No wonder it only dares to bully helpless young girls. He glanced at the woman beside him, not very old, with a face that looked pitifully vulnerable. With two trails of hot tears streaming down her cheeks, she looked all the more heartbreaking. In this apocalyptic world overrun by monsters, instead of hunting them down, you're bullying a little girl here. You're worse than a beast. Lin Ran spoke, then drove his fist straight at him. Fueled by rage, his fist surged with ghostly energy. With a single strike, Su Bei Wang was sent flying backward. His spirit creature materialized instantly. A black wolf with red spots appeared before him, shielding the man. "Kid, I advise you not to meddle in this." Su Bei Wang roared, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The spot where Lin Ran's fist had struck his chest throbbed with a tearing pain. It felt like several bones had snapped. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. People like you don't deserve to live. Lin Ran stepped forward and unleashed another punch. But this punch landed squarely on the red-spotted wolf. Thud. It felt like punching a sandbag, producing a dull thud. Immediately afterward, the red-spotted wolf flew backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. Seeing this, Su Bei Wang was utterly dumbfounded. One punch. He crippled my red wolf. Is this guy even human? Even an S-class spirit exorcist couldn't pull that off. Lin Ran was also somewhat astonished. He hadn't realized his current power was this terrifying. One punch to cripple an A-rank specter. With this kind of power, he might even stand a chance against an S-rank ghost, right? Suppressing his shock, he shot Su Bei Wang a cold glare and snapped, "Get out." The latter dared not hesitate for a moment, swiftly recalling his contracted ghost and fleeing. Only after confirming Su Bei Wang was far away did Lin Ran turn to the girl. "Are you okay?" The instant he spoke, the girl suddenly lunged at him. Sharp teeth sank directly into Lin Ran's neck. Blood gushed like a fountain. "You!" Lin Ran struggled to push her away, only to find he couldn't budge her. Her arms clamped around him like pincers, holding him fast. As the blood drained from his body, Lin Ran felt his strength rapidly fading. "Sasha!" Meow. Yet the two ghostly creatures merely stood watching from a distance. "Save me! What are you standing around for?" Lin Ran was utterly bewildered. What was wrong with these two ghosts today? Why wouldn't they help when they saw the spirit exorcist in trouble? Soon, he caught on to what was happening. The power he had lost was now steadily returning. Not only that, but he also saw black mist continuously emanating from the girl's body. But instead of dissipating, this black mist was being drawn into him. What's going on? Checking the system, the log clearly stated. Used skill, Ghost Chi Absorption. Successfully absorbed S-rank ghostly fox spirit's ghostly energy. Physical constitution increased by 1%. Skill used. So this girl wasn't human at all. She was a spirit in human form. Lin Ran suddenly recalled that the red wolf status had listed a weakened condition earlier. No doubt, it was this spirit creature that had drained his strength, causing his weakness. And that was precisely why he had gained the ability to take down an A-class ghost with a single punch. So that's how it was. Lin Ran realized that by harnessing the Ghost Chi Absorption skill, he might as well stop struggling and simply enjoy the girl's embrace. Gradually, the ghost girl sensed something was amiss. She noticed that the ghost energy she was drawing from Lin Ran was less than the ghost energy she was losing. She released Lin Ran, only to see the bite mark on his neck instantly heal. "You!" The ghost girl recoiled in shock, stumbling back several steps. Lin Ran's lips curved upward, a hint of lingering desire in his eyes as he licked his lips, his gaze burning with intensity. "Little ghost, come play." Even an S-class ghost couldn't help but shudder at the sight of him. The fox spirit girl backed away while shaking her head. "You, don't come any closer." Lin Ran wore a lecherous grin, his hands clawing forward relentlessly. "Heh, don't run away. Let me suck some of your ghostly energy. You ghosts devour so many people, is it too much to ask for just one?" SSSS-hh. The fox spirit screamed and lunged backward over 10 meters. Only then did she realize, wait. I'm the ghost here. You human, die. Enraged, the fox spirit abandoned all pretense, revealing her true form. It was an utterly hideous demon with a tongue over 20 centimeters long. Lin Ran recoiled in horror, instantly pulling back his outstretched hand.
We're all here to absorb ghost energy. It's not fair for you to scare people by turning ugly. Kitty! With that, the half-cat girl instantly lunged forward. Compared to Lin Ran, Cat was downright brutal. A fierce punch sent the fox spirit reeling, her vision spinning.
Without giving her a moment's chance, thick black mist erupted from her mouth, engulfing the fox spirit entirely. She swallowed her whole.
Meow Meow defeated an S-rank ghost, gaining plus 200 ghost EXP and plus 50 ghost points. Mao Mao devours S-rank demon fox spirit woman, gaining plus 200 demon experience.
She did not gain the shape-shifting ability similar to that of the fox spirit.
This left Lin Ran somewhat disappointed. Otherwise, if Cat could transform like that too, wouldn't it be? What's wrong? A car pulled up beside them. Bai Yanan leaned out, peering at Lin Ran's mischievous grin. Ahem, nothing. Just killed a ghost.
Lin Ran said awkwardly, summoning back Cat and Sha before getting back in the car to continue onward.
Throughout the journey, Bai Yanan kept saying, we're no longer inside the conservation area. Powerful ghosts are everywhere now. You should be extra careful. Also, once we reach the fortress, don't wander off. It's best if you stay close to me.
However, Lin Ran didn't hear a single word she said.
He was deep in thought.
Now that he'd confirmed he could absorb ghost energy from spirits to strengthen himself,
could he not capture some ghosts by force in the future, specifically to absorb their ghost energy?
Drain them dry before killing them. This way, he could enhance his own strength, gain ghost experience for his cat companion, and even earn system points. 3 birds with 1 stone.
This is taking advantage to the absolute extreme. Who would have thought a single ghost could serve such purposes? It's beyond what others could ever imagine.
Lin Ran began to feel excited, a wicked smile curling up at the corners of his mouth.
Bai Yanan sighed helplessly and continued driving. Soon,
the car entered the fortress closest to the ghostly energy source.
Fort East 01 in Conservation Zone 7.
From a great distance, Lin Ran spotted the colossal stone in the distance. The black, irregularly shaped stone towered skyward, surrounded by several similarly sized gray monoliths. These gray monoliths were scattered around the perimeter, seemingly without pattern, yet giving the impression of being interconnected.
Ghost Chi Spirit Source detected. Ghost Chi Spirit Source Plunder Mission activated. Chapter 53, Mission activated. Plunder the Ghost Chi Spirit Source. Ghost Chi Spirit Source Plunder Mission. Mission details, plunder Ghost Chi Spirit Source. Rewards, Ghost Experience plus 1000, System Points plus 200. Mission difficulty is high. Activating Mission Guidance. Quest Guidance, expand Ghost Space.
Lin Ran was somewhat surprised.
The system actually provided guidance for high difficulty tasks. Though this guidance didn't seem entirely reliable. Expand the ghostly realm. Wasn't this just trying to get him to burn points to expand the ghost space? At the end of the day, it's all about points. Lin Ran gazed at the distant boulder. How much space would it take to hold that? System, based on the actual ghost energy source, a level 5 ghost space is sufficient. He glanced at the current level of his ghost space. Only level 2. Pathetically small. Open the system interface to check. Ghost Realm. Level, LV2. Space size, 20 square meters. Upgrade to expand to 40 square meters, requires 20 points. Lin Ran directly consumed points to expand. Consumed 20 points. Ghostly space upgraded to LV3. Level 3 space now spans 40 square meters. Clearly, it still wasn't enough. Continue upgrading and expanding. This time, it took a full 50 points to expand to 80 square meters. Keep going. After all, there were still plenty of points left. 100 points spent. Expansion complete. Ghost space. Level, LV5. Space size, 200 square meters. Upgrade to 500 square meters by leveling up, requires 200 points. Lin Ran wondered, could a 200 square meter space really hold such a massive stone? Just as he pondered this, Bai Yanan's voice interrupted his thoughts once more. Wake up, we're here. Lifting his gaze, he saw they had already arrived at the fortress. Stepping out of the vehicle, a group of spirit riders was already waiting. Leading them was a man sporting a handlebar mustache. He wore a yellow leather jacket, which blended perfectly with the surrounding desert landscape. Hello, I'm the person in charge here, SSS rank spirit exorcist, Wu Yao. The man introduced himself to Bai Yanan. Bai Yanan, head of the Spirit Exorcist Federation for Conservation Zone 13, S-rank Spirit Exorcist. This is Lin Ran, an A-class dual ghost contractor. Bai Yanan pointed at Lin Ran and added, he's here to investigate specific details about the ghost energy source. Wu Yao looked at Lin Ran, a hint of surprise flashing through his eagle-like, piercing eyes. Grade A, yet he has 2 contracted ghosts? Looks like you're no ordinary kid, young man. Lin Ran smiled. Senior Wu, you flatter me. As an SSS rank Spirit Exorcist, you far surpass us. Wu Yao shook his head. Unlike you, I was born with a low affinity for ghost spirits, and it can't be improved. I dare not contract with more ghosts. If we were to compare, I might even struggle to defeat Minister Bai. Yanan couldn't help but laugh. You really know how to flatter me. Alright, let's go check out the ghost energy source. Follow me. Climbing the fortress walls, Wu Yao handed over a pair of binoculars. Though at this distance, the black boulder was visible even without the telescope. Moreover, the barren desert stretching before them offered an unobstructed view of the boulder's location. Earlier, however, the city walls had obstructed the view, allowing only a glimpse of less than a third of the boulder's top. Lin Ran took the binoculars and scrutinized the boulder. He noticed dense black mist swirling around the black stone. It was precisely this black mist that made the stone appear so enormous. The true size of the stone remained impossible to gauge. The closer one looked toward the center, the denser the black mist became, even solidifying into a tangible form. Without careful observation, it was impossible to see clearly. Lin Ran frowned, lowering his binoculars. Senior Wu, he asked, has anyone approached this ghostly energy source? He asked this because he noticed several bodies lying haphazardly not far from the boulder. All wore identical white protective suits. Yet despite this, they had still met their end there. No ghosts or monsters were visible nearby, and there wasn't a single drop of blood on the ground. This left Lin Ran wondering whether the dead were actually humans or ghosts. Wu Yao nodded and replied, yes. As you can see, everyone who approached them died. They died outright within 100 meters of the stone array, with no messages relayed back. Even the protective suits proved useless. Lin Ran nodded thoughtfully. It seemed this wasn't the work of ghostly energy. If it were ghostly energy, the protective suits would have offered some degree of defense. This meant something more powerful than ghostly energy existed within the stone array. What could it be? Wu Yao continued, we once sent some ghosts to explore, but in the end, they all vanished. Lin Ran was puzzled. All of them? Even ghosts couldn't enter? Wu Yao shook his head. No. They can enter, but once inside, they can never leave. The moment our spirits step into the stone formation, a peculiar spirit emerges from the gray boulders. It seizes our contracted spirits and vanishes with them into the gray stones. Spirit exorcists cannot forcibly retrieve their spirits, for the moment they enter the stone array, all connection is severed. Lin Ran grew increasingly curious. What kind of entity was this? I wonder if Sha could even enter. If she could, Sasa's teleportation ability might just carry the ghostly energy source away. Suddenly, Lin Ran spotted a group of exorcists in protective gear approaching. Reporting to the supervisor, were all assembled. Lin Ran scanned them one by one and discovered that the 5-person team included one SS-ranked exorcist, with the remaining 4 all being S-ranked. What a formidable lineup! This lineup would easily hold its own in the entire 13th conservation zone. Wu Yao nodded. Good. Are you all prepared? This time, your chances of survival are slim to none. Therefore, you must be prepared to die. The SS-ranked exorcist in charge laughed heartily. Ha! Of course. Death is inevitable. If one cannot die on the battlefield, what kind of hero are they? They were the chosen few, elite warriors selected for the second expedition. The first time, the human side dispatched over a dozen A-class exorcists, only to end in failure. This time, they chose to send nearly half of their S-class exorcists. All to uncover the truth behind this ghostly energy source. Seeing this, Lin Ran spoke up, I'm going too. His words fell, and everyone stared at him in astonishment. Especially by Yanan, who looked terrified. Are you crazy? Didn't you hear what Director Wu said? All the A-rank exorcists sent out before died. Wu Yao also tried to dissuade him. Yes, your talent is extraordinary. So young, yet you've already contracted 2 Class A ghosts. Your future is limitless, young man. Don't let a moment of impulse ruin your bright future. Lin Ran's expression remained resolute. I have reasons I cannot ignore. Besides, if I truly can't hold out, my contracted spirits will rescue me. Unable to dissuade him, Bai Yanan requested Wu Yao provide him with protective gear. He then joined the other exorcists from the fortress as they set out together. Along the way, everyone seemed somewhat despondent. It felt as though this mission was a death sentence. Kid, what's your name? How old are you? Just then, the only SS-ranked spirit exorcist in the group spoke up. Lin Ran. 18 years old. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at him, their eyes filled with sorrow. After a moment of silence, the SS-ranked spirit exorcist said, You're still young. Walk behind us, keeping at least 50 meters distance. If anything happens to us, don't come over. Remember. Do not come near us. Chapter 54, The Special Existence Within the Stone Circle. Our deaths are insignificant. But you as humanity's hope, an 18-year-old A-class spirit exorcist, we cannot bear to see you die alongside us. The SS-ranked spirit exorcist finished speaking, and the others nodded in agreement. Lin Ran used the system to scan their names one by one, silently committing them to memory. SS-class spirit exorcist, Li Chang. S-rank spirit exorcists, Lu Wing, Wang Yufeng, Zhuo Shou, Hua Zipping. Lin Ran's resolve hardened within him. Rest assured, I won't die. Neither will you. We'll all make it back alive. Li Cheng chuckled, haha, let's hope so, kid. Though called a kid, Lin Ran didn't mind at all. He knew these exorcists had never truly expected to survive this mission. A dying man speaks truth. Soon, they arrived before the stone circle. Gazing at the towering stones not far ahead, the group's expressions grew unusually solemn. One by one, they pulled the masks over their protective suits and advanced cautiously. Lin Ran desperately wanted to lead the way, but each time he tried to step forward, a spirit exorcist pushed him back. Kid, just stay behind. Helpless, he could only silently follow behind. Li Chang led the way. Not far ahead lay bodies strewn across the ground. Everyone, be careful. Li Chang's voice crackled over the communicator. It came through the squad channel. Li Chang's voice was solemn. This time, there's no need for more casualties. I'll take the risk alone. With that, he sprinted forward, quickly reaching the vicinity of the corpses. The next moment, Lin Ran saw through his skill that a gray gas was continuously seeping out from the gray boulder. This gas didn't resemble ghostly energy, yet it carried the same eerie terror. What exactly was this? A peculiar form of ghostly energy? The next instant, Li Chang was seen kneeling on the ground, his hands clutching his throat tightly as his entire body began to convulse. Before anyone could offer assistance, the gray gas spread like a thick fog, engulfing everyone in an instant. Lin Ran was among them. Ghost Chi absorption successful. Absorbed Ghost Chi gained 10% physical enhancement. Lin Ran was astonished. It could actually absorb this ghostly energy. Truly a skill crafted by the system, incredibly powerful. And a 10% physique boost. Even absorbing ghost energy from other spirits barely yields a 1% boost. What exactly is this ghostly energy here? Just as he pondered this, in the distance, the gray monolith slowly opened. Like a stone gate. From within, dark gray figures began to emerge. Ghost General Warrior. Ghost Tier A. Ghost General Knight. Monster Tier S. Ghost General Overlord. Ghost Tier SS. Ghost General Emperor. Monster Tier SSS. Lin Ran was utterly dumbfounded. A full 13 SSS rank ghosts emerged from 13 massive gray boulders. Their massive forms towered over 10 meters tall. Even the slightly lower ranked Ghost General Lord stood over 5 meters tall by visual estimation. But that wasn't all. Behind each colossal Ghost General Emperor trailed countless hordes of ghostly creatures. Dozens of SS rank lords, hundreds upon hundreds of S rank knights, and a rank ghost warriors continuously emerging from the gray boulders. Even the ghost tide wasn't this fierce, was it? Lin Ran asked himself. Fortunately, these ghosts were still some distance away from him and the other spirit exorcists like Li Chang. He rushed forward and summoned Cat and Sasa. Help me out, take them away. Sasha nodded, glanced at the group on the ground, grabbed one in each hand, and activated her teleportation skill to leave. Meanwhile, Meow Meow found herself in a bit of a predicament. Her stature was small. Even now in her half-human form, standing upright, she barely reached Lin Ran's waist. Visually, she was under 5 feet tall. He couldn't help but doubt whether this little one could really carry a full-grown spirit exorcist. Especially one clad in heavy protective gear. Wouldn't she just end up dragging them along? Lin Ran pondered this as he hoisted 2 exorcists, one on each shoulder, leaving the last and smallest one behind. Meow meow. The cat let out a defiant meow, its furry little paws reaching out to lift the person effortlessly. Lin Ran was stunned. The tiny cat girl effortlessly hoisted an exorcist twice her size and vanished before his eyes in the blink of an eye. Her speed was lightning fast, impossible to catch up. Wait for me. Turning back, he saw hordes of ghosts and monsters already charging out. Lin Ran hesitated no longer, activating his skill, shape-shifting. In an instant, she materialized 100 meters away. Turning back, he saw the demon still entrenched within the stone circle, showing no signs of retreat. Pairs of blood-red eyes fixed their gaze intently on his direction. With these spirits guarding it, retrieving the Ghost Chi spirit source would be no ordinary challenge. Frowning, Lin Ran hoisted the person back onto the vehicle. After checking, he found that thanks to the timely rescue, the others were still breathing and wouldn't die immediately. Now, the next task was figuring out how to deal with the major headache of the ghostly energy source. As he pondered, Li Chang began coughing violently. A mouthful of black blood spurted forth. Cough cough cough. Am I dead? His eyes were hazy and unfocused as he scanned his surroundings. Only to find Lin Ran staring at him. Startled, he snapped, "Didn't I tell you not to follow? Why did you come down here too?" Lin Ran looked utterly bewildered. What? Li Chang finally snapped back to his senses. He slapped his forehead in shock. I'm not dead? So that means they're all still alive too? You saved us? Lin Ran nodded. Beside them, Shasha kept stroking the kitten's little head. Her face radiated pure happiness. This fluffy cat head felt incredibly soft and smooth. Even Sasa found it hard to resist. The cat, however, was grimacing, looking thoroughly displeased. Seeing the 2 spirits like this, Li Chang was startled. He realized he had underestimated Lin Ran. Those 2 are both your contract spirits? He asked in astonishment. Lin Ran shook his head. They're ghosts. Li Chang froze, utterly stunned. 2 ghosts. Both acquired through contracts? Lin Ran nodded, unconcerned. Li Chang was utterly speechless, unable to express the shock he felt. Alright, brother Li Chang, you should take them away first. I still need to figure out a way to get that giant stone. Though the stone circle teemed with countless ghosts and monsters, Lin Ran refused to give up. The ghost chi spirit source, this unique ghostly artifact, was what he needed most right now. Without it, Sha would never be able to advance. 3,000 points seemed an impossibly distant goal. Who knew when he'd ever scrape that together? Li Chang, however, looked deeply concerned. You still dare to go? That place radiates an incredibly potent ghostly aura, one that could crush us in an instant, or even kill us outright. Thank goodness you were here. Otherwise, we'd be dead already. Lin Ran knew the Stonehenge was extremely dangerous, but he had no choice. No matter how perilous it was, he had to go. I have no choice but to go. Lin Ran turned and walked away, unwavering. The 2 ghostly creatures nearby immediately followed, closing in on him. Watching Lin Ran's receding figure, Li Chang sighed deeply. Very well. I'll wait here for your return. Hang in there, kid. I believe you can do it. Chapter 55, Stealing the Spirit Source, Mission Accomplished. Sha falls asleep. The Stone Circle. As Lin Ran and his companions departed, the spirits retreated back into the stones. Only the boundless, peculiar ghostly energy remained, lingering in the air. Lin Ran pondered silently. The ghostly energy here targets only humans, or rather, those humans incapable of absorbing it. Therefore, allowing the spirits to enter is the best option. But once the ghosts enter, the spirits dwelling within those boulders will also emerge. And their numbers are vast, far more formidable than these ghostly energies. Judging by the distance, this location is still some distance from the source of the ghostly energy, at least 300 meters. With Sasa's current abilities, it should be manageable. Sasha, can you carry that boulder away? Lin Ran pointed at the black boulder from a distance. Sasha glanced at it and nodded. That makes things easier. Lin Ran immediately had a plan: teleport over there, pick up the boulder, and teleport back with it. Can you manage that? Sasha nodded again. Instantly, a cloud of black smoke erupted where she had been standing. Within the smoke, Sasa's figure vanished instantly. She now materialized beneath the massive black boulder. Beneath the ghost chi spirit source. With Sasa's arrival, 13 gray boulders within the stone circle began violently shaking. Countless ghosts and monsters surged forth frantically, rushing toward her location. Without hesitation, Sasa's petite form embraced the boulder. Ghostly energy swirled, enveloping the entire boulder. With a soft clink, the black monolith materialized before Lin Ran. So easily obtained? Lin Ran was somewhat surprised, but Sasa immediately returned to the ghost realm and entered hibernation. Gazing at the monolithic boulder towering over 10 meters before him, he quickly grasped the reason for Sasa's hibernation. A ghostly object of this size would require immense energy to transport, even with Sasa's spatial abilities. Without hesitation, he stored the object directly into the ghost realm. Fortunately, thanks to the system's earlier prompt, he had successfully expanded the ghost realm. Otherwise, such a massive boulder might not have fit inside at all. Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief. The task should be complete now, right? Just as he thought this, the system prompt popped up: congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Mission rewards: Ghost Experience plus 1,000, System Points plus 200 issued. Niao Miao and Sha each received 500 experience points, not bad at all. Though Sasa's 500 experience points were essentially wasted. But the real surprise was the system points, a whopping 200. This came a bit too easily. Just as she was pondering this, Miao Miao suddenly leaped up. Meow. Meow 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 meow. Lin Ran was puzzled. What's wrong? He turned his head to see countless pairs of blood-red eyes staring intently at him. It was the horde of ghostly creatures emerging from the stone circle. Lin Ran shuddered violently, goosebumps rising all over his body. In that moment, it felt as though countless sharp blades were pressed against his throat. Every one of these specters radiated a thick, murderous intent. This is bad. Lin Ran silently cursed his misfortune, scooped up Meow Meow, and sprinted. He sprinted toward Li Chang's location, where the man was still waiting for him. In the distance, Li Chang spotted Lin Ran charging toward him, a look of joy spreading across his face. You're back. But before he could finish, he spotted the relentless ghosts chasing Lin Ran from behind. Especially the ghostly cavalryman riding a dark blue steed. Their speed was astonishing. The four-legged ghost steed seemed poised to overtake Lin Ran at any moment. But in the next instant, Cat spun around and struck, sending it flying. Then it continued running. Open the car door, get in. In an instant, Li Chang snapped back to his senses, started the car, and floored the accelerator. The tires screeched, sending billowing white smoke into the air as the car tore across the desert, leaving a long trail of tire marks in its wake. Lin Ran could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Li Chang, however, was beside himself with agitation. How did these ghosts get out? His face twisted in fury. The creatures chasing Lin Ran were all S-class ghosts.
Those ghostly knights, mounted on dark blue ghost horses, churned up swirling black dust across the desert.
It's probably because I stole something from them.
Lin Ran roughly guessed that these ghosts had pursued him precisely because he had stolen their ghostly energy source. Li Cheng was so startled he nearly slammed his head into the steering wheel. What? You took the ghostly energy source? Through the rearview mirror, he saw Lin Ran carrying nothing at all.
He instantly realized, what the hell kind of joke is this at a time like this?
Not only is that stone enormous, but whether you could even carry it is questionable.
Even if you did carry it away, you'd have nowhere to take it.
Lin Ran was momentarily speechless, unsure how to explain. After all, the system's ghost space was uniquely his. Other spirit exorcists' ghostly spaces could only hold a few spirits at most.
Storing a stone this massive? That was nothing short of a pipe dream. If you don't believe me, forget it. Just drive.
Behind them, the Ghost General Knight's speed grew ever faster. The ghost horse's four legs, as if lubricated with oil, charged forward with frenzied strides.
Its speed left only countless afterimages in its wake. Li Cheng gasped in shock. How can it be this fast?
He slammed his foot down on the accelerator again. The car shot forward like a projectile.
Conservation Zone 7, East 01 Fortress.
Li Cheng drove the vehicle inside. Immediately, the fortress gates closed.
Both men breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. We made it.
At that moment, Wu Chen, Bai Yanan, and the others hurried over.
How are you? Wu Chen looked worried.
I saw through my telescope that after you entered the stone circle, you were controlled by a mysterious force. Later, Lin Ran intervened and saved you.
How are they now?
Li Cheng nodded.
They're out of immediate danger for now. Bai Yanan patted Lin Ran gently, brushing dust from his clothes.
Her eyes brimmed with deep affection.
You're finally back. It's so good to see you alive and back. How are you? Any injuries?
We saw the ghostly creature take your ghost energy source.
Did you manage to subdue it in the end?
Lin Ran shook his head.
Not yet. I didn't have time.
No sooner had he spoken than a voice rang out from the city walls.
Brother Wu, look!
That horde of ghosts is chasing us. Those on the city walls had been observing everything unfolding in the direction of the Stonehenge formation. They were aware of the ghosts pursuing Lin Ran and his group.
However, they hadn't launched a rescue attempt, instead preparing to receive them within the city walls.
In Wu Chen's estimation, these ghostly creatures would dare not advance beyond the vicinity of the fortress. But what he hadn't anticipated was that these ghosts and monsters not only breached the security perimeter but also destroyed its defensive installations.
Damn it! Wu Chen cursed furiously. Are these ghosts and monsters determined to kill us?
Gazing at the ghosts gathering slowly in the distance, his rage boiled over. Ghost General Knights led the charge, followed by Ghost General Warriors, and even higher-tier entities like Ghost General Lords and Ghost General Kings, all surpassing the SS rank. A full 13 SSS-class demons with the current strength of Fortress 01 alone, victory was utterly impossible. It could even be said that even if the entire 7th protected zone gathered together, they would struggle to withstand the assault of 13 SSS rank ghosts. Wu Chen nearly ground his teeth to dust as he ordered, word by word.
Prepare for battle. Attack. Fight to the death. Chapter 56, Monster Pursuit. Escape. Everyone, freeze.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than a figure slowly emerged from the crowd.
It was a woman.
She wore a black suit over a crisp white shirt. Her black hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders. Her brows and eyes were as graceful as the moon, with slightly upturned corners. Her eyes held a hint of coldness.
The speaker was none other than this woman.
As everyone recognized her face, astonishment spread across their expressions.
Especially Wu Chen and Bai Yanran. Sister? Director?
How did you get here? Lin Ran suddenly understood she was the minister of the Spirit Exorcist Federation in Childcare Zone 7.
Bai Qingyan. Contract spirits, Night Prayer Butterfly, Phantom World Sound SSS. 2 SSS-tier contracted spirits.
What a powerful exorcist. Lin Ran felt a chill run down her spine. But Bai Qingyan walked straight over and said, let's leave this place.
Our Zone 7 conservation area can't withstand this battle anymore.
As the words fell, a brief, deathly silence descended upon the entire scene. Leave this place.
Conservation Zone 7 can't withstand this battle. Expulsion. Bai Qingyan actually chose to expel Lin Ran.
Within the fortress, everyone including Bai Yanran stared at her in stunned silence.
Finally, Bai Yanran couldn't hold back any longer and asked, why? Sister, could it be that you? Before she could finish, Bai Qingyan shook her head, silencing her.
I beg you, for the sake of Fortress 01, for the sake of every human in Childcare Zone 7, leave this place. Take the Ghost Chi Spirit Source and leave. With that, Bai Qingyan bowed deeply. Lin Ran understood her meaning. Nodding, he replied, thank you. Rest assured, I won't drag you all down with me. Outside, there were as many as 13 SSS-grade ghosts. Such numbers would overwhelm even the entire conservation zone combined.
Within the entire fortress, including Bai Qingyan, there were only 2 SSS rank exorcists and merely 3 SSS rank ghosts. With such overwhelming odds, victory seemed impossible. Compounding the situation, Conservation Zone 7 had recently endured a ghost tide. After that fierce battle, only 5 SSS rank exorcists remained. Even if every available force were deployed, it would be futile. The disparity in strength between the two sides was simply too great. The personnel from Conservation Zone 6 had just departed, severely depleted and unable to provide support. With SSS-grade ghosts closing in, other conservation zones couldn't spare personnel. To engage in this battle head-on would be certain death. Therefore, the only option is for Lin Ran to leave. All of this stems from him. The monsters had come because of him. Lin Ran turned to leave. But Li Cheng grabbed his arm. You can't. There are as many as 13 SSS rank ghosts outside. If you go, you'll die for sure. Staying here, with so many of us, we might still have a fighting chance. Wu Chen sighed deeply and shook his head. Li Cheng, it's useless. We have no chance of winning. But he saved us. Li Cheng couldn't comprehend it. His face flushed crimson with anger, his fists clenched so tightly his nails dug into his palms, drawing bright red blood. His fingernails dug deep into his palms, drawing bright red blood. Bai Yanan added, we could have found another way. Lin Ran, return that ghostly energy source. Once we're strong enough, we can reclaim it. What do you say? Everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, it wasn't a bad idea. Even Lin Ran found himself wavering at that moment. But Bai Qingyan shook her head. We can't return it now. Lin Ran was puzzled. Bai Qingyan continued, look over there. Everyone followed the direction of her finger. Within the stone circle where the black monolith once stood, a pillar of black mist now shot skyward, piercing the heavens. Everyone was stunned. What is that? That aura is terrifying. Could that black mist be a hell-level ghost? Lin Ran frowned deeply, remaining silent as he waited for Bai Qingyan to reveal the truth to everyone. A ghost. Bai Qingyan's expression grew grave. Part of a ghostly creature. As for the remaining part, Lin Ran had already guessed it, the massive boulder within his own ghostly space. The ghost chi spirit source. Therefore, there's another reason I asked you to leave, to separate these two parts of the ghostly entity. Bai Qingyan looked at Lin Ran, her cold eyes devoid of any emotion. It was the gaze of one who wielded power, maintaining the utmost rationality at all times. Lin Ran took a deep breath. I will. The vehicle is ready, fueled up. As Bai Qingyan finished speaking, an SUV pulled up nearby. Lin Ran immediately took the wheel from the driver, slammed the door shut, and floored the accelerator for a rocket start. The fortress gate swung open, then slammed shut the instant he departed. Across the endless desert, only a brown SUV plowed forward. Just then, the communicator buzzed. It was Bai Yanan. Her voice was hoarse as she asked, I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. Please forgive your sister. Before Lin Ran could respond, the figure of the ghost General Knight appeared in the rearview mirror. The dark blue ghost horse galloped relentlessly, closing in with every stride, seemingly poised to overtake them at any moment. How could it be so fast? Damn it! Glancing at the speedometer, it was already hitting 100 miles per hour. Back in the day, he would have been fined by now. With no other choice, Lin Ran turned to the cat in the passenger seat and said, it's up to you. Meow meow. Meow Meow acted decisively, tearing open the top of the tent in one swift motion. Climbing up, it let out a furious roar. Suddenly, black mist swirled as a Mew Mew punch slammed into the air. Boom! With a single strike, countless ghost knights fell to the ground. Lin Ran managed to shake off some of the ghostly foes for the moment. Nice work, kitty! He slammed the accelerator, seizing the moment to surge forward. He fled relentlessly. The car raced relentlessly across the desert. The ghosts pursued relentlessly from behind, their numbers overwhelming. In the distance, fortress is located far from Fort East 01. Witnessing this scene, the exorcists among them couldn't help but marvel. Holy crap, what the hell is that vehicle? A single vehicle hauling a horde of ghosts? Holy crap! That many? Even a ghost tide wouldn't be this fierce. Fortunately, these ghostly knights did not scatter to attack other fortresses. Instead, they relentlessly pursued Lin Ran. After a long while, the sky grew dark. The car's fuel gauge was now completely empty. Fortunately, Lin Ran had managed to shake off the ghost knights, gaining some distance. Looks like I need to take advantage of this chance to find a place to refuel as soon as possible. Lin Ran muttered to himself, feeling his stomach growl emptily. Fortunately, he still had some stored provisions. Just as he was about to pull over to grab a quick bite, he spotted several cars approaching ahead. The blinding headlights made his eyes uncomfortable. Who's there? Could it be reinforcements sent by the Federation? Lin Ran was puzzled. At this hour, few would come looking for him. Besides the Federation, what other conservation zone would dare provoke the ghostly horde lurking behind him? As he pondered, the car ahead pulled over and a group clad in black robes emerged. On the back of each hand was a distinctive mark. An ugly machete. Finally caught you.
Those useless fools let you slip away back at Conservation Area 13. This time, I'll see if you can escape again. Lin Ran instantly recognized their identities, his expression turning grim. Meow Meow rose from her seat, her emerald eyes flashing with ferocity.
It's you damn bastards again. Hunters. Chapter 57, Between a Rock and a Hard Place. The ghost weapon takes shape.
Lin Ran watched ahead warily as the hunters drew nearer. Ghostly energy swirled around them, and shadowy figures materialized.
City Breaker. Ghost rank SS. Ripper. Ghost rank SS. Forgotten Knight. Monster tier SS. Raider. Monster tier SS. For squad leaders 4 SS rank monsters.
Not only that, but the horde of monsters closing in from behind was enormous. Lin Ran cursed inwardly.
Damn these bastards, why did they have to show up now? They had to show up right now.
Now they were caught between a rock and a hard place, with no way out. If Sha Sha had woken up, it would have been better. He could have taken her far away and perhaps let the two sides clash head-on, letting them fight each other. But now, with Sha Sha still unconscious and his teleportation limited to a mere 100 meters, escape seemed nearly impossible. He had no choice but to force his way through.
Kitty, attack! Spirit sealing domain. Meow meow. Meow meow roared, simultaneously unleashing the ghost domain. The immense power of the domain engulfed the entire battlefield. Every spirit present was forcibly suppressed by 1 rank. Yet even so, those 3 still possessed formidable S-rank power.
Meow Meow's fist struck out, unleashing a terrifying surge of ghostly energy that slammed into one of the towering S-rank demons. A thunderous crash echoed as the specter was sent flying backward.
Under the domain's suppression, even S-rank entities could only exert a rank strength.
As fellow A-rank beings, they were naturally no match for the cat's powerful punch.
But in the next instant, the Ripper appeared before them.
Beneath its thick arms, a pair of massive iron claws gleamed with razor-sharp edges.
Speed and power reached their absolute peak.
There was no time to dodge.
2 sharp whacks. 6 terrifying claw marks appeared on Meow Meow's body.
Before it could react, the predator charged forward, delivering a crushing punch that sent the cat flying.
Crashing to the ground, the intense pain made the cat let out a wail of agony.
Lin Ran rushed over immediately, shielding the cat in his arms. His heart raced with anxiety. Using the system, he exchanged 10 Yuki Maru at once. After all, he had enough points to upgrade now, and exchanging 10 Yuki pills would still leave him with some points remaining. He hastily stuffed a pill into the cat's mouth. But in the next instant, a powerful gust of wind swept in. A black figure charged forward, sword raised.
It was a demon. The Forgotten Knight.
Lin Ran was startled and immediately activated his skill, shifting shadows, dodging the attack while maintaining a relatively safe distance between them. Before he could catch his breath, a massive hammer streaked across the sky like a meteor.
Boom!
The boulder slammed into the ground, unleashing a powerful surge of energy. Lin Ran struggled to stay on his feet, knocked flying by the force of the blast.
Meow Meow also broke free from his embrace, landing nearby.
Only when the dust kicked up by the boulder settled could he see clearly. It wasn't a boulder at all, it was a colossal hammer.
Ding Jun Hammer. Special ghostly object, can be used as a ghost weapon, increasing the user's strength attribute by 80%.
Lin Ran swallowed hard.
This was actually a ghost artifact. Weapons usable only by ghosts. The cat's levels were inherently inferior to these SS rank monsters.
Were it not for the domain forcibly suppressing their level by 1 tier,
Meow would have been utterly powerless to fight. Now, with the added boost from this ghost weapon, there was absolutely no chance of victory. What should I do? What should I do now?
Lin Ran's heart raced with anxiety as his mind spun frantically. Suddenly, he spotted the white snake fang he'd carelessly tossed aside in the ghostly space.
Right. I have a ghost artifact too.
System, forge this white snake fang into a ghost artifact.
System, deducting 100 points. Forging begins. Crafting complete. Host may click to view. White Fang Serpent Spear. Special ghost object, a ghost weapon forged from the fang of a white snake, imbued with deadly venom. Touching it results in instant death, and it amplifies the user's ghost energy by 40%.
Lin Ran was about to wield the serpent spear for battle when he saw Meow Meow suddenly stand up. That fluffy little face was now fixed intently on the serpent spear in his hand.
It let out a series of urgent meows, meow meow meow. Do you want this weapon?
Lin Ran was puzzled.
Could this weapon significantly amplify Meow Meow's abilities?
Before he could finish the thought, the cat had already snatched the weapon. Its tiny frame strained to hold the 2-meter-long white fang serpent spear.
Meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow meow meow.
At that moment, as if issuing a challenge, the cat gazed at the hunters and their contracted spirits, then extended a tiny, furry paw. Lin Ran saw it, the tiny paw clenched, with only one finger extended.
Giving the middle finger? Could a cat even give the middle finger? Seeing this, the spirits froze. What does this mean?
The hunters were furious. Damn creature. If the boss hadn't specifically requested you, I'd chop you into pieces and make cat soup.
The cat remained utterly unfazed, its petite frame wielding a white-toothed spear nearly twice its height. With a flick of its spear, ghostly energy condensed upon the shaft, transforming into a giant serpent that lunged at the horde of ghosts. Already potent, the ghostly energy became even more ferocious under the spear's amplification. In the blink of an eye, an S-rank ghost creature was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. But that wasn't enough. Twisting her tiny paw, Cat redirected the spear, thrusting it fiercely toward the city breaker. The colossal city breaker swiftly raised its massive hammer. The two weapons collided, producing a crisp metallic clang. The two separated instantly. Niao Mao retreated several meters, using the serpent spear to land steadily on the ground. Meanwhile, cracks began to appear on the city breaker's massive hammer. With a soft crack, the hammer shattered like a mirror into dust. This scene stunned everyone present, including Lin Ran. So powerful. This ghost weapon is incredibly powerful. Lin Ran marveled inwardly. No wonder the system had spent 100 points to forge such a formidable artifact. In Cat's hands, the long dusty white snake's fang finally unleashed its full power as an S-rank ghost monster drop. Damn it! My ghost artifact is shattered. A burly hunter cursed furiously, his face flushed crimson with rage. On the other side, a shorter hunter snorted coldly, useless trash. Watch me, Ripper. Tear them to shreds. At the command, the SS-rank ghost creature, the Ripper, surged forward with sudden ferocity. In the darkness, its already dark gray form blended almost perfectly into the shadows. Only two silver streaks, moving at extreme speed, left long silver trails in its wake. In the next instant, the Ripper materialized before Cat. Its razor-sharp claws struck simultaneously. Whoosh! A figure stumbled backward. The crowd stared in shock. It was the Ripper. Now, a bloody hole appeared on its left hand. Another gaping wound pierced its chest. In that split second, Cat moved with astonishing speed. Just as the opponent's attack was about to strike, she raised her white-fanged serpent spear and thrust it into the Ripper. Despite its desperate block, the spear pierced straight through its palm and drove deep into its body. What are you doing? Can't even handle a single A-rank monster? The short hunter roared angrily. The Ripper struggled to lift one leg, only to find it utterly unable to take even a single step. Lin Ran knew it. The toxin had taken effect. The white-fanged serpent spear's venom was designed to paralyze its prey. Meow meow, strike while the iron is hot. Hearing this, Cat nodded, leaping upward with the snake spear raised high, bringing it crashing down from above. Chapter 58, Yama's Awakening, Rebirth. Get lost. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as yellow sand filled the sky. Mao was sent flying backward. The immense force compelled it to drive the white-fanged serpent spear into the ground to barely halt its momentum. Before it could steady itself, a colossal figure burst forth from the swirling sands. First to catch the eye was a massive golden shield. Following closely behind was a spearhead gleaming with a cold, menacing light. Finally, the master of shield and spear appeared before them. A mighty warrior clad in gilded armor, mounted upon a steed. Lin Ran gasped in shock. What on earth is this? Tang Sect Warrior Armor. Monster Tier, SSS. Special abilities, unknown. It's that woman's ghost. Tang Chi. Bang! The cat flew backward, crashing onto the ground. A mouthful of green blood spurted from her mouth. Guh? Guh? Meow. The cat's low, raspy growl conveyed its boundless fury. Lin Ran rushed to its side, offering a healing ghost pill before turning his gaze toward the demon approaching on horseback. Tang Chi. So even you, an SSS-ranked spirit exorcist, would join the hunters for money? He shouted into the swirling yellow sand. He knew Tang Chi must have come too. A tall figure emerged from the swirling sand. Tang Chi emerged, clad in a black leather cloak. His cold eyes fixed on Lin Ran, devoid of any trace of pity. Ignorant child. Don't you know that the Hunters organization was founded by me? Lin Ran froze in place, struck as if by lightning. After a moment, he snapped back to reality, his eyes blazing with fury. So it was you. What exactly are your intentions? Tang Chi sneered coldly. You're just a child. Why should I tell you? You don't seriously believe this world revolves around you, that you're its protagonist, do you? Kill him. With that command, the Tang Knights clad in gold armor charged forward, their gleaming golden spears thrusting toward Lin Ran. Not targeting ghosts, attacking humans directly. This was one of the hunter's defining traits. Lin Ran's heart raced with terror as he scrambled backward. But how could his speed possibly match that of a warhorse on 4 legs? The spearhead, thicker than an arm, instantly pierced his chest. With a swift pull, blood gushed forth like a fountain. Lin Ran felt the searing, tearing pain. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. It felt as though his lungs had been shattered. His consciousness quickly grew hazy, the world before his eyes fading into a gray haze. Before him was Tang Chi's haughty face. She stood like a goddess, scrutinizing him like an insignificant insect. You, of all people, want to destroy us hunters? You're dreaming. Your parents failed back then, and you're failing now.
A buzzing sensation filled Lin Ran's mind, leaving her brain nearly blank.
She just said, "Parents." What exactly was going on with them? Just then, a system notification chimed. Your ghost companion Shasha thinks you're too weak, so she snuck out overnight to steal a blood lotus fruit for you. Your ghost companion Sasa thinks you're too weak and secretly stole a hellflower for herself overnight. Ghost Sasa has met the upgrade requirements. Do you wish to consume the necessary item points to upgrade?
Lin Ran forced himself to hold on, his nearly shattered consciousness choosing yes. In the next instant, a surge of black mist rose from his body.
A terrifying aura instantly engulfed the entire battlefield.
Even Tang Chi couldn't help but sense a hint of menace, hastily taking a step back and pulling the Tang clan warriors away from him.
As the ghostly aura thickened, the dreadful chill grew more intense.
Every hunter present felt a bone-chilling coldness. Before their eyes, the ghostly mist coalesced into a human form beside Lin Ran.
Lin Ran recognized it clearly. It was Shasha.
He smiled with relief.
Sasa had finally leveled up. In that case, system. Dissolve the contract between the ghost, Cat and Shasha.
The next moment, darkness engulfed Lin Ran's vision as he lost consciousness.
Outside,
both ghosts simultaneously sensed the bond severed. Though freed, they did not depart, remaining rooted to the spot. Especially Sasa, two crimson tears welled up in her blood-red eyes.
She is Ghost King Yama. Yama's Sarah. Tang Chi dared not linger.
Turning to the hunters behind her, she shouted, "If you don't want to die, get moving." With that, she leapt directly behind the Tang clan's war generals.
Retreat. Even the cat was abandoned. They retreated immediately.
In the blink of an eye, the bewildered hunters swiftly abandoned the battlefield under Tang Chi's command. In the desert, only the stone circle monsters charging relentlessly toward them and Lin Ran's group remained.
Meow woo woo.
The cat's voice sounded utterly aggrieved as it knelt beside Lin Ran, its fluffy little paws persistently nudging him. After a moment, seeing he showed no reaction whatsoever, the cat even extended its little tongue and licked its own lips. Realizing it hadn't licked clean, it quickly wiped its mouth with its paw. Turning to look at Shasha, its emerald eyes brimmed with longing.
Its expression seemed to say, "Since he's dead anyway, can I eat him?"
The next moment, Sasa appeared before Lin Ran. She opened her little mouth, revealing a pair of sharp teeth. She sank her teeth into Lin Ran's neck with a vicious bite.
Congratulations, host, you have contracted an S-rank ghost, Yama Sarah.
In the darkness, Lin Ran suddenly heard the system's synthetic voice, nearly knocking him off his feet. Then, he felt as if a hand had reached into his stomach, rummaging around inside. After the hand withdrew, he felt something being forcefully stuffed into his mouth, stretching it to the point of tearing. What the hell were those two restless ghosts doing out there? Lin Ran seemed to snap, his eyes flying open. There, kneeling before him, were two adorable little creatures. Their watery eyes widened, fixed intently on him. One was the half-cat girl, Cat, and the other was Sasa. Lin Ran was baffled.
You too? Can ghosts go to heaven after they die?
He wasn't worried about this being hell at all. He'd done good deeds in 2 lifetimes, helping old ladies cross the street more than 10 times.
How could he possibly end up in hell?
He touched his chest and saw a pool of blood that was quite startling. Even so, he couldn't feel any wound. Only a faint, lingering sting remained.
I'm not dead?
Lin Ran was stunned. Scrolling through the system notification list, he soon discovered the reason.
Contract with Ghost Cat rescinded. Contract with Ghost Sasa terminated. Ghost Sasa has initiated a contract with you. Contract successful. Ghost Sasa used an item on you, Blood Bond Fruit.
Blood Bond Fruit activated, healing all injuries. Post Constitution plus 20%, Post Strength plus 20%, Post Speed plus 20%, Post gains special skill, Self-Healing.
Self-healing skill automatically heals all injuries including fatal wounds while absorbing ghost energy. Lin Ran was utterly dumbfounded. What kind of fruit is this? Could a human even handle something like this?
Just as he pondered this, Shasha abruptly stood up. One hand grabbed Lin Ran, the other seized Cat. Ghost energy enveloped the one human and 2 ghosts, and in an instant, they vanished hundreds of meters away. Lin Ran now heard the clatter of hooves approaching.
He instantly realized he was still being pursued by ghosts.
Though they might have successfully evaded Tang Chi's group with Sasa's help, there was no escaping the pursuit of the Stonehenge spirits.
They seemed to possess some special sensitivity to the ghostly aura emanating from him. No matter how he changed his route, they could always find him. Chapter 59, Restoring the Contract. Escape denied entry to the city. Meow.
As Lin Ran was deep in thought, the cat stared wide-eyed and meowed at him.
What is it, Cat?
Suddenly, he realized he seemed to have severed the contract with Cat. Surprisingly, the cat's compatibility with him didn't seem to have diminished.
Of course, Sasa is the same, otherwise she wouldn't have saved herself.
Earlier, when Sasa evolved to S rank, the system simultaneously unlocked a blank ghost contract perfect for binding to Cat.
Meow, will you make a contract with me? Meow nodded, meow. Congratulations, host.
You have successfully contracted an A-rank ghost, Nekomata.
Excellent. Everything is back to normal now. Next step, run for our lives. Not far away, the clatter of hooves echoed. The ghostly knights pursued relentlessly, as if their lives depended on it. Though they were only S rank, trailing behind them were powerful SS rank ghosts. And their numbers were overwhelming, far beyond what he could handle now. Meow meow, sha sha, let's go. Lin Ran glanced around. Where was the car now? The previous vehicle had likely been destroyed in the battle. This was bad. Escaping on foot would be nearly impossible against the ghost's pursuit. Meow meow meow. As if sensing Lin Ran's thoughts, the cat meowed and immediately activated its shape-shifting ability. Contract monster Nekomata uses shapeshift skill, transforming into a monster eagle-winged maiden. Duration, 5 minutes. As Nekomata is a rank, surpassing the original level of the eagle-winged maiden, it inherits its own power during transformation. Staring at the girl before him, familiar yet utterly foreign, Lin Ran felt as if he were living a dream. The eagle-winged maiden was the very first spirit cat had devoured right before his eyes. The petite woman with enormous eagle wings now reappeared before him, as ethereal as a dream. Meow 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 meow. The girl spoke, yet what emerged from her mouth was a sweet, melodious cat's meow. She extended her hand, gesturing for Lin Ran to take hold. Lin Ran complied. Sasha was clever, entering directly into the ghostly space within Lin Ran's body. The next moment, the eagle-winged girl flapped her wings, lifting Lin Ran into the air. The speed was blindingly fast. In midair, the biting wind lashed against his face, jolting Lin Ran fully awake. The entire experience felt like a nightmare. The agony of death was buried deep within him. Buried deep within his heart. As cat soared farther and higher. Lin Ran glanced back. There, like a relentless tide, the Ghost General Knights continued their pursuit. And among the Ghost General Knights, there were even dozens of Ghost General Lords. But the most astonishing sight was yet to come. Behind the main force, atop a colossal war chariot, sat a monstrous figure. The Demon Emperor. Indeed. An SSS rank demon had followed as well. Lin Ran's heart sank, sensing trouble. At this rate, they might only stand a chance of defeating it by reaching Conservation Zone 4, or even a zone further ahead. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Cat seemed to be calculating as well. Its altitude steadily decreased, and the moment it reached the final second of its transformation, it landed steadily on the ground. Returning to its half-cat form, the cat panted heavily, its entire body slumping limply into Lin Ran's embrace. You did well, cat. Lin Ran smiled affectionately, stroking the cat's silky fur as he cradled it in a princess carry. Beside them, ghostly mist swirled as Shasha's figure materialized before their eyes. After a careful look, Shasha appeared unchanged. The only difference was, it seemed she had used the system to change her name while unconscious. The system interface no longer displayed Sasha, but instead read, Yama Sarah. Who cares? It's my ghost. She can call herself whatever she wants. Sasha, let's go. Sasha nodded, and the human and ghost walked side by side. Before long, a fortress came into view. This place seemed to be within the boundaries of Conservation Zone 6. Lin Ran pondered silently, pulling out his communicator. Seeing dozens of messages waiting, he suddenly remembered he hadn't replied to Bayanan. He tapped to open one. How are you? Why aren't you answering? Are you okay? Hey! Are you dead yet? Answer me. If you're dead, then you're dead. If you're not, I'll go with you, okay? Damn it. I tracked your coordinates using the Spirit Exorcist Federation's locator system. You're still moving. You bastard isn't dead at all. Wait for me. I'll be right there. This was the final message. Lin Ran's heart sank violently. Something was terribly wrong. If Bayanan came after him, she'd never break through the horde of ghosts and monsters behind him. In fact, it was highly likely she'd meet her end at their hands. He urgently initiated a communication request. Moments later, the line connected. This is Bayanan. Go ahead. The voice crackled with a thunderous static through the communicator, grating on the ears. Lin Ran didn't overthink it. This is Lin Ran. I'm fine. You don't need to come. I've already entered the perimeter of Conservation Zone 6. Poof. Now you think to contact me? Where the hell have you been? Bayanan snorted coldly, then added with a laugh, don't worry, I'm flying in on a transport. I'll be there soon. Find a spot in Conservation Zone 6 and wait for me there. With that, the other party cut the connection. Lin Ran sighed in resignation. Oh well. Using a flying vehicle meant he wouldn't encounter any ghosts along the way. He checked his communicator again, finding several messages from Su Sierra and the others. All routine inquiries. After replying to each one, Lin Ran was nearly at the fortress. He tucked away the communicator and turned with a smile. Sasha, let's head inside. After running for a day and night, it would be a lie to say he wasn't tired. Once we're inside, we'll finally get a chance to rest a bit. Childcare Zone 6. Fortress North 11. Night. The city gates were tightly locked. Squad after squad of spirit exorcists patrolled the ramparts on routine rounds.
Lin Ran arrived beneath the gate and called up, "Spirit Exorcist brothers, this is Lin Ran of the Spirit Exorcist Federation. Could you open the gate and let me in?" Above, a spirit exorcist peered down, glancing at him. Then, unexpectedly, retorted, "You are Lin Ran? We have orders from the head of Conservation Zone 6, you are not permitted to enter any fortress or any city gate. Please leave now." Lin Ran was stunned. Confusion and anger surged within him. He knew the reason well enough. It was simply because he carried ghostly energy, and they feared it would bring trouble upon themselves. But now, there were no ghosts behind him. Those Stonehenge monsters were still a long way off. Thanks to the cat's swift flight, they had already shaken off the creatures by a considerable distance. "Why still not let me in? Why?" Suppressing his anger, Lin Ran pleaded, "If I can't go in, could you at least send a vehicle out to me? Please." On the city wall, the spirit driver didn't even hesitate before shaking his head. "No way, no way. Go on, go on. Don't get us killed. Who knows when those ghosts chasing you will arrive? If we provoke them, we'll all die with you. Just go already. Stop endangering us." Lin Ran was furious, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. In her arms, the cat began to radiate a terrifying ghostly aura. Sensing the murderous intent radiating from Lin Ran, it extended its tongue, licking its lips with wild excitement. Meow woo. Chapter 60, Skill Upgrade, Boundless Forbidden Realm. Let's go. Lin Ran finally suppressed the rage in his heart and turned to leave. Sasha shot the other a fierce glare before turning to follow. Meow woo woo. The cat looked utterly aggrieved. It had finally gotten a chance to indulge. Too bad it ran into this spirit exorcist. If it had been a more ruthless one, it would have stuffed itself silly by now. Meow meow, no temper tantrums. As if sensing the cat's displeasure, Lin Ran explained, with the horrors awakening, everyone's on edge. Those ghosts were my doing to begin with. I can't blame anyone else. Besides, now that the ghostly energy source has been used by Sha for evolution, even if it once affected their interests, it no longer has anything to do with them. Thinking about it this way, there really wasn't much to be angry about. Lin Ran felt a sense of relief wash over him, and a smile spread across his face. Not long after he left, the clatter of hooves echoed through the air. The entire fortress went on high alert as sirens pierced the silent night sky. Even Lin Ran, far away, heard the piercing sound. Turning to look, he saw countless ghosts and monsters surging toward the fortress like a tidal wave. Did I summon these demons? But I never even went inside. He was baffled. He looked at Sha, let's go back. Even if we can't hold the fortress, we must draw the monsters here. Otherwise, the entire conservation area will be doomed. Sasha nodded, grabbed Lin Ran's hand, and teleported forward, accelerating their pace. Moments later, they landed just a short distance from the fortress. Lin Ran began sprinting at full speed toward the fortress. Soon, as he arrived, countless ghosts turned their gaze toward him simultaneously. However, at that very moment, the Ghost General's cavalry had already crashed into the fortress walls, sending out waves of thunderous roars. They were completely captivated by the commotion, paying no attention whatsoever to Lin Ran, the thief of ghostly energy. Lin Ran's mind raced. He had to devise a plan to draw these ghosts and monsters toward him as quickly as possible. Otherwise, no matter how sturdy the fortress walls were, they would be destroyed by that horde of ghosts. Then, the interior would truly become a living hell. If only the ghostly energy source were still here. Lin Ran gritted his teeth in frustration. Soon, his gaze settled on the sole SSS grade specter lurking behind the horde. The Ghost General Emperor. An SSS grade ghost. If I could kill it, perhaps I could draw this horde of ghosts toward me. But the Ghost Emperor stood at the rear of the horde. A tidal wave of S-rank ghosts surged ahead. Breaking through would be extremely difficult. Sasha, it's up to you. Lure it here, and we'll take it down together. At those words, Sasha vanished in an instant. When she reappeared, she was already before the Ghost General Emperor. A tidal wave of ghostly creatures swarmed toward her. The Ghost Emperor roared furiously, bringing down a massive hand with crushing force. The wind howled. Sasha formed seals with both hands, causing spiritual patterns to emerge. A grand formation surged with purple light. Enveloped by the formation, both the Ghost General Emperor and her figure vanished simultaneously. When they reappeared, they were now in an open space not far behind Lin. After completing this feat, Sasha landed on the ground, gasping for breath. Forcibly moving an SSS rank specter took its toll, even honor, now advanced to S rank. Domain activated spirit sealing domain. Lin Ran roared in fury, releasing a surge of ghostly energy that enveloped both herself and the Ghost General Emperor. Meow meow activated, forming a double ghost domain. A barrier formed from ghostly energy materialized at that moment. End this quickly. Forcing a confrontation with an SSS rank specter was a high-stakes gamble. Lin Ran lunged forward, his right hand clenched into a fist, ghostly energy swirling around his arm. Phantom Demon Fist. His fist slammed out, the terrifying ghostly energy forming a shockwave that crashed violently into the Ghost General Emperor. Yet the opponent showed no concern, merely lifting a leg before stepping forward. Beneath its massive frame, that single, casual step caused the earth to tremble and sandstorms to rage. Lin Ran stumbled back several paces. Amidst the flying sand, Meow Meow's figure materialized, her serpent spear raised high as she swung it down in a furious strike. Boom! Metal clashed against stone, sparks flying. Even a ghost weapon couldn't pierce the dark gold shoulder armor of the Ghost General Emperor. How is this possible? The white-fanged serpent spear shattered the ghost hunter's ghost weapon with a single strike. Lin Ran's heart trembled. Before he could recover, the Ghost General Emperor's massive hand swept upward in a sudden, violent jerk. Meow Meow had nowhere to dodge and was smashed flying. Seeing this, Sha instantly teleported behind the Ghost General Emperor. Her hands formed seals, and behind her, a vast array of bloodlight manifested. Eerie ghostly energy surged, murderous aura piercing the clouds. With a single press of her palm, countless beams of bloodlight struck the Ghost General Emperor. Like fireworks, the beams burst into brilliant flashes upon impact. Even so, the dark golden armor remained utterly intact. Not even the slightest scratch was visible. What? What kind of demonic creature is this? Lin Ran's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that this was real. Not even S-rank Sha could breach its defenses. The strength of an SSS rank specter far exceeded his wildest expectations. Find a way. He had to find a way to restrain this SSS rank specter as quickly as possible. Glancing at the system points, there were still 177 points remaining. Could I redeem some useful items in the mall? Right. Skill upgrades. Spend 100 points to exchange for a high-level skill upgrade item. Use the item. Please select a skill to upgrade. Blade of Judgment can be upgraded to Soul Sealing Blade. Ghost Energy Absorption can evolve into Ghost Energy Extraction. Spirit Sealing Domain can be upgraded to a special domain skill details unknown. Lin Ran frowned. Looks like he'd have to gamble on this Spirit Sealing Domain. Come on, upgrade. Spirit Suppression Domain, upgrade. System Notification, item consumed. Upgrade successful. Acquired Master Tier Domain Skill, Boundless Forbidden Domain. Infinite Sealing Domain, a special domain that seals all ghostly powers of enemies within its range. Duration and area of effect scale with the host's strength. Lin Ran was stunned. This skill essentially directly restrains all ghostly forces, doesn't it? Absolutely unstoppable. He activated the skill immediately. Infinite Forbidden Realm. The domain unfolded, a jet black beam shooting straight into the heavens. Above the heavens, a black barrier descended like a canopy, enveloping the Ghost General Emperor within. System notification, due to host's weak power, Boundless Forbidden Realm duration is 5 seconds. Lin Ran gasped in shock. What the hell? 5 seconds? He was dumbfounded. 5 seconds? System, you got to be kidding me. Without a moment to spare, he shouted at Sha, hurry. Within these 5 seconds, it can't use any ghostly powers. Hearing this, Sasa held nothing back. Her slender fingers flicked lightly, weaving intricate seals before her chest. A terrifying aura of killing intent erupted, bloodlight piercing the clouds. Behind her, a blood-red gate materialized. As the gate opened, countless crimson tentacles extended from within. These tentacles swiftly wrapped around the Ghost General Emperor. Deprived of its supernatural power, the SSS-rank specter could only roar in vain, utterly unable to resist the tentacles' might. In the blink of an eye, it was dragged directly into the blood-red gate. At that very moment, the domain closed. Lin Ran felt all his strength drained from him, collapsing powerlessly to his knees on the ground. Finally, it's over. Sasha slowly descended from the air and landed beside him. Before he could catch his breath, countless ghosts and monsters surged toward them from the distance. Their speed was blinding, their expressions savage. Chapter 61, Absorbing Ghostly Energy, Status Recovery. At this moment, Sasa's strength was completely depleted. Lin Ran had no strength left either, and Cat was gravely wounded. As the horde of ghosts closed in, a figure descended from the sky. A powerful energy erupted with a thunderous explosion. The immense shockwave sent the ghosts flying backward. This force made no distinction between friend and foe, sending Lin Ran and his companions crashing to the ground as well. When the dust settled, a formidable specter with wings sprouting from its back stood before them. Blazing Wind Feather Bird. Monster Rank SSS. Special abilities, Manipulation of Fire and Wind. Lin Ran frowned deeply. Where on earth had this specter come from? This creature clearly did not belong to the demonic horde within the Stonehenge. Moreover, a distinct human aura emanated from it. It seemed to be a human's contract spirit. Immediately afterward, a figure slowly emerged from behind. It was a tall man, standing over 6 feet tall, clad in crimson robes. His short hair stood on end, and a scar ran across his angular face. Stubble covered his jawline, and his sword-like eyes gleamed with sharp intensity. Leave this place. You and all of you. The man spoke in a deep voice, commanding respect without anger. Could he communicate with ghosts? That seemed highly unlikely. Therefore, these words seemed directed at Lin Ran instead. Let's go. Lin Ran struggled to his feet, supporting Mao Mao and Sha Sha as he limped away from the battlefield, moving further into the distance.
Behind them, ghosts surged toward the man like a tidal wave. Yet not a single one dared approach the man. Before him stood an SSS rank specter, the blazing wind feather bird. The crimson flames whipped up by the gale formed a near impenetrable barrier. Any ghost that dared to charge through it met certain death. They hadn't gone far. Lin Ran sensed the ghosts closing in from behind. Just then, Cat suddenly activated her shape-shifting ability, lifting him high into the air and flying away into the distance. One man and two ghosts vanished into the night.
The man gazed at the direction they vanished, his eyes softening slightly.
This is as far as I can take you. I hope you manage to escape this calamity.
The ghostly horde at Stonehenge came and departed with equal haste, retreating entirely before long.
The fortress gates finally swung open. A group of exorcists stepped forward and respectfully inquired, "District Chief, why have you come in person?"
The man's expression darkened once more as he narrowed his eyes at the squad leader at the front. "I said no Ford is to engage with him. I didn't mean for you to stand by and watch him die. Had he departed sooner, perhaps none of tonight's events would have occurred. In fact, had he not returned in time, this fortress would have fallen by the time I arrived. A bunch of useless fools." With that, the man leapt to his feet, summoning the blazing wind feather bird and racing after him into the protected zone.
5 minutes later. Desert. Meow Meow landed, shifting into a half-human form, utterly exhausted.
Lin Ran had no choice but to pick it up and continue forward.
Here, there was still some distance to Conservation Zone 5. Who knew how long it would take to get there? "I'm so tired,"
Lin Ran complained inwardly, exhausted and starving.
He hadn't rested at all during this time. Not even a moment to doze off.
He had to keep using the Death God's Eye, constantly draining the ghostly energy within him. Otherwise, in the darkness just before dawn, he wouldn't be able to see a thing. Looking up, he saw no stars or moon in the sky. Since the Terror's awakening, Blue Star had been shrouded in darkness for centuries. Suddenly, Lin Ran felt his foot catch on something. Losing his balance, he stumbled and fell flat on his face. Turning around, he saw a pitch-black, withered hand clutching his ankle, leaving him unable to move. Black mist rose slowly as a hideously ugly demon crawled out of the ground. Its entire body was pitch black, reeking of a foul stench. Its twisted features seemed haphazardly assembled on its skull, and within its hollow eyes, long white worms writhed uncontrollably.
Lin Ran frowned. Death Sight check attributes. Shadow Fiend. Monster Tier A. Special ability, can conceal itself within shadows. So it's only A rank. That gave me a scare. Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief. The weaker the ghost, the uglier it tends to be. He still remembered how, when he first met Sasa, he'd been utterly captivated by her beauty. He stepped forward immediately, gathering ghostly energy in his hand. Blade of Judgment. In an instant, the black blade formed from ghostly energy descended. It struck the shadow ghost with brutal force, cleaving its entire body in two. But the shadow ghost did not die. Instead, it split into two identical specters. The only difference was that the split shadow ghosts were now only B rank. Lin Ran was slightly surprised. It can't be killed? Well then, I'll just suck you dry. Ghost Chi Absorption. The skill activated, transforming Lin Ran into a Specter Energy Extractor. Specter energy continuously overflowed from the Shadow Specter, ultimately being absorbed into Lin Ran's body. Seeing this, the Shadow Ghost was dumbfounded. Gurgle. A low, raspy cry erupted from the Shadow Ghost's throat. Its already grotesquely distorted features now appeared even more hideous. The writhing serpent in its eye seemed poised to crawl out. It lunged at Lin Ran, claws and fangs bared. The next instant, a flash of white light erupted. Cat appeared, wielding the white-fanged serpent spear, and pinned the shadow demon to the spot with a single strike. Its entire body was pierced through. Lin Ran continued absorbing the ghostly energy. With a final, unwilling howl, the shadow ghost disintegrated into black sand upon the ground. After absorbing the ghostly energy, Lin Ran felt a wave of relief wash over him. His hunger vanished, and even his mental state improved. System, does absorbing ghost energy also restore my stamina? System, yes. Absorbing ghost energy comprehensively enhances the host's constitution, restores injuries and stamina, ensuring the host receives the most complete enhancement. Lin Ran was overjoyed. He had once thought this skill was useless. Little did he know it was this powerful. Not only did it strengthen his physique, but it also healed injuries. More importantly, it could restore stamina. This meant that even if he continued fleeing, as long as he could find ghosts to absorb their energy along the way, he could endure indefinitely. And it wasn't just for now. If prolonged battles of attrition were needed in the future, this skill would prove exceptionally valuable. Thanks to my cat brother for this awesome skill. Lin Ran scooped up the cat and immediately began petting it. Sasha turned her head away, either out of embarrassment or something else, refusing to look at him. Meow. A piercing meow echoed through the night sky. The next morning arrived. After a grueling escape, Lin Ran finally managed to put some distance between himself and that horde of ghostly creatures. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed through the sky.
Looking up, a small black dot approached from behind, drawing ever closer. It was a helicopter. The communicator crackled to life, and Bai Yanen's voice came through. I'm about to reach your location. Prepare for boarding. Attention, numerous ghostly auras detected not far behind you. Board immediately. Roger that. After a brief reply, the helicopter slowly arrived directly overhead. Due to this brief delay, the Ghost General Knight had already caught up. Sasha counterattacked fiercely, teleporting instantly before the horde of ghosts. Her fingers flicked through the air, summoning the magic array once more. A surging torrent of ghostly energy erupted like a tidal wave. Boom! It obscured the sky and blocked out the sun. Red light pierced the clouds. Rows of ghostly knights fell backward. This force surged forward relentlessly, only to halt upon a massive hand. SS-class Specter, Specter General Lord. Chapter 62, Reunion with the Silver Dragon's Daughter. Danger! Hordes of ghosts closing in. The Ghost General Lord leapt high into the air, tracing an arc as he crashed down. The surging ghostly energy sent chills down Lin Ran's spine. The next moment, a rope ladder descended. Bai Yanen leaned out from the helicopter above. Hurry up and climb up. Got it. He grabbed the rope ladder, but before Lin Ran could begin climbing, the helicopter began ascending. Sasha, come back. Hearing this, Sasha, who had been about to engage the Ghost General Lord, teleported instantly behind Lin Ran. Miao Miao had been tucked away earlier and was now safely within the ghostly realm. As they ascended, the distance from the ground below grew ever greater. The Ghost General could only lead his horde of demons in a series of furious roars. Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief. They were finally safe. They arrived at the aircraft. Bai Yanen piloted the helicopter alone, without even an assistant by her side. How about it? Did I arrive in time, sis? Lin Ran smiled and nodded. Just in time. Any later, and I might have been done for. Although Sasa now possessed S-rank combat power, amplified by the ghost artifact, allowing her to easily defeat S-rank cats, dealing with these ghost generals and spirit lords was no difficult task. But that was only under one-on-one conditions. Behind them lurked over a dozen ghost generals and lords. If they swarmed all at once, even activating Boundless Forbidden Domain would be useless within just 5 seconds. One-on-one, though, was another story. 5 seconds was plenty for Sasa to unleash her ultimate attack and eliminate them. Didn't I tell you to find an enemy hiding in Nursery Zone 6? Now I had to hunt you down. Bai Yanen said reproachfully. She hadn't slept all night searching for Lin Ran. I couldn't help it. Lin Ran sighed helplessly, recounting everything that had happened in Nursery Zone 6 earlier. Bai Yanen gritted her teeth in anger. Those bastards have no sense of humanity. Forget it. Those 13 SSS grade monsters? Not even Zone 5 would dare take them on, let alone Zone 6. Just focus on flying your plane. They continued flying forward, leaving the ghost horde far behind. Suddenly, through the window, Lin Ran saw a streak of silver light slice across the distant sky. What's that? He noticed that this silver light seemed to be heading straight for him. Bai Yanen frowned deeply, such a powerful aura. Such incredible speed. The helicopter was equipped with a ghost energy detector capable of sensing supernatural auras within a 1,000-meter radius. The moment it detected the ghostly energy, it entered the field of vision. In the blink of an eye, the silver light hovered ahead. Through the windshield, Lin Ran clearly saw the true form of that silver light. It was a girl with enormous silver wings. It's her. The Silver Dragon's Daughter. A faint smile graced the girl's exquisite face as her long silver hair swayed in the air. The silver dragon wings flapped, allowing her to hover in midair. Bai Yanen's expression grew grave as she murmured, "Why her?" It seemed she recognized the girl before her. The girl beckoned, and the hatch opened. The Silver Dragon's Daughter folded her wings and squeezed inside. How did you end up here? Before Lin Ran could speak, Bai Yan asked first. The Silver Dragon girl ignored her entirely, instead smiling brightly at Lin Ran and extending a slender, pale hand. Lin Ran was puzzled. What is it? The Ghost Chi Spirit Source. If it weren't for the Ghost Chi Spirit Source, I wouldn't have bothered coming to find you. The Silver Dragon girl pouted, her expression clearly displeased. It's gone. Lin Ran spread his hands helplessly. Sasha just used the ghost energy source to ascend to S rank. The Silver Dragon maiden's face turned green. Do you know what you've done? That's the Ghost Chi Spirit Source. You. She was furious, her voice trembling with rage. Do you realize that a single Ghost Chi Spirit Source could create 3 half-human, half-ghost beings like me? Lin Ran froze. 3. Half-human, half-ghost. With just one ghost energy source? You're driving me absolutely mad. I told you to kill her earlier, but you refused. Now look, not only did you waste my SSS grade ghost kill count, but you wasted the Ghost Essence Spirit Source too. It's just a ghost. Was it worth it? Lin Ran nodded without hesitation, worth it. The Silver Dragon girl's face puffed up in anger. You're hopeless. I'm done playing with you. Get lost. With that, she turned to Bai Yanen, open the cabin door.
Or don't blame me for crashing this plane. You're getting a bit too cocky. Bai Yanin gritted her teeth. You're SS class, and so am I. Is this how you treat someone like me? In an instant, the tension in the cabin thickened. Lin Ran could practically smell the thick tension in the air. This is an airplane. If the two of them started fighting and wrecked the plane, falling from this height would be certain death. And that wouldn't be the worst part. Who knew how far away the horde of ghosts trailing behind them was? If they caught up, wouldn't they be dead meat again? Ladies, please calm down. We're all spirit exorcists. What's the... Before he could finish, the silver dragon's daughter cut him off. Shut up. I'm no spirit exorcist, I'm a silver dragon. Do you even understand what a silver dragon is? Lin Ran shook his head. The silver dragon's daughter fell silent, too furious to speak for a long moment. At that very moment, an unexpected change occurred. Dark clouds swirled in the sky, instantly shrouding the once clear blue heavens in pitch darkness. Within the darkness, bolts of lightning flashed. The rolling thunderclouds seemed to carry the power to destroy the world. The silver dragon's daughter's face paled. Mother! She turned to Lin Ran. What did you provoke? That aura, that oppressive presence, it's at least a hell-level specter. Honestly, did you steal your ghost energy source from a hell-level specter? Lin Ran? Rolling black clouds coalesced into a massive, dark vortex. One after another, figures descended from the vortex. All of them were ghosts. Even more astonishingly, these ghosts were no strangers to Lin Ran. SS-class ghosts, the Ghost General Realm. SSS-class specters, Ghost General Emperors. 12 Ghost General Emperors, their terrifying auras forming a ghostly domain that obscured the sky and blocked out the sun. In an instant, the helicopter's systems malfunctioned, sending it spiraling downward. Bai Yanin's face paled. This is bad. Their ghostly domain is too powerful, it's completely destroyed the aircraft's control systems. Damn it, where did all these SSS-class monsters come from? Even the silver dragon's daughter couldn't help but grow solemn. Though she constantly hunted ghosts, navigating the very source of the ghost tide. She had never witnessed the awe-inspiring spectacle of 12 SSS-rank ghosts appearing before her simultaneously. Without a moment to spare, the cabin door opened and the three leapt out together. In midair, Shasha materialized, teleporting Lin Ran to the ground in an instant. Bai Yanin summoned Bai Chiu, who helped her land safely. As for the silver dragon's daughter, she could fly on her own. As they descended, the horde of ghosts swarmed forward, encircling the trio. 12 SSS rank leaders commanded the front ranks, while over 100 SS rank demons formed the second wave. Worse still, above them, dark clouds coalesced into a colossal skull. Lin Ran looked up and was shocked to discover that it too was a ghost. Giant Spirit Demon King. Monster level, unknown. Special abilities, unknown. An unknown ghost level meant its rank surpassed SSS. Otherwise, the system would absolutely have detected it. At the very least, it's a hell-tier entity. Chapter 63, Escape. Entering Protected Zone 5. Lin Ran was utterly shocked. He really was incredibly lucky. Just when he thought he could finally escape this hellish ordeal, this incident had attracted an entity surpassing even SSS rank. Even the Silver Dragon's daughter was momentarily stunned. Let alone Bai Yanin. When had they ever witnessed such a spectacle? Just then, the system had to go and pop up with a notification. Detected new ghost entity awaiting contract. Initiating ghost contract mission. Mission details, contract unknown ghost. Mission progress, 0-100. Quest rewards, Ghost Evolution Pill X1, Blank Ghost Contract X1, System Points X100. Failure penalty, none. Unknown contracted spirit? Could it be referring to the one above? Lin Ran was puzzled. Could he really form a contract with this spirit? Even if compatibility wasn't an issue, how could he possibly contract a being of this caliber beyond SSS rank? There was no time to ponder further. At that moment, countless monsters surged forward like a flood. A torrent of demons. Earth-shattering. Especially the colossal ghost general, whose every step made the earth tremble and mountains shake. As the demons closed in, a dark cloud materialized before Lin Ran. Sha. Sasha formed seals with both hands, and a powerful aura surged upward. A black domain enveloped them. The ghostly aura was eerily chilling. But in the next instant, the giant spirit ghost king suddenly spat out a jet of black mist from the sky. In an instant, Sasa's spellcasting was abruptly interrupted. Lin Ran surmised that Sasa's lengthy casting time must have been to prepare some exceptionally powerful skill. But she couldn't withstand the interference of a ghostly creature beyond comprehension. He had to find a way to buy her more time. Sasha, will 5 seconds be enough? Sasha understood his words and nodded. Lin Ran hesitated no longer. He pulled Bai Yanin and the others over, then immediately activated his domain. Infinite barrier. Open. A black curtain instantly enveloped them. Sasha's fingers danced, and before long, a light array rose. 5 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. Within the boundless forbidden realm, the power of any hostile specter is nullified. Not even the entity above could breach it.
As the black mist descended, the moment it struck the dark veil, it instantly dissipated into black smoke.
5 seconds later, a torrent of bloodlight erupted. Lin Ran saw the surrounding space seeming to warp.
In the distance, the ghostly creature's body swayed unsteadily, nearly bending into wave-like shapes.
The next moment,
everyone felt as though their very bodies were being torn apart by a colossal force, while blinding light forced them to shut their eyes tightly. Only when that force dissipated and the blinding light receded did they finally open their eyes, carefully surveying the world before them. This was no longer a desert, but a landscape strewn with countless ruins. Looking up, they saw nothing but crumbling walls and shattered ruins all around. In the distance, they could even see a squad of spirit exorcists battling ghostly creatures.
Lin Ran frowned. Where are we?
Beside him, Sasha's body went limp, collapsing into his arms. As if drained of all strength, her already pale face now looked utterly bloodless. Her brows knitted tightly, her thin lips pressed together, her entire body trembling slightly.
Sasha, what's wrong? Lin Ran's heart tightened.
He immediately activated the system, spent points, and exchanged for the ghost healing pill.
After swallowing one, Sasha's condition showed no improvement.
The silver dragon's daughter regained her senses, extending her pale, slender hand to rest it on Sasha's shoulder. Ghostly energy rose from her body, coalescing into a stream that flowed into Sasha. Moments later, Sasha's trembling body finally calmed. Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief. Her ghostly energy is depleted, she's even overexerted her soul power.
The silver dragon's daughter explained, I don't know when she'll recover.
Even if she does, there might be lasting effects.
What kind of after effects? And what do you mean by overdrawn soul power?
Lin Ran was burning with anxiety, nearly grabbing her to demand answers. The silver dragon maiden sighed helplessly.
Explaining this to you is exhausting. Ghosts are similar to humans, both possess souls. If humans have them, so do ghosts. Their power is finite too. Overdrawing their reserves, just like humans, leads to endless trouble.
Let her rest properly.
We don't know when she'll awaken. Just wait patiently.
With that, she walked straight toward the nearby path. Lin Ran gently stroked the hair on Sasha's forehead and comforted her.
Don't worry. I will definitely cure you. Just rest well. Leave the rest to me. After returning Sasha to the spirit realm, Yanin approached.
Understand this location is at the southernmost tip of Conservation Zone 5.
Those exorcists belong to Zone 5. Let's move out. Follow the silver dragon's daughter.
Now that we're within the boundaries of Conservation Zone 5, we should be temporarily safe. Lin Ran felt a wave of shock wash over him. Their previous location had been at least 100 kilometers away from Conservation Zone 5.
Sasha had actually teleported all three of them here directly. Such an immense distance. It defied all common sense.
Lin Ran bit his lip, silently murmuring, "Thank you, Sasha." Moving forward, they saw the silver dragon's daughter had already joined the battle against the spirit exorcists. With a single thrust of her silver spear, she crushed 3 S-rank ghosts into dust like withering leaves. After finishing her work, she said nothing. Under the stunned gazes of the others, she walked straight toward the conservation area.
She must be the silver dragon, right? Yes. It's her. I wouldn't mistake that spear. So powerful. That strength far surpasses even SS-class ghosts.
Just then, Lin Ran and the others approached.
Hello, everyone. Yanin greeted them with a smile. Do you need to return to the conservation zone?
I'd like to hitch a ride with you. The exorcists, mesmerized by the beautiful woman before them, gaped in awe, nodding eagerly, barely managing to keep their mouths shut.
A ride for a beauty?
Of course.
Hop in, lady.
We'll take the beauty back first, then come back to hunt the ghosts.
Lin Ran was dumbfounded. Had these rough and tumble men never seen a beauty before? Why were they acting like this?
Yanin smiled sweetly.
Thanks, guys. This is my little brother. Can he come along too?
The men glanced at Lin Ran. His youthful, immature face bore traces of childishness everywhere. Judging by his looks, he was probably only 18 or 19.
Convinced by Lin Ran's words, they nodded and let the two climb into the car. The car started moving.
Throughout the journey, the burly spirit driving man behind the wheel kept trying to strike up conversations with Lin Ran. Unfortunately for him, that wicked woman always managed to politely steer the conversation to a dead end. In the back seat, Lin Ran nearly burst out laughing. He had no choice but to open the system and begin checking its current status. First and foremost, the quests. On the mission panel, the progress for the contract with the unknown ghost remained at 0%.
There was no information or guidance about the ghost whatsoever.
It seemed certain specific conditions needed to be triggered before any information or guidance would appear.
What could that specific condition be? A certain ghostly object? Or a specific location? Or perhaps a specific event?
After much deliberation, the car came to a halt. They had officially entered the interior of Conservation Area 5. At the sight before him, Lin Ran was instantly dumbfounded.
This conservation area far exceeded his expectations. Chapter 64, Hell-tier Exorcist, Luo Qiao. As far as the eye could see, countless skyscrapers stood densely packed. Buildings over 10 stories high were everywhere, with the most conspicuous one standing at a staggering 28 stories dominating the center of the reserve. Before the horrors resurfaced, this might not have been remarkable. But now, after centuries of demonic warfare, the human world lay in utter ruin. Take Conservation Zone 13, for instance. Even the Federation building stood only 10 stories tall. And that was already the tallest structure within the conservation zone. Other residential buildings and homes rarely exceed 3 stories. After all, the more residents there are, the easier it is to attract ghosts. Communities deliberately expanded their footprints to reduce the number of residents per building, all to minimize the risk factor. Yet Conservation Zone 5 shattered Lin Ran's expectations. 10-story residential buildings were everywhere, and the population density was incredibly high. As one of the top-ranked conservation zones, both its scale and architecture far surpassed those of Zone 13. "I'll drop you off here, sweetheart. Care to exchange private contact details?" The burly driver pleaded with a dazed grin. Bai Yanan naturally didn't refuse. "My channel is 13,139. Hearing this, Lin Ran's face turned green. That wicked woman actually gave him her private channel code. The burly man, without a hint of doubt, drove off in a state of pure excitement. Only after confirming the man was far away did Lin Ran explode in anger. "You're screwing me over, aren't you? What about basic trust between people?" Bai Yanan shrugged her shoulders. "Did I? Besides, he gave us both rides home. Leaving yours and mine behind, isn't it all the same? Right, little bro?" Lin Ran gritted his teeth. "Get lost." Guided by Bai Yanan, the two soon arrived at the federal building in Conservation Zone 5. This federal building stood at the very heart of the conservation zone, guarded on all sides by powerful SS-class exorcists. The moment they stepped inside, Lin Ran felt numerous eyes turn toward him. Bai Yanan strode straight to the reception hall and asked the woman in charge, "Excuse me, is your supervisor here?" The woman offered a professional smile and inquired, "Of course they are. May I ask if you have an appointment, miss?" "No. Then I'm afraid we can't accommodate you, Mississippi. Our manager has instructed that unannounced visits are not permitted." Bai Yanan pulled out her communicator and opened her identity information page. "I am the head of the federal branch for Conservation Zone 13. Please convey this to them." The receptionist shook her head with a smile. "I'm afraid that's not possible, ma'am. We don't accept walk-in visitors without appointments. Can I make an appointment now?" "I'm afraid not, ma'am. Appointments are closed now. Only our supervisor can initiate them." Bai Yanan was furious. She was itching to tear this woman apart right then and there. Just then, a silver figure appeared. "Come with me." The Silver Dragon's daughter. Lin Ran quickly pulled Bai Yanan away, who was still roaring with rage, ready to strangle someone. Following the Silver Dragon's daughter, they stepped into the elevator and ascended directly to the 17th floor. They arrived at a door, pushed it open, and walked inside. Inside, a middle-aged man with a thick beard reclined on the sofa, leisurely sipping tea. The room was filled with the fragrant aroma of tea. Seeing the three arrive, the middle-aged man stood up in surprise. "Why are you here?" Before he could finish, the Silver Dragon's daughter grabbed the teapot and took a long, deep gulp straight from the spout. Lin Ran was utterly dumbfounded. Now that's what you call a real dragon's breath. At that moment, the middle-aged man also noticed Lin Ran and his companion. "Ha? Lin Feng?" "No, Lin Feng isn't this handsome." Clearly, he inherited the backward-leaning good looks. "You must be Lin Ran?" Lin Ran nodded, his heart racing with excitement. So he knew her parents too. Perhaps he could coax some information about his parents out of him. He quickly used the system to check the other person's information. Luo Qiao. Contract Spirit, Martial Spirit King Hell-tier. Lin Ran was stunned. Hell-tier. He was actually a Hell-tier exorcist. Previously, he had always believed that no Hell-tier entities existed within Zone 5. Yet here he was, face to face with a Hell-tier exorcist. Sit down, Ayin. You bastard, refill your own water when you're done." The middle-aged man snapped angrily. The Silver Dragon's daughter, flustered, puffed out her little lips and left. Lin Ran and the others sat down. Luo Qiao gave Bai Yanan a perfunctory nod before continuing. "Xiao Ran, I wonder if you still remember your uncle Qiao. I even attended your full moon banquet when you were just a month old." "Lin Ran? This guy, is he serious?" "Ahem." Realizing his slip, Luo Qiao cleared his throat awkwardly and continued, never mind. Let's not dwell on that. You came here to find your parents, right?" Lin Ran nodded, yes, but not entirely. He recounted everything that had happened earlier. From the ghost chi spirit source all the way to his arrival at Nursery Zone 5. Luo Qiao was deeply shocked. "From Nursery Zone 13 all the way here, kid, you've been through hell. Don't worry. If those useless fools in Zone 6 won't help you, old Qiao will. Damn it, they're just a bunch of SSS-tier useless trash. I could crush half of them single-handedly."
Watching Luo Chao seethe with righteous indignation, Lin Ran felt a warm glow in his heart. After enduring cold stares all along the way, having a protector now made him realize just how comforting it felt. The silver dragon's daughter brought tea, poured it, and drank it in one gulp. Then, out of the blue, she added, "Seems there's also a hell-tier entity lurking. Are you sure you're up for this?" Luo Chao snorted coldly. "So what if it's hell-tier? Old Xiao here isn't about to cower before some ghost who hasn't even shown its face. Xiao Ranzi, rest easy here. Leave the rest to me." No sooner had the words left his mouth than an alarm blared from the desk. Luo Chao rushed to investigate. A cluster of red dots appeared on the map. His stern face turned icy cold, so eager to come and die? Then don't blame me. He immediately activated the communicator linked to the top-tier powerhouses within the conservation zone. All SSS rank and above spirit exorcists assemble at Fortress South 01 within 1 hour. Additionally, mobilize all S rank and above powerhouses to prepare for the ghost tide. Having said that, he issued a direct announcement to the entire conservation zone. Everyone, a ghost tide is imminent. This wave is exceptionally fierce, with as many as 12 SSS rank specters. Please be absolutely vigilant in your preparations. After finishing all this, Luo Chao returned to the sofa, picked up the hot tea, and downed it in one gulp. Dare to hit my little brother's kid? Damn it, I'll wipe out every last one of those good-for-nothings. Xiao Ran, you wait here. I'll go with Ayin. Lin Ran shook his head. He wanted to go too. Though Sha remained unconscious, Cat had nearly recovered. Even if he couldn't defeat an SS rank entity, he still had the strength to fight an S rank ghost. Fine. Do as you wish. Killing a few ghosts is good enough. Let's go. The group arrived at the outskirts of the conservation zone, Fortress South 01. As far as the eye could see, countless ghosts surged toward them like a tidal wave. Their numbers were staggering. Impossible to count. Above, the dark cloud had also arrived at this location. A fierce battle was inevitable. Chapter 65, The Martial Spirit King Unleashes His Might. The Spirit Exorcist's Celestial Rankings. With Luo Chao's arrival, the commotion within Fortress South 01 abruptly ceased. The plaza was now packed with spirit exorcists. The weakest among them had reached SS rank. Among them, a staggering 21 were SSS ranked. Comrades, in today's battle, you may fall, but your names shall forever be etched upon the stone tablets of the protected zone. Immortalized forever. Fight for humanity. Fight for Blue Star. I stand with you all. As the words fell, the crowd erupted in a unified roar. Fight for humanity. Fight for Blue Star. Soon after, atop the city walls, the spirit riders nearly filled the entire length of the ramparts. Gazing at the approaching horde of demons in the distance, not a trace of fear could be seen on their faces. Every single one of them was ready to die for the cause. Lin Ran was astonished. What kind of person could possibly lead such a force? Not a single soul among them showed fear. Every single one of them was prepared to die. They seemed to have long cast aside their own lives, determined to fight until the very end. Luo Chao glanced sideways and said to Lin Ran, "So that's what you meant by hell-tier, huh?" He pointed toward the dark clouds in the sky. Lin Ran nodded. "I see." Luo Chao sneered coldly. "Don't worry, this ghost isn't hell-tier yet. It's merely SSS-tier. To advance to hell-tier, it still needs one item." Lin Ran instantly guessed what the ghostly creature desired. Ghost Chi Spirit Source. If not for this, it wouldn't have relentlessly pursued us across 2 conservation zones. I suppose you've already figured it out. Luo Chao said with a laugh, patting his shoulder. Great work. Little Ran, you've got your dad's spirit. That bastard was reckless too. Back in his S-rank days, he dared to raid the lair of an SSS rank ghost to steal stuff. You're even stronger than him. You're only a rank, yet you dared to steal? Your guts are truly huge. Beside them, the silver dragon's daughter couldn't help but laugh out loud. Her strange gaze fixed intently on Lin Ran. For a moment, Lin Ran felt like he was being devoured by her gaze. He quickly turned his head away, fixing his gaze on the distant monsters. Luo Chao planted one foot on the city wall and leapt upward. Mid-air, a flash of golden light erupted. A ghostly creature over 3 meters tall materialized. It was a humanoid ghost spirit clad in golden battle armor, wielding a massive axe. A hell-tier specter, the Martial Spirit King. Luo Chao landed directly on its shoulder, pointing upward. Wu Ling Wang, tear this bastard apart for me. At his command, the Martial Spirit King roared with fury, his deafening sound wave reverberating across the land. In the next instant, he leapt high into the air, reaching hundreds of meters in an instant. The giant axe in his hand resembled the primordial axe that split the heavens, surging with ghostly energy. A single swing sent a torrent of ghostly energy soaring toward the heavens. The energy condensed into tangible form, transforming into a colossal axe that cleaved the heavens, a single swing capable of slaying gods and demons. Boom! In the sky, the black mist exploded. Above the clouds, the already distorted face was now cleaved cleanly in 2. Even more terrifying. Gak! Gak! The giant face roared in the air, uttering incomprehensible words.
Luo Qiao cursed, "What the hell are you barking about?" I asked, "What the hell you're barking about?" As he spoke, the martial spirit king raised his massive axe once more.
Eerie ghostly energy surged from it, radiating a power capable of slaying gods.
Wu Ling Wang, the divine axe cleaves the heavens. Roar!
With a furious roar, the martial spirit king hurled his axe.
The massive axe slammed into the ghostly face, exploding once more. Below, the spirit exorcists summoned their contracted spirits, engaging in fierce combat with the demons. 21 SSS-ranked spirit exorcists faced off against 12 SSS-ranked ghosts. Within moments, as many as 3 SSS-ranked demons lay dead. Because these exorcists were fighting with reckless abandon. First, they engaged in one-on-one combat, with each exorcist holding off a single demon. The remaining 9 attacked together. Imagine 9 SSS-ranked exorcists combining their power. What specter could withstand that? Even so, this approach inevitably led to some exorcists being overwhelmed by the ghosts, sustaining injuries or even losing their lives. But this is absolutely the fastest and most effective method for a coordinated kill. Like rabid dogs. Lin Ran watched in horror. Such a combat style was unheard of in other conservation zones. Suddenly, another deafening crash snapped. Lin Ran back to reality. Looking up, he saw the dark clouds in the sky dissipate, followed by a muffled voice. The martial spirit king descended slowly onto the city wall, and Luo Qiao leapt down from his shoulder. He turned to face the silver dragon's daughter. "It says, you just wait. I'll be back to crush you." Lin Ran gasped in shock. "You understand the language of spirits?" The words had barely left his mouth when he realized his mistake. This fellow was half human, half ghost by nature. Understanding ghost speech was only natural. Luo Qiao shrugged indifferently, "Useless is useless. No matter how many times it comes, it'll die." As the ghosts above retreated, the multitude below began to pull back like a receding tide. Fortunately, Lin Ran had sent Cat down to fight early on. By now, it had slain quite a few ghosts, accumulating a substantial amount of points. The remaining points stood at a whopping 369, and the ghost experience was just shy of maxing out. Contract Ghost. Spectral type, Nekomata. Monster level, A. Ghost experience, 9,985 10,000. Lin Ran felt a surge of anticipation. Sasha's upgrade brought such a massive boost. If Meow Meow were to level up, would she follow in Sasha's footsteps? Judging by their current abilities, Sasha's skills leaned more toward support. Cat, on the other hand, leaned more toward combat. Sasha's power lies in spatial manipulation, while Meow Meow's ability focuses on self-enhancement and possesses formidable devouring capabilities. She continuously draws greater power from combat. This alone demonstrates that Cat's combat prowess surpasses Sasha's. However, Sasha's abilities are uniquely specialized. Her spatial abilities are exceptionally potent. So powerful, in fact, that Lin Ran had never encountered anything like it in any records. She could vanish hundreds of kilometers in an instant. Such formidable power is rarely seen in any supernatural being. And Sasha possessed more than just this. She could also summon the gates of hell. Those tentacles could even drag in SSS-ranked demons. Lin Ran continued reviewing Sasha's information. Yama Sarah. Specter type, Yama. Demon rank, S. Monster EXP, 2,350 20,000. It requires a whopping 20,000 experience points to level up. This is not good news. Given Sasha's current state, her experience points are almost entirely being absorbed by Cat. This has slowed down Meow Meow's leveling progress. However, as their levels increase, the gap between them will gradually narrow. After all, leveling up gets harder the further you go. By the time they reach SS rank, the experience needed for a level up might even hit 50,000. Just as she was pondering this, one by one, the exorcists returned from outside the city. This battle was a victory without a doubt. Luo Qiao was thrilled, slapping Lin Ran on the back. "Little Ran, how about your Uncle Qiao?" Lin Ran nodded. "You're amazing." "You bet. Let me tell you, in this world, if Uncle Qiao says he's second, no one dares claim first." The silver dragon's daughter shot him a withering look and retorted. "You? Did you even make the list this year?" "Of course. With those 3 jerks from Lin Feng gone, who else would make it but me?" Lin Ran was confused. "What list?" "The Spirit Exorcist Power Rankings." By Yanin explained, the list ranks the 10 strongest spirit exorcists across the entire Blue Star. And Director Luo Qiao is the 7th ranked powerhouse on that list. Back then, your parents were also on the list, ranked even higher. Chapter 66, Operation Night Parade of 100 Ghosts Departure for Fengdu. The Exorcist Power Rankings. Ranked 1st and 2nd are the only 2 catastrophe-level exorcists on Blue Star. Ranked 3rd to 10th are the 8 Hell-tier exorcists existing on Blue Star. 10 years ago, there were more than 8 Hell-tier exorcists. To the extent that even Luo Qiao had never appeared on the list. This ranking is compiled by the Blue Star Federation based on individual and overall spirit exorcist strength. Lin Ran's parents, Lin Feng and Ho Qing, once ranked 5th and 6th respectively. Both were Earth Fiend tier beings. Powerhouses of that caliber would never vanish without a trace. Lin Ran grew increasingly curious about his parents' disappearance. He asked Luo Qiao, "Uncle Qiao, do you know where my parents went?" Luo Qiao frowned and nodded. "Let's talk about it back at the residence."
By the time they returned to the Federation building, evening had fallen. A stack of documents was retrieved, the very records pertaining to the night parade of 100 demons operation from years past. Lin Ran took them and flipped through the pages.
The contents left him gaping in shock. The so-called night parade of 100 ghosts was actually artificial ghosts. Were they dissatisfied with killing enough ghosts? Had they actually devised a method to create artificial ones? But soon, as Lin Ran delved deeper, he learned that these artificial specters were unlike ordinary ghosts. These artificial specters possessed human self-awareness. Existences like the Silver Dragon's daughter. Half of their blood was that of a ghost, the other half human. But she was born that way. The Night Parade of 100 Demons project, however, aimed to create half-human, half-demon beings through artificial means. Records revealed the project began planning 15 years ago, when the Silver Dragon Maiden was just born. The project's initial concept emerged precisely because of her existence. After 5 years of studying the Silver Dragon Maiden, the Night Parade of 100 Demons project formally commenced its preparations for implementation. As the first batch of experimental subjects, the Federation selected a handful of humans whose symbiotic spirit compatibility exceeded 95%. Lin Feng and Ho Qing were prominently listed among them. Among them, Lin Ran's compatibility with his spirit companion reached an astonishing 99%. Initially, the project proceeded smoothly until one of the spirit exorcists suddenly exploded and died. From that point onward, the experiments began to fail one after another. First, the exorcists died. Then, the contracted ghost spirits dissipated. Later, exorcists themselves began transforming into ghostly creatures that devoured humans. Despite this, the plan did not cease. Until finally, an unprecedented ghost tide erupted. One of the SSS-ranked exorcists participating in the experiments suddenly went berserk. Transforming into an incredibly powerful cataclysm-level specter, he forcibly tore open a spectral rift. In an instant, countless ghosts and monsters poured forth. Countless exorcists participating in the experiment were killed or injured. Only 3 managed to escape, relying solely on their immense power. Later, under the pressure of the exorcist army, this wave of ghosts was forcibly suppressed. Countless ghosts were trapped within a peculiar ghost city. That place was the original site of the experiment. A human city outside the jurisdiction of any conservation zone. Named after a famed ghost city in Blue Star's history, Fengdu. As he studied the records, Lin Ran fell into deep contemplation. Fengdu City. The Night Parade of 100 Ghosts project. What else had transpired within its walls? Where did the 3 escapees go? As he pondered, the system alert popped up. Mission, Contract Unknown Specter. Mission Progress, plus 10%. Unlocked Next Step Prompt. Mission Hint, travel to Fengdu Ghost City to gather more information on the unknown ghosts. Lin Ran had a rough idea. This unknown specter was undoubtedly connected to the Night Parade of 100 Ghosts from years past. He immediately asked Luo Qiao, "Uncle Qiao, where exactly is Fengdu City located now?" At these words, every face in the room paled. Especially Luo Qiao and Inlong's daughter, Ayin, the two who knew the truth. "Are you out of your mind?" Ayin gasped in shock. "You know there's a cataclysmic level being there?" Lin Ran nodded. Of course he knew. Luo Qiao also urged with concern, "Listen to your uncle, don't go. If you're curious and want to understand, Uncle can help you. But if you insist on going to Fengdu, I urge you to reconsider." Lin Ran's expression remained resolute. "I have no choice but to go. New, unknown ghosts and monsters. He must go. Whether for system rewards or to enhance his strength. He had to go." Seeing his unwavering resolve, Luo Qiao was momentarily lost in thought. After a long moment, he sighed deeply. "Very well. I'll send the coordinates to your communicator. It's getting late. You should set out tomorrow." Lin Ran nodded. "Thank you, Uncle." Led by Luo Qiao, the group descended to rest. Late at night, Lin Ran sought out by Yanan to bid farewell. Though concerned, she did not press him further. After all, she feared death too. Fengdu was a place where calamity-level ghosts had once appeared. As a mere SS rank, she had no desire to throw herself into certain death. On the rooftop of the Federation building. Crack! Flames flickered, reflecting in Luo Qiao's eyes. Hiss! Whoosh! White smoke swirled, obscuring Luo Qiao's face. Click-clack, click-clack. The silver-haired girl approached in transparent high heels. Her white dress stood out starkly against the darkness. "Are you really going to send him to Fengdu?" Luo Qiao didn't turn his head, his hands braced against the railing as he gazed into the distance. "Perhaps it's time to settle the matters from back then." Ayin walked straight up and stood beside him. "But he's only S rank now." Luo Quoto smiled. "So what? Fengdu City is home to natural disaster-level demons. Do you want him to go to his death?" Ayin voiced her concern. Luo Qiao, however, didn't seem to care, so what? As far as I know, his companion ghost spirit hasn't awakened yet, right? Once he awakens his companion ghost spirit, all dangers will be easily overcome. Ain was at a loss for words. She couldn't fathom where Luo Qiao drew his confidence from. Though she was young back then, she remembered many things. The identity of that SSS-ranked exorcist was no simple matter. And among the 3 who escaped, she was one of them. The other 2, though still retaining human consciousness, had transformed into ghosts. Some had already begun losing their minds back then, teetering on the edge of complete transformation into monstrous specters that devoured the living. Journeying to Fengdu City held dangers surpassing even the peril of seizing the ghostly essence from the giant ghost king. Clack! The cigarette butt hit the ground, crushed flat under Luo Feng's foot. He turned to look at Ain. What about you? Ain sighed helplessly. I'll keep being a bounty hunter, of course. Don't even think about dragging me along. That city is my worst nightmare. Luo Qiao chuckled. Fair enough. Alright, it's getting late. Let's head back and rest. Early the next morning, Lin Ran locked in the coordinates and drove off. Miao sat in the passenger seat, her fluffy little head swaying from side to side, lost in thought. In the ghostly realm, Sha still hadn't awakened. Before long, Lin Ran had driven out of the conservation zone, arriving at the area between the fortress and the conservation zone. A B-rank ghost appeared in his line of sight. He suddenly remembered that Miao Miao was just a little short of unlocking her upgrade quest. Could he perhaps complete Miao Miao's upgrade quest first before heading to Fengdu? With that thought, he slammed on the brakes and got out of the car. He commanded Cat to attack, and with a single swat, it killed the ghost. Immediately afterward, the system notification popped up. Ghost Cat has met upgrade requirements. Consume 200 system points and 1 Ghost Realm Ring to complete upgrade. Chapter 67, Stealth Upgrade. Invincible Stealth. Enter the city. Lin Ran was slightly surprised. This time, the cat's upgrade requirement was just 1 item. Search the system point store. Ghost Realm Ring. Special ghostly item. The wearer can activate a unique ghostly realm, equivalent to an independent microcosm. Price, 9,999 points. Lin Ran's mouth twitched and he nearly cursed out loud. Could it get any more outrageous? Judging by the system's thumbnail, it was nothing more than a pitch black ring. And the price was nearly 10,000 points. Forget it. I'll figure something out later. He closed the system and continued driving toward the coordinates. Fengdu City lies north of Conservation Zone 5. Following this route, it would take roughly a day's drive to reach Fengdu City. If I keep going, it'll take another half day to reach Conservation Zone 3. The exorcists tasked with guarding Fengdu City were all elite warriors dispatched from Conservation Zone 3. Before long, a full day had passed. A magnificent city appeared before Lin Ran's eyes. Surrounding the city stood a towering wall stretching for thousands of miles. Beneath the wall, military tents were scattered across the ground. Spirit exorcists were visible everywhere. As Lin Ran approached, a squad of spirit exorcists intercepted him. The Fengdu front is off limits to unauthorized personnel. Lin Ran stepped down from the carriage, clasping Miao Miao's hand as they confronted the guards. Why can't I enter? The guard snapped back. Why? To save your own life. Kid, you're an A-rank spirit exorcist dragging an A-rank ghost around. You're going in there to die? Let me tell you, the weakest spirits in there are all above S rank. Are you sure you want to walk into your death? Lin Ran was utterly horrified. Even the weakest spirits in Fengdu City had reached S rank? If that were true, it would explain why so many exorcists were outside. Even this patrol squad leader right before us has reached the SS rank. It seems there really are many powerful ghosts and monsters inside. After a moment's thought, he said, "Thank you for your kindness, but I must go in. I've already made arrangements with Luo Qiao, the minister of Luo. Here's the letter of introduction he gave me." Lin Ran produced the letter Luo Qiao had given him before his departure. He distinctly remembered Luo Qiao's specific warning: if anyone blocks your path, show them this letter. They'll let you in. At the mention of Luo Qiao's name, the exorcist before him froze momentarily. He swiftly opened the letter, scanned it briefly, and upon confirming it was indeed from Luo Qiao, returned it to Lin Ran. "Follow me, kid." They proceeded forward, approaching the city walls. Only then did Lin Ran realize that the interior of the city walls was actually hollow. Many spirit exorcists resided within these hollow chambers. Even the command center for these spirit exorcists was located inside. Upon entering, he saw the SS-rank spirit exorcist whisper a few words into the ear of a figure who seemed to be a commander. Then, he led Lin Ran to an opening in the city wall. "Kid, go on in. But I'm warning you can only go in, not out." Lin Ran froze. "Why? What if I don't make it out alive?" The other shook his head, sounding resigned. "There's nothing I can do about it. That's what they demanded from above. They say that even if someone makes it out alive, the ghosts inside them will turn against them before long. Better to let them die within the city walls than keep them alive. Besides, they're not weak. After all, anyone who can escape this place is incredibly powerful. Lin Ran was taken aback. Could this place harbor something akin to that ghostly artifact in the villa? Something that causes spirits to turn against their hosts? But that seemed unlikely. After all, even if it did, one wouldn't easily encounter such a thing within these city walls. There must be some special reason. Looks like we'll have to go inside to figure it out. Let's go in and see for ourselves. There's always a way around trouble. There's no way I'm dying here. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ran headed straight for the rear of the city walls. There, a grim fortress stood looming ahead. At first glance, crimson stains marred the pitch-black walls. Though dried, they were unmistakably bloodstains. Not only that, but Lin Ran also saw figures darting across the top of the walls. They seemed like ghosts searching for prey. After a moment's thought, Lin Ran decided to wait until he was closer to the city before using his stealth skill to conceal himself. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he opened the system shop. Exchange for skill upgrade items. Over 300 points, might as well use them. He directly exchanged for a high-level skill upgrade item. Use item. Upgrading skill, stealth. Upgrade successful. Stealth skill upgraded to escape into the void. Vanish into the void, master level skill. Upon activation, places oneself within a void space, immune to all external attacks except those originating from the void itself. Caution, this skill consumes vast amounts of ghost energy. Maintain constant absorption while active. Depletion will leave you vulnerable to spatial turbulence within the void. Lin Ran was utterly horrified. If stealth was merely a pure invisibility skill, then this skill was an even more formidable invincibility ability. Upon activation, one directly enters the void space. Wouldn't that be equivalent to invincibility? Simply maintain ghost energy absorption, ensuring the absorption rate matches the consumption rate, and one could remain hidden within the void space indefinitely. Unless encountering ghosts like Sasa with spatial abilities, one could remain virtually invincible. The thought sent a surge of excitement through Lin Ran. With this ability, his chances of survival after entering Fengdu would increase significantly. Before long, they arrived just outside the city walls. He recalled Meow Meow into the ghostly space, then activated his skill, vanishing into thin air. His form vanished instantly. Not only that, but his aura became utterly undetectable. Yet he could clearly see his own limbs. Indeed, it was a separate space. Lin Ran pressed forward, passing through the gates of Fengdu and stepping inside. The moment he entered, he felt the thick ghostly aura permeating the surroundings. Within the city walls, ghostly figures were everywhere. The streets and alleys were filled with twisted bodies crawling on all fours, struggling to move forward. At that moment, Lin Ran finally understood what it meant to witness a night procession of 100 ghosts. The sky within the city was pitch black, as dark as night itself. It stood in stark contrast to the bright world outside. Within the city walls, a parade of ghosts. This was the true night parade of 100 ghosts. Fortunately, thanks to his upgraded stealth skill, these ghosts passed right by Lin Ran without detecting his presence. At that moment, the system alert popped up again. Quest, Contract Unknown Specter? Progress increased by 10%, current progress, 20%. Unlocked next mission guidance. Mission guidance, travel to the deepest part of the ghost city, investigate detailed information, and obtain items related to the unknown ghosts. Lin Ran took a deep breath. Sure enough, the unknown ghost mentioned in the system prompt was inextricably linked to the night parade of 100 ghosts from years past. The deepest part, huh? He glanced toward the distant city center, where a towering skyscraper now teemed with ghosts. Typically, the landmark building in a conservation zone is the tallest structure. And the most crucial one. If experiments were truly conducted here back then, that building would have been the site. Let's go immediately. Chapter 68, Exploring the Experiment Building. Unknown monsters appear. The city wasn't very large. After jogging for half an hour, Lin Ran could already see the entire building. It was a 9-story structure. A large clock stood on the rooftop terrace. Ghostly apparitions clung to the building's walls like vines, visible everywhere. Lin Ran walked past them without a care. As long as he remained within the void space, he was absolutely safe. But now, he sensed that the ghostly energy was beginning to wane. Although the system lacked a function to check the exact remaining ghost energy, he could roughly gauge it from his physical exertion. When fully charged, his stamina exceeded his normal levels by several times over. After all, each absorption of ghostly energy strengthened his physique. His enhanced constitution stemmed from ghost energy. His strength, naturally, also came from ghost energy. The less exhausted he felt, the less ghost energy remained within him. At the current rate, it wouldn't be long before the ghostly energy was completely depleted. At that point, if he cannot escape the void space before it is completely depleted, death is certain. Looks like it's time to pick up the pace. Lin Ran seized the moment and sprinted forward. Before long, he reached the building's exterior, already panting heavily. The exhaustion from depleting his ghostly energy grew heavier. He inwardly cursed his misfortune and immediately activated his ghost energy absorption skill. Yet he discovered the ghost chi absorption skill couldn't possibly offset the drain from the escape into emptiness skill. There was no other way. I need to find a way to capture a ghost and absorb its energy. Lin Ran thought to himself, his gaze darting swiftly over several ghosts nearby. Soon, he spotted an S-rank crawling ghost. With a human face and a worm-like body, it twisted and writhed on the ground, crawling with great difficulty. A smile curved Lin Ran's lips as he charged toward the creature at top speed. Then, he unleashed his cat. In an instant, a white glow flashed as the fanged serpent spear tore through the crawling ghost's body like cutting through rotten wood. Blood and ghostly energy spilled forth simultaneously. The appearance of the cat also drew the attention of numerous surrounding ghosts. But soon, recognizing its aura as that of a fellow feline, they held their ground. Lin Ran was overjoyed, having feared the cat might be exposed. He had even prepared to seal Meow Meow away in the ghostly void. Unexpectedly, he gained an unexpected bonus. Ghosts truly were remarkable. Even when they came out to slaughter their own kind, they failed to attract the attention of other ghosts. After all, without any human scent present, they couldn't tell if this ghost had any connection to humans. Soon, under the cat's brutal assault, the crawling ghost was riddled with holes. Lin Ran didn't hold back, absorbing the ghostly energy in one go. After absorbing the entire crawling ghost's essence, it collapsed into a pool of black sludge, lying stiff on the ground. Clenching his fists, he sensed his own strength had nearly fully recovered. He immediately recalled Cat, just in case. Then he continued walking toward the building. He arrived at the building's entrance. The glass door stood half open, barely wide enough for two people to enter simultaneously. Upon entering, the entire first floor lay shrouded in darkness. Without activating the death god's eyes, seeing clearly was nearly impossible. They ascended deeper into the building. Passing through the lobby, they found the elevator had ceased operation. They had no choice but to take the stairs. As he walked, Lin Ran discovered that not a single ghost or spirit existed here. The floor was littered with papers covered in writing. Picking one up to examine, it appeared to contain recorded data. Others were experimental reports and related materials. Terror Era 2080, March 29th. We conducted the 73rd experiment. The results were once again ineffective. However, we discovered a new substance within the exorcist's body. It appears to be a type of ghostly entity. May 23rd, test subject 22 exploded and died. We mourn this loss, but we will not give up. July 8th. Lin Ran climbed the stairs, gathering scattered experiment logs along the way. His mind began piecing together the events that unfolded here, attempting to reconstruct the past in his mind. Soon, he reached the second floor. The second floor was divided into a series of small rooms. As he explored deeper into the corridor, Lin Ran glimpsed through the windows that each small room shared the same layout. The solitary hibernation pod had been destroyed, and the instruments beside it were reduced to shards. Could this be the very place where the experiments had been conducted? Pushing open the door, he stepped inside to find papers scattered everywhere around the instruments. They recorded incomprehensible data, along with the identification numbers and names of the test subjects. The test subject in this room was Subject 12, named Su Qianjun. Perhaps he was a formidable individual many years ago. Lin Ran sighed softly, replaced the items where they belonged, and continued toward the next room. After exploring all 10 rooms on the second floor, he still hadn't found any experimental data on his parents. Could it be that they weren't on this floor? Upward we go. Third floor. He soon reached the third floor, whose layout differed from the second. There were only 5 rooms here, half the number on the second floor. Moreover, instead of stasis pods, each room contained a single iron bed. The beds bore visible marks where the steel had been twisted and snapped by the monsters. Bloodstains on the walls remained vividly visible, even after all these years. The search yielded no useful information. Press on. We made our way all the way to the 7th floor. Lin Ran finally discovered the archive room next to an isolated laboratory. Though the filing cabinets lay overturned and documents were scattered across the floor. Many documents had been shredded. Fortunately, a significant number of files remained relatively intact. Lin Ran crouched down and began meticulously sifting through the mess. Soon, he found the file on Lin Feng. Lin Feng, test subject number 2, is the spirit exorcist with the highest ghost-spirit compatibility among all test subjects, a staggering 97%. His symbiotic ghost spirit manifests as a ghostly scythe. When necessary, it can transform into a humanoid specter. Its initial rank was E, and its current rank is Hell tier. Lin Ran was utterly astonished his father was truly a Hell tier ghost exorcist. And with a compatibility rating of 97%. Though his own compatibility reached 100%, that was only thanks to the system's enhancement. Without the system, reaching even 50 would be a struggle. Just then, the cat suddenly let out a loud cry. Meow meow meow. Then, a black streak shot out from its body and dashed toward the archive room. Lin Ran quickly stowed the documents into the ghostly realm and rose to investigate. Following the direction Meow Meow had run, he pursued her. He climbed the stairs and ascended directly to the rooftop.
Above the rooftop, beneath the massive bronze bell, a shadowy figure watched him. Entirely cloaked in darkness, only 2 points of blood-red light shone from its eyes, an utterly terrifying sight. Not far away, the cat stood holding the white-fanged serpent spear, baring its teeth and glaring at the figure. Lin Ran quickly activated his skill to inspect. Unknown specter. Specter level, unknown. Special abilities, unknown. Impossible. A ghost whose name even the Eye of Death can't discern. What on earth is this thing? At that very moment, an unexpected change occurred. Shadows coalesced into a black canopy, instantly enveloping Lin Ran and Cat. Then, after a dizzying whirl, the two found themselves in a peculiar space. Chapter 69, Fengdu City 10 years ago. The world before them was shrouded in gloom. Only flickering flames illuminated the surrounding darkness. It was barely enough to make out their surroundings. Lin Ran looked around curiously and realized they were in a grand hall. Soon, he noticed a black throne directly ahead. The shadowy figure that had brought them here stood beside the throne, hands pressed together in prayer, seemingly paying homage to the seat of power. As a shadow descended, a girl in a black lace dress appeared upon the throne. Fluffy lace adorned the hem of her black lace skirt, and below, a pair of slender, snow-white legs came into view. Black high heels featured 2 straps crisscrossing and securing the beautiful feet. Looking upward, the girl's astonishing figure lifted the already voluminous black Lolita dress, a red rose at her chest radiating a seductive charm. Her snow-white neck was tightly encased by the dress's high collar, with only a faint glimpse of skin visible through a heart-shaped cutout. Her chin lifted haughtily, her exquisite face bearing a hint of contemptuous scorn. Her lips curled in undisguised disgust. Her blood-red eyes looked down at Lin Ran as if he were an insignificant insect. She raised her left hand. Beneath the sleeve of her black dress, her delicate thumb and index finger rubbed together. Snap! She snapped her fingers. The crisp sound echoed throughout the entire hall. Immediately afterward, as if a surge of ghostly energy erupted, the world before Lin Ran's eyes began to twist and distort. Finally, he found himself in a city overrun by ghosts and monsters. Smoke filled the air, and the ground was littered with severed limbs and broken bodies. The pungent stench of blood was nauseating, and the occasional sounds of battle from the distance reminded Lin Ran that the fighting was far from over. Just as Lin Ran wondered where he was, he spotted the iconic structure not far away. 9 stories tall, its rooftop crowned by a massive bell. This was Fengdu City. How did I end up here? Just as he was lost in confusion, the click-clack of high heels echoed from behind. Turning his head, he saw the woman from the throne walking slowly toward him through the pitch-black alley. Her blood-red eyes gazed into the distant sky, as if something of interest to her was unfolding there. But when Lin Ran followed her gaze, all he saw was thick black smoke billowing, obscuring the sky. This is the scene 10 years ago, after the experiment failed. The woman spoke, her voice surprisingly childlike, a stark contrast to her mature figure and appearance. Lin Ran was utterly astonished. Who are you? He knew the woman before him was no ordinary human. Her blood-red eyes and her earlier behavior both proved it. A ghost? But ghosts couldn't speak. Could she be a half-human, half-ghost like Ain, the daughter of the Silver Dragon? He attempted to check her attributes, only to discover with astonishment that not only had the Death's skill failed, but the entire system had vanished. He tried summoning Cat. Unsurprisingly, it wouldn't work. As for Sasa, forget it, he couldn't even access the ghost realm now. What was going on? No! Lin Ran suddenly realized this wasn't a real world at all. No ghost could overcome the power of the system. If he couldn't summon the system, there was only one possibility: this was an illusion. Why did you bring me to this illusionary world? Lin Ran demanded of the woman in black. The woman shook her head, saying nothing, and simply walked forward on her own. With no other choice, Lin Ran followed. They approached the experimental building, where its full structure came into view. At the same time, Lin Ran saw a figure plummeting rapidly from above the building. A hazy memory told him that the falling figure was none other than the girl beside him. Sure enough. In the next instant, the girl transformed into a burst of black mist, landing steadily on the ground. Her eyes blazed with murderous intent. With a flick of her wrist, a mass of black mist coalesced in her hand. Instantly, the dark mist in her hand transformed into a massive, pitch-black scythe. The handle alone stretched over 2 meters long. It towered over her body by a significant margin. The blade itself was exceptionally broad, measuring at least 20 centimeters wide at its widest point near the handle. The narrowest point, naturally, was farthest from the handle, sharp and razor-edged, gleaming with a faint, icy light. The entire scythe formed a crescent shape, adorned with intricate openwork patterns. Runes were etched into its surface. Clearly, it was a ghost weapon. The girl, wielding the scythe, suddenly shot into the sky before landing on the rooftop. Moments later, a series of explosions echoed from that location. Lin Ran could sense a powerful surge of ghostly energy emanating from the area. With a deafening roar unlike any he'd ever heard, several figures were sent flying backward, crashing to the ground, their fates unknown. He looked closely and saw that the figure lying directly in front of him was a man who bore a striking resemblance to him. His father. Lin Feng. A fall from 9 stories would have killed an ordinary man. Yet Lin Feng staggered to his feet, supported by the black-clad girl beside him. "Yi Mei, help me one last time." Lin Feng turned his gaze sideways, looking at the girl with deep affection. 2 drops of blood tears fell from her eyes as a piercing moan escaped her throat. Yet she nodded gently, ultimately transforming into a cloud of black mist that entered the scythe in his hand. Holding the black scythe, a pair of dark wings slowly sprouted from Lin Feng's back. "This is ghostification." Lin Ran was utterly shocked. The transformation of humans into ghostly beings was known as ghostification. But it made no sense. If his father was a ghost, how could he possibly be human? No. It was the experiment. Had the night parade of 100 ghosts experiment succeeded? Just then, above, the massive blackbird flapping its wings caught Lin Ran's attention. A thick aura of ghostly energy emanated from the bird's surroundings. The overwhelming pressure made it hard to breathe. Not far from Lin Feng, an exceptionally beautiful woman struggled to her feet. Before she could steady herself, she collapsed back to her knees. "Feng, don't." She shook her head, reaching out in desperation to stop Lin Feng. Lin Ran recognized her. It was his mother, Ho Qing. But Lin Feng paid no heed. His black wings flapped violently behind him, propelling him straight into the sky. The black scythe in his hand instantly swelled to enormous proportions, transforming into a colossal weapon hundreds of meters tall, much like the mighty axe of the martial spirit king Lin Ran had witnessed before. With a single strike, it crashed down upon the blackbird. The collision unleashed a torrent of black energy, a force that seemed to shatter everything in its path, obliterating heaven and earth. Boom! Boom! The entire Fengdu was now shrouded in darkness. The instant this energy exploded, Lin Ran instinctively spun around, pulling the girl into his arms. Until the darkness swallowed everything whole, until the surrounding clamor faded into silence. The world fell silent once more. Only the smoke of gunpowder still rose. Lin Ran realized his mistake, quickly releasing the woman and apologizing repeatedly. I'm sorry. The girl didn't respond, only raising her hand to point behind Lin Ran. Turning around, Ho Qing was holding a man with a ghostly mask, his face covered in blood. On the ground, the black scythe lay broken in 2, lying still and devoid of any ghostly aura. Not far away. The blackbird wailed in agony, its body gradually shrinking until it transformed into a man. He knelt on the ground, clutching his head with both hands, wailing in agony. Kill me! Kill me! Chapter 70, Night Rose's Gift, Cat levels up. Quick, kill me now! The man shouted as he fell backward. His hands clutched his head, his face contorted beyond recognition. Ho Qing shook his head, staring blankly at the body in his arms, a form now utterly possessed by darkness. This experiment has claimed far too many lives already. I don't want anyone else to die. Let's go. Leave this place. Leave this hellish place. With that, her body began to transform. Her form gradually twisted into a serpentine shape, her body swelling rapidly. Lin Ran held his breath tightly, forcing himself to remain silent. Soon, the fully transformed spirit, clutching the corpse of the ghostly creature in her arms, soared directly into the sky and vanished completely over the horizon. After a long while, the man kneeling on the ground, wailing in agony, gradually calmed down. Gazing at the black scythe snapped clean in 2, he let out a bitter laugh before picking up the broken half and plunging it fiercely into his own chest. At that very moment, an unexpected change occurred. A ball of flame shot out from within his body. Instantly, the flames transformed into a fiery bird of 7 colors. That's the 7-colored phoenix bird. The ancestral spirit of Su Sier's lineage. Lin Ran was utterly shocked. The multicolored phoenix bird seized the man by the shoulders with its talons and carried him away. With that, Fengdu fell back into deathly silence. Only the broken black scythe remained, lying still on the ground. The world before his eyes began to crack. Finally, it shattered like a glass orb. When Lin Ran opened his eyes again, he was still within the grand hall. The girl in the black dress extended her right hand, removing a jet black ring from her left middle finger. She tossed it casually, and it traced a perfect arc through the air before landing securely in the cat's paw. Meow? Meow tilted its head, looking at the black-clad woman in confusion. But the girl in black merely nodded, opening her mouth to utter some obscure ghostly language Lin Ran couldn't understand. Fortunately, the kitten understood. Its furry little paw clutched the ring tightly. As black mist seeped from between her fingers, it wasn't long before the entire cat was enveloped in the dark vapor. Gradually, her form began to shift. Lin Ran also received a system notification. Ghost Cat has obtained the Ghost Realm Ring, acquired special ghostly energy, and met the upgrade requirements. Begin leveling up. This. Lin Ran stared at the woman in black, utterly baffled. Why would she help him? What was her relationship with his father? Was it a contractual relationship? And what about that black scythe? Why could she enter the black scythe? A flood of questions filled Lin Ran's mind. Only when the system notification appeared Cat's upgrade complete did he snap back to reality. Ghost Cat upgraded to S rank. Special skill Meow Meow Fist upgraded to Meow Meow Fatal Fist.
Awaken skill, ghostly illusion realm. Lin Ran? What the heck is this? Did the cat name its own skills? Lin Ran couldn't quite grasp the cat's abilities. But judging by the looks of it, it should be pretty powerful. There's also another special skill, Ghost Realm Illusion. Judging by the name, it's likely an illusion-type domain skill. Lin Ran recalled the illusion from earlier. Perhaps this was that very skill. If that's the case, it truly is a formidable ability. At the very least, within this illusionary space, the illusion's creator could still perfectly control it and completely block all powers of the spirit summoner who entered the illusion. Even if they couldn't pull someone into the illusion, they could still cause the target to momentarily lose their senses. But to truly understand the skill's effects, he'd have to test it. Turning to the woman in black, he saw her raise her hand. A grand formation rose beneath Lin Ran's feet. "Is this sending me away?" he asked, puzzled. The woman in black nodded. Lin Ran pressed, "What about you? Aren't you coming with me?" The woman in black shook her head. "You want to wait here for my father?" She nodded. "I understand." Lin Ran recalled the cat and prepared for the spatial jump. Though he'd experienced it many times before with Sasa's help, this time still sent a chill down his spine. As space began to warp, the world before Lin Ran's eyes started to shift. Time and space spun. After a long while, he found himself in the midst of a vast, empty mountain range. "Where am I?" Lin Ran was utterly bewildered. That woman in the black dress was completely unreliable. Where the hell did she send me? Just as he was about to open his communicator to pinpoint his coordinates, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Mission, contract unknown specter. Progress increased by 30%, current progress, 50%. Unlocked next mission guidance." Lin Ran was startled. The woman in black had actually transported him directly to the location of the unknown ghost. Otherwise, it would be impossible to instantly boost the mission progress by 30%. She hurriedly opened the system to check the mission guidance. Quest guidance, journey to the depths of the mountains. Deep within the mountains. Lin Ran gazed into the distance. As far as the eye could see, the endless mountain range stretched onward, its ultimate destination unknown. However, since it's guidance from the system, then let's go take a look. He immediately ventured deeper into the darkness. After walking for a short while, a ghostly creature that resembled a monkey yet was not a monkey appeared before him. To his astonishment, the creature had 6 ears. Long Yu. The SS-class monster he had seen before. Lin Ran's heart raced with alarm, and Cat emerged from the ghostly space. For the first time, White Fang Serpent Spear watched Chan Yu warily. Though Meow Meow had now ascended to S rank, she dared not relax even slightly when facing a specter of higher rank. The next moment, a system prompt appeared. Ghost Cat has activated its skill, Ghostly Illusion Realm. Instantly, a black barrier descended. The surrounding space began to shift. Lin Ran was astonished to discover that this Ghost Realm illusion didn't merely transport people into an illusion. Instead, it manifested an entirely separate space within the existing world. What a powerful domain skill! Within this world, Cat seemed like a creator. With a wave of her hand, gale force winds howled around them, and bolts of lightning struck Changyu. In mere moments, Changyu was beaten to a bloody pulp. Lin Ran was utterly shocked. Meow Meow was practically invincible. In agony, Changyu tried to flee, but alas, there was nowhere to run. Within this isolated realm, no matter where he went, Cat could effortlessly appear at his side. As ghostly energy surged along the white-fanged serpent spear, a powerful strike landed squarely on Changyu. With a wet thud, Changyu was pierced clean through. The domain dissipated, and everyone reappeared in their original positions. Lin Ran was too stunned to speak. An S-rank cat? Its combat prowess is absurdly strong. Even an SS-rank monster was utterly helpless against it. Perhaps even an SSS rank would now be a worthy opponent for the cat? Lin Ran pondered this, feeling renewed confidence about venturing deeper into the mountains. Next step, find a way to cure Sha Sha. With Sasa's spatial abilities assisting and Cat's explosive power complementing it. Instantly eliminating ghosts would be as easy as lifting a finger. Meow Meow, let's go. After Cat devoured Changyu's corpse, the two pressed onward. After walking for a long time, night had fallen. The desolate mountain, already devoid of human presence, felt even more airy and terrifying after nightfall. Mau Mau began to howl. Lin Ran felt uneasy. What kind of terrifying presence could make an S-rank cat this wary? Chapter 71, Deep in the Wilderness. The Sealed Specter. As the sky gradually darkened, Lin Ran had no choice but to activate his Death's Eye skill to pierce the darkness and see clearly ahead. The mountain path lay utterly deserted. A profound silence hung in the air, broken only by the rustling of grass in the wind. Neither ghosts nor humans were in sight. Why was this place so desolate? Lin Ran pulled out his communicator to check his current coordinates. To his shock, he discovered he was now outside Conservation Zone 13, nearly 300 kilometers away. This area belonged to the undeveloped zone. Not only that, but where the outer perimeter met the currently explored section of the conservation zone, a natural barrier stood. Ordinary humans could never cross it. Only with flying vehicles could one cross it. Unfortunately, flying vehicles were scarce to begin with. Otherwise, Yanin wouldn't have had to wait so long to send a helicopter to pick him up. Consequently, this area remains undeveloped to this day. Pushing aside his thoughts, Lin Ran pressed onward. Since the woman in black had brought him here, there was likely something he needed within these walls. He chose to trust her. Soon, Lin Ran discovered the presence that had made the cat so alert. It was a demonic creature with a human face, a tiger's body, and a tail that split into 4. Human-faced ghost tiger. Monster tier, SS. Special ability, during berserk state, the monster's level is forcibly increased by 1. Lin Ran was stunned this thing actually had a berserk state. Not only that, but it gains a full level upgrade. Already an SS-tier entity, a single level boost would elevate it directly to SSS. An SSS-tier ghost, no one within the entire 13th conservation zone could stand against it. Even Yanin, a spirit exorcist who commands 2 SS-rank ghosts, would be at a disadvantage against the human-faced ghost tiger. This thought only strengthened his resolve to eliminate this demon. It absolutely must not be allowed to cross this zone and reach Conservation Area 13. Meow meow, prepare your finishing move. To prevent the human-faced ghost tiger from going berserk, Lin Ran had to finish it quickly. Meow meow nodded, gripping the white-fanged serpent spear tightly as ghostly energy swirled around its blade. Immediately after, Lin Ran activated his domain skill. Infinite Barrier Domain, activate. A black curtain descended, purging all ghostly energies from the entire space. Seizing the moment, Cat transformed into a bolt of black lightning, appearing instantly before the human-faced ghost tiger. As the white-fanged serpent spear thrust forward, it pierced straight through the human-faced ghost tiger's skull. Blood gushed forth. Ghostly energy surged wildly. Lin Ran quickly followed suit, activating his ghost energy absorption skill to vie with Cat for the ghost energy. Soon, having absorbed the ghost energy, his strength recovered significantly. Even the hunger gnawing at his body vanished completely. Truly a skill crafted by the system, incredibly useful. With this skill, he didn't even need to eat or drink. What a money saver! After dealing with the human-faced ghost tiger, Lin Ran pressed onward. Along the way, he encountered all manner of terrifying specters and monsters. After walking for a long time, the sky gradually began to lighten. Another day had passed. Lin Ran hadn't rested for days, but thanks to absorbing ghostly energy, his constitution now surpassed that of ordinary people. He felt not a trace of fatigue. The system's immense power left him utterly astonished. Looking up, he saw that the depths of the mountain range still lay a long way ahead. As far as the eye could see, the barren mountains seemed to stretch endlessly. Sasha hadn't awakened yet, otherwise, he could boldly utilize her cat form to help him reach the destination faster. Otherwise, if they rushed forward recklessly, once they arrived, Cat would be too exhausted to fight, and he himself was no match for a high-level ghost. He dared not take that risk. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. After 3 days of continuous trekking through the mountains, Lin Ran finally glimpsed the end of the range. There, towering into the clouds, stood a lofty peak. It seems this is what the system guide referred to as the depths of the mountain range. That towering peak must conceal some extraordinary entity. Perhaps a ghostly spirit, or perhaps a supernatural being capable of locating that unknown specter. In any case, we must go and see for ourselves. It took a full day. Lin Ran finally reached the base of the mountain. To his astonishment, the sheer cliff face approached a 90-degree angle. It was utterly impossible to climb. Not only that, but Meow Meow suddenly dashed forward. It seemed to have discovered something. Lin Ran hurried after it, reaching the base of the mountain where he could almost touch the rock face. He raised his hand and touched it, feeling its shell emanate from the smooth stone surface. Just then, the cat, having spotted something, began to yowl. Meow meow meow. Simultaneously, she extended her fluffy little paw, pointing at the rock wall ahead of Lin Ran. You mean, there's a mechanism here? Lin Ran quickly grasped the possibility. Meow Meow understood and nodded gently. Then, right before his eyes, she walked over to his side. She found a recess in the rock wall and placed one tiny paw inside. The next moment, the earth shook violently. The smooth rock face began sliding apart, revealing a massive mountain gate before Lin Ran's eyes. Just as I thought. There's a secret mechanism. Lin Ran's heart pounded with excitement as he cautiously stepped forward. Entering the gate, he found himself before a structure resembling an altar. A circular stone platform stood at its center, surrounded by stone pillars. 8 pillars stood tall, forming an imposing octagonal structure. From each pillar extended a chain. All converged at the center of the altar. Upon the stone platform, at the very heart of the altar, stood a stone statue. A statue bound by 8 iron chains. As Lin Ran approached to examine it, he realized the statue belonged to a person. Judging by its appearance, it seemed to be a woman. Even closer inspection revealed the face of the stone woman. Lin Ran was puzzled. Why is she trapped here? 8 stone pillars, chains as thick as a man's arm, all just to hold a single statue? Just as he was puzzling over it, Cat appeared beside the statue. Under Lin Ran's astonished gaze, the cat delivered a punch to the statue. Instantly, cracks began to appear on the statue. Crack! 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 The sound of stone shattering echoed continuously. The once intact statue shattered into countless fragments. What was happening? What on earth was happening? Lin Ran hurriedly stepped back. The very instant he left the altar, the statue exploded. Black ghostly energy erupted violently, its immense force nearly sending Lin Ran flying. Had Cat not appeared in time to shield him from the ghostly energy, he would have been violently hurled away. As the dust settled, the true being sealed within the stone statue revealed itself before Lin Ran. It was a woman clad in a long yellow and black gown. Crowned with a phoenix-adorned diadem, her robe trailing to the floor, she knelt bound by iron chains at the altar's center. She lifted her flawless face slightly, her large eyes revealing striking orange irises. A fleeting surprise flashed in her eyes as she looked at Lin Ran. But quickly, she shook her head in disappointment. Lin Ran frowned and asked, "What do you mean? Why do you look at me with such disappointment?" Only then did the woman glance at the iron chains binding her, then back at Lin Ran. Her expression seemed to say, "So what if you're here? You can't break these chains anyway." Lin Ran grew even more puzzled and immediately activated the Death God's Eye to investigate. Who to? Spirit rank, E sealed. Special abilities, none sealed. He examined the chains again. Heaven imprisoning divine sealing chain, special ghost artifact capable of restraining all ghosts below heavenly calamity tier. Chapter 72, Hotu's Gift, Enhancement, Spirit Energy Ghost Realm. Lin Ran was utterly dumbfounded. The seemingly ordinary object could actually confine ghosts below the level of natural disasters. If that's the case, then the ghost before him was likely of Earth Fiend rank. He swallowed hard and asked, "So you're saying I can't save you right now, is that it?" Hotu nodded, her expression unchanged. "But who exactly are you? Why should I save you?" Lin Ran was thoroughly confused. He was certain this was his first encounter with this particular ghost. Why was it so certain he would save her? Hotu lifted her head, a fleeting look of bewilderment flickering through her stunning orange eyes. Then, as if she had suddenly understood something, a hand, tightly bound by iron chains, twitched. The clanking of chains echoed jarringly in the silent space. Lin Ran followed the movement of her hand and saw a ring on her finger that bore a striking resemblance to the Ghost Realm ring. The difference was that this ring was silver-white in color. He asked in confusion, "What are you trying to do? You want to give this to me, right?" Hotu nodded. Lin Ran stepped forward and slipped the ring off her finger. Holding it in his hand, he examined it closely. The patterns on the ring remained distinct, yet they resembled gibberish utterly indecipherable. Fortunately, the system allowed him to discern the ring's properties. Spirit Realm Ring. Special ghostly item, when worn, it unlocks a spirit domain space, enhancing the wearer's power. Usage requirement, must be used in conjunction with the Ghost Realm Ring. Lin Ran was dumbfounded. The ring's properties were almost the exact opposite of his boundless forbidden realm. One suppressed the opponent's ghost energy, while the other boosted one's own combat power. The Ghost Realm Ring, however, opened a separate space. Within that space, it also suppressed enemies to a certain degree. It seemed they were all connected in some way. Handing the ring to Cat, it might know something. With that thought, he tossed the silver-white ring to the cat. The cat snatched it up and swallowed it whole in one gulp. Seeing this, Lin Ran was dumbfounded. "You ate that thing too? Aren't you afraid it'll get stuck in your throat?" Though I've witnessed cats devouring ghosts, that only happens when the ghosts are slain and transformed into ghostly mist. This ring, however, is a ghostly artifact. Could this thing really be consumed? Soon, Lin Ran realized his worries were unnecessary. As the ring entered the cat's body, a notification popped up. Ghost Cat devours special ghostly object, Spirit Domain Ring, acquires skill, Spirit Energy Ghost Domain. Spirit Energy Ghost Domain, a special ghost domain. Upon activation, it creates a ghost domain with a 100-meter radius. Within this domain, the exorcist and their companion ghost spirit gain a 50% boost to all attributes. Can be used alongside other domains. What a powerful effect. Not only does it boost my own stats, but it boosts others too. And it can be combined with other ghost domains. This means when I activate Boundless Forbidden Domain, or when the cat activates Ghost Domain Illusion, the effects become even stronger. It could very well create a situation where 1 + 1 is greater than 1. Lin Ran's heart surged with joy as he looked at Hotu. "Since you've given me something this incredible, I'll definitely find a way to save you." Though he couldn't guarantee this ghost was the unknown entity mentioned in the system prompt, he had accepted its favor. He had to help where he could. "Meow meow, try smashing this stone pillar directly." At the command, Cat roared furiously, unleashing its spiritual energy. A white glow rippled from its body, and soon, Mau Mau's aura began to surge. Growing ever more powerful. Gripping its white-fanged serpent spear, it charged toward the stone pillar. It delivered a full-force strike, smashing viciously into the pillar. A thunderous crash echoed. The powerful shockwave nearly sent Lin Ran flying backward. When the dust settled, the stone pillar and Meow Meow's figure reappeared before his eyes. It still wasn't enough. Even with the ghostly entity's enhancement, Meow Meow's combat power remained insufficient to match a catastrophe-level force. And to break this chain, at least catastrophe-level power was required. What could be done? Just as Lin Ran was deep in thought, he heard Meow Meow's sharp, piercing roar. My oh. Bloodlight surged in its emerald eyes, and its entire body was enveloped in a thick aura of ghostly energy. A terrifying aura radiated from its body. Enraged, the cat had sheathed its white-fanged serpent spear, its furry little fists clenched tight. Moments later, a fist erupted. The fist sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, nearly shattering the very fabric of space. Boom! A deafening roar echoed from the stone pillar. Black ghostly energy exploded violently, sending even Lin Ran, who was far away, flying backward from the sheer force. Shocked, the system popped up a notification. Meow Meow uses skill, Meow Meow's fatal punch. Clearly, this was its ultimate move. Even when it was just Cat Punch, this single strike possessed enough power to injure an SS rank ghost. And its ghost level was still only A. Now, even after advancing to S rank and using an upgraded version of Cat Punch, it still couldn't shatter the stone pillar. It seems only catastrophe-level power could possibly shatter it. Lin Ran sighed helplessly. Looks like I'll have to wait until I upgrade either Cat or Sasa to catastrophe level before I can save you. He addressed this to Ho-Tu. She nodded, then lowered her head, returning to silence. Then let's head back for now, Cat. Lin Ran glanced over at Meow Meow, who was panting heavily from exhaustion after using her ultimate move. Hearing his command, it instantly transformed into a stream of black mist and entered his body. Thank you for granting me such a powerful spirit creature. I'll remember all of this. Once Cat has grown stronger, I'll come back to save you. After bidding farewell, he turned to leave when suddenly, the main task was forgotten. If this ghost before him was the unknown entity, the system should have alerted him long ago. But no notification had appeared even now. Could this mean it wasn't the unknown spirit? He hurriedly asked, "Are you an ownerless ghost?" Ho-Tu shook her head. Clearly, it was not. If it was a spirit with a master, why would it appear here? And who had imprisoned her here? Who is your contract master? Ho-Tu opened her mouth but could not speak. Of course, even if she did speak, Lin Ran wouldn't understand ghost language. Instead, it was the cat who excitedly cried out. Lin Ran had no choice but to rephrase his question. Did your spirit exorcist abandon you? Ho-Tu paused, then shook her head. Something was off. Lin Ran grew increasingly confused. Why would a spirit bound to a master be trapped and killed here? Moreover, it seemed her spirit exorcist hadn't abandoned her. So then, her spirit exorcist must have run into some trouble. Never mind. Let's try a different approach. What's your current ghost rank? Hell grade? Ho-Tu nodded. Just as I thought. Well, that makes things easier. Lin Ran recalled the system's reward. After contracting an unknown ghost, one could obtain a ghost advancement pill. Its purpose was self-evident to aid the spirit's advancement. Therefore, once he contracted that unknown ghost, he could simply hand the ghost advancement pill to Ho-Tu. That way, once it breaks through from Hell tier to Catastrophe tier, it would be fully capable of shattering the chains on its own. But was that truly worth it? If it isn't a benevolent spirit but a malevolent ghost, releasing it would be like setting a tiger free. If Meow Meow breaks through to Catastrophe level, she could still suppress it. But if she were allowed to break through, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 73, Beneath the Abyss, the Depths. After pondering for a long time, Lin Ran decided to voice his thoughts. I have a way to help you break through to Catastrophe level. But first, you have to help me. I'm currently searching for an unknown ghost that can be contracted. Do you know where it is? Ho-Tu blinked, her expression puzzled. She began to scrutinize Lin Ran closely. After scrutinizing him repeatedly, she nodded. So you do know. Where can I find it? Lin Ran was overcome with excitement. As long as she could find that ghost, she'd have a way to help her escape. Even if she used the advancement pill herself, it could elevate either Cat or Sha to SS rank. The benefits were endless. Ho-Tu looked at him and then nodded. What did that nod mean? Just tell me where that ghost is. Lin Ran was dumbfounded. Gritting his teeth, he decided to just go find Ayin. After all, that guy could understand ghost language. Just as he was thinking this, a system prompt appeared. Quest, contract unknown ghost. Progress increased by 30%, current progress, 80%. Unlocked next mission guidance. The mission progress has increased again. It looks promising. We're nearing 100% completion. We'll soon see that unknown ghost. Lin Ran was thrilled and quickly tapped the guide to check. Quest guide, use the ghost chi absorption skill to absorb a certain amount of ghostly energy. Lin Ran? That's it? That's it? It doesn't even say how much ghost energy to absorb. What the heck is going on? Could it be that the system doesn't know either? Or perhaps his own strength was too weak to contract that unknown ghost, leading the system to offer such guidance.
Compared to the former possibility, Lin Ran leaned more toward the latter. An unknown ghost that required such immense sacrifice to barely complete 80% of the mission progress likely surpassed S rank in power. Its combat prowess was likely already stronger than Cat's, he guessed. Strengthening his abilities was indeed the utmost priority. In that case, he'd return first. After all, absorbing ghost energy can be done anywhere. It's been quite some time since we left Childcare Zone 13. It's about time to check on Su Sierra and the others. I wonder how Lu Ling is faring now. With the ghost cage in place, she should be safe. With that thought, he looked at Ho Tu. Thank you for today's gift. I must go now. Once I've gained the strength, I will come back to save you. Ho Tu nodded, her gaze returning to deep contemplation. Soon, a layer of grayish mist enveloped her body. The mist coalesced into solid masses, completely enveloping Ho Tu's once human form and transforming her into a stone statue. Lin Ran took a deep breath and turned to leave. He walked on for a long time. 1 week later, a chasm appeared before Lin Ran. Before him lay an abyss that stretched endlessly downward. Across the chasm stretched a vast plain. Here, he could already make out the small fortified towns dotted across the plain. These were the fortresses of Conservation Zone 13. No historical records in Conservation Zone 1 mentioned this chasm. No one knew when it had appeared. Nor did anyone know its origin. Only this much is known: this natural barrier has existed since time immemorial. Perhaps it could be traced back to the early days of the Terror's resurgence. Lin Ran pondered this as the cat instinctively transformed into an eagle-winged maiden. Then, she carried him directly out into the air. The chasm was vast and wide, but Meow Meow, now elevated to S rank, could sustain her eagle wing form for 10 minutes. That was more than enough time to cross it. Looking down from the abyss, the depths below were pitch black. It resembled a ferocious beast, its gaping maw wide open. Yet beneath the gaze of death, Lin Ran discerned that the pitch-black substance wasn't merely shadowed by sunlight, it was ghostly energy itself. Thick, dense ghostly energy. The kind of ghostly energy only beings of hell level or higher could possess. What on earth lies within? Lin Ran was curious, but he dared not venture down lightly. Without knowing what lurked within, it was best not to venture down lightly. Otherwise, encountering a hell-tier specter would spell certain doom. But then he suddenly slapped his forehead. The mission objective was to absorb ghostly energy, wasn't it? The ghostly energy below was incredibly dense. If he could absorb it for a while down there, it might grant him a significant boost. It was even possible he could complete the mission outright. With that thought, he immediately said to Cat, let's go down. Upon hearing this, Meow Meow responded. Though she was a human girl, her response was still a meow meow. The human and the ghost descended slowly. In moments, they entered the area shrouded in black ghostly energy. The skill activated automatically, initiating ghostly energy absorption. Notifications continuously popped up on the system interface. Absorbed ghostly energy, physical constitution increased by 3%. Absorbing ghostly energy. As Lin Ran descended deeper, the rate of ghostly energy absorption accelerated. 3 minutes later, his physical constitution had surged by a staggering 200%. At this moment, he even felt confident that his physical combat prowess could crush S-rank ghosts. Meow Meow seemed to relish the abundant ghost energy here as well, the black mist surging toward them. Ultimately, it entered their bodies. Lin Ran could also see the system prompt regarding Meow Meow. Ghost Cat has absorbed ghost energy again, gaining plus 10 ghost experience. Ghost Cat has absorbed ghost energy again, gaining plus 20 ghost experience. The deeper they descended, the more experience the cat could gain. As the 10-minute limit approached, Lin Ran urgently urged, "Kitty, hurry up and get out." Only then did the cat suddenly remember, but it was already too late. The transformation time ended, and both human and ghost plummeted wildly. Meow meow meow. The piercing screams echoed throughout the entire valley. Falling from such a height, even if they didn't die, they'd be crippled. And how could they possibly survive? Lin Ran thought to himself as he scooped up the cat and retracted it into the ghost realm. He steeled himself for certain death, clamping his eyes shut. Just then, a cold, smooth little hand grabbed hold of him. The next instant, space twisted and shifted. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a bright world. Before him was a familiar, lovely face. A sweet smile graced the girl's exquisitely beautiful face. Her wide, blood-red eyes held a heartbreaking tenderness. "Sasha. You're finally awake." Lin Ran was overjoyed. After so many days of slumber, Sasha had finally awakened. Just moments ago, if Sasha hadn't appeared in time and used her spatial abilities to carry him away, he would likely have been smashed to pulp by now. Sasha couldn't speak, but she threw her arms around him. She pressed him tightly against her chest, unwilling to let go. Faced with Sasha like this, Lin Ran could only hold her affectionately. A flash of black appeared, and Cat materialized beside them. Meow meow meow. Suddenly, Cat cried out excitedly. She raised her fluffy paw, pointing behind Lin Ran. It was pointing toward the direction of that pitch-black abyss. Turning to look, a massive shadow slowly rose from within.
That's a ghost. That oppressive aura, it must be at least SSS-tier, right? Lin Ran was too stunned to speak. The colossal black specter loomed like a demon, obscuring the sky and swallowing the sun. The entire sky seemed to dim at that very moment. Chapter 74, Hellgrade Ghost. One punch blasts at dozens of meters away. Yuan Han Ghost. Ghost tier, Hellgrade. Special abilities, Devour, Materialize, Possess, Corrode. Lin Ran was utterly dumbfounded. This ghost was actually a Hell tier entity. Its sheer colossal size alone was staggering. Beyond that, its special abilities were also incredibly powerful. Devour. This ability had already been witnessed in the cat's case. Materialization, judging by the name, it must be some sort of ability to transform into objects. Possession likely refers to entering the bodies of spirits, humans, or objects. Corrosion, the power to disintegrate an object from within. Run. Run now. Hell tier spirits are far beyond our ability to handle. Even with Sasa revived in Meow Now's rank, he still had no confidence in defeating this specter. The power of a Hell-grade ghost. He had witnessed it firsthand from Luo Chao back in Protected Zone 7. That heaven-splitting axe strike still burned vividly in his memory. Such overwhelming power, if it struck him, there'd be no way to withstand it. Sasha moved with lightning speed, grabbing Lin Ran with one hand and Cat with the other. She immediately activated her skill, teleporting them away. In the blink of an eye, they materialized hundreds of meters away. They were temporarily safe. Looking back, the colossal Yuan Soul Ghost continued to spread relentlessly toward them. A colossal hand, formed from black ghostly energy, obscured the sky and sun, charging madly toward them. Sasha glanced back once more before activating her skill again, whisking them both away. Boom! The instant they departed, the black palm crashed down. It slammed into the ground with a thunderous roar. Lin Ran, still shaken, grabbed the two ghosts one on each side and sprinted away. Thanks to his enhanced physique, his speed far surpassed that of ordinary people. He could accelerate from 0 to 100 meters in just 5 seconds. Had this been before the horror awakened, he would undoubtedly be Asia's fastest man. As he ran farther and farther, he could already see signs of human presence ahead. It was a grain field. Scattered among the crops, a few people could be seen tending to the fields. Lin Ran waved from afar and shouted, "Run! The monsters are coming!" Hearing his voice, they all turned to look at him. In their eyes, Lin Ran saw confusion. Then, the puzzled expressions vanished, replaced by a look of contemptuous disdain. Whose kid is this? No idea. Trying to fool us with that wolf's coming story from thousands of years ago? Ignore him. Just focus on your own business. Lin Ran felt increasingly bewildered. Turning back, he saw that the black hand had vanished. By now, he had already sprinted beyond the Yuan Han Ghost's attack range. Looks like the Yuan Han Ghost isn't chasing after me. Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief. He set down Shasha and Mau, then sat down on the ground, panting heavily. Shasha gently reached out, wiping the sweat from his face. Her weightless body drifted like a sheet of paper, settling behind Lin Ran and wrapping her arms tightly around him. Feeling the cool, soft warmth against his back, Lin Ran felt as though he were lying on a waterbed. It felt incredibly pleasant. A few humans tending the grain fields nearby watched with envy. That guy's got it made. And that girl can float? She's clearly not human. Holy moly, do young people these days get this wild? Lin Ran paid no mind to the stares, stroking the cat's fluffy little head while savoring the cool relief Shasha provided. Soon, after resting up, he made his way to the grain field area and sought out the person in charge. It was the same Mr. Lee he'd met last time. "It's you!" The manager smiled. "Thanks again for last time. If it weren't for you guys, that kid Newer would have been in real trouble. Are you here for another mission? Or perhaps?" Lin Ran replied somewhat sheepishly, "I'm here to borrow something." The manager didn't even ask questions, just nodded immediately, "Sure thing. What do you need?" "Anything we can provide, you can take, no need to return it." "Well, a vehicle. I need to return to the conservation zone." "No problem. We happen to have someone transporting grain back anyway." "Thanks a lot." Lin Ran hitched a ride and left. The driver was a middle-aged man who didn't look particularly old. The rear cargo area was packed full of grain. Suddenly, the driver glanced sideways and asked, "Hey, young man, didn't I see two little girls get in the car with you earlier? Where did they go?" Lin Ran smiled, knowing exactly what the driver was asking about. Of course, it was Mau and Shasha. Being ghosts, they had naturally returned to their ghostly realm. After all, the car wasn't very spacious, and Meow didn't exactly look presentable. Just imagine it. A creature with a human body, a cat's head, cat paws, and covered in black fur. Who wouldn't be confused seeing that? The driver wasn't a spirit exorcist. While he might have encountered ghosts before, he certainly hadn't gotten this close to one. So to avoid frightening others, he kept the cats hidden away. "Uncle, do you know about ghosts?" The uncle nodded. "Of course I do. How could I not know about ghosts after all these years of the horror revival?" He paused abruptly. Wait a minute. Those two cute girls are ghosts? Lin Ran nodded. Yeah. Is there such an adorable ghost? Then, that dark-skinned girl too?
Lin Ran nodded again. The man swallowed hard, turned to look at Lin Ran, a glimmer of hope in his eyes.
Could I give her a little squeeze? Lin Ran? Boom!
A deafening crash shattered the awkward silence between them. The car jolted violently as if it had collided with something. The driver finally snapped back to reality, realizing he was driving, and slammed on the brakes. The force of inertia nearly sent Lin Ran crashing into the windshield. Once the car came to a halt, a hand steaming with black mist slammed against the window with a sharp slap. It was the aura of a ghost. Lin Ran opened the door and got out. Sure enough, a ghostly figure stood before the car, dark as night, eyes hollow and vacant, teeth bared in a ghastly grin. The object the car had struck moments ago was none other than this very specter. Lin Ran confirmed its level, grade A. Perfect to test the results of absorbing so much ghostly energy. With that thought, he stepped forward. Closing his right fist, he delivered a powerful punch. Watching this unfold, the driver was stunned. He shouted, "Young man, don't be impulsive." The next moment, a dark figure flew backward. Bang! 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 A series of thunderous crashes echoed through the air. The ghostly figure vanished, crashing into a row of trees in the forest. This time, it wasn't just the driver who was stunned. Lin Ran himself was speechless. He knew he was strong. But he had no idea he'd become this powerful. He had crushed an A-class ghost before, but that one had been completely weakened. This one, however, was an A-class ghost at its peak. One punch sent it flying dozens of meters away. Have I really become this strong? Lin Ran murmured to himself. Suddenly, the driver popped his head out. "Young man, get in the car. There are a few ghosts chasing us from behind." Chapter 75, Back to Square One, SSS Steel Wool Plan. He glanced back. Not far away, ghostly figures with black, lacquered-like skin were closing in. Lin Ran glanced at them all. Class B. No need to worry at all. He didn't even bother summoning Cat or the others, simply walking straight toward them. As the approaching human came into view, the horde of ghosts froze in unison. In their hollow, lifeless eyes, a hint of fear began to appear. They were even slowly backing away. They were afraid. Terrified of the human before them. Because this human before them was simply not human at all. The ghostly aura emanating from him far surpassed even that of these B-rank specters. How could a mere human possess such power? This is clearly a higher-level ghost. And a humanoid one at that. With a burst of speed from Lin Ran's feet, he launched forward in an instant. Immediately, a fist packed with immense destructive force slammed out with fury. Boom! The lead ghost creature was sent flying hundreds of meters away. Lin Ran spun and delivered another punch, smashing a specter's skull to pieces. Ghostly energy surged through the air. He activated his skill, absorbing the ghostly energy. Replenishing energy while pounding the ghosts. In moments, every demon was vanquished. The driver watched the scene unfold through his rearview mirror, his face turning grim. Holy moly! Young man, are you human or a ghost? Lin Ran shrugged helplessly and climbed into the car. Let's go, uncle. Ghosts of this level are too weak to warrant such a reaction. The driver was utterly dumbfounded. That was a ghost. A ghost. A creature that eats people. Not a single one could be defeated by humans. Even many exorcists struggle to overcome them. Especially those of B rank or A rank. They could wipe out a whole group of exorcists anywhere. Yet in Lin Ran's eyes, they were no more than ants. A single punch could send them flying 100 meters. Or he'd crush them into pulp with a single punch. Damn impressive. The driver gave a thumbs up before starting the vehicle and continuing onward. Before long, they arrived at the grain silo in the conservation area. Lin Ran got out, pulled out his communicator, and connected to Sue Sierra's channel. I'm back at Conservation Zone 13. Waiting for you at home. On the other end, Sue Sierra's voice was filled with excitement. Captain. Captain, you're finally back. You've been missing for days. We couldn't reach you at all. We thought something terrible had happened to you. That jerkly Sue was about to go looking for you. Thank goodness Sister Lu Ling was here. Only then did Lin Ran recall how tense he'd been all this time. So much so that he'd missed their communication requests multiple times. He hadn't even replied to any messages. He hurriedly apologized. I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. Don't worry. Now that I'm back, this won't happen again. On the other end, Li Su snatched the communicator. Captain, you just wait. I'm going to beat you up when I get back. Click. The call disconnected. Lin Ran couldn't help but chuckle. That Li Su. Looks like it's time to go shopping, otherwise, there'll be nothing left to eat at home. It was time for Sasa's favorite activity, shopping. Shopping mall. S-level Sasa was exceptionally lively at that moment. Before you knew it, she'd teleported to the next section. Then she'd come back clutching a pile of useless stuff. The most eye-watering purchase of all was the 9-dimensional space. Lin Ran's face turned green. Sasha, could we just skip all this useless stuff next time? Sasha blinked her big, watery eyes. Then she nodded, a gleam of wisdom flashing in her eyes. The next moment, the space shifted, and Sasha vanished once more. Lin Ran pushed the shopping cart, already nearly overflowing, his face twitching. He could only pray silently, please don't bring back any more useless stuff. Just as he thought this, moments later, a dark shadow materialized in an instant, and Sasha appeared before him. In her arms, she held a heaping pile of steel wool pads. Lin Ran? Before he could say a word, Sasha dumped the steel wool pads into the shopping cart and vanished again. Moments later, she returned. This time, she held a handful of dog leashes. Are you suggesting I get a dog? Sasha shook her head and pointed to the half-cat girl beside Lin Ran. Lin Ran. Cats are cats, even if you need to leash one, you'd use a cat leash. Wait a minute, what was I thinking? Lin Ran tapped Sasha on the head. What on earth is going on in your head these days? Can't you buy something normal? Sasha looked utterly aggrieved. Pouting, she teleported away. Soon, she returned holding a tall stack of medicine. 5 large characters were printed on the front, Washiang Jingqi water. Well, this really is something proper. Not long after, 1 person and 2 ghosts pushed 6 shopping carts to the checkout counter. It was the same cashier girl from last time. She still looked at them as if they were idiots. But this time, she couldn't help but glance at the cat a few extra times. After all, ghostly creatures in this half-cat form were truly a rare sight. The checkout process took an hour. In the end, the cashier even called over 3 colleagues to help before they finally managed to complete it. By the time it was done, she was drenched in sweat. Sir, that'll be 158,800 in total. Lin Ran winced at the cost, pulled out his communicator, and authorized the payment. In an instant, his savings dwindled to less than 50,000. Looks like I'll have to find a way to make some money. Keeping a spendthrift like Sasha around, she'll drain me dry sooner or later. This girl is a money-guzzling monster. He mused inwardly as he rode the shopping mall's delivery van back to the villa. Su Sierra and the others hadn't arrived yet, they were probably out on a mission and would take a while longer. With time still early, he decided to whip up a meal and show off his culinary skills. He headed to the kitchen and got to work. The cleaver danced in Lin Ran's hands. In no time, an entire pork leg was chopped into uniformly sized bone chunks. Seeing this, the cat swiftly swiped with both paws and devoured half of it. Lin Ran was stunned. Aren't you supposed to avoid meat? Don't you only eat ghosts? The cat blinked its eyes, meow. Evening. Su Sierra and the others finally arrived. Under their persistent questioning, Lin Ran could only recount everything that had happened during their journey while eating. When he reached the part about Fengdu City, he paused, his gaze fixed intently on Su Sierra. In Fengdu City, I saw the Su family from 10 years ago. At these words, the chopsticks clenched between Su Sierra's lips fell from her mouth. I don't know if you recognize him, but his name is Su Qianjun. Lin Ran recalled that among the records he had reviewed, only this man bore the surname Su. Therefore, the spirit summoner of that multicolored phoenix bird was most likely also named Su Qianjun. Just as he had expected. Su Sierra trembled upon hearing the news. After a moment, she finally asked, my father, how is he? Lin Ran was stunned. Su Qianjun was Su Sierra's father. Though it wasn't hard to guess, hearing it confirmed still sent a jolt of shock through him. After a moment's thought, Lin Ran shook his head. He's probably dead. 10 years ago, he was stabbed through the heart. In the end, it was the multicolored phoenix that took him away. Since then, there's been no trace of him whatsoever. I have no idea what his current situation is. Chapter 76, Twin Ghost Spirits. Merged Demons. Hearing the news Lin Ran brought back, Su Sierra felt as if struck by lightning. Her entire body went numb. Father. Her eyes reddened, tears glistening in their corners. Lin Ran hurriedly reassured her, don't worry. Uncle Su is a catastrophe-level being. He'll be fine. He still remembered clearly that in the final moments, Su Qianjun had indeed ascended to catastrophe level. That black giant bird was none other than the 7-colored phoenix. Therefore, by that logic, he too was a catastrophe-level being. Su Sierra paused, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at Lin Ran. Catastrophe level? Yes. Lin Ran told himself, I'm telling the truth. I'm not lying to her. Therefore, his gaze was unwaveringly firm. Not a trace of falsehood could be detected. Su Sierra was utterly stunned. She had believed her father was dead, yet never imagined he would ultimately become a catastrophe-level spirit exorcist. Though his whereabouts were unknown, an entity of this caliber would never perish easily. Few ghosts or demons could stand against him. Right, Lu Ling suggested, perhaps we could find a way to search for him. Lu Ling suggested. Li Su quickly nodded in agreement, exactly. We should try searching for him. Sierra, did Uncle Su leave any clues when he departed? Su Sierra immediately fell deep in thought. Her father had been missing for years. Even if he had left clues, she should have discovered them long ago. Yet all these years passed without a single word. Nor had she made any significant discoveries. Where should she even begin looking for clues? Lost in thought, Lin Ran suddenly asked. When Uncle Su left, he was taken away by the rainbow phoenix bird.
Doesn't that mean we can speculate where the rainbow phoenix might go? At this thought, Su Xier gasped in surprise. Right. Why didn't I think of that? The rainbow phoenix bird is our Su family's ancestral spirit. Both father and grandfather possessed this spirit.
Therefore, there can only be one place the rainbow phoenix bird would go, our family's ancestral homeland.
Over the years, Su Xier had indeed returned. But her last visit had been 3 years ago.
At that time, she had just awakened her companion spirit and was still very weak. Even if something was there, she wouldn't have been able to detect it. Then let's go back one more time while we still can. Soon, the four of them finished dinner and retired to their respective rooms. Fortunately, the villa had plenty of rooms, even 4 people could stay comfortably.
Late at night,
Lin Ran lay on the large bed and picked up his communicator. He found the private channel Luo Qiao had left him earlier and dialed directly.
Hey, Xiao Ran. How's it going? Did your trip to Fengdu go smoothly? Did you manage to find what you were looking for?
Luo Qiao's voice sounded pleasantly surprised on the other end.
Lin Ran sounded disappointed. Not yet. But I have many questions I wish to ask Uncle Luo Qiao.
These questions had been weighing heavily on his mind for quite some time. Whether it was the woman in the black dress or Ho Tu, imprisoned deep within the mountains surrounding the 13th conservation zone, or the information concerning Su Qianjun. All of it haunted him like a nightmare, consuming his thoughts. Luo Qiao paused before replying. Ask away.
Whatever I know, I'll tell you. First question, do you know what the black-clad woman, Yimei, truly is?
Lin Ran surmised in his heart that she was likely his father's contracted spirit.
Most likely a companion spirit. Sure enough, Luo Qiao's voice carried a hint of surprise. You don't know about Yimei?
She's your father's companion spirit.
However, it wasn't the original companion spirit, it's a fused spirit. A twin spirit.
Lin Ran was stunned. His father was born with 2 companion ghost spirits.
This was an unprecedented occurrence in human history.
Luo Qiao continued, indeed. Moreover, they are exceptionally rare. Both companion ghost spirits have a compatibility exceeding 95%, making them incredibly formidable.
The first spirit, named Nightblade, is a materialized spirit capable of transforming into a black scythe.
Its combat prowess is formidable. Born at E rank, it broke through to S rank in a remarkably short time.
Even at E rank, it could effortlessly slay C rank ghosts. Lin Ran sucked in a sharp breath.
He knew his father was powerful, but he never imagined he could be this formidable.
Turns out he was a second-generation powerhouse.
The second ghost spirit, named Rose, is a humanoid specter. Born with an innate A rank power, it possesses the ability to effortlessly slay S rank entities. In the end, for reasons unknown, the two fused into one entity known as Night Rose.
Its combat prowess was so formidable that an S rank could effortlessly slay an SSS rank.
Eventually, it broke through to Hell rank, its power reaching truly staggering levels.
Lin Ran now realized his father's legendary life was even more extraordinary than he'd imagined. After finishing his story, Luo Qiao asked, "Why did you suddenly bring this up?"
"Nothing. I saw Yimei in Fengdu."
Silence fell on the other end. After a long pause. "She, how could it be?"
Luo Qiao's voice was hoarse.
Lin Ran pressed on, "Uncle Qiao, do you know about the Earth Goddess?" "Ha? You mean that companion ghost spirit of your mother's?" Luo Qiao paused before continuing. Hutu is incredibly powerful.
Her abilities are utterly bizarre. Though rated as Hell tier, her combat strength easily rivals that of a Cataclysm tier entity. Most astonishingly, her compatibility with your mother is a staggering 99%. Moreover, from the very beginning, even at E rank, she possessed independent thinking abilities unseen in other spirits.
In human understanding, innate ghost spirits always follow the commands of their exorcists.
Only the most powerful entities possess such autonomy.
Yet Hotu possessed independent thought from her very start at E rank. She was no ordinary being.
Lin Ran's heart clenched painfully. Only now did he realize that Hotu, the ghost imprisoned there, was actually the companion spirit of his own mother.
What had transpired after that battle?
Both Yimei and Hotu had been separated from their parents.
What trials would they endure without their ghostly parents?
It seemed imperative to free Hotu from her confinement as soon as possible. Otherwise, in this world teeming with ghosts, being without ghostly parents would be extremely dangerous. I must find the demon quickly and deliver the system's demon advancement pill to Hotu.
One last question. How much does Uncle Qiao know about Su Qianjun and this family?
Luo Qiao pondered for a moment, as if searching his memories for information about this family. Soon, he replied, very little. I only know he was once part of the Night Parade of 100 Ghosts project.
Back then, his ghost spirit rank was SSS-class, making him extremely powerful.
Though he never made it onto the heavenly rankings, his strength was on par with mine at the time. Beyond that, the Su family, I recall they originated from a very underdeveloped conservation zone, either Zone 17 or 18. Later, due to various circumstances, they relocated from Zone 18 to Zone 13, the very area where your family resides.
Why bring this up all of a sudden?
Luo Qiao was puzzled.
He couldn't fathom what connection the Su family had to Lin Ran. I need detailed information about the Su family. Can you get it for me, Uncle Chiao?
Lin Ran didn't answer his question, instead stating her request directly. He didn't want to trouble others too much regarding his team members' affairs. Luo Chao immediately agreed. I'll send you the Su family's information shortly.
Keep an eye out for it.
Soon, a file popped up on his communicator.
Chapter 77, The Ghost Tide Returns. The Conservation Zone Falls. He opened it to review. The file contained detailed records about the Su family. The Su family.
Originating from an obscure family in Conservation Zone 18, the Su lineage produced an S-class spirit exorcist 80 years ago. During his travels, he entered Conservation Zone 13, where he encountered his wife of humble beginnings and subsequently settled there.
First-generation S-class exorcist of the Su family, Su Shangtian.
Companion spirit, S-class spirit 7-colored phoenix bird, possessing formidable combat prowess and the ability to control flames. Cause of death, fallen in battle during a ghost tide 50 years ago.
Second-generation S-class exorcist of the Su family, Su Qianjun.
Companion ghost spirit, SSS-class ghost spirit, the 7-colored phoenix bird. An inherited spirit with innate compatibility reaching 96%. Cause of death, perished in the night parade of 100 ghosts. Operation details pending investigation.
Lin Ran quickly organized the information.
So the ancestral land was in Conservation Zone 18. No wonder Su Xier had only returned once in all these years. It seemed the time had indeed come to pay a visit.
Early the next morning,
the group of 4 drove toward Conservation Zone 18. The 2 locations were separated by over 3,000 kilometers, requiring them to traverse Conservation Zones 15 and 17 along the way.
The journey was exceptionally long.
Fortunately, with 4 people taking turns driving, they could reach their destination in 2 days at most. Just as the car faded into the distance, a piercing alarm suddenly echoed through the federal building in Conservation Zone 13. At the same moment, Bai Yanan, still driving back, saw a red alert flash on her communicator. Her eyes widened as she cursed, "Damn it! Why now of all times?" A red alert, the highest alert level in the Conservation Zone, could only mean one thing: a ghost tide. And she hadn't even made it back to the Conservation Zone yet. If a ghost tide struck now, with only one SS-grade exorcist left in Conservation Zone 13, it would be difficult to handle. Dropping the communicator, Bai Ran slammed her foot on the accelerator and sped off.
Meanwhile,
within Conservation Zone 13, the alarm sound gradually spread outward.
Soon, an announcement spread through everyone's communicators. Attention! Attention!
Zone 13 has detected an approaching ghost tide. All exorcists, prepare for action. Not even Lin Ran and his companions were spared. The message popped up on their communicators.
How is this possible? We didn't see any ghost tide when we left.
Li Su was baffled. They had already left the Conservation Zone's perimeter. Along the way, aside from a few scattered ghosts, they hadn't seen enough ghosts to form a swarm.
Either the ghosts fell from the sky, or they began forming an encirclement after we left.
Images transmitted through the communicator revealed that Conservation Zone 13 was now completely encircled by red markers. Those red markers were the ghosts themselves. A ghost horde of this magnitude was likely beyond the capabilities of the exorcists in Conservation Zone 13.
Lin Ran immediately hopped onto Bai Yanan's channel. "Are you at Conservation Zone 13 right now?" On the other end, Bai Yanan's voice was urgent. "No."
The roar of car engines could even be heard through the communicator.
There was no choice. With Bai Yanan gone too, he had to return to defend the area immediately.
Otherwise, after visiting Conservation Zone 18, she might return to find her home gone. The thought struck Lin Ran, and he immediately ordered Su Xier, who was driving, "Turn around. We're heading back first." Compared to the lives of hundreds of thousands, even millions of humans across the entire Conservation Zone, the Su family's affairs seemed trivial.
Su Xier understood this too.
With a sharp drift, she spun the car around. The car began heading toward Conservation Zone 13. By now, they were already quite far from the reserve. Having departed early, they had driven for nearly 6 hours. Breaking news: S-class monsters have appeared on all sides of the Conservation Zone.
Shocking. An SS-class monster has appeared at Fortress West 01.
Battle report: Fortress West 01 has fallen. Battle report: East 01 Fortress is under attack by 13 S-rank monsters. The fortress is about to fall. All the way there, Lin Ran kept scrolling through the Conservation Zone forum, his heart racing as he read the updates. "I hope they can hold out. This ghost tide feels unusually intense.
S-rank monsters are everywhere. Even SS-rank monsters have appeared.
Latest battle report: SS-rank ghosts spotted at the southern fortress." Gritting his teeth, Lin Ran stared at the freshly updated intelligence. If only he had the strength, he'd be begging Sasa to teleport him back right now.
Damn it! There's only one SS-rank exorcist in the entire Conservation Zone. Now 2 SS-rank ghosts have appeared at once. We're done for. Xier, can you speed things up?
Su Xier was equally anxious. "We're already moving as fast as we can, Captain." Lu Ling bit her lip.
Lin Ran, don't panic. Trust the exorcists in the conservation zone, they'll hold out until we return. 4 hours later. Lin Ran and his group could now see ghosts and monsters covering the mountains and valleys ahead. They had now entered the territory of Conservation Zone 13. Along the way, they witnessed the complete collapse of the fortress. And it had only been 4 short hours. Just how powerful was this ghost tide? Lin Ran could scarcely fathom it. The ghosts had now gathered along the walls of the conservation zone. All 4 directions east, west, north, and south were swarming with them. Should these walls, protected by special enchantments, fall, the ghosts would surge unimpeded into the heart of the conservation zone. That would be the true catastrophe. Sasha, meow meow, prepare for battle. Lin Ran climbed onto the vehicle's roof and summoned the monsters. Mao Mao immediately drew the white-fanged serpent spear, baring its fangs as it surveyed the hordes of ghosts swarming the sanctuary walls like ants. She even licked her lips excitedly, as if surveying a herd of prey waiting to be hunted. Sasha moved with blinding speed, dashing out in an instant. She swiftly positioned herself behind the horde of ghosts, hovering in midair as she formed seals with both hands. Powerful ghostly energy surged around her. The crimson hexagram array manifested once more. The astonishing energy fluctuations instantly drew the attention of countless ghosts and humans alike. Upon the city walls, the exorcists turned deathly pale, as if they had seen the Grim Reaper himself. That power. We're done for. This power belongs to at least an SSS rank specter. We're done for. Despair. Wails of grief. Fear. The crowd's negative emotions now transformed into black mist, drifting slowly into the distance. Until a crimson light descended from the heavens, striking the horde of monsters like a missile. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of ghosts perished. Though the highest ranked among them was merely a grade. The sheer volume of ghost experience and points left Lin Ran utterly stunned. With a single strike, Sasha gained 3,000 monster experience points and a staggering 197 points. Witnessing this, the exorcists all froze in place. They stared in astonishment at Sasa, the lace-trimmed skirted girl suspended mid-air. She is one of us? What a formidable ghost! Which spirit exorcist is she? At that very moment, a white light sliced through the sky, forming an arc as it descended. Boom! The deafening roar shook heaven and earth, scattering countless ghosts and monsters in all directions. Once again, hundreds of ghosts vanished into thin air. The cat wielding the white-fanged serpent spear landed steadily on the ground. A vacuum had formed around it. Not a single demon survived. Chapter 78, The Legend Returns, Turning the Tide. With the appearance of these 2 demons, the defenders of the conservation zone were utterly stunned. Where on earth did these 2 ghosts come from? That Catwoman is like a nuclear bomb, wherever she lands, death follows. Even more terrifying, she's devouring the monsters. As Cat opened its massive jaws, black mist instantly enveloped countless demons, devouring them whole. At that moment, Lin Ran and his group arrived. Standing atop the vehicle, he addressed those inside, "I'll clear the path. You go in first." Sierra slowed down upon hearing this, and Lin Ran steadied himself on the roof. Channeling the abundant ghost energy within him, a powerful force surged through his fist. As he unleashed a punch, the massive black shadow charged forward like a demon god incarnate. Countless ghosts and monsters were sent flying along its path. Phantom Demon Strike. The punch unleashed after activating the skill possessed a force far exceeding human capabilities. Even most ghosts and monsters couldn't match it. This single punch not only sent shivers down the spines of the surrounding demons but also left the 3 people inside the vehicle utterly speechless. When did the captain become this strong? Is he even human anymore? What exactly did Lin Ran go through? With a single punch, he cleaved a path through the ghostly tide. Though they hadn't yet entered the inner sanctum, they were now within striking distance. Lin Ran continued to channel ghostly energy, the black mist coalescing in his hands into a tangible form, a massive blade. Come forth, Blade of Judgment. The blade descended, its overwhelming force nearly obliterating everything in its path. Countless ghosts and monsters were reduced to dust and obliterated. Countless strands of ghostly energy were spontaneously drawn into Lin Ran's body. Sierra immediately accelerated, charging forward in an instant. Arriving beneath the city walls, Sasha teleported instantly to his side. At Lin Ran's signal, Sasha teleported the 3 of them atop the city wall. The exorcists on the ramparts were utterly shocked to see the ghosts and the trio of Lu Ling suddenly appear beside them. You! Before they could react, Sasha vanished again, moving to confront an approaching S-rank ghost. Within 3 exchanges, the S-rank specter was vanquished by Sasa. Ghost experience and points steadily increased, while Lin Ran continuously absorbed ghost energy, growing stronger with each battle. Just as the tide of battle began to turn in humanity's favor, 2 SS-class ghosts materialized nearby. Lin Ran immediately shouted, "Sasha, meow." Hearing the command, the 2 rushed toward the SS-class specters. They're both S-rank. Dealing with SS rank shouldn't be too difficult. Though certain they possess the capability to handle SS rank ghosts, Lin Ran still found himself in a predicament. With them gone, the pressure of the S rank ghosts would fall entirely on him.
Although nearly 10 S-rank exorcists were stationed on the city walls, the number of S-rank ghosts here was steadily increasing, now exceeding 20.
With his current strength, could he truly handle all these S-rank ghosts?
There was no time for further thought. A sharp, massive hand belonging to an S-rank specter was about to smash down on an S-rank ghost spirit. The next instant, Lin Ran arrived, unleashing his skill, Phantom Demon Strike.
A fist erupted, and the dark shadow reappeared. Boom!
The deafening roar echoed as the S-rank specter was sent flying backward, the point of impact on its body exploding outward. Behind them, the exorcists on the city wall stared in stunned silence.
Is that youth also a ghost spirit?
He killed an S-rank specter with a single punch.
If he's human, then I must be dreaming. Snap out of it.
He's human and a famous figure from our conservation district long ago.
Lin Ran. It's Lin Ran. Holy crap.
The legendary Super Saiyan who can defeat B-rank ghosts with his bare hands.
Who knew the rumors were understated? S-rank ghosts can't even touch him, okay?
Lin Ran himself was stunned.
He had actually destroyed an S-rank monster. With just one punch. I'm so strong. Well then, let the slaughter begin.
Lin Ran's feet churned like the wind as he shot forward like an arrow released from its string. In an instant, he appeared before an S-rank specter.
Skill, Judgment Blade. Slash. The specter was cleaved in two. Continue.
After an hour of fierce combat, the demon tide in their sector had been suppressed. Lin Ran sat on the ground, gasping for breath. His ghost chi absorption skill continuously drew in the ghostly energy, restoring his stamina.
Sasha and Mao Mao lived up to expectations, defeating the SS rank ghost and returning safely.
The three leaned against each other, utterly exhausted. A middle-aged man with a scarred face approached, tossing 3 energy drinks their way.
Lin Ran, thank you all.
Though recognized, Lin Ran felt no surprise. His name had already spread throughout the conservation zone. He took the drinks, popped the tops, and downed them in one gulp.
Sasha stared at the drink curiously, then twisted the top off. The metal can warped, and orange liquid exploded out, splattering all over her white dress.
Instantly, her stunning face contorted with fury. This was the dress she had just changed into. Her previous dress had been stained with monster blood during battle. She'd finally gotten a new one, only to have it ruined before she could even show it off. This infuriated her no end. Lin Ran hurried to soothe her, gently stroking her head.
Don't be upset, don't be upset. We'll just get another one. Once we deal with this ghost tide, I'll take you to buy 20 more. Sasha's blood-red eyes lit up with joy as she nodded excitedly. Boom!
Following the sound, they saw Cat puffing out her cheeks. The tin can had vanished from her hands. Clearly, she'd swallowed the entire can whole.
Lin Ran's face darkened. The scar-faced spirit exorcist was utterly dumbfounded.
This. Just then, Lu Ling approached and announced, breaking news: SS-level ghosts have appeared in both the east and north. 4 in the east, 3 in the west, and it seems 3 in the north as well. Lin Ran's face drained of color.
This was unacceptable. Damn it!
Even with Meow Meow and Sha Sha splitting up, 10 SS-class ghosts were beyond his ability to handle.
Where is the head of the conservation area?
Lin Ran asked, frowning.
He was already stretched too thin. Unless he could handle SS-rank ghosts himself.
But even then, Sha Sha and Mao Mao facing such overwhelming odds alone was still extremely dangerous. He had to rally other available forces. Lu Ling replied, he's in the west, but his situation is dire. His spirit has been injured. Lin Ran gritted his teeth.
Damn it! Are there no other forces left in the city? Were they truly about to be breached?
Just then, Bai Yanan's voice came through the communicator. I've returned to Conservation Zone 13.
Where are you? I'm in the Conservation Zone too. Good. I'm in the west. Head north as quickly as possible. 5 SS rank ghosts have been confirmed there. Lin Ran nodded, frowning as he asked, what about the east? Ain is already on his way. Don't worry, he can handle it.
The communicator then crackled with the sweet laughter of the silver dragon's daughter.
Hee, did you miss me, Xiao Ranzi?
Lin Ran's face turned green. With all the good qualities Uncle Xiao has, you had to go and copy his obnoxiousness.
Ha 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 ha.
Amidst the laughter, Lin Ran was already racing northward. With Sasa and Cat taking turns to assist him, he soon reached the northern region. Here, the city walls had been breached, and countless ghosts and monsters were surging into the protected zone.
Chapter 79, Boundless Forbidden Realm, Exterminating SS-rank Demons. Demons were everywhere. Like a flood bursting its banks. Countless spirit exorcists let out piercing screams as they clashed with the demonic tide.
Lin Ran witnessed an S-rank long-tongued demon wrapping its tongue around a spirit exorcist. Then, with a swift retraction, the tongue bit clean off the exorcist's head. Blood gushed everywhere.
Lin Ran's heart sank.
He shouted, Sasha.
Cat. Attack. Both ghosts shot forward like bolts of lightning, plunging instantly into the swarm of ghosts.
Lin Ran dared not hesitate, charging forward with ghostly energy surging from his body as powerful skills erupted one after another.
Battle.
With his arrival, the horde of ghosts retreated.
After half an hour of fierce combat, the SS rank ghosts were nearly wiped out. Now, only a few S rank and some A rank ghosts remained. Lin Ran glanced behind him. 4 S rank exorcists remained. Leave them to you. I'll handle those 5 SS rank ghosts. The 4 stared at him, inwardly marveling at his formidable power, yet unable to suppress their concern. Be careful. There are 5 SS rank ghosts. Even with your strength, it'll be tough. Don't push yourself too hard. If you feel overwhelmed, retreat immediately. We'll risk our lives to ensure you escape safely. You are the hope of our conservation zone, the hope of humanity. You absolutely cannot come to harm. Seeing the sincerity in their eyes, Lin Ran felt a warm surge in his heart. He nodded firmly. Don't worry, I can handle it. 5 SS rank ghosts? He'd even slain an SSS rank 1 before. Why would he fear these mere SS rank pests? Lin Ran took a deep breath and turned to the 2 ghosts. Meow meow, sha sha, let's go. With a flash, the 2 ghosts shot forward like lightning. Boom! Boom! 2 successive explosions pinned 1 monster each. 3 remained. Lin Ran showed no fear as he shouted, "Cat cat, activate the domain." In an instant, the spirit energy ghost domain activated. He felt a surge of immense power coursing through his body, filling him with strength. The other spirit exorcists also felt a surge of comfort as their contracted ghost spirits' combat power skyrocketed. Instantly, the battle turned one-sided. But soon, Lin Ran noticed that the spirit energy ghost domain had a time limit. The system alerted him, Ghost Cat has activated the spirit energy ghost domain. All exorcists and allied ghost spirits within the domain receive a 50% boost to all attributes. Effect duration, 5 minutes. Only a mere 5 minutes. Insufficient, yet sufficient. 5 minutes. More than enough to deal with a few S rank ghosts. Next up, the SS rank ghosts. Lin Ran glanced at Meow Meow, who had gained the upper hand but was soon pinned down by the remaining 2 ghosts. The last SS rank specter headed towards Sasa, delaying her. Their methodical combat style filled Lin Ran with dread. When did ghosts become so intelligent? Long ago, these creatures possessed no such intelligence. They used to fight mindlessly, devouring humans. But now, their tactics had completely changed. Whether in hordes or alone, they now hunt humans with elaborate traps. Remember that ghost that transformed into a human girl earlier? If I hadn't possessed the skill to absorb ghost energy, things would have turned out terribly. Lin Ran dared not dwell on the thought. No one knew what form the final ghosts might evolve into. He could only act swiftly, closing the distance to stand beside Sasa in a single stride. He nodded, signaling her to activate her domain. In the next instant, powerful spatial energy erupted. Ghost domain activated. The confinement domain activated, momentarily disorienting the 2 SS rank ghosts. Simultaneously, the spatial forces within the domain began to coil around the 2 ghosts, barely delaying their movements. Seizing the moment, Lin Ran activated his domain, Infinite Confinement. Overwhelming power unfolded, a black curtain descended, and the 2 ghosts' power instantly dissipated. Sasha, now! At the command, Sasa moved with blinding speed, her fingertips dancing as she rapidly formed seals. As potent ghostly energy surged, 2 beams of crimson light shot forth from the light array behind her. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the 2 powerless ghosts were obliterated into dust. Instant kill. The next instant, the black curtain vanished. Lin Ran felt all her strength drained, forcing her to frantically absorb the surrounding ghostly energy. Seeing this, Shasha hurried over to assist Nekomata. A 2 against 3 situation emerged. The cat monster was relieved, its combat power greatly enhanced. After regaining some stamina, Lin Ran wasted no time. He leapt forward, solidifying ghostly energy into a tangible form. Channeling all his current power into a single strike, he slammed it into an SS rank ghost. Boom! A deafening roar echoed. A terrifying wound appeared on the demon's back. Seeing this, Cat swiftly delivered the finishing blow. The white-fanged serpent spear traced a milky white arc of light, crashing down upon the specter. In an instant, another SS rank monster met its end. Only 2 remained. Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief. Now he could confidently leave the rest to them. As expected, the SS rank monsters were no match for the formidable combat prowess of Cat and Sasa. Not long after, 2 loud explosions echoed, and the system notifications kept popping up. Ghost Cat slays SS rank Ghost Wraith. Ghost EXP plus 500, system points plus 100. Ghost Demon Yama Sarah defeated SS rank Ghost Demon Wrathful Spirit. Ghost Demon EXP plus 500, system points plus 100. Ghost Cat U has met the level up requirements. Level up quest unlocked. Yama Shero has met level up requirements. Level up quest available. Lin Ran was startled. Both had simultaneously met their level up requirements, leaving him in a quandary. Finding upgrade items for 2 ghosts at once? This quest was no ordinary challenge. As he rose from the ground, 2 beams of light descended from the distance. One was Aine, the Silver Dragon's daughter. Possessing combat power rivaling an SSS rank monster, she had unsurprisingly succeeded in eliminating the Eastern S rank monster. The owner of the other white light was none other than the SS rank ghost by Chiyo. A figure descended upon by Chiyo. None other than by Yanin. With 2 SS-class ghosts under her command, dealing with a few SS-class ghosts in the west wouldn't be much of a problem. Besides, there were plenty of exorcists assisting over there. How about it? Bai Yanin inquired, "Are you hurt?" Lin Ran shook his head with a smile. "I'm fine. We've successfully held the line against this ghost tide." Just then, an unexpected change occurred. In the distance, the sky darkened with thick, ominous clouds. A thick ghostly aura seemed to be drawing closer. What an overwhelming sense of pressure. This pressure must be at least SSS-tier, right? All the spirit summoners were momentarily stunned. The eerie aura in the sky grew so dense it obscured the sun and sky. It felt as though a vast ghostly realm had descended, enveloping the entire conservation area. This is... Lin Ran felt increasingly familiar with this ghostly aura. It felt like he had encountered it somewhere before. Then he recalled its origin from the north. Then, there was only one possibility. A hell-level specter from the depths of the abyss. The Yuanhan ghost. As expected, the dark cloud before him slowly descended, transforming into a colossal black shadow over 100 meters tall. Scanning it with the death god's eye, the specter's information appeared before my eyes. Primordial Soul Demon. Demon Tier, Hell Tier. Chapter 80, Hell Tier Encounter Again, Fierce Battle. Lin Ran clenched his fists tightly. How could this Hell Tier ghost appear here? And it had brought so many other ghosts with it, forming a ghost tide. Could it be solely because he had stolen its ghostly energy? That tiny bit of ghost energy should be nothing to a Hell Tier specter. There must be something else? What could it be? Lin Ran racked his brain but found no answers. With no choice, he set it aside for now and turned to the others, shouting, "All spirit exorcists, retreat! Run as far as you can! This is a hell-level specter." At these words, countless exorcists present trembled inwardly, fear welling up within them. They struggled to handle even SS-level ghosts, let alone entities surpassing that tier. A hell-level specter could obliterate the small 13th childcare zone with a mere flick of its wrist. Bai Yanin also felt uneasy and immediately shouted, "Bai Chiyo, Ing, prepare for battle." A Yin's expression grew grave as he stared at the hell-level specter, his brow furrowing deeply. "Xiaoran, what's going on? Nothing good ever happens when I'm with you." Their first encounter in Conservation Zone 14 had already thrown them into a battle with SSS-tier ghosts like Sorrow, whose power was absurdly overwhelming. Then, during our second encounter on the way to Conservation Zone 5. At that time, Lin Ran was being hunted down by a hell-level ghost, with countless others trailing behind. And every single one was at least A rank. And now, this latest encounter. Another hell-grade monster. What made this even more dire was that Conservation Zone 13 had absolutely no external support. These demons were far too fast. Even if nearby conservation zones wanted to send reinforcements, they simply couldn't arrive in time. And even if they did, given the overall strength of the areas surrounding Zone 13, taking on a single Hell Tier monster was practically a pipe dream. Hell Tier. Not a single being capable of matching it could be found in the 3 or 5 nearby conservation zones. The strongest entity left would likely be an SSS-tier exorcist. Lin Ran admitted he felt frustrated too. He too wanted to know why this ghost had suddenly appeared here. He recalled that earlier, it hadn't left the abyss to pursue its prey. He'd assumed it was trapped and sealed within the abyss forever, yet now it had actually materialized inside the conservation zone. How could one possibly deal with a specter of this caliber? Lin Ran felt utterly unprepared. He steeled himself, enough talk. Prepare for battle. Meow meow, activate the ghost domain. As Mao Mao's ghost realm unfolded, a power 100-fold stronger erupted from the Yuanhan ghost. This ghostly energy instantly formed a vast ghost realm, its domain so immense it nearly engulfed the entire northern section of Childcare Zone 13. Unable to withstand it, Mao Mao's ghost realm dissipated completely. It truly wasn't something an ordinary ghost realm could handle. Even Meow Meow's enhanced ghost realm proved ineffective. This was truly dangerous. Sasha, try deploying your ghost realm to disrupt it. Sasha shook her head. Clearly, she couldn't deploy it. Under the suppression of the enemy's ghost realm, breaking through required power surpassing their own. A ghost realm of Hell Tier ghosts could only be breached by another Hell Tier ghost at minimum. Of course, a unique entity like Cat might manage it at SSS tier. But how could that possibly be enough? Lin Ran gritted his teeth, forced to charge headlong. In the next instant, Meow Meow transformed into a black lightning bolt and charged forward. The milky white-fanged serpent spear erupted with unprecedented power in her grasp. In an instant, the spear's tip pierced the Yuan soul ghost. Yet the very next moment, Meow Meow was hurled back by the Yuanhan ghost's force. Her petite frame was no match for such a colossal blow. She flew through the air in a parabolic arc, blood streaming freely. Lin Ran reacted swiftly, catching Meow Meow just in time. Meanwhile, Sasha had already appeared behind the Yuanhan ghost's towering form. Her hands formed seals, channeling a devastating strike that slammed into the Yuanhan ghost.
With a thunderous crash, the Yuanhan ghost staggered forward a step, barely maintaining its footing.
Turning to look, Sasa's speed was blinding. She vanished instantly, reappearing at the next attack position. Enraged, the Yuanhan ghost showed no mercy, slamming both arms downward. A terrifying force rippled out. Fortunately, Sasa reacted swiftly, teleporting away from the battlefield. Boom! The deafening roar shook the heavens, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Sand and stones flew through the air, ghostly energy thickening the sky. All the contract spirits surrounding the Yuanhan ghost were flung backward, knocked away by the immense force. Even the position where Lin Ran and the others stood was not spared. Had he not activated his shape-shifting skill at the last moment to teleport away, he too would have been caught in the blast. But on the other side, Ain and Lin Ran weren't so fortunate. They crashed heavily to the ground. Yanan, in particular, coughed up blood from the immense impact. She nearly lost consciousness. Lin Ran gritted his teeth. He couldn't hold back any longer. He charged forward, unleashing his domain. Infinite barrier. Sasha, meow. Hearing this, Shasha gathered energy from afar and unleashed a devastating strike. Seeing this, Cat scrambled up from behind the ruins and leapt several times to land atop Yuanhan Ghost's head. The white-fanged serpent spear was now sheathed, her furry paws clenched into fists. She unleashed her ultimate technique without hesitation, Cat's fatal punch. Boom! Black smoke erupted around the Yuanhan Ghost as the combined might of both demons struck it. Even a hell-tier specter bore the wounds of this assault. Seeing this, Ain wasted no time. Flapping her wings, she charged into battle wielding her silver spear. The sharp silver dragon spear plunged deep into the Yuanhan Ghost's body. In agony, the Yuanhan Ghost let out a piercing wail. Not far away, Chiyo and Ing appeared simultaneously. Two streams of ghostly energy once again struck the Yuanhan Ghost. A series of thunderous explosions echoed through the air. Under the combined assault of 5 ghosts surpassing SS rank, the Yuanhan Ghost finally collapsed with a thunderous crash. 5 seconds passed in an instant. Lin Ran stood rooted to the spot, gazing at the fallen, towering figure not far away. He slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. Is it over? With the restrictions of the boundless Forbidden Realm and the combined attack of 5 ghosts surpassing SS rank, instantly defeating a Hell rank ghost should be no problem, right? He thought to himself. Yet in the next instant, a burst of black mist erupted from where the Yuanhan Ghost had stood. This force rippled out like a boulder striking a tranquil lake, sending waves of shockwaves outward. Everyone present, demons and humans alike, was sent flying by the force of the impact. Lin Ran felt as though a heavy hammer had struck his chest. His entire body flew backward helplessly, crashing to the ground. It felt as though his internal organs were about to shatter. His self-healing ability activated automatically. The ghost energy absorption skill also activated. An endless stream of ghostly energy surged in from all directions, drawn into his body. The others were in similar states. Sasha and Mao had exhausted all their strength and were utterly unprepared for the Yuanhan Ghost's sudden attack. Now lying amidst the ruins, their fates remained uncertain. Ain slowly rose to his feet, blood streaming from his left shoulder where he gripped the silver dragon spear, staining the entire weapon crimson. We must retreat. She turned back, her voice tinged with reluctance. This ghost is beyond our capabilities. You go first. I'll cover your retreat. Without giving Lin Ran a chance to stop her, she transformed into a silver streak of lightning and charged forward. The next instant, a jet of blood shot out. Thud! A blood-soaked arm fell before Lin Ran's eyes. Chapter 81, Desperate Situation. Companion Ghost Spirit crossed roses. Lin Ran's eyes stung with tears. Not far away, the girl's silver hair reflected a breathtaking halo in the setting sun. Yin's body slowly collapsed, blood pooling beneath her into a crimson lake. Ain. Yanan froze in shock. Even the daughter of the silver dragon had now been utterly incapacitated. Even if she survived, with one arm severed, what could she possibly do now? Hurry, run. Yin's faint voice echoed in Lin Ran's mind. In that instant, it felt as though a thunderous roar exploded within his mind. He saw that Yin's spear had now pierced through the Yuanhan Ghost. A chain formed from black mist bound her to her opponent. What is this? Lin Ran froze. Dragon Soul Chain. She's sacrificing her life to buy us time. Lin Ran struggled to his feet. At this moment, he had no mind to concern himself with such matters. His mind was filled only with memories of the time he'd spent with the Silver Dragon's daughter. Though their meetings had been brief, each had occurred at the brink of life and death. The first time, the SSS rank specter, Sorrow. The second time, a hell-grade monster hunted them down. The third time, now a hell-grade Yuanhan Ghost. Without exaggeration, if not for Ain, he would have died 3 times already. You expect me to abandon you and leave with the others? Impossible. Lin Ran's face darkened as he frantically absorbed ghostly energy. If absorbing ghost energy can activate the system's tasks and contract new ghosts, then it must exist within me. I don't know who you are, but I know you're not dead. Hear my call emerge. Boom!
A deafening roar shook the heavens as a crimson pillar of light shot straight into the sky. An unprecedented, terrifying energy erupted from within Lin Ran's body. Simultaneously, a notification popped up in his mind. Mission, contract with unknown specter completed. Current progress, 100. Contract successful. As the dark crimson light column dissipated, a shadowy figure materialized before Lin Ran. Viewed from behind, one could vaguely discern that the figure was a young girl. She wore a short black and red skirt. Shoulder-length black hair was coiled atop her head, secured on either side by lace-trimmed ribbons. A glossy black leather collar adorned her snow-white neck. Further down, her slender legs were encased in black lace-trimmed stockings, appearing exceptionally alluring. Bright roses adorned the heels of her black stilettos. She turned her head, her breathtakingly beautiful face leaving one breathless. Her red lips were thin and delicate, the tip of her nose tinged with a hint of rosy pink. Her long lashes fluttered over Western-style brown eyes. She tilted her head, a hint of bewilderment flickering in her eyes. Yet she asked no questions, merely shifting her gaze from Lin Ran to the Yuan-Han ghost. With a flick of her right hand, dense black mist coalesced in her palm into a massive black scythe. Lin Ran recognized that scythe. It was the very same one he had seen earlier in the Fengdu illusion, the scythe that had been severed in two. You are Yi Mei? The girl did not answer. Instead, she planted her toes on the ground and leapt high into the air. Gripping the black scythe tightly with both hands, she brought it down in a swift, devastating strike upon the Yuan-Han ghost. The black scythe was razor-sharp, as if it could cleave the heavens and earth. In a single swift descent, it cleaved the Yuan soul ghost clean in two. The fatal blow. Everyone was stunned. Gazing at the mysterious apparition that had suddenly materialized before them, they all seemed to lose themselves in thought. Is this ghost bound by a human contract? Bai Yanin murmured. Lin Ran also realized this and quickly opened the system. Crossroads Companion Specter. Specter rank S can reach SS with cross scythe enhancement. Special ability, Ultimate Destruction. Affinity, 100. Ghost experience, 2000. Lin Ran was utterly dumbfounded. The girl before him was truly his companion ghost spirit. Crossroads. Hearing Lin Ran's muttered words, Bai Yanran looked puzzled and pressed. What does that mean? Lin Ran took a deep breath, forcing down the shock within him. Her name is Crossroads. That scythe is the Cross Ghost Scythe. Having just vanquished the Hell-level specter, Crossroads lingered no longer. With a casual gesture, she summoned back the Cross Ghost Scythe. She took small steps, walking steadily toward Lin Ran. When she reached him, the girl held out both hands, palms pressed together, forming a gesture to request something. Lin Ran frowned in confusion. Is there something you want? The Crossroads nodded. What do you want? Crossroads pointed toward Sasha, who was hurrying over from the ruins nearby. Sasha's little dress was now covered in dust, blood, and sand mingling together, staining her exquisite gown filthy. Lin Ran instantly understood. You like dresses too, don't you? Crossroads nodded. Alright, I'll take you shopping for one later. First, let's give you a name. How about Rose? Is that alright? The girl nodded, a faint smile stretching across her exquisite face. Lin Ran didn't continue examining Rose's abilities. Instead, he sprinted over to Yin's side. Though not yet truly dead, she was now in a state of near death. He quickly swapped in the Yujimaru from the system. One wasn't enough. Keep going. He stuffed a full 10 Yukimaru into her, consuming 50 points alone. Only then did Yin manage to open her eyes and ask, how is it? Did they escape? Lin Ran nodded. Yeah, we won. Just then, Rose approached, with Sasa and Kat following behind. Gazing at the unfamiliar girl in the black dress before him, Yin felt a sense of familiarity. Just as she pondered why the girl seemed familiar, a sudden dizziness overcame her, and she fainted once more. Bai Yanin stepped forward to reassure her, don't worry, it's okay. She's both human and spirit, a half-human, half-ghost being. She inherited the regenerative abilities of spirits and the intelligence unique to humans. Though she's severely injured and lost an arm, I believe it won't be long before she reappears before us. Lin Ran looked up and nodded in response. I believe Yin won't die so easily. Let's take her back first. Cradling Yin in his arms, Lin Ran paid no heed to the blood staining his clothes crimson. Step by step, he walked deeper into the interior of Conservation Zone 13. Along the way, countless spirit exorcists stood at attention and saluted. Wherever he passed, people inevitably made way for him. The hero returns. The hero lives on, his spirit eternal. The next day, with assistance from other combat zones, reconstruction efforts commenced in an orderly fashion within Protective Zone 13. In a hospital ward at the Conservation Zone Federation Hospital, Lin Ran sat by the hospital bed, quietly watching over the silver-haired girl who remained unconscious. Beside them, Kat rubbed a ripe, crimson apple with its fluffy little paws. Sasha stood nearby, admiring her new dress in the hospital's mirrored glass. Only Rose glared at the apple, grinding her teeth. Moments later, Lin Ran sensed an eerie presence suddenly stirring within the ward.
Turning around, he saw Chenwei gripping a black scythe. Her target was a red apple, half peeled. The next instant, Rose began slicing the apple with her cross-shaped ghost scythe. Lin Ran's mouth twitched. What kind of demons and monsters are these? Chapter 82, Ultimate Destruction. Ho2 breaks free. Helplessly, Lin Ran turned back to focus on Ayin lying in the hospital bed. Finding the situation rather tedious, he opened the system interface to examine the attribute bonuses Rose had granted him. Cross Rose. Demon skills, fall, kill. End, perish. Shared skills, fall, slay. Shared skill fall automatically corrected to falling starfist. Shared skill slaughter automatically corrected to fatal strike. Shared skills total 2. Additionally, innate compatibility is already 100%. This way, not only do you save points for compatibility upgrades, but you can also directly use points to exchange for valuable items. For instance, skill upgrade items. Having learned from past mistakes, Lin Ran dared not recklessly enhance skills. The more powerful the skill, the greater the demand for ghost energy. His body couldn't handle it yet. The domain that once forcibly suppressed one level had now been upgraded to the boundless forbidden domain, forcibly suppressing all ghost energy. But its duration had become extremely brief. A mere 5 seconds. If he cannot eliminate the enemy within 5 seconds, he will find himself at a disadvantage. Therefore, he needed some weaker skills to extend his sustained combat capability. However, he could exchange for other items. Opening the point store, he soon discovered a new feature had unlocked. It seemed to have unlocked alongside Sasa's level up. He hadn't had time to check it earlier, but now he finally had the chance. He tapped the system interface. Simultaneously, a virtual panel appeared before his eyes. Host, Lin Ran. Power rating, S. Points, 1764. Skills, Ghost Chi Absorption, Judgment Blade, Escape into Emptiness, Phantom Demon Strike, Meteor Fist, Fatal Strike, Boundless Forbidden Realm. Unlocked features, none. Contract Spirit. Nekomata, S-Rank Spirit, Devouring Evolution. Yama-Sera, S-Rank Spirit, Ultimate Space. Cross Rose, S-Rank Spirit, Ultimate Destruction. Other features, Points Shop, Item Prize Pool. Yes, that's the item pool. Looks like it's a feature similar to a lottery. Tap to view. Item Prize Pool. 100 points redeem 1 draw chance, each draw guarantees a common item. 998 points redeemable for 10 draws. Guaranteed rare item from 10 consecutive draws. 9,800 points redeemable for 100 draws, guaranteed to yield a premium item. Lin Ran gritted his teeth. This is way too shady. 100 points for just 1 draw. No wonder this feature wasn't unlocked at first. Back then, scraping together 100 points was incredibly difficult for him. But things were different now. With 3 S-rank contracted spirits under his command, earning points was simple and effortless. He still had over 1,700 points left. He was about to do a 10 pull, but then noticed that both Kat and Sasa had met their upgrade requirements. Each required 1,000 points to upgrade. Of course, there were other upgrade items too. Reluctantly, he had to put it off for now and opened the upgrade quests to check. Meow Meow's upgrade quest, sacrifice 1 top-tier ghost item. Sasha's upgrade quest, a Duskstone and 300 ghost souls. Without a doubt, both tasks were relatively difficult to accomplish. Top-tier ghostly artifacts. In this world, no one had yet rated ghostly artifacts. What exactly constitutes a top-tier ghostly artifact? Lin Ran had no idea. As for Sasa's upgrade item, the escape stone, he'd never even heard of such a thing. The 300 ghosts could perhaps be understood as 300 ghostly entities. Beyond that, a certain amount of points was required. He was still short by over 200. Just then, a figure walked in. It was Bai Yanan. How is she? Lin Ran shook his head. He hasn't regained consciousness yet, but I hear he's out of danger now. Bai Yanan breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Also, Luo Qiao is here. No sooner had she spoken than a booming voice echoed, Xiao Ranzi, I hear you slayed a hell-tier ghost. Congratulations. Luo Qiao walked in and immediately spotted the 3 ghosts in the hospital room. Especially Rose, who was peeling an apple with a large black scythe. Are you Yi Mei? No, Night Rose doesn't look like this. She just bears a slight resemblance. He stared in astonishment, then turned to Lin Ran and asked, is that your companion ghost spirit? Yes. I knew it. Luo Qiao recognized it instantly. After all, it bore a certain resemblance to Lin Feng's ghost spirit, no need to guess it was an inherited spirit. Rose, come here for a moment. Stop peeling apples. Upon hearing this, Rose obediently set down the apple in her hand and put away her scythe. She skipped over to him. Her tiny frame didn't even reach Lin Ran's shoulder, so she could only lift her little head and gaze up at him with wide eyes. Come say hello. This is Uncle Luo Qiao. Rose tilted her little head, her wide eyes filled with confusion. Luo Qiao chuckled affectionately. She really does look just like you. But last time, I don't recall you summoning her out? Lin Ran nodded. She just awakened. Hearing this, Luo Qiao furrowed his brow. It was indeed unusual for a companion spirit to awaken at this stage. But soon, he dismissed his concern. Hadn't Lin Feng been the same back then? His first companion spirit had only awakened after the first one had grown sufficiently powerful. Moreover, the second companion spirit's power was by no means weak. Well, it's fine. At least it's awakened. Uncle Luo Qiao didn't come just to see me, did he? Lin Ran inquired. Luo Qiao nodded, glancing at Ayin. I need to take her with me. She won't receive proper treatment here. I must bring her to the Federation headquarters. There, specialized researchers will be responsible for her treatment. Lin Ran understood that Ayin's body was different from humans and even from ghosts. Rather than leaving her here to receive human treatment, it was better to send her back to receive the care most suited to her. That afternoon, Ayin was taken away. The next day, Bayanan led the exorcists from Zone 13 to join the restoration effort. Lin Ran, meanwhile, took the rewards granted by the system and headed north. Soon, he arrived above the abyss. Though the Yuanhan ghost was gone, the abyss below remained shrouded in darkness. The only difference was that the ghostly aura was no longer detectable here. Sha instantly teleported Lin Ran to the opposite shore. They continued onward, with the cat flying for a long time. Finally, at dusk, they arrived before the great mountain. They activated the mechanism and entered within. The familiar altar remained. The familiar stone pillars and iron chains remained. And at the very center, kneeling there, sat the stone statue. Hutu. Lin Ran stepped forward and said, Hutu, I'm back. As the words fell, the statue shattered, and Hotu's form reappeared. I believe this advancement pill should help you ascend to cataclysmic tier and break these chains. At these words, a flicker of excitement passed through Hotu's eyes. Imprisoned here for 10 years, she now finally had a way to escape. How could she not be overjoyed? She opened her mouth, allowing Lin Ran to feed the advancement pill inside. As she swallowed it, a powerful force erupted from Hotu's body. Boom! At that moment, Lin Ran witnessed her level steadily rising. Cracks began appearing on the surrounding stone pillars. Chapter 83, Ghosts Disdain My Weakness, Stealing Mengpo's Soup in the Dead of Night. In the blink of an eye, Hotu's level shot up from E rank straight to A rank. This isn't enough. Keep rising. S rank. SS rank. SSS rank. Then, Hell tier. Thick black mist now enveloped Hotu's entire body. With a deafening roar, the black mist exploded outward. The immense force shattered the surrounding stone pillars, snapping every chain in its path. Lin Ran, standing closest, was sent flying backward, landing in Xianwei's arms before coming to a halt. As the black smoke dissipated, Hotu's figure slowly materialized. Her orange eyes sparkled with a peculiar light. Her long lashes fluttered up and down. Looking at Lin Ran, a hint of approval flashed in her eyes. Then, she produced an earth-colored stone out of thin air and tossed it directly to Lin Ran. Taking the stone, Lin Ran felt puzzled. Upon examining it, he felt a sudden chill. Dunkong Stone, a special stone imbued with spatial abilities. How did you know I needed this? Lin Ran exclaimed in astonishment. Huda turned to look at Sasa, who was floating nearby, and offered a smile. Without a word, she abruptly transformed into a streak of light and shot straight into the sky. In an instant, she vanished from the horizon. Lin Ran sighed helplessly, looks like she's gone to find someone. After all, she's the ghost of a mother. Being away for so long, she must be worried sick. I hope she finds mother and brings both of them back safely. Watching Hotu depart, Lin Ran did not linger. He turned and led the three spirits away. With Rose joining them, the three spirits formed a triangle behind him. Sasha led the way, Kat followed on the left, and Rose on the right as they returned to the conservation area. The next day, Lin Ran and his group set out early for Conservation Zone 18. Along the way, the devastation surrounding the conservation area was evident. Bodies and remains littered the landscape. Many corpses had been devoured by ghosts, leaving only half-eaten remains. This ghost tide was the most brutal wave Zone 13 had endured in years. The number of S-rank ghosts alone exceeded 100. The number of SS-class ghosts reached an unprecedented dozen or so. Plus one hell-grade monster. Had it not been for Ayin and by Yenron's timely return, this conservation zone would have essentially become a ghost territory. Even if Rose had awakened, it would have been too little, too late. Her combat prowess was formidable, but it remained confined to the ordinary tier. Beyond SSS rank, they were no longer foes easily dealt with. Along the way, Lin Ran had been studying the unique abilities of the three monsters. Niao Mao's ability, Devour and Evolve, allowed it to level up faster. Sasha's ability, Extreme Space, allowed her to freely traverse any area. And what of Rose? Ultimate Destruction. Did that mean her destructive power far surpassed that of ordinary ghosts? During this period, they hadn't encountered any ghosts. Therefore, she hasn't had the chance to test it. But judging from how she once cleaved a hell-tier elemental soul demon with a single side swing, her destructive power was indeed astonishing. Suddenly, a notification sounded in Lin Ran's mind. Your ghost companion Sasa thinks you're too weak, so she snuck out last night and stole a bowl of mangpo's soup for you. Lin Ran? Mangpo's soup? What the hell? Ever since that last time, Sasa had been pulling all sorts of strange and mysterious things out for him. Previously, it was things like the red spider lily. This time, she'd actually brought out a bowl of mangpo's soup. Was she trying to make him forget his memories and be reincarnated? He immediately took out the mangpo soup to examine its properties. Mangpo's soup. Special ghostly item, can be administered to ghosts and monsters. Upon consumption, it erases all memories and increases taming success rate. Lin Ran was stunned. He slapped his thigh. Wasn't this exactly what Lu Ling needed? He'd been fretting over the ghost cage's low efficiency after over half a month. He still hadn't reached the safe compatibility threshold. Now, if he could just pour down some mangpo's soup and then sweet-talk the ghost a little more. Wouldn't that mean successfully gaining a powerful S-rank ally? With that thought, he immediately handed the mangpo soup to Lu Ling in the passenger seat. What is this? Lu Ling looked at the thick soup in Lin Ran's hands with confusion. Yet there was also a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Curious where Lin Ran had conjured this thing from. It's a good thing. Once your ghost drinks it, you'll be able to manipulate it much better. Hearing this, Lu Ling nodded. Su Xier, sitting beside Lin Ran in the back seat, looked astonished. Captain, do you have a magic chest on you or something? It really does have everything, even soup. Lin Ran couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Where would he have a magic box? It was all thanks to Sha Sha. Li Su sensibly pulled the car to a stop. Lu Ling stepped out and released the dual-headed serpent of strange fire from the ghost cage. As black mist swirled, a two-headed serpent covered in fiery patterns materialized before them. Lin Ran didn't summon any spirits. He clenched his fists and stared at it. His words carried a clear threat: if you dare move, I swear I'll beat you to death. At this moment, possessing S-rank combat strength himself, he showed no fear in facing an S-rank dual-headed serpent of strange fire. Instead, the ghost creature, upon realizing Lin Ran's formidable strength, went limp and crawled to the ground. It obediently opened its mouth, allowing Lu Ling to pour the mangpo soup into its throat. Moments later, the soup took effect. The twin-headed snake of strange fire began writhing violently. After a series of convulsions, its two enormous heads were filled with bewilderment. It looked at Lu Ling and immediately pressed itself against her. Beside them, Su Xier chuckled. It really works, huh? A single bowl of soup made the twin-headed snake of strange fire cling to Sister Ling? Captain, what exactly is this soup? Lin Ran smiled. Mangpo's soup. At his words, all three were startled. They knew exactly what Mangpo's soup was. Though none had tasted it, they'd heard whispers of its existence. But wasn't that stuff only found in legends and tales? How could it possibly exist in the real world? Alright, stop being so shocked. Figure things out and let's get moving. He wanted to reach childcare zone 18 as soon as possible. Once he figured out what happened to Su Xier, he could focus all his attention on leveling up his ghosts. If he could elevate either Cat or Sha Sha to SS rank, his combat power would skyrocket. Especially Meow Meow. Already possessing formidable combat prowess. Combined with the White Fang Serpent Spear, it possessed the strength to effortlessly slay SS rank monsters. And once reaching SS rank, it was highly likely she could even hold her own against ordinary SSS rank ghosts. Soon, the four of them packed up everything and continued on their journey. In the blink of an eye. The following evening, the four finally entered the territory of Conservation Zone 18. Unlike the mess in Conservation Area 13. Though somewhat crude, the fortress was also in ruins. At least, unlike Conservation Zone 13, the ground wasn't littered with corpses. Gazing at the familiar yet unfamiliar Conservation Zone, Su Xier sighed. Last time I returned, there weren't this many fortresses here. It seems our Zone 18 has seen some improvement over the years. In recent years, all major conservation zones have been vigorously developing. Conservation Zone 18 was no exception. Among humanity's 23 conservation zones, Zone 18 ranked lower overall, yet it still possessed considerable combat strength. It boasts 21 S-rank spirit exorcists, plus one formidable exorcist on the verge of breaking through to SS rank. They drove all the way to the ancestral lands of the Su family. Located in a remote corner within Conservation Zone 18. Chapter 84, The Clue. The Forgotten Ghostly Truth Mirror. This conservation area was sparsely populated to begin with. Such a remote location was seldom visited by anyone. As Su Xier steered the car into an underground garage, the group emerged from the garage into the open air, where they saw a residential building. It was already night, yet the building was eerily quiet. Only a few scattered households had their lights on. The rest of the residents seemed to be away. From the outside, the building showed its age. Cracks were visible everywhere on the walls, as if it might collapse at any moment. It was clearly a dilapidated building. Su Xier said, "This is my home. Behind this building is the public cemetery. My grandfather and others are buried there. It's getting late. Let's rest early and visit tomorrow." Everyone agreed and returned to the Su residence for the night. Early the next morning,
The group of four rose early and made their way to the rear cemetery.
neglected for years, the graves were now overgrown with weeds.
Only faint traces remained, making it difficult to discern which grave belonged to whom. Led by Su-Sier, they reached a grave deep within the grounds.
Engraved on the tombstone were several large characters, Tomb of Su Yunqiu of the Su family.
Before the tombstone sat an iron box. Rust had completely covered the exterior of the box, ravaged by the passage of time.
However, its contents remained undisturbed. For it contained a special array.
It was designed to contain the spirit of the deceased. Typically, when a spirit exorcist dies, the accompanying ghosts perish as well.
Yet certain malevolent entities employ unique methods to corrupt these benevolent spirits into monstrous beings.
To prevent this, the Federation created specialized tools for storing the corpses of these spirits.
This iron box, though outwardly unremarkable, its interior conceals a hidden mechanism.
Inside lies an array crafted by a powerful exorcist using special ghostly artifacts. It can perfectly withstand attacks from ghosts and demons.
Of course, exceptionally powerful spirits are another matter. But such formidable entities wouldn't be idly looting tombs anyway. Su-Sier summoned her companion spirit, the multicolored phoenix bird.
After clearing the surrounding weeds with its flames, the area finally began to resemble a proper burial ground. Lin Ran began to carefully examine his surroundings. At the same time, he summoned all three ghostly companions. If anything unusual truly existed here, they would be far more likely to detect it than he could. Just then, Rose summoned her cross-ghost scythe. Everyone gasped, their expressions shifting abruptly.
Lin Ran was dumbfounded. Janwei, what are you doing?
She swung her blade with all her might, striking the iron box directly.
In an instant,
the iron box shattered into pieces, scattering across the floor. The formation within shattered along with it.
Immediately after, a handful of black soil spilled out.
Clearly, this was the ghost spirit's corpse. Lin Ran was puzzled.
Janwei, what does this mean?
Rose crouched down and brushed away the black soil. Beneath it, a map resembling ghostly symbols immediately appeared.
Everyone was utterly stunned. Who left this behind? Why would it be hidden in an iron box? Could this box have been opened before? What is this map? Countless questions swirled in everyone's minds.
Lin Ran pulled out his communicator, used the camera function to snap a photo, and saved it. Perhaps he could ask Bai Yanan about this when he returned. If that didn't work, consulting Luo Chao wasn't out of the question either. An idea began to form in his mind. Perhaps this image was something Su Qianjun had deliberately left behind. After that battle, he hadn't died but had transformed into a ghost. Moreover, he couldn't fully control the demonic power within him. To avoid harming others, he sought a way to hide. Leaving this clue was precisely to allow the descendants of the Su family to find him. But if he wanted to be found, why not simply provide precise information? Lin Ran was utterly perplexed. Su-Sier was equally puzzled. Has anyone ever been here before? Who could it be? Why didn't I know about this? She frowned deeply, staring at the strange painting for a long time. Su-Sier stood up and asked Lin Ran, Captain, your ghost is so clever. Could it decipher what's depicted here? Lin Ran looked at Rose, but she shook her head. Clearly, the ghost couldn't decipher it either. Let's head back first. This doesn't seem like something we can decipher. I've already sent the image to Bai Yanan and Luo Chao. Perhaps they have a way. Lin Ran patted her shoulder reassuringly. Su-Sier nodded in agreement. Suddenly, she blurted out, so my father isn't dead, right? Of course not. Lin Ran smiled. Just relax. The group left the cemetery. After a brief rest, they immediately set off on their journey back to the conservation area. In the vehicle, Lin Ran's communicator rang. It was Luo Chao requesting contact. Could it be news? She answered immediately. Little Ran, where did you get this thing? Uncle, I can't make heads or tails of it. Hearing Luo Chao's deep voice, Lin Ran couldn't help but chuckle. Uncle Chao, can you find someone who can understand this thing? I feel like this is a clue left behind by the ghost. Luo Chao was baffled too. Ghosts can leave clues? What on earth was going on? He immediately said, hold on a moment. I'm currently at the federal headquarters in Childcare Zone 1. I'll have the researchers here look into it for you shortly. The Federation headquarters had personnel specifically tasked with studying ghosts. The team that researched the Night Parade of 100 Demons project back then also came from the Federation headquarters. With Luo Chao handing over the items to them, perhaps answers wouldn't be long in coming. Lin Ran thanked him before the line cut off. He didn't even get a chance to ask about a Yin's condition. With no choice, he had to abandon the matter for now. Su-Sier, listening nearby, learned they'd have to wait and could only anxiously endure the delay. Lu Ling couldn't help but offer comfort. Don't worry, your father will be fine. The things left behind here might be clues he left for you. 3 hours later. Luo Chao sent another message, confirmed as ghost script. Decoding in progress. We'll need some time. Can give you an answer within a week? Lin Ran immediately asked, what about Inin?
Her condition is critical. Though her injuries aren't life-threatening, the ghostly energy is spiraling out of control. It's attempting to take over her consciousness. It's a bit tricky. I need to go find something for her first. Otherwise, we won't be able to suppress it, and she might turn into a ghost completely. Luo Qiao's voice was heavy with concern. It was clear this time was serious for Ayin. Something must be done for her. Lin Ran immediately asked, "Is there anything I can do to help?" "Not for now. I'll contact you if I need anything." With that, the call ended abruptly. Lin Ran felt utterly helpless. Now, a pile of problems had piled up one after another, leaving him feeling flustered and overwhelmed. First, there was the evolution material for the cat. Then there was Sasa, followed by Ayin, and now this cryptic symbol. He'd have to go back and deal with it later. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. When the group arrived at Conservation Zone 13, the place had undergone a startling transformation. The city bustled with activity, its streets filled with humans out for leisurely strolls. After the ghost tide and during the reconstruction period, it was inevitable that many would take to the streets to relax. The four drove straight back to their home. Lin Ran opened the door and suddenly spotted a ghostly object. The Mirror of Truth. That peculiar ghostly artifact capable of reflecting people's inner thoughts. Chapter 85, Cat Skill Upgrade True Sight. Lin Ran slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting about this matter. The Mirror of Truth was a powerful ghostly artifact. After all, it could reveal people's innermost thoughts. But could this ghostly artifact be rated as top tier by the system? With that thought, he picked up the Mirror of Truth. He handed it to Cat. Meow Meow glanced at it, then swallowed it whole. System notification. Ghost Cat has devoured the special ghostly artifact, the Mirror of Truth. The Insightful Eye skill has been upgraded to True Sight Eye. True Sight Eyes can discern the next action of the targeted ghost. Lin Ran was speechless. It didn't even say what level the ghost entity was. System, what level is this ghost creature? System, common tier. Lin Ran. So after all that fuss, this thing is only common grade. It doesn't even qualify as rare. Let alone a top tier one. Could it really be that I need to save up enough points to complete 100 pulls to guarantee a top tier ghostly artifact? That'd take tens of thousands of points. Where on earth was he supposed to get that many points? Lin Ran felt utterly disheartened as he lay on his bed. Just then, Bai Yanin messaged, "I gave what you sent me to my sister, but she said she doesn't know either. Also, Zone 7 has been unsettled lately. If possible, I'd like to ask you to go there and help my sister." A sense of foreboding washed over Lin Ran. Sure enough, Bai Yanin described the recent events unfolding in Nursery Zone 7. Ever since Luo Qiao repelled those demons last time, the stone formation outside Zone 7 had seen a relentless expansion of demonic forces. It was as if they were expanding their territory. Within days, they would extend their territory into the boundaries of Conservation Area 7. When that happened, a fierce battle between the two sides would be inevitable. Therefore, Bai Qingyan had already sent out a request for reinforcements from other conservation zones. But clearly, no one would intervene until the demons posed a direct threat to their own conservation zones. Moreover, Bai Yanin couldn't leave Conservation Zone 13 at this moment. After all, the zone had just endured a ghost tide and was in a state of rebuilding. To leave rashly would inevitably plunge the reserve into chaos. The only option was to seek help from Lin Ran. "I'll go." Lin Ran had no intention of refusing. After all, these ghosts were ultimately drawn here by him. It was time to settle things once and for all with that hell-tier specter. Early the next morning, the four gathered in the main hall. Lin Ran spoke up, "I'll be leaving for a while to settle things at Conservation Zone 7. The other three looked puzzled. "What kind of showdown?" Lu Ling added, "Now that I have an S-rank ghost, take me with you. I might be able to help." Lin Ran shook his head. "No. It's far too dangerous there." As far as he knew, those Ghost General Knights were all S-rank entities. Although Lu Ling had successfully contracted the S-rank dual-headed serpent of strange fire, she was no match for them with only one contracted spirit. It took considerable effort to persuade the four to stay behind. Lin Ran drove alone out of the perimeter of the conservation area. Suddenly, a figure appeared in his line of sight. It was none other than his former classmate from the Spirit Exorcist Academy. Tang Qin was among them. Clearly, they too had now become night watchmen. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before they became full-fledged exorcists, guarding the stronghold. The last battle had cost Zone 13 too many exorcists. It was time to bring in some fresh blood. Lin Ran pondered this as he drove away. Half a day later, he arrived at Protective Zone 7. Before reaching the fortress, he spotted a vast horde of ghosts and monsters gathering nearby. These spirits seemed to have arrived sooner than anticipated. Logically, it should take at least 3 more days for the undead to formally expand to the eastern fortress. Yet unexpectedly, the fortress's outer perimeter was now completely surrounded by the horde. Opening the forum for Conservation Zone 7, he immediately obtained the current battle status. Because the fortress housed multiple SSS-ranked exorcists, these spirits did not launch a reckless attack. They merely surrounded the outer walls.
This isolation, however, severed all communication between the fortress and the conservation zone, as well as other fortresses. Both supplies and reinforcements from other exorcists found it difficult to enter. The good news was that Bai Qingyan was also inside the fortress. Lin Ran drove the vehicle and soon arrived near the ghost hide. Without hesitation, he summoned the spirits. Swish, 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 3 streams of black mist surged forth. Sha Sha, Mao Mao, and Changwei appeared simultaneously. Lin Ran ordered immediately, "Clear the way." As soon as the words left his mouth, Sha Sha vanished in an instant. The next instant, a deafening roar echoed. Crimson ghostly energy crashed into the horde of demons, sending countless ghost generals flying backward. Despite this, many ghost generals survived. They had all reached a rank. Instant annihilation proved rather difficult. Fortunately, Miao Miao followed up, wielding the white-fanged serpent spear like a blade reaping the lives of ghosts. Wherever she passed, countless ghosts turned to black ash and fell to the ground. Yet Rose remained motionless atop the car, silently observing the scene. Clearly, these low-level demons held no interest for her. Lin Ran didn't press her, flooring the accelerator as the car sped toward the fortress. Before long, several S-rank entities appeared among the ghosts ahead. Only then did Rose intervene. With a single hand gesture, her powerful ghostly energy erupted. In an instant, the S-rank ghostly knight was reduced to dust. As Rose descended, crimson petals drifted down in her wake, a sight of breathtaking beauty. On the fortress walls, Bai Qingyan, who had witnessed everything, stared blankly. It's him. Recognizing the 2 ghostly creatures, Sasa and Mao Mao, she also identified the newcomer. It was undoubtedly Lin Ran. At this realization, she let out a mocking laugh. Who would have thought that at the most critical moment in the conservation zone, the first to arrive would be the very person I once expelled? Ha ha ha. Soon, Lin Ran arrived at the base of the city wall. Sasha returned just in time, grabbed Lin Ran's hand, and activated teleportation. In an instant, both human and spirit materialized atop the city walls. Bai Qingyan, standing nearby, immediately approached and bowed to Lin Ran. "Thank you." A smile touched Lin Ran's lips. "It's nothing. Since I lured these spirits here, it's only natural I see this through. Rose, Sasa, Cat, return and rest for a moment. Prepare for battle. Our target is that hell-tier specter." His gaze swept toward the distance. Within the stone circle, the most powerful hell-level entity remained. To completely resolve this ghost tide, eliminating the demon was paramount. Bai Qingyan frowned. "You intend to kill that giant spirit demon king?" Lin Ran nodded. "Yes. But that demon possesses hell-tier strength. Are you truly capable of doing it? Perhaps we should wait a little longer. I've already requested reinforcements from other conservation zones. Hell-tier reinforcements will arrive within days." Bai Qingyan looked worried. After all, even though Lin Ran now had an additional ghost, that one was only S-tier. Even with 3 ghosts combined, they couldn't possibly match a hell-tier demon. Lin Ran pondered for a moment before asking, "Are any hell-tier experts coming?" Bai Qingyan nodded. "It seems likely. Lord Luoqiao has apparently agreed to it." Hearing this, Lin Ran felt reassured. He immediately nodded, summoned his 3 spirits, and rode out of the city to battle. Chapter 86, Rose, Slaughter is an Art. Sasha and Mao Mao, plunging into the horde of demons, were exceptionally ferocious. In the blink of an eye, countless ghosts were sent flying. They crashed to the ground, disintegrating into handfuls of black dust. The ghostly energy was immediately absorbed by Mao Mao, replenishing its strength while also enhancing its own power. Though Mao Mao possessed a unique talent, its devouring skill often allowed it to acquire other ghosts' abilities. However, as its skills accumulated, it had gone a long time without acquiring any new ones. It seemed to have reached some sort of limit. Lin Ran couldn't quite grasp the mechanics of this skill, but he didn't dwell on it. Many skills, in truth, proved of little practical use. Soon, the number of ghosts being created ahead dwindled, and the Ghost General's cavalry charged from the rear into the front lines. Not only that, but Lin Ran noticed something else. Behind the ghost tide, a squadron of Ghost General knights riding dark blue ghost horses had actually formed a formation. Pointed at the front, broad at the rear. Like a sharp sword. "This is bad," Lin Ran thought to himself, glancing to the side. "Rose." The girl in the black dress understood immediately. She raised her hand, summoning a surge of blackness that swirled around her palm. In an instant, a cross-bladed black scythe materialized in her grasp. Her aura surged instantly. From S rank to SS rank, a direct leap. Bai Qingyan couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. "You're quite the peculiar spirit." Lin Ran nodded. "Yes. Rose's existence differed from other ghost spirits. Most ghost spirits, if they fail to awaken by the day they reach adulthood, rarely ever awaken at all. Xianwei, however, emerged so long after reaching adulthood. Not only that, but she also carries an exceptionally unique ghostly artifact, the crossed black scythe. This effectively granted her an SS rank rating from birth. But that's not all. Her combat prowess is terrifying. With her ultimate destructive power, every time Rose struck, ghosts of equal rank would be reduced to dust and obliterated in her hands. Rose leapt down from the high wall, her black skirt fluttering in the air. Like a breathtaking butterfly, she landed a toe on the head of a ghost warrior below. Using the momentum, she leapt again. In moments, she sliced through the demon tide and emerged behind them. The ghost knight stared in shock at the dark-skirted girl who suddenly appeared before them. A black scythe swung through the air, black mist swirling around it. System notification, Ghost Rose activates skill, Cross Annihilation. Swish! Swish! The black scythe traced two paths of dark mist, crossing to form a cross. Like two crescent moons meeting, they flew toward the Ghost General Knight's formation. Boom! 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 Explosions erupted. The Ghost General Knights were knocked backward relentlessly. The system displayed dozens of combat notifications. This meant that with a single strike, she had eliminated dozens of S-rank Ghost General Knights. What a powerful demon! Bai Qingyan watched the scene with surprise. Your ghost is probably more than just S-rank, right? Lin Ran shook his head. Exactly S-rank. Bai Qingyan. The ghost's experience bar continued to rise. Xianwei stepped through the void, and where her foot landed, a crimson petal drifted down with the wind. It was Rose who, harnessing this force, leapt high into the air and materialized directly within the ghostly tide. As she landed, the black scythe whirled, sending tendrils of dark mist scattering in all directions. Everywhere it passed, ghosts fell. One strike, one kill. In mere moments, a vacuum formed where she stood. At that moment, Rose resembled a god of death, leaving nothing alive in her wake. Even some ghostly spirits close to her were caught in the crossfire. Fortunately, the chaos of the ghost-tide battlefield was so intense that her misdeeds went unnoticed for the time being. And even if they did, what could they do? Rose's attacks were always wide-ranging. The massive black scythe swung with reckless abandon, leaving every specter within a 1.5 meter radius either dead or crippled. It wasn't entirely her fault. In a mere instant, Rose's ghost experience bar surged from 2,000 to 13,000. Less than 10,000 experience points remained before her next level up. The pace was blisteringly fast. Scrolling through the combat log, the number of ghosts Rose had slain even surpassed the combined total of Meow Meow and Sha Sha. One kill, who could withstand that? And they were all S-rank monsters, with the weakest being a rank. Not only was her combat power overwhelming, but the level gap was staggering. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. Rose's terrifying combat prowess soon alerted some powerful demons. Not far away, 3 ghost generals charged toward her at breakneck speed. Each gripped a massive battle axe in their hands. Lin Ran felt a pang of worry. Though both were SS rank, could Rose truly defeat 3 SS rank ghost generals? Soon, he realized his worries were unnecessary. Rose leapt into the air, surrounded by a swirl of beautiful rose petals. The cross-bladed black scythe in her hands resembled the Grim Reaper's soul-reaping scythe. With a casual swing, streaks of black blade energy erupted midair. These blades wove themselves into a vast net. As Rose swung downward, the black net descended. A series of wet thuds echoed as a ghost general lord disintegrated into scattered chunks of flesh. Instant kill. 3 SS rank foes had surrounded Rose alone. Yet Rose instantly eliminated one with a single strike. What overwhelming combat prowess! Lin Ran was stunned. He never imagined Rose's combat prowess could be so terrifying. Although Meow Meow and Sha Sha both possessed the ability to defeat SS rank monsters, it was only effective in one-on-one combat. And they couldn't achieve an instant kill. But Rose? She could wipe them out in an instant. Truly a monster whose primary power was destruction. She landed on the ground, petals swirling around her as she wielded her black scythe, dancing across the earth. Rose's movements were beautiful, the battle itself resembled an artistic performance. Before long, both SS rank ghost generals were instantly defeated by her. The battle ended. Rose petals suspended in the air drifted slowly downward, as if taking a final bow before the audience. Lin Ran was utterly transfixed. But he wasn't the only one. Bai Qingyan, who had been watching from a short distance away, stood frozen, her expression blank. This ghost, so beautiful, so powerful. Is she really a ghost? At that moment, even Bai Qingyan, an SSS-tier spirit exorcist, couldn't help but voice her doubts. What ordinary ghost could possibly achieve this? Even her own spirits, compared to Rose, seemed slightly inferior. Soon, Rose's toes touched the ground, and she stepped forward. Beneath her feet, a beautiful rose blossom materialized. Her black stiletto heels pressed into the petals, using the slight leverage to leap onto the towering fortress wall. Rose, clad in a black lace-trimmed skirt, descended like a night elf beside Lin Ran. Her stunning eyes widened, their watery depths captivating the soul. Lin Ran smiled, ruffling her hair gently. Well done. Rose, are you truly my companion spirit? He felt a twinge of doubt. What had he ever done to deserve such a beautiful companion spirit? And one with such formidable combat prowess. Rose hugged Lin Ran tightly, pressing herself close. Feeling the warmth radiating from her contract master. Before long, Sha Sha also returned to the city walls. Having fought continuously, her ghost energy was nearly depleted. She was now frantically absorbing ghost energy to restore her strength. Amidst the entire ghost tide, only Mao Mao remained fighting fiercely. Wielding the white-fanged serpent spear, it resembled a god of slaughter. Each strike could easily cripple an S-rank ghost, or even kill it instantly. Moreover, its endurance in prolonged combat was terrifying. It seemed to grow stronger with every battle. With each demon slain, it siphoned ghost energy from the corpse, thus restoring its own depleted power to continue the fight. It was nothing short of a war machine incarnate. Chapter 87, Confronting the SSS rank Ghost General Emperor. Instant kill. Bai Qingyan observed Lin Ran's horde of ghosts. A look of astonishment inevitably spread across her face. Each of these 3 ghosts was nothing short of monstrous. The girl in the white skirt had hair as white as snow. Her blood-red eyes added an eerie, alluring quality. She could teleport from one place to another in an instant, slaughtering hordes of ghosts with every strike. Another girl in a black dress possessed a face of unparalleled beauty, breathtakingly stunning. Not only could no demon rival her looks, but even among human women, none could match her beauty. Her combat prowess was terrifying. Wielding a black scythe, every strike landed as a critical hit. Yet her movements were so graceful, as if slaughter were a form of performance art to her. Finally, there was the black cat girl. Half human, half cat, wielding a serpentine spear like Zhang Fei reborn. Charging relentlessly through hordes of demons, she grew fiercer with every blow, fighting tirelessly. Like a meat grinder, she relentlessly slaughtered. Sometimes, I truly envy you for possessing such extraordinary demons. Bai Qingyan gazed at Lin Ran with a wry smile. Her own ghosts, though rated SSS-tier, still paled in comparison to Lin Ran's in this moment. Come to think of it, Lin Ran had never actually seen her ghosts manifest. Though he could get a rough idea through the system, it was nowhere near as good as seeing them in person. Stop flattering me. Focus on the fight. Ghost General Emperor, here I come. In the distance, massive ghosts were converging toward them. Clad in silver-gray battle armor, they appeared incredibly sturdy. At the same time, an extremely potent aura of ghostly energy emanated from his body. Though this wasn't his first confrontation with the Ghost General Emperor, Lin Ran still felt uneasy. Last time, the Ghost General Emperor's appearance had nearly depleted all his trump cards. This time, though he had rose, the sheer number far surpassed the previous encounter. A full 12 Ghost General Emperors they've all come. They really think highly of us. Lin Ran counted them all and let out a bitter laugh. Bai Qingyan shook her head. Not exactly. It's because they know you're here. She pointed toward the horizon, where a dark cloud had coalesced into the shape of a human face. Lin Ran's heart sank. Him again. The giant spirit demon king. This guy really is a persistent ghost. Last time, Luo Qiao destroyed him, but clearly, that wasn't his true form. At best, it was merely a clone. This time, it must be the real thing. Lin Ran's expression darkened further. As long as this creature remains alive, Zone 7 will never know peace. Nor would that stone circle ever vanish. Sasha, bring the cat back. It's time for a fierce battle. Sasha nodded obediently, her form vanishing instantly. Shortly after, Cat was brought back directly. At this moment, Cat seemed somewhat reluctant to leave. It bared its claws and teeth, glaring downwards. Lin Ran sighed helplessly. Alright, get ready. We're about to face a fierce battle. Cat, meow woo woo. Gazing toward the distant sky, the hideous visage of the giant spirit demon king remained terrifying. Bai Qingyan said, I've gathered the exorcists from the fortress. There's only one SSS ranked 1, and with me, that makes 2. Even if I manage to summon 2 spirits, it's still nowhere near enough. What's your plan? Lin Ran frowned as well. Has the support from the conservation area not arrived yet? They're here, but they're being held up outside. It'll take at least another half hour for them to break through. That won't be enough either. The reinforcements only have 5 SSS ranked ones. Bai Qingyan looked worried. Leave this place for now. I'll fight my way through for you. Wait for the other strong ones from the conservation area to arrive, then come back and avenge us. The disparity was almost tenfold. Bai Qingyan saw no hope in this situation. Even if Lin Ran's supernatural beings were powerful, they'd be utterly useless. Therefore, she quickly made her decision to get Lin Ran out. It was the best and most prudent course of action under the circumstances. Preserve our existing strength. However, Lin Ran shook his head. No need. I still have a trump card. Trust me. He already had a plan in mind. Though it was a 3 against 12 situation, he could find a way to turn the tables. By utilizing Sasa, he could draw those SSS-tier exorcists into the fray. This would grant him control over 8 SSS rank ghosts. Once he activated the Boundless Forbidden Realm, instantly eliminating one SSS rank specter would create an 8 versus 11 advantage. Then, with Miao Mao activating the Spirit Energy Domain, temporarily boosting their combat strength, they might buy a little more time. He could wait for his ghost energy to recover, activate Boundless Forbidden Realm a second time, eliminate another opponent, and completely turn the tide. With this plan in mind, he immediately ordered Sha to go retrieve them. Simultaneously, Bai Qingyan contacted the spirit exorcists to prepare.
In less than 10 minutes, 5 SSS-ranked spirit exorcists appeared atop the city walls. Sasha arrived, panting heavily from exhaustion.
The ghostly general and emperor in the distance drew ever closer. After a brief discussion of strategy, they each unleashed their spirits and launched their attack.
Lin Ran didn't hesitate either. With Sasha's help, he arrived at the battlefield.
They pushed through the outer perimeter of the ghost tide.
12 colossal SSS-rank ghost generals loomed like mountains.
They stood before them, obscuring the sky and blocking out the sun.
Rose. Prepare for battle. The boundless forbidden realm activated. A black curtain instantly descended. The ghost general within the domain instantly lost all power.
Only the battle armor on its body could still shield it from some damage. But this time, Rose appeared. Sword in hand, feet treading the void, step by step, she ascended straight to the heavens.
From above, she brought down a single, decisive blow. Black mist swirled. Boom!
The ghostly general's head was severed clean off.
It crashed to the ground with an explosive thud. Instant kill.
Even clad in formidable ghostly battle armor, it proved utterly useless.
Overwhelming power. Contrite Ghost Rose slays SSS rank ghost, gaining ghost EXP plus 1000, system points plus 200.
Compared to the cross-black scythe, the ghost general emperor's armor seemed so fragile. Lin Ran marveled at Rose's formidable combat prowess, while also astonished by the immense rewards granted by an SSS rank ghost.
He then retracted the boundless forbidden realm. In less than 5 seconds, an SSS rank ghost had fallen.
So swift it didn't even give other ghost generals time to come to its aid.
Everyone was stunned. What just happened? An SSS rank demon just died like that?
All they witnessed was a black veil enveloping the ghost general emperor, followed instantly by its head being severed from its body.
The speed was so staggering it was hard to comprehend. Enough talk. Let's fight. As Bai Qingyan arrived, she gave the order, and 2 beams of light, one purple, one pink, shot forth. Instantly, the 2 beams transformed into specters.
The pink light materialized into a girl holding a violin, her cold, piercing eyes fixed intently on one of the ghost generals. The purple light transformed into a giant insect with butterfly wings. Massive in size, stretching several meters long, its entire body radiated a peculiar glow.
Phantom World's Melody, Night Prayer's Butterfly. Both were SSS rank ghosts. Lin Ran was utterly astonished. So these were Bai Qingyan's spirits.
Soon, the other exorcists summoned their own spirits to engage the foe. On the battlefield, only the final 3 ghost generals remained, unopposed. Thus, the task naturally fell upon Lin Ran. Prepare for battle, cat.
Activate the spirit energy domain. Chapter 88, Shasha's Outburst, Ghost Summoning.
The spirit energy domain activated, boosting the combat power of all allied ghosts within its range by 50%. Especially Rose, already possessing formidable power, she now became ferociously aggressive. Though her SS rank strength hadn't fully recovered after defeating an SS rank Ghost General Emperor, she still managed to fight the SSS rank Ghost General Emperor before her to a standstill. Looking toward the nearby area, Meow Meow and Sha Sha each faced off against a Ghost General Emperor. Faced with such a vast disparity in strength, their only option now was to keep dodging.
This was their only way to stall the enemy.
Just as they were debating their next move, a surge of energy rippled through the air. Turning to Rose, she had already materialized midair. A massive black scythe erupted with billowing dark mist.
This massive black mist was entirely condensed from ghostly energy. Skill, Cross Annihilation. Boom!
The cross-shaped blade energy slashed down, a thunderous roar erupting from the Ghost General Emperor's body. The latter staggered back several steps, his armor cracking in 2 places. This time, bolstered by SSS-tier combat prowess, the Ghost General Emperor possessed formidable defenses. Even Rose's ultimate strike failed to instantly kill him. Lin Ran hurriedly attempted to activate Boundless Forbidden Realm. However, as he gathered his ghost energy, he suddenly realized his absorption was far too slow, his power hadn't fully recovered.
A wave of exhaustion swept through his body, and the black curtain failed to descend. Damn it! I miscalculated.
System, exchange for advanced skill advancement items. The only option now was to exchange for skill advancement items to enhance his ghost energy absorption ability. But it was already too late. The Ghost General Emperor swung his massive axe down.
Qianwei had no time to dodge and could only brace her black scythe to take the blow head-on. A dark figure flew backward violently.
Qianwei slammed onto the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. The ghostly aura within her body began to leak out steadily. The cross-shaped black scythe dissolved into a cloud of dark mist.
This is bad.
Lin Ran inwardly cursed his misfortune.
The Ghost General Emperor closed in once more, his massive form bearing down on Qianwei.
It was unimaginable such a mountain-like form crashing onto Rose would surely kill her, or at the very least leave her gravely injured.
Judgment Blade.
Lin Ran unleashed his skill, delivering a fierce strike against the Ghost General Emperor.
Yet this strike inflicted no damage whatsoever.
Much less did it draw the Ghost General Emperor's attention. His mountain-like body continued charging toward Rose.
At that very moment, a white figure flashed by. It was Sasa. In that instant, she pulled Rose away. Lin Ran rejoiced, but quickly realized that the Ghost General Emperor Sha had engaged might very well be closing in. As expected. Not far away, a massive Ghost General Emperor began charging toward them. Before they could devise a countermeasure, Meow Meow crashed down from the sky, her body covered in wounds. The plan failed. Guilt flooded Lin Ran's heart as he looked at the two wounded ghosts. He took out a ghost healing pill for each of them. Sasha, take them away from here first. Rest a bit before we fight again. The situation was dire. Immediate evacuation was the best choice. But this time, Sasha didn't heed his command. She drifted straight out, confronting the three ghost generals head-on. In the next instant, a burst of light erupted. A stone door slowly rose from within. Not again. Lin Ran was startled. It had been a long time since Sasa had summoned the Hell Gate. The last time she opened this gate, she had indeed dragged a Ghost General Emperor inside. But that was only when opening the boundless Forbidden Realm, when the Ghost General Emperor lacked ghostly energy. Now, with three Ghost General Emperors, nearly all at their peak strength, what use could opening the Hell Gate possibly serve? As he pondered this, the stone door slowly creaked open. A figure shrouded in black mist emerged from within. What on earth is happening? Lin Ran was utterly shocked. Could Sha-Sha's gates of hell still summon spirits? Would these spirits she summoned obey her commands? As doubt swirled, four more figures emerged from the stone gate in quick succession. The leader was a young man clad in black robes. Beneath his dark hair, all three eyes glowed crimson. The second was a woman clad in an off-the-shoulder long robe, her appearance strikingly alluring. The third was a boy with neatly trimmed bangs, appearing honest and simple. The fourth was an old man, wearing a white cap and sporting a serene smile. The fifth was an innocent-looking little girl with striking blue-violet eyes, her beautiful hair adorned with a camellia blossom. Who are they? Lin Ran was puzzled. Using his skill to inspect them, he discovered they were all ghosts. Even more astonishing, they were all SSS rank spirits. Young man, Busho, special ability, shape-shifting ghost blade. The alluring woman, Gokai, special ability, enchantment. The youth, Yama Oni, special ability, healing ghosts. Old man, Ryutu, special ability, summoning a fire spirit ghost chariot. Little girl, Higan, special ability, none. What a strange quintet. No, they should be called five spirits. Fu Sang's body gradually enveloped in black mist, ultimately transforming into a black ghostly blade. Guhai caught the blade with a flick of his wrist, then sprang forward toward a ghostly general, his feet barely touching the ground. At incredible speed. Only an afterimage remained. Long Tang, refusing to be outdone, extended a withered, aged hand, gathering ghostly energy within it. Instantly, a chariot engulfed in flames materialized out of thin air, crashing violently into one of the ghost generals. In an instant, flames surged, and powerful energy rippled outward. The girl beyond the shore turned her gaze toward the last Ghost General Emperor. Her large eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a sinister smile. Then, a length of white silk flew out. It swiftly coiled around the Ghost General Emperor's body. The next moment, with a tug, she pulled the Ghost General Emperor directly into the stone door. She followed immediately after. Turning to the others, the skeletal figure wielding the black ghost blade roared in fury. Immediately after, a thunderous crash echoed. The Ghost General Emperor's massive head was severed clean off. It crashed to the ground, nearly gouging a deep pit into the earth. The ghostly chariot of the old man Longtang displayed formidable combat prowess, crashing into the Ghost General Emperor. His massive frame was utterly unable to evade. In an instant, the Ghost General Emperor's two thick legs were blown clean off. Then, another ghost chariot appeared. With a thunderous crash, it landed squarely on the Ghost General Emperor's head. The latter was instantly blown to a pile of black dust, scattering to the ground. Lin Ran was utterly dumbfounded. How incredibly powerful is that? Wait, there was another person? He suddenly realized the youth's figure had vanished. Turning her head, the mountain spirit channeled a peculiar supernatural energy from her hands, now healing the wounds of Sasa's three spirits. Where on earth did these monsters come from? Each one was more twisted than the last. Though they share the same SSS rank, their combat prowess far surpasses that of the Ghost General Emperor. Could Sasa truly control such beings? Soon, Lin Ran realized his worries were unnecessary. After the mountain spirit healed the three monsters, it nodded to Sasa and turned back toward the stone gate. Guehai and Fusu did likewise. After dealing with the Ghost General Emperor, they didn't linger. They merely called out to Sasa from afar before stepping through the stone gate and departing. Finally, Longtang cast a lingering look at Sasa before departing, leaving behind a ghostly chariot engulfed in flames. As he vanished, the flames on the ghost chariot died down, leaving only the wheels still engulfed in rolling inferno. Lin Ran stared in awe. Sasha, what exactly is your background? Chapter 89, Reinforcements Arrive, Clues Unraveled, Dragon Tomb. Sha drifted slowly toward him, pressing her small face directly against Lin Ran's chest. As if listening to his heartbeat. Lin Ran was at a loss for words. He could only sigh helplessly. Alright. Whatever your background is, let's just leave it at that for now. The battle isn't over yet. Let's rest for a moment, then we'll go support the others. After all, 8 SSS rank ghost generals were still locked in fierce combat with the spirit exorcists. Glancing at the nearby battle, the clash between both sides was intensifying by the moment. Led by Qingyan, 2 formidable SSS rank ghosts managed to slightly suppress the Ghost General Emperor. But defeating them outright was nearly impossible. The Ghost General Emperor possessed formidable combat prowess, and with its powerful ghostly armor, breaching its defenses proved exceedingly difficult. Unless another ghost entity existed that could match the armor's strength. Lin Ran suddenly gasped. Right. The armor. He rushed forward, arriving at the Ghost General Emperor's corpse. Though their physical forms had turned to black ash, the ghostly essence remained intact. Check immediately. Ghost King Battle Armor. Special spectral object, common grade, possesses high defense specific effect scale with wearer's strength. The stronger the wearer, the higher the armor's defense. When worn by an SSS grade specter, ordinary attacks struggle to breach its defenses. For instance, Nyan's White Fanged Serpent Spear is also a common ghost artifact, theoretically on par with this Ghost King Battle Armor. However, the significant disparity in the user's power prevents it from being breached. In contrast, Rose's Cross-Black Scythe transcends the realm of ordinary ghostly artifacts. It is a unique entity that emerged alongside Rose. Much like the Knight Rose of old. As these thoughts crossed his mind, 3 ghostly creatures charged forth simultaneously. Rushing to aid Qingyan first. With combat strength already relatively even, the intervention of Rose's 3 spirits caused the situation to tilt decisively. Crash! 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 A ghostly general was forced back several steps. Next, Rose leapt onto the ghost general's head and struck down. It exploded instantly. Lin Ran watched from a distance, refraining from intervening as he began absorbing the ghostly energy. Ghost Rose slays SSS rank ghost, gaining ghost EXP plus 1000, system points plus 200. Ghost Rose has slain. 2 consecutive notifications popped up as the 2 ghost generals facing Qingyan were slain. The group continued their advance. Lin Ran hesitated no longer. He opened the system interface and exchanged for an advanced skill progression item. Ghost Chi Absorption Skill advanced to Master Level Skill, Ghost Chi Plunder. Ghost Energy Plunder, plunder all ghost energy, including but not limited to ghosts and supernatural beings. Even the ghost energy from ghostly creatures could be plundered now. Truly a Master Level skill. However, what intrigued Lin Ran was what level it would become after advancing to Master Level. Will it become even stronger? After all, he could still exchange for Master Tier skill advancement items. Though the price was steep, at his current rate of slaying SSS-tier ghosts, he could easily afford it. Just as he pondered this, a deafening roar echoed from the distance, reverberating across the land. Looking up, he saw the hideously ugly face of the giant spirit demon king looming closer. A hell-tiered demon had appeared. Lin Ran frantically gathered ghost energy while keeping his eyes fixed on the distant junior giant ghost king. At that very moment, the roar of a helicopter filled the air. In the distance, a small black dot was approaching. It was reinforcements from other conservation zones. Finally here. Lin Ran felt a surge of relief. With them here, he wouldn't have to worry about facing the giant spirit demon king alone. From the helicopter, a dark figure plunged downward. Mid-air, the shadow transformed into a colossal warrior. It was none other than the Martial Spirit King. Luo Qiao's Hell-tier ghost spirit. Boom! The Martial Spirit King landed with a deafening crash. Luo Qiao leapt down from its shoulder and fixed his gaze directly on Lin Ran. So you're here too? I happen to need to speak with you. Leave this battle to the Martial Spirit King. Come with me. Lin Ran nodded and followed Luo Qiao to the side. Not far away, the battle between the ghosts and monsters raged on. Wu Lingwan, wielding his massive axe, charged skyward, locked in combat with the giant spirit ghost king. The previous giant spirit demon king had been no match for him, and this one certainly wasn't either. A Yin's injuries are quite severe. We need an extremely rare material. That material can only be found in a specific area outside Conservation Zone 8. Lin Ran frowned. What is it? Where exactly is it? Luo Qiao shook his head. The exact location is unclear. It's a ghostly entity known as the Silver Dragon Spirit. According to reliable intelligence, there's a place called Dragon Tomb, 300 kilometers beyond Conservation Zone 8. Venture deep within and locate the Silver Dragon's tomb to find its essence. Lin Ran frowned. This task was far more difficult than he had imagined. Dragons! Such creatures had indeed existed in Blue Star's history. Even after the horror's revival, dragon-like specters had appeared. These specters possessed formidable combat strength, and even ordinary ones were unusually high-leveled. At the very least, they were S rank or higher. Luo Qiao sighed. I know this mission is dangerous, but there's no other choice. You're the most suitable person for this task. Lin Ran was puzzled. Though he wouldn't refuse, why did Luo Qiao have to phrase it that way? Luo Qiao explained, remember the diagram you gave me? It's that cryptic symbol carved beneath the Su family tombstone. That diagram part of it has already been deciphered. Deep within the dragon's lair lies a gateway to another realm. This is the first part. The second part remains undeciphered for now. It will take more time. Lin Ran's heart sank. Another dragon tomb. What secrets did this place hold? On Blue Star, many territories remain unexplored by humanity. Take dragon tombs, for instance, or the region beyond the natural barrier in Conservation Zone 13. There were many such regions. Consider this: across the vast expanse of Blue Star, aside from the 28 conservation zones constructed by humanity, all other territories remain domains of supernatural beings. After a millennium of development, humanity has only just begun to establish a foothold in this world teeming with supernatural beings. The path to fully reclaim lost territories and uncover the secrets of these supernatural beings remains long and arduous. Lin Ran nodded firmly. The dragon tomb I will go. We depart immediately after this battle concludes. Luo Chao nodded. He then turned his gaze toward the battlefield. Several SSS-rank ghost generals had been utterly annihilated. The giant spirit ghost king in the sky had also been driven back. Hell-grade demons weren't so easily killed. Luo Chao said, "It got away, but don't worry, it won't escape. Barring any surprises, that stone circle is its territory. We'll go destroy it." Lin Ran nodded. Shortly after, Bai Qingyan and the other SSS-tier powerhouses arrived. With everyone assembled, they set out immediately. As if to ward off the spirit exorcists, 13 gray boulders now emitted a murky, gray mist. Luo Chao coldly remarked, "Nothing but petty tricks." Wu Lingwang. With that, the martial spirit king positioned himself at the front and brought his massive axe crashing down. A crimson light pierced the clouds as the axe cleaved through the air, carving a crescent-shaped path of ghostly energy that scattered the gray mist wherever it passed. Chapter 90, Deep into the Stone Circle, united against Hell-tier. That single swing cleaved through the ghostly aura and shattered the endless horde of undead blocking their path. Hell-tier beings were terrifying indeed. Remember, the same ghostly aura had nearly killed an SS-grade spirit exorcist back then. Under the might of the martial spirit king, the ghostly aura advanced almost unimpeded. Lin Ran watched in utter astonishment. Just then, Luo Chao spoke. "This ghostly energy is incredibly dense. All spirit exorcists do not enter. Release your ghosts and monsters to destroy those boulders. The source of the ghostly energy is those boulders." Indeed, it matched Lin Ran's suspicions. Those boulders were the origin of this peculiar ghostly energy. In an instant, 3 contracted spirits transformed into 3 flickering afterimages and shot forward. Rose, wielding her black cross-bladed scythe, moved with blinding speed, reaching the front of the boulder in an instant. Here, ghosts continued to emerge endlessly from the boulders. Fortunately, they were all low-level or rank ghost warriors. Boom! The black scythe descended, shattering the boulder. Countless gray fragments spilled out along with dark gray ghostly energy. But soon, all this ghostly energy was absorbed by the cross-shaped black scythe. Lin Ran was slightly surprised. Was this even possible? Could the cross-shaped black scythe actually absorb ghostly energy? This was definitely no ordinary ghostly artifact. It was highly likely that it could be rated as top tier by the system. Even so, he dared not entertain any thoughts of taking the cross-black scythe. It was Rose's ghost artifact. If Meow Meow used it as an evolution item, wouldn't Rose's combat power plummet? That would truly be a case of losing more than gaining. Meanwhile, Cat hurled the white-fanged serpent spear from her grasp. It slammed into the boulder with a thunderous crash. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the boulder. The cracks grew wider and wider until, under an immense surge of power, they exploded outward. The surrounding ghosts and monsters were all blown away, their ghostly energy spilling out. Meow Meow wasted no time, devouring it all. Although the ghost's experience points were already maxed out, preventing further gains, the axe significantly restored its stamina. Finally, in Sasa's direction. Hovering mid-air, she formed seals with both hands and unleashed a blood-red beam of light. This beam, channeling immense ghostly power, struck the boulder, shattering it into dust. Along with the demon that had emerged from it moments before, everything was obliterated. After accomplishing all this, Sasa's stamina was utterly depleted. With a teleport, she returned to Lin Ran's side and remained motionless. Lin Ran, ever the considerate one, scooped her up and followed the path the demons had left behind. Not far away, other gray boulders were also reduced to dust under the relentless assault of numerous SSS-grade ghosts. The peculiar ghostly energy dissipated along with them. The group pressed onward. Guided by the martial spirit king, they soon entered the depths of the original stone circle. Due to the ghost energy source, a massive pit remained in the ground. Luo Chao glanced back at Lin Ran and offered a faint, approving smile. Lin Ran shrugged helplessly, spreading his hands. This wasn't his fault. Just then, a mass of black mist began to rise slowly from the pit. It shot straight up into the sky. In midair, it solidified into a tangible form. It took the form of a colossal humanoid specter. Standing dozens of meters tall with thick limbs, its hideous, demonic face was utterly terrifying. With its emergence, an overwhelming sense of oppression descended upon the area. Lin Ran immediately activated the Death God's Eye to inspect it. Giant Spirit Demon King. Monster Tier, Hell Grade. Special abilities: Devour, Summon, Sacrifice. The same abilities as Cat. Capable of devouring other demons to strengthen itself. Plus, it possesses summoning skills. No wonder it can summon so many ghosts to hunt it down. Even SSS rank ghosts number over a dozen. As for the sacrifice, Lin Ran hadn't witnessed it firsthand, but it wasn't hard to guess it likely meant exactly what it said. Perhaps it could not only forcefully devour other spirits but also sacrifice the ones it summoned to strengthen itself. Such an ability was rare indeed. At least, as far as he could tell, it was the first of its kind. War Spirit King, slay it. Hearing this, the colossal martial Spirit King strode forward, charging ahead with his massive axe raised. He leapt high into the air, raising his axe aloft as ghostly energy swirled around it. A single swing. The blade's energy pierced the clouds. He charged toward the giant Spirit Demon King. This time, however, the giant Spirit Demon King was not instantly defeated. Instead, he raised one hand and unfurled a black curtain. The blade's energy struck the black curtain, vanishing without a trace, causing no damage whatsoever. Immediately after, a piercing screech erupted from the giant Spirit Demon King's mouth. The black veil expanded to enormous proportions, enveloping the entire battlefield. This was the Ghost Realm. The Ghost Realm of a Hell tier specter. And it was no ordinary force suppressing Ghost Realm. Everyone's heart sank. What was the special ability of this Ghost Realm? None of them knew. Not even Luo Qiao. Fortunately, Luo Qiao still had a backup plan. Martial Spirit King, activate the Ghost Domain. Special Ghost Realm War God Domain. Boom! Ghostly energy transformed into golden light piercing the heavens. Behind the martial Spirit King, 100-meter-tall illusory form of the martial god materialized. Its aura was vast and majestic, colossal and imposing. Under the golden light's embrace, the giant Spirit Ghost King's dark ghostly domain was nearly obscured. Countless streams of black mist now surged toward the giant Spirit Ghost King from all directions. The source of that ghostly energy? The distant specters. This is a devouring skill? Or sacrifice? Lin Ran leaned toward the latter. If it were a devouring skill, it wouldn't cover such a vast area. As the power of the sacrifice grew stronger, the aura of the giant Spirit Demon King surged relentlessly. Luo Qiao sensed trouble brewing. The martial Spirit King swung his massive axe once more. The immense energy struck the gathering black mist, sending ripples of force outward. Yet it failed to inflict even a scratch. Wu Lingwang's power seemed to be largely neutralized by the sacrificial forces of the demons. This is bad. If it keeps growing, the giant Spirit Demon King might advance to catastrophe level. Lin Ran thought to himself, glancing at Sasha in his arms. Can you summon reinforcements? Sasha shook her head, clearly unable to. Looks like we'll have to find another way. The power of the sacrifices is growing stronger. Luo Qiao's expression shifted from its usual demeanor, growing profoundly grave. His brows furrowed deeply. We must interrupt its sacrificial ritual. Otherwise, it breaking through to catastrophe level is only a matter of time. It must be understood that the number of undead creatures that hadn't yet been slain was immense. Though they had held back the ghost tide and eliminated all high-level demons. But these SS rank and lower demons alone were sufficient to catalyze a qualitative leap in the giant Ghost King's power. I have a plan. Uncle Qiao, help me. Luo Qiao was puzzled. What do you plan to do? Lin Ran fixed his gaze on the giant Ghost King's position in the sky. His resolve was unwavering. I need your martial Spirit King to unleash his most powerful ultimate move within 5 seconds. During that time, I'll control all the ghostly power of the giant Ghost King while also having the Cat Clan boost the martial Spirit King's combat strength. One strike to finish him. We only get one chance. He could only activate Boundless Forbidden Realm once. Therefore, Wu Lingwang's coordination was crucial to him. Unlike ghosts like Rose Sasa, who could follow his thoughts and actions, the martial Spirit King did not obey his commands, making the execution of this instant kill plan inherently risky. Luo Qiao paused briefly before nodding. Understood. The next moment, Lin Ran vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already holding Sasha's hand, suspended mid-air. Ahead, less than 10 meters separated them from the giant Spirit Demon King. Infinite Barrier. Open. Chapter 91, 10 consecutive draws, rare item, advancement pill. Almost the instant the boundless Forbidden Realm materialized, the Catgirl transformed into a hawk-winged maiden and arrived. Her spiritual energy domain activated prematurely. The martial Spirit King moved with blinding speed, soaring high into the air. Eerie energy surged from the giant axe. The shadow of the martial god behind him tightened its grip on the axe in sync with his movements. Gather your power. Simultaneously, a black curtain descended. The boundless Forbidden Realm officially activated. Under the domain's embrace, the giant Spirit Ghost King's sacrifice abruptly ceased. The ghostly energy was completely restrained. This included both its own ghostly energy and the demonic power drawn from the nearby sacrifices. Panic seized it, and a shrill, piercing scream erupted from its mouth. Its already hideously grotesque face twisted beyond recognition. It was almost impossible to recognize it as a face. 3 seconds passed in an instant. The martial spirit king's power build-up was finally complete. The giant axe came crashing down, smashing viciously into the giant spirit demon king. Black mist erupted as the axe cleaved the giant spirit demon king in two. Simultaneously, the colossal shadow of the martial god collided with the giant spirit demon king. Blinding golden light nearly engulfed it. Under the terrifying might of the martial spirit king, the giant spirit demon king bound by its own power-sealing abilities could only be slain. As the 5-second duration of the boundless forbidden realm ended, the black veil vanished, and the giant spirit demon king plummeted to the ground. Rose, who had not ascended into the air, rushed forward without hesitation. Her cross-shaped black scythe traced a long, dark afterimage through the sky. Finally, it slammed into the giant spirit ghost king's forehead. Thud! A crisp sound. It sounded like shattering glass. Immediately, countless strands of ghostly energy clung to the cross-shaped black scythe. More and more, until it even began to entwine the rose itself. Contract spirit, Cross Rose has slain a hell-tier spirit. Gain spirit EXP plus 2000, system points plus 500. Congratulations, host. You have completed your first hell-tier ghost kill and received a special reward, 3 lottery chances. Lin Ran was overjoyed. Not only did he gain experience and points, but he also earned a lottery chance. This was quite rare. 1 lottery draw equals 100 points. 3 draws meant a full 300 points. Combined with the bonus 500 points, that brought his total to a solid 800 points. A huge win. Checking the system, my remaining points had soared to over 3,500. He could easily splurge and redeem a few lottery chances for fun. But he wasn't in a hurry. He planned to wait until this battle was completely over before doing so. With the giant spirit demon king slain, in the distance, the demons that had been attacking other strongholds in protected zone 7 dissolved into wisps of black mist. The cat Seb Lin ran down, landing on the ground. It transformed into its original form and stayed nearby. Sasha also descended slowly, instinctively nestling into Lin Ran's embrace. Mum. A low purr escaped from its throat. As if annoyed, why did Sasa get such special treatment? Way to go, Xiao Ran. No wonder you're my brother Feng Sun. Our first collaboration turned out flawless. Lin Ran smiled back. It's all thanks to Uncle Qiao's experience. He truly lives up to his reputation as a heavenly rank powerhouse. Amazing. Ha ha ha, exactly. That's how you promote me. Luo Qiao shouted with unabashed glee. The spirit drivers? Lin Ran? How could you possibly take that as a compliment? The group made their way back, and before long, they returned to the interior of the conservation zone. The group sat together, beginning to discuss the grand plan for repairing the sanctuary's fortress. Luo Qiao, bored by the talk, sipped cup after cup of the special grade tea supplied to the Federation building. Lin Ran, meanwhile, mentally activated the system interface. He located the lottery panel and checked his remaining chances, 3. Unsatisfied, he selected the exchange option immediately. 700 points deducted, 7 lottery chances obtained. A direct 10 draw. Guaranteed rare ghostly creature. The wheel spun, and streaks of white light flashed one after another. 9 in total. Fortunately, a golden light finally illuminated the last segment. Immediately after, rows of items appeared before my eyes. First was the rare ghost item, only one available. Ghost Advancement Pill. When consumed, it can elevate a ghost meeting the upgrade requirements by 1 tier. Lin Ran was stunned. An advancement pill, a rare ghost item. Truly formidable. This means Meow Meow can finally level up. It doesn't require many top-tier ghostly creatures at all. What a steal. Not just the cat Sasha might be able to level up this way too. Set that aside for now. Let's keep checking the other ghostly creatures. Common ghost items. Super Strength Tonic cures all injuries upon consumption. 4 ghosts only x3. Blank Ghost Contract allows an additional contract with an ownerless ghost quantity x1. Ghost Weapon Forge. Forge ghost weapons by placing them in the forge. Consumes required ghost entities to enhance their power x1. Healing Ghost Pills restores a portion of injuries upon consumption. 4 ghosts only x4. As expected, good things are always few and far between. As expected, a valuable item like the forge comes only in 1 quantity. The Blank Ghost Contract? Only 1 exists. The Great Strengthening and Nourishing Pill is quite potent. After all, it's an item that can heal any injury. The Ghost Healing Pill, on the other hand, seemed utterly useless. More often than not, it simply doesn't work. No wonder it's just an ordinary ghost item. Silently stowing away the items, Lin Ran took out a Ghost Advancement Pill and examined it closely in his hand. Should I give it to Meow Meow or to Sha Sha? Sha Sha still needed an upgrade material called 300 Ghostly Souls. At first, he'd assumed 300 Ghostly Souls meant slaying 300 ghosts. He thought he could simply slay ghosts to complete it. But now he realized that couldn't be right. 300 ghostly souls must refer to a specific item. It might even be a top-tier ghost artifact. Thus, Lin Ran found himself torn. To whom should he give it? He recalled that before Ho-Tu departed, she had given him a dune stone, which still lay within the ghostly realm. Giving it to Sha would undoubtedly be a waste of that stone. With that thought, he immediately decided to give the ghost progression pill to Cat. He'd advance Mao's level first, then go searching for those so-called 300 ghosts. Meow materialized beside him, took the small, jet black pill from Lin Ran's hand, and swallowed it whole. The next moment, the system prompted. Nekomata consumed the ghost progression pill. Ghost level advanced to SS rank. No skills awakened during this advancement. Lin Ran felt a pang of disappointment. He had expected that with the cat advancing to SS rank, its skills would also receive some enhancement. Unexpectedly, this time there was absolutely no change. Fortunately, after the level up, both its combat power and ghost energy had grown significantly stronger. Next, it was time to select a sufficiently powerful ghost artifact for the cat. The white-fanged serpent spear was appealing, but it was too weak, merely an ordinary ghost artifact. I could utilize the ghost weapon forge to reforge it and increase its strength. Besides that, there was still one blank ghost contract left. Although I already had 3 ghosts, when it came to ghosts, one could never have too many contracts. Unfortunately, without a system prompt, the world is vast, and finding a suitable ghost is extremely difficult. This matter can be set aside for now. Soon. The meeting concluded. Lin Ran wasted no time, heading straight to the shopping mall in Childcare Zone 7. Shopping. The journey through the Dragon Tomb. Who knew how long it would take? He must restock supplies, otherwise, starvation was inevitable. After spending another half-day shopping, Lin Ran froze when it came time to pay. The large characters displayed during payment were particularly jarring. Insufficient funds. He looked up to see the cashier's face had turned green. Let me explain. Security. Security. Chapter 92, Tang Chi, Federal Supervisor of Nursery Zone 8. 1 hour later. Lin Ran walked out of the shopping mall with his head bowed. Bai Qingyan walked ahead, occasionally glancing back. Only after confirming someone was following did she continue walking. Sorry, I'll pay you back. Lin Ran finally spoke, breaking the silence. Earlier at the mall, Sasa's insatiable shopping spree had led them to buy far more than they could afford. Left with no other choice, he had to seek Bai Qingyan's help. She borrowed 100,000 contribution points from Bai Qingyan, which barely covered the bill. Otherwise, even now, he'd still be stuck inside the mall, blocked by those intimidating security guards. Bai Qingyan dismissed Lin Ran's apology with indifference. It's nothing. No need to be so formal. But you, what's with buying all that stuff? I'm heading to the Dragon Tomb. The Dragon Tomb in Conservation Zone 8? What are you going there for? Bai Qingyan paused, turning back to look at him in confusion. With no other choice, Lin Ran briefly recounted the information he'd obtained earlier from Luo Qiao. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Qingyan nodded thoughtfully. I see. But it's for the best. You're indeed the right person for this. Why? Because the Federation official in charge of Conservation Zone 8 is quite interested in you. If you go, you might receive some assistance. The head of Conservation Zone 8 is interested in me? Lin Ran was stunned. He frantically scanned his memories. After confirming he hadn't lost his memory, he grew even more puzzled. When did I ever meet the head of Conservation Area 8? Who is he? Bai Qingyan also looked puzzled, furrowing her brows as she asked, Don't you recognize her? When you first arrived here, she even mentioned seeing you in the lobby of the Federal Building. The Federal Building, the lobby. Lin Ran suddenly remembered someone. That woman who had nearly killed him once before. Tang Chi? Yes, it seems you do know her. She's the leader of the hunters. Bai Qingyan. For a moment, the atmosphere between them grew heavy once more. Especially for Bai Qingyan. If what Lin Ran said was true, that Tang Chi was a hunter, then it meant that a group of scum among humanity had already infiltrated the Federation. For a hunter to become the head of the Conservation Zone Federation, how many high-ranking officials within the Federation must secretly support the hunters? Unthinkable. Do you have any evidence? Bai Qingyan quickly regained her composure, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Ran as she demanded. Though her instincts told her Lin Ran's words were true, she trusted the rational judgment brought by evidence even more. Lin Ran shook his head. No. But this time, I should be able to get some. I'll find a way to gather evidence. He too recognized the gravity of the situation. No wonder the Hunters' Alliance had persisted for so many years without being eradicated. Even when a conservation zone expended enormous resources to eliminate some members, they would reappear shortly thereafter. It turned out this organization had already infiltrated the Spirit Exorcist Federation from within. To truly dismantle it, the mastermind behind the scenes must be apprehended. Who could that mastermind be? Tang Chi? Or is she merely another pawn in the game? Lin Ran dared not imagine the sheer magnitude of the entity lurking behind this organization. The next day,
Lin Ran drove at breakneck speed toward Conservation Zone 8.
the communicator beside him broadcasted updates on SSS ranked spirit exorcist Tang Chi. Tang Chi, head of the Blue Star Exorcist Federation's branch office in Conservation Zone 8. Age, 48. Exorcist rank, SSS. Companion spirit, Tang Clan warrior rated SSS-class. Battle record. 2053, assisted the Night Watch Division of Conservation Zone 8 in eliminating invading spirits, slaying one C-rank spirit.
Awarded 5th class merit. 2058, demonstrated exceptional performance during the Zone 8 conservation area's demonic tide defense war, eliminating 32 S-rank demons. Awarded 3rd class merit. Between the ages of 18 and 48, Tang Chi accumulated a staggering 87 commendations over 3 decades. At first, it was manageable one every 3 to 5 years. Later on, he earned 3 to 5 medals per year. This was truly unheard of. While others also had commendable records, they paled in comparison to Tang Chi's. This man was exceptional. However, what astonished Lin Ran even more was that Tang Chi was already 48 years old. He appeared to be no more than a young man in his early 20s.
Although many humans now contract with ghost spirits to become spirit exorcists, their lifespans have not increased.
They still faced birth, aging, sickness, and death just as before the horror awakening. Moreover, lifespans had grown even shorter. Once, centenarians were common sights, but now, the oldest spirit exorcists barely reached their 60s. 48 years old was already considered quite advanced in age. Lin Ran found it utterly perplexing. Given Tang Chi's achievements, there was absolutely no need for her to become a hunter. She certainly wouldn't be short on money. What could possibly be the reason? Lost in thought, the car slowly entered the boundaries of Conservation Area 8. It took nearly 3 more hours of driving to reach the inner part of the reserve. The scenery here was similar to Conservation Zone 7, with the only difference being the architectural style. Conservation Area 7 featured mostly modern high-rise buildings. Conservation Area 8, however, featured mostly antique-style architecture. Antique-style bricks and horse head walls were everywhere.
The alleys lining both sides of the roads were paved with vintage bluestone tiles.
At first glance, it feels as though you've truly stepped back tens of thousands of years.
The Federation Building.
More than a mere building, it resembles a grand mansion. Surrounded by high walls, it contained pavilions and terraces. Lin Ran parked his car nearby and stepped inside. A woman approached him directly, bowing slightly. "Sir, please follow me. My master has been waiting for you for quite some time."
Lin Ran's heart sank. So he had been discovered after all?
It seemed that from the moment he entered the conservation area, he had fallen under Tang Chi's surveillance.
He shouldn't have come here at all. But since he was already here, he might as well go see. This was the Federation branch office, a bustling place with many eyes watching. Even if she was the minister, she wouldn't dare act recklessly. And even if she did act recklessly, Lin Ran was confident he could escape. Led by the woman, Lin Ran approached a wooden hut. "Sir, the person has been brought. You may withdraw." Inside the house, a familiar voice echoed. Lin Ran was now certain that the person inside was Tang Chi. Pushing open the door, he saw a woman sitting haggardly behind a solid wood desk. Upon seeing Lin Ran enter, a hint of playful amusement flashed through her half-closed phoenix eyes. "You're here. I knew you weren't dead."
Tang Chi lifted her head, her voice cold. A hint of amusement played at the corners of her mouth.
"So, you came to seek revenge? Or perhaps you need my help?"
Lin Ran's eyes sharpened, his mind already primed for action at a moment's notice.
Without hesitation, he demanded, "Why did you become a hunter? As the head of the Federation's branch office, do you really need this money?" Tang Chi laughed. "Ha! Are you kidding me? What hunter? What money? If I recall correctly, this isn't our first meeting, but we're hardly on such familiar terms, are we? Unwilling to admit it?"
Lin Ran sneered inwardly. "You sure change your tune fast."
"Fine. Suit yourself.
I came only to warn you, abandon your twisted schemes and submit to the Federation's sanctions. Otherwise, you will face the consequences you deserve." With that, he lingered no longer and turned to leave.
Chapter 93, Dragon 2, Ghost Weapon Forging Upgrade.
It was now confirmed that the Federation agent in Conservation Zone 8 was Tang Chi.
Lin Ran's heart began to race with anxiety.
The Dragon Tomb was closest to Conservation Zone 8. Therefore, if any danger were encountered there, any request for backup would inevitably pass through Conservation Zone 8, where Tang Chi could potentially block it. But the most desperate part wasn't that. The real dread lay in the possibility that, once inside the Dragon Tomb, they might face a pincer attack from both ghostly creatures and Tang Chi.
Caught between two enemies, the situation would become dire.
Lin Ran got into the car, floored the accelerator, and drove off into the distance.
300 kilometers, driven through the night.
Before dawn, he finally reached the location of the Dragon Tomb. The night was shrouded in haze, marking the darkest hour of the day. Fortunately, under the power of the Death God's eye, night held no difference from day in Lin Ran's eyes.
In the distance stood a towering mountain. It stood out prominently among the surrounding peaks. Trees stood densely on both sides, though most appeared to be sinking or collapsing, as if crushed by a heavy weight. The ground was littered with the corpses of many ghostly creatures, along with some enormous footprints from some enormous supernatural creature. Soon, Lin Ran spotted the creature. A fierce wind howled around him and a powerful aura descended from the sky. Looking up into the night sky, a silvery figure soared into the distance. It was a silver dragon with enormous wings. So this must be the silver dragon. Silver Dragon Osiris. Monster tier, infernal. Special ability, physically formidable, combat strength far surpasses other monsters of the same rank. Lin Ran's heart sank. This mission was far more difficult than he had imagined. Its level alone was enough to give him a run for his money. And this special ability was absurdly powerful. It might rival the power of a catastrophe-level entity. Fortunately, the silver dragon hadn't detected his presence and gradually drifted away. Finally, it landed atop a mountain peak and vanished from sight. Yet wherever the silver dragon passed, it stirred considerable unrest among the spirits and demons. Scattered murmurs echoed from both sides. The three contracted spirits within him also manifested of their own accord at this moment. They had all sensed the aura of danger. They emerged at the very first moment. However, Rose merely stood by, not summoning the cross-black scythe. Meow Meow gritted her silver teeth, gazing into the distance. Just then, a dark shadow flashed by. What appeared before them next was a vicious wolf with enormous fangs. Evil Spirit Ghost Wolf. Spectral rank, S. Special ability, Tear. Only S rank? Not much to fear. Lin Ran thought to himself. The next moment, Cat transformed into a black shadow and shot forward. In the blink of an eye, the ghost wolf was swallowed whole. Cat monster slays S-rank ghost, gaining plus 200 ghost experience and plus 50 points. Ghost cat devours S-rank ghostly spirit ghost wolf, gaining ghost experience plus 200 and acquiring the ghost wolf shapeshift form. A whopping 400 experience points gained. Plus 50 points. It must be said, this ghost wolf was truly generous. Unfortunately, the cat's current level is simply too high. To level up, it needs a staggering 50,000 experience points. At this rate, it would take slaying over 100 S-rank ghosts to level up. Monsters of this level were rare indeed. Without a ghost hide, encountering that many at once was simply impossible. Lost in thought, Lin Ran suddenly froze. Countless blood-red eyes now stared fixedly at him from all around. All were S-rank ghosts, evil spirit ghost wolves. Just as expected. Wolves are pack animals. Even after becoming ghostly beasts, their nature remained unchanged. A staggering 23 ghost wolves had appeared here. A full 23 S-rank ghosts. For an ordinary spirit exorcist, dealing with them would be quite a challenge. But Lin Ran was different. Meow Meow opened its gaping maw, releasing thick black mist. Sweeping up the ghost wolves, it devoured them all in the end. In an instant, over 1,000 points were credited to his account. His experience surged dramatically. Nearly 10,000 ghost experience points. The monster experience bar shot up dramatically. These ghost wolves are truly generous, delivering experience points so freely. With the ghost wolves dealt with, the surrounding area was now free of any ghostly presence. Lin Ran immediately put those 1,000 points to use. Lottery! If he could draw another ghost monster advancement pill, it would help Sasa successfully upgrade to SS rank. Her overall combat power would receive a significant boost. With that thought, he opened the system's point shop. Redeem for a chance to win. Deduct 998 points for 10 lottery chances. Start the draw. The wheel spins, each white light illuminating in turn. Counting them off, when the 10th beam ignites, the white light transforms into golden light. The color of rare items. Immediately after, rows of item information appear before your eyes. Celestial Book Fragment, Rare Ghostly Artifact. Collect 100 fragments to contract an Abyss-tier ghostly artifact. Lin Ran? Could this get any more absurd? I'd rather gather all 7 Dragon Balls to summon the dragon. Just getting 100 scroll fragments is tough enough. Utterly useless just looking at them and their rare ghostly artifacts? What a pain. He stowed the item away and continued examining the other items. Golden Feather Ghost Stone, common ghost item, material, usable for forging ghost artifacts, quantity x1. Earth Dragon Tendons, common ghost item, material, usable for forging ghost weapons, quantity x1. Dark Phoenix Silver Hairpin, common ghost item. Exerts a special oppressive force on ghosts, capable of partially dispelling them, quantity x1. Ghost Cage, common ghost item. Can capture severely injured ghosts. Increases affinity with captured ghosts by 1 point daily. A pile of useless items. However, there are a few items that are actually useful. For instance, this Golden Feathered Ghost Stone and Earth Dragon Tendons. Both are forging materials, usable for crafting ghost weapons. Earlier, I had intended to reforge the Whitefang Serpent Spear, but lacked the materials. Now it seemed the system knew exactly what he needed, deliberately granting him several materials. Perfect timing.
He immediately retrieved the item, the ghost weapon forge. Instantly, a massive black iron furnace materialized before his eyes. It was the Ghost Chi Forge. It looked unremarkable, but being a system-produced item, its effectiveness was beyond question. Its usage was straightforward: first place the ghost weapon inside, then add the forging materials. Without hesitation, he took the white-fanged serpent spear from Cat's hands and tossed it inside. Next, he added the golden feathered ghost stone and earth dragon tendons. The system prompted. Detected forgeable ghost weapon, white-fanged serpent spear. Forging materials detected, golden feathered ghost stone, earth dragon tendons. Points consumed, 1000. Can be forged into a rare ghost weapon? Select whether to forge. Lin Ran. He was speechless. Not only is this system utterly useless, but it's also a total rip-off. Forging a ghost weapon requires 1000 points. What kind of nonsense is this? He barely had 2000 points total. A single attempt would drain half his reserves. Gritting his teeth, he still chose to proceed. Consuming 1000 points, beginning forging upgrade. In the next instant, roaring flames erupted within the forge. What was astonishing was that the flames were a ghostly blue, like will-o'-the-wisps. Before he could rejoice, the system alerted him again. Due to missing forging blueprint, success rate for this upgrade is 20%. Forging upgrade failed. Ghost artifact consumed, cannot be restored. Lin Ran exploded in rage. What the hell is wrong with you? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the ghost artifact forge exploded with a thunderous boom. Chapter 94, Devouring the Wind attributed Bone Dragon, Wings of the Wind. Clearly, she was doing just fine, explosively fine. The blast deafened Lin Ran, a constant buzzing echoing in his head. After a long while, it finally subsided. Shaking his head, the rose before him instinctively made way. He approached the former location of the furnace, where an enormous crater now gaped. In the depths of the pit lay only a spear, charred black. Lin Ran gritted his teeth. System, you bastard, come out if you've got the guts. I promise I won't let the cat tear you apart. System. Forging upgrade successful. Total materials consumed for this upgrade: golden feather ghost stone, earth dragon tendons, ghost weapon forge, white fang serpent spear, system points x 1000. Lin Ran froze. Successful? Is that even possible? Did it get scared after I threatened it? With that thought, he descended into the deep pit and retrieved the pitch black spear. Unknown rare ghostly object nameable. Details: forged from an upgraded white fang serpent spear, infused with the power of earth dragon ghosts and golden feather ghost stones. Possesses immense strength, classified as a rare ghost artifact. Lin Ran was utterly dumbfounded. This thing, even the system didn't know its name. It wasn't quite the white fang serpent spear either. The upgrade materials were a complete hodgepodge. Useful or useless, no one knew what effects they held. They just dumped everything in there haphazardly. It's no surprise it blew up. Fortunately, the outcome turned out rather well. I just picked a name on the spot, let's call it the Ghost Dragon Spear. After naming it successfully, he handed it to Cat. Here, it's yours. The cat gave it a lone, lingering look but didn't reach out to take it. Lin Ran could even detect a hint of disdain in its eyes. Meow meow, don't judge it by its looks, this thing is genuinely useful. Cat, meow. Like I'd believe you. Just then, Shasha moved. She grabbed the ghost dragon spear with one hand and hurled it forward with all her might. Holy crap! Lin Ran was stunned. Watching the black spear hurtle through the air, his heart clenched in agony. You can't throw it. You mustn't. No sooner had the words left his mouth than an explosion echoed from ahead. Black smoke billowed, dust swirled, and all vegetation was obliterated. Is this the effect of the ghost dragon spear? Lin Ran asked Shasha. She nodded. Turning to Meow Meow, her large emerald eyes were filled with excitement where was even a trace of her earlier disdain. She darted forward in a single bound and soon clutched the ghost dragon spear tightly in her arms. Clearly, after witnessing the ghost dragon spear's power, Meow Meow had developed a strong fondness for this extremely ugly black spear. Now, Mau Mau had the ghost dragon spear and Rose had the black cross scythe. Only Shasha was left, still without anything. Lin Ran felt a pang of guilt. Sasha, don't worry. When the chance arises, I'll forge you the ghost weapon you've always wanted. Sasha's beautiful eyes blinked rapidly, her lovely little face filled with confusion. She seemed unable to grasp why Lin Ran had suddenly said such a thing. Never mind. We'll talk about it another time. Let's keep moving. Under cover of night, Tang Chi shouldn't catch up so quickly. As long as we get the silver dragon's essence before she arrives, it'll all be over. They pressed on. Not long after, a colossal skeleton loomed before them. Judging by its size, it was clearly a dragon. Since this is a dragon's tomb, finding a dragon skeleton here is only natural. Let's see if we can collect some dragon bones to use as forging materials. Lin Ran thought to himself as he stepped forward. Before he could take a few more steps, Rose blocked his path. Immediately following her was an overwhelming sense of pressure. Black ghostly energy rose from the stark white bones. It's a ghost. Startled, Lin Ran immediately took a step back. The specter formed from bone slowly rose to its feet, towering over 10 meters tall.
Death's Eye, Inspect Attributes. Wind Attributed Bone Dragon. Monster Tier, SSS. Special ability, can harness wind power. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh.
A fierce gale erupted. Lin Ran felt himself nearly swept off his feet by the gale.
An SSS-ranked ghost possessed formidable combat prowess.
Though mentally prepared, Lin Ran was still startled. The bone dragon's oppressive aura far surpassed that of the Ghost General Emperor.
Even the Ghost General Emperor, bolstered by ghostly artifacts, couldn't match this wind elemental bone dragon. Its aura likely rivaled that of Hell-grade specters. In the next instant, Rose struck first.
Black mist swirled around her hand, coalescing into a cross-shaped black scythe. In an instant, she materialized directly above the wind attribute bone dragon's head.
She brought the scythe crashing down onto the dragon's skull with a thunderous clang.
The two separated upon contact, and Rose vanished in an instant. The instant she vanished, a wind blade sliced through the air where she had stood. Yet on the bone dragon's head, only a shallow scratch remained. Rose had failed to break through its defenses.
Just how hard was the bone dragon's skull?
Even the cross-black scythe, capable of severing anything, couldn't breach its defenses.
Lin Ran was utterly shot.
The next moment, Cat appeared at the bone dragon's feet.
The ghost dragon spear thrust forward, and explosions erupted once more. Black smoke billowed, dust swirled. The bone dragon stumbled heavily, its legs severely wounded.
Fortunately, Cat moved with lightning speed, withdrawing before the dragon could settle, narrowly escaping disaster. Meanwhile, Shasha teleported behind the bone dragon. Her hands formed seals, unleashing crimson beams of light. Facing the assault of three ghostly creatures, even the wind elemental bone dragon's formidable hardness proved useless now.
Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief and dashed forward to deliver the final blow. Infinite barrier. A black curtain descended, and the bone dragon's ghostly aura abruptly dissipated. Rose seized the moment, delivering another crushing blow.
This time, the cross-shaped black scythe pierced clean through the bone dragon's skull, tearing open a gaping hole.
Killed SSS-ranked ghost, gained ghost EXP plus 1000, gain points plus 200.
Perhaps due to the combined efforts of the three, the 1000 experience points were evenly distributed among the three ghosts.
Thus, each of the three cats gained 333 experience points.
Seeing the 200 points added to his tally, Lin Ran's heart surged with wild joy.
At that very moment, the cat directly activated its Devour skill.
Nekomata devours SSS rank Wind Attribute Bone Dragon, gaining plus 1000 monster EXP, acquiring Wind Attribute Earth Dragon shapeshifting form, and obtaining special ability, Wings of the Wind.
A new ability. Lin Ran quickly called out, "Meow meow, show us." Without hesitation, Meow Meow abruptly unfurled a pair of black wings from its back. The next instant, the wings flapped, transforming into a black streak as it shot forward. Its speed was blinding, leaving only a dark afterimage in its wake.
Before long, a fierce wind swirled as Cat returned from the distance.
That was incredibly fast. Can you fly, Cat? Lin Ran was curious. With such a speed boost, taking flight shouldn't be too difficult, right?
As expected, with the flapping of its black wings, Cat's body slowly rose into the air.
Thus, Cat gained the ability to fly. And it didn't even need to transform.
This battle had proven to be quite fruitful.
Excellent. Let's keep moving forward. Lin Ran spoke, about to depart.
But suddenly, all the ghosts and monsters turned their gaze toward the direction where the cat had departed earlier. There, streaks of bloodlight slowly began to glow.
It was the ghosts. Roar!
One after another, strange and hideous creatures resembling apes with thick arms and wild boar tusks appeared in the distance.
Their numbers were staggering, likely exceeding 20. Bloodfang Boar. Monster Tier, SS. Special ability, Bloodthirsty Rage.
Gazing at the multitude of SS rank monsters before him, Lin Ran's face darkened.
He glanced up at Cat. "You went out to test a skill, and you brought back this many pigs? Are you planning to roast suckling pig?" Chapter 95, Skill Upgrade Master Grade Divine Punishment Blade. Meow.
With a furious roar, Cat charged forward, Ghost Dragon Spear in hand.
Ghostly energy swirled, black smoke billowed. With a deafening crash, 3 Bloodfang Boars were reduced to dust. Instant annihilation. Lin Ran was stunned. Meow Meow's current power could only be described as terrifying.
Not only had her speed increased dramatically, but her combat power, amplified by the Ghost Dragon Spear, was truly astonishing.
With a single strike, she had instantly killed 3 SS rank ghosts. With such combat prowess, even an SSS rank ghost might be no match for it alone. Of course, truly absurd exceptions like that Wind Attribute Bone Dragon were excluded.
In Lin Ran's estimation, that creature's combat power was easily on par with Hell-grade monsters.
Just then, a series of deep, rumbling roars echoed through the air. A crimson glow erupted from the Bloodfang Boar's body. The bloodlight on its sharp tusks was particularly blinding. Was this their bloodlust skill? One could easily sense the ghostly aura emanating from the Bloodfang Boars steadily intensifying.
Not only that, but there were faint signs of a breakthrough in its level.
It was highly likely they were ascending from SS rank to SSS rank. This is not good. Quick, finish them fast. The best way to deal with monsters possessing berserk skills is to eliminate them before they can activate their abilities. This way, you can avoid a lot of trouble. Especially with high-level monsters. Their combat prowess is formidable enough as it is, but entering a berserk state makes them terrifyingly powerful. Decisive action is essential. At the command, Cat immediately activated the psionic domain, forcibly boosting her team's combat power. Then, Shasha and Rose launched their attack together, striking with their ultimate moves to instantly kill them before they could fully activate their berserk state. In no time, they had slain over a dozen bloodfang boars. A dozen or so remained, having completed their frenzied evolution. The bloodfang boars' bodies had grown enormous. Each one resembled a gorilla, with arms as thick as tree trunks. Lin Ran hesitated no longer, immediately activating his domain, Infinite Barrier. As the domain activated, a black curtain instantly descended. Immediately, all the bloodfang boars collapsed like deflated balloons. Seeing this, Shasha immediately formed seals to summon the formation. A burst of crimson light erupted, instantly engulfing several demons. Rose wasted no time either, swinging her black scythe to slash out 2 blades of energy. 3 slain in an instant. Finally, Cat brought down a crushing blow with her spear, followed by an explosion. The remaining demons were utterly annihilated. The moment all the bloodfang boars were dealt with, Lin Ran absorbed every trace of ghostly energy within reach. This restored his strength while also refreshing his mind. By now, the sky had begun to lighten. Above the eastern clouds, a faint dawn glow began to appear. The time was now 6 in the morning. Lin Ran felt no urgency. He sat down where he was and pulled out the food he'd bought earlier from the shopping mall, digging right in. The 3 adorable little ghosts sat beside him, waiting patiently. Though he wasn't particularly hungry due to absorbing ghost energy, adhering to the principle that food is as essential as iron, Lin Ran still ate his fill. With breakfast taken care of, it was time to check the system. The deaths of over 20 blood pressure boars had earned him over 2,000 points. Not only that, but over 10,000 ghost experience points were divided, with Rose taking 3,800. Combined with previous gains from ghost wolves, bone dragons, and others, she now needed less than 3,000 ghost experience points to level up. Excellent. After this mission, Rose might finally unlock the monster leveling quest. Checking the system panel. Host, Lin Ran. Power rating, S. Points, 2,788. Skills, Ghost Chi Plunder, Judgment Blade, Shape-Shifting, Escape into Emptiness, Phantom Demon Strike, Meteor Fist, Fatal Sword Strike, Boundless Forbidden Realm. Unlocked features, none. Contract Spirit. Nekomata, SS Rank Spirit, Devouring Evolution. Yama Sera, S Rank Specter, Ultimate Space. Cross Rose, S Rank Spirit, Ultimate Destruction. 2788 points enough for a 10 pull. Last time I didn't get anything good from the draw. This time, it's about time I got something worthwhile, right? Lin Ran thought to himself, then opened the points shop and exchanged his points for 10 pull opportunities. 10 consecutive pulls. The first beam of light was golden. Then, among the 9 subsequent beams, another golden light shone brightly. My luck's turned. This time, he actually drew 2 rare items. Check them immediately. Rare items. Master Tier Skill Upgrade Item, used to elevate a Master Tier skill to Grandmaster Tier. Celestial Book Fragment, page 2. Collect 100 fragments to contract the Abyssal Tier Ghost Celestial Book. Lin Ran felt a bit disappointed. He had expected 2 top-tier items, but instead, he only got 2 utterly useless things. Continuing to inspect, common items. Advanced Skill Upgrade Item, used to upgrade an advanced skill to master level. Fragment of the Yuanling Secret Realm Map, collects 7 fragments to activate the Yuanling Secret Realm portal, enabling teleportation to the realm. Ghost Weapon Forge, used to forge and upgrade ghost weapons X2. Soul Devouring Sword Blueprint, Ghost Weapon Forging Blueprint. Collect relevant materials to forge ghost weapons. Soul Summoning Coil Blueprint, Ghost Weapon Forging Blueprint. Collect materials to forge ghost weapons. Lin Ran's eyes widened in sheer excitement. Great stuff, all of it. Now, with both advanced skill upgrade items and master level skill upgrade items, he could elevate an advanced skill all the way to Grandmaster level. Not only that, but those blueprints could help him forge rare ghost artifacts, truly formidable creations. His previous forging attempt had ended in disaster precisely because he lacked blueprints. Now, with these blueprints, he only needed to gather the specified materials and follow the steps outlined to forge a finished rare ghost weapon. Even if he didn't need it himself, selling it would fetch a hefty price. After all, SS rank ghost exorcists as cash-strapped as him were indeed rare. It was all Sas's fault she always bought piles of useless junk whenever they went shopping. What puzzled Lin Ran, however, was that despite all those purchases, he never saw any of that junk in the ghostly space. For a while, he couldn't help but suspect that maybe the cat had accidentally eaten them. After stowing everything away, Lin Ran began pondering which skill to upgrade. There were many skills available for advancement: Judgment Blade, Phantom Strike, Meteor Fist, and Fatal Strike. All of these were advanced skills.
Among them, the most frequently used was undoubtedly Judgment Blade. This skill had been with him for a long time, awakening after Meow Meow devoured the Bone Splitter. Meteor Fist and Fatal Strike, however, were skills shared when Rose was activated. Lin Ran hesitated. Whom should he choose? After a moment's thought, he decided on the Blade of Judgment. He directly used the advanced skill upgrade item. Skill, Judgment Blade upgraded to Master Tier. Skill, Demon King Heavenly Blade. Continue. Skill, Demon King's Heavenly Blade upgraded to Grandmaster Tier. Skill, Divine Punishment Blade. Divine Punishment Blade, a devastating attack skill that drains 99% of the user's ghost energy to unleash the Divine Punishment Blade, guaranteed to kill ghosts no higher than 2 levels below the user. Lin Ran's eyes nearly popped out of his head. This skill was simply perfect. The only drawback was the immense power consumption. Still, it was acceptable after all. It could instantly kill ghosts up to 2 levels below his own. His current system rating was S-tier, meaning this strike could instantly kill SSS-tier ghosts. Terrifying indeed. Chapter 96, One Strike to Slay the Bone Dragon. Rose's level up quest activated. Ha 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 ha. Lin Xiao laughed almost maniacally. Now, his skills had undergone a massive upgrade. We can proceed with confidence to deal with that hell-tier silver dragon. The man and 3 ghosts tidied everything up and continued onward. Before long, ghosts and monsters began appearing one after another ahead. As daylight arrived, many creatures active during the day began to emerge in search of prey. Compared to the night-dwelling spirits, the daytime ones were generally lower in level. Most of the encounters along the way were S-rank ghosts. Though numerous, their low levels meant the system granted little experience and few points. Finally, in the distance, Lin Ran spotted several massive figures. They seemed to be high-level ghosts. He quickened his pace to investigate, only to be stunned. The enormous figures foraging for food were none other than the most iconic monsters of the Dragon Tomb. A dragon. A dragon with enormous bone wings growing from its back. Fire attributed Bone Dragon. Monster Tier, SSS. Special ability, Exceptional Fire Manipulation. Thunder Bone Dragon. Monster Tier, SSS. Special ability, Attacks infused with lightning power, capable of partially paralyzing opponents. Wind attributed Bone Dragon. Monster Tier, SSS. Special ability, Ultimate Wind Manipulation. Lin Ran was utterly stunned. 3 SSS ranked dragons. Moreover, based on prior experience, it was evident. These bone dragons possessed formidable combat prowess. His 3 ghouls could barely handle 1 dragon, facing 3 felt like a nightmare. We're done for. He inwardly cursed his misfortune, his mind racing to devise a battle plan. After a moment's thought, he decided the only viable approach was to take them down one by one. After all, Cat was now SS rank. Using her shape-shifting ability to transform into a bone dragon, she could barely hold off 1. For the remaining 2, Sasa and Rose would each hold 1 back. He would then use his newest skill to instantly kill 1. Then, using Ghost Energy Plunder, he would rapidly replenish his ghost energy to unleash boundless Forbidden Domain. This way, he could assist Sasa and Rose in eliminating the other one. Finally, it would create a 3 against 1 situation. With this plan in mind, he immediately issued his commands. Meow Meow, transform into a Wind Attribute Bone Dragon and hold off that Wind Attribute Bone Dragon. Without hesitation, Cat activated the transformation skill. Accompanied by a dragon's roar, a massive bone dragon materialized within Lin Ran's team. The other wind elemental bone dragon, sensing the presence of its kin, immediately charged toward them. Without hesitation, Mao Mao delivered a punch directly at the advancing wind elemental bone dragon. The massive dragon claw slammed into the wind elemental bone dragon, sending it crashing back several meters. Meanwhile, Rose Sasa struck simultaneously. Both moved with blinding speed, closing the distance to the fire elemental bone dragon in the blink of an eye. Rose, wielding her black scythe, swung it downwards in a crushing blow. Ghostly energy exploded violently. The fire attribute bone dragon, stung by the pain, immediately launched a counterattack. Crimson flames began to blaze across its stark white bones. A scorching heat wave surged. Rose retreated swiftly, and Sasa immediately closed the gap. Her hands formed seals, summoning a magic array, unleashing a strike. Lin Ran wasted no time, dashing forward to confront the last lightning elemental bone dragon. Lightning flashed in its hollow, lifeless eyes. It opened its gaping maw and roared furiously at Lin Ran. The shrill sound nearly shattered his eardrums. Lin Ran cursed, "Damn it, what's with all the noise?" Without pause, he unleashed his skill. Divine Punishment Blade. As ghostly energy drained from his body. Above his head, a greatsword formed from condensed ghostly energy slowly materialized. With a single hand press, the blade descended. Immediately following was a deafening roar. As if a bomb had detonated less than a meter in front of him. The immense force hurled Lin Ran backward, nearly sending him crashing to the ground. Looking ahead, the lightning-attributed bone dragon bore a fresh gash that sliced clean through its body. A gentle breeze swept past, and the entire skeleton split cleanly in 2. 1 strike, instant kill. It actually worked.
Lin Ran was overjoyed. This skill could actually instantly kill an SSS rank monster. Truly a system-generated skill extraordinarily powerful. Just as he was thinking this, a wave of exhaustion washed over him. It felt as though every ounce of energy had been drained from his entire body. He could barely stand upright. Unable to steady himself, his legs buckled and he collapsed to his knees. My vision went black and I collapsed. Fortunately, though his consciousness was blurred, he could still make rational, clear judgments. He swiftly activated his Ghost Chi Plunder skill, drawing in the ghostly energy from his surroundings to absorb it. As more and more ghost energy surged into his body, his condition gradually began to improve. He waited 5 minutes. When Lin Ran rose again, he had already recovered 50 to 60% of his strength. Not far away, Cat was locked in a fierce battle with the wind attribute Bone Dragon. Both combatants bore countless wounds, large and small, covering their bodies. On Rose's side, though she relentlessly slashed at the fire elemental Bone Dragon with her black scythe, the latter's formidable strength and sturdy physique left it largely unscathed. Instead, it was their dresses that were scorched by the fire elemental Bone Dragon's flames. They looked utterly tattered. One could even clearly see the snow-white skin beneath the tattered garments. So tender. Lin Ran blurted out involuntarily, still so soft after being burned? Truly demonic. Ahem, Rose, prepare the finishing move. With that, he charged forward, sweeping his hand wide. Infinite barrier. A black curtain instantly descended, enveloping the entire battlefield. Xianwei had already left the battlefield the moment he issued the command, soaring into the air. Beneath her feet, rose petals materialized out of thin air. Stepping on the petals, she leapt high into the air, instantly landing atop the fiery Bone Dragon's head. Ghostly energy surged from the cross-shaped black scythe as a furious force slashed downward. The blade energy crossed into a cross shape and crashed down. With a thunderous boom, it left a massive cross-shaped scar directly on the top of the fire attribute Bone Dragon's head. Rose slays SSS rank Specter, gaining Specter EXP plus 1000, points plus 200. Excellent. A bountiful harvest. Yet one thing puzzled Lin Ran. System, why doesn't the monster I killed grant me experience or points? System. Ignoring it. Forget it. Probably the system is set up so the host can't gain experience or points when killing monsters. Lin Ran thought to himself, then quickly issued orders for Sasa and Rose to reinforce Cat. Under the assault of 3 monsters, the last wind elemental Bone Dragon was swiftly eliminated. Each of them split the over 300 experience points again. Immediately afterward, the system displayed a notification. Contract Ghost Rose has fulfilled upgrade requirements. Unlocking Upgrade Quest. Upgrade Quest, slay 3000 ghosts of S rank or higher using the Cross Ghost Scythe and consume 1000 points. Lin Ran was stunned. Slay 3000 ghosts. And they all had to be at least S rank. This is a death sentence. Forget everything else in Zone 8 alone, it's doubtful there are even 3000 S rank ghosts combined. Of course, the entire Blue Star probably has that many. But come on, we can't exactly scour the entire planet just to level up, can we? Lin Ran gritted his teeth. This leveling up process is way too difficult. Forget it. I'll figure out a way to get my hands on a monster advancement pill later. Otherwise, hunting down 3000 monsters would wear me out completely. Take a break, then let's keep moving. He sat down on the ground and began absorbing the surrounding ghost energy. Just then, a shrill laugh pierced the air. Kokeek. Continue? Where to? Chapter 97, Old Enemies Return, Tang Clan's 10 Warriors. Lin Ran's heart sank. Turning around, he saw a ghostly general clad in golden armor approaching, leading a woman. Tang Clan Warriors. SSS rank ghostly fiends. The woman behind him was none other than Tang Chi. She had actually pursued him all the way here. She's incredibly fast. Lin Ran's face darkened. At this moment, his ghostly energy was completely depleted. The cat's transformation had taken a tremendous toll, and now its combat strength was also depleted. Though it had devoured 2 bone dragons, it was nowhere near enough to restore it to its peak strength. This move had been a trap. Tang Chi dropped his mocking smile, his expression darkening as he stared at him. Sometimes, I really admire you. In such a short time, you've managed to contract another incredibly powerful spirit creature. Good thing I didn't attack you back in the conservation area. Otherwise, I might have ended up with egg on my face. She was referring, of course, to Rose. Rose's combat prowess was undeniable. Though classified as S rank, the cross-sides enhancement elevates her to SS rank status. Combined with her unique destructive abilities, most SSS rank spirits couldn't stand a chance against her. With such a formidable demon by her side, even Tang Chi wouldn't dare act rashly. Therefore, she had been waiting for an opportunity from the very beginning. Only now, after consecutively slaying 3 SSS rank demons and seeing Lin Ran's group enter a state of exhaustion, did she dare to emerge. Enough talk. It's time for you to die. Tang Chi beckoned, and the Tang Clan warriors instantly charged forward. Their speed was blindingly fast. In the next instant, an array formation rose. Immediately after, a stone door appeared. The Tang clan warriors were halted by the stone door.
They paused, then raised their spears, smashing them against the stone surface.
Bang! But the stone door proved indestructible. Instead, the Tang sect warrior was sent flying backward. The next instant, the stone door swung open, and countless black tentacles extended from within. Tang Chi's expression darkened. Forcibly opening the gates of hell? But with your strength alone, how could you possibly drag my warriors into hell?
Sure enough, these tentacles were swiftly severed by the Tang clan warriors. Lin Ran inwardly sensed trouble. Sasha was now severely drained, and the only one left with any fighting strength was Mao Mao. What should they do? Flee or fight? As he hesitated, figures began emerging from the stone gate. They were the 5 SSS rank ghosts Sasa had summoned during the ghost tide in Nursery Zone 7 earlier.
Tang Chi gasped in shock, instinctively taking a step back.
But she quickly regained her composure.
This tactic won't work on me.
Her gaze turned icy as she spread her hands, unleashing 4 bursts of spiritual light from within her body.
What is this? There are ghosts too.
Lin Ran was horrified. The 4 beams of light each transformed into a ghostly creature identical in appearance to the Tang clan warriors. The only difference lay in the color of their battle armor.
Tang clan warrior B. Ghost level SSS. Tang clan warrior C. Tang clan warrior D. Tang sect warrior E.
A full set of Tang sect warriors, all SSS-tier monsters.
Lin Ran was utterly dumbfounded.
At this moment, he finally understood why the system had failed to recognize her unique abilities back then. The sheer number of demons she summoned was beyond his ability to detect.
This girl was far stronger than any records had indicated. Tang Chi sneered coldly, "Well? How do you like this little surprise, daughter of hell?" In the next instant, the ghosts of both sides clashed in a chaotic battle. The 5 spirits that emerged from the Hellgate quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. In contrast, the Tang sect warriors displayed overwhelming might. Though both sides were SSS tier, the battle was a one-sided rout. "Rose, how's your recovery going?" Rose nodded, signaling she was ready for battle.
At the same time, Cat raised the ghost dragon spear in her hand, signaling her readiness to join the fight.
"Go!" Shadows flickered upward as Rose swung her black scythe, delivering a sweeping blow. Tangmen Warrior E, currently engaged with the mountain demon, swiftly retreated to evade the strike. Simultaneously, the spear twisted, redirecting its target toward Rose. The two clashed fiercely. The mountain spirit swiftly shifted to the rear, releasing its healing ghost energy to mend the wounds of the other battling spirits. Tang Chi snorted coldly, "Seems killing you won't be enough with just this." She waved her hand again, unleashing 5 more spheres of light. 5 beams of light once again transformed into 5 Tang sect warriors, Ji, Dung, Xayan, Ren, and Gue. All were SSS rank ghostly fiends. Lin Ran was utterly stunned. How is this possible? How could anyone possibly contract 10 ghosts at once? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But reality told him this was no illusion, these were genuine ghosts. Tang Chi's eyes were filled with cold indifference. With Gue's assistance, she settled directly onto Gue's shoulder. Looking down on Lin Ran from above, he regarded him as if he were an insect. "Last time, I thought you were just a lowly A-rank spirit exorcist, so I didn't take you seriously and only brought Jiao along. So when I saw the Hell Maiden, I chose to avoid confrontation, lest she summon her ghostly minions from the gates of hell. But today, I'm fully prepared. Forget minions, even if all the demons of hell came out, I could still kill you. But hey, I'm in a good mood today. I'll give you a chance to make your last will and testament." Lin Ran's expression darkened further as he stared intently at Tang Chi, saying nothing. "If I can't slay the demon, then I'll slay the man. Once the exorcist dies, the demon will surely perish too. So what if she'd made tremendous contributions to humanity?" When it came to life and death, he showed no mercy. Skill, shape-shifting. In the blink of an eye, he materialized behind Tang Chi. Immediately, ghostly energy swirled around his fist. Meteor fist. One punch struck out. Boom! The heavy blow struck as if hitting a sandbag, emitting a dull thud. Upon closer inspection, this punch had been caught by Gue with a single hand. As Gue's palm exerted force, Lin Ran felt his knuckles nearly shatter. The excruciating pain made him want to pull away, but he was held fast, unable to move. "Do you know? In my eyes, you're nothing more than a slightly larger insect. With your abilities, you're nowhere near capable of destroying my hunter empire." Snap! 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 A crisp sound echoed. Lin Ran nearly fainted from the pain. He clenched his teeth, refusing to let out a sound. Bloodshot eyes glowed fiercely, his expression savage. Noticing the situation here, Sasa was about to rush to their aid when she was grabbed by a Tang sect warrior and slammed to the ground, suffering severe injuries. Tang Chi's forces were simply too numerous. Even with the hell minions Sasa had summoned, they were outnumbered. Not to mention the significant gap in their levels. This time, it shouldn't be so melodramatic that someone comes to save you, right? As Tang Chi spoke, Gue raised his spear and advanced toward Lin Ran. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened. A deafening dragon's roar echoed from above. Roar!
The earth trembled, mountains shook, and the ground quaked.
An overwhelming sense of pressure instantly crushed down. Looking up, it was a dragon. A colossal silver dragon. Lin Ran recognized it. The silver dragon, Osiris. Chapter 98, Battle the Silver Dragon Again. Hell-tier monster. The silver dragon Osiris. It actually appeared here. Tang Chi gritted his teeth, his expression growing increasingly grim.
I never imagined something even more absurd would happen.
Not humans came to save you, but a demon. Too bad it's too late. With that, Gui's spear pierced straight through Lin Ran's chest. Blood gushed out. His entire body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Amidst the excruciating pain, he could faintly hear the system prompt, self-healing skill activated automatically.
Ghostly energy gradually surged in from all around, entering his body,
repairing the wounds on his body.
Meanwhile, on the ghostly side, Meow Meow and the other two ghosts were all knocked flying. The 5 demons from hell, too, were severely wounded and retreated toward the gates of hell. Only when they entered the gates of hell did they return to the world that rightfully belonged to them. Boom! The silver dragon crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar. Its massive frame dwarfed every bone dragon encountered before. It was 10 times the size of a bone dragon. With its massive wings spread, it spanned nearly 100 meters. Its body was immense, stretching well over 100 meters in length. With the assistance of Tang sect warriors, Tang Chi managed to retreat, narrowly avoiding the silver dragon's trampling. The silver dragon opened its gaping maw and roared furiously at her. Do you truly believe I cannot kill you? Silver dragon. Tang Chi's fury ignited as 10 warriors materialized before her. As her hands snapped together, the 10 Tang clan warriors converged toward the center, ultimately merging into one. Tang clan warriors, true. Hell-tier demon. This was Tang Chi's true power. I'll see for myself who reigns supreme, you, the Dragon Tomb King, or I, the King of Mortals. With that, True brandished her spear and charged toward the silver dragon atop her ghostly steed. Boom! 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 The sound of fierce combat echoed repeatedly. With the aid of his self-healing ability, Lin Ran's consciousness slowly began to return. He felt a soft touch on his back. With great effort, he opened his eyes to see a woman in a black dress holding him. It was Sasa. Dust covered the girl's face. This battle had taken a tremendous toll on them as well. Lin Ran gave a bitter smile. I'm sorry. I've put you through hardship again. Sasha shook her head and turned him around, leading him away from the battlefield. Mao Mao and Rose quickly followed suit, taking advantage of the lull in Tang Chi's battle with the silver dragon to flee into the distance. The silver dragon seemed to sense their movement. With a furious roar, its massive claw smashed Tongman's warrior away. It then strode forward, charging toward Lin Ran and his companions. Tang Chi roared, "Get lost! They're mine!" With that, the Tang Gate warrior's fury boiled over. His spear grew massive in his grasp and he thrust it forward. Boom! Amidst the deafening explosion, the spear pierced the silver dragon's neck. Blood gushed like a fountain. The silver dragon roared with fury, slamming its claw into the ground. The immense force hurled Tang Chi flying through the air. He flew a great distance, crashing directly in front of Rose. Cough cough. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, her entire body throbbing with pain as if it were about to fall apart. Just as she struggled to rise, a black scythe appeared before her eyes. It was Rose. You want to kill me? But if you kill me, you'll all die too. Rose paused, glancing back at the silver dragon. The silver dragon was already charging toward them. Fortunately, the Tang sect warriors were fiercely loyal. One of them dashed forward, thrusting his spear straight through the silver dragon's tail, pinning it to the ground. Crack! Just as Rose hesitated over whether to kill her, Cat had already charged forward. One punch smashed directly into Tang Chi's face, knocking him unconscious. Then it opened its gaping maw, ready to devour. Feast time! Feast time! Rose sighed in resignation, snatched Tang Chi, and sped up to chase after Sasa, who was already far ahead. Meow meow meow. In a corner of the dragon tomb, within a cavern, Lin Ran had fully recovered and slowly opened his eyes. 3 pairs of large, watery eyes met his gaze. A smile involuntarily spread across his lips. Thank you. The first thing he did upon waking wasn't to rise, but to retrieve 3 large tonic pills from his ghostly space. I've stored these in my spirit realm. You can enter my body anytime to retrieve them yourselves. The 3 pairs of large eyes blinked simultaneously, their little heads nodding in unison, utterly obedient. Lin Ran sat up, only to spot Tang Chi lying nearby. His heart skipped a beat. What's she doing here? Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Lin Ran? Sasha. Rose. Forget it, asking you guys is like talking to a wall. Lin Ran sighed. By then, Tang Chi had also regained consciousness. She glanced at him, slightly surprised. You didn't die? Seems I underestimated you after all. Lin Ran nodded. Of course.
Otherwise, how would you have ended up in my hands? Tang Chi sneered coldly, heh, kill me or torture me, it's up to you. But I'll remind you the silver dragon nearby is being held back by my Tang clan warriors. If I die, the Tang clan warriors will abandon their delaying tactics against the silver dragon. When it comes after us, you'll all die too. Lin Ran's eyes grew icy, his killing intent intensifying. As Tang Chi had said, she and her Tang sect warriors were the primary force against the silver dragon. Relying solely on her 3 ghosts to defeat a hell-tier silver dragon was like climbing to the heavens. But with the Tang sect warrior, it would be much easier. Noticing Lin Ran's hesitation, Tang Chi smiled and proposed, how about a deal? I'll let you go, and you let me go. We kill the silver dragon together. Lin Ran shook his head. You think I'd trust you? Tang Chi spread his hands. Then what do you propose? After a moment's thought, Lin Ran's lips curled into a sneer. Of course, I'll make sure you die here alone. With that, he delivered another punch, knocking Tang Chi unconscious. As long as she's not dead, her Tang sect warriors will carry out her final orders before leaving to defeat the silver dragon. We'll seize this chance to aid the Tang clan warriors. Kill the silver dragon and leave. With that, Lin Ran led his 3 ghostly companions and pursued the silver dragon's location. Truthfully, he could have chosen to leave immediately. But for the silver dragon's spirit essence, he had no choice but to confront it head-on. Not long after. Battle zone. The silver dragon continued its fierce battle against the Tang sect warriors. The disparity in strength between them was vast. Had the silver dragon truly intended to kill, the Tang sect warrior would likely have fallen long ago. But clearly, the silver dragon's target was not him. But, thus. Lin Ran gasped in shock as the silver dragon charged straight toward him. Each step sent tremors rippling through the earth. Meow meow, Chang Wei, sha sha. At the command, the 3 spirits simultaneously unleashed their ghostly energy. Spirit energy domain. Meow Meow's body radiated a brilliant white light. The spirit energy domain activated, boosting all 3 spirits' combat power. They charged toward the silver dragon together. Not only that, Tang sect warriors pursued from behind the silver dragon, delivering a furious strike. But the silver dragon wasn't one to be pushed around. Roaring, it activated a light array beneath its feet. Blinding silver light exploded from its center, engulfing the entire world in a sea of silver-white radiance. Lin Ran was forced to close his eyes to resist the glare. But soon, he felt his mind go blank, his consciousness blurring. He felt himself now existing within a void. Nothing existed here. Only a silver dragon, its large eyes fixed intently upon him. Chapter 99, The Secret of the Silver Dragon. Holy crap! Lin Ran jumped in fright, leaping to his feet. Only then did he realize he wasn't dreaming. The silver dragon was truly watching him. Moreover, in this silver-white world, there were only him and the silver dragon. You! Who are you? Lin Ran was startled and asked. To his surprise, the silver dragon actually spoke. I am Osiris. This is my dragon's soul domain. You are currently within my domain. Lin Ran swallowed hard, suppressing his shock. You can speak? The silver dragon nodded. What ghost or spirit can't speak? Lin Ran felt awkward. I mean, can you speak human language? Osiris nodded. That is indeed one of my special abilities. Of course, once your ghost grows powerful enough, it might also learn human language. Lin Ran grew even more certain of his theory. Ever since meeting Ime, he had been convinced that ghosts could learn human language. Now, it has been affirmed in Osiris. However, judging by its tone, not all ghosts can learn it. After all, Luo Qiao's martial spirit king couldn't. This skill likely requires a certain innate talent. A linguistic talent. Osiris continued, I sense the scent of your kind upon you. Have you ever interacted with other silver dragons before? Finally, it revealed its true purpose. Lin Ran didn't answer, but countered, how is my contracted spirit doing now? His concern for the ghosts like Cat outweighed his desire to answer Osiris's questions. Osiris chuckled. Nothing at all. They sustained some injuries, but I deliberately held back, so it's nothing serious. Was that golden armored warrior also your companion? It left after I activated the dragon's soul domain. Lin Ran felt a twinge of displeasure. The departure of the Tang sect warrior was not good news for him. After all, once he left the dragon tomb, an extremely powerful adversary would be waiting for him. With the Tang sect warrior gone, Tang Chi would certainly not die. Destroying the hunter had become exceedingly difficult. After all, a powerful spirit summoner wielding a hell-tier ghost was no easy target to kill. At the very least, before all 3 of his own ghosts reached SS rank, a direct confrontation was out of the question. Otherwise, the disadvantage would undoubtedly be his own. Alright, now it's time to answer my question. Osiris was growing impatient. Lin Ran didn't hide anything, I have encountered one, but it wasn't a silver dragon. It was a dragonkin. As the words fell, Osiris's expression changed dramatically. The dark dragon's eyes widened with shock. It held its breath, speechless, staring intently at Lin Ran. Her name is Ain. She's the offspring of a dragon-shaped spirit and a human. At this revelation, Osiris was utterly stunned.
It stumbled backward several steps, then sat down abruptly.
So she truly isn't dead after all.
I won't hide it from you, I came here specifically to find something called the Silver Dragon Spirit Essence to heal her. Lin Ran spoke casually, unconcerned. After finishing, he turned to the Silver Dragon. Do you know where I might find that thing?
Osiris's body slowly shrank. Within a swirl of silver light, it transformed into human form. It was a strikingly handsome man. Lin Ran was utterly dumbfounded. You can transform into a human? Osiris nodded. Shapeshifting many spirits can do it. Doesn't your contracted spirit possess this ability? Lin Ran nodded. That was true.
But for cats to shapeshift, they needed to devour other spirits to take on their forms. If this silver dragon possessed a shapeshifting ability similar to that of cats, then wouldn't that mean this silver dragon before him had consumed humans? As if reading his thoughts, Osiris explained, back when I was first tainted by ghostly energy, I did consume quite a few people. This caused my power to go haywire, leading me to vent my rage on an innocent human woman. Lin Ran was utterly dumbfounded. He instantly realized this silver dragon was likely Yin's biological father. But could such a coincidence truly exist in this world? So that's why she's called Yin. Alas, my identity meant she could never grow up in my embrace. Osiris spoke with a hint of sadness, producing an object that glowed with a silvery light from somewhere. He handed it to Lin Ran. I don't know what injuries she sustained, but it's clear they were severe, otherwise, this wouldn't be necessary. This is the essence of a silver dragon. I entrust it to you, deliver it to her and tell her that for what happened back then, I am the one who owes them an apology. Lin Ran. His mind was now filled with questions. The silver dragon had been corrupted by ghostly energy, causing it to devour many and unleash chaotic power within. In its clouded state, it had bonded with a human. It gave birth to a daughter, the very Yin of today. But what puzzled Lin Ran was the current state of the silver dragon. Have you suppressed the ghostly nature within you? Lacking a better term, Lin Ran provisionally referred to the creature's monstrous desires as its demonic nature. Osiris nodded. You could say that. Though that's not entirely accurate. Truthfully, he couldn't fully explain the matter. Occasionally, I enter a state of relative clarity. Yet most of the time, I still can't suppress the urge to devour others. Osiris spoke in a low, melancholy tone, gesturing toward the silver dragon essence that Lin Ran had taken. After years of searching, I discovered that it is precisely our dragon souls that suppress our demonic nature. The dragon soul is the most powerful spirit in the human world. A bold thought took root in Lin Ran's mind. The reason Yin could suppress his demonic nature was also due to his dragon soul. Now gravely wounded, his dragon soul was unstable, necessitating a soul-nourishing artifact. However, this notion was too fantastical for science to explain. Of course, ever since the apparitions began appearing, science had ceased to provide explanations. Too many things in this world defied explanation by current technological standards. Even the most powerful nuclear weapons of the past proved utterly useless against ghosts. Science? Is it useful? It seems not. Wait. Lin Ran suddenly realized, you're giving me the silver dragon's essence, what about you? Osiris smiled, his lips stretching into a grin that was eerily unsettling. Of course, I'll turn into a ghost and devour people. Now, while I can still suppress my demonic nature, I'll send you away. Remember to apologize to her for me, and take good care of her. As repayment, this item is yours. With that, he forcefully thrust an iron box into Lin Ran's hands. Then, everything spun wildly. When Lin Ran opened his eyes again, the world before him had undergone a profound transformation. Thick underbrush surrounded him, shrouded in eerie, ghostly mist, with no trace of sunlight. That was a bit abrupt, wasn't it? Just like that, gone? And didn't even say where. Lin Ran grumbled as he pulled out his communicator to pinpoint his location. The screen displayed in bold letters, Conservation Zone 15. He was speechless. Conservation Zone 15 was no 10,800 miles from Zone 1, but it was certainly a good 8,000 miles. By the time he got there, Yin would probably be 6 feet under. I've seen plenty of people screwing over their dads, but this is the first time I've seen someone screw over their own daughter. He muttered to himself, suddenly noticing the rustling sounds coming from the surrounding plants. Chapter 100, First Encounter with a Ghost, 7 Colored Phoenix Feathers. Ghosts? Lin Ran's expression darkened as he braced himself. Sure enough, a humanoid specter staggered into view. A long tongue hung limply from its mouth, and a glaring bloodstain on its neck was particularly unsettling. Its head was tilted so far to one side that it nearly rested on its arm. Within its empty, lifeless eyes, white maggots wriggled and crawled. Though he'd encountered many ghosts and monsters before, one this hideous was indeed rare. Lin Ran quickly checked its level. Wronged spirit. Specter level, D. Special abilities, none. What a weak ghost. But then again, this was Zone 15. The ghosts here were generally low level. Take Zone 13, for instance, even the most common ghosts there are only A or B rank. Rosa's leveling quest is clearly quite challenging.
Just then, Sasa appeared within Lin Ran's body. Her small hand opened, gathering a surge of ghostly energy in her palm. The light array materialized. Immediately, a stone door slowly materialized from the array. The stone door opened like a black abyss, staring directly at the wronged ghost. Sasha, what are you doing? Lin Ran was baffled. Given this ghost's level and combat strength, Sasa shouldn't have needed to open the gates of hell. Why this time? Just as he pondered, the system notification appeared, 300 souls collected +1. Lin Ran? This thing, it's a ghost. His curiosity grew. What exactly were these souls? How did these ghostly entities differ from the others he'd encountered before? Sasha, can you tell the difference between ghosts and ordinary spirits? He asked as he pondered. Sasha nodded. Lin Ran pondered inwardly. Since Sasa could tell the difference, he needn't worry. When they encountered a ghostly spirit, Sasa would appear on her own. In that case, gathering 300 ghostly spirits wasn't entirely hopeless. Putting these matters aside for now, Lin Ran took out the glowing object Osiris had given him. He examined it in his hand. It was a feather. Pitch black throughout, it looked eerily strange under the night sky, especially when viewed through the gaze of death. Other colors seemed to exist on its surface, yet they remained indistinguishable. Did it need to be examined in daylight? Lin Ran was puzzled. Just then, the system analyzed the ghostly object's properties and displayed an interface. Rainbow Phoenix Feather. Special Specter, feathers left behind by a rainbow phoenix bird after complete spectralization. Possesses unique powers, details unknown. Sure enough, the system database contained no relevant information. What exactly was this thing? Still, this item should be the clue Luo Chao mentioned existing within the Dragon Tomb. Perhaps we should wait until the remaining items are decrypted before searching further. If all else fails, we can take it back to Su Sierra. The rainbow phoenix bird should know something. With these thoughts in mind, he tucked away the feather and headed toward the conservation area. Soon, he reached the perimeter of Conservation Zone 15. The fortress was already visible in the distance. He quickened his pace and soon entered the fortress. After briefly inquiring with the person in charge, he boarded a fortress vehicle to head deeper into the conservation area. The following morning. Federal Building. Lin Ran walked straight up. The man in charge of this conservation area was a man in his early 30s. SS-class exorcist, Li Qixiao. Pleased to meet you, Lin Ran. The man opened with a greeting that immediately addressed Lin Ran by name. This surprised him somewhat, but he politely returned the greeting. I've long heard of Director Li's reputation. Meeting you today, I see it truly lives up to the hype. In truth, it was only with the system's assistance that he recognized the man before him. Before that, he'd never even heard of him. Li Qixiao didn't beat around the bush, laughing heartily. Alright, enough pleasantries. Young brother Lin Ran, what brings you to our conservation area 15? Lin Ran shook his head. Nothing specific. Just passing by and thought I'd stop in. While I'm here, I'd like to borrow something from Minister Li. Conservation Zone 15 was a considerable distance from Luochao's Zone 5. Driving there himself would take at least a week. But with a flying vehicle, it was simple. After briefly explaining his purpose, a hint of reluctance flashed across Li Qixiao's face. Brother Lin, you know how scarce resources are in the conservation zones now. We don't have many transport aircraft to begin with. If you want an aircraft, I'd have to assign you a dedicated pilot. Not to mention we don't have any pilots here, not a single plane. Lin Ran. This was indeed awkward. Since the Terror Awakening, resources on Blue Star have been scarce. Many high-tech products vanished entirely. Cars were difficult to manufacture, let alone aircraft. Unless it's in some exceptionally powerful conservation zones, like the top 10 ones. And even then, they're extremely scarce. Take Conservation Zone 7, for instance. I recall they only had 3 aircraft, and one of them is now scrapped. Lin Ran sighed helplessly, impressed. Which sanctuary closest to us has aircraft? Li Qixiao pondered for a moment. It should be Zone 12. According to my intel, supplies from Reserve Zone 3 were distributed to Zone 12 yesterday. If you hurry, you might still catch the return trip. Hearing this, Lin Ran immediately borrowed a vehicle and set his destination for Conservation Zone 12. Let's go! He drove for half a day on a full tank. By late afternoon, Lin Ran finally arrived at Conservation Zone 12. Though positioned one step ahead of Conservation Zone 13, its overall capabilities showed little disparity. At the Federation building, a supply aircraft had just unloaded its cargo and was preparing to take off. Lin Ran hurried forward and grabbed a supervisor by the sleeve. Hello, I'm Lin Ran, the spirit exorcist from Conservation Zone 13. Here's my identification. Earlier, while in Conservation Zone 15, he had re-registered his rank. His current rank was SS-class. Upon seeing this, the supervisor glanced at him and his previously impatient expression immediately shifted. Adopting a more respectful tone, greetings. I am the supply administrator for Conservation Zone 12. My name is Wang Wu. I need to take a flight to Conservation Zone 5. Could you? Lin Ran stated his purpose. Before he could finish, a young man in uniform approached. A cigarette dangled from his mouth as he impatiently snapped, "Got it sorted? I still gotta report back to my superiors." His expression was arrogant, his attitude haughty, radiating an air of supreme self-importance. He even slammed his hand onto Lin Ran's shoulder as he turned to ask Wang Wu. "It's all ready, Brother Qi. Here's the supply receipt for your review." Wang Wu bowed repeatedly, handing the young man a single-page list. It was clear this young man was the pilot of the aircraft. Lin Ran glanced at the details of the person in front of him. Qi Kai. Contract Spirit, Fingyu Eagle SS. He was also an SS-ranked spirit exorcist. Lin Ran was slightly surprised, but quickly regained his composure. SS rank might be astonishing in other conservation zones, but in a top-tier area like Conservation Zone 3, they were merely one among countless cannon fodder. Their arrogance here was merely for show. After all, in their own Conservation Zone 3, showing off wasn't something they could even dream of doing. "I need to hitch a ride on your plane. One stop along the way will suffice." Lin Ran looked at Qi Kai and stated bluntly. The other man glanced at him and sneered coldly, "You? What are you, anyway?" Chapter 101, Rainbow-Colored Black, Rainbow Phoenix Bird Upgrade. Lin Ran felt a surge of irritation. This fellow before him was truly rather irritating. He continued politely, "If you don't want to, then forget it. No need to be like this. Besides, we're all here to complete the mission and better deal with the ghosts." Qi Kai snorted coldly, "Dealing with ghosts is your business. I'm just here for the transport. I don't haul people, just cargo." "What kind of cargo are you?" Lin Ran's expression had turned icy. Reason told him arguing with such a person was pointless. Better to find a vehicle and speed up the journey. He turned to leave, unwilling to say more. But Qi Kai grabbed his sleeve. "Hold on. Kid, I don't mind giving you a ride. Here's the deal, call me Brother Kai, and I'll take you." Lin Ran? Is this guy even right in the head? But then again, it made sense. Qi Kai was completely overlooked in Nursery Zone 3, and his abilities had no chance to shine or impress there. Now that he's out in the wider world, it's only natural for him to want to prove himself in weaker conservation zones. It's a vanity many people share. After a moment's thought, Lin Ran sighed. "Brother Kai." Qi Kai burst out laughing. "Ha ha, little bro. Come on, come on. Wherever you're headed, I'll take you there. Since you're my little brother, I'll definitely help you out." Lin Ran. Soon, the plane took off, heading straight for Conservation Zone 5. Throughout the journey, Qi Kai chattered incessantly. "Bro, so you're Lin Ran? Bro, you have no idea how famous your name is around here. Back in Conservation Zone 5, I heard plenty of people talking about you, bro. Man, Lin Ran being my little brother? That's a real feather in my cap." Lin Ran's face darkened. Is this guy some kind of monkey scent clown? Fortunately, just as his patience was wearing thin, the plane touched down at Conservation Zone 5. After landing and bidding farewell to Qi Kai, Lin Ran headed toward the Federation building. It was now noon. Upper floors of the building. Luo Chao gazed at the silver dragon essence Lin Ran had brought, his smile exceptionally bright. "Ah, I knew you could do it. So, did you gain anything else from this trip to the Dragon Tomb?" Lin Ran nodded. "First, the multicolored phoenix feathers. But I haven't found a way to unlock their power yet. I plan to return for further investigation." Luo Chao nodded. "That's acceptable. Anything else?" Lin Ran pondered for a moment before nodding. He hesitated, unsure whether to mention Tang Qi. "Do you know Tang Qi?" Luo Chao looked puzzled. "Why bring that up now?" Tang Qi is the Conservation Zone Director assigned by our Federation headquarters, specifically in charge of Conservation Zone 8. She's highly capable, has a strong track record, and is a decent person, very principled. You might find it worthwhile to cultivate a deeper relationship with her. Lin Ran was startled. Tang Qi had hidden her identity so deeply. Not only by Qing Yan from Conservation Zone 7, but even Luo Chao remained unaware that Tang Qi was a hunter. Noticing his change in expression, Luo Chao asked curiously, "What's wrong? Have you crossed paths before? And if I'm not mistaken, you've crossed her?" Lin Ran didn't hide anything, nodding in acknowledgement. "I just killed a few of her men." Luo Chao. "That's all? Exorcists killing each other? That's a serious crime. What if it's hunters?" Lin Ran pressed. Luo Chao paused. Even a powerhouse like him couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise at this. Hunters were the common enemy of all spirit exorcists. They were the Federation's primary targets for elimination. If Tang Qi were a hunter, how could she have become the head of the Federation's Conservation Zone branch? Could there be some misunderstanding? Lin Ran shook his head. No. Luo Chao looked troubled. His standing within the Federation allowed him to mobilize federal personnel for an investigation. But she was, after all, a division head. An investigation without cause would have negative repercussions. It could easily cause widespread panic, with everyone in the major conservation zones feeling on edge. Noticing his dilemma, Lin Ran added, "Uncle Chiao, rest assured. He who asserts must prove. I'll find the evidence." I won't put you in a difficult position. Luo Qiao nodded repeatedly, clearly satisfied. Good. Stay safe. If you're outmatched, retreat immediately. Got it. I'll head back now.
Lin Ran bid farewell to Luo Qiao, took a brief rest at Conservation Zone 5, then drove toward Conservation Zone 13.
1 day later. Conservation Zone 13. Inside the villa.
Su Xier, Lu Ling, Li Su, and Bai Yanan gathered here together. They were, of course, brought together by Lin Ran. In front of everyone, she took out the multicolored phoenix feather and placed it on the table.
This is what I obtained from the dragon tomb, the multicolored phoenix feather. Sister Xier, summon your multicolored phoenix bird.
Su Xier's heart raced with excitement as she swiftly summoned the spirit bird, the rainbow phoenix. The moment the multicolored phoenix bird appeared, a 7-colored radiance shone upon it.
Upon the feathers, faint 7-colored glows flickered. Just as expected.
Back in the night, Lin Ran had already noticed that this feather wasn't purely black. Under different light sources, they emitted varying hues. It resembled what people often called black with a rainbow of colors.
A truly exquisite phenomenon. This piqued his interest even more.
If Yame's illusion had been real, then this multicolored phoenix bird could very well be the same black giant bird that had fought his parents. Now that Ho Tu had departed to search for her mother, the trail had gone cold. The only option left was to focus on this bird.
Lin Ran asked the 7-colored phoenix bird, "Do you know what this feather is?" The multicolored phoenix nodded, then seized the feather in its beak and swallowed it whole. Everyone was stunned.
Especially Lin Ran. This was the one lead they'd managed to find.
Don't let it slip away. At that moment, the multicolored phoenix bird's ghostly aura surged.
Its ghost spirit level began to rise slowly. In less than 10 minutes, the B-rank ghost spirit ascended to a rank.
Its power intensified, and its aura grew exceptionally potent.
A layer of black mist began to shroud its body. This seemed similar to ghostly energy, yet held subtle differences. Having absorbed so much ghostly energy, Lin Ran had gained some understanding of it. This dark mist was not mere ghostly energy. Soon, the multicolored phoenix bird let out a piercing cry, its entire body enveloped in a swirling mass of iridescent black flames.
Boom! Boom!
The flames erupted violently, forcing one to instinctively step back, nearly toppling from the chair.
After a moment, the flames dissipated. The multicolored phoenix bird's original vibrant plumage now bore an additional layer of black. Its demonic rank had risen from A-class to S-class. A consecutive 2-tier advancement. The power contained within these feathers was indeed formidable. Truly worthy of being wielded by Osiris. A spirit creature that even the silver dragon finds intriguing. How could it be weak? It's a pity there wasn't enough time, otherwise I could have questioned it about the origins of this black feather. And thus learned of the existence of that multicolored phoenix. Are you Little Phoenix?
The multicolored phoenix nodded, flapping its wings and hopping up and down incessantly.
As if trying to say something. Unfortunately, no one here understood its language.
Just then, Lin Ran's communicator buzzed. It was a call request from Luo Qiao. If I'm not mistaken, it must be about Ain.
Connecting. Chapter 102, The Mysterious Village, Shiha Village. 2 things. Luo Qiao's voice sounded somewhat urgent. First, something concerning you. We've decrypted the second part, Shiha Village. Second matter, concerning Ain.
The silver dragon spirit essence is taking effect, but it'll take time for her to awaken.
The trouble is, you're in hot water.
Zone 8 Childcare has reported you for colluding with intelligent ghosts to murder a spirit exorcist. The Federation is discussing launching an investigation into you.
Lin Ran frowned. Tang Qi turning the tables? What evidence?
Luo Qiao was visibly agitated. There is no evidence.
The only explanation is that the silver dragon led ghosts to attack Conservation Zone 8. No one but you has provoked the silver dragon before.
This sudden attack points to one possibility. You provided information to the silver dragon, and the silver dragon gave you its spirit essence. You are suspected of trading with spirits, so higher-ups are debating whether to investigate you.
Lin Ran gritted his teeth. No evidence, just baseless speculation, yet they wanted to investigate him. Besides, even if such a deal did occur, what was the reason behind it? To save a life. What's wrong with making a deal with spirits to save someone? What the hell do those higher-ups eat? Lin Ran couldn't help but curse under his breath. Luo Qiao couldn't help but chuckle.
Don't worry, I'll do my best to buy you time.
But I can't hold them off for long.
I have a bad feeling the hunters seem to have already infiltrated the Federation's upper echelons. The hunters operate behind a vast network. What's visible now is merely the tip of the iceberg. They're spread across every major conservation zone, and even the Federation's upper echelons have their people.
This power might not be as simple as imagined.
Behind Tang Qi lies an even more formidable presence.
Alright, prepare yourself.
I'm sure it won't be long before someone comes to investigate you. Under no circumstances should they uncover any trace of your involvement, otherwise, you'll be unable to defend yourself. Even if you're a genius, those brain-dead idiots will still haul you off. Luo Qiao finished speaking and ended the call. Lin Ran sat at the desk, deep in thought. The only course of action now was to first resolve the matter concerning the Rainbow Phoenix bird, then figure out a way to complete Sasha's upgrade quest, and finally deal with Rose. As for Tang Chi's situation, with Luo Qiao stalling for time, it wouldn't matter for now. Let him deal with the Silver Dragon ghost hide in Nursery Zone 8. After all, with Tang Chi's strength, there was absolutely no need for concern. Luo Qiao and the other powerful individuals would provide backup once they received word. Even if they don't, it's Tang Chi who'll die, it's his fate. Meanwhile, the four who received the news had already pinpointed the location. Bai Yanan pointed at the pinpointed location and said, Shiha village, located in Conservation Zone 15, is a renowned wealthy enclave. Since countless years ago, before the monsters emerged, wealthy individuals from all corners of Blue Star have gathered there. After the horrors resurfaced, the village recruited numerous powerful individuals and resisted for a long time. Now situated on the outskirts of Conservation Zone 15, near Fort East 07, it remains an unexplored area. The ghosts lingering there are simply too powerful. Lin Ran nodded thoughtfully. During the early stages of the horror awakening, its population had already surpassed that of many cities. The reason Conservation Zone 15 hadn't expanded there was precisely because the monsters within were too powerful and too numerous. Beyond that, there might be other reasons as well. Lin Ran suddenly realized that the location where the Silver Dragon had transported him earlier seemed not far from Shiha village. The Silver Dragon Osiris certainly knew something. But now, Osiris, having lost the Silver Dragon's spirit essence, struggled to suppress its demonic nature. Without restoring it, questioning him was essentially impossible. It seemed he had no choice but to make a trip to Conservation Zone 8. Lin Ran felt annoyed. Every time he tried to cut corners, something got in the way. It was genuinely frustrating. Get ready. We're heading to Conservation Zone 15. Got it. As the others departed, only Lin Ran and Bai Yanan remained in the room. Do you need me to come along and help? Bai Yanan asked. Lin Ran shook his head in refusal. It's unnecessary. Staying here is the best plan. Even if the Federation comes to investigate later, you can cover for me. Bai Yanan sighed and nodded. When it came to matters involving the Federation, only she could offer some assistance. But only a little. After all, this was high-level intervention. She was merely the head of a small conservation zone branch. Protecting someone's life was exceedingly difficult. Afternoon. The group of four set out. Destination, Conservation Zone 15. The next day. Shiha village. The place was now completely overgrown with weeds and tangled brush. From a distance, the village was utterly invisible. Yet Lin Ran felt increasingly familiar with everything around him. It seemed that Osiris had indeed brought him here before. So that's it. So Osiris had known all along that something special existed here. The car couldn't proceed further, so the four of them got out and stood amidst the desolate forest. Lin Ran led the way at the front of the group, with the three ghostly creatures guiding them ahead. They pressed forward. Before long, at the designated coordinates, a stone stele leaning against a large tree caught their attention. Lin Ran stepped forward, flipped it over, and saw several large characters etched into the stone. Though faded, they could still make out the words, Shiha village. This is the place. Everyone, be careful. Within the group, 2 S-rank exorcists, 1 B-rank exorcist, and Lin Ran, an SS-rank exorcist, were present. Dealing with the surrounding ghosts and monsters posed no difficulty. They pressed forward. Soon, rustling sounds emerged from the distant weeds. Immediately after, a humanoid specter covered in holes emerged. It was a B-rank specter. Its power was weak. Lin Ran paid it no mind, but Sasha sprang into action, summoning the stone gate to send it inside. Mission progress +1. Another ghost. Sasha, can you sense how many more ghosts lie ahead? Sasha shook her head clearly, she couldn't. Though she possessed the ability to distinguish ghosts from ordinary spirits, she lacked the power to detect their presence in the vicinity. It seemed they'd have to keep moving forward and search slowly. As they delved deeper into the village, houses finally came into view, standing amidst the trees. Here, they could see numerous detached villas lining both sides of the path. Each one stood at least 3 stories tall. Though countless years had passed, the place bore the full marks of time. Walls cracked, tiles peeled away, moss covered the surfaces. Countless bloodstains, darkened by the passage of time, were visible. Remarkably, however, there is not a single trace of a corpse on the ground. Of course, it was also possible that the bodies had been completely buried after so long. Ding, ding, ding. A crisp sound emanated from somewhere. Listening closely, it seemed to be the sound of some kind of instrument. Lin Ran turned to the 3 others. Did you hear that? The 3 nodded. Su Xier frowned and said, this melody sounds familiar. I used to love this piece too. I played it often. A chapter of love. As the 3 spoke, the sky gradually darkened. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, and a fierce wind suddenly arose. Silver bolts of lightning sliced across the sky, followed by deafening roars of thunder. The sound of the qin mingled with the roar of wind and thunder, like a chapter of the apocalypse. Chapter 103, The Woman Who Plays Her Melody in the Apocalypse.
Looks like a heavy rain is coming. Let's find somewhere to take shelter for a while. Lu Ling suggested. Lin Ran naturally agreed. Perfect. Let's follow the sound of the piano and see what's there. Following the direction of the piano music, they soon came upon a villa that stood out starkly from its surroundings. It was the only detached villa among countless others that had a wall surrounding it. Towering walls encircled the entire property. From the outside, one could only look up. The ground floor remained obscured, visible only from the second story upward. What's that over there? Li Su pointed to a window on the third floor. There, a woman with long hair draped over her shoulders sat. She sat there quietly, her hands playing the piano before her. As this love-filled melody unfolded, it finally reached its passionate climax. As the climax reached its peak, thunder and lightning erupted simultaneously. A silver bolt of lightning split the sky, striking the villa's roof directly. The entire world plunged into utter darkness. Quick, get inside first. They scaled the wall and entered the grounds. The villa's main gate stood wide open. Beside the gate lay a swimming pool. But instead of water, the pool was filled with bright red blood. This place feels off. Everyone be careful. Lin Ran immediately sensed something was terribly wrong here. According to records, this place had been overrun by ghosts and monsters during the early stages of the horror revival. Centuries had passed since then, and with the rain, the blood should have been washed away long ago. The vivid red blood in the pool must have appeared recently. And that woman also radiated an eerie aura. The three ghostly cats now guarded Lin Ran's side, their expressions grave. They all sensed the threat. A powerful ghost must be lurking here. That woman was very likely the ghost herself. The trio entered the villa's interior. The first floor was empty. A set of dust-covered furniture stood there. The wooden floorboards creaked underfoot, worn and neglected over the years. The woman was on the third floor. Lin Ran led the group up the stairs toward the third floor. Upon reaching the third floor, the sound of a piano grew louder from behind a closed door. Pushing the door open, the woman continued playing her melody, seemingly oblivious to the visitor's arrival. Watching the woman's retreating figure, Lin Ran quickly activated his skill to investigate. Sheha. Monster level, unknown. Special abilities, unknown. Lin Ran frowned. This village was actually named after her. Who exactly was she? No, what kind of ghost was she? Catastrophe level? Or perhaps hell level? A specter that had existed for so many years could never be a simple one. He did not interrupt, merely watching silently. He waited for the melody to end. The woman rose slowly, her movements stiff and unnatural. Her head swiveled 180 degrees. Beneath the terrifying spectacle, what appeared before him was a face of breathtaking beauty. A perfectly chiseled oval face, beautiful crimson eyes. Beneath a high, straight nose, her cherry lips held a hint of crimson. The instant she saw the visitor, Lin Ran noticed a flicker of surprise in her eyes. As if she had seen something extraordinary, her head immediately swung back 180 degrees. Then, she took a step and turned her body. Though her movements were stiff and unnatural, they were less startling than the abrupt turn of her head earlier. Her mouth opened slightly, her voice sounding hoarse. You came. Her voice was as raspy as that of a centenarian. Amidst the rumbling outside, it was hard to make out clearly. Who are you? What happened here? Lin Ran inquired. However, Shiha didn't look at him, her gaze fell behind him. Susier noticed her gaze and pointed at herself, asking, Are you talking to me? Shiha nodded. She extended her hand and stepped towards Susier. Lin Ran instinctively stepped forward, blocking her path. What do you think you're doing? Shiha paused, taken aback. A moment of silence passed. Her exquisite face contorted into a hideous grimace. Her delicate skin began to twist and contort, twisting into a twisted, rope-like shape. The crimson glow within her blood-red eyes intensified. Her entire body began to convulse. A harsh, raspy voice erupted from her throat. Su Qimeng. I've waited 1,000 years for you. And you dare bring a man back with you. At that moment, ghostly energy surged from her body, enveloping everyone in an overwhelming sense of oppression. The Eye of Death finally discerned the opponent's rank. Sheha. Spectral rank, Catastrophe class. Special abilities, unknown. Lin Ran was stunned. Catastrophe level. Far beyond anything she could comprehend. A ghost of this caliber even activating the boundless forbidden realm might not be enough to suppress her ghostly power, right? I'll kill you. Kill you, and Qimeng will be mine. Kill you all, and Qimeng will stay by my side forever. Lin Ran's heart raced with terror. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the boundless forbidden realm, fall. The black curtain descended, and Shiha's presence abruptly ceased. Sha, take them away quickly. Hearing this, Sha grabbed Li Su and Lu Ling by the hand and teleported away. Lin Ran instantly recalled Rose Cat, grabbed Su Sier's hand, and vanished in a flash. Outside the villa, thunder and rain raged. In an instant, everyone was drenched. At that very moment, a beam of light shot forth from Su Sier's body. A multicolored phoenix appeared. Little Phoenix. The multicolored phoenix did not depart but flew toward the villa. Susier gasped in alarm, her expression filled with worry. Little Phoenix, where are you going? Don't go. It's dangerous there. Yet in the next instant, a blood-red figure materialized in the rain. Its crimson eyes glowed with a blood-red light, starkly visible against the gloomy sky. Lin Ran instinctively shielded Susier with his body, his arms swirling with ghostly energy. He was prepared to fight to the death. Just then, the multicolored phoenix bird unexpectedly turned back, appearing before the crimson figure. Seeing the multicolored phoenix, Shiha paused. Her trembling hand reached out, gently touching the phoenix crown of the multicolored bird. Little Kai, is that you, Little Kai? The multicolored phoenix chirped and chattered, as if trying to say something. Moments later, Shihi returned to her senses and sank to her knees, her face utterly despondent. 2 streams of blood tears slid down her cheeks. You say she isn't Chiming? Is Chiming already dead? Did I wait 1,000 years only to receive news of her death? A long silence. Thunder and rain raged. Thunder roared, lightning flashed, and the world grew dark. As if the end of the world. Lin Ran now began to grasp the truth. Shiha was waiting here for someone named Su Chiming to arrive. For over 1,000 years. A millennium of obsession had made her ghostly aura incredibly powerful. And barring any surprises, Su Chiming was the ancestor of Su Xier. The two bore a certain resemblance. Thus, Shiha mistakenly believed her to be Su Chiming. At that moment, the system alerted, special ghostly memory acquired. Select whether to broadcast. Lin Ran nodded, play it. The next moment, an image appeared before her eyes. In the scene, 2 women sat side by side at a piano. They sat side by side at a piano, their 4 fingers playing in unison. The melodious sound of the cheen seemed to express emotions beyond words. Shiha is amazing. It's your first time playing, and you sound so beautiful. The girl in the white dress smiled sweetly. Beside her, the girl in the red dress flushed slightly. It's because Chiming played so well with me. Hee, Shiha is so modest. By the way, Shiha, this piece is my original composition and doesn't have a name yet. Why don't you name it? Shihi flushed crimson, love. Chapter 104, Shihi's gift SS rank Rainbow Phoenix Bird. Su Chiming jumped to her feet excitedly. Perfect. Let's call it the chapter of love. The scene abruptly ended. Under the cycle of time, the world approached its final days. The early days of the Terror's revival, shrouded in ghostly aura. Outside the villa, the roar of guns and cannons echoed. Inside the villa, Shiha continued to play that melody of love. Time passed, bit by bit. The thunder outside grew louder and louder. The world seemed to be facing its end. She lifted her head and gazed out the window, beneath that gloomy sky. Chiming, where are you? The end of the world is here. Where are you? Do you still remember our promise? Just then, the door swung open. A servant entered. Miss, this place is about to fall. We must leave at once. Shiha shook her head. Her gaze fell upon the piano before her. I will wait for her here. The attendant grew frantic, but you'll die. Shiha seemed lost in thought, die. After a long silence, she spoke as if to herself, yet also to the one in her heart. We are all destined to die, but before death comes, I will play the melody of love over and over again, just so you know that I, you, she. The vision slowly faded from her eyes. This, it seemed, was Shihi's memory. The vision before Lin Ran vanished completely, the scenes from moments ago fading like a dream. Gone in an instant. In the outside world, scarcely a minute had passed. Shiha remained seated in the rain, the multicolored phoenix bird before her circling overhead, as if trying to shield her from the downpour. Suddenly, as if she had come to some realization, she stood up. She walked straight toward Lin Ran and Su Xier, her blood-red eyes fixed intently on Su Xier. Do you desire immortality? Do you want to become the greatest under heaven? Do you wish to rule this world? Her hoarse voice uttered words of irresistible allure. Like a demon's whisper, tempting souls into the abyss. Lin Ran thrust his arms forward, shielding Su Xier. His expression grave, he frowned and declared, don't even think about it. Shiha paid no heed to his words, halting less than half a meter away. Those vivid crimson eyes shone with an unearthly brilliance. They fixed on Su Xier, sending a chill through her heart. Do you want it? Rumble. Thunder rumbled amidst the roar of the downpour. Su Xier lifted her head, her beautiful hair drenched by the rain, her face dotted with droplets. Her beautiful eyes opened wide, the bloodshot pupils filled with unwavering resolve. I don't want it. I just want to survive in this apocalyptic world full of monsters with my friends. Shiha paused. A faint smile curved her vivid red lips. Her gaze softened slightly. You really do look like her. May I come closer to see you? Su Xier looked at Lin Ran and nodded. Understanding the situation, Lin Ran made no objection and stepped aside. Combining her earlier memories with Shihi's current demeanor, it was clear Shihi harbored no ill will toward them. Especially towards Su Xier. Besides, even if he did, his strength was no match for her anyway. Shihi approached Su Xier, extending both hands to wipe her face. He wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Their gazes locked for a long moment. They parted. Shiha nodded. Beautiful eyes. Just as beautiful as she was. She extended her hand and the multicolored phoenix bird landed upon her fingertips. A dark, ghostly energy flowed from her fingertip into the multicolored phoenix bird. Visibly, a layer of black mist enveloped its body. Within the black mist, the multicolored phoenix's power surged relentlessly. In the blink of an eye, it ascended from S rank to SS rank. After completing this, Shiha looked at Su Xier. Your current strength is still insufficient to control ghosts above SS rank. Therefore, I've temporarily elevated Little Kai to SS rank for you. Should you need it again in the future, you may come find me here anytime. Su Xier paused, then nodded. Thank you. Shiha shook his head. You're welcome. Just remember to come back and visit me often. Hearing this, Lin Ran, who now possessed Shihi's memories, felt a pang of sorrow. She was a pitiable soul too. Before the apocalypse arrived, she waited for the one she loved. She played music for her beloved until death came. And then, her obsession never faded. She became a ghost, waiting for her beloved for 1,000 years. Though a calamity-level specter, she was also the most profoundly devoted being. After the rain stops, the spirits will come out to hunt. You'll have to get what you need yourself. Shiha suddenly turned to Lin Ran and said. Sure enough, she could see what I needed. Thank you. Su Xier suddenly asked, may I ask you something? Shiha nodded. Just call me Shiha. Shiha. Sister. Do you know where my father went? Su Xier asked anxiously. This was the final piece of information deciphered from that ghostly utterance. If he wasn't here, then the trail would end here. It was highly likely they would never find Su Qianjun again. Shiha paused, then shook his head. Xiao Kai came looking for me, wanting me to save him, but I couldn't. Since then, she vanished without a trace until now. The trail has gone cold again. Su Xier felt a pang of disappointment. She has sensed her unease. Don't worry. Xiao Kai is here. He won't die. If Xiao Kai dies, he won't survive either. But Xiao Kai isn't dead. Therefore, he's still alive. Su Xier breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he's alive, there's still a chance. He's just temporarily unable to appear for certain reasons. When the time is right, or the day she finds him, they could reunite with their family. Thank you. Shiha shook her head and walked toward the villa on her own. The others did not follow, remaining where they stood, watching silently. As she entered the villa, soon after, amidst the thunder and rain, the melody of love began to play. Amidst the melodious strains of the piano, the thunderstorm abruptly ceased. The dark clouds in the sky slowly dispersed. Everything seemed to return to normal. Is it over? Lu Ling and the others approached. By now, everyone's clothes were soaked through, leaving them looking like drowned rats. Li Su tugged at the collar clinging to his body, his face a mask of relief. That scared the hell out of me. Thank goodness she didn't want to kill us, otherwise, we'd be done for. Lin Ran nodded. Though the lead is gone, at least the rainbow phoenix bird has leveled up. Xier is now an SS rank spirit exorcist. Su Xier smiled bitterly, her expression despondent. But I feel so sorry for her. It's as if she's been waiting for someone all this time. After so many years, she still hasn't found the person she's waiting for. Should I spend more time with her? Lin Ran shook his head. No need. Just come back often to visit. Staying with spirits for too long, if conflicts arise, the price is death. If the spirit exorcist is powerful enough, they might find a way to form a contract. Unfortunately, Su Xier was still too weak at present. Too weak to even bind an SSS-tier spirit. Let alone a catastrophe-level entity like Shiha. Just then, a dull thud echoed through the air. Not far away, the door of a villa swung open. A man clad in a tattered leather jacket emerged. Lin Ran noticed something peculiar about the man's gait. He didn't seem human at all. Sure enough. As the man drew nearer, its attributes were extracted. Wrongfully deceased spirit. Ghost rank, B. Special abilities, none. Chapter 105, The ghost found me too poor and stole 1,000,000 fruits. Sasha immediately sprang into action. The gates of hell opened. Countless black tentacles emerged, coiling around the wronged spirit. Then, with a violent tug, it was yanked straight back into hell. System notification, mission progress +1. Soon, a second specter emerged from the villa. Then the third, the fourth. More and more specters appeared, spreading throughout the entire village of Shiha. Unlike the deathly silence of their arrival, Shiha village now resembled a complete ghost village. Fortunately, these monsters were not of high level. Their average level was only B rank, with the strongest being A rank. With their current strength, the team could easily wipe out this horde without breaking a sweat. Yet, under Lin Ran's orders, none of them moved. Not even Meow Meow or Rose. This was Sasa's upgrade material. She must handle this personally. She swiftly glided out, entering the midst of the ghostly horde. Immediately, a crimson glow erupted. A light array materialized. A stone door rose from within it. Black tentacles shot forth, wrapping around countless demons and dragging them forcefully into the underworld. This is the gate of hell. Banishing the spirits. In the blink of an eye, less than a quarter of an hour passed. Every demon and spirit in the arena was purged.
Only the stone gate remained, like a beast with its jaws wide open to the abyss, emitting a faint, dark mist.
The system notification popped up, 300 souls progress plus 1. Current progress, 300. You may spend 1000 points to complete the upgrade.
Lin Ran hesitated not a moment, selecting confirm immediately. Points deducted, Shasha's body enveloped in black ghostly mist. Moments later, a crimson light shot skyward. System notification popped up, Specter Yama Sarasvati upgrade complete. Current Specter rank, SS grade. Yama Sara's Ghost Realm Enhanced Spatial Barrier upgraded to Spatial Prison. Spatial Prison, activating this domain can imprison all ghosts of equal or lower rank. Maintaining the domain consumes 1% ghost energy per second. Lin Ran was utterly astonished. What a powerful skill. Imprisoning all ghosts below its own level. This means any ghost that hasn't reached SSS rank is completely immobilized within the ghost realm. Absolutely absurdly powerful. Though it consumed enormous energy, draining 1% of ghost energy per second, meaning this domain could last a maximum of 100 seconds. Less than 2 minutes. Not long, but certainly not short either. The boundless restriction domain could help Rose and the others instantly eliminate SSS rank ghosts in just 5 seconds. With a full 100 seconds of confinement, what's to worry about not finishing them off? The upgraded Sasa showed no outward change as she drifted back from the distance. She clung to Lin Ran's damp body, showing no sign of discomfort. Ah, she's still just a child. Lin Ran sighed helplessly and addressed the group, now that the problem is solved, let's head back. This place wasn't safe to linger in, it was best to return quickly. Once back, he'd need to find ways to take on a few tasks and earn some contribution points. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have enough money to buy dresses for Sasa and the others. Not only that, but Rose's upgrade quest needed to be prioritized. 3,000 ghosts of at least S rank? That was no ordinary challenge. He might even have to venture deep into monster territory to slay that many. The group drove toward Conservation Zone 15. They planned to rest and regroup here temporarily before returning to Conservation Zone 13. In the blink of an eye. The next day. Conservation Zone 13. Lin Ran escorted everyone back before heading alone to the Federation building. High floor, Minister's office. Bai Yanan propped her head up, staring at the screen before her. This is so annoying. What the hell are those brain-dead Federation bigwigs thinking about all day? How could Lin Ran conspire with ghosts to target exorcists? Knock knock knock. A knock sounded at the door. Lin Ran walked in and sat down across from her. What's the latest news? Bai Yanan sighed. The latest news is that they're demanding I send someone to escort you to the number 3 Conservation District branch for questioning. Why not headquarters? Lin Ran's thought process was unconventional. I don't know either. So what are you planning to do? A moment of silence fell over the office. After a long pause, Bai Yanan stood up. What am I supposed to do? I can't beat you. You're already a spirit exorcist with 2 SS rank ghosts and 1 S rank ghost under your command. Of course, it depends on your own attitude. Lin Ran smiled. In that case, do me a favor. Bai Yanan looked puzzled. I plan to head to Conservation Zone 8 to deal with the ghost tide. But before that, I need some money. So, if there are any bounty missions with especially generous rewards, hook me up. Bai Yanan. Her face darkened. So all that talk was just to take on 2 missions? This was some deep scheming. She looked visibly annoyed, but still tapped away at the keyboard, pulling up 3 missions. All bounty missions for S-rank ghosts. Take a look at these 3. They're the highest paying bounties in our conservation zone. Mission 1, Hunt S-class Ghost Blue Eagle. Reward, 80,000 contribution points. Mission 2, Hunt S-class Ghost Iron Giant. Reward, 100,000 contribution points. Quest 3, Rescue the Spirit Exorcist Trapped in South Mountain Mine. Reward, 100,000 contribution points. 3 missions, totaling a whopping 280,000 contribution points. For most people, that's a substantial sum. But for Lin Ran, after settling his debt to Bai Qingyan, half remained barely enough for 1 shopping trip for Sasa and the others. Far too little. Are there any other tasks? I'm really short on cash. Lin Ran frowned as he asked. Just then, the system suddenly prompted. Your demon Yama Sarasvati disapproves of your poverty and has secretly stolen Hell's fruits and flowers for you overnight. Lin Ran? What the heck? Hell's flowers and fruits? What are these? Bring it out for inspection. Hell fruit. Special ghostly object, when consumed by ghosts, temporarily boosts their combat power. Staring at the bright red fruit in his hand, Lin Ran was dumbfounded. What on earth is this thing for? Bai Yanan, however, paled visibly. This is a ghost spirit fruit. Where did you get this? This is a priceless item. At our conservation district auction house, it could fetch hundreds of thousands. Lin Ran gasped, that much? Bai Yanan nodded earnestly. And that's just within our conservation district.
If you're not in a rush, I can list it at our Federation auction house. All conservation zones will bid together. It could easily fetch $1 million. Of course, a certain commission fee would apply. Lin Ran was stunned. An unassuming fruit could fetch $1 million price tag? Seriously? He didn't believe it. Seeing his skeptical expression, Lin Ran continued, "Don't you know that when ghosts and monsters eat this fruit, it can boost their level? When facing ghosts you can't defeat, this fruit is a lifesaver. Especially against powerful exorcists like Luo Chao, those hell-tier beings. If the martial spirit king consumed this fruit, temporarily elevating him to catastrophe level, he could single-handedly suppress the ghost tide in protective zone 8. Lin Ran was utterly dumbfounded. This thing was this powerful? No wonder it commands $1 million price tag and remains a rare commodity. The higher the rank of the exorcist, the more potent this fruit's effect becomes. If it were a catastrophe-level spirit, couldn't it create abyss-level ghosts? Absolutely unstoppable. Chapter 106, The Divine Thief Sasa. What did you steal this time? Here's the deal, hand over the fruit, and I'll pay you 800,000. The extra profit from selling it will be mine. How does that sound? Yanan looked at him with a hint of anticipation. Lin Ran had a hunch this guy definitely wasn't just after a few $100,000 from him. There must be another motive. He immediately asked, "You don't happen to want the fruit for yourself, do you?" Lin Ran paused, then nodded. "You guessed right. If I can give this fruit to my sister, she won't have to worry even if she faces hell-level ghosts in the future." Sure enough, she wanted to keep it for herself. A fruit worth over $1 million on the market, and she actually wanted to buy it for 800,000. Lin Ran gritted her teeth at such a greedy merchant. Deal. 800,000 in hand. 3 tasks remained. Even though I'm flush now, whoever complains about having too much cash. First up, the initial task. Defeat the S-rank monster, Blue Eagle. Reward, 80,000 contribution points. It's not a huge amount, but it's definitely worth a shot. Not only that, but it could also help Rose advance her mission progress a bit. Arriving outside the building, he boarded a vehicle and drove out of the city toward the mission coordinates. All the way there, Lin Ran was deep in thought, pondering everything about Sasa. I still remember how, back then, whenever we needed something, she could always conjure it out of thin air from a special place. And the system would always give a prompt. Your spirit companion pitted your poverty and stole hell's flowers and fruits for you overnight. Sasha, did you really steal this from somewhere else? In the passenger seat, Sasa nodded. Just as I suspected. All these things were stolen by Sasa. Where did you steal these from? Lin Ran pressed. If he could pinpoint the exact location, he could harvest them in bulk. Then, they could make a fortune. Just imagine a single fruit could fetch a price as high as $1 million. 10 fruits would mean tens of millions. 100 fruits would yield a staggering 100 million contribution points. Such staggering sums were irresistible to him, to anyone. Yet Sasa pointed downward, as if telling Lin Ran that the fruit must be retrieved from beneath the ground. And beneath the ground, correspondingly, lay nothing but hell. Lin Ran thought of her Hell's Gate. Sasha, are you saying this fruit was taken from hell? Sasha nodded. Just as I thought. She was right. Lin Ran grew increasingly puzzled. What on earth had changed in the world since the horror awakening? Ghosts, hell. Where did they all come from? Why do some ghosts possess self-awareness and refrain from harming people? And why do others possess nothing but an obsession with devouring humans? What exactly are these spirits? Why do they exist? Countless questions swirled in his mind. Lin Ran shook his head, dismissing these thoughts, and focused on driving. These matters were not for him to ponder. After all, the pioneering researchers in Conservation Zone 1 had already begun their investigations. Soon, the mission site. A ghostly shadow streaked across the sky in an instant. It was a figure of deep blue. Like a giant bird. This was the very purpose of this expedition. S-class specter, Blue Eagle. Rose, go. The words barely left his lips before Rose, seated in the back, had already charged forward. Her feet stepped on crimson petals, ascending as if climbing a ladder to the heavens. And at an astonishing speed. Yet Blue Eagle was faster still. The instant Rose drew near, it flapped its wings violently, transforming into a shimmering azure streak as it shot away. Seeing this, Lin Ran turned to look at Sasa. She understood immediately. In the next instant, her figure vanished. Instantly, she materialized before the Blue Eagle. She opened her hand, a flash of crimson light erupting from her palm. The surrounding space began to seal shut, and a powerful restraining force instantly imprisoned Blue Eagle in place. Soon, Rose arrived. Her black scythe sliced through the dusk twilight, a black streak of light that instantly finished it off. An S-rank specter couldn't even withstand a single strike. Watching this unfold, Lin Ran was utterly shocked. Rose's combat prowess was simply too formidable. The wielding the black scythe granted her SS-class monster combat power. Her inherent power remained that of an S-rank specter. If this trend continued, once Rose reached SSS rank, she would wield hell-tier demonic power with the black scythe's enhancement. A demon inherently one tier stronger than humans. With Blue Eagle dealt with, mission 1 was complete. Next up, the second mission, the Iron Giant.
Lin Ran accelerated his pace. Before long, using the coordinates on his communicator, he arrived at the mission location.
Here, as far as the eye could see, stood an Iron Giant as tall as a small mountain.
At that moment, the Iron Giant still clutched a person in its hand. But it appeared the person was already dead.
This was the S-rank Specter, the Iron Giant. Lin Ran's expression darkened. Rose, take it out. With that, Rose transformed into a black streak of light and shot forward.
Landing at the Iron Giant's feet, Rose wasted no time. She raised her black scythe high and brought it down in one swift strike.
Boom! A deafening roar echoed as sparks flew everywhere. Even a formidable S-rank Specter like the Iron Giant proved utterly helpless before Rose's black scythe. The black scythe pierced straight through the Iron Giant's foot, pinning it to the ground. In agony, the stone giant roared, then swallowed the person in its grasp whole.
Immediately after, the Iron Fist came crashing down.
Fortunately, Rose reacted swiftly, sidestepping to evade the blow.
The missed blow sent the Iron Fist crashing into the ground with a deafening roar.
A massive crater instantly appeared. Lin Ran watched in horror. Rose, be careful.
He wasn't particularly worried that Rose couldn't defeat this ghostly creature.
He was more concerned she might get hurt.
After all, even an SS rank Spectre could sustain injuries when facing stronger S rank Spectres.
Rose didn't respond, instantly materializing behind the Iron Giant.
She swung her scythe, tracing a full 360-degree arc through the air.
The strike landed. The black scythe's tip slammed down onto the Iron Giant's head. A deafening crash. The Iron Giant's skull shattered instantly. One strike, one kill. No lingering.
This was the Rose's formidable destructive power.
Ghost Cross Rose slays S-rank Ghost, gaining Ghost EXP plus 200, points plus 50, refined Ghost Material X2.
Lin Ran felt a slight surprise.
It dropped loot.
It had been ages since he'd seen a monster drop loot. Of course, that was mostly because after the cat killed them, it ate them right away.
Even if it did drop something, there'd be nothing left.
But Rose was different. The corpses of the monsters she killed were usually still intact. Lin Ran hurried over and approached the corpse.
The fallen Iron Giant had now melted into a pool of molten iron.
Among them were 2 pieces of black steel. This must be the refined ghost material.
He picked one up to examine it.
Refined ghost material. Special ghost material, steel rich in ghost energy, usable for forging ghost weapons, upgrading ghost weapons, or creating ghost objects when melted down.
Lin Ran felt a bit disappointed. It was just ordinary steel after all. However, it contained a certain amount of ghostly energy.
Otherwise, it was indistinguishable from ordinary steel. Any objects crafted from it wouldn't be ghost artifacts either.
Maybe I could take it back and offer it to the material dealers. See if they'll take it.
Lin Ran was pondering this when he saw Shasha appear beside him. With a swift reach, she snatched the ghostly material away, then vanished along with it. Moments later, she reappeared, holding a strangely shaped object in her hand.
Chapter 107, Reunion with an Old Friend.
Your ghostly companion, Yama Sarasvati, finds you too clumsy and has procured a special ghost sealing box for you.
Lin Ran took it with curiosity.
The peculiar object in Shasha's hand resembled a square, yet its edges weren't sharply defined. It resembled a circle, yet lacked the straight lines one would expect. It could only be a strangely shaped little box.
She hurriedly examined it. Ghost sealing box. Special ghost object, seals ghosts and spirits within ghosts below hell tier cannot escape. Lin Ran. I thought it was something special. Is this it? Just a box. What's the point? Does he need this thing to catch ghosts? Why not just force a contract? What a waste of time. What exactly was the purpose of this thing Sasa had stolen this time?
Lin Ran was utterly baffled, reluctantly stowing the object back into the ghost realm.
Alright, let's keep moving.
Final stop, clearing the way for our mind-clearing spirit companions. Back in the car, he snapped a photo of the item and sent it to Bayanan. Then they drove off into the distance. Not long after, the communicator buzzed. It was Lin Ran requesting communication. He answered, and a surprised voice came through. Where did you get this weird thing? I asked around for you. This is a real gem. It can catch ghosts, you know. Lin Ran felt a bit awkward. Something he considered utterly useless was actually considered a good thing? What was wrong with this world? How much could I get for it? Lin Ran asked timidly. There was a moment of silence before the other end replied, about 300,000? Holy crap! Lin Ran was stunned. That was more than he could earn from 3 missions combined. Sasha was practically a master thief. Every time she stole something, it was no ordinary item. I'll give it to you as soon as I get back. With that, the communication ended. Lin Ran grew even more puzzled. Why could Sasa always manage to steal such valuable items? Moreover, the frequency of her thefts was impossible to predict. Sometimes she'd just snatch something out of nowhere. Other times, she might go 3 or 5 days without managing to snag a single thing.
Forget it. If I can't figure it out, I won't dwell on it. Besides, they'd already reached the vicinity of their mission site. At a glance, not far away, a mine shrouded in eerie mist loomed. Looks like this is the place. Lin Ran got out of the car. To avoid alerting the spirits, he chose to walk up with the ghosts. Since activating the empty gate skill, the ghosts couldn't detect his slightest movement. Not even their aura could be detected. After a moment of observation, outside the mine shaft halfway up the mountain, a massive specter crouched at the entrance. Judging by its form, it stood at least 5 or 6 meters tall. Its bulky frame made it resemble a giant sphere. Fortunately, its massive size prevented it from squeezing into the narrow cave. Otherwise, the exorcists wouldn't need rescuing, they'd just be collecting bodies. No. Ghosts eat people. Maybe there wouldn't even be bodies to collect. Lin Ran crept silently behind the specter, deactivating his void escape skill. His form materialized in the current space. Immediately, his right hand clenched into a fist and slammed forward. Boom! A dull thud echoed as the ghost was sent flying backward. Rose appeared in time, wielding her black scythe like the Grim Reaper, materializing instantly before the ghost. A single, devastating blow instantly killed it. With that demon dealt with, Lin Ran shouted into the cave, "Any survivors left? The monster outside is dead. You can come out now." At her words, voices of human conversation began to echo from within. After a brief wait, the group of miners and spirit exorcists emerged. Among them was a group of handsome young men and beautiful young women dressed in night watchman attire. "It's you! Lin Ran! What are you doing here?" Among them were 3 figures who were none other than his old classmates. Yi Wang, Li Hao, and Tang Xin. 3 of them. Lin Ran was puzzled too. "What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be working as night watchman in the conservation zone?" Hearing this, all 3 looked awkward. "Well, we came out to take a job, earn some cash, and contribute a bit. We never expected a simple transport job would lead us to an S-rank monster. We had no choice but to hide inside." Lin Ran nodded. "So it really was a stroke of bad luck." Suddenly, Tang Xin asked, "By the way, have you seen Han Feng?" Lin Ran shook her head. "What's wrong?" Tang Xin pursed her thin lips and kept her head down, offering no reply. Instead, Li Hao beside them spoke up, his face flushed with anger. "That guy. He saw an S-class ghost and didn't even bother loading the cargo, just jumped in his car and took off. We had no choice but to hide in the cave with the others." Yi Wang fumed, cursing, "That kid's a coward. If he'd waited for us, we wouldn't be suffering in here." Lin Ran waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to get involved in their petty squabbles. "That's your problem. I don't know anything about it." With that, he turned and walked away. Not far away, Shanwei saw this and followed suit. 3 ghostly figures, each with the physique of a young girl, trailed behind them, leaving Tang Xin and the others filled with nothing but envy. "Ran! Ran, wait for me!" Li Hao sprinted up, his face plastered with a fawning smile. "Bro Ran, take us with you, okay?" Lin Ran glanced at the 3 ghosts beside him. His car only had 4 seats to begin with. With the 3 ghosts already occupying them, there was no room left. Taking them along would mean inconveniencing Sasa and the others. Reluctantly, he nodded. "Let's go together." Though he wasn't entirely willing. But considering their long-standing friendship, he didn't want to refuse. Besides, without transportation, the distance to the conservation area was a bit far. They might encounter powerful ghosts along the way, risking their lives. Lin Ran truly couldn't bear to leave them behind. The 4 drove slowly toward the conservation area. As expected, they encountered numerous ghosts and monsters along the way. Though most were merely B or C rank, they posed little threat to Lin Ran. For the other 3 passengers, however, these spirits were far beyond their capabilities. Suddenly, a cargo truck came into Lin Ran's view. It lay overturned across the road, with several massive iron ore boulders scattered nearby. "Ah!" Tang Xin let out a startled scream. At the front windshield, 3 B-class ghosts were tearing apart a blood-soaked corpse. The body was now unrecognizable, a mangled mess of flesh and bone. All limbs had been torn off. Not a single intact body part remained. Yet even so, the Night Watcher's insignia lying nearby made identification clear. The owner of this corpse was none other than Han Feng. All 3 men present turned deathly pale. Though they had joined the Night Watch, none had ever witnessed such a scene. The strongest ghosts within the conservation area were merely D-class. No matter how vicious, they couldn't compare to the monsters outside. Lin Ran felt a pang of reluctance, but sighed helplessly, "Cat, go." At her command, a jet of black light shot from her body, landing outside the vehicle and coalescing into a cat-like humanoid specter. Instantly, black mist enveloped it, devouring it whole. Such is the brutal nature of ghosts. If you don't want to end up like Han Feng, then work hard. Once you grow strong enough, at least within this sanctuary, you will be safe. As Lin Ran spoke, the cat-like creature completed its devouring and returned to his body as a jet black beam. The 3 watched in stunned silence. After a long silence, Li Hao finally asked, "Brother Ran, may I ask what level you are now?" He had witnessed it with his own eyes. Lin Ran's cat-shaped humanoid spirit had devoured those other spirits outright. They didn't even have the strength to struggle. Its level couldn't possibly be lower than S rank. Curiosity got the better of him. Brother Ran, what rank is your ghost? Chapter 108, Reinforcements for Nursery Zone 8. Lin Ran remained silent. He didn't want to answer his old classmate's question. After all, revealing it was an SS-grade ghost would only crush the youth's self-esteem. He shook his head, saying nothing. Instead of worrying about that, you should be thinking about how to explain Han Feng's death when we get back. Han Feng's death. It was indeed a major incident. After all, for the Night Watch, D-class exorcists were few and far between. The loss of each one left a lingering ache in their hearts. The entire journey passed in silence. Tang Qin's mood had grown noticeably somber, while Li Wang, on the other hand, seemed utterly unconcerned. In his words, it was just what they deserved. Those who abandoned their comrades deserved to die. He personally escorted them back to the Night's Watch base. Soon, a middle-aged man emerged to greet them. It was none other than the leader, Tang Feng. Upon seeing Lin Ran, Tang Feng was overjoyed. Where was the sorrow he'd worn earlier over the loss of a comrade? Lin Ran, my dear nephew, you're finally back. You haven't come back to visit for so long, I thought you'd forgotten us. Tang Feng laughed, slinging an arm around his shoulder. Lin Ran felt a pang of guilt and quickly explained, how could that be, Uncle Tang Feng? It's just that things have been so busy lately with everything going on outside, so I haven't had time to come back and see you. Tang Feng seemed slightly surprised. Oh? Just a few days gone, and my little Ran has become such a busy man. Come on in. No need for small talk, let's just sit down and chat. I'll brew you some top-grade ancient leaf tea. Helplessly, unable to refuse such warm hospitality, Lin Ran followed him inside. But Tang Qin, standing nearby, was far from pleased. She roared, Uncle. Can't you deal with Han Feng's death first? Tang Feng paused. He's just a D-rank spirit exorcist. Compared to Lin Ran, he's nothing. But he's still part of our conservation district. Moreover, his death was largely because he wanted to help our conservation area complete its mission. Tang Qin's voice was nearly hoarse. Along the way, whether it was He Wang's damnable attitude or Tang Feng's current indifference, had left her feeling utterly disheartened. A teammate had fallen in battle, yet instead of mourning, he faced indifference. Tang Qin couldn't understand. Ah, my dear niece. Tang Feng sighed. You're still too young. He was aware of Han Feng's situation. Now he understood Tang Qin's fury. Terror is resurging, the apocalypse looms, and everyone lives in fear. Forget about Han Feng, he's just a lowly D-rank spirit exorcist. Even someone like Lin Ran, an SS-rank spirit exorcist, would be forgotten soon after death. People might mourn him for a while at most. If you truly want us to mourn and give him a grand burial, that would only happen after the terror awakens. Tang Feng spoke calmly. As the leader of the Night Watch in Protective Zone 13, he had seen far too many reports of Watchers dying. Moreover, in countless previous defense wars long ago, the number of exorcists who perished was beyond count. He had long since grown numb to it. Tang Qin, on the other hand, was merely a lamb just stepping into the world. They know nothing of the horrors lurking beyond these walls. Naturally, they would fly into a rage over the death of a companion, even going so far as to defy their elders. Lin Ran sighed, not wanting to get involved in this mess. But then she remembered that Su had once been her deskmate. She offered comfort, take it easy. This sort of thing will happen often from now on. Adjust your mindset properly, or you'll throw up the next time you see it. Tang Feng? You call that comforting? Unsurprisingly, Tang Qin nearly fainted from sheer anger. The next day, Lin Ran arrived at the Federation building. After claiming the bounty for the mission, he handed the ghost box to Bai Yanan. It's yours now. Whatever you sell it for, we split the profit. Bai Yanan was overjoyed, nodding repeatedly. After receiving the sealed ghost box, she asked with some concern, are you leaving for Conservation Zone 8 right now? Lin Ran nodded. Aren't you waiting for the Federation headquarters to lift the warrant on you? I can't wait any longer. Lin Ran's expression was resolute. As long as the ghost tide in Conservation Zone 8 hasn't receded, those bastards won't let me go. But going there now is like walking into a trap, Bai Yanan said, deeply worried. Conservation Zone 8 now harbors not only the ghost tide. There's also a woman with immense power and connections lurking there. Tang Qi. As long as she remains alive, this matter cannot be resolved completely. If Lin Ran goes, he'll inevitably face an attack from both sides. Then, the odds would be stacked against him. But he has no choice, he must go. My mind is made up. Leaving those words behind, Lin Ran turned and walked away. As he stepped out of the Federation building, Sasa appeared, grabbing his hand and pulling him toward the nearby shopping mall. Lin Ran felt both amused and exasperated. Sasha was truly clever. The moment she realized he had money, she immediately dragged him shopping. Unsurprisingly, she went on another shopping spree, racking up over 100,000 yuan worth of purchases. And it was all a bunch of random, useless junk. Among them were 10 iron pots, 3 sets of iron rice bowls. Lin Ran couldn't fathom what possible use these things could have. But Sasa was thoroughly enjoying herself. Without even saying goodbye to Lu Ling and the others, she sped off toward Conservation Zone 8. In the blink of an eye. The next day. Conservation Zone 8. When Lin Ran reached the perimeter, she glanced ahead and saw that the number of ghosts wasn't particularly high. Compared to ghost swarms elsewhere, the numbers here were remarkably low. Not even reaching 1/3 of the typical ghost tide count. Yet astonishingly, the lowest ranked among these ghosts had already reached S grade. It was reminiscent of the scene at the Dragon Tomb. The weakest were all S rank. It seems all these ghosts originate from the Dragon Tomb. From one place. No wonder they're so difficult to deal with. Even if exorcists had the will, they wouldn't dare touch the Dragon Tomb before. Now that the Dragon Tomb has launched an attack, how could Conservation Zone 8 possibly withstand it? Lin Ran noticed several SSS-tier ghostly bone dragons nearby. These bone dragons possess different elemental attributes, yet all shared the SSS-tier rating. Their combat prowess was formidable. A single casual strike repelled the assault of an SSS-tier spirit exorcist. Not only that, but even when faced with the coordinated assault of numerous powerful exorcists, they showed not a hint of fear. He pulled out his communicator and logged into the forum of Conservation Zone 8. Relevant data could be retrieved. A total of 17 SSS rank ghosts participated in this ghost tide siege. SS rank ghosts numbered over 80. As for S rank ghosts, they were countless, with some groups numbering in the thousands. Lin Ran couldn't fathom how such a small place as the Dragon Tomb could harbor so many S rank and above ghosts. Simultaneously, he noticed another piece of news. Tang Chi, head of the Conservation Zone Federation branch, remains gravely injured and unable to participate in the battle. How are we to withstand this ghost tide? Beneath this headline lay thousands upon thousands of replies. Some exorcists expressed despair, while others voiced heartache. Of course, a small minority remained hopeful. Other conservation zones won't stand idly by. The communicator buzzed. Lin Ran answered. It was by Yanan. Are you there yet? I'm bringing reinforcements immediately. You can rendezvous with her. As expected, reinforcements from the nearest Conservation Zone 7 had arrived. Led by Qing Yan, 5 SSS-ranked exorcists arrived. This represented nearly all of Zone 7's top-tier combat strength. Additionally, the slightly more distant Conservation Zone 9 had dispatched 3 SSS-ranked spirit exorcists. Combined with the 6 SSS-ranked spirit exorcists from Conservation Zone 8 excluding Tang Chi, they now possess the strength to confront this ghost tide. The only formidable threat remaining was that Silver Dragon. Hell-tier Specter, Silver Dragon Osiris. Chapter 109, Justice Prevails, Kill Him. 1 hour later. Lin Ran reunited with Qing Yan. The distant landscape lay in utter ruin. Long before Lin Ran's arrival, the defensive stronghold here had been obliterated. The city lay razed to the ground. Only ruins remained. Things don't look too good. Qing Yan shared her intelligence with Lin Ran. From what I've gathered, the fortress here has been almost completely overrun. At this moment, all the spirit exorcists have gathered on the walls of the conservation zone for a final stand. With 17 SSS rank specters attacking, even the top combatants here can't handle it. 6 against 17, a gap of nearly 3 to 1. How could they possibly fight back? And then there's that elusive hell-grade specter, Osiris. As Lin Ran pondered, a silver-gray figure streaked across the horizon, none other than the silver dragon Osiris. But this Osiris had now fully transformed into a specter. His consciousness was hazy, consumed by a single thought. Devour humans. Devour every human in this entire conservation area. Watching the silver dragon soar toward the sanctuary, everyone's expressions darkened with worry. We'll have to move extremely fast. With the silver dragon moving, who could possibly stop a hell-level demon? Lin Ran, do you have any ideas? Qing Yan inquired. Many previous crises had been resolved with Lin Ran's assistance. This made her heart involuntarily sprout a feeling of dependence. When she couldn't figure out how to handle things in the short term, she couldn't help but ask Lin Ran. She wanted his opinion or a hint. This time, however, even Lin Ran couldn't think of a good solution. The silver dragon's combat power is too overwhelming. None of us stand a chance against it. No one in the entire conservation area, including Tang Chi and myself, can suppress him. Lin Ran replied with a grave expression. He had already clashed with the silver dragon during their time at the Dragon Tomb. Even with Tang Chi's hell-level ghosts joining forces, they still couldn't defeat the silver dragon. They couldn't even force the silver dragon to unleash its full power. Merely activating its ghost realm had knocked him unconscious, while Tongman's hell-tier warriors had fled outright. Its power far surpassed that of a mere hell-level ghost, didn't it? Perhaps only the legendary Shiha could have stood against it in battle. But Shiha? He'd never intervene. This silver dragon was a major headache, truly difficult to deal with. Lin Ran felt utterly overwhelmed. Forget it. Let's focus on dealing with those SSS-tier ghosts first. Once we take care of them, only the hell-grade ghosts will remain. With all of us, we'll wear it down to death. Bai Qinyan nodded. She addressed the exorcists who had followed them. Everyone, be cautious. If you find yourselves overwhelmed by an SSS-grade specter, you may choose to retreat temporarily and await reinforcements.
The group began moving toward the walls of the conservation zone.
Not long after, outside the city walls, a fierce battle was about to erupt. Bai Qinyan struck first, unleashing Phantom World's voice and Night Prayer's butterfly. Both transformed into streaks of spirit light that shot forward.
They landed amidst the horde of ghosts and monsters, unleashing a storm of terror.
Powerful ghostly energies erupted, amplified by their respective ghostly domains. Within 50 meters, all demons were swiftly purged.
Lin Ran, refusing to be outdone, charged forward, unleashing 3 ghosts simultaneously.
Xingwei wielded her black scythe, instantly slaying countless specters.
Mao Mao unleashed her spirit energy domain, simultaneously boosting her own ghost's combat power while wielding the Ghost Dragon Spear to slaughter enemies in all directions. The SS-ranked Mao Mao, empowered by the Ghost Dragon Spear, became terrifyingly formidable. In short order, hordes of ghosts fell in droves. Lin Ran could only see kill notifications popping up on his system panel.
At minimum, they were all S-ranked demons. And not just one at a time. The explosive damage from the Ghost Dragon Spear dealt area of effect attacks. As they slayed more and more ghosts, the exorcists on the city walls finally spotted them. Reinforcements from other conservation zones have arrived. We've finally got backup. Brothers, rally your spirits. Victory is ours. After days of holding out, reinforcements from other conservation zones had finally arrived.
At that moment, every exorcist on the city walls felt their spirits soar. They commanded their spirits with renewed vigor. Lin Ran strode through the tide of ghosts, with Sasa clearing the path ahead of him wherever he went.
As an SS-ranked spirit, Shasha possessed astonishing combat prowess.
With a simple hand seal, she summoned an array that dealt massive damage.
Instant annihilation.
Beyond the experience points, the mission progress was also skyrocketing. In a short span, they slayed one S-rank ghost after another, and Rose's leveling quest progressed steadily. Before long, the quest progress climbed from single digits to double digits. Lin Ran was practically ecstatic. At this rate, once this ghost tide ended, his system points would skyrocket significantly. Then he could finally draw prizes. If he could draw an exceptionally powerful item, that would be even more thrilling. 100 draws for a top-tier item, that was something he'd been fantasizing about in his dreams. Pressing forward, the group soon reached the base of the city walls with the combined efforts of the human forces inside and outside. Climbing the ramparts, Lin Ran saw a group of people approaching him. They surrounded him completely, glaring at him with fierce eyes.
It really is you. The demon who lured those monsters into our conservation zone. It's all your fault. If not for you, how could our conservation area have suffered this? And you gravely injured our director Tang Qi. You worthless scum, you have no right to set foot on our sanctuary's land. Lin Ran paused. Glancing around at the crowd, he saw nothing but expressions of utter disgust on every face. The barrage of insults barely registered with him. He had prepared himself for this from the very beginning. Tang Qi's return would inevitably lead to his information being made public. Since they had already framed him with a crime, why wouldn't they tell the humans of Conservation Zone 8 about his misdeeds? Think what you will. True justice resides in the hearts of the people. I did not injure Tang Qi, nor did I summon the ghost tide. The truth will be revealed in time. Lin Ran turned, facing the city walls. A burly man, enraged by his nonchalant demeanor, flushed crimson with fury and shouted, "How dare you stand here spouting nonsense?" With that, he charged forward in fury and shoved Lin Ran hard from behind. Already leaning against the wall, Lin Ran felt the immense force behind him, losing his balance and plummeting downward. At the critical moment, Sasa appeared. With a teleportation, she pulled him away. They landed on the ground. Looking up, Lin Ran's heart was filled with disappointment. As if sensing his unease, Cat appeared beside him, having just pinned an SS rank ghost to the ground with a spear. Then, she shot a vicious glare at the crowd atop the towering city wall. With a sudden leap, the ghost dragon spear raised high was about to strike down. Had that strike landed near the exorcists, it would have slaughtered countless humans. After all, this was a strike powerful enough to gravely wound even an SS rank specter. Lin Ran's heart raced. Meow meow, come back. He didn't want to be accused of releasing a ghost monster to slaughter his own kind. Upon hearing this, Shasha moved with blinding speed, teleporting twice in quick succession to forcibly drag Cat back. The strike landed on the open ground ahead, exploding with a deafening roar and carving out a massive crater. The exorcists on the city walls watched in stunned silence, their mouths agape and faces drained of color, filled only with terror. In that instant, death had been within reach. That was close. That scared the life out of me. He actually tried to command the spirits to kill us. A man like that is utterly unworthy of being a spirit exorcist. Everyone, stop standing around. Let's all attack him and kill him. Otherwise, we'll be killed by him before the ghosts even get to us. Exactly. Let's all attack and kill him. Chapter 110, The Silver Dragon Appears. Amidst the roaring cries of the crowd, Meow Meow's furious roar was forcibly stifled.
It looked at Lin Ran with a hint of grievance, its emerald eyes filled with reluctance and disappointment.
There, cat. They're just a bunch of people who don't know the truth. There's no need to get angry at them.
Lin Ran stepped forward and stroked her little head affectionately. Her fluffy cat ears drooped under his touch.
Meow meow. Woo woo.
At that moment, Bai Qingyan's anxious voice came through the communicator.
What are you doing? There are too many SSS-class ghosts. We can't handle them. Where are you?
Lin Ran sighed helplessly, got it. But at that moment, over a dozen ghostly spirits had already begun gathering in their direction. Looking up, he recognized them as the ghosts commanded by the spirit exorcist above. No matter how patient Lin Ran was, the current situation was starting to wear on him.
Sasha, teach them a lesson.
Hearing this, Shasha nodded and drifted forward. She immediately formed a seal with both hands, and a light array manifested. Within the array, spiritual light surged.
Eerie black tentacles extended from it. Like serpentine whips, these black tentacles lashed relentlessly at the ghostly spirits surrounding them. A piercing sound echoed.
In mere moments, a path was cleared with a rustling sound. Lin Ran immediately led the ghosts and demons, dashing toward Bai Qingyan's location.
Not long after.
In the distance, he could clearly see Bai Qingyan's ghostly spirit locked in combat with two skeletal dragons. The battle raged fiercely.
Both bone dragons possessed fire attributes. Fireballs erupted from their jaws like cannonballs, crashing onto the ground with thunderous booms.
As the black smoke dissipated, only deep craters remained in their wake.
Far away, Phantom World's Voice and Night Prayer's Butterfly had both dodged the attack in an instant.
Only thus did they escape injury, otherwise, that strike would have been more than enough to gravely wound them. Lin Ran hurried forward, activating Boundless Forbidden Domain from a distance.
As the black curtain descended, a system notification popped up. Host level upgraded. Infinite Barrier's maximum duration increased to 10 seconds. 10 seconds of sealing time.
Enough time to accomplish many things.
In the next instant, Sasa appeared like a ghostly apparition atop the fire attribute Bone Dragon's head.
Hands pressed together, a light array materialized behind her.
Boom!
A crimson beam of light, like a laser, slammed down onto the dragon's skull. Its immense destructive force nearly tore everything within the beam to shreds.
The fire attribute Bone Dragon, struck by the blow, now bore a gaping hole in its skull.
Yet it did not die, merely collapsing to the ground, struggling painfully.
Even stripped of its demonic power, an SSS-ranked demon wasn't something that could be instantly killed with a single blow.
Lin Ran thought to himself. Just then, a purple phantom appeared beside the bone dragon.
A pale white hand rested on the dragon's skull.
Muttering incantations, it uttered ghostly words incomprehensible to humans. Moments later, a burst of purple spiritual light erupted from the small hand.
An explosion echoed, reducing the bone dragon's skull to dust.
What a powerful specter!
Truly worthy of its SSS rank status. Phantom World's Voice.
As Lin Ran's heart trembled with shock, he saw another bone dragon already lying prostrate on the ground, struck down by a black-purple butterfly.
In mere seconds, the Night Prayer butterfly had defeated an SSS rank fire attribute bone dragon whose power had been sealed. Rose appeared beside it, swinging her black scythe.
One swing severed the dragon's head from its body.
Another instant kill. After Lin Ran brought the ghosts into the fray, the tide of battle turned decisively.
Having resolved the conflict at Bai Qingyan's location, he immediately led his men forward to reinforce the other exorcists. One by one, colossal SSS rank ghosts fell, while increasing numbers of S-rank specters were vanquished by other spirit exorcists. The grueling battle finally neared its end, yet there was still no sign of the silver dragon. Lin Ran felt puzzled. Osiris had clearly been present here earlier, yet had vanished without a trace.
Could it be lurking somewhere, waiting to capture its prey?
The thought filled him with unease. If that were the case, it was highly likely that many spirit exorcists would fall to it.
Sure enough,
a flash of silver streaked across the sky. Immediately after, a blood-red figure plummeted from the silver dragon's jaws.
Lin Ran watched in horror. It was a spirit exorcist.
But now, he was a mangled mess, his body half devoured by the silver dragon.
Leave this to you all.
I'll deal with the silver dragon. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Ran addressed the powerful spirit exorcist beside him before immediately giving chase after the silver dragon.
The silver dragon was no fool. Realizing the sheer number of spirit exorcists present, including several SSS-tier experts, it turned tail and fled. Trying to lure me away for a one-on-one fight? Lin Ran thought to himself, does Osiris still possess any consciousness? If not, how could he have devised this plan? But if he does, why would he devour people?
His thoughts raced, yet his pace never faltered. Instead, he accelerated, pursuing the dragon until they vanished into the distance.
Outside the city. On the open ground at the edge of the conservation area. The silver dragon landed, its massive silver wings flapping wildly.
A violent wind surged, swirling with dark mist.
An overwhelming aura of power pierced straight into the heart. Lin Ran's expression remained unchanged as he stared intently at Osiris. Have you truly become a complete ghost? Or is there still a shred of self-awareness left within you? The silver dragon offered no reply, merely opening its gaping maw to emit a furious roar. As it opened its jaws, Lin Ran could even see remnants of human flesh and blood clinging between its teeth. It was utterly horrifying. Lin Ran's expression grew even more grave. It seemed true, it had completely lost its humanity. The very fact that it could devise such a method of combat was evidence of its self-awareness. If that's the case, we have no choice but to fight. Though uncertain, Lin Ran charged forward alongside the three ghosts. Rose struck first, swinging her cross-shaped ghost scythe. The blade's energy sliced through the air like a cross-shaped blade. This strike aimed precisely at the silver dragon's massive jaws. A precise strike at its weak point. Yet the silver dragon opened its massive jaws and swallowed the blade energy whole. Not a single scratch. How is this possible? Lin Ran was stunned. Even with such a huge disparity in strength, surely a weak point attack shouldn't be completely blocked? This strike was Rose's signature killing move. Even an SSS rank specter might not be able to take it cleanly. In that moment of shock, the cat leapt high into the air, delivering a crushing blow from above that smashed into the silver dragon's skull. Another attack targeting its weak spot. Empowered by the ghost dragon spear, the strike descended like a missile. The explosive force generated such immense shockwaves that even Lin Ran felt the blast wave slap against his face. SS-class cat possessed combat power beyond belief. Yet as the black smoke gradually dispersed, only a faint scratch remained on the silver dragon's gleaming scales. Lin Ran was utterly dumbfounded. This defense far exceeded his expectations. At that moment, the silver dragon moved. Twisting its massive body, it swung its enormous tail, sending Sasa, who had attempted a sneak attack from behind, flying through the air. With a simultaneous flap of its wings, a powerful gust of air swept both Cat and Rose aside. Simultaneously, its jaws snapped open wide, a fiery orb coalescing within its maw. Whoosh! A fiery tongue shot from its jaws, unleashing a torrent of blazing flames that left scorched blackness in its wake. Chapter 111, All cards on the table. Despair. Rose and Cat, sent flying, had no time to dodge. Enveloped by flames, they let out pitiful wails. Lin Ran was startled, almost instinctively using his shadow shift technique to appear beside the two ghostly creatures. Simultaneously, he activated his void escape skill, utilizing an independent void space to evade their attacks. Despite his blazing speed, he still suffered burns after passing through the fiery inferno. His body, arms, and legs were covered in charred blackness. The searing pain began to assault his nerves. Turning to the ghostly realm, he saw both Rose and Cat gravely wounded. Especially Cat, her fur was singed all over. Rose fared better, perhaps due to the higher defense of the cross-ghost side. She only suffered a few burns on her hands. Lin Ran instructed them, there are still a few major tonic pills in the ghost space. Take them quickly to recover. With that, he withdrew his consciousness from the space, focusing entirely on Shasha and the silver dragon. At that moment, Sasa had already opened the gates of hell. Shadows emerged from the stone gate. They were the 5 SSS rank ghosts from earlier Sasha's hellish minions. Yet, facing the assault of 5 SSS rank monsters, the silver dragon showed not a trace of fear. Instead, a hint of greed flickered in its blood-red dragon eyes. Lin Ran immediately backed away, retreating to a relatively distant spot that offered temporary safety. Sasha flew over and landed beside him. A glance confirmed she was unharmed. She only needed to replenish a bit of ghost energy. Lin Ran produced the ghost healing orb and handed it to her. Rest up first. We'll fight again later. Hope your reinforcements can hold them off for a while. With that, he began to strategize. Dealing with hell-level ghosts was already difficult. Defeating an exceptionally powerful hell-level specter was even more daunting. Perhaps only a celestial great exorcist could stand a chance against the silver dragon? No. Impossible. Lin Ran stared intently at the silver dragon battling the 5 figures in the distance. He noticed that every strike landed on its scales failed to inflict any damage. Even the most powerful strikes left only faint scratches. This meant that to seriously wound the silver dragon, one must first strip away its scales. Otherwise, even with the boundless forbidden realm activated to temporarily seal the ghostly energy, it couldn't be killed. It couldn't even be wounded. If only Tang Chi's hell-tier ghost spirit were present now. Only a hell-tier specter could breach such formidable defenses. Even the crossed ghost scythe would struggle against it. Just as he pondered this, 2 figures flashed past from behind. They swiftly joined the fray. Turning around, he saw Bai Qingyan walking toward them. I knew you couldn't handle this silver dragon alone, so I came to help. Lin Ran shot Bai Qingyan a grateful glance before rising to his feet. Be careful of the silver dragon's scales, they're incredibly hard. Ordinary weapons won't pierce its defenses. Bai Qingyan nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. He called out to the ghost spirit on the battlefield. Phantom sound, attempt to activate the illusory realm. At her command, the phantom world's melody rose gently, accompanied by a silver bell-like enchanting song.
Within the melody, runes materialized from thin air, weaving into a vast net that enveloped the entire battlefield.
Even the mighty silver dragon now found its eyes veiled in a haze.
This was the special ghostly domain of the SSS rank Specter Phantom Sound, the Phantom Realm.
Once activated, it could create illusions to confuse opponents.
Ordinary ghosts would struggle to break free from such an illusion.
Unfortunately, the silver dragon was no ordinary specter.
It was a formidable being capable of suppressing ghostly nature. Though it previously relied on the silver dragon's spirit essence,
its inherent uniqueness far surpasses that of ordinary ghosts. Even without the silver dragon's spirit essence, its eyes hardened into unwavering resolve within moments.
Blood-red eyes brimmed with murderous intent.
Its gaping maw roared with fury, a deafening dragon's cry that nearly shattered Lin Ran's eardrums.
The closest demons clutched their heads, kneeling on the ground with vacant stares.
Silver Dragon Osiris uses skill, Dragon Soul Roar.
Through the system notification, Lin Ran learned this was an exceptionally powerful skill.
For a brief moment, all the ghosts and monsters fell into a dazed state.
Lin Ran inwardly cursed his misfortune. Before he could even act, the silver dragon's massive body shifted, and with a single swipe of its paw, it sent all the ghosts flying. They crashed into the ground, pounding out massive craters. Their fate was unknown. At the very least, they were all gravely injured. Before Lin Ran could think, Shasha had already flown out, opening the gates of hell to send the 5 who had come from the underworld back. Facing the silver dragon alone, her expression grew grave, her fair face etched with icy resolve. Rose appeared at that moment, shouldering her black scythe as she stood by.
Lin Ran took a deep breath. I'll give it my all. Even if the odds are slim, I have to try. Sasha, Rose, focus your attacks on one target.
The two ghosts exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously.
Lin Ran hesitated no longer, charging forward and activating his domain. Infinite Forbidden Domain. A black curtain descended.
The ghostly energy in the arena abruptly ceased.
Shasha wasn't about to be outdone.
She activated her domain, Spatial Cage. The force of space descended, binding the silver dragon stripped of its ghostly energy.
The silver dragon, unable to move, could only struggle frantically in place. Now!
Rose held nothing back, enveloped in a thick aura of ghostly energy.
Pink petals swirled around her like a whirlwind. The aura of destruction reached its highest peak in recorded history. Upon the cross-shaped ghost scythe, several more roses bloomed as a result. The ghostly energy swirling around him flowed ceaselessly into the scythe. It took a full 5 seconds to this decisive strike. This strike was meant to be decisive. The black scythe descended.
The terrifying ghostly energy, like a razor-sharp blade, pierced the silver dragon's head with its razor-sharp tip.
Crack! A crisp crack echoed as the dragon's scales shattered. Shasha followed up, striking down from above.
The pillar of light, brimming with boundless power, struck the same spot as Rose's attack. In an instant, the silver dragon collapsed, its head oozing green blood.
Did it work? Lin Ran was overjoyed. Rose's defenses shattered, and Sasa unleashed her ultimate move, delivering the finishing blow.
The two ghosts had coordinated flawlessly. If they still couldn't finish it off, then there was no point in continuing this battle.
Just as he thought this,
the silver dragon slowly raised its head.
Its massive wings spread wide, slamming down onto the ground.
A colossal wave surged forth.
Even Lin Ran and the others watching from afar were sent reeling dozens of meters by the shockwave's force.
Hitting the ground, they felt as if their spines were about to snap.
Failed. Lin Ran felt utterly defeated. He no longer possessed the strength to activate a second boundless forbidden realm. Sasha and Rose, too, were utterly exhausted after forcing their ultimate techniques.
Within the ghostly realm, Cat remained gravely wounded and unlikely to regain combat capability anytime soon.
All 3 ghosts were now virtually incapacitated.
Though unwilling to accept defeat, Lin Ran could think of no way to counter them.
Captain! I'm here!
Just as he hesitated over what to do, a dark shadow appeared in the sky. Immediately after, the sweet, bell-like laughter of a young girl reached his ears.
It was Su Sierre. She had come here too.
And trailing behind her seemed to be a ghostly creature.
A powerful, familiar demon. A catastrophe-level demon Shiha. Chapter 112, Cataclysmic-level Shiha, suppressed in a single strike. Why are you here? Why is she here too? Lin Ran was utterly dumbfounded. Shiha's arrival filled him with utter dread. If this creature suddenly went berserk, wouldn't it slaughter every living thing in this entire conservation area? With her disaster-level power, even with the silver dragon, they might not be able to stop her. Su Sierre smiled. I asked Sister Shiha to come help us. When I heard you were coming here to deal with that hell-level demon, I knew you wouldn't stand a chance against it. So I went to find Sister Shiha. It took a bit of time, otherwise we would have been here much sooner.
Her smile remained sweet, her eyes crinkling charmingly.
Thank you. But Lin Ran still felt uneasy about Shiha. After all, it was a demon. Who could predict if it might suddenly go berserk?
Fortunately, Shihi's attention wasn't focused here, but instead on the silver dragon not far away.
As a fellow high-level spirit, she was naturally most sensitive to the presence of other high-level spirits. Combined with what Sierra had told her earlier, the moment they arrived here, her focus immediately settled on the silver dragon. She stared at Osiris for a long time before slowly shaking her head and murmuring, "Can a dragon that has lost its dragon soul still be called a dragon?" As the words left her lips, she transformed into a streak of crimson light and shot forward. Her speed was blindingly fast. No one present could track her movement. In that moment, she seemed imbued with divine might, leaving only howling gales in her wake. Her crimson robe seemed to carry a hint of savage fury. In an instant, Shiha appeared behind Osiris. Her hands pressed downward, unleashing a colossal force like a mountain crushing down, smashing into Osiris's back. With that single blow, he was utterly incapacitated, collapsing to the ground like a dead dog. The crowd was stunned into silence. One strike, instantly defeating the hell-tier demon silver dragon without giving it a chance to fight back. It was almost as if he possessed the power to instantly annihilate his opponents. Was this Shihi's true strength? Lin Ran suddenly realized just how naive he had once been. Back in Shiha village, if the enemy had truly intended to kill him and his companions, even with Shasha's spatial abilities, escape would have been impossible. The power of a catastrophe-level ghost was too overwhelming. Far beyond anything they could have imagined. Even a being as formidable as the silver dragon Osiris could only crawl like a vermin before Shiha. After effortlessly dispatching Osiris, Shiha did not strike again. She descended slowly, her crimson skirt swaying in the wind. A strand of jet-black hair brushed her cheek, revealing her coldly beautiful, pallid face. It bore a striking resemblance to Sasa. Her feet never touched the ground, each step landed less than 10 centimeters above the earth. She walked toward the silver dragon. "Leave this place. Do not return. Otherwise, I will hold nothing back. This is your final warning." Her tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable aura of authority. Even the hell-tier specter silver dragon dared not show the slightest disrespect at this moment. Struggling to lift its massive head, it nodded repeatedly. Satisfied with this display, Shiha turned and departed. Approaching Sierra and the others, she glanced at Lin Ran. Her blood-red eyes flickered with a hint of envy. "Thank you." Lin Ran bowed in gratitude. Yet Shihi paid him no heed, her form slowly drifting upward into the sky. "I must be going too." Sierra smiled. "I'll be going back with her. Don't worry, even though Sister Shiha is a spirit, she's truly a kind soul." Lin Ran? He'd never believe that for a second. A ghost, but genuinely kind? What kind of nonsense is that? You've got to be kidding me. Of course, her obsession was genuinely touching. That much was undeniable. Watching Shiha fade into the distance and Sierra summon the multicolored phoenix bird to give chase, Lin Ran's mind was filled with questions. What exactly had transpired between these two? Why would Shihi choose to leave Shihi village to come here and help him? Unable to find a solution, coupled with Shiha's formidable combat prowess, even if there were any issues, they could only be put aside for now. He called out to Sierra, "Goodbye, Sierra. Contact me anytime if you need anything." Sierra nodded. "Okay. Bye." With that, she mounted the multicolored phoenix bird and flew off in pursuit of Shiha's departing direction. Now, the silver dragon lay gravely wounded by Shiha. Lin Ran, however, did not strike again. The opponent did not choose to back down either. With great effort, he struggled to his feet and limped toward the dragon tomb. He couldn't even fly anymore. Yet Bai Qingyan, despite her own grievous wounds, dragged herself step by step in pursuit. Phantom sound, praying butterfly, don't let it escape. The silver dragon is beyond our capabilities. Now that it's gravely wounded, we must take its life. As an extremely rational individual, after a brief analysis, she remained convinced that killing the silver dragon was the most reliable solution. Otherwise, once the silver dragon recovered, who in Conservation Zone 8 would be able to stand against it? Should they seek Shihi's aid? Absolutely not. At that very moment, a silver streak of light sliced through the sky. Its speed was astonishing. Like a bolt of lightning, it crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar. The immense impact sent dust billowing into the sky, releasing a thick aura of ghostly energy. A moment of stillness. The dust exploded violently. A silvery white figure materialized before the crowd. It was a woman with silver wings. She wore a white gown, her silvery white hair cascading down naturally. Her large eyes glowed with a blood-red hue, reminiscent of a supernatural creature. As if from intense exertion, beads of sweat glistened on her forehead and cheeks. As she gasped for breath, droplets slid down onto her delicate, pink lips. "Stop!" she shouted at the retreating silver dragon. The silver dragon seemed to understand her words, halting its stride and turning its head, still stained with blood. Those crimson eyes were now veiled in a mist of moisture. "You gave me your silver dragon spirit, didn't you? You're my ghostly father, aren't you?" the silver-haired girl asked, her voice trembling. The silver dragon offered no reply, its expression growing increasingly ferocious. As if wrestling with some intense struggle. After howling for a while, the silver dragon ran off without looking back.
The silver-haired girl tried to chase after it, but Lin Ran had already appeared beside her, pulling her back.
Don't go. I retrieved the silver dragon's spirit essence myself. It truly was given to me.
The silver-haired girl turned back, 2 hot tears already streaming down her cheeks. Her delicate, petite nose was flushed crimson, and her large, watery eyes were heartbreakingly sorrowful.
Why won't he see me? Why won't he come back to me? Why?
Her voice was nearly choked to hoarseness. Her words were thick with nasal congestion. As if compelled by some unseen force, Lin Ran pulled her into his arms. He patted her soft back gently, trying to comfort her.
Sweetheart, don't cry. He has his reasons. Calm down first, okay? I'll tell you later.
Hearing this, the silver-haired girl lifted her head, her wide eyes fixed intently on him.
What secret reason? Oh, and what did you just call me?
Lin Ran felt utterly embarrassed, his face flushing red. He quickly let go of her, waving his hands and shaking his head.
Cough cough, just kidding, just kidding. Let's get to the point. Osiris is acting this way because... After spending a long time explaining everything, Ain finally let out a sigh of relief.
But soon, her worries resurfaced.
After all, losing the silver dragon's essence, who knew what other adverse effects might arise?
Or whether it might return to haunt them in the future, these were all things weighing on her mind.
Chapter 113, Troublesome? Then don't do it. Alright, there's no need to worry. Shiha didn't kill him because she likely has her own reasons.
Perhaps she has already discerned that Osiris may one day recover the silver dragon's essence. Lin Ran pondered for a moment before offering a casual excuse to reassure her.
Upon hearing this, Ain's worries eased considerably. Still uneasy, she curiously inquired, who exactly is this Shiha you mentioned? Is she some powerful figure from the Federation?
Lin Ran grinned.
A ghost, haha. Ain?
Her eyes flashed with murderous intent. This reminded Lin Ran of an old saying.
You can't hide the look in your eyes when you want to kill someone.
He hurriedly explained.
Shiha is a natural disaster-level ghost.
She's incredibly powerful and has existed for an extremely long time. She was among the very first to become a ghost. Therefore, she should know more than us. Of course, all of this was pure fabrication on Lin Ran's part.
He didn't even believe it himself. Shiha?
She's nothing but a reclusive girl who hides at home playing the zither.
How could she possibly understand the ways of demons? What kind of joke is that?
Ain stared into Lin Ran's eyes for a long time.
Finally, he nodded. I'll trust you this once. Of course, trust me, nothing will happen.
Beside them, Bai Qingyan approached. Her 2 spirits, having been blocked by Ain earlier, hadn't managed to catch up to Osiris.
Though they returned empty-handed, she didn't dwell on it too much.
Such matters were simply done if possible, and left be if not. After all, it wasn't her jurisdiction. Tang Qi was the supervisor of Conservation Zone 8. Alright, now that the ghost hide has been dealt with, I should be heading back. She reminded Lin Ran, stay safe. Even though the ghost tide has receded, the danger remains.
If you encounter any danger, connect to my communication channel. I'll be there to help you gather evidence.
Hearing this, even Lin Ran, as dense as he was, understood her meaning. It was clearly directed at Tang Qi.
Thank you.
Lin Ran nodded his thanks.
The other person waved it off. No need to thank me. I know the thing Yanran gave me came from you.
Haha, this makes me feel a bit embarrassed. He felt truly guilty that despite the other party helping him repeatedly, he still wanted to make more money. Soon, the group made their way deeper into the conservation area. Along the way, they witnessed numerous battles between ghosts and exorcists. However, most of the spirits had already lost their ability to fight. Especially when surrounded by multiple powerful exorcists, the outcome was already decided. When Bai Qingyan reached the base of the city wall, a man with a handlebar mustache stepped forward. It was none other than Wu Yao, the SSS-rank spirit exorcist she had encountered earlier at Fort South 01. Minister, in this battle, we lost 1 spirit exorcist.
3 SSS-grade ghost spirits were severely injured, while the rest sustained only minor wounds.
Bai Qingyan's expression remained composed, yet a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed her eyes. The loss of an exorcist was a heavy blow, even for her.
The entire 7th protected zone had fewer than a dozen SSS-ranked exorcists. Losing one was a tremendous loss. Alright, withdraw your forces. We're heading back. Leave the rest here to the guys from Conservation Zone 8.
Wu Yao gritted his teeth and nodded firmly. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly seemed to remember something and turned to warn Lin Ran, Brother Lin Ran, be careful. The people here seem to harbor a lot of hostility toward you.
Lin Ran nodded. I know. Thanks for the warning. Brother Wu, you be safe too. You might run into some ghosts along the way.
Wu Yao nodded with a smile. Ain, standing nearby, asked curiously, why do they seem so hostile toward you?
Did you secretly sleep with the head of their conservation area?
As she spoke, she licked her lips with a hint of teasing. I heard Tang Qi couldn't fight because of an injury, and you had something to do with it. Lin Ran shot her a disapproving look.
Making fun of me? Spill it. What really happened? Ain had just awakened when Luo Qiao informed her that Lin Ran was in danger, and the silver dragon suspected to be her biological father was also present. Thus, she had rushed here anxiously from Conservation Zone 3. That was the scene that had just unfolded. She hadn't had time to properly investigate everything that had happened before. It's a long story. Let's go, we can talk on the way. Lin Ran pulled her along as they started to leave. With Bai Qingyan leaving, he naturally had no desire to stay behind. Dealing with the ghost tide and leaving was the best choice. But then, a squad of spirit exorcists appeared ahead, blocking their path. Lin Ran, we're agents of the Federation. We've come to arrest you today. Surrender peacefully and come with us to the High Command for questioning. Otherwise, don't blame us for using force. Lin Ran glanced at the squad of uniformly dressed exorcists, feeling a pang of disappointment. As SS-class exorcists, your uniforms show no dust, no bloodstains, not a single trace of combat with ghosts or monsters. I don't know what use you have for your ghostly spirits. Was it originally to suppress other exorcists fighting for humanity? Their immaculate uniforms spoke volumes. They hadn't participated in this battle. And this was precisely the root of Lin Ran's disappointment. He had fought tooth and nail against the spirits outside, nearly losing his life. And the enemy? They were waiting here to arrest him. Lin Ran, cut the nonsense. I'll ask you just one thing. Do we take you down ourselves, or do you come with us willingly? The leader was growing impatient. Indeed, as an SS-ranked exorcist, not participating in defending against the ghost tide was bound to stir resentment if others heard about it. I'll see who dares to move. Ain stepped forward, raising his hand as ghostly energy coalesced into a silver dragon spear in his palm. Its tip was razor-sharp, radiating an endless aura of lethality. His cold, blood-red eyes now fixed intently on the group of exorcists before him, sending a chill down their spines. Yin's reputation was known to most in the Conservation Zone. From Conservation Zone 3 to Conservation Zone 20, her presence had been felt. Though only rated SS-class, she possessed the power to eliminate SSS-class ghosts. And her lineage, a half-human, half-ghost hybrid, was legendary, astonishing everyone. As the ghostly aura surrounding Ain grew increasingly dense, Lin Ran noticed that Ain had broken through to a new level. Daughter of the Silver Dragon. Monster level, SSS-class. Special abilities, Dragon Soul enhanced spiritual power, Dragon Blood exponential increase in physical strength. The spear in her hand also caught Lin Ran off guard. Silver Dragon Insight Spear. Special ghostly object, ghostly weapon. Damage increases by 100% when hitting weak points, and possesses a certain degree of ability to discern vulnerabilities. What a treasure trove! No wonder he was the focus of intensive cultivation in all the conservation zones. This gear alone far surpasses what ordinary spirit exorcists could ever hope to possess. Faced with Yin's obstruction, the 8 squad members exchanged nervous glances before ultimately deciding against direct confrontation. With Yin present, forcibly taking Lin Ran away was nearly impossible. They might even end up dying by their own comrades' hands. Now, I'll give you 2 choices. Either get the hell out now, or I'll beat the crap out of you before you leave. Yin's words were ruthless, showing not a shred of respect toward an SS-ranked spirit exorcist. Though, realistically, given her standing, she truly didn't need any respect. The squad leader, however, refused to give up. Furrowing his brow, he pleaded, "Miss Ain, we're only following orders. Please don't make this difficult for us." Ain sneered coldly, "Put us in a difficult position? Then don't do it." As the words fell, a bone-chilling aura shot skyward. The silver dragon spear slammed into the ground with a deafening crash. Chapter 114, Prove My Innocence? Not necessary. Ain, that's enough. Lin Ran pulled Ain back, shaking his head with a smile. It's all a misunderstanding. Now that the ghost tide has been lifted, even if they truly have something against me, they can't pin it on me. Ain, however, couldn't calm down. In a foul mood, she was just looking for someone to take it out on. Finally, she'd caught a few ungrateful jerks. Not giving them a proper lesson would leave her seething inside. I don't want to hear it. I'm too annoyed right now. All I want to do is hit someone. Ain stepped forward, facing the group of spirit exorcists alone. Who's first to come up and get beaten? At these words, no one dared speak. Especially the squad leader at the front. His face turned ashen, turning greenish-purple. Fortunately, a figure slowly approached from nearby. Little Silver Dragon, what's going on? The newcomer was none other than Tang Qi. Several areas of her body were wrapped in bandages, and she leaned on a cane, limping as she walked over. But in Lin Ran's memory, her injuries hadn't been that severe. At least, not this badly. With injuries this severe, it was nearly impossible to return safely to the sanctuary. He knew full well how formidable the ghosts and monsters within the Dragon Tomb were. Unless she had summoned a ghost spirit, there was absolutely no way she could have returned. But if she had done that, she wouldn't have been injured by the ghosts in the first place. Considering all this, Lin Ran could only think of one possibility. This guy is faking an injury. He's pretending to be badly hurt. He's trying to frame me for this.
Thinking this, Lin Ran felt a surge of displeasure. Seeing this, several exorcists from other conservation zones grew even more certain of their suspicions.
Daughter of the Silver Dragon, we know your status is unique.
But the facts are clear before us now. Please do not delay us in carrying out our orders. A Yin's expression darkened further. Her grip on the Silver Dragon spear tightened unconsciously.
She was furious. So furious she could kill. Is this how you treat heroes who fought against the Ghost Tide? Do you truly not fear divine retribution for such actions? Powerful ghostly energy surged relentlessly along the Silver Dragon spear. A thick black mist spread, unleashing a terrifying aura in that instant. Seeing this, the captain of the Spirit Exorcist Squad frowned and asked Lin Ran, "Are you truly unwilling to come with us and prove your innocence?"
His approach was clever. Tang Chi chimed in, echoing the sentiment. Indeed, if you, Lin Ran, feel wronged, why refuse to accompany them for investigation?
Lin Ran sneered inwardly. Go?
The fact that Tang Chi was confident enough to request his transfer meant she had prepared everything, including the follow-up investigation. The more he explained, the worse it would look. I still have a lot of work to do. I'm sorry, but I can't go with you for now.
Lin Ran's tone was unwavering.
He had far too many things to attend to right now. First was Su Xier. Shihe's arrival was definitely no simple matter. Back in Shihe village of the 15th Conservation Zone, she had already displayed an utterly indifferent attitude toward everything.
Persuading her to lend her aid must have required immense sacrifice.
But what that cost was, Lin Ran did not know. He only knew that Su Xier must have agreed to something for Shihe. Beyond that, there was the Silver Dragon Osiris. As long as Osiris's demonic nature remained unchecked, Lin Ran's heart would remain unsettled. Especially now that Osiris was gravely wounded. If Tang Chi struck now and slew it, not only could she bury everything that had happened that day, but she could also cast herself as the hero of Conservation Zone 8. Given her nature, she wouldn't pass up such a golden opportunity. Beyond these two matters, there was also the matter of Rose's upgrade.
He needed ghosts. Many monsters. And all of them must be S rank or higher.
After enduring the Ghost Tide's baptism, Rose had already completed nearly 1/3 of her quest to gather 1,000 S-rank ghosts. Though progress is slow, one day she will gather the 1,000 required. But if she were to follow them away, all that awaited him would likely be imprisonment.
Yin, let's go.
There's no point wasting time here, Lin Ran said, grabbing Yin's hand as he prepared to leave.
3 figures flashed into view, 3 ghost spirits blocking their path. All SS-class ghost spirits. Their aura was overwhelmingly powerful. Lin Ran's expression turned cold. Are you trying to force my hand?
Before he could speak, the 3 ghosts materialized simultaneously.
Though the Rose trio hadn't fully recovered yet, they were confident they could handle mere SS-grade ghosts. As for Tang Chi,
she dared not intervene.
If she did, wouldn't that expose her?
Even if she didn't care, with the SSS-ranked Tang clan warrior present in Yin here, there was no need for concern.
But unleashing the full power of a Hell-grade Tang clan warrior would surely raise suspicions among everyone present. Your spirits are all wounded and unhealed. Are you certain you wish to engage us in battle? Aren't you afraid your spirits will die?
Lin Ran sneered coldly, meow meow, just leave them a breath of life. At those words, Cat transformed into a streak of grey lightning and shot forward.
Its speed was blindingly fast, leaving only a blur for the naked eye to follow.
Instantly, the Ghost Dragon Spear descended from above, crashing down with a single strike.
An explosion echoed. Powerful energy radiated outward. Where the spear struck, 3 SS-rank ghost spirits were simultaneously knocked flying backward.
Though it failed to injure them, it still caused considerable surprise among the crowd.
Is this truly the power of an SS-rank ghost?
3 of us ghost spirits combined, and we were forced back by a single strike from it.
A demonic fiend. He's nothing short of a demonic fiend.
Hearing his subordinates' murmurs, the Ghostbusters captain gritted his teeth and summoned his own ghost spirit.
All together now. In an instant, 4 ghost spirits charged forward simultaneously.
Sha materialized, blocking the ghost spirit from behind. Up front, Cat, despite her heavy injuries, held her own against 3 opponents. Gazing at the scars on the back of the dark gray half-cat girl, Lin Ran still felt a pang of worry.
Rose, you should join the fight too. Rose didn't hesitate.
With a flick of her wrist, the cross-ghost scythe materialized. Gripping the black scythe, she leapt into the air, unleashing a cross-shaped blade aura. As a demon of immense destructive power, Rose's mere appearance sent a bone-chilling aura of killing intent rippling through the crowd. The blade energy descended, slicing through one of the ghosts that had been pinned by the cat and couldn't dodge in time. It fell to the ground, split into 4 bloody pieces.
The sight was gruesome. Everyone was stunned. How is this possible?
Especially the ghost's contract master, who nearly collapsed. His legs gave way, and he sank to his knees.
He's dead. Just like that. No. Impossible. This absolutely can't be. Both were SS rank ghosts. And Rose wasn't even SS rank. How could she possibly kill a ghost of a higher rank with a single strike? Lin Ran.
Tang Chi shouted angrily, "You've harmed a fellow spirit exorcist.
You monster." Lin Ran shook his head. "This wasn't my choice. You all heard it, my ghost acted on its own. He had explicitly ordered to spare its life, not to kill it outright. But Rose didn't care. She struck it down without mercy. He couldn't be blamed for that. By the way, my spirit's compatibility is a bit low. If you upset her, she might ignore my commands and kill you all outright." Lin Ran flashed a smile. What should have been a warm smile now looked eerie on the boy's face. Like the smile of death itself. Chilling. Chapter 115, Skill Enhancement. Phoenix Bird Ghost Realm. Minister Tang Chi, are you still unwilling to act? Lin Ran turned his attention to Tang Chi. With his current strength, ghosts below SSS rank posed no threat to him. If Tang Chi didn't intervene, this group alone couldn't stop him. But Tang Chi merely shrugged his shoulders. "I'd love to step in and stop you, but unfortunately, my ghost spirit is gravely injured and unable to fight. After all, I'm not like you, demanding my ghosts protect me even when they're gravely injured." Lin Ran nearly burst out laughing. Too lazy to expose her clumsy lie, he waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it. Let's go. Ayin, let's go." The two departed, their path clear and unobstructed. They reached the car, got in, started the engine, and drove toward the outermost perimeter of the conservation area. Lin Ran was heading toward the dragon tomb. What's that woman's deal? Ayin was curious. Though she knew some things about Tang Chi, she didn't truly understand her. She's one of the hunters. A hell-tier spirit exorcist. She's incredibly powerful. Even if you encounter her, you'll need to be extra cautious. Ayin raised an eyebrow. She's no ordinary woman. So he wasn't just hiding his identity, he concealed his true strength too. A hell-tier exorcist is an extremely powerful presence in any conservation zone. Consider this, across all conservation zones combined, there are only 5 hell-tier exorcists. Of course, that's only what's publicly acknowledged. Who knows how many hidden powerhouses like Tang Chi lurk in the shadows? The day all these powerful exorcists are exposed would likely send shockwaves through the entire blue star. Alright, you take the wheel. I've already set the coordinates for navigation. Lin Ran pulled over, got out, and handed the keys to Ayin. Earlier, he'd glanced at his system points and nearly jumped out of his skin. A staggering 28,950 points. Over 20,000 points. Converted, that meant each demon he'd slain this time was worth at least 500 points. This meant he could perform a second 100 pull. 100 pulls. That's a guaranteed top-tier item draw. 2 guaranteed top-tier rewards. Unable to resist the temptation, he immediately pulled over, handed the wheel to Ayin, and began operating the system to draw. But first, he needed to locate the system store to see if he could find upgrade items for Rose. As expected, there was nothing. Instead, he found ghost evolution pills available for purchase. The price? 9,999. Lin Ran hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to take the chance. Maybe with good luck, he could pull it with just 1,000 points. After all, a 10 pull guaranteed at least one rare item. System, exchange for lottery items. Lin Ran commanded mentally. The system displayed the exchange ratio, 100 to 1. That meant he needed 10,000 points. Exchange 100 times. Spin. Cards whirled, followed by several dazzling flashes of golden light. Moments later, an even more dazzling crimson light appeared, filling the entire screen. Draw complete. 1 top-tier item. Ghost Soul Shaping Pill. When consumed by a ghost, it allows it to mold its soul, transforming into an existence indistinguishable from a human. Lin Ran was stunned. This thing is ridiculously powerful. Shaping souls. Even a malevolent spirit could be transformed into a being possessing human consciousness. An existence indistinguishable from humans. Its power was beyond comprehension. Unfortunately, he had no intention of using it himself. Though it was a rare treasure he'd worked hard to obtain, it was also something brought to him by the silver dragon Osiris. Had Osiris not summoned the demonic tide, he wouldn't have earned so many points. Therefore, he intended to give this spirit shaping pill to Osiris. If it could aid his recovery, it would be a tremendous blessing for himself, for Ayin, and for Osiris. Besides this top-tier item, the remaining 99 pulls yielded a full 13 rare items. Celestial Book Fragment, Rare Ghost Item. Collect 100 fragments to contract an Abyssal-grade Ghost Book X2. Ghost Domain Expansion Item, Rare Ghost Item. Doubles the coverage area of the Ghost Domain and moderately enhances its suppression power X3. Ghost Restoration Pill, Rare Ghost Item. Fully restores a ghost's combat power to its original state X6. Ghost Skill Upgrade Item, Rare Ghost Artifact. Used to enhance contracted ghosts' non-special skill levels quantity X2. Lin Ran was stunned. This is way too awesome. 2 pages of the Celestial Book. My progress toward collecting 100 pages just jumped by 2 percentage points. Ghost Domain Expansion Item expands the Ghost Domain's coverage area. Typically, the Ghost Domain's coverage expands as the Ghost's level increases.
But with this item, you can expand the Ghost Realm's coverage area ahead of schedule. After Sasa uses it, her ghost domain doubles in size, allowing her to imprison more ghosts during group battles. Double the effect. It's absolutely awesome. Not only that, but it also boosts suppression power. For instance, before upgrading, Sasa's ghost domain could only imprison SS rank ghosts. After upgrading, it might even imprison SSS rank ghosts. Great stuff, and there's no shortage of it, a full 3 items. Scrolling further down, restoration pills. Isn't this exactly what I need right now? With this, she could restore ghost combat power and even fully heal injuries. The upcoming battles are now secured. The last item, ghost skill upgrade tools. Only 2 items remain, not enough to distribute evenly among all monsters. A powerful item that enhances non-special skills. But how exactly do we define a special skill? System, what exactly qualifies as a non-special skill? Lin Ran asked inwardly. System, special skills refer to abilities possessed by monsters that cannot be shared. Got it. Similar to Cat's Meow Punch. Such special moves are classified as special skills. Lin Ran grasped the concept and immediately began selecting items to use. First, for Cat and Rose. They all possess a wide array of combat skills and are formidable opponents. Sasha, on the other hand, with her spatial abilities, falls far short of Meow Meow and Rose in terms of combat prowess. Use the ghost skill to upgrade the item. Please select the target for this item, Nekomata, and Masara, cross Rose. Select Nekomata. Select upgradable skills, Devour, Shapeshift, Boneblade, Phoenix Fire Domain. Only 4 measly skills available for upgrade. Not many, but it's enough. Lin Ran began to ponder. The Phoenix Fire Domain skill was a gift from the multicolored Phoenix. However, since its level was low at the time, its power was naturally weak, making it of little use. Cat had never employed it. The same applied to the Boneblade skill. Perhaps it was time to upgrade the Phoenix Fire Domain. After all, the multicolored Phoenix bird had an extraordinary origin. If this Ghost Domain skill could be upgraded, perhaps Meow Meow could unleash 3 Ghost Domains in the next battle. Her own Ghost Domain, the Spirit Energy Domain, and this Phoenix Fire Domain. Select Phoenix Fire Domain. Consumes item, upgrades Phoenix Bird Fire Domain skill to Phoenix Bird Ghost Domain. Phoenix Ghost Realm, a special ghost realm originating from the multicolored Phoenix. While active, increases allied combat power by 50% and grants fire attribute ghosts a 100% boost to flame attack effects. Duration increases with ghost level. Current duration, 10 minutes. Chapter 116, Insane Boost, Celestial Disaster Silver Dragon. Lin Ran was utterly dumbfounded. This ghost domain. It was ridiculously powerful. Unfortunately, he didn't have any fire attribute ghosts. Otherwise, deploying this ghost domain would have doubled its effect. So powerful. Even so, its intensity far exceeded his expectations. With the Spirit Energy Domain's enhancement, the ghost domain's attributes doubled the moment it was unleashed. Stronger than even Brother Spring. Ha 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 ha. At that thought, Lin Ran burst out laughing. Ayin, who was driving beside him, jumped in surprise. What are you laughing at? Nothing. Just remembered something funny. Lin Ran dared not tell her about the system. Still, he took out the item that could help the silver dragon reshape its soul. A small pill emitting a faint white glow. This is something that can help Osiris. We need to pick up the pace and catch up to him. As long as we can help him reshape his dragon soul, he'll be able to suppress his demonic nature. Hearing this, Ayin was startled. Can this little pill really be that effective? She couldn't believe it. She knew exactly what a dragon's soul was. It was something capable of bringing her back from the brink of death. Were it not for the silver dragon's essence, she would likely still be in a deep slumber. A pill capable of creating such a thing couldn't possibly be simple. Trust me, it'll be absolutely fine. Lin Ran was utterly certain. He had complete faith in items produced by the system. You'll see for yourself in a moment. With that, he stopped arguing and returned to studying the system. Next, it was time to help Rose enhance her skills. This time, he directly selected Ghost Cross Rose. Select skill. Please select upgradable skills, Meteor Strike, Slaughter. Only 2 skills were available. Meteor rarely seen used by Rose. It doesn't seem particularly powerful. Slaughter is the one Rose frequently uses, that cross-shaped blade aura skill. Then let's directly enhance this skill. Mental selection, kill. System prompt. Consume item, upgrade kill skill to Annihilation. Annihilation, ultimate destruction skill. Increases own attack power by 500%, dealing a fatal blow to enemies. Effectiveness increased by roughly 200%. The previous kill skill offered triple the effect. Now, however, it's 5 times. Still quite substantial. Next, it's time to enhance the Ghost Realm for the 3 spirits. Use the Ghost Realm enhancement items on each one. Immediately, 3 prompts appeared. Ghost Cat Yama's Ghost Realm skills, Ghost Realm, Spirit Energy Realm, Phoenix Ghost Realm. All ranges increased simultaneously. Ghost Realm skill effect upgraded to Spirit Binding Realm.
Ghost Demon Yama Sarasvati's Ghost Realm skill, Spatial Cage. Range increased.
Suppression effect upgraded to maximum target level cannot exceed one level below its own.
Ghost Cross Rose does not possess a Ghost Realm skill. Item usage failed. Item consumed. No refund. Lin Ran was utterly dumbfounded. Spirit Binding Realm. It appeared again. This skill that can forcibly suppress an opponent by one level. Not only that, but Sasa's Spatial Cage could now be used against ghosts no higher than her own tier. This meant she could now imprison SSS rank ghosts. A massive power boost. Lin Ran firmly believed that with the current combat strength of his 3 ghosts, they could easily take down an SSS rank ghost. He hurriedly checked the skills of the Spirit Sealing Domain to confirm if it was indeed his original skill. Spirit Binding Domain, force downgrade of 1 rank for demons below Hell tier within the domain, force downgrade of 2 ranks for demons below S tier, ineffective against demons of Hell tier or higher. Lin Ran was overjoyed. It was indeed that skill. But one thing left him thoroughly annoyed. It was ineffective against Hell tier ghosts. What good is that? No wonder it's inferior to Boundless Barrier. But then it suddenly occurred to him. If Meow Meow's Ghost Realm continued upgrading, could it become the Boundless Forbidden Realm? With Meow Meow's ghostly energy, the Boundless Forbidden Realm's range and duration would inevitably far surpass his own. Unfortunately, Rose's upgrade failed, and the Heartless system even destroyed the upgrade item. As a result, he could only wait for the next opportunity. But it didn't matter. He still had over 10,000 points, nothing to fear. He'll just keep trying the lottery later. But why didn't this Rose possess a ghost domain? He couldn't figure it out. After all, the Rose was an S-rank ghost. Logically speaking, even C-rank ghosts could awaken ghost domains, so why couldn't the Rose? Could something have gone wrong? Lin Ran couldn't figure it out and stopped thinking about it. After all, Rose's combat strength was now formidable enough that not deploying the Ghost Realm wouldn't make much difference. Next, he would return the pills that could cure ghosts to the Ghost Realm and let them take them confidently. Just then, the car came to a stop. Ain turned her head and said, "We've reached the location you mentioned." Glancing around, he recognized the very spot he had visited before. Lin Ran got out of the car and pointed toward the distant mountain peak. "See that mountain over there? That's where Osiris resides." Without another word, Ain grabbed his hand and began running forward. As they ran, the wings on her back unfolded, lifting both of them into the air. Their speed was incredible as they flew straight toward the towering peak. Ain couldn't wait any longer. All she wanted now was to find out quickly whether she and the Silver Dragon were father and daughter. Not long after. At the mountain peak, Ain descended slowly. Not far away, a massive silver figure slowly turned its head. It was none other than the Silver Dragon, Osiris. "Why did you run?" Ain inquired. Osiris did not answer, only twisting its body incessantly. Its massive tail lashed out, causing the entire mountain to shake violently with each movement. Lin Ran frowned. In Osiris's current state, it would never willingly swallow the pill. A solution must be found to temporarily restrain it. "Ain, Shasha, this is yours. Help me hold it down for now." His 3 contracted spirits had already materialized beside him. Just as he reached the mountaintop. Upon hearing the order, Shasha hesitated not a moment, instantly deploying her spatial cage. Under the powerful shroud of the ghostly domain, the space was sealed off. Every move Osiris made was severely restricted by the immense spatial pressure. Ain wasted no time either, lunging forward to forcefully pry open Osiris's dragon jaws. Lin Ran dared not hesitate. Meow Meow, sensing his intent, spread black wings from her back. Wind riding skill activated. Her petite form lifted Lin Ran and soared toward Osiris. Upon reaching the dragon's jaws, Lin Ran immediately tossed the pill inside. Since it wasn't a contracted spirit, the system offered no prompt. As a result, Lin Ran dared not let go. Instead, she waited a long while until a peculiar spiritual glow began to surge from Osiris's body before finally allowing Ain to let go. As the light grew increasingly blinding, Osiris's spirit aura steadily intensified. Could it be that reshaping the dragon's soul could even elevate the spirit's rank? Roar! A dragon's roar shook the heavens. Even the white clouds in the azure sky were forced back by the sheer force of the roar. Lin Ran's heart pounded with alarm. Fortunately, Ain and the 3 ghosts stood guard before him. The ghost realm he simultaneously unleashed absorbed most of the force. Otherwise, that single cry alone would have been enough to make blood gush from his 7 orifices. After a moment, the spiritual light on Osiris faded. Lin Ran saw that its rank had risen from Hell tier to Catastrophe tier. Another catastrophe-level demon had emerged. And it was one he had created with his own hands. He began to regret it. Chapter 117, The Crossed Ghost Scythe Upgraded. A supreme ghost weapon. If the silver dragon cannot suppress its demonic nature after reshaping its dragon soul, then perhaps no one will be able to defeat it. Perhaps only Shiha possessed the strength to face it in battle. But how incredibly difficult it would be to persuade Shiha to intervene. The silver dragon Osiris, a disaster-level threat, is nothing less than humanity's greatest calamity. Lin Ran grew increasingly anxious. Gazing at Osiris ahead, his heart leapt into his throat. Until, within a burst of white light, it slowly transformed into human form. Lin Ran finally breathed a sigh of relief. "It's you. We meet again." A faint smile played across Osiris's face. Though not entirely clear on the events that had transpired, it could sense some of what had occurred. With that thought, he bowed to Lin Ran. "Thank you. It was your help that allowed me to reshape my dragon soul." Lin Ran nodded. "You're welcome." Ayin, however, stared intently at him, asking word by word, "Are you truly my biological father?" At this moment, she had already reached a decision in her heart. Osiris 9 times out of 10, he was connected to her. Perhaps because both carried the blood of silver dragons, she felt an unfamiliar yet compelling pull toward Osiris. It was precisely this peculiar emotion that made her realize she and the man before her were connected. Osiris remained silent. A long silence fell. He nodded. So it was. Ayin clenched his fists. Crescent-shaped finger marks etched into his palms. "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I'd never have ended up in this world. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have endured that inhuman torment. It's all your fault. It's all because of you. I'll kill you." Ayin roared, the silver dragon spear already in his grasp. A silver bolt of lightning streaked through the air. Lin Ran instinctively reached out to grab her, but it was far too late. He was merely a slightly stronger human. How could he possibly match the speed of an SSS rank specter? And this wasn't just any SSS rank specter. A dull thud echoed. The silver spear pierced through Osiris's chest. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. Lin Ran's heart skipped a beat. Ayin, stay calm. He was deeply worried now. Worried that if Osiris lost his mind, wouldn't this world descend into utter chaos? A natural disaster-level demon. Who could possibly withstand that? Fortunately, he soon realized his worries were unfounded. Osiris reached out, gently stroking those strands of silver hair. "I'm sorry." He offered no resistance, merely letting the dragon spear remain lodged in his chest. He let the blood spill. Ayin wept for a long time. Her voice carried a heavy nasal tone. No doubt, having a non-human relative was a torment for her too. Moreover, having been captured for research since childhood. Her childhood was never that of an ordinary human. She was innocent, yet fate had dealt her an unfair hand. Night fell. 1 human and 5 ghosts sat atop the mountain. They conversed for a long time, until the moon rose in the west, hanging high overhead. Osiris looked at Lin Ran. "Thank you for everything you've done for me. I have nothing to give you in return. I suppose this was the only thing I could do for you." As he spoke, dark energy surged from his body. An unprecedented surge of powerful ghostly energy swept toward him. Lin Ran sensed danger. Fortunately, in the next instant, the ghostly energy began to surge toward Rose. Xianwei seemed to understand something. Black mist coalesced in her hand, forming a cross-shaped ghost scythe. The increasingly potent ghostly energy surged into the black scythe, leaving Lin Ran utterly bewildered. What was she doing? Moments later, the ghostly energy surrounding Osiris grew increasingly feeble. Ultimately, his rank plummeted into the depths of hell. "This is the only thing I can do for you." As Osiris spoke, a system notification appeared before Lin Ran. Cross Ghost Scythe has received a gift from Silver Dragon Osiris. Ghost Weapon level upgraded. System rating, Ultimate. Cross Ghost Scythe. Supreme Ghost Artifact, Symbiotic Ghost Weapon. Possesses the power to sever all fate. After receiving the Silver Dragon's gift, its attacks now carry the Silver Dragon's soul might, dealing additional damage to ghosts no higher than 1 level above itself. Lin Ran stared in disbelief. These attributes. Truly worthy of a supreme great item. A powerful item obtainable only through 100 consecutive system draws. Simultaneously, the system displayed a notification. Received Silver Dragon's gift. Crossed Rose upgrade quest progress plus 500. Lin Ran was utterly dumbfounded. This time, the Silver Dragon had truly bestowed a magnificent gift upon him. Not only did it level up the Crossed Ghost Scythe, but it also boosted his quest progress by 500 points. He was now less than 200 kills away from slaying 1,000 demons. Closer and closer. Soon he could help Rose reach SS rank. Combined with the Cross Scythe, wouldn't that make them equivalent to an SSS rank demon? The benefits are immense. Lin Ran hurriedly thanked Osiris. "Thank you." Osiris shrugged it off. "You gave it to me. I merely returned what rightfully belonged to you. Alright, it's getting late. You should head back and rest." Night had fallen, and the wilderness was teeming with countless ghosts. Even with Osiris present, there was no guarantee other spirits wouldn't appear. Therefore, for their safety, he decided to escort Lin Ran and the other back. "Oh? So you really are here." Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out. Turning their heads, they saw 10 ghost generals clad in battle armor approaching from the distance. Tang Chi, the Tang clan's warrior. Lin Ran's expression darkened. He knew this woman wouldn't let it go. What surprises me, though, is that the silver dragon seems unwilling to attack you. Tang Chi now wore a black trench coat. Her long boots gave her a steady, purposeful gait. Where was even a trace of her earlier severe injuries? Lin Ran immediately answered by Qingyan's call, but remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Tang Chi. The silver dragon is still gravely wounded. An SSS ranked silver dragon's daughter, and you a worthless piece of trash who isn't even SSS ranked. It seems no one can help you this time.
As Tang Chi finished speaking, the 10 generals merged into one.
His rank skyrocketed, instantly reaching hell tier. And this time, their aura was even more formidable than before. A Yin's expression darkened. Tang Chi, do you know what you're doing?
Even if Lin Ran refuses to cooperate with the Federation investigation, you can't. Before she could finish, Tang Chi cut her off with laughter.
So you didn't know? In that case, I'll tell you. I didn't kill him for the Federation. I did it for his ghosts.
Tang Chi licked her red lips, her eyes burning with fervor.
These 3 unique ghosts if sold on the market, they'd be worth over 100 million. Why not join my faction? I can share a portion with you. Ain instantly understood.
This guy was plotting to murder the spirit exorcist and capture his contracted ghosts.
Then proceed to the next step: underground transactions, selling ghosts.
Such actions blatantly violated the Federation's exorcist code.
Deserving of death. The one who truly needed to be investigated was her. Just then, Osiris stepped forward, a warm smile on his face. Alright, Ian and Lin Ran, you two go ahead. Leave this to me.
As he spoke, his body surged in size within the light,
transforming into the form of a colossal dragon. A dragon's roar echoed across the night sky. Chapter 118, Separate Journeys, 3 Destinations.
Tang Chi showed no fear, appearing utterly confident in victory.
A look of contempt twisted his face. Can a gravely wounded creature still be called a dragon?
Osiris chuckled.
He was far from gravely wounded now.
Not only was he not gravely wounded, but his power had grown far stronger than before. Though his rank had fallen to hell tier, cataclysm tier was but a stone's throw away for him. As long as his dragon soul remained intact, within a century, he could effortlessly break through in this world saturated with ghostly energy.
Watch closely. This is what true hell tier power looks like. With that, Osiris flapped his wings, unleashing a gale. Terrifying ghostly energy shot straight into the heavens, an endless pressure bearing down upon all present. He roared in the dragon tongue, and a light array materialized from the heavens. Similar to Sas's, the ability to summon a light array. Before anyone could react, a pillar of light descended from the array. Wherever it passed, an aura of destruction crushed everything in its path. Even fellow Hell Tier Tang sect warriors were stunned. This aura. Could it truly belong to a Hell Tier specter?
The Tang clan warriors were stunned, raising both hands in front of them for protection, using their iron spears as makeshift shields. Even so, the sheer force of that energy was enough to inflict grievous wounds. Rolling black smoke erupted violently, nearly leveling the entire mountaintop.
Another Hell Tier Tang sect warrior was reduced to dust and obliterated by this single strike. Instant kill.
Not even a trace remained. Not far away, Tang Chi froze in shock.
This can't be. How could you possibly defeat my Tang sect warrior? Absolutely impossible.
Osiris gazed at her, his blood-red dragon eyes brimming with disappointment.
Nothing is impossible.
So many of you humans judge this strange world solely through your own limited perspectives.
But your current understanding of this world is far too limited to justify such arrogance.
The wars against ghosts and monsters centuries ago merely allowed humanity to gain a foothold in this world.
70% of this planet remains unexplored by you. Do you truly believe cataclysm-level beings represent the pinnacle? Or perhaps the abyss level?
Osiris' words struck like a heavy hammer, pounding into the hearts of Lin Ran and Tang Chi.
Abyss-level entities were not the strongest beings. Above it, there might be even stronger specters. Or perhaps they could no longer be called ghosts at all. At the level of the silver dragon Osiris, these entities possessed self-awareness. However, many spirits still cannot speak as he does. But this does not mean they lack independent thinking abilities. Especially those of cataclysmic level power. Whether it was the former Shiha or the present Osiris, they are both powerful entities with self-awareness. They are no longer confined to the act of consuming humans. Instead, they are truly transcendent beings beyond nature. Lin Ran found this utterly perplexing. What exactly are these ghosts? Where did they come from? What purpose did they serve by remaining on Blue Star? These questions likely remain among humanity's greatest unsolved mysteries to this day. Though centuries have passed, humanity has only just begun to find its footing. We are still far from fully understanding all of this. Lin Ran's confusion mirrors that of most humanity. Hand the humans over to you, or perhaps to those ghosts and monsters. Osiris turned to face Lin Ran and his companion. Ain gritted her teeth. Of course we hand him over to the Federation. How else can we clear Lin Ran's name? She knew only that with irrefutable evidence now in hand, it was time to send the man away and lift the Federation's investigation order against Lin Ran. Just then, a voice rang out through Lin Ran's communicator, "Leave it to me." It was Bai Qingyan.
She had been listening all along, never speaking.
To avoid alerting Tang Qi. "Rest assured, I'll handle this. Better than any of you." Seeing Lin Ran's silence, Bai Qingyan added. "Indeed."
As the head of the Conservation Zone's Federal Division, whether it was the relevant procedures or understanding the various levels of the Federation, Bai Qingyan knew far more than Lin Ran and the others.
"I understand.
We'll head to Conservation Zone 7 immediately to meet up with you." Cutting the communication, Lin Ran bid farewell to Osiris, leaving Shenwei and the other two ghosts to take turns guarding him.
He led the way ahead. Ayin followed behind. She chose not to stay behind with Osiris. She couldn't stay here.
Her mission remained unfinished.
One day later. Conservation Zone 7.
Lin Ran handed Tang Qi over to Bai Qingyan, who nodded and gave her an assuring look before leading the others away.
Only Ayin remained, waiting nearby.
But it seemed he too was about to depart.
"I have to go now."
As expected, Ayin spoke up. "Now that the Silver Dragon matter has been resolved, I must head to the major conservation zones to assist in dealing with the ghost tide." Her speed was the fastest in the Federation.
Even most Hell-tier ghosts couldn't match her,
including Luo Qiao's martial spirit king. Therefore, having her search for traces of the ghost tide and assist the conservation zones in combating it was the optimal choice. Lin Ran made no attempt to dissuade her, merely saying, "Travel safely." Ayin chuckled softly, "Don't worry, I won't get into trouble."
"But you, on the other hand, barring any surprises, you'll probably go looking for trouble again, won't you?"
Lin Ran shot her a look.
"What do you mean, looking for trouble? This is clearly me fighting hard for humanity." Yeah. Alright, let's go. Until we meet again."
Ayin transformed into a silver streak and shot straight into the sky. Lin Ran looked around at the empty space beside her, now completely deserted. Fortunately, the three ghosts Rose emerged from the ghost realm at that moment.
Time to head to the next place. Shiha Village. Protected Zone 15 lay a great distance away.
Even driving at full speed, it would take 3 days to reach it. But now, there was no other choice. They had to proceed this way for the time being. We drove out of Conservation Area 7 and headed toward Conservation Area 15. As we drove, the communicator rang. It was Luo Qiao's call. "I've learned about Tang Qi's situation. Your evidence is crucial. Additionally, the third guidance is currently being decrypted. The completion rate has reached 80%, and the remainder is expected to be deciphered within 3 days."
Lin Ran nodded. "Understood. Thank you, Uncle Qiao." Luo Qiao smiled. "No need to thank me.
By the way, someone reported sightings of Hutu in Conservation Zone 22 recently.
That's the spirit of your mother. If you get the chance, you might want to look into it." "Hutu. Since our parting, we've never met again." I didn't even have time to ask more questions. Hutu had left in such a hurry. Even so, he felt a sense of relief. At least Hutu was still alive, proving that his parents must be safe. But he had no idea where they were now. How were they faring? At this thought, he let out a bitter laugh. "I haven't even settled myself yet, and I'm already worrying about them?" Now, Rose was on the verge of advancing. Su Xier and Shiha's situations remain unknown. Better to focus on resolving the matters at hand. 3 days in the blink of an eye. Lin Ran arrived at Nursery Zone 12. After a brief rest, he noticed a communication request on his communicator. It was Luo Qiao. "It's cracked. The next step is a set of coordinates, but they're very vague. I could only crack 3 possible coordinates. I'll send them to you." With that, 3 coordinates were transmitted. They were located at the peripheries of Conservation Zones 17, 04, and 25. The range was enormous. Lin Ran felt a headache coming on. Chapter 119, Forced to Act, back to Shiha Village. Another day passed in the blink of an eye. Conservation Zone 15. Lin Ran arrived at this area once more. Nothing had changed since his last visit. The only difference, perhaps, was that this time, he saw checkpoints set up at the Conservation Zone's gates. It seemed they were screening certain individuals. Both vehicles and pedestrians were required to undergo inspection. Even though traffic was light, a long line of vehicles had formed. Lin Ran hesitated. If he bypassed the conservation area entirely, he'd have to take a much longer detour. But if he waited here, who knew how long it would take? Just as he hesitated, a spirit driver approached from ahead. "Hello? This is the Spirit Control Federation of Conservation Zone 15. We see your vehicle bears markings from other Federation branches. You may proceed for inspection." Lin Ran's vehicle had been borrowed from the 13th Conservation Zone Federation. Therefore, the emblem displayed was the number 13. It looked exactly like a bee. It was quite easy to recognize. The exorcist who approached appeared to be a young man. After the system checked, it was determined that his contracted spirit was a low-level C rank. But in this area, it was sufficient. Lin Ran stepped out of the vehicle and returned the salute. Hello, I'm Lin Ran, the exorcist for Conservation Zone 13. Upon hearing the name Lin Ran, the young man immediately furrowed his brow. Hold on a moment.
The young man walked away. Soon, 3 powerful S-class exorcists were summoned over. The 3 surrounded Lin Ran completely. Lin Ran, as a suspect wanted by the Federation, you dared to trespass into our protected Zone 15. We advise you to raise your hands and accompany us to the Federation building for questioning.
Lin Ran frowned. Had the warrant not been lifted yet? That shouldn't be possible. It seems someone here deliberately wanted to keep his warrant active. He calculated silently.
If he weren't in such a hurry, he'd definitely go confront that guy. Unfortunately, he was in a hurry to reach Shiha village.
The Federation has already lifted the warrant on me.
If you don't believe me, you can check with your superiors. Lin Ran finished speaking, turned, opened the car door, and was about to get in and leave. However, the 3 S-class exorcists immediately summoned their respective ghost spirits. S-class ghost spirit, blade-wielding ghost. S-class ghost spirit, purple-winged bat. S-class ghost spirit, iron-armed ape. Lin Ran, don't move. Or don't blame us for being unkind. As fellow spirit exorcists, we don't want to force our hand. Please cooperate with us. Lin Ran raised an eyebrow. Cooperate with you? He sneered coldly. How exactly? You refuse to seek orders from your superiors, yet demand my cooperation? He was thoroughly annoyed right now. If he weren't in such a hurry to find Shiha, he would have stayed here and worn them down. But now, he had no intention of wasting time here. Sasha, this is yours.
If they insist on taking action, I won't mind if you eliminate them.
With that, he opened the car door and started the engine. At the same time, Sasha flew out from the ghostly space. As Sasa materialized, a powerful aura of ghostly energy descended upon the scene.
The crowd on the scene was utterly horrified.
This aura surpassed that of most ghosts they had ever encountered.
Everyone, be careful. It's an SS-class ghost. Stay alert. All non-essential personnel, fall back. Lin Ran, are you sure you want to oppose us?
Lin Ran remained silent. After confirming the cars blocking the rear had cleared, he spun around and floored the accelerator, speeding away. Only Sasha remained guarding the scene. With her abilities, catching up to Lin Ran would be a breeze. That bastard.
He dares to run. Seize his ghost spirit. I'll see if he's willing to abandon his own contracted spirit. The 3 agreed unanimously.
Thus, the 3 S-rank spirits simultaneously charged at Sasha. But in a flash, Sasa vanished from her spot.
Following the trail of ghostly energy, they saw her now suspended midair.
Her hands crossed before her chest, forming a unique hand seal. A light array materialized behind her as she moved. A surge of violent energy erupted. Immediately after, the space around the 3 ghosts warped. Special spatial forces, like sharp blades, twisted around the 3 ghostly creatures. In the blink of an eye, the 3 ghosts were annihilated. Only a few remnants remained.
Witnessing this scene, the exorcists were utterly dumbfounded.
They stood frozen for a long moment, unable to believe what they had witnessed.
S-class demons, instantly annihilated. And not just 1. 3. And the opponent of these 3 S-rank specters was merely an SS-rank specter.
A seemingly harmless ghost girl.
After accomplishing all this, Sasa did not continue her attack. Instead, she activated her spatial powers and teleported away.
The scene was left in utter disarray, with the exorcist standing there, utterly dumbfounded.
Is that really an SS-class ghost? Even the minister's ghost spirit couldn't possess such power, could it?
She one-shot our 3 contracted ghosts, and moved so fast we couldn't even see her movements.
So powerful. This person is incredibly powerful. Hurry and report this to the minister. Have him send reinforcements immediately.
Otherwise, with our current strength, we won't be able to stop him.
Moments later, he appeared at Lin Ran's vehicle. Is it taken care of? Sasha nodded, as expected. Lin Ran couldn't be bothered to care.
He accelerated again, bypassing the conservation area at top speed and heading toward Shiha village.
Before long, he entered the mountain roads near Shiha village.
Lin Ran found a spot to park the car and opted to continue on foot. The mountain path ahead was rugged, the car's speed might not even match walking pace. Rose, Sasa, and Kat, the 3 spirits, followed closely behind, flanking him on either side. Like 3 guardian deities, they stayed close together. Mau Mau obediently activated the ghost realm, intimidating other spirits in the vicinity while hastening their arrival at Shiha village. Before long, Lin Ran could already see the villas standing tall in Shiha village. And a stone stele half buried in the soil. The character Shiha stood out prominently. Approaching for a closer look, the place was eerily quiet. The ghosts and monsters within the village had all been sent to hell by Rose during the last incident. In the silent village, only the melodious sound of the zither continued to echo. Lin Ran felt a slight pang of worry. He wondered how Su Xier was faring here. Following the village path, he arrived outside the luxurious villa. Looking up, through the window, he could see the 2 women sitting side by side, playing a piece of music.
As if sensing Lin Ran's arrival,
They paused their movements, stood up, and looked over in his direction.
the next moment,
Lin Ran felt a dark mist gather before his eyes. Two figures simultaneously materialized before him.
Captain, why are you here?
Su Sierra looked surprised. Then, as if remembering something, she hurriedly added, "You should leave quickly."
Sister Shiha doesn't like outsiders around.
Lin Ran glanced at Shiha and indeed noticed a hint of displeasure on her face. She seemed quite displeased with this man who had disturbed their peace. "I came to tell you there's been a new discovery regarding the clues about your father." At these words, a flicker of excitement passed through Su Sierra's eyes.
But she quickly concealed it.
She smiled and said, "Don't worry.
Sister Shiha is also investigating father's case. Captain, if you have no further business.
Before she could finish, Lin Ran interrupted her.
Chapter 120, that good-for-nothing brat, what an embarrassment.
"I came here to ask one thing clearly." Lin Ran's eyes were like icy blades, fixed intently on Su Sierra.
What exactly was your deal with Shiha? If it meant you becoming a ghost, I see absolutely no point in this deal.
Just moments ago, he had used the Death God's eye and witnessed the very thing he dreaded most.
Su Sierra. Monster level, unknown. Special abilities, none. Ghostly energy emanated from her. Moreover, that ghostly energy was steadily eroding her consciousness.
If this trend continues, Su Sierra will become a mindless, walking corpse. Devouring humans will become her greatest pleasure. Unlike Lin Ran, she lacks a system capable of absorbing such a bugged entity. Absorbing ghostly energy would either lead to death, like those exorcists who once explored the Stonehenge in Zone 7. Or, like those in Fengdu City, transform into ghostly beings.
Stop it. You cannot control ghost energy, nor can Shiha. Hearing this, Shiha raised an eyebrow.
But she did not argue. Lin Ran had guessed correctly. All she wanted was for Su Sierra to become a ghost too. That way, they could stay together forever. Yet despite her knowledge of ghostly energy and supernatural beings, she had no idea how to transform someone into a self-aware spirit. The night parade of 100 ghosts planned from years ago had been the same.
It perished in human ignorance. Today, Shihi and Su Sierra's fantasy would also crumble to dust in ignorance. The only difference lay in the methods employed. Shihi's plan was to help Su Sierra ascend to SSS rank, or even Hell rank, after she fully transformed into a ghost. This would allow the birth of a self-aware consciousness unique to demons, which could then be cultivated. The Night Parade of 100 Demons project, however, sought to fuse humans with demons, transferring demonic power into human beings themselves. Humans become demons while retaining their self-awareness. Though distinct, both approaches share a common thread. After a brief silence,
Su Sierra shook her head.
"No, it won't. I believe Sister Shiha. She can do it." Lin Ran gave a bitter smile. "Is that truly the case, Shiha?"
Shihi's expression turned icy, her eyes blazing with murderous intent.
"Whether I succeed or not, what business is it of yours? Who do you think you are? If I wanted to kill you, you wouldn't make it out of here alive." Lin Ran nodded. He had come here after much mental preparation.
He had even considered numerous possible outcomes.
Among them was the possibility of being killed by Shiha. "No need to intimidate me. I only want to know, how certain are you of success?"
"I don't care whether Su Sierra becomes an immortal ghost or not. I don't care whether she's human or a ghost. What matters to me is whether Su Sierra, at that point, will still be the teammate I once knew." These words sent a flutter through Su Sierra's heart. A fleeting sadness flashed in her eyes. She bit her red lips, unable to speak. Shiha, however, remained composed, his tone calm. "You are not yet qualified to know." Lin Ran took a deep breath. He nodded lightly. At this point, further words were pointless. If the other party insisted on this course, his current strength was indeed insufficient to resist. But he had a way to make amends. Spirit-shaping pills. A supreme ghost artifact. A special item obtainable only after 100 draws. Priced at a staggering 100,000 when purchased individually from the system store. But he had no choice, this was his last resort. If that day ever came, he would gladly pay this enormous price. His life, the Silver Dragon's curse, it was all bought with Su Sierra's own sacrifice. "Let's go." Lin Ran sighed and turned to leave. Su Sierra paused and asked, "Where are you going?" 17, 25, and the 4th nursery zone. These were the regions corresponding to the 3 vague coordinates. They were also clues to finding that Black Phoenix bird from years ago. Su Sierra quickly realized these were the clues Lin Ran had mentioned. She immediately said, "Captain, let Sister Shiha escort you." Lin Ran shook his head, about to refuse. But then Shihi reached out, and a cloud of blackness instantly enveloped him. Next, Lin Ran felt the world spinning, his mind reeling in dizziness. His entire body felt as if it were halfway into the sky. The distance from the ground grew ever greater. The speed of his movement accelerated. After an unknown span of time, the darkness before his eyes vanished, replaced by a flood of light. Conservation Zone 17 arrived. As the black mist dissipated, Lin Ran plummeted from the sky. Meow Meow instantly materialized from the ghostly space, her black wings unfurling behind her as she pulled him down with both hands.
Finally, he landed safely on the ground.
This location was at the very center of Conservation Zone 17.
It housed the largest shopping mall in the entire conservation zone. Even the Federation building stood not far from here. The streets bustled with people, filled with both spirit drivers and unawakened moving to and fro.
Thus, Lin Ran's appearance was like a boulder dropping into a tranquil lake, sending massive ripples across the surface.
Holy crap, a flying cat, a cat person? That's no cat person, it's a ghost creature. What kind of ghost is this? It can actually fly. And where did this spirit exorcist come from? He looks so young and handsome. Who knows? He looks unfamiliar. Probably not from our conservation area. The crowd buzzed with speculation, but Lin Ran felt uneasy. For the moment he touched down, Sasa appeared. Gazing at the shopping mall ahead, golden light began to flicker in Sasa's blood-red eyes. Lin Ran pressed his hand to his forehead. Sasha, if you wanna go, just go. At his affirmation, the girl bolted like a wild horse breaking free, transforming into a black streak of lightning as she dashed forward. Before long, 1 human and 3 ghosts pushed 7 shopping carts toward the checkout counters. Along the way, they left countless stunned shoppers in their wake. Lin Ran could even hear the whispered murmurs. Look at that guy, he's got 3 girlfriends. Those aren't girlfriends, they're ghosts. Look at those red eyes, they're floating. They're ghosts. Exactly. And that black-haired one, her eyes are like knives. You should have seen the look she gave us, pure murder in her gaze. And that thing that looks human? All furry, like a tiger. Clearly not human. Some even said, that guy's got some serious luck with women. Keeping 3 ghosts as wives? He must be living the dream. Lin Ran really wanted to have Rose tell them what truly felt like heaven. Cashier counter. He slammed his communicator down on the counter. Gather all your cashiers here to count the money and settle the accounts. The cashier was a girl who looked about 18 or 19. Seeing the shopping cart piled high with blue boxed 001 products, her pretty face flushed red. So many, will you even use them all? Lin Ran's face turned green as he glared at Sasa, wanting to throw her out. That damn brat. She just had to embarrass me. Behind them, everyone in line gave her a thumbs up. Awesome. I'd call her the strongest. Bro, remember to stock up on kidney tonic, good for them, good for you. Lin Ran was mortified. He hurried through checkout and fled the mall. Just as he was about to escape the scene of commotion, he noticed Rose staring at a shop in the distance, unable to move forward. Following her gaze, he saw a large poster plastered on the elegant storefront. The world's first ghostly bubble tea shop now open. Lin Ran? Chapter 121, Fort South 5, The Legend of the Treasure. Unable to resist his 3 little ghosts, Lin Ran declared to Rose, if you wanna go, just go. Today, everything is on me, Mr. Lin Street. Although Qianwei didn't understand what paying the bill meant, she understood the word go. She instantly darted out like a whirlwind. And just like that, Qianwei sipped her milk tea, while Sha Sha retreated into the ghostly space. Only the cat remained, still by her side. Meow meow. Catching Lin Ran's gaze, the cat widened its eyes and stared intently at him. It proved the saying true, you can't hide the look in your eyes when you want to eat someone. Meow meow meow. The cat kept meowing, though its meaning was unclear. But based on Lin Ran's understanding of her, he did grasp a bit. It was probably something like, everyone else is after brother's money, but I'm different, I only want brother himself. Something along those lines. Come on, let's go inside and take a look. They entered the milk tea shop. They saw the staff member looking utterly bewildered as she exchanged words with Rose. Qianwei pointed at a milk tea on the menu decorated with pink petals. The staff member sighed helplessly, that one's out of stock, miss. Would you like to choose something else? Qianwei puffed out her cheeks in annoyance and pointed to the sundae next to it. What flavor would you like for your sundae, ma'am? We have blueberry, strawberry, cranberry, and mango. Rose froze. She froze in place, utterly at a loss. Lin Ran sighed and stepped forward, they're asking what color you want. We have green, pink, deep red, yellow. Qianwei pondered for a moment, then plucked a pink rose from thin air and handed it to him. Taking the rose, he looked at the clerk and smiled. 1 strawberry sundae, please. Also, 1 coffee and a chicken cutlet, please. The salesperson was completely dumbfounded. Is this even a thing? But she quickly regained her composure, took the money, and got to work. Soon, everything was ready. Lin Ran sipped her coffee, while Rose, unfamiliar with the spoon, licked her sundae with her tongue. As for the cat, clutching a piece of chicken cutlet, it was so moved it had tears in its eyes. It had been so long since she'd had any meat. It wasn't human flesh, but it was meat nonetheless. Finally, some meat. Seeing them act like they hadn't seen meat in 800 years gave Lin Ran a headache. What kind of demons and monsters was she dealing with here? Though this milk tea shop was called Ghost Milk Tea, plenty of humans came here to drink tea and chat. Just as he was wallowing in despair, a whisper reached him from behind. Did you hear? They unearthed a mine shaft at South 5 Fortress, and apparently a lot of people died. Yeah, heard there's an S-rank monster in there. Even an A-rank spirit exorcist died down there. Your news is so lame. Mine's way more explosive. Oh? What is it? Spill it, spill it. Word is there's an exceptionally powerful ghostly artifact inside. S-rank exorcists are already forming teams to get it. What kind of ghostly artifact? No idea. People say it's golden and shiny, but I've never seen it. Could it be gold? Of course not. Gold used to be valuable, but what's it worth these days? Exactly. The crowd murmured in confusion. Though their voices were low, Lin Ran caught every word. After several enhancements, his physical prowess and capabilities far surpassed those of ordinary humans. Even most lower-level ghosts couldn't match him. Thus, he could easily pick up even the faintest whispers. Fort South 5? Lin Ran thought to himself, could this be the clue I've been searching for? With that thought, he began making plans to investigate. But first, he needed to get a vehicle. His previous vehicle was still parked in Childcare Zone 15. That infuriating Shihai, if not for her, why would he have to go through all this trouble? Soon, the three emerged from the milk tea shop, heading toward the federal building diagonally across the street. After explaining their identities to the person in charge there, they easily borrowed a vehicle. It cost a little extra, but that didn't matter. They drove onward. South 5 Fortress. After asking around along the way, I finally uncovered information about that cave. It was a mine located 20 miles south of Fort South 5. While mining coal, people stumbled upon a cave that had existed for ages. This disturbed the spirits dwelling within. When the S-rank spirits erupted in fury, they slaughtered numerous powerful spirit exorcists. Among the casualties were 3 A-rank and 11 B-rank exorcists. Countless unawakened individuals who had accompanied the mining crew also suffered heavy casualties. Lin Ran arrived late, finding the cave entrance already scarred by multiple battles. The ground was littered with traces of the struggle. All the exorcists had summoned their own ghosts, now glaring at each other menacingly. We were here first. Clearly it's ours. It's ours. Wait. Lin Ran suddenly realized they were fighting over the treasure inside. But wasn't it a bit premature to start fighting over it now? After all, they hadn't even seen what the treasure was yet. What was there to fight over? He couldn't understand it, and he couldn't be bothered to argue with them. He walked toward the cave on his own. Halt! Hey, kid, don't you know about first come, first served? This place was claimed by our Black Cloud gang first. Did I give you permission to enter? Lin Ran, Black Cloud gang? When did gangs start operating in the conservation area? The burly leader retorted, you don't even know about our Black Cloud gang? Our Black Cloud gang is the biggest power in this conservation zone. We've got 2 S-rank spirit exorcists. Across from him, the white-clad youth sneered coldly, ha, the Black Cloud gang? Our Red Leaf gang is the biggest force here, you know? He then turned to Lin Ran, kid, you've got some potential. Are you affiliated with any faction? If not, why not join our Red Leaf gang? Lin Ran froze for a moment. Does the Federation count? This remark caused both sides to burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. The Federation? May I ask which one of us here isn't part of the Federation? The white-clad youth from the Red Leaf gang patiently explained, we're all part of the Federation, but out here, we each have our own factions we've built up. Young man, what do you say? Interested in joining our Red Leaf gang? Lin Ran shook his head. Not interested. The Black Cloud gang laughed. Han Hongye, you fool. Can't you see this kid's got some serious attitude? Hearing this, the white-clad youth Han Hongye snorted coldly. He is arrogant indeed, somewhat reminiscent of you, Long Hae. The burly man from the Black Cloud gang wasted no words. He walked up behind Lin Ran and slung an arm over his shoulder. Kid, I advise you to walk away quietly. Don't be stubborn. Otherwise, Big Brother here won't mind teaching you a lesson. As he spoke, his grip tightened, crushing Lin Ran's shoulder. You guys are getting on my nerves. Lin Ran calmly pushed Long Hae's hand off his shoulder. Then, with a sudden burst of force from his fingers, he snapped Long Hae's wrist almost instantly. He followed up with a punch that slammed into Long Hae's midsection, sending him flying 3 to 5 meters away. Witnessing this scene, everyone gaped in disbelief. Is that the Divine Fist? Is he even human? To send someone flying 3 to 5 meters with a single punch, especially a burly man significantly larger than himself. How could that be possible? Yet they didn't know that Lin Ran had only used 10% of his strength. After all, even an A-rank ghost might not withstand his punch. How could he bring himself to strike a human with full force? I have no desire to argue with you. If you insist on obstructing me, I won't mind letting the cat feast. With that, he ignored their reactions and headed toward the cave. Before he had taken more than a few steps, a dangerous aura surged from behind him. Chapter 122, Kitty, you don't want your master to get hurt, do you? An S-rank ghost, claws extended, lunged straight for Lin's back. It attacked the spirit exorcist directly. But in the next instant, a flash of black light streaked through the air. Accompanied by a surge of powerful ghostly energy, the S-rank specter's head was cleanly severed.
As the black mist dissipated, a ghostly creature with the body of a cat and the form of a human appeared before everyone. Her furry cat paws gripped a spear twice her height. Her cat mouth was stretched wide, sharp teeth bared, giving her a fierce, demonic look. Though it didn't seem all that fierce. Lin Ran turned back and glanced at the cat. "Don't hurt anyone." The cat didn't respond, only glaring fiercely at the crowd. One thing was certain. If anyone dared to make a move, the cat would strike. There was no doubt about it. Lin Ran didn't look back or interfere further. He walked straight toward the cave. After a long while, Cat followed behind, unaware whether the people outside were dead or not. But they probably weren't dead. Those people weren't fools. They knew Meow Meow was someone they couldn't afford to provoke. The cave was dimly lit, with only the faint glow of torches lit by those who had passed before them illuminating the sides. They continued forward, following the cave's path. Before long, the first fork in the path appeared before them. "Meow Meow, which way do you think we should go?" Meow Meow sniffed, her tiny feline nose twitching up and down. Then, it raised its tiny paw and pointed toward the right passageway. There, it detected the scent of a ghostly presence. Lin Ran immediately headed right. Suddenly, a downward sloping cave caught his attention. A faint glow emanated from within, accompanied by faint moans that seemed to echo from the depths. This must be the place. He leapt down without hesitation. In the dimly lit cavern, a purplish-red pangolin was frantically digging through the earth. Sensing Lin Ran's arrival, it turned its head, revealing a human face. Lin Ran was startled. Soon, he also noticed several mangled corpses beside the pangolin. All human. It seemed the creature had devoured quite a few people before this. Lin Ran frowned and immediately checked its attributes. Earthshaker Beast. Monster Tier S. Special ability, can harness the power of the earth. As he studied the data, Lin Ran suddenly felt the ground tremble. Before he could react, 3 stone spikes erupted from the earth. Like a cage, they instantly imprisoned him within. But in the next instant, Cat swung the ghost dragon spear. With a flick of the long spear, shards of rock scattered across the ground. Leaving the Earthshaker no chance to react, the wings on Mau Mau's back unfurled. In the blink of an eye, a black streak flashed by. The spear violently pierced the Earthshaker beast's skull, pinning it to the ground. Instant kill. Lin Ran, who had anticipated this outcome, showed no surprise. He stepped forward and began searching the area where the Earthshaker beast had previously dug. Soon, he discovered a stone emitting a faint yellow glow buried within the earth. What is this? System analysis. The stone's properties appeared before his eyes. Earth vein crystal. Special ghostly object, when used by ghostly beings, grants limited rock and earth manipulation abilities. Lin Ran felt a slight disappointment. He had thought it might be a clue, but it turned out to be just a rather unusual ghostly object. He tossed it to the cat immediately. Without even glancing at it, the cat swallowed it whole. Contract Spirit Cat devours special spirit object, Earth Vein Crystal, gains rock manipulation ability, activates skill, Earth Spikes. Earth Spikes, summons rock and earth to pierce enemies. Due to the Ghost Cat's 100% compatibility, you gain the shared skill, Earth Shield. Earth Shield defends against certain attacks, strengthening as your own power increases. This time, Lin Ran finally showed a look of delight. Not only did the cat gain a new skill, but he also acquired a defensive ability. No more fear of getting hurt. Though he possessed a self-healing ability, the pain from injuries remained. If he could avoid getting hurt altogether, that would be best. Meow Meow, keep exploring. See if you can find what we're looking for. Upon hearing the command, Cat wasted no time and immediately began searching. Soon, it returned holding a leg. A leg buried in the dirt. Lin Ran nearly threw up last night's dinner and bellowed, "It's gone! It's gone!" Meow Meow looked aggrieved. It left the cave. Outside the cave, the second group was still waiting in place. And this time, their numbers were even greater than last time. He's coming out. He took so long to come out. There must be a lot of good stuff in there, right? Kid, hand over the goods, or don't blame us for being ruthless. The reason the Red Leaf faction hadn't followed into the cave was precisely to wait here for reinforcements. Now that all their respective gang members had gathered here, they naturally held no fear of Lin Ran. After all, even an SS-rank ghost couldn't defeat dozens of spirit exorcists alone. Among them were 3 S-rank exorcists. Lin Ran sighed. Why do people always want to court death? Meow. Meow. This time, Meow actually snorted and turned its head away. Lin Ran was dumbfounded. This dumb cat had it gone rogue? It only lost a leg. Is this really necessary? Ha ha ha. Seeing this, everyone burst into laughter. Your little monster doesn't seem too keen on helping you anymore. This time, I'll see what else you've got to stop us. Hand over the treasure you got inside, or don't blame us for what happens. Lin Ran panicked and turned to ask, Kitty, you don't want your master to get hurt, do you? Meow. Give up that hope. Your ghost no longer recognizes you as its master. Honya laughed loudly, waving her hand as 3 ghosts charged simultaneously. All S rank. Just as the 3 dark shadows were about to reach Lin Ran.
A black flash streaked through the air. 3 heads fell cleanly to the ground.
Meow Meow grinned, a smile that sent shivers down the spine. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, nearly scared out of their wits.
1 strike, 3 S-rank ghosts instantly slain. Only now did they realize they had underestimated the power of an SS rank specter. Meow 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 meow.
Lin Ran was dumbfounded.
What was this dumb cat saying? The other spirit summoners were also baffled. What is this dumb cat saying? A young man who seemed rather wise spoke up. Boss, look at its expression, doesn't it look like it's declaring its territory? Everyone looked and realized it was true. It seemed identical to the posture some ghosts and spirits used to declare territorial sovereignty.
Lin Ran pressed his forehead, understanding.
This creature was likely declaring that its food wasn't for them to cook. Aren't you leaving yet?
Lin Ran asked abruptly. Hongye and her group exchanged glances before nodding in unison.
Retreat. Better safe than sorry. You just wait, kid. Just wait till I buy some SS-grade monsters from the hunters, I'll kill you for sure. They spat out threats before bolting.
Lin Ran, however, frowned.
Hunters? So it seems there are hunters here too.
Just then, his communicator buzzed.
It was Luo Qiao. He answered. Lin Ran, my young nephew, this is not looking good.
Luo Qiao's voice carried a weighty tone. Tang Qi has been released without charges, insufficient evidence.
Looks like the hunters have infiltrated much deeper than we anticipated. Even high-ranking officials at the Federation headquarters might be hunters. You need to be careful.
Lin Ran's heart sank, his expression growing grim.
Tang Qi had let her escape again. She should have killed her back then. What a Federation utterbull. Chapter 123, Global Alert, the Godwalker.
Gritting her teeth, Lin Ran drove back into the interior of Conservation Zone 17. Sleepless all night, his mind was consumed by thoughts of Tang Qi and the hunters.
How long ago had these creatures begun developing within the Conservation Zone? A century ago? Or just decades? How vast was their power now? Had they truly reached a point where they could control everything? If even Tang Qi, with irrefutable evidence, couldn't be brought to justice, how incredibly difficult would it be to completely eradicate them?
Lin Ran felt a deep sense of frustration. He felt the bitter rage of watching his enemy slip away right before his eyes.
The next day, the sky cleared. Luo Qiao requested communication again. Because of your outstanding performance, I've secured you a position at headquarters. Lin Ran instinctively prepared to refuse. He didn't want to stay in the same place. He still had much to accomplish. Staying in one place, especially a place like the Federation, where all sorts of people mingled, would inevitably delay many things. Luo Qiao seemed to have anticipated this, saying, "Rest assured, this position is rather unique. Listen carefully and consider it."
Lin Ran agreed. "Uncle Qiao, please tell me."
You knowing.
She's specifically tasked with traversing all the conservation zones, chasing down ghost waves.
But previously, she was the only one.
Creating a position specifically for her would seem too exceptional. After careful consideration, we've decided to grant both you and I in the title of Divine Traveler.
Lin Ran was puzzled. Divine Travelers? That's right, Divine Travelers.
Divine Travelers dedicate themselves to the peace of Blue Star, traversing all major conservation zones to eliminate ghosts, suppress ghost waves, demonstrate the divine might of our Huaxia, and restore Huaxia.
China.
At the sound of these two words, flames ignited throughout Lin Ran's entire body.
His blood boiled at that very moment. Flipping through Blue Star's history. After the Terror Awakening began, humanity faced near annihilation. Every nation was on the brink of extinction. With no other choice, all humans on Blue Star united. Regardless of race or borders, they formed the Spirit Exorcist Federation. Now,
humankind believes it has finally gained a foothold on this land. It was time to restore some of the names of the past.
Lin Ran exhaled a long, heavy breath. I understand. Excellent. I knew you'd agree.
Luo Qiao's tone brimmed with delight as he continued. Immediately, a global announcement will be posted on all Conservation Zone forums.
This is a commendation for you, an honor reserved solely for you.
The communication ended.
Sure enough, moments later, Lin Ran received a pop-up notification. Such notifications were typically reserved for major policy announcements or exceptional crises.
Not only him, but every registered spirit exorcist across the entire Blue Star received this message.
Following deliberation by the Blue Star Spirit Exorcists Federation headquarters, the Divine Walker Project is hereby initiated. Divine Traveler, in the name of the gods, traverse all 23 official conservation zones and 17 under construction zones across Blue Star. Slay demons, quell ghostly surges, and fight for humanity. Hereby confer the official title of Divine Walker upon Exorcist number 13 of Conservation Zone 13, Lin Ran, and Exorcist number 3 of Conservation Zone 3, Dong Yin. This announcement immediately captured global attention. In Conservation Zone 13, Lu Ling excitedly pulled out her communicator and called out to Li Su, who was setting up detectors nearby. Come see. It's Lin Ran. Li Su took it and, after reading, exclaimed with delight, Captain Lin Ran has been granted the title of Divine Walker. Only 2 people worldwide hold this title. Holy moly, Captain Lin is awesome. I always knew brother Lin Ran would achieve great things. Recruiting him into the Night Watch was easily my wisest decision ever. Lu Ling exclaimed excitedly. Li Su nodded repeatedly. Sis Ling is absolutely right. Quick, let's send our regards. Right. Meanwhile, in Shiha village. The moment Su Xie received the message, the music she was playing abruptly stopped mid-note. She blinked her slightly blurry eyes and pulled out the communicator she hadn't opened in ages. The tiny characters on the screen were difficult to make out. With no other choice, she pressed her eyes close to the screen to read. Moments later. A faint smile touched her lips as she murmured, Captain, you've got to hang in there. Beside her, Shiha sighed, feeling a bit lost. She didn't know if what she was doing was right or wrong. Conservation Zone 17. Lin Ran took a car to the federal building. He intended to ask the person in charge here if there were any other special locations besides the cave. The moment he stepped out of the vehicle, he overheard murmurs among the surrounding crowd. Did you hear? The Federation has launched a new program. Yeah, the Wayfarer Project. They've already got 2 Wayfarers now. I'm so jealous. They get to roam everywhere, unlike us. Give me a break. With your skills, running around? You'd get eaten alive by monsters the moment you step outside the conservation zone. But seriously, who is this Lin Ran guy? Never heard of him. He's from Conservation Zone 13. Just check the forum. Lin Ran hurried away to avoid drawing attention. He made his way to the upper floors of the Federation building. He navigated the familiar corridors with ease, locating the office of the previous supervisor. The moment he opened the door, a tall, sturdy man in his prime immediately stepped forward. Officer Lin Ran. The man was none other than the supervisor of Conservation Zone 17. Lin Muyu. An SS-class spirit exorcist. The only SS-class spirit exorcist in the entire conservation zone. And he had achieved this breakthrough just 1 week prior. Lin Ran held a favorable impression of this relative. The fact that he had lent his car without hesitation last time had also greatly increased his regard. Minister Muyu, you're too kind. Lin Muyu smiled. Officer Lin Ran, as one of only 2 divine walkers on Blue Star now, we must show proper courtesy. Come, sit down and have some tea. I must bring out my finest tea leaves to celebrate Commander Lin Ran. His face was brimming with warmth, an expression of flattery. Lin Ran sensed something was off. He noticed the numerous documents spread across Lin Muyu's desk. One stood out prominently. Conservation Periphery Development Site number 28. It gave him a bad feeling. This guy must have something he wants me to handle. Minister Muyu, whatever it is, why not just say it plainly? Hearing this, Lin Muyu paused while brewing tea. He then brought over the tea and smiled, I knew I couldn't hide it from you. He set down the teacup, walked to the desk, and retrieved a stack of documents. Commander Lin Ran, take a look. This plot 28 is where we plan to develop and build the fortress. However, after our preliminary investigation, we discovered at least 3 SS-class ghosts here. We tried luring them with prisoners and even attempted to expel them, but ultimately failed to relocate them. It seems something here holds their intense interest. Something that holds the monster's interest. Could it be a ghostly artifact? And a very special one at that. Lin Ran thought to himself, it seems I've come to the right place. He was just about to investigate if there was any place with a peculiar presence that he could examine. Before he could even speak, the answer presented itself. With that thought, he reached out and took the file. Got it. I'll look into it. Lin Muyu was overcome with gratitude. Thank you, Commander Lin Ran. Commander Lin Ran truly lives up to being one of Blue Star's 2 divine walkers. Such a world-embracing spirit is beyond our reach. Lin Ran? Chapter 124, Sasa the Docile Cat, Rose the Rebellious Cat, and the Spectator. Outside Conservation Zone 17, on undeveloped land designated as Plot 28. Fortresses stood at intervals along both sides of this land. Only here, one fortress was missing a gaping hole in the defense. Therefore, Lin Muyu planned to construct a fortress here to better defend against the ghost tide. But during the reconnaissance, they encountered trouble. There were no fewer than 3 SS rank ghosts here. He initially planned to handle it himself, as intelligence indicated all 3 ghosts bore injuries to varying degrees. Moreover, each had its own territory. They never encroached upon one another's territory. What he hadn't anticipated was that the ghost spirit he had just broken through to SS rank was no match for them. It took the combined efforts of 3 S rank exorcists to barely hold its own. But just as victory seemed within reach, the other 2 SS rank specters charged in. The 3 spirits seemed to have united their forces, targeting him, a human, as their common enemy. He had no choice but to retreat for the moment. As a result, his ghost spirit suffered severe injuries and was unable to continue fighting. Thus, when seeking Lin Ran's help, he was deeply worried that Lin Ran might refuse. After all, it would be difficult for Lin Ran alone to handle 3 SS rank ghosts. Unless he had 3 contracted ghosts. but that was clearly impossible. Yet, he was soon stunned. The moment he entered this area, 3 beams of spiritual light shot out from within Lin Ran. They then materialized into 3 specters. 1 cat person and 2 human-like ones. Lin Muyu was utterly dumbfounded. 3. Commander Lin Ran, you actually contracted 3 ghostly creatures? Lin Ran nodded. He didn't know what was so shocking about it. Suddenly, Sasa turned around, extending her pale little hand. It seemed she was clutching something in her hand. Lin Ran reached out to take it. It was a piece of candy. What is this? The system quickly analyzed it. Honey candy. Special ghost item, when consumed by ghosts, increases affinity by 30 points. Lin Ran was stunned. 30 points of affinity. This was a valuable item. For him, it was merely a matter of spending a few points. But for other spirit exorcists, this was a priceless treasure. 30 points of compatibility. How many people die without ever achieving this level of compatibility with spirits? Lin Ran tucked away the candy and stroked Sasha's little head affectionately. Thank you, Sasha. Sasha smiled, her expression sweet and radiant. Today she wore a pure white dress, her white curls falling naturally over her shoulders. Her large, watery eyes crinkled into crescent moons. Like a young, innocent girl, she was utterly captivating. Lin Muyu, standing nearby, was utterly mesmerized. In the prime of his youth, with his blood boiling, he naturally had no resistance to such a girl. As he gazed, his face flushed. Sasha seemed to sense the gaze from his direction. Her pretty face turned cold, and a murderous intent locked onto Lin Muyu. Only then did Lin Ran notice and hurriedly explained, Sasha, don't be rash. This is the head of the conservation area. Sasha didn't answer, just glared fiercely. Lin Muyu was overcome with shame, apologizing repeatedly, I'm sorry. He knew humans and ghosts were worlds apart, but for a moment, he couldn't resist. After all, he'd never encountered such a beautiful spirit before. Even such beautiful humans were rare enough, ghosts were naturally even more so. Alright, let's get down to business. Give me the coordinates of those 3 ghosts. Lin Muyu snapped back to reality and nodded. I'll lead the way. After the last battle, they've regrouped together. I know the exact location. Follow me. With Lin Muyu leading the way, the 2 humans and 3 ghosts made their way toward the wasteland. Before long, the figures of the 3 ghosts came into view in the fields ahead. Earth Chi Ghost. Ghost level, SS. Rock Spirit. Ghost level, SS. Black Soil Spirit. Ghost rank, SS. All 3 are humanoid ghosts. They look utterly hideous. Compared to Sasa, they're worlds apart. Lin Muyu felt like he was going to vomit. The contrast was too stark. This was truly hard to stomach. Lin Ran, having seen it all before, couldn't be bothered. Kitty, go. Cat, meow. Rose, wipe them out. Rose. Sasha, charge. With a flash, Sasha charged forward. Watching the 2 ghosts still standing there watching the show, Lin Ran felt his head spin. What the hell is this? The compatibility was fine. How could this happen? Had the monsters suddenly turned traitor? He couldn't make sense of it. Watching Sasa, who was already locked in combat with 3 monsters in the distance, Lin Ran was at a loss. Rose, do you still want to level up? Rose, woo. So Rose joined the fray, scythe in hand. Only the cat remained. Lin Ran asked, Kitty, I bet you don't want your big sister Sasa to get hurt either, right? Kitty, meow. So, Kitty joined the fray wielding the ghost dragon spear. In the blink of an eye, 3 SS rank ghosts were completely wiped out. Not a trace remained. All devoured by Cat. Especially when it activated its devouring skill, the sight nearly scared the crap out of Lin Muyu. It just ate them raw. What the hell is this monster's origin? It's downright freaky. Lin Ran, however, didn't seem fazed. He must be used to it. So he reassured them, you'll get used to it. Get used to it? How could anyone get used to this? Lin Muyu's mind raged inwardly. As fellow SS-class spirit exorcists, he had believed himself strong enough. And he wasn't even that old, just 28 or 29. SS-class spirit exorcists of his age were extremely rare in the Federation, okay? Yet standing before Lin Ran, he felt utterly useless. Lin Ran's 3 spirits, 2 SS-class, and 1 S-class that could annihilate SS-class. How absurd was that? Lin Muyu was baffled. Where on earth had he gotten these monsters? Before he could ask, Lin Ran had already arrived at the battle site. Meow, do you smell anything? Cat nodded, pointing toward a nearby spot. There, on the flat ground, a stone protruded conspicuously. It seemed the object was right there. Lin Ran stepped forward, gripped the stone with both hands, and wrenched it forcefully from the earth. With the ghostly energy enhancing his physique, his strength far surpassed that of ordinary men. Such a massive boulder was effortless for him to uproot. Holding the stone nearly 30 centimeters in diameter in his hands, the system began its automatic analysis. Within moments, it revealed the specific details. Ghost energy ore. Special ghostly object, contains immense ghostly energy absorbing it significantly boosts ghostly creature levels. Lin Ran was stunned. This powerful? Direct level boost? He couldn't believe it. Meow.
Meow meow obeyed, exhaling black mist that enveloped the massive boulder.
Then it digested it completely. System notification. Contract Ghost Cat devours special ghostly essence ore. Ghost experience plus 1000. Lin Ran. Alright. 1000 experience points is indeed enough for many ghosts to level up. Of course, that only applies to low-level ghosts. For high-level ghosts like Nekomata and SS rank, leveling up now requires a staggering 50,000 experience points. If they had to rely solely on eating these, they'd need at least 50. Where on earth would you find that many? Utterly useless, a complete waste of time. He felt a bit disappointed.
Just then, a sudden sense of danger washed over him. Glancing sideways, he saw a silver glinting arrow hurtling toward him. It was incredibly fast. There was no time to react.
Chapter 125 Assassination. Cat's Rage. Bang!
A faint sound echoed as a scythe shrouded in eerie black mist materialized before Lin Ran. It was this very scythe that blocked the fatal blow for him. Rose had struck. At the same time, the cat let out a low growl as its black wings unfurled behind it. In the blink of an eye, it vanished into the distance. Frowning, Lin Ran examined the arrows blocked by the black scythe.
Lin Muyu swiftly followed, crouching down to inspect. It's an arrow, a poison-tipped arrow.
It's been centuries since the Terror's revival, and energy weapons have long since been depleted. So many have turned to arrows as a substitute for energy weapons. And in a way, arrows are better suited for assassination. Lin Ran nodded in agreement, deeply convinced. What he couldn't fathom was who exactly was targeting him.
Could it be the hunters?
But logically speaking, even though Tang Chi had been arrested and then released, he wouldn't have emerged so quickly. And certainly not strike against him so soon. As he pondered this, a wail echoed from the distant jungle. Immediately after, Cat emerged, holding a severed head. The neck appeared to have been torn clean off, the wound jagged and uneven, still oozing blood.
It was utterly horrifying. Lin Ran frowned. He recognized the head.
It belonged to the spirit exorcist who had been killed by Cat yesterday for slaying the ghost spirit.
Long Hei.
Seeing this, Lin Ran finally understood the other's purpose.
Revenge. The ghost spirit's death meant he had lost his S-rank spirit exorcist status.
Thus, driven by vengeance, he chose to shoot Lin Ran with a crossbow. Unlike energy weapons such as firearms which emit a loud noise when fired. Even with silencers attached, the sound couldn't be completely muffled.
With a ghost's keen senses, it could easily react in time to protect the spirit exorcist.
But crossbows were different.
This traditional weapon is silent.
They carry not a trace of energy fluctuations. If one waits until the ghost's gaze shifts away before striking, by the time they realized it, the arrow was already inches from the target's head.
Too bad.
He underestimated the speed of ghosts like Rose.
Whether it was Rose, Cat, or Sasa, their abilities far surpassed those of ordinary ghosts.
Meow Meow possessed wind-riding abilities with speed enhanced, traversing hundreds of meters in an instant was no problem.
Sasha possessed spatial manipulation, enabling her to traverse thousands of meters in an instant. Even Rose possessed extraordinary speed.
Her combat style revolves around annihilation, granting her explosive bursts of power.
For ultra-short-range rapid movement, perhaps even compared to Meow Meow with her wind-riding power, the gap is negligible.
Therefore, Long Hei's assassination attempt was destined to end in failure. Lin Muyu now clearly saw Long Hei's head. A hint of sorrow flickered in his eyes.
How could he have done such a thing?
Long Hei was the commander of our Fortress 20 and one of the top 10 S-rank exorcists in our conservation zone. Given his status and position, he should never have provoked Commander Lin Ran.
He couldn't make sense of it. Lin Ran had no intention of explaining. The man was dead.
Further words were pointless. The cat was well behaved, casually tossing its head to rest on the ground. It followed behind Lin Ran. Though it had been acting a bit rebellious lately, it remained well behaved when it mattered.
The same went for Rose.
Though she was rather lazy and seldom intervened. When danger threatened her, her speed and reflexes were the sharpest. Lin Ran smiled bitterly inwardly. These three spirits truly felt like his own daughters.
Let's go back. This place isn't safe to linger in.
Completely disheartened, he had already begun to consider abandoning this conservation zone and heading to Zone 25 instead. Conservation Zone 25, one of 17 newly developed zones by humans. Its population base was low, and the ghosts drawn by scent were scarce.
It was essentially a remote backwater.
Generally, few ghosts ventured in that direction. After all, ghosts could detect the scent of humans. They naturally gravitate toward densely populated areas. This explains why the closer one gets to the frontline conservation zones, the stronger the spirits become and the greater their numbers. Naturally, newly established conservation zones also require powerful spirit exorcists to oversee them. Therefore, Conservation Zone 25 should also have an SS-rank spirit exorcist assigned to guard it. Lin Ran didn't dwell on it, deciding to go take a look and understand what the construction site of the conservation zone actually looked like.
Back inside the sanctuary, at the Federation building,
he said to Lin Muyu, "I need you to do me a favor." Having just received Lin Ran's assistance, he naturally dared not refuse.
"Just say the word. I'll do my utmost.
I need you to keep a close watch on certain special entities within this conservation zone." Lin Muyu was puzzled.
Special entities? Exactly. Even Lin Ran didn't know exactly what they were.
After all, the coordinates pointed to the interior of Conservation Zone 17, yet it was clear that Zone 17 offered no conceivable hiding place for supernatural entities.
To be absolutely certain, he even went to the exact coordinates to investigate.
Useless. Not a single trace was found. So he suspected there was no clue here at all. Rather than blindly searching this vast conservation zone, it would be wiser to try his luck elsewhere.
Still, to better guide Lin Muyu, he came up with an analogy. It's like a sealed box containing ghosts, or perhaps some peculiar supernatural entity.
If you discover anything, contact me immediately.
My contact address is 99,229.
Lin Muyu nodded thoughtfully.
Understood. If any clues surface, I'll inform you immediately.
Lin Ran rose and bowed, "Thank you." With that, he turned and departed. He drove straight to Lin Muyu's vehicle and headed toward Conservation Area 25.
He drove farther and farther away. The distance to Conservation Zone 25 was immense. Even driving non-stop around the clock would take several days. 7 days. Lin Ran finally arrived at Conservation Zone 25. Unlike other conservation zones,
the perimeter of this conservation zone teemed with all manner of ghostly creatures. So much so that driving in took considerable effort. He had to stop and rest for a long time along the way. It wasn't until he ventured deep into Conservation Zone 25 that he finally saw what the zone looked like. There were no towering walls. Only piles of foundations lay scattered across the ground.
Extremely rudimentary. Rows of spirit exorcists patrolled the area everywhere. However, it was clear their ranks weren't particularly high. The strongest captain in a squad was only B rank. That was only slightly higher than the night watch squads in other conservation zones.
Lin Ran felt a bit disappointed.
How could there be any traces of ghosts in this godforsaken place?
With that thought, he drove toward the coordinates.
The coordinates were located north of Conservation Area 25.
Heading north meant traversing the entire reserve. Fortunately, the distance wasn't too great.
Finally,
after a 3-hour drive, Lin Ran arrived at the coordinates.
The system popped up a long-awaited notification. New contractable spirit detected. Initiating contract mission.
Mission details: proceed to coordinates 2539-0029 to locate an unknown ghostly entity.
Chapter 126, The Divine Walker. Lin Ran salutes you all.
Lin Ran was slightly surprised. It had been ages since the system last issued a contract quest.
Now new coordinates had appeared, still some distance away. No rush. Let's investigate this area first.
Glancing around, he detected no unusual presences.
Even with the Death God's eye activated, he still couldn't detect anything unusual.
This meant there was nothing here at all. Still, to be safe, he pulled out the cat.
The cat sniffed the air and pointed toward the east. Lin Ran suddenly realized east? Wasn't that the direction of the coordinates? Could it be that the cat had sensed it too? He headed there immediately. East. He traversed a mountain forest.
Soon, he arrived near the coordinates. At a glance, several spirit exorcists were huddled together, discussing something. Lin Ran pressed his hand to his forehead.
Meow meow, did you just mean you sensed a human scent? Mao Mao nodded. I knew it. This cat is far more sensitive to human scents than to ghostly ones. It's infuriating. Still, since the coordinates came from the system, they should be reliable.
Lin Ran stepped forward, and several exorcists noticed him at that moment.
They spotted him from afar, waving and calling out, "Come over here quickly. Don't go any further that way." With questions swirling in his mind, he approached the group.
Lin Ran noticed a conspicuous claw mark on the arm of one man, who appeared to be in his 40s. A sinister black mist seeped from the wound.
It was utterly unsettling.
This was the wound of a ghostly creature.
Lin Ran frowned deeply, concern evident in his voice. "Sir, how are you holding up?"
The middle-aged man glanced at the wound on his arm and shook his head.
"Nothing much. I'm just an old man now. Even if I die, it won't matter. But you, young man, don't go any further that way. There's an exceptionally powerful ghost lurking in the soil over there. By our estimation, it's at least an A-class."
An A-class ghost was indeed nothing to Lin Ran. But for this group of spirit exorcists standing before him, it was nothing short of a catastrophe. After all, the strongest among them was this middle-aged man, whose spirit exorcist rank barely reached B-class. Lin Ran was touched by their simple, earnest demeanor, a warmth spreading through his heart. In this world, where everyone lived in constant fear during the apocalypse, such kindness toward a stranger was exceedingly rare. "No need to worry, everyone.
I'm quite strong. He flexed his arm, flashing a confident smile. The middle-aged woman in the group shot him a stern look. You youngster have no idea how terrifying that ghost is. Our old Su had a B-rank ghost spirit, yet he couldn't even land a single blow against that monster. Old Su's injuries were sustained while saving his contracted ghost spirit. A younger man in the group sighed. Now, Senior Su's ghost spirit is critically injured, and he himself is badly hurt. What about our mission? Lin Ran was puzzled and asked, mission? What mission? The middle-aged spirit exorcist called Old Su waved his hand dismissively. What else could it be? The conservation area just got built, and they need a lot of stone. As it happens, this area is rich in stone resources, and there's even potential for mineral deposits. That's why they sent us out to scout it. Lin Ran nodded in sudden understanding. So that's how it was. No wonder others had come to this godforsaken place besides him. Indeed, this was a stone mountain, separated from the nearby forested hills by nothing more than a single tree. The numerous caves and peculiar rock formations scattered everywhere confirmed the mountain's nature. Lin Ran smiled. Leave it to me. Wait here for me. With that, he strode straight ahead. This was precisely the coordinates indicated by the system. It was also the location where Old Su and the others claimed dangerous ghosts lurked. Young man, you mustn't. Come back, child. Don't go any further. The middle-aged woman was the quickest to reach him, grabbing his arm. Lin Ran smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, it's fine. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a sudden change occurred. From a nearby downward-sloping cave, a wave of ghostly energy suddenly surged forth. Immediately afterward, a peculiar specter emerged, a creature with the body of a serpent yet equipped with 4 legs. Earth Rock Snake. Specter level A. Special ability, Rock Earth Ghost Domain. A rather ordinary specter, its only special ability being the unique ghostly domain it awakened. Hurry, child. You can still escape now. The woman said, grabbing Lin Ran's hand and pulling him toward the exit. At that moment, the cat moved. Its speed was blinding, like a black bolt of lightning, streaking past the two in an instant. Before anyone could react, Cat had already reached beneath the Earth Rock Snake. In the next instant, a flash of black mist erupted as the ghost dragon spear slammed into the ground rock snake's jaw. With a thunderous crash, the Earth Rock Snake's head exploded cleanly. And a rank ghost creature, unable to withstand even a single strike from Cat, was instantly annihilated. Witnessing this, everyone froze in shock. Eyes widened, mouths gaped open as if they couldn't believe what they were witnessing. So powerful. Is this child even human? What the hell are you talking about, you idiot? Old Su snapped, smacking the young man on the head. The woman looked at Lin Ran. That Catman, was it really your ghost spirit? Lin Ran shook his head. It's a ghost. Whoa. Everyone present sucked in a sharp breath. At their current stage, contracting a ghost was practically impossible. Later stage contracts with ghosts required powerful spirits to suppress them. Early stage contracts? That's a death sentence. And Lin Ran. He appeared remarkably young, barely 20 years old. If he contracted a late-stage ghost, wouldn't his growth rate be absurdly fast? If he'd awakened as a ghost himself, wouldn't he be incredibly resilient to have survived this long? Lin Ran smiled, no longer hiding his identity. Everyone, you really don't need to worry about me anymore. I'm Lin Ran, the swift traveler featured in that global announcement a few days ago. At these words, the crowd grew even more alarmed. So you're Lin Ran? I thought it would be some old man, but you're so young. Truly, youth is formidable. Suddenly, Old Su seemed to recall something. He snapped to attention and performed a standard Federation salute. Good day, sir. Seeing this, the woman and the others followed suit. Good day, Commander Lin Ran. Lin Ran waves dismissively, unconcerned. You're all my seniors. I've just been lucky. When it comes to combat experience, I'm nowhere near your level. No need for formalities, truly no need. Old Su, however, remained resolute. No. You're an official from the Federation headquarters. We must salute you. The others nodded in unison. That's right, that's right. The woman beside Lin Ran smiled warmly. Commander Lin, please accept everyone's gesture of respect. We have nothing else to offer you but this small token of our respect. Please don't refuse it. A pang of emotion struck Lin Ran's heart. He nodded and returned the salute. Divine Walker Lin Ran salutes you all. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a surge of ghostly energy swept in from behind. Turning, he saw a massive black serpent bursting from the earth. Oh no, there are ghosts too. Commander Lin Ran, retreat immediately. Chapter 127, Lizard Nest, SS Rank Earth Mother Lizard. The serpent moved with blinding speed. In an instant, it lunged toward them. Its gaping maw opened wide, nearly swallowing Lin Ran and his companion whole. Everyone was stunned. The speed of this demon far exceeded their comprehension. From its appearance to its attack, less than a second had passed. Such speed, such a bloodthirsty maw, even Lin Ran's own ghostly creature wouldn't have time to react. Even a divine walker might meet their end here today. Yet in the next instant, Lin Ran shielded the woman beside him with one arm while unleashing a punch with the other. Blindingly fast. It was the shared skill of the Rose Clan Meteor Fist. Boom! The fist struck out. The giant serpent's form flew backward. It left a long trail across the ground. After sliding for a long time, it finally came to a halt. Everyone froze in shock. One punch sent an S-rank monster flying. Is this even a power a human can possess? Even some exorcists who bind exceptionally powerful spirits like S-rank ones could never knock an S-rank spirit flying with a single punch. Though they might have S-rank spirits under contract, they were no match for such a creature on their own. Ignoring the stunned stares of the crowd, Lin Ran led the woman to the side. As for that giant serpent, Meow Meow had already pursued it to deal with it, no need for him to intervene. You all just watch from the sidelines. I can handle this. With that, Lin Ran strode toward the spirit creature. His expression remained impassive, as if he didn't take it seriously. By the time he arrived, Cat had already slain the serpent. The massive black serpent dissolved into a pile of dark earth, scattering across the ground. Lin Ran noticed a faint indigo glow flickering amidst the black earth. What was this? A ghostly entity? He picked it up to examine it, and the system analyzed it. Earth Rock Snake Gall. Special ghostly object, upon use, cures poisoning inflicted by ghosts no higher than S rank. Turns out it's a snake gallbladder. It also has an antidote effect. As long as the toxin isn't from a ghost higher than S rank, it can be neutralized. Not bad. But it has no effect on oneself. Ghosts below S rank pose no threat to me or my own ghosts. And it wasn't something he needed anyway. It's neither a necessity for contracted spirits nor essential for tracking down clues about the rainbow phoenix bird. He turned and returned to the group. At that moment, Old Sue and the other spirit exorcists were all staring in astonishment. From the announcements on their communicators, they knew the identity of the divine walker, Lin Ran, and could roughly guess that his strength was formidable. But none had imagined his prowess could be this formidable. Senior Sue, this item is for you. Lin Ran extended the earth rock snake gallbladder toward them. The others looked terrified, and Old Sue instinctively took a step back. No, absolutely not. You were the one who slew that demon, and you saved us. We cannot accept anything else from you. Lin Ran smiled indifferently. It's fine. I have no use for it. Take it. Besides, Senior Sue, you're injured, aren't you? If your wound becomes infected with poison, this can also be used as an antidote. He pressed the item firmly into Old Sue's hand. Looking up, Lin Ran saw gratitude filling the slightly weathered face of Old Sue. Tears welled up in his eyes. They came from various conservation zones across Blue Star. They were the least gifted among them. They were all past their prime, yet their ghost hunting ranks hadn't even reached A. Or, they bore some degree of physical impairment. Never valued by the Federation, they had been dispatched to this godforsaken place years ago. The Federation ignored them completely, showing no concern whatsoever. Even the supervisor in charge of Zone 25's development rarely bothered to check on them. Until Lin Ran appeared. For the first time, they felt warmth from someone of the Federation. Their hearts were naturally filled with gratitude toward Lin Ran. Thank you, Commander Lin Ran. Everyone bowed deeply, showing their respect without reservation. Lin Ran smiled and waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. I believe I must press onward. If you insist on completing your mission here, you may do so until my return. By the time he finished his own business, the ghosts and monsters here would be mostly cleared out. Even if a few low-level ghosts remained, Sue and his team possessed more than enough strength to handle them. Bidding farewell to the others, Lin Ran walked toward the coordinates. Watching his retreating figure, the woman pressed her palms together before her chest. Almighty Allah! Your devout servant prays to you, beseeching your protection for this child's safety. He hadn't gone far. Lin Ran suddenly heard a soft meow from beside him. Meow. What's wrong? Meow meow meow. Meow meow meow. Lin Ran was baffled. The cat extended its fluffy little paw, pointing toward a spot not far away. On the grayish-yellow stone ground, something seemed to flash by in an instant. Lin Ran's eyebrow shot up as he immediately activated his skill, Death's Eye. The next moment, a figure darted past his vision. It was a grayish-yellow, four-legged crawling creature. Lizard-like. But its body blended with the Earth's color, making it nearly impossible to spot without Death's Eye. Had it not been for Cat's warning, it might have gone completely unnoticed. Earth Giant Lizard. Monster rank S. Special ability, Optical Camouflage. Optical Camouflage? Lin Ran seemed to understand. By manipulating light refraction, it reduces its own visibility, making it appear as though it were invisible. Unfortunately, such a crude ability couldn't escape the scrutiny of the Death God's eye. Meow meow, take it down. Before Lin Ran could finish his command, Cat had already charged forward. But the giant earth lizard seemed to have anticipated this, burrowing violently into the ground. Mau Mau's strike missed its mark, the ghost dragon spear crashing into the opening of a downward-sloping cavern. It was visibly annoyed. It bared its teeth and growled lowly. Lin Ran stepped forward and examined the hole. The hole was large, nearly a meter in diameter. Is this lizard trying to lure us down?
Lin Ran pondered, pulling out his communicator to check their current coordinates. To his astonishment, it matched the coordinates indicated by the system.
Not a single inch off. This must be the place. Meow meow, go down first and scout the area. I'll be right there. Mao Mao turned her head and shot him a withering look.
Aiming at the cave, he hurled the ghost dragon spear.
Boom! The ghostly energy exploded, nearly collapsing the cave entirely. Lin Ran was stunned. When did Cat become so clever?
Before he could finish the thought, Meow Meow had already leaped down into the cave.
Landing smoothly, it turned and called out, meow.
It seemed safe now. Lin Ran followed closely behind, stepping down. The moment he entered the cave, dozens of red eyes stared at him from the darkness. Empowered by the eyes of death, he pierced the darkness. Over a dozen giant lizards appeared before his eyes.
But that wasn't all.
Behind these dozen or so earth lizards lurked an even larger reptile. It was almost indistinguishable from an earth dragon. Earth Mother Lizard.
Monster Tier, SS. Special abilities, reproduction, earth elemental control. Lin Ran stared in awe. He turned to look at Cat beside him. Didn't you say it wasn't dangerous? Cat? Chapter 128, Mutation. SSS rank Ghost.
Lin Ran wasted no time, summoning Rose Sasa directly. Seeing the dozen or so earth lizards ahead, Rose clearly grew excited. She still had some way to go before leveling up. The objective of defeating S-rank monsters hadn't been fulfilled yet. These dozen or so creatures represented a full 1% of its progress.
How could she not be excited?
In an instant, she stepped forward, her figure as swift as a phantom, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. The black scythe whirled in his hand.
With a single swing, a crescent-shaped black blade aura swept across the front. With a single strike,
the three earth lizards at the very front were gravely wounded, nearly dead. And this was merely a casual strike from Rose. If she unleashed her skills, wouldn't she be able to instantly kill S-rank monsters? Truly formidable. Without hesitation, Rose lunged forward. Her black scythe slammed downward, pinning an S-rank earth lizard to the ground.
Though vastly outnumbered, Lin Ran remained utterly unfazed. With the combined might of his three contracted monsters, eliminating the earth lizards here, including that SS rank Earth Mother Lizard, was a foregone conclusion. Explosions echoed through the cavern. Before long,
all the earth lizards were slain. Only the Earth Mother Lizard remained. Facing three SS rank demons, the Earth Mother Lizard now sensed a terrifying pressure.
It retreated several steps until its back pressed against the rock wall. No way out. Fear. Fear toward the three monsters, Cat and the others. Fear born of instinct. A moment of stillness. As if struggling intensely,
the Earth Mother Lizard dug a green stone from the rock and soil.
Swallowed it whole. Instantly, a powerful aura of ghostly energy erupted from the Earth Mother Lizard. Its rank continued to climb. In the blink of an eye, it ascended from SS rank to SSS rank. Its body swelled relentlessly. Finally, the cramped cave could no longer contain its colossal form and collapsed. Boulders crashed down. Sasha acted with lightning speed, grabbing Lin Ran as spatial energy surged around them. In an instant, they appeared outside the cave. Just as they regained their footing, the Earth Mother Lizard had fully emerged onto the surface. Its colossal body stood nearly 10 meters tall. Its golden scales seemed impervious to any attack. Roar! The furious roar carried a faint aura of a dragon. Two blood-red eyes on its massive head blazed with savage intent. Between its brows, a faint blue lotus blossomed, an eerie sight.
Lin Ran felt a flicker of alarm, yet his curiosity only deepened.
What had the Earth Mother Lizard just consumed? Death's Eye, inspect attributes. Earth Mother Lizard Mutant Azure Lotus Invincibility. Monster Tier, SSS. Special abilities, Azure Lotus Invulnerability, Dragon Blood Flesh, Golden Armor Immortality.
Lin Ran was dumbfounded.
What the hell is this?
This ghost monster was ridiculously overpowered.
3 special abilities. Can I see it?
Lin Ran was curious. In the next instant, 3 lines of detailed ability descriptions appeared before his eyes.
Blue Lotus Invulnerability, Immunity to Toxins.
Dragon Blood Flesh exerts dragon kin pressure and bloodline suppression on ghosts and monsters, and can activate Dragon Soul Domain.
Golden Armor Immortality, immune to 30% of attacks from foes with lower ranks. Lin Ran? Seriously? How am I supposed to fight this? When did SSS rank monsters get this insane?
Before he could speak, Rose had already charged forward.
The black scythe traced a long, dark arc through the air. It came crashing down. Boom! Golden light erupted as immense force surged forth.
Rose was sent flying backward, skidding across the ground and leaving a long trail behind her before she finally came to a halt. Lin Ran glanced back over his shoulder.
You okay?
Rose shook her head.
This level of force wouldn't hurt him.
But it had certainly infuriated her. A hint of murderous intent flickered in her stunning eyes. Ever since dealing with the ghost tide in Nursery Zone 8, it had been rare to see such a murderous aura emanate from Rose.
The next moment, she moved.
Her figure vanished before his eyes in an instant, leaving only a single petal drifting slowly downward. Lin Ran turned in surprise. Mid-air, Rose's black scythe whirled, unleashing a cross-shaped blade aura that sliced downward.
At the same instant, he activated Boundless Forbidden Realm. A black curtain descended.
The Rose's strike slammed directly onto the Earth Mother Lizard's head, erupting in a thunderous crash. Unfortunately, what should have been a fatal strike had its power nearly halved by the Golden Scale's defense.
Lin Ran frowned.
He pondered how to resolve this issue. Just then, Kat suddenly turned her head toward the rear. There, Old Sue and the others were driving a small four-wheel drive SUV toward them.
Commander Lin Ran. Commander Lin Ran, we're here to pick you up. This is an SSS-class ghost, you're no match for it. Come to us.
Lin Ran was deeply moved. Seeing Old Sue's anxious expression especially made his nose sting.
They were merely spirit exorcists, not even reaching B rank.
Upon learning of the SSS grade Specter's appearance, they didn't flee immediately, instead, they came looking for him.
They wanted to take him with them. Lin Ran didn't respond. He just looked at Sasha beside him. Can you stop them? It's too dangerous here. Sasha nodded.
The next moment, space warped and she materialized before the group. As she spread her fingers, a light array instantly materialized below. Countless black tentacles wrapped around the car's tires, preventing them from moving forward. Old Sue was baffled.
What kind of ghost is this?
The woman looked worried.
The ghost energy detector shows it's at least an SS level ghost. What do we do now?
The group grew panicked and restless. Sasha shook her head, refraining from further action, but fixed them all with her blood-red eyes,
signaling them to stay put. Old Sue froze, a sudden realization striking him. This seems to be Commander Lin Ran's ghost? What? How could that be possible? Did Commander Lin Ran contract so many ghosts? It must be. She means us no harm. Old Sue declared firmly. Sasha nodded in agreement.
The others were even more shocked.
An SS-grade ghost, and it was Lin Ran's contracted spirit. Given the established pattern that companion spirits surpass contracted spirits in power, wouldn't Lin Ran's companion spirit be even stronger than SS rank? Absolutely terrifying. Not far away,
Lin Ran and his group were still battling the Earth Mother Spider.
Since Rose couldn't instantly kill the enemy, Kat stepped in,
instantly unfurling the ghost domain, the spirit's sealing realm.
The moment the domain enveloped it, the Earth Mother Lizard's level was forcibly suppressed, leaving it at only SS rank. It could no longer pose a threat to them.
As long as the ghost domain remained active, defeating the Earth Mother Lizard would secure this battle with ease.
But how to break through that impenetrable golden armor? Lin Ran pondered.
Suddenly, he noticed that the spot between the Earth Mother Lizard's eyebrows, where the small blue lotus flower resided, was unprotected by its golden armor.
Rose, attack its brow. Meow meow, hold it off.
At the command, Cat leapt forward.
Activating wind riding, she transformed into lightning, arriving in an instant.
The ghost dragon spear slammed down hard on the Earth Mother Lizard's front left leg. The latter cried out in pain, letting out a piercing scream.
Rose showed no mercy, unleashing her skill once more.
This time, the center of the cross-shaped blade aura targeted the azure lotus.
Boom! The ghostly energy exploded.
A brilliant blue light shot straight into the sky. With a sharp crack, the Earth Mother Lizard collapsed to the ground. From its mouth, a green stone tumbled out. It was the very one it had swallowed earlier.
Earth Core Lotus Fruit. Special ghostly object, consumption neutralizes toxins. Against bloodline-based or lower-level ghosts, grants an additional level boost. Chapter 129, The Underground World. Such ghostly items exist too. But how exactly is lower defined? System, what level qualifies as lower for ghosts? System, after consumption, the level must not exceed SSS. In other words, it can only be administered to ghosts of SS rank or below, elevating a ghost's rank to SSS-tier. Doesn't that mean? Lin Ran looked at Cat, hee, Cat, why don't you eat it? Meow meow. Then, swallowed it whole. System notice. Ghost Cat gains Ghost plus 5,000. Due to its strong bloodline power, further enhancement is impossible. Lin Ran? Damn it. Got scammed again.
This system is such a jerk, it's practically digging a huge pit.
Unwilling to accept this, Lin Ran pressed the cat. Don't you feel anything? Cat, meow. This is infuriating. So that meant this time, she hadn't gained anything at all? Lin Ran felt a pang of disappointment.
In the distance, Sasha approached as well, followed by Lao Su and the others. Everyone present wore expressions of utter horror, stunned by what had just unfolded. An SSS-class ghost wasn't even a match for Lin Ran. He had even dispatched only 2 ghosts to eliminate it. If all 3 ghosts had been deployed, could they not even slay a Hell-grade Specter? Such power was beyond anything they had ever witnessed. Old Sue stepped forward, exclaiming with awe, truly worthy of the title Divine Walker. I've never seen a contracted ghost of this caliber in all my years. The woman nodded repeatedly.
How wonderful it would be if our conservation area could also produce such a formidable being someday. Lin Ran felt a bit embarrassed by the praise. He quickly shook his head. Just luck, really. By the way, why haven't you left yet? Everyone looked at Old Sue, as if he had suggested returning. Old Sue nodded in agreement. We were just about to leave when we heard the loud explosion over here. We thought you might be in danger, Chief Lin. So we rushed over and just happened to see an SSS-grade ghost fighting you. Thought if you couldn't handle it, we'd step in and buy you some time to escape. After all, our old bones aren't worth much anymore, the woman chimed in. Lin Ran sighed inwardly. Indeed, the world was still full of good people. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Lin Ran smiled and said, go back. I'll head back too. Since there were no leads here, he'd have to go back and search for clues anew. Just as he was thinking this, the system popped up a notification. Analysis complete. Next mission guidance unlocked. Mission guidance, proceed to coordinates 2533, 1283 to locate the demon's den. Lin Ran frowned. The demon's den? He entered the coordinates into his communicator. A detailed map appeared before his eyes. It was roughly 100 kilometers from here. On the outskirts. Senior Sue, do you know what this place is? Lin Ran asked, pointing at the map. Old Sue glanced at it. He fell into brief contemplation. After a moment, he replied, I have a vague recollection. It seems to be a place called the Demon's Denver. We investigated that area once before. It's teeming with ghosts and monsters, and they're all extremely high level. The woman chimed in, that's right. But the creatures there are peculiar no matter their level, none ever leave the Demon's Den caves. They show no interest whatsoever in human presence. That's why the nearby village, without a single spirit exorcist, remains untouched. Logically, spirits should be drawn to human presence. Thus, the more people in a conservation area, the more spirits gather there, and naturally, they become stronger. But the Demon's Den is different. The spirits there neither attack humans nor are drawn to them. Lin Ran could only think of one possibility. Within the Demon's Den, there must be something far more alluring to spirits than humans. What could it be? It seemed he had to go and see for himself. Could you take me there, Senior Sue? Old Sue nodded. The group drove Lin Ran to the coordinates. Not long after, Lin Ran arrived at the coordinates. Remarkably, there was no sign of any ghosts or monsters here. Still, the land remained desolate. Only in the distance could a village be seen, its cooking smoke rising gently. That's the only village here. It's been around since the horror awakening. Unfortunately, most of the young people have left their hometowns now. The village isn't as lively as it used to be, with only a few elderly folks still holding on. As for others, they dare not settle here because of the ghosts. Old Sue pointed toward the distant wisps of smoke. Lin Ran nodded thoughtfully. Villages like this mostly existed before the horror awakening. Take Shiha Village, for instance. However, Shiha Village held nothing to attract ghosts, leading it to become a haunted den in the present day. This place was less than a few hundred meters from the Demon's Den. Even ghosts like Mau Mau had sensed the ghostly aura emanating from it, emerging one after another from the ghostly realm. Lin Ran bid farewell to Old Sue and the others, setting off alone toward the Demon's Den. It was a mountain cave. The cave descended downward, leading underground. The rock above wasn't particularly high, almost like a doorframe for the cave. Perhaps because no one had visited in ages, the cave walls were covered in cobwebs. Moss grew thickly. There was only one thing, the ghostly aura here was exceptionally potent. Lin Ran even sensed an SSS-tier presence. The ghosts here are no ordinary foes. Venturing deeper into the cavern, the cat let out a series of low growls. It sensed danger. Lin Ran couldn't help but feel uneasy. It felt like an abyss. The cave descended deeper and deeper into the earth, with no end in sight. If danger arose, retreating would be difficult. After all, no one knew how far they'd ventured. If it was an extremely distant location, Sasa's spatial power would be relatively difficult to use. Lin Ran remained vigilant. They descended steadily. They walked for a full half hour. Finally, a red glow illuminated the cave's entrance. It was a light resembling that of flames. With a few specks of yellow within the red glow, Lin Ran's heart leapt with joy. It seemed they had reached the end. But what exactly lay ahead remained unknown. He quickened his pace. Before long, after passing through a narrow cave, a vast subterranean world unfolded before his eyes. This was a realm utterly unlike the outside world. Lin Ran was utterly dumbfounded. A crimson world, a sea of fire spreading endlessly. Stone spires rose from the crimson magma. His position was on the shore of this sea of magma. Just a few steps further lay the bottomless depths of molten rock. The scorching heat made breathing difficult. Bubbles periodically erupted from the boiling lava, exploding with a thunderous roar as molten rock spattered everywhere. The ghostly creatures here too took on a crimson-yellow hue. Some resembled snakes, others humans, some lizards, while others blended seamlessly with the sludge. What are these things? Lin Ran instinctively activated the Death God's Eye, attempting to scan their attributes. Magma Monster Mutant. Specter rank S. Lava Lizard Mutant. Monster rank SS. Lava Earth Serpent Mutant. Monster tier SS. Lava Sprite Mutant. Monster tier SSS. Lin Ran was stunned. This subterranean realm was filled with monsters surpassing even S rank. And they were all mutated monsters. What astonished him even more was the blue mark between each monster's eyebrows. The Blue Lotus Mark. Chapter 130, The Mysterious Girl Who Communicates with Ghosts. Could it be that all the ghosts here have consumed the Earth Core Lotus fruit? If so, that would mean there exists a plant here capable of producing Earth Core Lotus fruit. Lin Ran realized this, and his curiosity grew even stronger. He wasn't particularly worried about the ghosts here. What troubled him was whether a more powerful presence lurked in the shadows. After all, the ghosts he had seen so far were all on land. Though vast, the magma sea was dotted with numerous rocky outcrops. It was these very rocks that formed patches of land, like islands floating upon the sea. No one knew whether even more formidable entities lurked in the depths of this magma, such as hell-tier ghosts, or even catastrophe-level beings. Lin Ran dared not act rashly. The ghosts, however, seemed oblivious to his presence, each going about their own business. It seemed the ghosts here truly did not harm humans. Meow meow. Suddenly, the cat let out a surprised cry and pointed toward a distant corner. There, a pitch-black passageway seemed to lead deeper into the darkness. But that alone wasn't enough to make the cat cry out in surprise. What truly astonished it was that there was actually a person there. Not a ghostly apparition resembling a human, but an actual person. Dressed in a floral cotton dress, a basket slung over her back. A girl who looked barely over 10 years old. Lin Ran called out from afar, "Hey, little sister. Wait a moment." Hearing this, the girl turned around, revealing her pretty face flushed crimson from the stifling heat. Her youthful face was flushed a deep purple, almost turning dark purple. Lin Ran called out, "Wait for me a moment, I'll be right over." The girl seemed to hear him and hesitantly nodded. "Sasha, take me there." At his words, Sasha grabbed his hand and activated her spatial power. In an instant, he crossed the sea of magma and reached the girl's side. Startled, she stumbled back a step, nearly falling into the molten lava. After confirming Lin Ran was human and not a ghost or monster, she finally asked, "Big brother, are you here to find the lava flower too?" Lin Ran shook his head. "I'm not looking for the lava flower. What about you? Are you here for the lava flower?" The girl nodded. "Yes. The uncles and aunts in the village are all sick. I need the lava flower to save them." Lin Ran frowned. The village, sick? Could it be caused by ghosts? Then wouldn't that mean the entire village would turn into ghosts? "Brother, are you a spirit exorcist?" The girl's voice interrupted Lin Ran's thoughts. Lin Ran nodded. "Yes." Upon confirming his identity, the girl visibly perked up. "That's amazing. Uncles and aunts say exorcists are incredibly powerful. And just now, how you went from there to here in an instant, that was really amazing." As she spoke, a hint of disappointment crept into her voice. "Too bad I'm still so young. My fifth sister-in-law told me I have to wait until I'm an adult before I might awaken my companion spirit." Lin Ran reassured her, "Don't worry, that day will come." The girl nodded. Brother, I'll be heading inside now to look for the lava flowers." Saying this, she hoisted her basket onto her back and started walking toward the cave. Lin Ran hurried after him. "I'll go with you, brother." Though he didn't know what exactly he was searching for. But he was certain it wasn't the lava flower, otherwise, the system would have provided guidance. Therefore, his goal did not conflict with the girl's. Besides, he couldn't bear to let such a young girl search alone in this perilous underground world. The cave leading deeper into the darkness was extremely dim. Fortunately, the girl had clearly anticipated this, pulling a torch from her basket and lighting it. As they pressed forward, the narrow passage barely allowed one person to pass at a time. With no other choice, Lin Ran had Cat lead the way, with the girl following closely behind. He brought up the rear, ready to assist at any moment. After walking for a short while, the narrow tunnel reached its end. Before them lay an underground world nearly identical to the one they had just traversed. The same sea of magma, the same hordes of monsters. The girl suddenly grew excited, pointing at a small red flower blooming in the lava and chirping. "Brother, look! That's a lava flower." Lin Ran looked over and saw it, a flower growing right in the molten lava. What on earth could possibly grow in molten lava? Probably only ghostly creatures. Sure enough, the system's analysis revealed the lava flower's attributes before his eyes. Lava flower. Special ghostly entity, a rare ghostly entity, a mysterious flower born within the magma of the Earth's core. Legend holds that consuming this flower can bring the dead back to life. Its actual effect, however, is to enhance ghosts' control over fire elemental attributes. Lin Ran's heart skipped a beat. He looked at the girl crouched beside the sea of magma, staring intently at the molten rock. His mouth opened, but no words came out. He didn't know whether he should tell her the truth. If he told her, she would surely be disappointed, wouldn't she? But if he didn't tell her, wouldn't she be disappointed when she returned home? Xiao Lingling, could you help me pick that flower over there? The girl's sudden voice interrupted his thoughts. The next moment, a lump of sludge-like demonic creature crawled ashore from the lava. Lin Ran was startled. Communicating with a ghost. What on earth was this girl's background? No wonder she knew about the lava flowers here. Could it be that the ghosts told her too? Lost in thought, Lin Ran remained silent, intending to observe further. But the girl stood up, looking somewhat disappointed. Alright, if even Xiao Lingling can't help, I'll just have to figure it out myself. The lava spirit materialized a lava arm, waving it helplessly. Her large, crimson gold eyes seemed filled with urgency. The girl shook her head, her expression resolute. No, I must get this flower. Uncle and auntie have been so kind to me. I have to save them. Little Lingling, don't try to dissuade me. I will get it. The lava spirit's face fell, and it was about to retreat when it suddenly noticed another human presence nearby. It waved at Lin Ran, its body trembling violently. It seemed to be saying something. Lin Ran couldn't understand. The girl glared at the lava spirit. No way. Not even you can stop me. I must save my uncles and aunts. They've been so kind to me. Even if it means dying, I'll save them. Lin Ran couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward to ask, what's going on? The girl shook her head. Nothing. Brother, you should leave. This place is dangerous. Lin Ran? Had he heard correctly? A young girl was telling him to leave. Dangerous here? Shouldn't he be the one saying that? Meow 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 wah woof woof. The cat couldn't stand it anymore either, clawing and snarling as it addressed Lin Ran. As if trying to explain what the lava spirit had meant earlier. But it seemed to forget that its cat language wasn't something humans could understand. Lin Ran sighed and turned to the girl. You want that flower, but you can't reach it, right? It's okay. I'll have Kitty fetch it for you. Kitty, go. Cat. Then, Lin Ran saw a new resolve in the cat's emerald eyes. Fortunately, at that moment, the rose stirred. Her first move was the Black Scythe's most powerful strike, Annihilation. Boom! Chapter 131, Hell-tier. Lava Dragon. Rose's strike unexpectedly landed within the molten lava. Sparks flew everywhere. The cross-shaped blade energy plunging into the magma sea crashed like a boulder into a lake, sending out towering waves. The erupting lava exploded outward, nearly engulfing the surrounding land. After this strike, the entire magma sea erupted into chaos. Giant waves surged skyward, and scorching magma swept in like a tidal wave. Lin Ran suddenly noticed something concealed beneath that flower. The Eye of Death. Lava Dragon. Demon rank, Infernal. Special abilities, Magma Fire Domain, Lava Burst. Lin Ran was horrified. Beneath this place, a hell-tier monster lurked. So that's why Meow Meow had that death-defying look on her face. This was the real danger. Existing within the magma. At the very depths of the endless sea of fire. Behind that flower, the one that lures humans to pursue it. This was the flower's true purpose. To draw humans in and ultimately devour them. Lin Ran felt fear once more. Not the fear of death, but the terror of how swiftly ghosts grow. The horrors had only awakened 1,000 years ago. Humankind had only just gained a foothold, barely securing a place to survive. Yet in such a short span, the ghosts had evolved into intelligent beings. They no longer devour humans indiscriminately, but instead employ various disguises to lure unsuspecting mortals. And these are merely hell-tier demons. What schemes might those of catastrophe level, or even the legendary abyss level, concoct? Lin Ran couldn't fathom it, nor did he dare to delve deeper. He knew only one thing: time was running out for humanity. Sasha, take her and leave first. We're temporarily withdrawing from this area. Almost the instant the order was given, Sasha moved. She scooped up the girl and activated her spatial ability. But in that blink of an eye, the lava dragon arrived before them. That colossal form. Its crimson body, its massive dragon claws dripping with scalding lava. The scorching heat swept over them, nearly incinerating them completely. Meow Meow moved with blinding speed, activating Wind Ride as black wings unfurled. The dark shadow appeared before him in an instant. Gripping the ghost dragon spear, it thrust forward with unstoppable force, meeting the colossal dragon claw head-on. The collision sent a gale force blast of energy that hurled Lin Ran backward. He nearly slammed into the stone wall behind him, but Sasha returned just in time to save him. Meow Meow, Rose, retreat first. As soon as Lin Ran spoke, Sasha activated her spatial power, pulling him away. Within the narrow passageway, the girl stared at the crimson glow emanating from the depths of the subterranean world at the passage's end. Her expression was anxious, her eyes filled with worry. Only when Lin Ran appeared before her did she relax. Big brother, are you okay? Lin Ran shook his head. Before long, Cat and Rose quickly retreated. Fortunately, they were unharmed. Lin Ran looked toward the end of the passageway. There, a massive crimson eye stared intently at them. The gaze of a hell-level specter. A single glance was enough to send shivers down one's spine. We must find another way. Lin Ran's resolve hardened.
Rose was his only option. The outer layers of the underworld teemed with demons. If Rose could slay them all, she would surely fulfill the quest to eliminate 1,000 ghosts and monsters.
Then, level up. SS-ranked Rose, paired with the Cross-Ghost Scythe, would force a breakthrough to SSS rank.
With Meow Meow and Sha Sha's assistance, she might even stand a chance in battle.
Otherwise, not only will the maiden fail to obtain that flower,
he himself might fail to find the item specified in the quest guide. With this thought, Lin Ran walked straight toward the other end of the narrow passageway.
In the opposite direction from where they had come. Watching his receding figure, the girl asked in confusion, "Brother, should we go back?" Lin Ran nodded. "Let's head back first."
Oh. The girl cast a reluctant glance back before choosing to follow Lin Ran, temporarily withdrawing from the depths of the world. At the terminus, it seemed the awakening of the molten dragon deep within had transformed the demons here as well. Sensing the scent of humans, they surged forward like a tidal wave. Each one radiated an intense malevolence. Completely different from when they had arrived.
"What's going on?" The girl was baffled. "Xiao Lingling, Xiao Shi, what's wrong with you?" Yet the spirits seemed to offer no reply.
Instead, they advanced step by step toward her, their vicious aura threatening to tear her apart. Lin Ran sighed. "I don't know if you can communicate with them, but right now, they clearly don't want to talk." The girl froze, biting her thin lips, her youthful face filled with worry.
So many ghosts. Even a spirit exorcist might not stand a chance against them, right?
She worried for the big brother standing in front of her. The next moment, Cat moved. The ghost dragon spear smashed down with a deafening crash. With a single strike, it forced back 3 ghosts closing in on them.
One of them was even an SSS rank.
Lin Ran turned back, scooped up the girl who didn't even reach his shoulder, and headed toward the passageway.
Back into the narrow passageway. He set the girl down. "Stay here quietly. If the ghosts behind us aren't pursuing, this spot should be safe for now."
With Lin Ran blocking the front, there was no need to worry. Besides, the passage was narrow.
Even if outmatched, they could retreat back here for better defense. As for the rear,
if any ghosts pursue, we can send Sha Sha to hold them off for a while.
Just hold out until Rose completes her kill count.
The rumbling roar echoed incessantly.
Rose's mission progress steadily increased.
Lin Ran checked and discovered that it was actually Mao Mao who had activated the spirit's sealing domain. This way, their killing speed could also be boosted.
Clever move.
It seemed that not only wild spirits, but also contracted spirits like the cats were growing in intelligence.
Before long. System notification, Contract Spirit Crossroads has completed the upgrade quest.
Please choose whether to spend 10,000 points to activate Special Evolution. Lin Ran was puzzled.
Special Evolution? As far as he knew, evolving from S rank to SS rank didn't require 10,000 points. But now,
after slaying so many monsters, his system points had already approached 40,000.
More than enough. Since that was the case, why not try upgrading once? Mental command, yes. The system prompted, Contract Demon Cross Rose initiating Special Evolution. A cloud of black mist enveloped Rose's body. The powerful ghostly aura forced back the surrounding monsters that had closed in.
Before the cat could act, they had already vanished without a trace.
Meow.
The cat's low growl seemed to vent its anger.
Beneath the shroud of darkness, Xianwei underwent a silent transformation. A moment passed. Evolution complete.
Special evolution ability gained, Ghost Realm.
Cross Rose. Ghost rank, SS-class.
Special abilities, Ultimate Destruction, Realm of Oblivion.
Monster EXP, 0-200,000.
Lin Ran was a bit stunned. The experience required for the Rose to level up was 4 times that of Meow Meow and Sha Sha. This amount was highly unusual. Still, the new skill was worth checking out. The awakened ability was a special ghost realm.
The Realm of Extinction.
Click to view.
Domain of Oblivion, a unique ghost realm that obliterates all existence within it.
Its scope expands as the ghost's level increases.
Special note, Despair skill. Chapter 132, Rose Evolution. Realm of Annihilation. Despair skill. Cannot be used unless in a state of despair. Lin Ran had a premonition. If this skill is used, Rose might die. Even in the best case scenario, she would fall into a coma.
The word despair is no empty phrase.
What, pray tell, constitutes true despair? When life offers no path forward and death approaches.
That is true despair. Lin Ran silently closed the system panel and gazed into the black mist, where a rose slowly materialized before her eyes. She had clearly changed her attire.
A dress dominated by shades of red and black.
Black thigh-high stockings adorned with rose blossoms extended beneath the hem of her short skirt,
leaving behind a distinct area of skin.
At her feet were a pair of small leather boots, delicate and minimalist.
Lin Ran couldn't help but wonder where on earth did the ghost's clothes come from?
She stepped forward and touched the fabric.
It felt smooth and silky. The texture far surpassed any fabric sold in human society. Truly a masterpiece of supernatural craftsmanship. Lin Ran marveled as he playfully tugged at Xianwei's cheeks, making the young girl's face flush bright red. Xianwei, how confident are you right now about taking down that lava dragon? Rose held up one finger. 10%? Lin Ran asked, puzzled. Xianwei shook her head. Then, with her other hand, she held up 2 fingers and made a circle. 10%? Lin Ran was overjoyed. So it seemed that hell-level monsters weren't all that scary after all. Come on. I'll lead you guys to slay some monsters. Lin Ran led the way, guiding them through the narrow passage to the other side. The girl was still waiting inside the passageway. Seeing him arrive, she hurried forward with concern. Big brother, are you okay? You're not hurt, are you? Lin Ran nodded. Don't worry, I'm fine. Follow us. I'll get that flower for you shortly. Not long after. Across the passageway. Rose, Sasa, and Cat the 3 ghosts stood facing the lava dragon. Mao unleashed the spirit energy domain without hesitation, forcibly boosting their strength. Simultaneously, she activated the spirit suppression field. While it couldn't suppress hell-tier ghosts, it could still slightly reduce the enemy's combat effectiveness. Better than nothing. Sasha hesitated not a moment, immediately unleashing her own ghost domain. Spatial cage. Sealing the space. The lava dragon roared in fury. Instantly, a wave of scorching heat swept over them. Both Meow Meow and Sasa's ghost realms were violently shattered. Simultaneously, a system alert popped up, entering the ghost realm magma fire domain. Proceed with caution. Under the scorching heat, Lin Ran caught a whiff of the scent of impending death. Suddenly, Rose moved. With a single wave of her hand, streams of black mist surged from her palm. The dark mist coiled in midair, forming a vast net that descended like a curtain. What is this? Lin Ran slapped his forehead, realizing something. Rose had said she was absolutely certain she could defeat the opponent. But she hadn't mentioned whether she'd use that desperate technique. If she did, Lin Ran immediately shouted, Xianwei, don't. If it really doesn't work, just forget it. Rose didn't pause. Beneath her feet, rose petals bloomed one by one. Step by step, she ascended into the sky, treading upon the blooms. She nearly touched the dome of the underworld. Only then did she summon the crossed ghost scythe, her eyes blazing with savage intent. The lava dragon seemed to sense the threat, opening its gaping maw to spew a torrent of molten rock toward Rose. Undaunted, she flickered the black scythe, a flash of cold steel slicing through the air. The molten lava split cleanly in two, scattering across the ground. Before the lava dragon could recover from its shock, Rose swung her black scythe. A fatal strike. The blade's energy sliced through everything, even space itself, landing squarely upon the lava dragon. As magma-colored blood spilled, the flowers on the dragon's back separated from its flesh. With lightning speed, Shasha activated her spatial abilities repeatedly, transferring the flowers back. Simultaneously, the black curtain contracted, instantly enveloping the lava dragon. Compression. The dragon was brutally crushed into debris, scattering across the endless sea of magma. Lin Ran stared in disbelief. Was this the ultimate force of destruction? A hell-tier demon couldn't even withstand a single strike. When Rose unleashed her full power, even hell-tier fiends would retreat 3 steps at the sight of her. But what were the consequences of unleashing a despair skill? Lin Ran dared not think about it. Because right now, Rose was plummeting downward at an alarming speed. Almost instinctively, he activated his shadow shift skill, teleporting himself beside Rose. Though he caught her, without flight capabilities, he too continued to plummet downward. Gritting his teeth, he shoved Xianwei away. The girl's eyes widened as she stared blankly at him. Brother! Meow Meow moved with lightning speed, activating Wind Ride and appearing before them in an instant. Just as he was about to plunge into the lava, she rescued Lin Ran. They landed safely on the ground. A surge of joy at surviving the ordeal washed over her. Meow 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 meow. The cat yelled angrily beside him, as if scolding him for being impulsive. But Lin Ran only chuckled, there, kitty. I just trusted you guys, didn't I? If you weren't here, how could I have dared to do this? The girl also let out a sigh of relief. Big brother, you scared the life out of me. Oh, by the way, big brother, I think I understood one thing your cat said just now. Lin Ran was startled. Really? What did it say? The girl blinked her pure, white eyes, filled with confusion. It said, I really want to turn you into human jerky and eat you. Brother, what exactly is human poop? Lin Ran? He looked at the cat. This thing is dead set on eating me. Are you scared I'll have Sasa toss you into the lava? Cat, meow. After a brief rest, Lin Ran approached Rose. He examined her closely, finding no visible wounds. Her vital signs were extremely weak. System, what's going on? Immediately, the interface appeared. Cross Rose. Monster level, SS. Monster EXP, 666200000. Special notes, utilize the Realm of Oblivion, power depleted. Requires 72 hours of slumber. Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was merely power depletion leading to slumber. As long as he wasn't dead, everything was still okay. He retrieved the rose into the ghostly space. Lin Ran took the lava flower from Shasha's hand and handed it to the girl. This belongs to you. Alright, you can relax now. Wait here for me. I'll go find something and be back soon. The girl looked puzzled. What are you looking for, brother? Maybe I can help you, brother. Lin Ran gave a wry smile. I don't even know what I'm looking for. The system hadn't provided any mission guidance. He was in a state of complete uncertainty about everything. Unless the system could provide the next step. Just then, a new interface popped up. Detected presence of a new unknown ghost entity. Host, proceed to the magma-filled ocean depths and locate the ghost entity Qinglian. Lin Ran nearly jumped out of his skin. Are you serious? Diving into molten lava? He began to suspect the system might be malfunctioning. The girl seemed to grasp something and asked, Brother, are you planning to go down there and look for it? I can help you. With that, she dashed to the side. She called softly, Little Lingling, are you still there? No sooner had the words left her lips than a lava spirit appeared. Little Lingling, could you help that brother find something down there? That thing is incredibly important to him, to all of us. Please? Her eyes were filled with pleading. Pitiful and heartbreaking. Even the lava spirit couldn't bear it, plunging with a splash into the depths of the magma sea. Chapter 133, Secrets of the Underworld, the World-Purifying Blue Lotus. Lin Ran was utterly dumbfounded. This girl was truly one of a kind. Her ability to communicate with spirits alone was enough to astonish the world. But that wasn't all. What was even more outrageous was that she could actually act cute around ghosts. And the spirits actually fell for it. Lin Ran felt his worldview crumbling. Kitty. He crouched down, looking utterly dejected. How about you help me go down and look for it too? Kitty, meow. Its cat eyes sparkled brightly. And that licking of its lips left no doubt in Lin Ran's mind. It wanted to eat him. Forget it, forget it. No way I'm messing with that. Lin Ran grew even more curious. What exactly was this girl's background? System. He remembered the system had the ability to scan human information. System, unable to identify supernatural entities. Please use the Death God's Eye skill to investigate. Lin Ran? Ghosts? Could this girl be a ghost too? Death's Eye skill activated. Phoenix Perch. Ghost level, F. Special abilities, none. Bloodline undeveloped, no abilities. Lin Ran was utterly stunned. It really was a ghost. But at this level, it was only F grade. No wonder he couldn't sense the ghostly aura emanating from it. It was simply too weak. The aura emanating from an F-rank ghost was incredibly faint. Having encountered so many powerful ghosts before, Lin Ran naturally couldn't detect such a weak presence. Not only that. In this underground realm, countless ghosts and monsters dwell. Their ghostly auras effectively masked the girl's own aura. This made it even harder to discern. Suddenly, Lin Ran realized something. He asked, Little sister, you said you came here to treat the uncles and aunts in the village, right? The girl nodded. Yes, brother. Do you know our village? It's not far from here. Lin Ran nodded. Of course he knew. Old Sue had specifically explained it to him back then. There was only one village in this area. And the fact that the girl had come this far meant she was undoubtedly from that village. Your name is Fengchi, correct? Lin Ran pressed. The girl nodded. Yes. But as soon as she spoke, her expression changed abruptly. Brother, how did you know? My uncles and aunts chose this name for me together, and they specifically told me not to tell anyone outside the village. I don't recall telling you, brother. How did you find out? Lin Ran was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. But in his heart, he already had a definite answer. The villager's illnesses are undoubtedly connected to her. There must be some connection between the two. As for what that connection might be, Lin Ran didn't know yet. However, now that she had a clear target, uncovering the truth wouldn't be difficult. The most critical issue at hand wasn't this. Rather, whether Fengchi was aware that she was a supernatural being. If she did, that would be one thing. But if she doesn't, then that would be a real problem. A spirit lingering among ordinary humans for years, steeped in ghostly energy. Humans who fail to awaken their spirit essence, who knows what they might become? If they all turn into ghosts, then it would become a place like Shiha village. Lin Ran felt a pang of worry. He cast a deep, lingering glance at Fengchi. Just as he was about to speak, a figure emerged from the sea of magma. Immediately, the lava spirit appeared before them. Not only that, but it held a blue lotus in its hand. Could this be the blue lotus causing the monsters here to mutate? The very thing the system had guided us to. Fengchi took the blue lotus from the lava spirit and handed it to Lin Ran. Brother, look at this. Is this what you were searching for? Lin Ran accepted it. Before he could examine it, the system prompted the next step. Acquired the world-purifying blue lotus. Contract with unknown ghost demon, task progress plus 10%. Current contract with unknown ghosts. Quest progress 10%. Initiate next quest guidance. Quest guidance, proceed to coordinates 04A2-0028 to locate the next guidance from the unknown specter. Lin Ran picked up the communicator. He quickly entered the coordinates. It was in Conservation Zone 4. It was precisely one of the 3 coordinates Luo Qiao had provided earlier. Conservation Zone 4. It seemed that even if he found clues left by the rainbow phoenix bird here, he would still have to make a trip to Conservation Zone 4. Next, he checked the details of this item. Pure World Blue Lotus. Special ghost item, significantly boosts ghost levels and purifies spirits, transforming malevolent entities into benevolent ghosts. Note, ineffective on ghosts exceeding SSS rank. Lin Ran seemed to understand. The reason ghosts in this underground world differ from those outside is that here, they all transform into benevolent spirits. The question was whether this effect would persist after he took the lotus. If not, wouldn't he be endangering the nearby humans? But if he killed them all? Lin Ran glanced at the lava spirits, feeling a pang of reluctance. He didn't know if they had ever done anything wrong. But he knew that, at least now, they were not. The recent rampage, slaughtering so many demons and monsters, had already burdened him with heavy guilt. To commit further senseless slaughter now weighed heavily on his conscience. He sighed deeply. Lin Ran placed the blue lotus on the ground. I cannot take this thing with me. Thank you both, he said to the lava spirit. The creature seemed to understand his words, mimicking human manners by bowing respectfully. Even spirits are evolving. Or rather, they were learning from humans. Lin Ran smiled and looked at Fengqi. Let's go. I'll take you back to the village first. Fengqi didn't refuse. Thank you, brother. Leaving the underground world. Outside, the sky had turned pitch black. Countless ghosts and monsters emerged from the darkness, venturing out to hunt for sustenance. Along the way, Lin Ran asked many questions. He also confirmed his suspicions. Fengqi was unaware of her true identity. She had been found and raised by the villagers. 10 years had passed since then. Over those 10 years, the village had endured numerous attacks by ghosts and monsters. Yet Fengqi claimed that whenever these creatures attacked, the mountain spirit would appear to protect them. Lin Ran naturally didn't believe in any mountain deity. He certainly didn't believe that ghosts and monsters would retreat so easily because of some so-called mountain god. Only 2 entities could force the spirits back, either a spirit exorcist or a more powerful spirit itself. Fengqi was only ranked F, so she could be ruled out. That left only one possibility: Fengqi's ghostly parents. Having learned from the first incident with Ain, Lin Ran now possessed some understanding of ghosts who had integrated into the human world. He wouldn't make such a huge blunder like last time. Soon, the pair reached the village outskirts. Along the way, they encountered numerous ghosts and monsters, but all were swiftly dispatched by Meow Meow with lightning speed. It was only upon reaching the village's outskirts that Lin Ran discovered that the number of ghosts in this area was pitifully small. After traveling so long, they'd only encountered a single ghost. For a village with over 100 inhabitants, was practically nothing. In any other place, a village of 100 people would attract at least hundreds of ghosts. Lin Ran grew increasingly curious. What kind of being was this so-called mountain god? Chapter 134, The Nameless Village. Entering the Nameless Village. Here, the place was brightly lit, unlike the pitch darkness outside. Nearly every household had a lamp lit. However, due to the conservation area's undeveloped status, various power supplies were lacking. As for the power supply before the horror awakening, that thing was completely destroyed the moment the horror awakening began. No need to look. The flickering light streaming through the windows revealed it to be a very old-fashioned kerosene lamp. Fengqi was overjoyed and called out loudly, "Village Chief! Uncle 1, Uncle 2! I'm back!" Her clear, resonant voice echoed through the night sky. The entire village began to stir. People emerged from the houses on either side. Lin Ran noticed that every face regardless of age or gender was shrouded in a layer of gloom. Though the night was pitch black, he had already activated his Death's Eye skill to ensure these were humans, not spirits. He could clearly see the ghostly aura emanating from the villagers' faces. It seemed the ghostly aura had begun to corrupt humanity. Lin Ran frowned. This problem was no easy fix. If that flower truly possessed the power to bring the dead back to life, that would be one thing. But the system's analysis revealed it had absolutely no effect. Fengqi was bound to be disappointed. And now, there was only one solution. System. Help me find any items that can dispel ghostly energy from humans. Lin Ran commanded mentally. The system immediately activated the shop and began searching. Moments later, a potion appeared before them. Purification potion completely eliminates ghostly energy concealed within ordinary humans upon use. Price, 100 points per dose. So expensive. This thing actually costs 100 points. But if it works, it's worth it. Just then, an elderly man approached, supported by 2 young men. He appeared to be the village chief. Grandpa Village Chief, look. I brought back the lava flower. Fengqi excitedly held the flower aloft and jumped for joy. The village chief's expression changed dramatically. What flashed in his eyes was not joy, but anxiety. His aged face flushed crimson in that instant, his heavy breathing echoing distinctly in the silent night. You little girl. We don't need you to save us. Fengqi stood frozen in place, her face filled with hurt. I only wanted to save Grandpa Village Chief, to save everyone. A woman stepped forward from the side. She embraced Fengqi with a look of pity. All right, Village Chief, don't scold little Chi anymore. She meant well. After she spoke, the village chief was so furious he nearly couldn't breathe. The woman bent down and explained to Fengqi, please don't be angry with Grandpa Village Chief, okay? He's just worried about you. Fengqi nodded repeatedly. I know. She understood everything. She knew she had been found by the villagers. She also knew that over the years, the villagers had treated her as their own child. There were very few children left in this village. She was the only child here. She was the villagers' precious treasure. That's why she had sneaked out to go to the demon's den today. Otherwise, if the villagers had known, they would never have let her leave the village, away from the protection of the mountain god. Auntie Yenzi, hurry and take this flower to everyone. I'm so afraid fourth uncle won't wait for me to come back. Hot tears welled up in Fengqi's eyes. After 10 years of nurturing, with her closest kin about to die, how could she not grieve? Lin Ran hesitated no longer. He stepped forward and asked, how many people here have fallen ill? Only then did the crowd notice that another human had followed them. They all stepped back. Even the woman closest to them scooped Fengqi into her arms and retreated backward. Who are you? Who let you in? Our village doesn't welcome outsiders. Lin Ran was puzzled. Fengqi hurriedly explained, Aunt Yenzi, and all the other uncles and aunts, Brother Lin Ran is a spirit exorcist. He's here to help us. I was able to get the lava flower and return safely, all thanks to Brother Lin Ran. Hearing this, the crowd finally relaxed. The woman stood up and apologized to Lin Ran, we're sorry for misunderstanding you. A few days ago, someone claiming to be from the Human Federation demanded that all the young men and women in our village go out to help with construction. Yes. To build a conservation zone. As she spoke, a fleeting look of sorrow crossed her eyes. So the village chief handed over the last 7 able-bodied men we had left. But, not long after they left, those people sent their bodies back. The woman clenched her fists tightly, the veins bulging visibly on her thin arms. They clearly promised to protect our children. But, the woman choked on her words. The man beside her took up the thread, his voice boiling with rage. What infuriates me most is that there wasn't a single scratch on their bodies. That look of contempt on their faces, as if they were telling us our children's lives don't even count. Lin Ran had already pieced together most of what had transpired. The Spirit Exorcist Federation had sent people here seeking help. But as soon as they left the village, they were attacked by ghosts. In the end, the able-bodied men brought out from the village were tragically killed. The exorcists, protected by their ghostly companions, narrowly escaped with their lives. Moreover, since these individuals were ordinary humans without awakened companion spirits, the spirit exorcists paid them little heed. Perhaps they even hurled insults. Thinking of this, Lin Ran bit his lower lip, took a deep breath, and knelt on one knee before the woman. I, Lin Ran, a specially authorized divine walker of the Spirit Exorcist Federation headquarters and a registered spirit exorcist of the 13th Conservation Zone Federation. On behalf of the Human Spirit Exorcist Federation, on behalf of all spirit exorcists, I offer my most sincere apologies to you, to all of you, and to those brothers who met their tragic end. Lin Ran does not seek your forgiveness, but only begs for a little time. I will give you an explanation. What awaited Lin Ran was neither curses nor insults, much less blows. A pair of hands, thick with calluses, appeared before him. It was the woman. Her eyes were red-rimmed, yet she used both hands to help Lin Ran to his feet. Get up, child. You're not like them. We may be old, but we're not blind. Lin Ran nodded, took the woman's hand, and stood up. At that moment, his heart was filled with bitterness. Whether ordinary humans who hadn't awakened their companion ghost spirits or exorcists, all were among the dwindling remnants of humanity surviving on Blue Star. In this apocalyptic world, if we cannot support one another, sooner or later, humanity will face extinction. Thank you. Lin Ran bowed once more. Time did not permit further sentimentality. He pressed on, I need to know roughly how many villagers have fallen ill? He detected no ghostly aura emanating from the torch-bearing figures approaching from the surrounding area. Therefore, he concluded that while some villagers had been infected by ghostly energy, others remained untouched. The woman looked toward the village chief, who sighed and said, there are 103 people in the village. 82 of them have fallen ill with that strange disease. Even if Xiaoqi brought back the lava flower, it would likely be of no help. Lin Ran nodded. With this number, he could manage it. I have a plan. Chapter 135, The Truth Grows More Complicated. Lin Ran immediately exchanged for 100 doses of the potion from the system. As the points were deducted, the potions were obtained. All were stored in the ghostly realm. Immediately after, Sasa's figure appeared. She promptly retrieved all the potions. Here are 100 vials of potion, ready for immediate consumption. Lin Ran picked up a blue test tube filled with liquid and said. It was the purification potion. They could eliminate the ghostly aura that had attached itself to humans. Exchanging for these had cost him 10,000 points. He had originally planned to exchange for 83 vials to meet his needs, but fearing unforeseen circumstances, he exchanged for an additional 17 as backup. Will this really work? The woman was startled by Shasha's sudden appearance. But she quickly regained her composure. After all, they had seen exorcists before and knew about contracted ghost spirits. Once the shock wore off, it didn't seem so strange anymore. Lin Ran nodded firmly. Rest assured, it will work. Let's take it down and try it first. Supported by two younger villagers, a man with a dazed expression was carried up. They immediately administered the potion to him on the spot. As the liquid entered his body, Lin Ran watched the black gas on the man's face gradually dissipate. Before long, the man opened his eyes and began jumping around energetically on the ground, full of life. I'm fine. I'm really fine. What is this stuff? It's amazing. Lin Ran explained, this is a medication developed by the Federation. It can eliminate ghostly energy from humans who haven't awakened their ghost spirits. Your illness, in fact, stems from being infected by the ghostly energy of spirits. The others nodded in realization, their expressions filled with awe. So it was ghosts all along. Scared the living daylights out of us. At first we thought it was a plague. Exactly. So many people infected all at once who knew what it was. Auntie, hurry and distribute these potions for everyone to take. Lin Ran smiled. The crowd nodded and set off, carrying the medicine to every household. After the crowd dispersed, the village chief approached. On behalf of our village, thank you. Young man, your name is Lin Ran, correct? I will record your name in the family registry shortly. Lin Ran felt flustered. Village chief, there's no need to be so formal. I've only done what any human should do. His gaze shifted to Fingchi, who was mingling among the crowd, and he asked in a low voice. Village chief, may I ask you a few questions? About Fingchi. The village chief nodded. Ask away. Is it about Xiaoqi's origins? Yes. I'd like to know how much do you actually know about Fingchi's true identity? The village chief shook his head. Truthfully, none of us really know. 10 years ago, a man no one knows where he came from brought her here. He begged us to protect his child, that little girl, Xiaoqi. An unknown man. Lin Ran took note of this crucial detail. Could this man be Fengqi's biological father? If so, was he human or a supernatural being? The village chief continued, oh, right. The mountain spirit. The mountain spirit must know something. Shall I take you to see it? Lin Ran raised an eyebrow. The mountain spirit? Does such a thing truly exist? I must see it for myself. Please lead the way. Following the village chief, they left the area and made their way deeper into the village. There, a rustic ancient shrine stood tall. That ancient shrine was built by the villagers specifically to express their gratitude to the mountain deity. The village chief explained. Follow me. Pushing open the wooden doors of the shrine, we stepped inside. A statue stood at the very center. Though crude, it was clearly recognizable as a bird. For some reason, Lin Ran felt this bird bore a striking resemblance to the multicolored phoenix. Could it be a mere illusion? The mountain god appeared briefly before departing, leaving behind this feather. The village chief approached the statue and retrieved a feather from within. Lin Ran took it to examine, and the system quickly analyzed its specific details. Rainbow phoenix feather mutated. Special ghostly object, produced by a mutated rainbow phoenix bird. Specific effects unknown. It really is it. Lin Ran gasped in astonishment. This statue was actually the rainbow phoenix bird. And this feather, it's from it too. So then, is the mountain spirit also it? Village chief, do you know where the mountain spirit is? The village chief shook his head. The mountain spirit only appeared that one time. Since then, our village has never been attacked by ghosts or monsters again. Therefore, the mountain spirit has never appeared again. Lin Ran had his answer. The multicolored phoenix bird had come. And it had established a barrier here, akin to a ghostly domain. This barrier either isolated the human presence within or, perhaps, the ghostly realm itself deterred the spirits outside. But regardless of the reason, the village's preservation here was inextricably linked to the seven-colored phoenix bird. What was its purpose? Is there something it needs here? Or could it be? Lin Ran's heart sank. A bold thought took root in his mind. Fengqi was actually a descendant of the rainbow phoenix bird. And that man was the master of the multicolored phoenix bird. And also, Fengqi's father. Lin Ran felt his thoughts growing chaotic. If things were truly as he suspected, then what about Su Xier? What about Su Xier's contract spirit? He abruptly silenced the thought in his mind and returned Lingyu to the village chief. Thank you, village chief. I think I understand now. The village chief shook his head. You're welcome. By the way, why were you asking all that? Lin Ran pursed his lips, glancing around to ensure no one was nearby.
Before entering the ancient shrine, the village chief had already instructed his men to wait outside. Inside the ancient shrine, only he and Lin Ran remained. Village chief, I believe I should tell you the truth. Lin Ran finally spoke up. Fingchi, she isn't human. She's a spirit, the village chief interjected. We all knew this, but none of us ever told her. After all, we all witnessed her devouring raw chickens and ducks when she was just 3 months old. At this point, the village chief's expression shifted slightly. A hint of sorrow appeared in his eyes. She was such a lovely child. Even though we knew she was a spirit, we always treated her as one of our own. We never shunned or isolated her because of it. In fact, over time, we even forgot she was a ghost. Besides, she didn't look like a ghost at all. Lin Ran nodded in agreement. That was indeed true. So you've come this time to take her away, haven't you? The village chief asked abruptly. Lin Ran paused, then shook his head. It's not that I want to take her away, I must take her away. His gaze was unwavering, leaving no room for doubt. For your sake. The villagers' illnesses are all caused by being infected by ghostly energy. And the only one in this village who possesses ghostly energy is Fingchi. Leaving her here endangers all of you. Lin Ran's tone was unwavering. Whether you agree or not, I will take her away. Chapter 136, Can I bite you? The village chief paused. He nodded slightly. We're too old to meddle in the affairs of the young anymore. Besides, you're formidable like the mountain spirit, both of you bear divine titles. One a mountain deity, the other a divine traveler. The village chief smiled as he thought, but might I ask a favor of you? Lin Ran nodded. Go ahead, village chief. That girl Fingchi is still so young. If possible, I hope you could keep her by your side always. The outside world is full of people with ulterior motives. We don't want her to suffer, even when we can't see her. The village chief pleaded. Lin Ran didn't refuse. He nodded. I promise you. I'll treat her like my own family, keeping her close, just like I do with Sasha and the others. Sasha? The village chief paused, then broke into a warm smile. I see. That blonde girl earlier, that must be Sasa, right? Lin Ran nodded. Good. Very good. The village chief had met Sasa before and seen the affection she held for Lin Ran in her eyes. For a man to inspire affection even in man-eating spirits, what kind of character must he possess to achieve that? An ordinary person would likely have been devoured long ago. He truly was a good man. I trust you, child. The village chief smiled. Let's call it a day for now. We can leave tomorrow, okay? Lin Ran nodded. All right. The next day. Fingchi waited outside the dilapidated stone cottage early in the morning. Lin Ran opened the door to find the girl with reddened eyes. Her large golden eyes were bloodshot. 2 distinct tear tracks streaked down her youthful face. Lin Ran felt a pang of sorrow. He reached out, pulled her into his arms, and whispered softly, It's okay, it's okay. We'll come back. Fingchi began to sob, her choked-off cries breaking his heart. A long time passed. They left the village. Sha kept her head bowed, saying nothing. Lin Ran said nothing either, simply walking silently ahead. Suddenly, a ghostly figure emerged from the distant weeds. It was an ordinary D-rank ghost, low level and weak. Lin Ran summoned Cat, positioning himself beside Fingchi to shield her. Only after the threat had passed did he release the girl from his embrace. Are you okay? I'm fine. Fingchi's voice was hoarse. Having cried all morning, even a ghost found it hard to endure. After all, it was merely a lowly F-class ghost, not much different from a human. Lin Ran suddenly had a bold thought. If he could form a contract with Fingchi, might he learn more about her? He quickly dismissed the notion. Fingchi had always received human education. She had always considered herself human. Confronting her with the truth that she was a supernatural being might push her, already on the brink of collapse, over the edge. Therefore, Lin Ran had no intention of revealing the truth to her. Instead, he released her and pressed onward. Walking. Fingchi suddenly called out, Brother Lin Ran. Lin Ran turned back, looking at her in confusion. Brother, did I really cause harm to uncle and aunt? Fingchi bit her thin lips. The truth, she had long since learned it from the villagers. But even she didn't know if it was true. Moreover, the villagers hadn't blamed her at all, instead, they showered her with affection. Yes and no. Lin Ran replied. When a person is strong enough, even the most powerful ghosts cannot harm them. But if a person is weak enough, even the weakest ghosts can kill them. In fact, some very weak people might even meet an untimely death without doing anything at all. Power. Only strength. Is the only truth. Lin Ran refused to admit this truth. He clung more firmly to his belief in love and justice. But in this apocalyptic age where demons awaken and terror descends, could love and justice truly save humanity from the end of the world? Clearly, that's not the case. When it comes to ghosts and monsters, only strength speaks the truth. Fingchi shook her head and pressed on, but what if they were weak? If I hadn't appeared, wouldn't I have spared them from harm? Lin Ran smiled. Silly girl. Without you, that village would have been lost.
It was precisely because Finchi was stationed there that the 7-colored phoenix bird could set up defenses to ward off the ghosts. Had Finchi not been there, the humans, the villagers, would have ceased to exist long ago. Shao-Chi, remember this. Lin Ran recalled a book he had read in his previous life, before his transmigration. One line in particular struck him as profoundly true. Everything has two sides. Advantages come with disadvantages. When we see the benefits, we must also recognize the hidden drawbacks and vice versa. Feng Qi nodded thoughtfully. I understand, brother. So, we must strive to become stronger to eliminate the downsides, right? Lin Ran smiled affectionately and shook his head. Not exactly, Shao-Chi. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. If a powerful person refuses to shoulder their responsibilities, they don't deserve that strength. Feng Qi was quick to grasp the meaning. I understand. Just like brother. Because he's so powerful, he has to protect so many people. Not just me, but Cat sister, Sha sister, and Rose sister too. Oh, and also all the vulnerable beings on Blue Star, like the village chief and the others. Lin Ran nodded. This, precisely, was the meaning behind his gaining power. Feng Qi's resolve hardened. I will become strong too. I want to become as powerful as you, brother. So, big brother, can I take a bite out of you? Lin Ran? What the hell? Noticing Lin Ran's confusion, Feng Qi explained. Cat's sister said she only became as strong as she is now because she bit brother once. Lin Ran was utterly dumbfounded. When did Cat say that? He looked at Cat, who licked her little paw and gave a definite meow, meow. Feng Qi immediately chimed in, see? Cat's sister admitted it herself. Lin Ran, I'm speechless. At first, he'd worried Feng Qi wouldn't accept his supernatural identity. But unexpectedly, this girl believed that unreliable creature's nonsense. And now she was actually offering to make a contract with him. What the hell? Shao-Chi, don't listen to Meow Meow's nonsense. Lin Ran said sternly, it's a ghost. If it bites me, we can form a contract. From that moment on, we become bound to each other in life and death. Are you sure you want to do this? Feng Qi nodded. My brother saved me. He saved everyone in the village. That's why I love my brother dearly, and I'm willing to share life and death with him. Lin Ran felt both amused and exasperated. It wasn't that he disdained Feng Qi's low F rank, but rather a faint pang of guilt stirred within him. Non-verbal humanoid spirits like Sasa Rose once contracted, they were simply bound. But Feng Qi? She could speak. She was no different from a human. Binding her felt to Lin Ran like binding a person. Something felt off about it. Yet he couldn't quite put his finger on exactly what felt off. Meow meow, meow meow. Suddenly, the cat spoke. Lin Ran looked at it in confusion. The next moment, a slight prickling sensation touched his fingertips. Immediately after, a warm, moist sensation enveloped his fingertips. Chapter 137, Contracted Spirit, Feng Qi. The soft, moist touch replaced the stinging sensation on Lin Ran's fingertips. Before her eyes, the system interface appeared, accompanied by a ding notification sound. Consumed 1 blank ghost contract. Ghost, Rainbow Phoenix Bird Feng Qi. Contract successful. Feng Qi Rainbow Phoenix Bird. Spirit level, F rank. Affinity, 75-100 friendly. Monster EXP, 020. Special abilities, none. Lin Ran felt a slight surprise. He hadn't guessed wrong after all. Feng Qi truly was a descendant of the 7-colored phoenix bird. It seems the rainbow phoenix is also a type of ghost with exceptional potential. It could be cultivated further to gain even greater power. But this compatibility level is merely friendly. It seems I'll need to use the system to forcibly boost it further. Still, a compatibility rating of 75 is more than sufficient even without further enhancement. Lost in thought, Feng Qi released her little mouth. Standing still, she tilted her little head, looking a bit bewildered. Why, does it feel strange? At the very moment the contract was formed, she sensed an indescribable sense of unfamiliarity. As if a seed had been planted within her heart. This seed was steadily growing. When she looked at Lin Ran, an indescribable feeling welled up within her. Brother, can I become stronger now? Feng Qi shook off her doubts and asked Lin Ran with a hint of anticipation. Lin Ran paused for a moment before nodding. Seeing Feng Qi in her human form, coupled with the human words she spoke, only amplified the guilt welling up inside him. Oh, the guilt. I didn't do anything, don't blame me. Muttering to himself, he turned to Cat, you dug this hole, you fill it. Go on. Mao Mao gritted her teeth. With a swift swish, she vanished. Not long after. The system notification popped up. Contract Ghost Cat Yao has slain a D rank ghost. Gained Ghost EXP plus 10, earned points plus 1. Contract Ghost Cat Yao has slain. 3 consecutive notifications appeared. 3D rank monsters perished. Unfortunately, after the experience was evenly distributed among Feng Qi, her monster experience still fell short of the 20-point maximum. After all, she only gained 2 points of monster experience. 3 monsters yielded a mere 6 points. Still, Feng Qi began to grasp the essence. She exclaimed excitedly, brother, that's amazing. I feel like my strength has increased significantly. Lin Ran. It's only 6 points of ghost experience. That's hardly anything. Contract Ghost Cat defeated B rank Ghost, gained plus 50 ghost experience, plus 10 points. Contract Ghost Nekomata defeated a D rank Ghost, gaining plus 10 ghost experience and plus 1 point. Your contracted spirit, Rainbow Phoenix Bird Finchi, has met upgrade requirements. Use 10 points to complete upgrade. Lin Ran was overjoyed. It worked. It must be said, the cat's efficiency is truly remarkable. When it came to fighting, it didn't hold back at all. Finchi jumped up in excitement, brother. I'm so awesome. I feel like a fire is about to burst out of my body. Brother, what should I do now? It seemed she too had sensed the opportunity to level up. Since that was the case, Lin Ran didn't hold back. You don't need to do anything. With that, he directly consumed 10 points to upgrade. Consumed 10 points. Contracted Spirit, Rainbow Phoenix Bird Phoenix Perching has completed evolution. Rainbow Phoenix Bird Phoenix Perching. Monster level, E rank. Monster EXP, 0-100. Special abilities, none. Lin Ran felt a bit disappointed. The E rank Phoenix Perch hadn't awakened any special abilities. In contrast, when Meow Meow was E rank, it had already awakened its devouring ability. It could devour other ghosts and acquire their special abilities. At that moment, a burst of flame erupted from Finchi's body. It vanished in an instant. Yet the aura unleashed in that instant was enough to strike fear into many surrounding spirits. Ghosts are not only ranked by level but also possess strength that transcends their rank. Even among E-rank entities, common specters pale in comparison to rare ones. This was common knowledge among humans. Finchi, naturally, belonged to the category of rare ghosts. Lin Ran hurriedly asked, how does it feel? Finchi was overjoyed, nodding repeatedly. So powerful. Truly so powerful. Cat sister didn't lie to me, being with brother really makes me stronger. Right now, I feel like I have endless energy coursing through my entire body. Lin Ran smiled. What a pure-hearted child. Simultaneously, the system prompted, affinity increased. Contract Spirit Finchi, compatibility +5. Congratulations! Your compatibility with contracted Spirit Finchi has surpassed 80%. You have gained Spirit Ability Sharing, enhanced stamina. And so, Lin Ran also felt his strength increase significantly. This was a good thing. Though it meant little to him. But it was better than nothing. Let's go, Finchi. Your cat sister has already gone far ahead. Finchi nodded, instinctively taking Lin Ran's hand as she stepped forward. Feeling the warmth radiating from her palm, Lin Ran's mind went blank for a moment. So ghosts had body heat after all. But why didn't Cat have any? Neither did Rose. Nor did Sha. What was going on? Lin Ran grew increasingly convinced that Finchi wasn't a ghost, but a living, breathing human. The image of the girl sucking her finger felt utterly sinful. They walked on. Meow Meow continued clearing ghosts from the path as they went. As they neared the conservation area, the system popped up another notification. Upgrade available. Contract Ghost Finchi has met upgrade requirements. Use 50 points to complete upgrade. Without hesitation, he confirmed the upgrade. 50 points were practically pocket change for Lin Ran at this point. Points consumed x10. Contracted Spirit 7-colored Phoenix Bird Finchi has completed evolution. Rainbow Phoenix Bird Finchi. Monster level, D rank. Monster EXP, 0-200. Special ability, none. Lin Ran frowned. A D rank that hasn't awakened any special abilities? That doesn't quite add up. After all, D rank is already beyond the starting level of most ordinary spirit exorcists in most conservation zones. Something felt off. Finchi, however, didn't feel that way. On the contrary, she felt herself growing stronger by the day. Brother! I've gotten stronger again. This kid probably still doesn't realize that the only reason she's getting stronger is because Meow Meow is doing all the fighting up front. Lin Ran could only smile and play along, praising her, amazing. Amazing. Our little Finchi is just amazing. He. Finchi smiled sweetly, revealing 2 tiny fangs. Her shallow dimples flushed with a hint of crimson, utterly adorable. Soon, Cat returned to the group, meowing angrily non-stop. Curious, Lin Ran asked Finchi, what's your cat sister saying? Finchi, she said you, old 6, have infuriated her. If you dare bully her again, she'll definitely eat you. Lin Ran shuddered and fell silent. Next time, it would be better to send Sha instead. Sha was much gentler than Cat. But for some reason, Sha hadn't been making herself known much lately. Was she hiding somewhere stealing things again? Just as he pondered this, a system notification popped up. Your contract spirit Sasa finds your contract spirit Finchi too weak and has stolen a spirit awakened fruit for you overnight. Talk about inviting trouble. This time, at least, she wasn't rejecting him. Lin Ran felt a flicker of comfort in his heart. Immediately after, Sasa appeared before him, offering a green fruit. Awakening Spirit Fruit.
Special ghost item, upon consumption, significantly increases the probability of aiding ghosts without awakened special talents to awaken their unique abilities.
Chapter 138, Demons Among Us. What a treasure. Exactly what I need right now. It's also what Fengqi needs most right now.
Lin Ran handed the spirit awakening fruit to Fengqi. This is a gift from your sister, Sasha. Fengqi took the fruit with curiosity and bowed to Sasha. Thank you, sister.
Sasha didn't respond, simply returning to the ghostly realm. So aloof. Way too aloof. Fengqi grew concerned. Did I do something wrong and upset Sister Sasha?
Lin Ran pondered for a moment before explaining. Most likely, she's jealous.
Fengqi? She consumed the fruit.
Instantly, a powerful force erupted within her body.
Immediately afterward, a system notification popped up.
Your contracted spirit Fengqi has awakened a special ability, Crimson Ghost Flame. Lin Ran was speechless.
Was this the consequence of forced awakening? This is way too weak.
Feng Qiayu's expression changed dramatically, filled with astonishment.
Wow. Brother, I think I can control fire now.
She exclaimed, opening her palm to reveal a flickering ball of crimson flame. Lin Ran placed his hand over it.
Sure enough, he felt not a hint of heat.
In fact, it felt slightly chilly. Feng Qi was puzzled.
Brother, why does this flame feel cold to me? Lin Ran nodded. Cold is right. I feel cold too.
It might be because it's ghost fire. Ghost fire is yin in nature, so coldness is normal.
Oh, okay. Fengqi nodded, a hint of disappointment in her voice, and didn't press further.
They continued onward and soon entered the fenced enclosure humans were constructing within the conservation zone.
Fengqi asked curiously, Brother, where are you going? Lin Ran had no intention of hiding it. To settle accounts with someone.
He had never forgotten what had happened in that nameless village. The agony of burying one's own child, a pain so intense it felt capable of tearing everything apart. At that moment, they received not comfort, but contempt and disdain. As if their lives were not lives at all, but mere weeds. Such contempt for life, such disregard for humanity. Those who hold such views are unworthy of being called spirit drivers.
They are even less worthy of binding ghost spirits to become guardians of humanity.
Arriving at the federal branch of the conservation zone.
Unlike the outside world. Here, construction was complete. A 3-story luxury office building stands tall here.
From the outside, aside from being a few stories shorter, its opulent decor rivals even the office building in Conservation Zone 13.
Lin Ran snorted coldly. Outside, people didn't even have stable housing.
Yet these Federation officials live and work in this opulent office building.
They were utterly unworthy of being called human.
Lin Ran suppressed the rage boiling within him. He pulled Fengqi inside. Upon entering, they saw the reception staff gathered in small groups, discussing something. I thought this would be a cushy assignment, but instead they dumped us in this godforsaken backwater.
Exactly.
Not many ghosts or monsters to deal with, but barely any people either.
Alright. At least it's quiet.
And even if it's a bit rough around the edges, our facilities here are still pretty decent. As they spoke, no one noticed Lin Ran.
I don't recall us having a school here. What's that child doing here? Lin Ran stepped forward and stated his purpose. I need to see your supervisor. Minister of the Federal Division, Childcare Zone 25. Hearing this, a short-haired woman frowned and asked, You want to see the director? Do you have an appointment?
Lin Ran shook his head.
An appointment? Even Bai Yanan from Conservation Zone 13 didn't need one. A mere newly established conservation zone actually requires an appointment to see the director?
That's ridiculous. Already seething, he now found it nearly impossible to contain the fire burning within him. Fengqi seemed to sense something and grabbed Lin Ran's hand.
Brother, don't get angry. Auntie said getting angry is bad. Lin Ran nodded. He pulled out his communicator and displayed his identity interface. I am Divine Walker Lin Ran. Now. Immediately. Right this instant. Have your minister come see me.
At these words, everyone's hearts trembled.
Divine Walker. Lin Ran. An SS-ranked spirit exorcist at just 18 years old. The legendary prodigy said to appear but once in a millennium. He actually came to this remote backwater? The short-haired woman couldn't believe it.
She leaned closer and glanced at the communicator. After confirming it was real, her legs gave way, and she sat down.
It's really him. It really is Lin Ran. Quick! Minister Tongdian. Not long after.
A portly middle-aged man descended the stairs. His greasy face wore a fawning smile as he extended both hands, seeking to shake Lin Ran's.
Commander Xinxing, honored by your presence. My apologies for not greeting you properly. Hello, I'm Lin Ran.
Lin Ran declined the handshake and said sternly, I'm here for one thing only. Several days ago, a group from your conservation zone went to villages near the demon's den to requisition able-bodied laborers. But they encountered a demon attack and every conscripted villager perished. Yet your people showed no remorse whatsoever, they even hurled insults. I need you to find those responsible and personally escort them to the village to apologize. Hearing this, the middle-aged man frowned.
A look of displeasure crossed his face. Lord Lin Ran, is that really appropriate? They're just ordinary humans who haven't awakened their contract spirits.
They're hardly worth mentioning. If they died. Lin Ran could no longer contain his anger and slapped the man across the face.
If you dare utter another word, I'll kill you.
His tone was icy, tinged with a faint hint of murderous intent.
How could someone who despised ordinary humans even be called human? The man was stunned by the blow. A vivid purple-blue handprint stood out starkly on his face. After multiple rounds of physical enhancement, Lin Ran's strength far surpassed that of ordinary people.
Even many ghosts and monsters could not overcome him. His furious palm strike unleashed a full tenfold of power.
The single blow sent the man into a momentary blackout. A bloodied gold tooth flew from his mouth. All present fell silent.
Some marveled at Lin Ran's ruthless tactics. Others were stunned by his sheer strength. Still others were sweating bullets for him.
You've gone too far.
The man rose slowly from the ground, consumed by rage. Behind him, a massive shadow materialized.
Lin Ran sneered coldly, summoning spirits against fellow humans who are also spirit exorcists?
Under the death god's eye, the attributes of the massive shadow appeared.
Wandering Soul. Specter rank S. Special ability, Descent of Darkness. An S rank Specter.
For this conservation area, it was indeed sufficient.
Unfortunately, for Lin Ran, it falls far short.
He didn't even need to summon a ghost. But just to be safe, he summoned Cat.
Not to battle the spirit of the Wanliang, but to protect Fingqi.
I don't mind tearing your ghosts to shreds. Lin Ran said, advancing step by step. Some noticed black mist swirling around his right arm.
That's ghostly energy. Impossible. How could a human wield ghostly energy? Could it be, he's not human at all? Run. Get out of here. The divine walker Lin Ran has become a ghost.
The bulky man's killing intent grew even more intense. What happened today? I will report back to headquarters.
Lin Ran, you've become a ghost. I advise you to give up resistance and await punishment. Otherwise, you'll face the pursuit of the entire Federation. Lin Ran retorted, Oh? Did you not know I've already endured one such hunt? He laughed as black mist coalesced into a great blade, striking down. Divine Punishment Blade. Chapter 139, Threat. The Tragedy of the Severed Arm. The blade rose and fell. The soul of the specter was cleaved clean in two. Lin Ran's furious strike had actually severely wounded an S-rank demon. Yes, severely. Though split in two, the Wanyang's soul still stood rooted to the spot. Only its aura steadily weakened. Gradually, it grew more and more ethereal. Until finally, it nearly vanished from sight.
The obese man stood frozen for a long moment.
Only when the contract spirit returned to his body did he snap back to reality. He swallowed hard, eyes wide, staring fixedly at Lin Ran. You, don't come any closer. You demon.
Lin Ran sneered coldly, I merely seek an explanation.
In your eyes, I'm either a ghost or a human. What does it matter to me?
The man froze, then roared, but I didn't do that thing.
What does it matter to me? Lin Ran's expression darkened. Even now, you still refuse to repent? Then so be it. My destruction of you concerns you no more.
As he spoke, dark wisps of energy began to coalesce in his hands once more.
Wait.
The man dared not hesitate.
If that strike landed, death was certain. It was powerful enough to severely wound even an S-rank ghost spirit.
For a mere human like him, it would be a death sentence.
I can help you find people. Let me off, and I'll find those exorcists for you. Deal? Lin Ran smiled. Of course. But that's not enough. The man nodded. I know.
I'll bring them with me to apologize to the village.
Would that be acceptable?
Lin Ran was satisfied. He nodded, but inside, he had already begun plotting. He knew all too well that without sufficient deterrence, they would only commit more outrageous acts in the future. Therefore, the only solution was to find a way to transfer him away from here. It seemed he would have to trouble Luo Chao once more.
The man departed. He made a call.
Lin Ran also answered Luo Chao's call.
Hey, Xiao Ran, how's it going lately? Luo Chao's voice on the other end was as booming and cheerful as ever.
Lin Ran chuckled, thanks for your concern, Uncle Qiao.
But this time, I might need your help.
The head of the Spirit Exorcist Federation's branch in Conservation Zone 25 needs to be replaced. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Chao replied, you handle it as you see fit. If you have a suitable candidate, just send them over to take the position. Give me a heads up when it happens.
Thanks, Uncle Qiao. Communication terminated. Lin Ran looked toward the approaching figure. Commander Lin Ran, the person you requested has been found. They're on their way now.
Please join me upstairs in the tea room to wait for a moment.
All right. The two ascended to the upper floor. Tea room.
The furnishings were simple. A tea table, several wooden chairs, and a sandalwood incense burner placed at the back. Behind Lin Ran, Bongqi followed silently, head bowed. She knew full well that Lin Ran had come here for her sake.
He had even risked offending the head of this conservation area for her sake. She cherished this devotion in her heart. As a result, Lin Ran received a prompt, compatibility increased. This time, it jumped up by 10 points. Having surpassed 90% compatibility with the contracted spirit Fengqi, you have gained shared spirit abilities, Crimson Ghost Flame. Scarlet Ghost Flame, harness the power of ghostly flames to inflict scorching damage upon enemies. Lin Ran felt a surge of surprise. Reaching 90% compatibility was undoubtedly a huge surprise for him. Unfortunately, the skill was too weak. Otherwise, it could have made this surprise even greater. Not long after, the supervisor's communicator rang. After answering, a harsh voice came through. Lin Ran, I know you're listening. We've reached the Demon's Den village. If you dare pull any more stunts, I guarantee those useless old fools won't see tomorrow's sun. At those words, Lin Ran's mind went blank. Fengqi's expression changed drastically. Don't hurt them. At that moment, Lin Ran seemed to grasp why the supervisor had left earlier. It wasn't to bring them back, but to send them to the village to threaten me. What a fine leader of Conservation Zone 25. He silently thought to himself, Sasha, I'm counting on you. Hearing this, Sasha departed directly from the ghostly space, activating her spatial abilities without being detected by the others. Lin Ran frowned at the bloated man and demanded, Is this how you handle things? The man sneered coldly, Attitude? What attitude? I care only about your choice. Will you kill me in the name of your so-called human justice, or surrender peacefully and let me release them? Lin Ran clenched his fists tightly, suppressing the rage surging within him. What if I turn the tables and threaten their lives with yours? Before the man could answer, laughter erupted from the other end of the communicator. Ha 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 ha. What a joke. Lord Walker, you can't seriously believe we'd care about some so-called superior's life, can you? Lin Ran's expression darkened. Desperados, every last one of them. Then we'll have to find another way to stall for time. Commander Lin Ran, make your decision. Which one do you choose? Lin Ran shook his head. I choose neither. I refuse to see innocent lives lost. Therefore, I choose the latter. But with your capabilities, you can't imprison me yet. Hearing this, the man frowned. It seemed he was right. Then there was only one option left, to keep threatening him with the lives of the villagers. Until reinforcements from other conservation zones arrived. Alright, let's talk. Why is apologizing harder for you than death? Lin Ran asked without a trace of worry. She paid no heed to Fengqi clenching her fists tightly beside her. No. That's not it. The man shook his head. We are all powerful spirit exorcists. We have awakened our companion spirits. We fight for humanity's survival. Those who failed to awaken their contract spirits? They're nothing but parasites surviving only because of us. Why should we apologize to vermin? Just like you, Commander Lin Ran, you wouldn't apologize to us weaklings, would you? Lin Ran laughed in exasperation. It was true he wouldn't apologize to them. But to say he wouldn't apologize to the weak? That was a mistake. In his heart, humanity knew no hierarchy of nobility or lowliness. Strength and weakness were merely standards for distinguishing each person's responsibilities. I'm sorry. Lin Ran said, I was wrong. Yes, I was wrong. My mistake was sparing your life. When it came to humans, he often held back. That was the basic principle of being human. Oh? The man smiled with satisfaction. So even someone as formidable as Lord Lin Ran can apologize? It seems we've all misunderstood you. Laughter echoed from the other end of the communicator. But Commander Lin Ran, you know what? An apology is all about attitude. The man looked at him teasingly. What good is an apology that's just lip service? Why not twist off that arm yourself to show your remorse? Fengqi gasped in shock. She didn't want the villagers to die, nor did she want Lin Ran to be injured. And to lose an arm at that. Brother, no. Lin Ran didn't respond, only staring at the man. I agree. As he spoke, his left hand had already rested on his right shoulder. Snap. Snap. Chapter 140, I will be death itself. Bones snapped. The sound was crisp. Silence fell over the tea room. Fengqi's eyes burned with agony, rage, and refusal to accept defeat. In the man's eyes, astonishment and dread. A person who could so easily break their own arm and endure the pain without a sound. Such a being could no longer be called human, it was a monster. Though, long before this, he had sensed Lin Ran's terrifying power. But that had been merely in terms of strength. The true horror now lay in his character. To deliberately break one's own arm, could an 18-year-old truly accomplish such a thing? The man's heart remained unsettled for a long time. Lin Ran, however, appeared far more composed. He could feel the pain gradually fading. His self-healing ability was repairing the injury. Before long, this broken arm would be as good as new. A grimace twisted into a sinister grin on his face. How about that? Is this enough sincerity? The man nodded. I must say, I truly admire you. At 18, you're the first to achieve this. Lin Ran smiled. 18? No, no, no.
Before his transmigration, he was already in his 20s. Having traveled to this world 18 years ago, if counting his true age, he was already at the age where half his body was in the ground.
Now, can we have a proper conversation? Lin Ran asked.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than a blood-curdling scream erupted from the other end of the communicator.
Ah! Help me! It's an SS-class ghost. It's so fast. Don't come over here. Not long after, all the spirit exorcists fell silent.
Lin Ran knew it was Sha who had arrived. She must have gone to great lengths to arrive as swiftly as possible. After all, the distance between the two places was not exactly short.
Alright, now it's my turn.
Lin Ran dropped his earlier submissive demeanor, rising to his feet with an unusually dark expression.
Cat.
Mau Mau appeared, its sharp claws tearing through the man's arm in a single strike.
Blood splattered across the entire coffee table.
The golden tea leaves in the cup now mingled with the blood, turning black.
Lin Ran said coldly, I won't let you die. Instead, I'll keep you alive. Until you apologize to them. The man knelt on the floor, wailing in agony.
His voice was piercingly shrill. Lin Ran remained utterly unmoved.
Against evil men, one must employ even more ruthless methods. Take him with us. Let's go.
Lin Ran spoke, then turned to Feng Qi beside him. Let's go, Xiao Qi. We should head back and check on Auntie and the others.
Feng Qi nodded blankly, her voice tinged with concern. Brother, your arm.
Don't worry, Lin Ran smiled faintly.
Didn't you hear them? Your brother is a ghost, you know? Ghosts don't die that easily.
Feng Qi puffed out her little lips in protest.
He's not. My brother is human. He feels pain. So he must be hurting badly now, right? Cat's sister said licking it makes it better. Brother, I'll help you. Before she could finish, Lin Ran cut her off. No. Cat is lying to you.
He glared fiercely at Cat. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll jump into the lava so you'll never get to eat me again.
Meow meow, wah. Federal Branch Building.
Lin Ran emerged. Behind him, a black and gray humanoid cat dragged a bloated man along.
As if dragging a dead dog. Even more horrifying, one of the man's arms had been forcibly torn off.
Massive blood loss had plunged him into unconsciousness. As Lin Ran and his group passed by, a long trail of blood was dragged across the ground.
A sight to make one's blood run cold.
Lin Ran led Feng Qi through the conservation area. All around, people kept glancing their way, yet not a single one dared to step forward to stop him. He moved like a grim reaper, leaving a trail of malevolence wherever he passed.
Minister Bai.
Lin Ran picked up the communicator. He connected to Bai Yanan's channel.
Bai Yanan's astonished voice came through. Lin Ran? Finally remembered me? Lin Ran, yeah, sorry. I need your help again. Bai Yanan replied irritably, I knew it would be something like this. Spit it out. What do you need me to do?
Lin Ran exhaled a long, heavy breath. I need someone a powerful enough spirit exorcist to take over Nursery Zone 25.
Bai Yanan fell silent. She seemed to be considering suitable candidates.
Finally, she said, actually, I think there's someone quite suitable.
Lu Ling.
Lin Ran was puzzled. With the S-rank spirit you gave her, Lu Ling's power has surged dramatically.
She's now among the elite of S-rank spirit exorcists.
Not only that, but her sidekick, Li Su, has also elevated his ghost spirit to a rank he's incredibly powerful.
Having them both go to Childcare Zone 25 is an excellent choice. Bai Yanan explained. She had considerable confidence in Lu Ling and her partner. Lin Ran pondered for a moment and realized she was right. Lu Ling's S-rank ghost surpassed most S-rank ghost spirits.
Compared to the previous caretaker of this nursery zone, it was far superior. Moreover, Li Su's advancement had brought him a great deal of surprise. An A-class spirit exorcist was more than capable of assisting Lu Ling. It seemed they too had seized considerable opportunities during this period.
How long until we reach this location? Lin Ran pressed.
Bai Yanan pondered for a moment. If they drive themselves, it'll take about 3 days. If you're in a hurry, I can borrow a plane from my sister. She just acquired it and hasn't had a chance to try it out yet.
Then let's take the plane.
Lin Ran was growing impatient. After all, matters here were settled, but a pile of tasks awaited him outside.
Conservation Zone 04.
And Feng Qi's upgrade plan.
Bai Yanan didn't beat around the bush. Got it, we'll arrange immediately. When you have time to come back, remember to treat me to a meal as a token of appreciation. Lin Ran smiled. Deal. Communication terminated.
They continued walking toward the village. The sun set behind the western mountains.
Wanma Cave Village. Sasha sat on the ground.
Before her lay the 7 exorcists she had imprisoned. Villagers stood at a distance, afraid to approach. Only a few bolder souls hurled stones at the exorcists from a distance.
It's all your fault. You killed our children. It's all your fault. All your fault. My child was only 31.
Not only that, but you dared to use us to threaten that boy Lin Ran.
You're not fit to be called human. Brothers and sisters, throw. Let's stone them to death together. Faced with the villagers' onslaught, the exorcists felt utterly helpless. Only endless bitterness filled their hearts. Their mouths kept pleading, yet their bodies remained frozen. Sasha's spatial confinement required little effort to easily immobilize them, leaving them utterly helpless. Until Lin Ran arrived. The villagers bore wounds across their faces and bodies. The man dragged along by Mao was barely recognizable as human. He clung to life by a thread. That's Lin Ran and Xiao Qi. They're both back. The villagers spotted Lin Ran and the other, their faces lighting up with joy. Seeing that neither had been injured, they breathed a collective sigh of relief. Uncle 1, Uncle 2, Uncle 3. Feng Qi, overcome with excitement, dashed forward and embraced everyone tightly. Watching this, Lin Ran couldn't help but smile. He thought to himself, perhaps I shouldn't have let her leave so soon. Chapter 141, Night Raid. Tang Clan warriors return. The simple villagers embraced their young girl tightly. A day apart felt like 3 autumns. And this hadn't even been a full day. Lin Ran felt a pang of emotion, shook his head, and said nothing. He simply watched silently as everyone reunited. Beside him, Sasa also walked back. Without hesitation, she returned directly to the ghostly realm. Meow Meow grew excited, pouncing at Lin Ran with claws extended, demanding food. Lin Ran could only glare fiercely to stop her. After the villagers finished catching up, he finally spoke. On behalf of the Spirit Exorcists Federation, I offer my sincere apologies to all of you. He bowed deeply. An elderly woman stepped forward and helped him up. Young man, it's not your fault. We all understand. An uncle nearby chuckled, that's right, child. We all understand. Whether it's your group or others, there will always be a few scoundrels among them. This truly isn't your fault. Lin Ran nodded and turned to the group of spirit exorcists behind him. What will become of them? The village chief stepped forward, his gaze lingering deeply on the assembled crowd. Finally, he sighed. Let them go. They made a mistake, but thankfully it didn't lead to disaster. Let them go home. Lin Ran was somewhat surprised. But soon, he understood the village chief's reasoning. Yes, they had indeed made mistakes. But as spirit exorcists, humanity's future, the future of Blue Star, still needed them. As ordinary humans, all the village chief and the others could do was forgive them. To spare their lives so they could make further contributions. Lin Ran smiled. Village chief, there's no need to worry. If they show no remorse, keeping them around would be useless. The village chief didn't argue, but he didn't agree either. Child, you mustn't harbor too much bitterness. Still, since this is your decision, I'll leave them in your hands. Lin Ran nodded, paying little heed to his words. Evil people are useless to keep around. Cat, I permit you to consume their spirits. As for their lives, let them live. Lin Ran refused to kill them, but he was willing to destroy their ghostly spirits. Let them taste what it's like to be ordinary. The next day. After staying for a day, Lin Ran and her companion departed once more, returning to the conservation area. The other spirit exorcists were brought back with them as well. Though they had lost their companion spirits, it did not affect their ability to live. Except for the supervisor, of course. He had already been admitted to the hospital by Lin Ran. His arm, torn off by the cat, would never regrow in this lifetime. Reattachment was nothing short of a pipe dream. Wait 3 days. Call Lu Ling. The roar of a car engine came through the line. Sis Ling, how's it going? Where are you? Lu Ling sighed on the other end, still early. Just past Conservation Zone 20. Still a ways to go. We might have to wait a few more days. Lin Ran sighed helplessly, alright, Ling, no rush. After a few brief pleasantries, the call ended. Lin Ran lay back in the sofa chair, his back and waist aching. Because the original supervisor had been dealt with by him, the responsibility for the conservation area now fell to him to handle temporarily. Consequently, he hadn't gone anywhere during this period, staying confined to this office. He reviewed documents from time to time and replied to messages from the higher-ups in the Federation. Beyond that, he needed to monitor the construction progress of the conservation zone. Though Conservation Zone 25 hadn't been successfully established, it had already attracted a significant number of humans. It had attracted a considerable number of ghosts and monsters. Among them were S-rank entities. If the conservation zone remains unfinished, humanity will suffer immense losses. Knock knock knock. A knock sounded at the door. Come in. Feng Qi bounded in, bouncing with excitement. Look at me, brother. I've gotten stronger again. Behind her, Cat sauntered in looking utterly defeated, then transformed into a black streak and vanished back into the ghostly realm. These past 3 days, Lin Ran hadn't let Cat sit idle. He had sent it out with Feng Qi to hunt ghosts and monsters, gaining experience. Feng Qi had now reached B rank, possessing sufficient combat strength to handle weaker B rank ghosts. However, lacking a ghost domain and powerful skills. Despite her B rank status, she couldn't defeat all B rank ghosts. Unlike Meow Meow and the others, who were nearly unmatched among their peers. All this is thanks to their formidable abilities. Meow Meow's devouring, Sha Sha's space, and Rose's destruction all represent ultimate power. Their combat prowess is naturally formidable.
In contrast, Fengchi, as a descendant of the multicolored phoenix, surprisingly possessed no particularly formidable special abilities. Her soul fire manipulation ability was even acquired through the stimulation of a ghostly entity. This puzzled Lin Ran deeply. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be this way. Could it be that she was missing something? Brother, what are you thinking about? Fengchi approached, asking curiously. Lin Ran shook his head. Nothing. It's fine. Just a bit curious about your background, that's all. Fengchi nodded thoughtfully. Like Lin Ran, she too knew nothing about her own origins. Let's go. It's time to head back after work. By now, the sun had already set in the west. Another day had passed. Days like these, free from the constant hovering between life and death, truly flew by. Returning to her temporary lodgings, she ate a simple dinner, washed up, and rested. Late at night, Lin Ran was suddenly awakened by a sound. Sitting up to investigate, he saw that Rose had somehow appeared by the window, gazing out at some point beyond. What's wrong, Rose? Xianwei didn't answer, her ghostly aura steadily seeping outward. Anger. Lin Ran sensed the emotion of rage emanating from her. Logically speaking, Xianwei had only just awakened and shouldn't have harbored such intense fury. What exactly is out there? He rose from the bed, intending to investigate. But Rose reached out to stop him. The next moment, Sasa appeared, taking Xianwei with her as they vanished simultaneously. Lin Ran rushed to the window to look out. In the distance, atop the treetops, a faint red light flickered in the darkness. That was some kind of infrared sight. Boom! A deafening roar echoed. Lin Ran seemed to see a silver streak slicing through the night sky. The fear of death forced him to react in less than 0.1 seconds. His skill, Shift and Vanish, activated, and his form vanished instantly. When he reappeared, he was already in a relatively safe spot inside the house. At his original position, a bullet hole still emitted a wisp of smoke. That was close. No wonder Rose wouldn't let me come over. Someone had already set their sights on this place. Lin Ran thought to himself, his brow furrowed. Who could it be? Just as he pondered this, sounds of combat echoed from outside. He cautiously peeked out to investigate. Beneath the great tree, a massive golden armored cavalier was locked in combat with Rose and Sasa. That was a Tang sect warrior. It wasn't dead. Lin Ran's heart sank, a sense of impending doom washing over him. Tang Chi had witnessed the power of his own ghostly creatures. The fact that she dared to show up here now meant only one thing: she was certain of victory. Otherwise, she would never dare show her face here again to cause trouble. Damn it! I have to hurry and bring Xianwei and the others back. Meow meow, wake up. Within the ghostly realm, Cat was roused from sleep by force. She stormed out in a rage, needing no orders from Lin Ran. Lin Ran was speechless. Is this the power of morning grouchiness? On the bed, Fengchi rubbed her sleepy eyes. Brother, what happened? Chapter 142, The Mysterious Figure, Mechanical Body. Lin Ran suppressed his rising anger and replied. Don't worry, everything's fine. Get some rest. I'll just use the restroom. Fengchi, oh. And so, she fell asleep again. Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief. Fengchi's current level was too low, and her combat strength was also lacking. If she got involved, she'd likely get hurt. That was the last thing Lin Ran wanted to see. He stepped out of the room. He looked toward the distance, where three ghostly creatures were locked in fierce combat with the golden armored specter. But puzzlingly, he saw no sign of the spirit exorcist. Could Tang Chi not be here? That shouldn't be possible. While ghosts could stray from their exorcists without significant consequence, they wouldn't venture too far. If they stray too far, the spirit exorcist won't have time to protect them if danger arises. Tang Clan Warrior. Ghost Tier, Hell Grade. Special Ability, Shadow Clone. After examining it with the Eye of Death, Lin Ran felt even more perplexed. This special ability bore no resemblance to the Tang Clan warriors he remembered. Could it be that there were different types of Tang sect warriors? His confusion deepened as he quickened his pace toward the battlefield. At that very moment, a fierce attack struck from the shadows. Startled, Lin Ran activated his skill, Earth Shield. A brown shield materialized before him, absorbing the full force of the strike. But the sheer force of it sent him staggering back several paces. Upon closer inspection, the attacker wasn't a ghost or monster, it was a human. A figure clad in black, form-fitting attire. Black cloth concealed his face, revealing only a pair of sharp, hawk-like eyes. Lin Ran frowned. Who are you? He had a premonition that this person before him was definitely not Tang Chi. Who was it? The one who will kill you. The black-clad figure spoke in a hoarse, deep male voice. It really wasn't Tang Chi. As the thought crossed his mind, the black-clad figure charged forward, unleashing a punch. Lin Ran didn't hesitate either. Ghostly energy surged from his body as he met the punch head-on. Boom! The collision erupted in a thunderous roar. Lin Ran stumbled back several steps while the black-clad figure, overwhelmed by the sheer force, was sent flying backward, nearly crashing to the ground. Seeing this, Lin Ran felt a chill run down his spine. His single punch could instantly kill an A-class ghost. It could even severely wound an S-class ghost. Yet this figure before him had managed to exchange blows with him, retreating only a few steps. Clearly, this opponent was no ordinary foe. The man in black let out a cold laugh. "You are indeed different." As he spoke, he slowly raised his arm, the sleeve above it exploding outward. A metal arm appeared before his eyes. A robot? Lin Ran frowned. Since the Terror Awakening, hadn't all such technology been discarded? And judging by the other's eyes, it didn't seem robotic. It looked more like someone with a prosthetic limb. "Too bad you messed with the wrong person." The man in black spoke, clenching his fist as he lunged forward. This time, his speed was several times faster than before. Lin Ran dared not underestimate his opponent, immediately unleashing his skill, Meteor Fist. Boom! Under the cover of night, two figures were simultaneously sent flying backward. Lin Ran landed, his fingers throbbing with pain. That punch had felt like striking steel plate. What material could that arm possibly be made of? He was certain his punch possessed enough force to shatter steel plate. Yet it had failed to break through his opponent. What on earth is that thing? On the other side, the battlefield of ghosts echoed with thunderous explosions. Facing a three-pronged assault from the monsters, the Tang sect warriors held their ground without faltering. Especially since one of them was Rose, that SSS rank ghost wielding the crossed ghost scythe. "Watch out over here." Just as concern arose, a cold gleam streaked toward him. Lin Ran retreated at lightning speed, dodging the strike. Simultaneously, he gritted his teeth, channeling ghost energy to unleash his skill. No time to waste. Divine Punishment Blade. The colossal ghost blade descended. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as the black-clad man was swallowed by the ghost blade. Even an S-rank specter would struggle to survive such a strike. A human, even one with a modified physique, couldn't possibly withstand this blow, could they? Lin Ran thought, activating his death's eye. Piercing through the billowing dust, he saw the man cleaved in two, collapsing to the ground. Except for his head, his entire body was mechanical in construction. Could this also be the work of the hunters? A heavy weight settled in Lin Ran's heart. Glancing at the nearby battlefield, he had no time to think further. He sprinted forward and shouted, "Rose Cat Sasa, prepare for the finishing move." With that, the boundless Forbidden Realm activated. A black curtain merged with the night, enveloping the entire battlefield. Rose unleashed her ultimate skill, Annihilation. Cross-shaped blade energies descended, carrying the mightiest force of annihilation. Meow Meow's attack followed swiftly, unleashing a Meow Meow punch. Sasha pressed her palms together, summoning an array formation, unleashing a single strike. The three most powerful attacks converged upon a single point. Even the Hell-tier demon was struck, leaving a gaping hole in its body. A system notification popped up, declaring victory in the battle. Contract Demon Yama Sera defeated a Hell-tier demon, gaining plus 2000 demon experience and plus 500 points. 500 points credited. Simultaneously, the 2000 experience points were divided among the four demons, each gaining 500 experience. For Rose and the others, this was insignificant, but for Fingchi, it was a massive amount of experience. In fact, it was nearly enough to level her up. Panting heavily, the cat prepared to activate its Devour skill to consume the Tang sect warrior's corpse. But then she saw the Tang sect warrior's corpse dissolve into wisps of black mist and vanish. What the hell is going on? Lin Ran was dumbfounded. Why was this ghostly creature vanishing so quickly? Something's wrong. Something was very, very wrong. Meow Meow, did you notice anything different about this ghost compared to the others? Meow Meow nodded. Meow 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 Meow. Alright, don't say anymore. We'll talk about it back home. The three ghosts and one human returned indoors. Fengchi was still resting, and Lin Ran did not disturb her. Early the next morning, Lin Ran opened Luo Chao's communication channel. I saw the Tang clan warriors again. But this time, the spirit summoner wasn't Tang Chi. There was a long silence on the other end, no reply. Only after Lin Ran began to grow impatient did Luo Chao speak. Everything, we'll discuss in person once you arrive at Nursery Zone 4. Sure enough, Luo Chao knew something. But he couldn't speak freely now. Could it be the Federation? After the Blue Star Terror resurgence, only the Federation possessed the capability to create cyborgs. Oh, right. Luo Chao suddenly spoke up. The clues you requested have been decrypted. I'll send them to you shortly. Shortly after, an image appeared on the other end. It was the photo Lin Ran had taken. This time, however, beneath the image where the text had been, an additional line of post-translated text appeared. Ninefold Nirvana. Just 4 characters. Lin Ran didn't know what it meant. Neither did the Federation researchers. Lin Ran frowned deeply. No coordinates, no clear guidance. Where do we even begin with this final clue? System, do you know? System. Clearly, the system was unaware of these matters. It was merely an ethereal entity operating according to its programmed parameters. Never mind. We'll just head to Nursery Zone 4 once Sister Lu Ling and the others arrive.
Finally, after waiting 3 more days, Lu Ling and the others finally arrived at Nursery Zone 25. Chapter 143, Nursery Zone 4 Unexpected. Nursery Zone 25, Federation Branch. Lu Ling and Li Su met again, both wearing deeper frowns than before. Especially Lu Ling, already slightly older than her companion, her worry was now more pronounced. Yet the moment she saw Lin Ran, she still managed to force a gentle smile. Lu Ling, registered spirit exorcist of Conservation Zone 13, acting on the orders of Divine Traveler Lin Ran, assumes command of Conservation Zone 25. Dressed in formal attire with her long hair neatly pinned up, Lu Ling's salute was crisp and decisive. Lin Ran couldn't help but laugh. Sis Ling, don't flatter me to death. What do you mean my orders? This was clearly arranged by higher-ups. Lu Ling couldn't hold back either and chuckled. Beside them, Li Su wore an envious expression. How wonderful. Of our original 4-person squad, now only I remain behind while you've all risen to prominence. Sis Ling became head of Conservation Zone 25, you roam all the zones as a divine walker, and even Sheer became an S-rank spirit exorcist. Only I'm still just a lowly A-class spirit exorcist. Lin Ran shot him a disapproving look. Great, as spirit exorcists are already incredibly powerful, okay? Li Su gritted his teeth. You sure know how to comfort someone. Alright, enough reminiscing. Look at Xiao Ran, he seems in a hurry, doesn't he? Lin Ran nodded. It's urgent. Very urgent. I'll give you a tour of the place first, then hand over all the details to you. After waiting all these days, he was nearly at his wit's end. The system's unknown ghost contract mission showed no progress whatsoever. The investigation into the Tang clan warrior ghost had also stalled. Over the past 3 days, he had exhausted every avenue using his temporary authority to investigate, yet found nothing. Worse still, he discovered that any information related to the Tang clan warrior ghost had been systematically encrypted. Just like with the Night Parade of 100 Demons project back then. Only superficial, useless information was visible. I can't find any specific details at all. Before long, half a day passed and the handover matters were settled. Lin Ran called Cat Fingchi back and drove away, heading toward Conservation Zone 25. Meanwhile, Fengdu City. A silver figure descended into the city. The girl clad in silver stood out starkly against the dark cityscape. Countless ghosts and monsters swarmed around her, yet instead of attacking, they knelt on one knee, displaying their submission. The girl paid them no mind, striding directly toward a corner of the city. There, a dilapidated church stood. Beneath the cross, a crimson throne replaced the altar. Seated upon it, a woman in black crossed her legs, idly playing with an object of alternating black and white. An eyeball. Still haven't managed to contact them? The silver-haired girl spoke. The figure on the throne opened bloodshot eyes, shook her head, and wore an expression as cold and indifferent as a ruthless robot. The silver-haired girl sighed, a hint of sorrow flickering across her face. You weren't with him? As if she hadn't spoken in ages, the black-clad woman's words came out haltingly. Her voice was hoarse and halting. No. My identity is unique. Being with him would draw the attention of that group. Perhaps it already has. The woman in black nodded. She casually tossed the eyeball in her hand against the wall. It shattered with a wet crack, splattering into a pool of goo. With a flick of her wrist, a black scythe materialized in her hand. Unlike Rosa's scythe, hers glowed a blood-red hue along its blade. Here, for you. Silver-haired took it, glancing at her. And you? The black-clad figure offered no reply, the ghostly aura surrounding her growing ever more potent. The silver-haired one understood. A natural disaster? All these years, not only have you not retreated, but you've advanced further. The black-clad figures shook their head. No, there's a reason. Very well. I look forward to the day you break through the abyss. I must go. Those fellows outside seem rather afraid of me. The silver-haired man sighed helplessly, lifting his scythe with a frown. This thing is heavy as hell. The dark-clad figure formed his right hand into a blade, mimicking a throat-slitting motion before his own neck. You can't. The silver-haired man refused her. Unless you want to become the world's public enemy, I advise you to keep a low profile. I hear someone's been trying to break through the celestial calamity lately. Keep your distance, don't provoke them. After issuing the warning, the silver-haired figure turned and departed, spreading their wings behind them as they soared straight into the sky. Blackclad leaned back against the throne, eyes closed in meditation, his expression as impassive as ever. Half a month later, Blue Star Conservation Zone 04. The journey had taken Lin Ran nearly half a month to drive. Of course, he had indeed been delayed for quite some time along the way. After all, Fengchi did not enter the ghostly realm and still retained human habits. To avoid disrupting her daily routine and rest, Lin Ran had no choice but to cancel his plan to drive at night. After finding a temporary lodging, Lin Ran activated his communicator to contact Luo Qiao. Luo Qiao's voice boomed as usual. You're here? Yes, I'll send you the coordinates. Got it. I'll be there this afternoon. End of call. Fengchi pointed out the window with curiosity. Brother, what's that building?
The location she pointed to was a towering skyscraper, at least 30 stories high. In her protected zone, such structures were unheard of. Having never experienced life before the apocalypse, Fengchi had no idea buildings could be constructed dozens of stories tall. That must be the landmark building of Shelter Zone 04. Lin Ran was also visiting this place for the first time. But based on past experience, the tallest building was undoubtedly the Federation Tower. Fengchi's voice trembled with excitement. Brother, can we go play there? Lin Ran chuckled softly. Of course we can. He glanced at the time. There was still plenty of afternoon left. Besides, once Luo Chao arrived, they would need to meet at the Federation Tower anyway. It wouldn't be appropriate to meet at this temporary inn, would it? Thus, the group, who had just sat down to rest for a moment, set off again, heading straight for the building. Before long, they arrived at the base of the building. Behind the towering perimeter wall stood a 39-story building. At the gate opening, vehicles bearing the markings for Conservation Zone 04 occasionally entered and exited. However, when Lin Ran drove in, he was stopped outside. Non-designated vehicles are prohibited from entering this conservation zone. The voice belonged to a man in a black uniform. He appeared to be the security guard on duty. Lin Ran frowned and asked, "Isn't this the federal building? Why am I being denied entry?" The security guard visibly froze. Federal building? What federal building? The federal building is right across the street. Lin Ran leaned out of the car and looked back. There, a sparsely populated small shopfront bore a sign on its door. It read, Federal Branch Office. Lin Ran was puzzled. What kind of place is this? The security guard replied impatiently, "What nonsense? It's obviously the residential complex. You kids don't even know what a residential complex is? Lin Ran? When did the world of horror revival even have residential complexes? Aren't they afraid of attracting ghosts and monsters? Or have humans here grown so powerful they no longer need to fear ghosts? If you've got nothing to do here, move along. Don't block the way." The security guard snapped impatiently, then suddenly his eyes lit up as he stared straight at the figure behind Lin Ran. Holy crap! That's young Master Wang's car. Young Master Wang's car is here. Hurry up and move out of the way. Through the rearview mirror, Lin Ran saw a sleek, jet-black lowrider slowly approaching. Though moving slowly, the roar of its engine was unnervingly loud. Roaring, deafeningly loud. Chapter 144, First Sighting of SSS-class. For a fleeting moment, Lin Ran felt as if he had been transported back to the days before the apocalypse. The feeling of when humanity still ruled Blue Star before the horrors awoke. A 39-story high-rise. Low-slung supercars. And this snobby security guard. Lin Ran shook his head and turned the car around. Just as he brushed past the car behind him, he suddenly noticed the passenger in the front seat looked vaguely familiar. Tang Chi? What's she doing here? Lin Ran stopped to investigate, only to see the car already speeding away with a roar of the engine. With no choice, he gave up and pulled over to the side of the road. Feng Chi beside him looked a bit unhappy. She had been so excited on the way here, but now she sat silent as a doll. Perhaps it was because she'd been denied entry. Xiao Qi, are you upset? Lin Ran asked with concern. Feng Chi shook her head. Nothing like that. I just think those people are really annoying. She pouted, her childish face brimming with displeasure. Lin Ran could only offer comfort. It's okay. If you want to go inside, I've got ways to make it happen. It's just a residential complex. Sasha could teleport people inside. But we have other things to do right now. Can you wait a bit, Xiaoqi? Fengqi nodded obediently. I'll listen to you, big brother. The two got out of the car and walked toward the small shopfront bearing the sign for the Federation branch office. Upon entering, they found only one person inside. An elderly man, dozing off at the counter. Seeing Lin Ran approach, the old man yawned and asked, "Another lost child? Lin Ran? Excuse me, sir, is this the Federation branch office?" As he spoke, he activated his death god's eye to scan the area. After confirming it wasn't a supernatural entity, he used the system to analyze the man's identity. Li Qiudong. Exorcist rank, SSSS. Bound spirit, sword ghost SSSS. Lin Ran was stunned. He double-checked to make sure his eyes weren't deceiving him. It really was 4 S's. What the hell was this? How come he never knew there was an SSSS rank above SSS? Old man, you. Lin Ran was stunned. Swallowing hard, he stammered, "Your ghostly rank." Li Qiudong perked up at the sound. He sprang to his feet with a swift movement. He eyed Lin Ran while unfastening the gourd from his waist and took a long drink. "Your face looks somewhat familiar, and you appear quite young. But your forehead is awfully dark, kid. Have you offended someone recently? Lin Ran?" After speaking, Li Qiudong took another sharp swig from the gourd. The alcohol fumes were particularly pungent. "Kid, I'm not trying to scare you, but you really are facing a bloody disaster. If you trust this old man, bring me some cigarettes and liquor. I'll help you weather the storm. If you don't trust this old man, turn right outside, there's a place selling urns.
Lin Ran laughed in exasperation and retorted, "Could it be that I'm a spirit exorcist and a darkened forehead is perfectly normal?" Li Qiudong shook his head, his expression growing even more serious. "You don't understand. Even exorcists who have contracts with spirits don't have darkened foreheads. At most, their yang energy might be a bit depleted. But yours clearly indicates impending bloodshed." Lin Ran didn't rush to expose him. Instead, he asked, "Old man, could you tell me where this blood disaster is coming from?" Li Qiudong shook his head. "I don't know. My abilities aren't sufficient yet. You'll have to ask yourself, have you recently offended someone with immense power?" Just then, a booming voice echoed from outside the door. "Old Qiudong, you old charlatans at it again, pulling your tricks. This time you've even tried to pull it on my nephew. You better believe I'll beat you senseless." Looking toward the doorway, he saw Luo Qiao striding toward them, his expression looking rather grim. He had always been highly skeptical of Li Qiudong's charlatanism. In his view, if such divination were truly so powerful, then the charlatans of that era, on the eve of the Terror's revival, would surely have foreseen that day long ago. How could they have done nothing? So it's Luo Qiao's damn nephew. Li Qiudong downed a large gulp of liquor and belched. Go, go, go. All of you, leave. You're not welcome here." Luo Qiao showed no mercy. "Little Ran, let's go." And so, Lin Ran was dragged away without understanding what was happening. Once outside, Lin Ran couldn't help but ask, "What was that old man's deal?" "Just a charlatan." Luo Qiao sneered dismissively. "He's got nothing going for him except that smooth-talking mouth of his. I have no idea what the higher-ups were thinking, letting him run this branch. Now look at it, it's practically become a dump no one bothers to step foot in." Lin Ran grew increasingly curious. What exactly had happened in this conservation area? Why had a once thriving branch fallen into such disrepair? Was it all because of Li Qiudong? That couldn't possibly be it. "Little Ran, don't mind what he said. Come on, let's walk and talk." The two walked through the conservation area until they reached a bridge spanning the Great River. Along the way, Lin Ran learned some secrets about the Tang clan's warriors from Luo Qiao. The Tang clan warriors originated from a vast family that emerged during the early days of the Terror's revival. They were known as the Tang family. Today, within Conservation Zone 1, led by the Human Federation, the Tang family held immense influence. Their influence was so great it rivaled even the Federation headquarters. The Tang clan warriors are the symbiotic spirits that awaken within every member of the Tang family. However, the initial awakening of the Tang clan warriors varies in rank. Some are A grade, some B grade, and others even E grade or F grade. Thus, the Tang clan unveiled a unique ghostly artifact. This ghostly domain could capture other spirits and infuse their power into the Tang clan warriors. Through this cat-like devouring method, their combat prowess and ranks are elevated. Moreover, with the Tang clan's growing population, a principle of mutual combat emerged. The victor could seize the defeated opponent's contracted ghost spirit. This allowed a single individual to possess multiple ghost spirits. Due to the shared nature of these spirits, they can even fuse together. Multiple low-level warriors can merge into a single high-level warrior. These exceptionally unique ghost spirits propelled the Tang sect to the pinnacle of human society. Until many years ago, when the head of the Tang clan passed away, the clan gradually retreated into the shadows of protected Zone 1. Even after all these years, their power remains formidable. Not even the Federation could shake them in the slightest. Status, power, prestige. In all three aspects, Lin Ran was no match for the Tang family. That was why Luo Qiao spared no expense in elevating Lin Ran to the position of Divine Walker, so that he could accumulate prestige and one day replace the Tang clan. "This is my decision, and it is the Federation's decision." Luo Qiao locked eyes with Lin Ran, his tone unwavering. "The Tang clan, it's not that our Federation doesn't want to move against them. It's that we simply can't. So we need you and Ying to handle this. Do you understand? Only by gaining the support of the masses can we best resolve the Tang sect. And the Tang clan, too, must earn sufficient prestige among humanity to solidify its hegemonic position. Tang Chi presents himself as exceptionally amiable in public, all for the sake of accumulating prestige. Though no overt conflict exists between them, a constant struggle rages behind the scenes. However, the Federation currently lacks sufficient powerhouses to challenge a major clan like the Tang clan." Chapter 145, The Colossus. You are tasked with surpassing the Tang clan in prestige, while the Federation will provide you with maximum support to replace them in power. Luo Qiao laid out his objective and vision for the future. Lin Ran suddenly realized that the forces of Blue Star were gradually surfacing. In a certain sense, the Federation was not the most colossal power. Above it, there existed an even more colossal entity. Just how vast is the Tang sect's influence? Lin Ran asked curiously. He recalled that no Tang sect members appeared on the Spirit Exorcist heavenly rankings. Luo Qiao spoke slowly, enunciating each word, so vast it could topple the entire Federation. The overtly powerful are too numerous to count. Catastrophe level? 11. Hell tier, 27. SSS-tier 108. Lin Ran's heart sank violently, his mind going completely blank. How could this be possible? Throughout his entire understanding, catastrophe-level powerhouses had always been counted in single digits. And that was just the entire blue star. In any single conservation zone, there wasn't a single catastrophe-level powerhouse. How could a single Tang sect possibly possess so many such powerhouses? Luo Chao seemed to have anticipated Lin Ran's shock, sighing as he explained, they are a faction that has been passed down since the early days of the Terror's revival. Their history is even older than our federation. To be honest, the very first spirit exorcist hailed from the Tang sect. Lin Ran trembled. So the spirit exorcists originated from the Tang sect. The Tang sect possessed a unique ghostly artifact that allowed the power of their spirits to be passed down through generations. Through centuries of succession, their power not only persisted but grew stronger. Thus, they naturally became the most formidable faction. As for that so-called exorcist heavenly rankings, the Tang sect held no interest in competing for it. Otherwise, their 11 cataclysm tier exorcists alone would dominate the entire list. Lin Ran was utterly dumbfounded. No wonder Tang Chi and that mechanical-bodied half-human were both hell-tier ghost exorcists. He had even begun to feel uneasy. If the entire Tang sect were to mobilize one day, how could he possibly stand against them? Tang Chi's temperament didn't suggest he was the type to let him off easily. Now, he needed to understand Tang Chi's standing within the Tang clan. If he held a high position, trouble was inevitable. If his standing was low, then things would be manageable. Alright, that's all I'll say about the Tang clan. Is there anything else you wish to know? Luo Chao inquired. Lin Ran nodded. What exactly is Tang Chi's status? Just an unremarkable member of the Tang sect. He's in his 40s and only possesses a hell-level ghost. He's not considered particularly strong within the Tang sect. Luo Chao explained, within the Tang sect, the stronger one is, the higher their status. There's no bloodline, only strength matters. Her strength is average, so her status is mid-tier. Mid-level. This could be troublesome. To reach this level, she must have many capable people at her disposal. Like that cyborg. Also, what exactly is going on with Conservation Zone 04? Lin Ran realized this nursery was no ordinary place. Then there was that SSS-ranked exorcist old man. He seemed unreliable, but his companion ghost spirit had told Lin Ran this man was no ordinary figure. Luo Chao sighed and spoke slowly. 04 Federal Branch. Li Qiudong asked with a smile, little girl, why aren't you leaving? The girl before him shook her head. I can't leave. Why? Because my brother is in danger. You can help him. Feng Qixi declared. Li Qiudong paused, narrowing his sword-like eyes. Oh? He scrutinized Feng Qi closely, his gray-white eyebrows arching slightly. A ghost? Feng Qi bit her thin lips and nodded. How peculiar indeed. Li Qiudong remarked with a sigh, this is the first time this old man has ever read the fortune of a ghost. But seeing as you're such a cute little girl, I'll give it a shot. He stared intently at Feng Qi, silently reciting in his mind. After a moment, he slowly uttered, born of fire, a calamity among men. I must slay you. Otherwise, one day, you will inevitably stir chaos across the land. Li Qiudong finished speaking, then raised his hand with a flick. A cold gleam flashed. A 3-foot-long blue steel blade materialized in his hand. After the Terror's revival, even firearms had been abandoned by humanity. Such cold steel weapons were exceedingly rare. They were nearly extinct. Feng Qi didn't fully grasp the meaning, but she understood the gist. She did not resist, but stepped forward instead. Old grandfather, you may kill me, but may I ask you to help my brother? Li Qiudong took a deep breath, his weathered face twisted with conflict. Killing such an adorable little girl weighed heavily on his conscience. Yet her destiny foretold that she would become a source of chaos in the future. If she wasn't killed, who knew how many people would suffer? Kill or not kill? Just then, Lin Ran and the others rushed back in panic. Seeing this, Lin Ran instantly teleported in front of Feng Qi. Old man, what you're doing is hardly ethical, is it? She's only a 10-year-old child. Simultaneously, 3 ghostly creatures Mao Mao, Sha Sha, and Chang Wei materialized. In an instant, the tension between the two sides plummeted to freezing point. Li Qiudong was slightly taken aback. He knew Lin Ran was a spirit exorcist, and a formidable one at that. But he hadn't expected her to be this powerful. Not only did she possess this exceptionally unique ghostly girl, but she also commanded 3 powerful SS-class ghosts. Especially that girl in the black Western-style dress, she even made him feel threatened. Moreover, he felt a vague sense of familiarity, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Old man, don't try to pull your usual tricks on him. He's just like his father. Luo Chao spoke, his tone laced with deep menace. Li Qiudong chuckled upon hearing this. Ha! So it's that bastard Lin Fang's kid. No wonder that ghost looked so familiar, it was Yeme. Li Qiudong silently sheathed the 3-foot-long blue blade in his hand. It was none other than his companion spirit, the sword ghost. Only then did he turn and walk deeper into the room. Not long after, he retrieved a small, yellowed notebook.
Lin Ran couldn't decipher it, and the few ghosts beside him hadn't returned either. They watched Li Qiudong warily, fearing he might suddenly attack. Not long after, Li Qiudong opened the notebook and pointed to a page, saying, Lin Feng came looking for me 17 years ago. At the time, I told him he'd face a major crisis within 10 years. He didn't believe me. See? Now he's met his end. Lin Ran. Luo Chao retorted impatiently, that's because he participated in some experiment. Li Qiudong waved his hand dismissively. Pfft, it was just that ghost parade nonsense. What good did it do him? None of those guys dared to study it like you lot. You researchers' brains not working right and always spouting nonsense are bound to fail. Luo Chao gritted his teeth. Though Li Qiudong spoke the truth, he refused to admit it. Lin Ran wasn't interested in this. His expression darkened as he demanded, what I really want to know is, old man, why did you attack my people? Contempt flickered in Li Qiudong's eyes. He glanced at Feng Qi, then fixed his gaze on Lin Ran. Those deep, piercing eyes fixed on Lin Ran, tell me the truth, is that little girl human or ghost? Luo Chao. Lin Ran frowned and retorted, what difference does it make? Li Qiudong nodded. Of course it matters. Humans and ghosts are different. Humans pose no threat, but ghosts, if filled with resentment, become fierce. Chapter 146, A Yin's Visit, Bringing Gear. Lin Ran shook his head at Li Qiudong's words, expressing his disagreement. He didn't see it that way. Both humans and ghosts, when consumed by resentment, can become vicious creatures. Very well. Li Qiudong sighed helplessly. Since you don't believe me, this old man can't force you. Besides, that Luo Chao fellow is here. If he won't let me act, I can't kill her. Luo Chao, a hell-tier being, surpassed even his SSS-tier strength. This suggests the rank lies somewhere between SSS and hell-tier. Lin Ran pressed, what exactly are you trying to say? He was growing impatient. This old man seemed to be beating around the bush the entire time. Forget it, forget it. Li Qiudong refused to elaborate. I can only give you one final piece of advice, your strength is still insufficient to confront those forces. There's only one thing you can do now, get far away from here. Luo Chao frowned. What have you discovered? Li Qiudong chuckled lightly. Of course I know everything. This charlatan is no ordinary man. Lin Ran thought to himself. Only Luo Chao knew about his connection to the Tang sect. Yet Li Qiudong had blurted it out. It seemed he truly possessed some ability. Whether this ability would last, however, remained to be seen. Alright, now that we've sorted this out, let's get going. This old man's going back to sleep. Li Qiudong plopped down on a chair, sipping his wine and humming a tune, looking utterly content. Lin Ran gave him a long, lingering look. At Luo Chao's signal, he summoned back the ghosts and spirits, including the cat, and followed him away. Out on the street, the usual bustle of people and vehicles filled the air with lively energy. Only this inconspicuous little shop stood out as eerily quiet. According to Luo Chao, this was due to an incident 10 years prior. At that time, the night parade of 100 Ghosts project had begun. Everyone supported the initiative. However, Li Qiudong, wielding his authority at the time, single-handedly halted the plan's implementation in Conservation Zone 04. Left with no choice, the others had to relocate, leaving this place to establish Fengdu City in the outside world. After this incident, Li Qiudong's non-conformity drew widespread rejection. Gradually, powerful figures began to emerge in Conservation Zone 04, establishing various academies and developing facilities akin to federal branches. Thus, the Federation branch was gradually supplanted. Ultimately, it declined into its current state. It could be said that this outcome was entirely the result of Li Qiudong's actions. Although failure did indeed greet them in the end, just as Li Qiudong had predicted. His reputation plummeted, leaving him utterly discredited and without followers. Who would willingly follow a leader who perpetually marched in opposition to everyone else? What do you plan to do? Luo Chao suddenly asked. Lin Ran shook his head. I haven't decided yet. But for now, I plan to stay here. He still had other tasks to complete. One was the coordinates from earlier. The other was the ghost coordinates from the system quest. The two didn't conflict. But there was no apparent connection between them either. After all, the two locations were extremely distant from each other. Nevertheless, regarding the former, the clue coordinates left by the Rainbow Phoenix bird, Lin Ran already had an answer in mind. There was simply no way to find anything there. For the purpose of the coordinates left behind was none other than Feng Qi, the descendant of that multicolored phoenix. The multicolored phoenix in human form. Luo Chao nodded. Very well, but stay vigilant at all times. As you said, Tang Qi won't let you off the hook. You must be cautious and keep a low profile. The closer these frontline conservation zones are, the nearer they get to Tangman's Zone 1. If you provoke them now, you could find yourself in serious trouble. Lin Ran nodded. I understand. Alright, I've said all I need to say. I gotta go, a pile of nonsense is waiting for me in Conservation Zone 5. Also, that girl Enin asked me about your whereabouts yesterday. She seemed worried about you.
If you have time, drop by her channel for a chat. Luo Qiao left with a string of parting instructions. Finally, as he climbed into his vehicle, he reminded him one last time to keep a low profile and avoid revealing his identity. In this conservation zone, at his current rank, he wouldn't draw attention as long as he kept his identity hidden. After all, as an SS rank exorcist among thousands of S rank and above practitioners in Conservation Zone 04, he was but a speck of dust. Soon, Luo Qiao was gone. He turned to Fengqi beside him. She kept her head bowed, maintaining an unusual silence. "What's wrong, Xiaoqi? Are you unhappy?" Fengqi shook her head. "Brother, that old man said I'm the cause of chaos. Does that mean I'll do bad things?" Lin Ran smiled. "How could that be? You're so young and well-behaved now. When you grow up, it'll be even less likely you'll do anything bad. That old man's just wrong. Don't worry about it." Fengqi nodded thoughtfully. But deep down, she couldn't quite let the matter rest. "Let's go back. We should rest up and look for things tomorrow." They returned to their temporary lodgings. After a brief rest, Lin Ran opened a Yin's channel. A piercing wind noise immediately filled the line. It sounded like someone was moving at high speed. "Something's up. Talk later. Give me your coordinates. I'm coming for you." Before Lin Ran could say more, the connection was cut. Forget it. I'll wait until she gets here." He transmitted the coordinates and then waited. As night approached and the sun sank below the western mountains, a knock sounded at the door. Opening the door to investigate, he saw a silver-haired, silver-clad girl standing there, hands clasped behind her back. A faint smile graced her exquisite face. "How has our Lord Godwalker been lately? Don't flatter me. Come inside." Lin Ran hurriedly ushered her inside. Ain wasted no time, raising her hand to summon a black scythe. This black scythe bore a striking resemblance to Rose's cross-ghost scythe, except its blade glowed a deep crimson. "Night Rose asked me to give this to you. She no longer needs this." Lin Ran gasped in shock. "How do you know her too?" But he quickly recovered. Yi Mei, as the companion ghost spirit of his father, had also participated in the night parade of 100 ghosts experiment back then. And the specimen for that project was Ain, who possessed half human, half ghost blood. That they knew each other seemed hardly surprising. "Let your spirit come out and take a look." Ain offered no explanation. Lin Ran didn't press further, summoning Rose directly. A girl in a black Western-style dress appeared, her cold gaze sweeping over the black scythe. Her delicate eyebrows arched slightly, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes. Ain explained, "This was given to me by Yi Mei. You might find it useful." Rose shook her head and drew her cross-bladed scythe. She gave the scythe a dismissive flick, her expression tinged with disdain. Her expression seemed to say she looked down on the black scythe. Lin Ran immediately activated the system's analysis. Night God Scythe. Special ghost item, rare ghost weapon capable of enhancing ghost combat power. Contains potent destructive energy beyond the control of ordinary ghosts. This was merely a ghost artifact. It seems it's not the same ghost from years ago. No wonder Rose dismissed it after all, the scythe's meager power alone wouldn't convince her to abandon the cross-ghost scythe that could boost her level. At that very moment, a white figure appeared silently. Its speed was blinding, vanishing in an instant. Chapter 147, Sasa Evolves, Reaper's Scythe Upgrades. What kind of ghost could vanish right under Lin Ran and the Silver Dragon's daughter's noses? Without a doubt, it was Lin Ran's contracted spirit. "Yama Sarah. Sasha. Where do you think you're taking this thing?" Lin Ran was scared. This girl always does this. She grabs things and runs off. Once she's gone, the thing is gone. That's right, gone. The kind you can't find anywhere in the entire ghostly realm. Though, occasionally, she does manage to sneak back some special items. But that was back then just stuff you could buy anywhere. This time, though, the items were precious gifts from Yi Mei. Compared to those, it's not just a little worse, it's worlds apart. Lin Ran naturally dared not let Sasha act recklessly. If she took it and vanished again, that would be a huge loss. So Sasa was forcibly called out. She clutched the scythe taller than she was tightly, gazing at Lin Ran with a look of utter grievance. Her large, crimson eyes brimmed with tears, a sight that broke one's heart. Lin Ran couldn't bear to see her suffer. He could only look to Ain. Ain shrugged her shoulders, indicating it wasn't her responsibility. With no other choice, Lin Ran turned to Rose. Xianwei mimicked Ain, spreading her hands outward. But her movements were slightly stiff. "Forget it. You take it." Lin Ran sighed inwardly, resigned to the situation. What a bunch of spendthrifts. Sasha finally perked up, practically floating over. Immediately after, Lin Ran felt a cool, slightly damp sensation on her cheek. Sasha. Before he could react, Sasha had already vanished back into the ghostly realm. Her speed was astonishing. Lin Ran was left dumbfounded. This. Oh dear. Amitabha Buddha. May the old man bless me. Just as Lin Ran's heart was racing with excitement, the system suddenly popped up. Your contracted spirit, Yama Sarah, has obtained a special ghostly artifact, Night God Scythe. Entering fusion stage. Upon completion, Yama-Sera's rank will ascend to SSS. Night God's Scythe will upgrade. Effects unknown. Lin Ran was stunned. Could Sasa's rank be directly elevated to SSS through this? Not only that, but the Night God's Scythe could also be upgraded. The specific effects of the upgrade remain unknown for now. Sasha. Lin Ran called out tentatively. Within the ghostly space, Sasa remained present, yet she was enveloped by a mass of black mist, obscuring her form. It seemed the fusion process had already begun. It was unclear how long the fusion would take. If it dragged on too long, his danger level would rise. After all, without Sasa's spatial abilities, his situation would be perilous. Ain narrowed his eyes, his blood-red gaze drifting sideways, a playful, teasing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Lin Ran flushed under his gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Nothing. A yin smile sent shivers down one's spine. Just thought you were pretty bold, huh? Lin Ran was at a loss for words. Though Ain was right, it still felt like a backhanded compliment. Alright, what does your ghost want with Yime's things? As far as I recall, there's no connection between them. Seeming to notice Lin Ran's awkwardness, Ain kindly changed the subject. Lin Ran could only explain, I don't know either. Maybe she thinks it'll be useful to her. But it seems to be true. I can sense her rank slowly rising. Once she awakens, she'll reach SSS-tier. Ain was astonished. Wow. That's impressive. Who knew your ghost had this kind of ability? How long until she awakens? She was getting impatient. Witnessing the birth of an SSS rank ghost would be an exhilarating experience. Lin Ran shook his head. I don't know either. The system hadn't provided any indication. Sasha hadn't told him either. Still, it seemed they'd have to wait a while. Alright then, I'll stay by your side and protect you for a while. Ain feigned resignation as she took charge, plopping down on the only sofa in the private room. Lin Ran shot her a disgruntled look. Thanks a lot, you know. You're welcome. Just treat me to a meal. Ain chuckled, thick-skinned as ever. Lin Ran. The next day. Early in the morning. Lin Ran departed the temporary lodging with the two women. Today, he had two targets. One was one of the coordinates left by the rainbow phoenix bird. The other was the system's unknown ghost coordinates. The 2 points lay at opposite ends, one in the south, the other in the north, spanning nearly the entire conservation area. He chose the first one, the southern coordinates left by the rainbow phoenix bird. Before long, the car arrived at the southern part of the conservation area. The mission coordinates led to a long abandoned factory. At first glance, it covered an enormous area. Not only that, but it was located deep within the reserve itself. In any other conservation zone, a factory of this scale would be utterly indispensable. But for Conservation Zone 4, a factory of this size was merely average. Fengchi followed behind, clutching Lin Ran's sleeve cautiously. Ain stood shoulder to shoulder with Lin Ran, her gaze sweeping across the entire factory. After a long moment, she shook her head. I sense no supernatural presence. Since we're inside the perimeter walls, the absence of spirits seems quite normal. Lin Ran nodded in agreement. The coordinates left by the rainbow phoenix bird were within the conservation area's walls. Logically, this shouldn't be the case. Let's go inside and take a look. He pulled out his communicator and glanced at the coordinates. They still needed to walk a few more steps forward. Entering the abandoned factory, weeds and moss were everywhere. Green vines crawled across the walls. Soon, Lin Ran located the coordinates. The communicator beeped, confirming the coordinates. Looking around, he found himself right in front of the warehouse door of the abandoned factory. The iron door was rusted shut from years of neglect. Lin Ran tried lifting it with his hand. It moved, but with a loud, grating creak. The screeching creak was unbearably loud. Gritting his teeth, he activated his skill and delivered a powerful punch. Boom! The door swung open, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Ain frowned, scolding, can't you be more careful? Lin Ran, you're a ghost. What's the big deal about dust poisoning? Ain? Upon entering the warehouse, the death's eye remained constantly active to detect any invisible spirits. But Lin Ran wasn't worried. If any spirits were present, Rosecat would sense them and appear at the fastest speed. The Eye of Death now served only one purpose: to see everything clearly within the dust-filled warehouse. The empty warehouse contained nothing but scattered bottles and jars strewn across the floor. Lin Ran felt a pang of disappointment. Sure enough, there was nothing here. Just as he scanned the warehouse once more, ready to leave in disappointment, Fengchi suddenly spoke up. Brother! I think I saw something. It flashed by. Startled, Lin Ran pressed urgently, what was it? Fengchi shook her head. I don't know. I didn't get a clear look. Over there. She pointed toward a corner of the warehouse. In that corner, several rusted iron cans were piled up. They certainly looked old. Without hesitation, Lin Ran stepped forward. At the same time, ghostly energy surged through his hands, ready to confront any enemy at any moment. Chapter 148, Crimson Feather Power, Crimson Flame Domain.
Turning over the tin can, a black box appeared before him. Lin Ran recognized this box. It was precisely the same type he had seen before the tombstone of the Su family's ancestor last time. Is this the box used to seal away ghostly corpses? Ain also recognized the box and asked in confusion, how did this thing end up here? Could it still contain some kind of ghost inside? Lin Ran shook his head. I don't know. Should we open it? He felt a twinge of worry. If the ghost inside wasn't dead, then. You open it. I'll be ready. Ain shoved him forward without hesitation. Lin Ran fumed, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he had insisted on coming himself. But he could always find a scapegoat. Cat, Rose. 2 flashes of black light appeared, and the 2 ghosts materialized simultaneously. Lin Ran wasted no time, shoving the box into their hands. Time for you two to get to work. Rose didn't hesitate either, cradling the box in one hand while drawing her cross-shaped ghost scythe with the other. Then, without hesitation, the scythe came down. A thunderous crash. The iron box shattered into pieces. A crimson feather drifted slowly to the ground. Lin Ran was startled and quickly grabbed her hand. What the hell were you thinking? Did you hurt your hand? Next time you want to get violent, can you at least do it on the ground? Xingwei paused for a moment before nodding. Though she didn't quite understand, seeing Lin Ran's anxious expression still warmed her heart. Ain glared enviously, clenching her teeth in frustration. Fengqi obediently picked up the feather, holding it in her hand. She blinked her beautiful eyes, looking a bit puzzled. What is this thing? Lin Ran activated the system's analysis. Scarlet feather. Special ghostly object, derived from the Crimson Phoenix's feather, infused with potent fire attributes. When used by ghosts, it grants significant enhancement. It seemed this was left behind by the multicolored phoenix. With this, all 3 coordinates seemed to have found their answers. Lin Ran was puzzled. Which coordinate did the rainbow phoenix truly intend to leave behind? Is it where this feather lies? Or where Fengqi resides? Or perhaps, within Conservation Zone 17, something yet undiscovered? Lin Ran racked his brain but found no answer. Reluctantly, he set it aside for now and handed the feather to Fengqi. This belongs to you. Fengqi looked puzzled. My thing? Yes. I don't know how to use it. Hold it tightly and feel it deeply. You should find the answer. Since it was left by the rainbow phoenix bird, Fengqi should know how to use it. Alright. I'll give it a try. Fengqi took the crimson feather in her hand and closed her eyes. The next moment, a crimson light blossomed from her palm. Then, the crimson light slowly merged into Fengqi's body, vanishing without a trace. System notification. Your contracted spirit Fengqi has acquired the power of Crimson Feather, unlocking the special spirit domain. Scarlet Flame Realm. Upon activation, all enemy creatures within the realm suffer fire damage, while allies gain fire attribute enhancement. Lin Ran was overjoyed. Finally, the Ghost Realm has awakened. Special ghost domains were far more powerful than the special abilities he'd awakened before. Fengqi opened her eyes at that moment, brimming with excitement. Brother, I feel like I've become really powerful. I can breathe fire now. Saying this, she immediately wanted to demonstrate. She aimed at an empty patch of ground nearby and unleashed a blast of flame. Boom! And just like that, the warehouse blew up. A dust explosion. The entire warehouse was engulfed in flames, transforming into a sea of crimson fire. Lin Ran's ears rang, his mind going blank. All he could see was red fire. Snap out of it, you idiot! A yin's voice echoed faintly in his mind. Lin Ran shook his head. It took him a moment to regain his senses. Looking around, they had left the warehouse and arrived at an open area within the factory. Beside him, Ain spread her silver dragon wings, their surfaces dotted with scorch marks. Ahead, Fengqi nervously bit her thin lips, staring intently at him. Not far away, Cat continued to meow incessantly, its paws raised high and paws twitching as if signaling the start of a feast. Rose glared at it through clenched teeth, as if she wanted to tear it apart. What happened? Lin Ran was still dazed, rubbing his head as excruciating pain shot through it. Ain remained silent, turning to Fengqi. Fengqi bowed her head, her voice trembling with hurt. Brother, I'm sorry. It's my fault for being so foolish. I've caused you trouble. Hearing this, Lin Ran finally grasped the situation. The warehouse was filled with dust, and when the flames ignited it, an explosion occurred. Recalling Yin's silver dragon wings, now badly burned, Lin Ran instantly guessed that Yin had shielded him, preventing serious injury. Otherwise, his recovery wouldn't be this straightforward. At the very least, he'd have to wait for his self-healing ability to kick in before he could fully recover. This thought filled him with guilt. He owed another favor. He hurriedly thanked her. Thank you, Ain. Ain shook his head. You're welcome. It's what you should be thanking me for. Let's go now. We need to leave this place. After such a massive explosion, the Conservation Zone authorities will be here investigating soon. Lin Ran nodded and quickly drove away. They returned to their temporary lodgings for a brief rest. The next day, the group set out once more. This time, they headed toward the coordinates from the system's mission. These coordinates pointed north of Conservation Zone 04, beyond the city walls and far from even the outermost fortress. Lin Ran had a premonition that this journey would not be straightforward. With a heavy heart, the vehicle finally left the protective zone's fortress coverage after noon. Outside, ghostly creatures roamed the roads everywhere. At first glance, their levels didn't seem particularly high. At least not for Lin Ran in his current state. Most were around grade A level. He paid them no mind, instead accelerating sharply as he drove toward the coordinates. Ain gazed out the window and frowned. This direction seems to be heading toward Conservation Zone 3. Lin Ran had never been to Conservation Zone 3. He didn't know where it was, nor did he know what made it special. So he asked, "What's wrong?" Ain shook her head. "Nothing. I just wonder where exactly you're headed. If it's Conservation Zone 3, it's quite a distance from here. We could easily turn back to Conservation Zone 4 and borrow a plane." "It's fine. Not Conservation Area 3. It's not far from here." Just then, he noticed the distance to the coordinates was less than 10 kilometers. Unfortunately, the road stretched northward, flanked on both sides by towering cliffs. They were currently positioned within a canyon. And as luck would have it, the mission coordinates were located on the western side. "Looks like we'll have to find a place to park the vehicle and walk the rest of the way." Ain took the communicator, glanced at it, and smiled. "Don't worry, we can choose to just fly over." "Let's go. Get out first." With Yin's help, the two quickly reached the coordinates. Lin Ran now stood precisely on the patch of land marked by the coordinates. Solid and stable, with no ghostly figures in sight. After all, he was now perched atop a mountain peak. 1,000 meters above sea level. Is what I'm looking for really here? Lin Ran felt a twinge of doubt. Chapter 149, 7 Stars Encircling the Moon. The biting cold wind at the summit was especially piercing. Even in broad daylight, it sent shivers down one's spine. Gusts of cold wind swept through. It was terrifying. At the same time, Bingqi seemed to sense the presence of ghostly entities, her little face turning deathly pale. Holding Lin Ran's hand, she said with concern, "Brother, this place seems dangerous." Meow Meow agreed, meow. Only Ain looked utterly fearless. We're all ghosts and monsters, what's there to be scared of? Lin Ran chuckled, activating his Death God's eye skill to scan ahead and confirm no ghosts were in sight. Only then did he proceed with confidence, arriving directly above the system coordinates. Reached mission coordinates. Unknown ghosts mission progress plus 5%. Next mission guidance activated. Mission details, await the arrival of the 7 stars encircling the moon to unlock the next mission. Lin Ran? What the heck? 7 stars circling the moon? So this thing actually depends on the date? When exactly is the 7 stars circling the moon? Lin Ran wondered silently. Before the system could respond, Yin's voice reached his ears. Come to think of it, this spot's pretty good for stargazing. The mountain's high enough, and there aren't many trees blocking the view. Look up, and you'll see everything clearly. Hearing this, Lin Ran lifted his head and glanced up. It was indeed true. Ain continued, have you seen the latest news? The once-in-a-century 7 stars encircling the moon phenomenon is set to appear soon. Lin Ran's heart raced. What? The 7 stars circling the moon will appear soon? When exactly? Ain shook her head. We don't know yet. While signs of the 7 stars encircling the moon are becoming observable, no one would expend such immense resources to calculate its precise timing. Lin Ran nodded in understanding. Indeed. After all, humanity's primary task now was to combat supernatural threats. Things like the 7 stars encircling the moon were, at best, mere entertainment for humanity. In this already unstable apocalyptic world, if humanity continued to prioritize entertainment, extinction would be imminent. Therefore, the Federation chose not to expend resources calculating the precise timing of the 7 stars encircling the moon. It seems we must wait. Lin Ran thought to himself. Yet he felt a pang of reluctance. Mentally, he inquired, System, you truly have no idea when the 7 stars encircling the moon will occur? System, uncalculable. Lin Ran had no choice but to wait. He turned to Ain and suggested, why don't we wait here and see when the 7 stars encircle the moon occurs? Ain blinked her big eyes in confusion. Why? Aren't you looking for something? Not looking anymore? Lin Ran felt a bit awkward. This question was difficult to answer. All he could say was, actually, I need to wait for the 7 stars to circle the moon before I can get the next piece of information. Ain? She couldn't help but be confused. Though she was a supernatural being, she didn't understand the connections involved. She certainly didn't know what special significance the 7 stars encircling the sun held for spirits. Alright, Ain, we'll just wait and see here. Helplessly, Ain could only nod in agreement. Night fell swiftly. Lin Ran stared intently upward, not daring to blink once. As he stared, drowsiness washed over him, nearly lulling him to sleep. He hurriedly sought out Ain to chat. When exhaustion finally overwhelmed him, he pulled out the cat to take his place. And so, the waiting continued for 3 days.
On the fourth night, Ain was already growing impatient. Is that damn 7 stars encircling the moon going to show up or not? After waiting 3 days in this godforsaken place, she was already on edge.
Lin Ran, however, remained far more composed. After all, he was here to obtain a more powerful spirit, unlike Ain, who had no purpose and was just killing time. If I don't see the 7 stars encircling the moon tonight, I'm going to the Federation and cursing those old fools to death. All day long studying what garbage. They can't even calculate the time correctly. Lin Ran couldn't help but laugh bitterly, offering comfort. It's okay, Ain. Soon. We'll see it. Night had fallen. The sun had set and a bright moon, emitting a faint, cold glow, was strikingly captivating.
The moon had risen. Another moonrise passed and Lin Ran no longer felt the initial excitement and anticipation.
Instead, he felt calm and detached.
Though the horrors had resurfaced, the night was eerily silent, devoid of stars or moonlight for years.
But with the 7 stars soon to encircle the moon had finally emerged. Yet the stars remained elusive, impossible to discern.
Dark clouds obscured the sun.
Only the moon shines bright, no stars are seen.
Ain sighed. With that, she rose from the ground and walked toward the makeshift camp nearby. You take your time looking. I'm going to rest first.
Lin Ran could only respond with a single word before lying down on the ground to gaze at the sky. He stared at the moon for a long time. Unnoticed, his vision began to blur. The entire world seemed to be shrouded in a layer of white mist.
Within the mist,
he felt as though he had arrived in an unknown world. All around was a vast expanse of white, endless pallor, save for a silver gate ahead. Lin Ran rubbed his sleepy eyes. He furrowed his brow and scanned his surroundings.
Yet he saw nothing. Only pallor. System.
He called out to the system, and it appeared as expected.
Pending completion of the 7 stars orbiting the moon quest. Contracted unknown specter quest progress plus 5%. Initiating next quest guidance.
Guidance details: proceed to the Gate of Truth and communicate with the gatekeeper.
Lin Ran was puzzled. Shouldn't you explain my current situation first?
He felt terribly unwell. An indescribable discomfort permeated his entire being. His entire body seemed to be in a state of intangible chaos. His mind was foggy and sluggish. The system offered no response, instead falling silent. No matter how he called out, it wouldn't appear. It seemed he had no choice but to proceed. Lin Ran trudged toward the silver gate. What was the Gate of Truth?
He didn't know.
But he knew this door before him must be the Gate of Truth. Because there was only one door here.
Human.
As Lin Ran gradually approached the gate, he discovered a mysterious figure clad in white robes standing before it. The figure was entirely cloaked in white, blending seamlessly with the pallid, white world around them. Thus, Lin Ran had not noticed him at first. But he wasn't surprised. The system had already mentioned the need to communicate with the gatekeeper. This enigmatic figure in white robes before him must be the gatekeeper.
Hello, my name is Lin.
Lin Ran paused abruptly, realizing he had forgotten his own name. After a long moment, he finally retrieved his full name from the hazy recesses of his memory.
My name is Lin Ran. May I ask if you are the gatekeeper of the Gate of Truth?
The white-robed figure chuckled. Human, you're quite impressive. You are the only one who has made it this far and remained unshaken upon seeing the Gate of Truth. Lin Ran furrowed his brow, sensing that nothing here was simple. Not just this gate, but also this mysterious figure. And the chaos within him. Facing the stranger's praise, he merely shook his head.
You flatter me. I'm already in chaos right now.
To recognize your own confusion, you have surpassed all who have come here before.
Human, you have earned the right to speak with me. Ask your questions.
Lin Ran felt utterly bewildered. His mind was a tangled mess, and he didn't even know where he was. Suddenly encountering this mysterious figure who kept addressing him as human. And now he claims I'm worthy of speaking with him.
Communicate about what? Suppressing his irritation, Lin Ran demanded, I want to know where exactly is this?
Chapter 150, Nightcrawler, Continuous Upgrades. Chaos. The mysterious figure's tone was calm yet commanding.
The word chaos seemed to contain an ultimate truth, shaking one's very soul.
Lin Ran shook his head.
I don't know.
The mysterious figure chuckled.
Truthfully, I suspected you wouldn't know. Moreover, the reason you're here isn't to find out where this place is. The answer you truly seek lies in another question.
A flicker of surprise flashed through Lin Ran's mind. The mysterious figure before him seemed to read his thoughts.
You want to know about a creature called a ghost in your civilization, right?
Lin Ran nodded, a hint of confusion lingering in his mind.
Are ghosts and monsters considered living beings?
The mysterious figure chuckled softly.
Don't you already have the answer in your heart?
Regarding his contracted ghost, Lin Ran truly regarded it as a companion. Therefore, in his mind, ghosts were indeed living beings with consciousness.
Yet this life and consciousness were not acknowledged by many. You wish to understand the spirit that has been waiting for you, correct?
Lin Ran nodded. He understood now that whatever he thought, the other party could sense it.
He decided not to dwell on it anymore. If he had something to say, he'd just say it. Just wait patiently. When the day comes, it will find you on its own. You've lingered in this world far too long. If you don't leave soon, even your strongest willpower will be eroded by the chaos. Leave. Leave this place. He didn't give Lin Ran a chance to ask more questions. He felt as though the mysterious figure was chanting a hypnotic spell. Dazed and disoriented, he drifted into a heavy slumber. When he opened his eyes again, the blinding sunlight made him instinctively shield his eyes with his hand. It took him a while to adjust before he could lower his hand. It seemed he had accidentally fallen asleep last night and had a dream. That mysterious dream still felt somewhat jumbled. System. He mentally summoned the system, and a virtual panel appeared before his eyes. He tapped the task section and located the mission to contract an unknown spirit. There it was, boldly displayed. The mission progress had already reached 20%. Wait a minute. 20%? System, you got that wrong? Progress increasing even in my dreams? The system confirmed, host, last night was not a dream. Lin Ran. It was actually real. He had seen the mysterious Gate of Truth and its enigmatic gatekeeper. What was the Gate of Truth? And what exactly were those unknown spirits? Lin Ran's anticipation grew stronger by the moment. If it was truly as the mysterious figure had said, all he needed to do was wait. Wait for the other party to seek him out. So, Lin Ran tentatively tapped open the system interface. Sure enough, there were no further instructions. A surge of joy filled his heart. At the same time, his mind was filled with curiosity about that mysterious door and its guardian. What exactly were they? With these questions in mind, Lin Ran decided to head to the Conservation Zone Federation to retrieve some files. Just as he was about to head toward the temporary camp, Ain burst out, fuming, "This is infuriating. It's driving me crazy. Why did I sleep so soundly during my homework? Why? Why did the 7 stars encircling the moon appear on the very night I was asleep? I'm so mad." Seeing the girl's flushed cheeks and puffed up cheeks, Lin Ran couldn't help but laugh. It's okay. You missed one chance, but there'll be another time, right? Ain pouted, saying nothing. Lin Ran continued, "Actually, I didn't see it last night either. I fell asleep while staring at it and had this really weird dream." Hearing this, Yin's anger melted away. Knowing someone else had missed it too proved she wasn't the only unlucky soul out there. Ain felt she'd found a kindred spirit and couldn't help but laugh mockingly. "Ha, so you're a total loser too." Lin Ran gritted her teeth but didn't argue back. Soon, everything was packed up, and the group drove deeper into the conservation area. The journey proved surprisingly uneventful, leaving both Ain and Mao Mao somewhat disappointed. Only Lin Ran felt he'd gained something substantial. As the car sped along the road, he even hummed a cheerful tune. Suddenly, a hideously ugly ghostly creature appeared ahead. Standing 8 feet tall, its limbs were thick, muscular tentacles. Its head was sunken in, its hideous appearance utterly revolting. Yin's expression darkened. How could such a hideous monster exist? Disgusting. Despite this, Lin Ran still brought the car to a halt. Ain charged forward with blinding speed, wielding her silver dragon spear. Lin Ran tried to call out to her, urging her not to act impulsively, but it was too late. He could only check the monster's level first. Nightcrawler. Monster level, SS. Special ability, Resurrection. Resurrection. Resurrect after death? Lin Ran was stunned. Did this mean it was an undead creature that couldn't be killed? As he pondered this, a dull thud echoed nearby. Immediately after, the Nightcrawler was cleaved clean in two. Poof. A mere SS rank dares to show off in front of me? Ain turned to Lin Ran with an arrogant smirk. Lin Ran, however, had no interest in her. His gaze fixed on the Nightcrawler's corpse. The body, severed in two by Ain, began to merge back together at its center. The wounds gradually closed. Rebirth. It was truly resurrecting. This demon cannot be killed. Lin Ran gasped in horror. Ain, watch out. Hearing this, Ain was startled and immediately sidestepped, leaping to an open space nearby, barely evading the creature's sneak attack. Turning to look behind him, the Nightcrawler had already risen to its feet, its thick tentacles as sharp as blades. Where it landed, it had actually pounded a massive groove into the ground. Lin Ran stared in disbelief. This ghostly creature seemed to have grown significantly stronger. Meow meow, Rose, help out. As Meow Meow and Rose joined the fray, a 3-against-1 battle ensued. Facing a ghost with the ability to resurrect, Lin Ran dared not issue a direct order to kill it. He could only shout, just find a way to trap it. The two ghosts obeyed, striking simultaneously to send the Nightcrawler flying. It crashed to the ground with a dull thud. Ain immediately delivered the finishing blow, thrusting his spear through the Nightcrawler's abdomen, pinning it to the ground. Cat wasted no time either, spewing black mist to envelop it completely. Lin Ran's heart leapt with joy. Why hadn't he thought of this? Once Cat devoured it, no matter how formidable the creature was, it couldn't possibly regenerate inside its stomach, right? As he pondered this, Cat had already swallowed the entire Nightcrawler whole. Simultaneously, the system notification popped up. Contract Ghost Cat Yao has slain an SS rank ghost. Gained ghost experience plus 500, earned points plus 100.
Contract Ghost Cat devoured SS rank Ghost Nightcrawler, gaining plus 500 Ghost EXP, unlocking Nightcrawler's shapeshift form, and acquiring special ability, self-healing.
Lin Ran was overjoyed. Self-healing. Wasn't this precisely his special ability? It was this ability that had allowed him to survive so many life or death crises. Now that Nekomata possessed this ability too, it meant he would never have to worry about its safety again. But that wasn't all. The system prompted again. Contract Spirit Fingchi has net upgrade requirements. Consume 100 points plus a rare fire attribute spirit to complete evolution. Chapter 151, The Potential of a Half-Human, Half-Ghost. Another upgrade? Lin Ran was overjoyed. Fingchi was already at a rank. Another level up would take her to S rank. Combined with her formidable flame manipulation abilities, that would make for a formidable combat force. Excellent. This battle was well worth it. Not only had the cat gained powerful special abilities, but Fingchi had also met the conditions for leveling up. Next step, find ghostly creatures to aid Fingchi's advancement. Lin Ran opened the system shop and began searching for ghostly artifacts. He soon found a rare fire attribute ghostly object. Fire Spirit Flower. Rare ghost item, increases fire attribute abilities when used by ghosts. Price, 2,000 points. 2,000 points. That's equivalent to 210 pulls. The price is still somewhat acceptable. Check the remaining points, 12,032. Still over 10,000 points. Without hesitation, I bought it. Deducting 2,000 points to purchase one Fire Spirit Flower. Mental click to upgrade. Consumed 100 points, one Fire Spirit Flower, contracted Spirit Fingchi evolved. Fingchi. Spirit level, S. Special abilities, Crimson Flame Domain, Scarlet Ghost Fire Control. Monster EXP, 0-20,000. Affinity, 9100. The compatibility level still falls short of the maximum, but it is already sufficient. A 90-point compatibility rating surpasses that of most Spirit Exorcist's companion spirits. Of course, special cases like Lin Ran and Rose are clearly in a league of their own. Brother! I've grown stronger again. Fingchi jumped up excitedly. Having evolved to S rank, she could clearly feel her power had surged significantly. Lin Ran smiled fondly. Of course. Our Fingchi is incredibly powerful now. Beside them, Ain studied Fingchi intently. A flicker of surprise crossed his blood-red eyes. This spirit's aura is growing increasingly similar to one I know well. Lin Ran perked up with interest. Who? Ain shook his head. I can't quite recall. 10 years ago, I was only 6. All I remember is that within the research institute, there was a ghostly presence whose aura closely resembled this one. So it was. 10 years ago that was the time of the night parade of 100 Ghosts project. It must have been the rainbow phoenix bird, or perhaps a humanoid ghost resembling it. Otherwise, how could it have merged to form a humanoid Fingchi? What surprised Lin Ran, however, was that Ain had been only 6 years old back then. So you're still just a 16-year-old kid now? Ain shot him a withering look. What did you think? Lin Ran was utterly stunned. A 16-year-old spirit already possessed an SSS-tier power level. Once it reached adulthood, it would be at least Hell tier. At this age, humans had only just awakened their companion spirits. Most struggled to even reach D rank. He could almost understand why those people were researching the night parade of 100 Demons project. Compared to humans, half-human, half-ghost beings were far stronger. Lin Ran thought of Fengchi. At just 10 years old, she had risen to S rank with his help. In a few more years, Hell tier might not be out of reach. Perhaps she might even reach that tier faster than Ain. The next day, a Yin's communicator rang. This is Dawn. What's the matter? A slightly urgent voice came from the other end. This is Su Xiao, head of Nursery Zone 14. There are signs of a ghost tide approaching the perimeter of our zone. Requesting support from the Silver Dragon's daughter. Ain grew impatient. Another ghost tide already? Hold the nursery at all costs. I'll get there as soon as I can. Conservation Zone 14 was a considerable distance away. A full 1,800 kilometers. I have to go. Ain set down the communicator and looked at Lin Ran. Lin Ran nodded. Do you need me to come with you? His business in this conservation zone was concluded. Rather than linger, it was better to depart swiftly. After all, the Federation here had fallen into decline, while various academies and guild factions had grown immensely powerful. Among them was the faction led by Prince Wang, whom he had encountered earlier alongside Tang Qi. No need. You're slower than me. Following me would only slow down my reinforcements. If you're bored, you can head to Conservation Zone 14 after me. Maybe we'll cross paths again. Ain flatly refused Lin Ran. Taking him along would inevitably slow them down. If that caused the reinforcements to arrive too late, it could spell disaster. Lin Ran sighed and conceded. Fine, I'll hang around here for a few days then.
After seeing off Ayin, the idle Lin Ran wandered onto the streets of Conservation Zone 4. Unlike the desolation of other conservation zones, this one was bustling with activity. People bustled everywhere along the streets. Even before reaching the shopping center, he could see countless men and women strolling together along the main thoroughfare. Lin Ran mused, wouldn't it be better if the exorcists here dispersed to assist the major conservation zones? Beside him, Fingchi looked around curiously, her large eyes blinking rapidly. Brother, what's that? She pointed toward a massive circular structure in the distance. Lin Ran was utterly astonished. It's actually a Ferris wheel. An amusement ride. There were actually amusement facilities here. After all, when the apocalypse struck, all human infrastructure was destroyed. Now, in the process of rebuilding the wasteland, many places still lack even a single decent house. Amusement facilities like Ferris wheels and theme parks were practically unthinkable. What's a Ferris wheel? Fengchi blinked in confusion. Lin Ran didn't explain. He just smiled and said, you'll find out when I take you to ride it. Arriving beneath the massive Ferris wheel, the vast amusement park stretched out before them, teeming with crowds. Not just children, but adults too. It's so bustling. Lin Ran exclaimed. Fengchi's eyes widened in surprise, brimming with curiosity. She had never seen so many people before. Even back in the village, she hadn't seen so many people gathered in one place. Other conservation areas simply couldn't possibly gather such a crowd. Come on, let's go have some fun. Arriving at the amusement park entrance, they queued to buy tickets. Since Fengchi stood exactly 1.2 meters tall, they bought a child's ticket. Even at half price, it cost a whopping 360 contribution points. This is ridiculously expensive. Lin Ran sighed. Pulling Fengchi toward the Ferris wheel, they found the area already packed with people. A long queue had formed. So many people. Fengchi exclaimed. Suddenly, a pot-bellied middle-aged man approached. Come see, come see. The only real deal in this amusement park. Just $99 and skip the line hassle. Lin Ran? Even scalpers have arrived? This. Had he really not returned to his former blue star? Suddenly, his system popped up a message. Wang Hu. Contract Spirit Bone Spirit King SSS? An SSS-tier exorcist actually scalping tickets here? Lin Ran furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss. He immediately called out, hey, buddy. Over here. Hearing this, Wang Hu's expression brightened. You wanna cut in line, bro? Come on over, cash for goods. Without hesitation, Lin Ran transferred 99 contribution points. Thanks a bunch. Follow me, I'll take you through the back door. No need to wait in line. Chapter 152, Parasitic Ghosts. So the two followed Wang Hu to the very front of the line. There stood Wang Hu, his bulging belly thrust forward, a menacing scowl on his face, cutting in line. Lin Ran? He was dumbfounded. Was this supposed to be a shortcut? Behind them, a group of people began whispering among themselves. What kind of people are these? How can they just cut in line like that? Think they can cut in line just because they're big and strong? Wang Hu wasn't about to tolerate the commotion. He roared, what's all the fuss? So what if I cut in line? Got a problem? Come and get me. Lin Ran was stunned. So this was the power of an SSS-class ghost? Using his powerful ghost status to bully people everywhere. He'd completely figured out how to play the system. Lin Ran and his companion promptly cut in line as well. After waiting only a short while, the two boarded the Ferris wheel. Having completed his task, Wang Hu had already departed, vanishing without a trace. Outside the amusement park. In a secluded corner. Wang Hu's body began to twist and contort. His elbows bent backward at an impossible angle. His head was nearly twisted around to the back of his neck. His eyes bulged wide, the eyeballs nearly popping out. A series of low, hoarse, grating growls erupted from his throat. Rip! Wang Hu's stomach ripped open. A white skeleton emerged from within. It was a skeleton. Not a trace of flesh or blood remained on its entire body, only stark white bones. Its hollow eye sockets held no eyeballs, and no organs remained anywhere on its body. So that's what it means to possess the will strong enough to withstand the chaos. The Bone King emitted a hoarse growl before retreating into the shadows, vanishing completely. All that remained on the ground was the mangled corpse stripped of every bone, soft as wet clay. At the amusement park, Lin Ran and the others stepped off the Ferris wheel. Fengchi still seemed reluctant to leave, but soon spotted the roller coaster speeding by in the distance. Meanwhile, Lin Ran was searching. Wang Hu was gone. A spirit exorcist with an SSS-ranked ghost would never be content to work as a scalper in a place like this. His presence here must have some purpose. What on earth had happened? Brother! Brother! Can we go ride that one? Fengchi tugged at Lin Ran's hand while pointing toward the roller coaster. With a sigh, Lin Ran temporarily set aside his thoughts about Wang Hu, nodded, and led Fengchi toward the next ride. In the blink of an eye. The afternoon slipped away. The sun dipped below the western mountains, its golden glow spilling across their faces.
Just as the two exited the amusement park, a group of night watchmen in black uniforms approached. "We're Team B28 from the 04th Conservation Zone Watchman Headquarters. You must be Lin Ran. Come with us." Lin Ran frowned. "Why should I come with you?" The squad leader pulled out a communicator displaying a photograph. "Around 3 p.m. today, we received a report that Wang Hu was found dead in the alley outside the amusement park. As an outstanding student of the 3rd Spirit-driven Academy, we must seek justice for him as soon as possible. And you, as the last person to have contact with him, are our primary suspect. Please come with us." Lin Ran glanced at the photo. It was indeed Wang Hu. The photo showed Wang Hu's horribly mutilated corpse, his body stripped almost entirely of flesh. His expression was horrifyingly distorted. Lying in a pool of blood, it felt as though the pungent stench of blood could be smelled even through the photograph. Lin Ran frowned, deep in thought. For an SSS-tier spirit exorcist to meet such a violent end, the ghost's power level must far surpass SSS-tier. Perhaps even Hell grade. But there were only 3 Hell grade exorcists known to the public. One was Luo Chao, and the other 2 were the branch heads of childcare zones 2 and 3. They had absolutely no reason to come here, especially just to kill an SSS rank spirit exorcist. The only faction Lin Ran could think of was one. The Tang sect. It seems he really can't escape involvement in this matter after all. Fine. I'll go with you. Shortly thereafter, at the Night Watcher base. The moment he entered the base, Lin Ran spotted a familiar figure. It was Li Qiudong. What was he doing here? "You're here?" Seeing Lin Ran arrive, Li Qiudong gestured to a nearby seat. "Sit down, kid." Lin Ran nodded, pulled a chair over for Fengqi, and sat down himself. Looking around, the place didn't resemble an interrogation room at all. He felt a bit puzzled. Li Qiudong explained, "Because of your unique status as one of the Federation's 2 divine walkers, ordinary people lack the authority to interrogate you. Of course, neither do I. If we're talking ranks, you and I are on equal footing." Lin Ran nodded thoughtfully, feeling profoundly astonished. He hadn't realized his current status and standing were so elevated. "Take a look. These are all photos taken at the scene." Li Qiudong handed over a stack of photos. They were all pictures of Wang Hu. His entire skeleton vanished as if by magic, his body torn clean in 2 from the inside by some immense force. Not only that, but not a single trace of his internal organs remained, just skin stretched over bones. Li Qiudong's description matched the photos perfectly. Lin Ran pondered for a moment before asking, "Who do you think did this?" "Of course it's a ghost. But as for what kind of ghost, we haven't a clue yet. After all, it's been years since any ghosts beyond Class B have appeared in our conservation area." Lin Ran was puzzled. "What do you mean?" He was familiar with Conservation Zone 4. Ever since the people here grew stronger, ghosts capable of breaching the city walls had become extremely rare. The most common were C-rank ghosts, while B-rank ghosts hadn't been seen in the city for years. And a ghost capable of killing an SSS-grade spirit exorcist was even more impossible to appear. That's why Lin Ran immediately suspected the Tang sect exorcists. But now, Li Qiudong was actually saying B-rank? Could a B-rank ghost possibly defeat Wang Hu's SSS-rank spirit? Wang Hu's companion spirit is grade B, which is why he was classified as an outstanding student by the 3rd Exorcist Academy upon awakening. And the only entity capable of killing him is a ghost surpassing B rank. Li Qiudong frowned and asked, "You wouldn't be unaware of this, would you?" Lin Ran's heart jolted. "Impossible. How could that be? When I saw him, his ghost was clearly SSS grade." Li Qiudong's eyes widened. "Hold on a moment." He immediately stood up and began searching through files. Before long, a stack of files on Wang Hu landed before Lin Xiu. Wang Hu. Age, 19. Companion Ghost Spirit, Black Rock Tiger. Ghost Spirit Level, B Class. Details. Lin Ran was stunned. Grade B, Black Rock Tiger. This was nothing like the SSS grade Bone King he remembered. A sense of foreboding began to take root in his heart. When Wang Hu had encountered him, Wang Hu had already been possessed by the SSS rank ghostly Bone King. At that point, Wang Hu was no longer Wang Hu. He was merely a host possessed by a ghost. Noticing Lin Ran's expression, Li Qiudong couldn't help but ask, "Did you discover something unusual?" Lin Ran nodded. "An SSS grade ghost, the Bone King. I want to know the exact details of that ghost." Upon hearing the words Bone King, Li Qiudong's expression darkened. After a long moment. Chapter 153, What Lies Ahead, Human or Other? Li Qiudong rose, borrowed the night watchman's computer, and quickly printed out a thick stack of documents. And this dossier belonged to none other than the Bone King. Lin Ran took the file and began flipping through it. Monster information, unknown. Currently known forms include Heart Eater, Night Fiend, Bone King, and Wailing Woman. Monster tier, unknown. Currently revealed tiers include S, SS, SSS, and Hell. Monster ability, shape-shifting. Lin Ran felt his astonishment deepening. The strength of this ghost far exceeded his current understanding. Not only did it possess shape-shifting abilities akin to those of cats, but it also had the power to alter its own ghost rank.
He continued reading downward. There lay the crimes committed by this ghost in each of its forms. First was the Heart Devourer form. Heart Eater. Details exists within the darkness, silently entering human bodies to devour hearts and replace them, thereby controlling human actions through this method. Specific incidents. May, year 207 of the Terror Era, Wang Lei, instructor at the First Academy of Exorcists in Protective Zone 1, was murdered. July, year 207 of the Horror Era, all members of Squad B01 of the Night Watchers in Protective Zone 2 were killed. Lin Ran counted them a full 109 entries. Evidently, this specter had claimed numerous human lives. Even more terrifying was the revelation that it possessed other forms. Combined, the thick stack of records spanned 10 pages, all detailing its crimes. Lin Ran was utterly stunned. Hasn't this ghost been investigated at all? Li Qiudong shook his head. The Federation has classified this ghost as top secret. Only the heads of major conservation zones have access to the files. Beyond that, this specter possesses exceptionally unique abilities. It seems to be able to bypass the special ghost barriers of the conservation zones. Lin Ran frowned. This was not good. The very walls of the major conservation zones, forged with infused special energies, were what maintained their peace. If a ghost capable of bypassing these walls emerged, wouldn't that mean ghosts could enter the city with ease from now on? The thought filled him with growing unease. You'd better be careful. Li Qiudong suddenly cautioned, this ghost, as far as I know, can change its form at will. It's highly likely it can take human shape. Your blood-red disaster? It's most likely caused by this very entity. Lin Ran raised an eyebrow, suspicion stirring within him. Could it be that this charlatan had actually spoken the truth? Could he really be that unlucky? Well, since it's the Bone King's doing, this matter has nothing to do with us. Li Qiudong finished speaking, then took a swig from the gourd at his waist. After returning the documents and other items to the Night Watch, they departed the Night Watch base. Lin Ran sighed helplessly and followed along with Fingqi. Walking down the street, people didn't seem to be panicking over the death of one person. On the contrary, they were remarkably calm. So calm, in fact, that everyone carried themselves with ease, chatting and laughing. The two walked straight across the street and arrived at a large bridge. Beneath the bridge flowed a long canal. Cruise ships passed continuously overhead, their humming sound long and resonant. Li Qiudong leaned against the railing, gazing into the distance. The setting sun in the west seemed poised to dye the entire world crimson. The light was breathtakingly beautiful. Li Qiudong suddenly turned his head to look at Lin Ran. Do you know what the most terrifying thing about the Bone King is? Lin Ran shook his head. Shape-shifting? Even if it could change form, ghostly energy could still detect it, right? A hint of world weariness deepened the lines on Li Qiudong's slightly aged face. It's that you'll never know what form it will take when it appears before you. It's like us humans, except it contracts with humans, while we humans contract with ghosts and monsters. Lin Ran frowned. A reverse contract? He thought of Wang Hu. Back then, Wang Hu was likely already possessed by it. Its parasitism manifested within the host as a contracted spirit. This allowed it to evade most forms of detection, including Lin Ran's system scans. Such an existence, akin to a system glitch, was bound to terrify humanity. Lin Ran pressed, if that's the case, why not disclose its information? If the Bone King's true form were revealed, surely fewer humans would be deceived. But Li Qiudong shook his head. It's useless. It can assume countless forms. No one knows what it will become next. Releasing its information now would only spark widespread panic. Then, the world we've worked so hard to stabilize would descend into chaos. Lin Ran couldn't understand. Why would that be the case? Panic? Rather than fueling panic through constant suppression of information, wouldn't it be better to let everyone know so they can take emergency precautions? He couldn't fathom what the Federation officials were thinking. As if sensing his confusion, Li Qiudong said, have you ever considered this? If an SSS rank or even a Hell rank ghost appeared within the conservation zone, would you still choose to stay? Would you still believe the sanctuary walls could withstand a ghost? Lin Ran didn't answer. He was contemplating the question. Li Qiudong pressed on, if you knew the person standing before you was likely a demon host, would you still negotiate with them? This time, Lin Ran understood completely. Leaking news about the Bone King would inevitably spark mutual suspicion among humans, and thus collapse without a fight. The Bone King wouldn't even need to lift a finger. What a masterstroke, Bone King. Alright, leave this place while you still can. This conservation area is under surveillance, it won't be peaceful for long. Li Qiudong offered his final warning before turning to leave. Lin Ran didn't linger either, returning to his lodgings. Instead of resting, he began packing his belongings. As Li Qiudong had warned, trouble was brewing here. Leaving was the wisest choice. In a place where such a peculiar ghostly entity as the Ghost King existed, the more people gathered, the greater the danger. Early the next morning, Lin Ran drove the car, carrying Fingqi toward the outskirts of Conservation Zone 04. Before long, they passed the inner city walls and reached a gas station near the fortress. Just as he stepped out to refuel, Lin Ran overheard murmurs nearby. Did you hear?
Another gifted spirit exorcist is dead. Yeah, I know.
From the 3rd Exorcist Academy. No one knows how he died.
Who knows? Could it be the work of a stalker? Ranger's another term he'd never heard before.
Lin Ran moved closer and studied the two men speaking intently. They wore simple coarse cloth garments, their shoulders marked with the emblem of a golden coin.
The mark of bounty hunters. He hurried forward. Gentlemen, may I ask what exactly you mean by stalker?
Speaking, he produced his communicator to verify his identity.
Swiftwalker, Lin Ran. Both men froze for a moment before exclaiming, so it's Commander Divine Walker.
Since the Divine Walker commander wishes to know, we shall tell you everything we know.
The Stealthwalker is a mysterious specter lurking in the darkness.
It can transform into various forms. In fact, each of us might even see it in a different shape at the same time.
Chapter 154, Tang Clan Members. Consecutive Ghost Tides. Seeing the same thing, yet perceiving different forms. How could that be possible?
Lin Ran felt his heart sink with dread. It was like seeing a car to his eyes. It was clearly a car, yet to others, it appeared as a tiger.
An utterly impossible situation. As if sensing Lin Ran's astonishment, the two continued, we can't say for certain either. We only know it's roughly like this.
If you're interested, Commander Divine Walker, you could use your authority to investigate.
Your rank is far higher than ours. Lin Ran nodded. Thank you.
After filling the tank, Lin Ran returned to the car, his mind still reeling.
The same object, same time, different people, different forms. What kind of monster was this? Was it something that could induce hallucinations? Lin Ran grew increasingly curious, yet also increasingly fearful. Brother, what's wrong? Feng Qi noticed Lin Ran's pale complexion and asked with concern.
Lin Ran shook his head.
Nothing. Let's go home.
He started the car and slowly drove away from Conservation Area 04. They headed toward Conservation Zone 13. It had been so long since they'd returned, who knew what state it was in now. Speaking of which, with the ghost tide hitting Conservation Zone 14 this time, as the nearest federal force, Conservation Zone 13 should send reinforcements, right?
But I wonder who exactly went.
Perhaps I could send a message to Bai Yanan to inquire about the situation. Soon, the connection was established. On the other end, Bai Yanan's voice carried a hint of surprise. Long time no see, Lord Swiftwalker.
Lin Ran gave a wry smile. Don't tease me like that. Don't you know what kind of person I am? How have you been?
There's a ghost tide in Conservation Zone 14.
Did you go to assist?
Bai Yanan hummed in acknowledgement. Of course. I heard the Silver Dragon's daughter went too.
Didn't you?
Lin Ran, I'm still in Conservation Zone 4.
Bai Yanan, oh. Just as they were chatting, a shrill alarm suddenly blared from Bai Yanan's end.
Immediately after, an angry curse erupted. FCK.
A ghost tide at this hour? What's going on? Gotta go. I need to get ready.
Bai Yanan cut the call abruptly, her voice laced with urgency. Lin Ran sighed helplessly. It seemed he had to hurry back immediately. Otherwise, Conservation Zone 13 might be in serious trouble. He slammed his foot on the accelerator, sending the car hurtling forward. Before long, ahead, 3 ghostly creatures appeared on the road. Behind them, a youth who appeared to be under 20 years old followed. Lin Ran frowned, activating his Death God's eyes to check their levels.
Tang Sect Armored Warrior. Monster Level, SSS.
Special Ability, Domain of the Earth.
Tang Sect Spearman. Monster Level, SSS. Special Ability, Piercing Spear. Tang Sect Archer. Monster Tier, SSS. Special Ability, Arrow Rain Combo. Tang Sect. This faction again.
Lin Ran's expression grew increasingly somber. He pulled the car over and stepped out. He looked at the youth, and the system quickly pulled up the boy's information.
Tang Yu. Exorcist rank SSS.
You guys really are like ghosts that won't leave. Lin Ran sighed in exasperation, then 2 flashes of black light streaked past. Rose and Cat appeared simultaneously. He frowned, inwardly sensing trouble.
Sasha hadn't completed her evolution yet, leaving only Cat and Rose to face 3 SSS rank spirits. This was no ordinary challenge. Damn it! Lin Ran gritted his teeth, silently clenching his fists.
It seemed he'd have to find a way to handle one himself.
No need to glare at me like that. Tang Yu spoke up, forcing a smile. I didn't come here to fight. I want to discuss a partnership with you.
Lin Ran's face remained dark and sullen, offering no reply. Tang Yu continued, I'm sure you're aware of our existence, but at your level, you probably don't know much.
So, shall we talk?
Lin Ran remained silent, his mind racing with speculation.
What exactly does this guy want? It was clearly impossible that he was simply here to chat.
As for cooperation, there was simply nothing between them that could be collaborated on. Tang Qi has been abandoned by us because she has no supernatural powers. I've also gathered some details about the grudge between her and you. Tang Yu sneered coldly, I won't waste my time on a worthless piece of trash.
How cold-blooded. Lin Ran thought to himself. Let me share a secret with you. The Tang clan is divided into two factions. One faction, led by Tang Chi and her followers, advocates for the fusion of humans and spirits, the fusionists. The other faction is us, the Alliance faction, advocating for ghosts and monsters to unite and cooperate. Therefore, you could barely be considered an enemy's enemy, though you could also be seen as an enemy within our own ranks. With that, Tang Yu tossed over a card. On the card was a string of numbers, plus a large character for Tang. On the reverse side was a metal plate. This is my ID card. My communication channel is stored on it. Additionally, if you wish to learn more about our Tang sect, you can insert the card into a computer to gain access. With that, Tang Yu turned to leave, Ghost following behind. Lin Ran remained silent the entire time, saying nothing. Only after Tang Yu had completely vanished from sight. He finally tucked the card away and returned to his car. His mind was racing. What exactly was Tang Yu after? Collaboration? With his current abilities, he probably wouldn't even catch Tang Yu's eye. Tang Yu seeking his cooperation must mean he has ulterior motives. Beyond that, there was another piece of information that astonished Lin Ran. Tang Chi had actually been abandoned by the Tang clan. It seemed this clan wasn't as hospitable as one might assume. The dark underbelly of this power structure, at least for now, had yet to be fully exposed. People only saw its few bright sides. The next day, Lin Ran had not slept all night, the car relentlessly traversing the wasteland. Bai Yanin also sent word at this time. This ghost tide wasn't particularly strong, just an ordinary ghost tide attack. Not a single SS-grade ghost was in sight. However, the number of S-rank ghosts was significant, exceeding the number of S-rank exorcists within their own conservation zone. Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief. Yet a nagging question lingered in his mind. Why on earth had so many ghosts appeared in such a short span of time? 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. They arrived at Conservation Zone 7. Just as Lin Ran was about to leave, a message popped up, requesting assistance. It was from Bai Qingyan. He immediately connected to her communicator. What's going on? Multiple powerful ghostly auras have appeared at the location of the ghostly stone circle earlier. Bai Qingyan sounded worried. I suspect a ghost tide is approaching. Lin Ran was puzzled, unsure why she would say that. Because, as you've seen, within just these few days, ghost zones 14, 13, 11, 10, and 9 have all been hit by ghost surges one after another. Each conservation zone was hit just 1 day apart. I suspect someone is deliberately provoking these ghost surges. Bai Qingyan's words made Lin Ran's heart skip a beat. Behind all this, perhaps there truly was a hidden hand manipulating everything. Such consecutive ghost tide incidents had never occurred in the 1,000-year history of the Blue Star Federation since its founding. There must be a trick. What sinister plot lay concealed behind it all? Lin Ran was perplexed, yet dared not hesitate. Hold on, I'm heading to the Federation building immediately. Chapter 155, Ghost Tide? That's like inviting them to feast on us. Not long after. Childcare Zone 7. Upon Lin Ran's arrival, Bai Qingyan temporarily set aside her tasks and descended the stairs to greet him. This scene left the people currently inside the Federation building utterly dumbfounded. Soon, the two entered the office. Without hesitation, Bai Qingyan produced the latest intelligence she had obtained. See for yourself. It's not just Conservation Zone 14 and my sister's Zone 13, many other zones have inexplicably experienced ghost surges. Her brow furrowed as she continued, and this wave seems different from previous ones. According to previous statistics, ghost surges are usually triggered by rifts from the ghost realm appearing in the human world, causing ghosts to. But now, it seems different. The Silver Dragon's daughter has reported back that no ghost rifts have been detected. Instead, it appears something is drawing the ghosts, causing the ghost tide. Lin Ran nodded. He grasped the gist of it. Past ghost surges mostly involved spatial rifts in the ghost realm. For instance, the fissure he had witnessed during his first encounter with Ain. In short, human presence could indeed draw ghosts. But it absolutely wouldn't cause a ghost tide of this magnitude. Unless there was an object that particularly captivated these ghosts. So much so that all the ghosts within the conservation area would launch a full-scale assault on it. This proves that behind the chain of ghost surges, there must be a powerful force orchestrating everything. What do you think is really going on? Lin Ran inquired. Bai Qingyan shook her head. I don't think it's useful. I need concrete evidence. Intuition, in my view, has never been a reliable thing. Lin Ran couldn't help but laugh. That was something Bai Qingyan would say. After a moment's thought, he decided to start the investigation from within. My suggestion is to deploy all-night watchmen, release their companion ghost spirits, and search for whatever object might attract the attention of external spirits. Whether they find it or not depends entirely on their companion spirits. Bai Qingyan nodded approvingly. That aligns with my thoughts. In that case, I'll make the arrangements immediately. Additionally, the ghost tide has begun to manifest. We must proceed to the fortress immediately to prepare defenses. Lin Ran agreed. Fine. After fending off this wave of ghosts, we'll figure out how to resolve this issue. He thought to himself, the crux of the matter still lies with that giant hand.
If they couldn't uncover the mastermind behind it, the ghost tide would only keep coming. Lost in thought, he was suddenly interrupted by Qingyan's voice. This little girl is rather cute. She still carries ghostly energy. Is she a new capture? Before Lin Ran could explain, Fengqi shook her head. No. Sister misunderstood. My name is Fengqi. Brother found me. Lin Ran sighed bitterly inside. Sure enough, this little girl still hadn't accepted the fact that she was a ghost. But perhaps it was for the best. Having some human warmth meant he wouldn't feel so lonely when he was alone. At least he wouldn't have to talk to those nude cats, Meow Meow and Sha Sha, anymore. Meow Meow. In the ghostly realm, Cat angrily raised her paw, as if protesting that she wasn't mute. Qingyan was utterly astonished. Isn't she a ghost? She couldn't make sense of it. If it wasn't a ghost, how could it possess such powerful ghostly energy? Perhaps there was some special reason. She really hadn't seen enough of the world. This thought left her feeling somewhat wistful. As a person, one really should venture out more often. Once I resolve this matter, I'll resign from my position as manager and go see the outside world roaming freely across the land. Lin Ran was puzzled. Why? Isn't being in charge great? Qingyan assessed objectively, it's good, but when things get busy, they get really busy. If it weren't for the high salary, I would have quit long ago. Lin Ran. Soon, they arrived at the outer fortress of Nursery Zone 7. The two did not head in the same direction but split off in opposite ways. Lin Ran was assigned to support the southeast, while Qingyan was assigned to support the northwest. Upon entering the fortress, the spirit summoners had already learned of Lin Ran's identity and greeted him with great respect. Greetings, Commander Divine Walker. Lin Ran nodded in acknowledgement to each greeting, taking in the fortress's forces at a glance. There were a full 5 SS-rank spirit drivers present, yet not a single SSS-rank spirit driver was in sight. Evidently, even at Fortress 7, the number of top-tier powerhouses was limited. Commander, according to intelligence from our scouts, the nearest wave of ghosts will enter our visual range in 3 hours. How should we prepare? At that moment, a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s stepped forward to ask. He held a map in his hands, marked with their current location and the approximate position of the ghost tide. Lin Ran felt his head spin. For large-scale operations like this, he always had only one solution. Fight. Fighting was the only way to resolve it. Did they really think this was some ancient battle between armies? What the hell was the point of strategizing? So Lin Ran smiled and said, that's a good question. I don't know, you decide for yourselves. I trust your experience far exceeds mine, so I won't interfere with your arrangements. Just let me know if there's anything you need my help with. The middle-aged man laughed heartily and nodded. Just as the rumors say, Lin Ran, the Swift Walker, is the most down-to-earth commander around. In that case, I'll take my leave now. I'll inform you of the battle plan shortly, Commander. Lin Ran nodded and watched him depart. Then, he summoned Cat and Rose. The three spirits stood atop the wall, gazing into the distance. Fengqi asked in confusion, brother, what exactly is a ghost tide? Is it a tidal wave made of ghosts? Lin Ran nodded. You could say that. Meow meow woof. The cat gestured wildly while uttering incomprehensible feline gibberish. Lin Ran found it utterly hilarious. This little guy is just too adorable. Fengqi understood, I see. Got it, Cat's sister. Lin Ran asked curiously, what did it say? Cat's sister said brother is a big liar. Ghost tide is actually a bunch of delicious meat running over to feed us. At this point, Fengqi blinked in confusion, brother, can meat really run on its own? Lin Ran? He stared at Cat in disbelief, silently giving her a mental thumbs up. One word, awesome. 2 words, mind-bendingly unique. After waiting a while, Cat seemed to get hungry and started meowing loudly in dissatisfaction. Fengqi hurriedly soothed her, good girl, Cat. No crying. We believe Big Brother will be here with food soon. Lin Ran. He felt utterly overwhelmed. What kind of monsters were these? Turning to the rear, the middle-aged man approached, sir, the battle plan is complete. We plan to adopt the Iron Bucket formation, which offers superior overall defensive capabilities, thereby minimizing casualties. Commander, your role will be the spike-in-the-barrel charge straight into the enemy lines. Lin Ran didn't quite grasp it, but it still sounded pretty badass. He nodded. Understood. Be careful out there. Stay safe. Another 3 hours passed. In the distance, Lin Ran witnessed the vast tide of ghosts. They covered the mountains and fields, too numerous to count. Lin Ran couldn't help but exclaim, holy crap. This ghost tide in the conservation zone is stronger than the one I saw last time in Zone 8. Chapter 156, Night Fiend. An existence beyond SSS rank. Meow Meow began to get excited. Meow 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 meow. Having not seen a ghost tide in a while, Cat seemed exceptionally excited. Earlier in Conservation Zone 4, it hadn't encountered any ghosts either. As a result, it hadn't had the chance to feast on any ghosts lately. Seeing so many ghosts now was like being given a chance to feast. Fengqi, seeing the ghost tide for the first time, was also thrilled. Wow.
There really are so many. Brother, are all these edible?
From afar, Fengchi could only make out dark specks approaching as the distance obscured her vision. Unaware of how hideous ghosts truly were, she genuinely believed they were edible.
Lin Ran couldn't help but give a wry smile. You can't eat those things.
Your cat sister can eat them because she's special.
Ordinary people like us can't eat them. Xingwei nodded in agreement. Fengchi's little mouth fell open. Huh? So that's how it is. Wah, cat sister tricked me. Cat, meow meow?
As the ghost tide drew nearer, outside the fortress, the spirit exorcists had already begun to march out. Soon, a massive formation took shape around the fortress perimeter. At the very front were the higher level, larger ghost spirits. The second layer comprised ghost spirits one rank lower and smaller in stature. This arrangement allowed the rear spirits to deliver effective attacks under the protection of the frontline spirits. This formation drastically reduced ghost casualties.
Lin Ran glanced at Fengchi. Let's go. I'll lead you out of this.
With that, he grabbed Fengchi with one hand and Maoma with the other.
Go! Maoma's black wings spread behind her and she shot forward with a whoosh. Xingwei shook her head. A rose blossomed in her palm. She hurled it forward, sending it soaring into the distance. After Lin Ran and the others landed safely at the front of the group, the rose petal drifted slowly from the sky and touched the ground. Its petals scattered, transforming into a human form. Wow! So cool! What kind of ghost is that? That's just too cool. Rose's dazzling entrance drew envious gasps and admiration from the spirit exorcists trailing behind.
Of course, a few others were simply in awe of Lin Ran's own stunning entrance.
Let's go. We'll take the initiative. Lin Ran led the three spirits toward the distant tide of ghosts. Before long,
the two sides formally clashed.
Fengchi finally got a clear look at their appearance.
At the front were peculiar ghostly creatures with 4 legs, resembling both humans and beasts.
Utterly hideous. Ugh. Fengchi nearly vomited last night's dinner. How could cat sister possibly like eating such disgusting things? Cat protested, meow meow. Lin Ran, alright, let's get this show on the road. He gave them a quick scan.
None were above S rank, barely any A ranks, mostly B rank ghosts. Even with just these, the 4 monsters assigned to her wouldn't be enough to level up. Especially for Rose. Her experience points were 4 times that of other monsters at the same level.
Who knew how long that would take?
What was even more infuriating was that she didn't possess Meow Meow's devouring skill, which granted double monster experience.
Who knows?
One day, Cat might reach Hell tier while Rose is still stuck at SS tier. As she pondered this, Cat and Rose had already charged into battle.
Fengchi timidly approached, attempting to join the fight.
Long ago, Cat had taught her how to fight. But the sheer ugliness of these monsters filled her with dread.
Lin Ran didn't intervene, merely watching silently.
Occasionally, a few stragglers would come looking for trouble, and he would casually deal with them.
1 man and 3 ghosts stood like a rock amidst the surging waves.
No ghost or spirit could pass through them to leave. They could only evade by taking other routes.
Soon, Lin Ran and his companions were engulfed by the ghostly tide.
Only after the first wave passed did their figures slowly reappear. Turning back, they saw the exorcists had already engaged the ghost tide. The air was filled with the deafening clamor of battle. Lin Ran paid it no mind, instead fixing his gaze ahead. There, the second wave of ghosts was already closing in. Compared to the first wave, the intensity of the second wave had significantly increased.
The average level of the ghosts had risen from below a rank to above a rank.
Before long, Lin Ran spotted an SS-grade specter. Its name was starkly displayed, Night Fiend.
Is it?
He recalled that the Bone King possessed another form known as the Night Fiend.
But he didn't know if this nightmare was the one he was looking for. He shouted urgently, Rose, seize it.
At his command, Rose hurled her rose, appearing before the Night Fiend in an instant. It was a black bat with enormous wings.
Unlike ordinary bats, however, this one stood nearly 2 meters tall. The petite Rose was utterly insignificant before it. Yet Rose showed no fear.
She drew her cross-shaped ghost scythe. The black scythe sliced through the air at blinding speed.
The Night Fiend wasn't one to be trifled with either.
It raised its hand, revealing its sharp claws, and slammed them down hard onto the cross-ghost scythe. A thunderous crash echoed, sending explosive ripples surging outward.
Rose staggered back several steps, while the Night Fiend was sent flying backward.
Without giving Rose a chance to pursue, the Night Fiend shot straight into the sky, transforming into a black lightning bolt and vanishing.
Its speed was astonishing. This was far beyond the power a mere SS rank specter should possess. It rivaled even Cat's wind-riding ability. What kind of monster is this? Lin Ran was utterly horrified.
It could block the cross-ghost scythe's strike with bare hands.
Its speed was no slower than Cat's. That defense, that speed. It was practically invincible. Rose, consumed by rage, swung her cross-shaped ghost scythe relentlessly into the crowd.
Meow Meow, now fully focused, summoned the ghost dragon spear. Strike after strike landed amidst the ghostly tide.
Fengchi fought fiercely, spewing flames from her mouth.
Unlike Rose and Cat, who slaughtered every ghost they encountered, Fingchi selectively targeted only the slightly prettier ones. Beneath her scorching flames, the ground was strewn with the ashes of fallen ghosts. Surveying her handiwork, Fingchi stood proudly with hands on hips.
Think you can bully me? Didn't know I could breathe fire? Lin Ran.
Who knows what kind of things Cat taught her. Another child gone mad. He smiled bitterly, then crushed the lone class A ghost that had come looking for trouble with a single punch. He strode forward, catching up to his 3 ghosts. Before long, the second wave of ghosts was largely dealt with. In the distance, only 2 SSS-grade ghosts remained, still advancing slowly. Rose, Kitty, this is yours. Hearing this, the 2 ghosts dashed forward and engaged. At this moment, Rose wielded her cross-ghost scythe, now at SSS rank. Dealing with ghosts of the same rank was a breeze. Meanwhile, Niao had no choice but to activate the ghost realm, amplifying her own power while simultaneously lowering the opponent's levels. This allowed her to better handle the demons. Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief. This wave of ghosts should be ending soon, right? Suddenly, the communicator crackled. This is by Qing Yan. Upon receiving this message, proceed immediately to Fort South 5 for reinforcement. An extremely powerful SS rank ghost has appeared there. An SSS rank ghost spirit has already fallen to it. Lin Ran's expression darkened. It was the Nightmare. That unique entity possessing the speed of a cat and the combat prowess of a rose. Chapter 157, The Night Demon's Soul? Lin Ran cursed inwardly. What on earth was this demon's origin? Not only did it possess multiple forms, but it also wielded all manner of bizarre special abilities. SS-tier power capable of annihilating SSS-tier opponents? What the hell kind of joke is this? In a one-on-one fight, even Cat, also SS rank, might not stand a chance against it. Perhaps only Rose, wielding her cross-ghost scythe and having ascended to SSS rank, possessed the strength to stand against it. Lin Ran thought, then immediately stepped forward and activated his domain. Infinite Barrier. Activating Boundless Forbidden Domain seals the power of all hostile spirits within range. Effect duration, 10 seconds. It seemed that absorbing a significant amount of ghost energy had doubled the duration of Boundless Forbidden Domain. Lin Ran felt a surge of quiet delight. He shouted, "Meow meow, Rose, finish them quickly." Hearing this, the 2 ghosts unleashed their ultimate attacks simultaneously. Meow Meow abruptly retracted the ghost dragon spear and transformed it into a fist, smashing it forward. It was her signature move, the heaven-shattering, earth-shattering Meow Meow punch. Meanwhile, Rose soared into the air, her cross-ghost scythe slicing through the sky to unleash 2 black blades of energy crashing down. The force of annihilation engulfed the demons. In the blink of an eye, the 2 SSS-rank demons were obliterated. Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief, but before he could catch his breath, he hurriedly said, "Follow me to reinforce the other strongholds." At Fort South 5, a nightmare of unknown strength remained. If it wasn't dealt with promptly, that fort would inevitably fall. Meow Meow grasped the gravity of the situation. Spreading her wings, she grabbed Lin Ran's hands and dashed forward. Fengchi gasped in alarm, "Hey! Wait for me!" Rose looked at her helplessly, then grabbed her hand. A rose blossom materialized beneath her feet. The 2 stepped on the petals as if climbing a cloud ladder, leaving Fengchi utterly mesmerized. Amazing, absolutely amazing. Fengchi gasped in awe. Shenwei walked through the air, yet her pace still couldn't match Cat's. Before long, when Lin Ran arrived at South 5 Fortress, the place had been reduced to utter chaos. The ground was littered with the corpses of spirit exorcists. The entire East Gate plan of the conservation zone had become a living hell. Countless ghosts and monsters surged into the fortress like a tidal wave. Lin Ran hesitated not a moment, plunging straight into the fray. The divine punishment blade descended. The colossal blade, forged from ghostly energy, crashed into the horde of spirits, erupting with a thunderous roar. On the other side, Cat bared its fangs and charged into the fray. But the sheer numbers of the foes were overwhelming. With only the 2 of them, there was no way to turn the tide. Just then, Lin Ran sensed something darting through the air. Instantly, a ball of flame descended. With a deafening boom, it obliterated countless ghosts. A shrill, low moan echoed in her ears as the rose, clutching Fengchi breathlessly, slowly descended. "Brother! I'm so amazing!" Fengchi was overcome with excitement. That strike, though it failed to slay the demons, had set many of them ablaze. The flames were now relentlessly scorching them. For an S-rank demon to possess such power was already quite formidable. Lin Ran nodded approvingly. "You did great, Shao Qi. Rose, prepare for a bloodbath." He turned to look at Shenwei beside him. Without hesitation, Rose charged forward, black scythe in hand. But in the next instant, a pair of ghosts with enormous wings appeared ahead, blocking their path. "Night fiends!" Lin Ran's expression darkened. "Rose, finish them quickly." Rose said nothing, only silently ran her hand along the blade. Her toes pushed off the ground, launching her forward like a black bolt of lightning. The cross-bladed scythe spun through the air, striking down with a single blow. The Night Fiend showed no fear, raising a hand to block. The 2 weapons collided. With a thunderous crash, Rose was sent reeling backward. The Night Fiend's form also retreated rapidly, his thick feet gouging 2 long grooves into the ground.
Lin Ran's expression darkened. Cat, activate the spirit sealing domain. In the next instant, the half-cat girl broke free from the horde of ghosts.
A cloud of black mist erupted from her body, enveloping the entire battlefield.
The spirit sealing domain activated. The Night Fiend's rank dropped to S-class.
In that fleeting instant, the Night Fiend faltered.
Rose seized the opportunity, swinging her black scythe. 2 blades of energy, carrying a terrifying aura of destruction, descended. Boom! Dust and smoke billowed. Black mist filled the sky. The Night Fiend's body was sliced cleanly into 4 pieces. Contract Spirit, Cross Rose slays SS rank Spirit, gaining plus 500 Spirit experience and plus 100 points. Lin Ran's heart swelled with joy. Finally, it was slain.
But in the next instant, an unexpected change occurred.
A dark mist slowly rose from the Night Fiend's corpse.
In that instant, both Rose and Cat almost sensed the scent of death. Driven by an instinctive fear, they both stumbled back several steps. Staring intently ahead, they saw that on the Night Fiend's corpse, the dark mist gradually coalesced into a massive, shadowy form. It was a humanoid monster with tentacles for limbs.
It possessed a human body, yet lacked a head.
Just as Lin Ran was puzzled, a head sprouted from the phantom's form.
It was a massive tentacle, resembling a long tongue. Feng Qi's face turned deathly pale as she instinctively clung to Lin Ran.
The Eye of Death. He immediately scanned the figure. Yet she discovered the entity did not appear to be a ghost or spirit. The system displayed no specific information.
Lin Ran couldn't help but wonder, what exactly was that thing? A ghost? Or was it the true form of the Night Fiend? As he pondered, the black shadowy figure slowly rose, soaring into the heavens until it vanished completely. Gone?
Lin Ran was puzzled.
Is it dead? Ascended to heaven? Rose, Cat, be careful. Both nodded, though they no longer seemed as alert as before. It seemed they no longer sensed any threatening aura.
Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief. This meant the Night Fiend had been temporarily dealt with. He immediately ordered the 3 spirits to rush to aid the other exorcists within the fortress. It took a considerable amount of time. Finally, deep within the fortress, they found the spirit exorcist still fighting desperately. After half a day of fierce combat, the ghost tide was completely repelled. By then, night had fallen. Bai Qingyan relayed the news, this ghost tide has been dealt with. At the same time, Protected Zone 13 has also successfully held back the ghost tide.
Lin Ran finally breathed a sigh of relief.
He certainly didn't want to step out only to find his home had been robbed. Before he could fully rejoice, Bai Qingyan added, however, a ghost tide has also erupted in Conservation Zone 5.
But don't worry. Luo Chao is there.
With a hell-tier exorcist guarding the conservation area, the ghost tide won't cause much trouble.
Lin Ran nodded. That's good. Also, how's the investigation in the city going? Bai Qingyan's reply was firm, no news. I just checked with the case lead a minute ago.
It seemed he'd have to rely on himself. Lin Ran felt a pang of resignation.
His spirits, especially the cat, possessed extraordinary insight into certain unique supernatural entities. Just because others couldn't find them didn't mean they weren't there. The next step was to enter the city and search. Generally speaking, since it attracted ghosts, the location where ghosts gathered in the city would be where that item was. With this plan forming in his mind, Lin Ran led his spirits back into the interior of the conservation zone.
There was no time to rest. He drove through the night, arriving at the Night Watch headquarters. There, he obtained a recent log of ghost sightings. Over the past 3 days, there had been a total of 31 supernatural incidents. 11 of these occurred at the exact same location. Consequently, the Night Watch dispatched multiple teams to investigate.
To no avail.
Lin Ran surmised that the peculiar ghostly object must be concealed in a place imperceptible to ordinary people. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to evade the scrutiny of so many night watchmen. With that thought, he immediately drove to the scene. A gymnasium behind the shopping mall in the central part of the conservation area.
Chapter 158, Fragments of the Necronomicon.
As a gathering place for the city's supernatural entities, the area had been completely sealed off by the Night Watch. When Lin Ran arrived, blue lights were flashing intermittently. Long police lines stretched across the area, completely sealing off the gymnasium's 3 entrances and exits. Not only that, but 2 squads of night watchmen were stationed at each entrance and exit.
As Lin Ran arrived, Bai Qingyan also drove up. The 2 met at the 3rd entrance. Inside the gymnasium.
Inside, only rows of unused sports equipment remained. Everyone who had been inside earlier had already been taken out. After all, there's a strong possibility some kind of supernatural entity lurks here. It's not a safe place. Training here would likely be courting death. Lin Ran activated the Death God's Eye, scanning every corner within his field of vision.
Nothing. Summoned the cat. Meow? Meow Meow seemed a bit displeased.
Lin Ran sighed helplessly, just help me find something first.
I can't locate it. Meow Meow could only meow 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 as it walked deeper into the gymnasium.
Seeing this, Lin Ran and Bai Qingyan exchanged a glance and followed. Behind them, Feng Qi peered curiously around. Inside the gymnasium, numerous pieces of equipment were designed for human exercise. Whether they were spirit exorcists or ordinary humans without awakened companion spirits, they could all train their bodies here. Thus, these machines were hardly uncommon sights. However, Feng Qi had grown up in an isolated village and had never seen such equipment before. Thus, she was exceptionally curious. She was practically itching to try them out herself. Lin Ran walked on, noticing Feng Qi lagging behind, her wide eyes fixed on a treadmill, unable to move forward. With no other option, he released Rose to watch over Feng Qi. Little Qi, if you're curious, you can go play for a bit. Rose will stay by your side to protect you. Hearing this, Feng Qi beamed with delight.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, Sister Rose. Rose shot Lin Ran a fierce glare, her expression seeming to say, me, a destroyer, and you want me to be a guardian? Lin Ran couldn't be bothered with such thoughts. Because at that moment, a notification popped up on his system. Detected unknown ghost-related entities. Initiating next mission guidance. Mission details, collect and decipher the fragments of the Book of the Dead. Lin Ran frowned. The Book of the Dead? He recalled the fragment of the celestial book within his system. Could this specter be a materialized entity similar to the celestial book? A ghost capable of transforming into objects. Meow. Just as he pondered, the cat had already stopped, pointing its paw at a poster plastered on the wall. Bai Qingyan immediately grew alert, and the two contracted ghosts appeared simultaneously, standing guard nearby. Lin Ran asked, "Is it here?" The cat nodded, stepped forward, and tore the poster apart. Fragments scattered, revealing a yellowed page tucked among them. Lin Ran picked it up to examine it. The edges in the upper right corner bore scorch marks from burning. Yet the characters on the page were unlike any script he recognized. Not Chinese, not English, it resembled some ancient hieroglyphic script. "Can you read what's written here?" Lin Ran asked Cat. The cat shook its head. Turning to Bai Qingyan, unsurprisingly, she shook her head too. Both looked utterly baffled. No wonder the system assigned a decryption task. It seemed that to uncover the information above, further decryption was required. Is this the ghostly entity capable of triggering a ghost tide? Bai Qingyan could hardly believe it. How could something covered in ghostly symbols possibly trigger a ghost tide? Lin Ran also looked puzzled. He activated the system to analyze and examine it. Fragment of the Necronomicon. Special ghostly object, rare ghostly artifact usable by spirits. Upon use, grants unknown power from a dark deity and activates special abilities. Caution, special abilities and side effects are random. Use with extreme caution. Lin Ran felt a sense of foreboding. This thing didn't seem like anything good. Though it grants special abilities. But these special abilities come with certain side effects. Given the system's nature, it wouldn't disclose ordinary side effects. Much less would it deliberately list any precautions. Lin Ran tentatively offered the item to Cat. To his surprise, the usually gluttonous cat recoiled, forcefully pushing the item back. Its emerald eyes brimmed with disdain, as if the paper were something no cat would ever deign to touch. Lin Ran sighed and tucked the item away for now. To avoid Bai Qingyan misunderstanding, he explained, "I'll keep this for now. It feels dangerous, so I'll hold on to it." Bai Qingyan smiled. "Of course it's fine. It should be with you. After all, if we're talking about status and standing, yours has already surpassed mine. Besides, in terms of strength, you're also more powerful. Keeping dangerous things with you would indeed be much safer." Lin Ran nodded. "Thanks for understanding. Let's go. We should leave this trouble spot. We can assess opening the gymnasium tomorrow based on the situation." With that, Lin Ran and the others headed outside. In the distance, Feng Qi was still fiddling with various pieces of equipment, her wide eyes brimming with curiosity. Perhaps, could we move these things into the ghostly space? Lin Ran wondered silently. It had been so long since Feng Qi had entered the ghostly space. Staying outside all this time had indeed been quite inconvenient. If she could enter it, things would become much simpler. At the very least, he wouldn't have to worry about her safety every day while she was out. Lin Ran pondered this as he looked at Bai Qingyan. "Could you spare me some of this gym equipment?" The latter looked puzzled. "What for?" Lin Ran felt incredibly awkward, stammering for half a minute before finally blurting out, "To train my ghosts. They're all lazy and good for nothing. At this rate, sooner or later they'll turn from beautiful girls into 500-pound behemoths." Bai Qingyan? Thus, at Lin Ran's insistence, piece by piece of equipment was hauled into the ghostly realm. The system also popped up a notification at that moment. Recommended upgrade for Ghost Realm. Lin Ran sighed. With so many items, an upgrade was indeed necessary. Glancing at his points balance, he saw over 30,000 points remaining, more than enough. He proceeded with the upgrade. Deducting 200 points. Ghost Space. Level, LV6. Space size, 500 square meters. Upgradable to 1,000 square meters, requires 500 points. It must be said that expanding this ghost space is quite reasonable by today's standards. 500 square meters is more than enough for the 3 ghosts inside to build a villa. As for 1,000 square meters, Lin Ran has absolutely no intention of doing that. At least not right now. Watching Lin Ran effortlessly stow everything away, Feng Qi couldn't help but feel intensely curious. Brother, where did all those things go?
Lin Ran chuckled, I put them away. They're in my personal storage space.
Feng Qi's little head couldn't quite wrap around it. Personal space? What's that?
It's where Rose and the others rest.
Want to take a look inside?
Hearing this, Feng Qi perked up.
Her eyes widened. Really? Can I really go inside? Lin Ran nodded. Of course. I'll help you.
And so, Feng Qi was coaxed into the ghostly realm. Seeing this, Cat also returned on her own. Rose shook her head, unable to fathom the logic of these creatures.
Chapter 159, the second fragment of the Necronomicon. The next day, Lin Ran bid farewell to Bai Qingyan and set off for other conservation zones.
As the car slowly drove away from the outer walls of the conservation area, the number of wandering ghosts and monsters increased. Although the ghost tide had been temporarily suppressed this time, some spirits drawn out by the disturbance chose not to depart. Thus, the number of ghosts visible was significantly higher than usual. Among them, high-level ghosts were also more prevalent. Throughout the journey, numerous S-rank ghosts pursued Lin Ran's vehicle. But one after another, they were swiftly dealt with by Mao Mao, earning a substantial amount of points and experience.
Not only that, but Miao Miao's ghost experience was now nearing its maximum value.
She was just a hair's breadth away from reaching her goal and unlocking the level-up quest.
Lin Ran felt a surge of anticipation.
The forbidden ghost cat from the early days of the horror awakening would soon regain its divine might under his command.
One day.
Federal Building, Childcare Zone 13. Inside the office, 4 people sat around a coffee table.
Bai Yanan retrieved the latest data transmitted from the Night Watch.
Lin Ran skimmed through it briefly.
Sure enough, numerous traces of ghosts and monsters had appeared.
It matched his suspicions almost exactly. If fragments of the Necronomicon were discovered in all these conservation zones, it would prove that a powerful force was orchestrating these ghostly surges.
What that force was, Lin Ran did not yet know. Ain swiftly scanned the coordinates, raising an eyebrow. Did you notice how the ghosts appearing at these coordinates seemed to be converging in one direction?
She pulled out her communicator, pulled up the map, and pointed to a specific coordinate on it. This coordinate point was precisely located at the center of Conservation Zone 13, which was precisely their current location.
This Federation building. Lin Ran's heart sank. Could the fragment be inside this building?
He quickly summoned Cat.
Meow meow, find something.
Meow Meow let out a lazy meow before strutting out with a swagger. Seeing this, the others hurried after it. Along the way, many Federation exorcists shot them surprised glances. Their astonishment, of course, was directed at Cat.
This peculiar girl with a human torso and feline limbs was a striking sight wherever she went. Even these exorcists had never encountered such an extraordinary spirit before. Soon, guided by Mao Mao, the group arrived at the registration office of the Federation building. Here, stacks of notebooks filled with various records were piled high.
So much so that even if fragments of the Necronomicon were hidden here, they would be difficult to locate.
The registrar, upon seeing the group approach, immediately rose to his feet, bowed respectfully, and stepped aside to make way. Mao Mao snatched the ledger from his hands without hesitation. As he flipped through it, yellowed, tattered pages fluttered to the floor.
There it was, the fragment of the Necronomicon, covered in strange, unfamiliar script.
Bai Yanan recognized the script. This is ancient Egyptian. You recognize these characters? Lin Ran exclaimed in shock. He had heard of it, but only vaguely. After all, even before the horror's revival, ancient Egyptian script had been almost entirely abandoned. Bai Yanan studied it carefully over and over, finally shaking her head. I can't decipher it. This ancient Egyptian script differs significantly from what I've studied. This seems far older, far more profound. Lin Ran. Great.
After all that effort, still nothing. But one thing is certain, there are indeed forces behind these ghostly tides. Besides that, there's one more thing.
Yin's expression darkened. Don't you find it suspicious that someone could infiltrate the Spirit Exorcist Federation and plant ghostly entities? Lin Ran nodded. Whatever got in here couldn't possibly be a ghost. Therefore, it must be a human. And among humans, who would set up something like this to bring trouble upon themselves? Lin Ran's first suspect was obvious, the hunters. That bunch were troublemakers who thrived on chaos. For them, the more chaos there is, the easier it is to capture ghosts. Every time an exorcist fell in battle, it was like scoring a bargain for them. Lin Ran silently tucked away the tattered pages of the Book of the Dead. He then addressed the others. I still need to visit other conservation zones. His goal was far more than just confirming this matter. Collecting this fragment of the Necronomicon was also of utmost importance to him. Perhaps it was akin to the fragments of the Celestial Book. Once all fragments were gathered, it might just activate the forbidden specter. Yanin felt a pang of reluctance. You've only just returned, must you leave again? Lin Ran nodded. Everyone's scattered now. Sheer went to Shiha village and we haven't heard from her since. Li Su and Ling Jia went to Conservation Zone 25. Their swamped everyday building that zone has been a real brain drainer. If I slack off now, who knows when I'll be able to help Miao Mao reach catastrophe level. Yanin was speechless. That was quite the backhanded compliment. As if reaching catastrophe level were something one could achieve with a mere word. Out of all the spirit exorcists out there, only 2 have successfully advanced to catastrophe level. Of course, the Tang sect had long been excluded from the count. Ain sighed helplessly, catastrophe level isn't something you can just casually achieve. Lin Ran nodded. I know it's difficult, but I have to try. If he couldn't reach catastrophe level, he'd never be able to rescue Su Xier from Shiha's grasp. If that day ever came and Xier truly became a ghostly being, he wouldn't know how to face it. Thus, after returning home for a brief respite, the next morning, he departed with Cat and the other spirits. Along the way, he glimpsed a silver streak of light streaking across the sky. It was Ain, heading to another conservation area to provide support. Barely out of the reserve, a row of roadblocks suddenly appeared ahead. These roadblocks seemed deliberately placed here. Lin Ran's heart sank. Were those guys finally going to show up? He got out to investigate and saw 3 figures in night watch uniforms ahead. Accident ahead. No entry. Lin Ran frowned. What kind of accident? He flashed his identification badge. The 3 men froze upon seeing it, then snapped to attention and saluted. Good day, sir. A supernatural assault has occurred ahead. We're currently investigating. You're welcome to accompany us to the scene, sir. Lin Ran nodded. Blocking the road was no small matter. Besides, he hadn't even left the nursery compound yet. A ghostly assault could only have been committed by a spirit that had infiltrated the compound. Upon arriving at the scene, a body lay sprawled on the ground. The crimson blood was strikingly vivid. A faint scent of blood hung in the air. Fengqi's face turned deathly pale with fright, and Lin Ran immediately retreated her into the ghostly space. Returning to the corpse, a gaping wound opened wide across the left side of its chest. One could almost see the internal organs through the gaping hole. Only, the heart was gone. Lin Ran's mind instinctively turned to that ghost. The Heart Devourer. But weren't the Heart Eater, Night Fiend, and Bone King all the same demon? By all logic, it should already be dead. How could it be committing crimes again? Soon, a person approached. Sir, here are the victim's details. Lin Ran took the file and examined it. At the top, a line stood out in bold. Entered the Federation building 4 days ago to re-register as a spirit exorcist. 4 days ago, wasn't that the day before the ghost tide began? Chapter 160, Sasa's Level Up, Special Summon. 4 days ago. Heart Eater. A buzzing sensation filled Lin Ran's mind, leaving it nearly blank. This ghost was the mastermind behind this massive ghost tide. It was this very specter, known as the Heart Eater. Lin Ran gasped in horror. Can we determine the time of death? Judging by the corpse, there was no foul odor, nor had extensive livor mortis set in. It appeared the death had occurred relatively recently. That could only mean one thing. The Night Fiend and the Heart Devourer are not the same ghost. It's highly possible they merely coincidentally possess similar powers. Or perhaps they belong to the same species. A woman in a white uniform approached. The approximate time of death is between 8 and 12 hours ago. Just as I suspected. 8 to 12 hours ago, the Night Fiend had already been killed. It was impossible for it to have committed the crime. That means there's more than one of these creatures. Absolutely not just one. Lin Ran briefly bid farewell to the others, immediately turned the car around, and headed back to the Federation building. He found Yanin. Seeing this, she looked surprised. What's wrong? You look like you're in a terrible hurry. Weren't you heading to other conservation zones to look for something? Why are you back already? As she spoke, she brought over a cup of tea. Lin Ran took it but didn't even take a sip before blurting out, something's happened. Do you have access to the Heart Eater's files? Yanin nodded. Her expression instantly grew grave. Could it be, the Heart Eaters have appeared in our reserve? She had some knowledge of Heart Devourers. She also knew that Heart Devourers were ghostly creatures notoriously difficult to deal with. Lin Ran nodded. Yes. Without hesitation, Yanin Ran swiftly opened her computer and retrieved the relevant files. Using her position as the reserve's director, she quickly retrieved the relevant files. She turned the screen toward Lin Ran, who noticed the information matched what he had seen earlier in Conservation Area 4. The records all stated that this type of ghostly creature existed as a solitary entity. The records are wrong. Lin Ran declared in a low voice, there are at least 2 of these creatures. No, wait. 3. The Bone King couldn't have traveled from Conservation Zone 4 to Zone 7 in such a short time. So the Night Fiend I killed in Zone 7 must have been another one. And now, the Heart Eater that killed that spirit exorcist, that's yet another one. There's definitely more than one. 3. At least 3. Lin Ran's expression grew increasingly grave. Because he sensed that 3 seemed far too few.
These ghostly creatures seemed to belong to an entire race.
Their numbers were exceptionally vast. The records were all wrong. Bai Yanin nodded. I'll relay your report immediately and have the other conservation zones prepare their defenses.
Lin Ran reminded her, you must be careful too. If that heart eater remains in this reserve, you'll be in grave danger as well.
I understand.
After bidding farewell to Bai Yanin, Lin Ran set out on his journey once more. Now, he could confirm that the giant hand on his back was the work of this type of ghostly creature. But how incredibly difficult it would be to capture them completely. Not to mention their ever-shifting abilities. Simply in terms of raw power, they surpassed most ghostly spirits that defied their level.
Even if one could see through their tricks, what good would it do? Wouldn't one still be utterly powerless against them?
Lin Ran's heart grew heavier with worry.
Just then, the system alerted him. Your contracted spirit, Yama-Sara, has completed its evolution. Congratulations, host. Yama-Sara has awakened a special ability, Hell Summoning. Hell Summoning, utilizing Yama-Sara's unique ability as a daughter of Hell, summon any demon from the underworld.
Note, avoid summoning demons of a higher level than yourself, as there is a chance they may turn against you.
Lin Ran stared in disbelief. So this is a useless skill? No. She reconsidered. Sasha's current ghost level was SSS grade, meaning any ghosts she summoned would be at least SSS grade 2. If she could summon dozens of them, even hell-tier monsters would be nothing but trash in front of her.
As she pondered this, Sasha flashed out of the ghost space. She immediately claimed the passenger seat.
Sasha, how are you feeling? Lin Ran asked with concern. Sasha smiled and nodded, a faint smile gracing her exquisite face.
Beneath her golden hair, a pair of blood-red eyes sparkled with joy. It seemed to be because they hadn't seen each other in a long time, or perhaps because of her level up. Lin Ran focused on driving when suddenly he felt a cool, slightly damp sensation on his face. He turned to look, only to see Sasha, having completed her mischief, instantly transform into a streak of white light and vanish back into the ghostly realm. Left alone, he focused on driving.
That Sasha is really strange. Lin Ran couldn't quite make sense of it.
While driving, he opened the ghost interface.
Sasha. Ghost race, Yama-Sara. Ghost rank, SSS-class. Special abilities, ultimate space, summoning. Ghostly artifact, Hell's Death Scythe. Lin Ran gasped in shock, Hell's Death Scythe?
That was the night god scythe gifted by Yi Mei earlier. But now, after merging with Sha, it had become a new ghost artifact, the Hell's Death Scythe.
I wonder what effects this scythe possesses. Hell's Death Scythe. Special ghostly object, ultimate ghostly weapon.
When wielded by a ghost, grants the ability to open the gates of hell and bestows the power of hell, greatly enhancing attack effects.
Though not quite as monstrous as the cross-ghost scythe. But this substantial boost is still pretty decent. Lin Ran began to feel a surge of anticipation.
I wonder how strong Sasha is now.
Could she defeat a hell-tier ghost?
If so, combined with Rose, 2 ghosts working together would be truly unstoppable.
As long as they didn't encounter catastrophe-level demons, hell-level ones would be slaughtered without mercy. At this thought, Lin Ran couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. Days passed.
Along the way, Lin Ran continuously gathered fragments of the Book of the Dead across major conservation zones. Finally, upon reaching Conservation Zone 4, he had gathered a full 7 fragments.
But deciphering the secrets within would require waiting a while longer.
At the very least, he had to wait until Luo Qiao had some free time before giving them to him, so Luo Qiao could find someone to decipher them.
Returning to Conservation Zone 4, Lin Ran immediately headed to the Federation headquarters and sought out Li Qiudong. Oh? You again?
Li Qiudong reluctantly opened his eyes from his nap in the wicker chair upon recognizing Lin Ran. Things have been quite lively these past few days.
The moment you show up, my little place instantly gets noisy.
Lin Ran felt a twinge of irritation.
I'm here to tell you something.
Before he could speak, Li Qiudong cut him off. You want to say that the Bone King and the Heart Eater aren't the same ghost, right?
Lin Ran nodded, suspecting that Bai Yanin must have uploaded the information. Li Qiudong shook his head. Actually, they really are one and the same ghost. Someone witnessed the Bone King entering the second victim's body after killing the first.
Then, when it emerged, it had taken on the form of the Heart Devourer.
Lin Ran frowned. How is that possible? Li Qiudong smiled. Nothing is impossible, child.
That ghost is very special.
I advise you not to investigate any further or you'll die. Chapter 161, Sasha leads the way into the unknown territory.
From Li Qiudong's words, Lin Ran sensed a profound sense of taboo. This didn't sound like the words of someone who knew nothing.
It seemed Li Qiudong might know something. Do you know something but refuse to speak?
Lin Ran pressed, his gaze locked on Li Qiudong's eyes. A fleeting surprise flickered across Li Qiudong's otherwise placid eyes, but he quickly masked it. Though fleeting, Lin Ran caught that subtle shift.
Even though he knew, Lin Ran didn't press further.
He understood that the other party had no intention of telling him. Therefore, no matter what he asked, Li Qiudong wouldn't tell him. Rather than waste time here, it was better to leave sooner and investigate new leads.
Very well, I'll be going.
Lin Ran bid farewell and rose to leave. In the empty house, Li Qiudong remained seated alone in the wicker chair, his eyes tightly closed. After leaving the Federation, Lin Ran returned to the car.
Before he could decide where to go next, Sasa suddenly appeared.
She pointed a finger toward the distance. Lin Ran followed her gaze but saw nothing.
He couldn't help but ask, "Is there something over there?" Sasha nodded, continuing to point toward the distance. Lin Ran understood.
She meant to go in the direction her finger pointed. That direction was north.
Without hesitation, Lin Ran floored the accelerator and sped off. Sasha had never once volunteered where she wanted to go.
This sudden appearance must have its reasons. Exactly what that reason was, Lin Ran didn't know yet.
But one thing was certain. Sasha must have made some major discovery. Soon, the car drove out of Conservation Area 4. Yet Sasa showed no signs of stopping.
Her pale little hand continued pointing toward the distance, signaling Lin Ran to keep moving in that direction.
With no other choice, Lin Ran kept driving. After a long while,
he turned to Sasa and asked, "How much farther?" Sasha stretched out her hand and made a large gesture.
Lin Ran instantly understood. It was still a long way off.
With no other choice, he pressed on. Before they knew it, a day and a night had passed.
Lin Ran finally caught sight of the fortress of Conservation Zone 3.
The distance between these two conservation zones wasn't particularly great, so the yellowish-brown fortress soon came into view.
But judging by the view, there was still quite a distance before reaching Conservation Zone 3. When he asked Sasa again, her grand gesture had shrunk considerably. Only half as large as before.
It seemed they had already covered nearly half the distance.
Lin Ran's heart began to swell with anticipation. What kind of treasure could possibly be hidden in a place that made Sasa suggest going there on her own? Could it be an exceptionally powerful ghostly entity?
Or perhaps an exceptionally powerful ghostly creature?
The next day, at noon, Sasha changed direction, shifting from pointing north to pointing west. That direction led to the western part of Conservation Area 3.
Lin Ran had no time to admire the scenery of Conservation Area 3. He immediately turned and drove westward.
As sunset approached, they had completely left the boundaries of Conservation Area 3. They entered a vast, undeveloped territory of ghostly creatures.
The number of ghosts and monsters around began to increase. Moreover, their levels were no longer low. The weakest were at least B rank, with C ranks nowhere to be seen. This revealed just how many monsters had gathered at the outer perimeter of the conservation area.
Even B rank monsters didn't get a chance to show their faces. Compared to Conservation Zone 13, this zone was far more formidable. Moreover, the exorcists within possessed absurdly high strength.
They were leagues above the group from Conservation Zone 4. Amidst the mountain stream, Sasha suddenly glanced at Lin Ran and nodded,
signaling they were nearing their destination. Lin Ran quickly pulled the car to a stop and asked, "Where?" Sasha didn't speak.
She grabbed his arm and used her spatial ability to teleport them directly to the base of an unnamed mountain. Lin Ran was puzzled.
The mountain didn't appear particularly tall. Nor did it possess any other distinguishing features. Why here?
As he pondered, a sudden gust of autumn wind swept in, carrying a heavy chill.
Sasha raised her hand and summoned the hellish scythe.
Then, under Lin Ran's almost frozen gaze, she swung at once. Scarlet flames traced a long line across the ground, tearing the earth apart wherever they passed.
The nameless mountain was pierced clean through. In an instant, dust and debris filled the air. Lin Ran was stunned. Had inheriting the weapon of the Rose lineage also meant inheriting its temperament? In his memory, Sasa had always been the gentlest among his contracted spirits.
But now, it seemed to surpass his understanding. When the dust finally settled, a portal of light appeared at the foot of the mountain.
Lin Ran was dumbfounded. Is this even possible? Sasha, how did you even know there was a portal here?
The distance from Conservation Zone 4 to this place, while not exactly 10,800 miles, was still over 1,000 miles.
Not only that, but she knew there was a hidden portal here. Lin Ran couldn't wrap his head around it.
Sasha merely raised the hell scythe in her hand, a gentle smile on her face. It seemed as though the scythe itself had revealed it to her.
Lin Ran's mind was filled with questions. Is this Night Rose's guidance? Looks like we really need to go in and investigate. Sasha, let's go. At his words, Sasa nodded and immediately followed.
Arriving before the light gate, Lin Ran could see only a blinding mass of light through it.
Even the mountains behind it vanished from view.
He had no idea what lay beyond the light gate. Just in case, Lin Ran summoned both Cat and Rose. As for Fingqi, it was safest to leave her in the ghostly realm. Otherwise, he couldn't even take care of himself, let alone others. How could he possibly manage? One human and 3 spirits stepped into the light gate together.
The next moment, space twisted and warped.
The world before Lin Ran's eyes began to distort and change. Ultimately, it transformed into a world resembling a barren desert. The scenery here bore a certain resemblance to the desert outside Conservation Zone 7. Lin Ran frowned, scanning his surroundings, yet he saw no other figures. Beside him stood only the three ghostly creatures. The vast desert stretched out before him, empty and desolate.
Where is this? Lin Ran asked curiously.
Meow Meow shook her head, indicating she didn't know either.
Rose remained aloof as ever, saying nothing. Sasha pointed toward the distance and stepped forward first, leading the way.
Lin Ran dared not hesitate and hurried to follow. Simultaneously, he activated the Death God's Eye, keeping a constant watch for any potential dangers around them.
Just then, suddenly,
a corner of the sand shifted before their eyes. Immediately after, a massive figure burst forth from the earth.
In an instant, yellow sand obscured the sky.
Through the Death's Eye, Lin Ran pierced the sandstorm and made out the form of the colossal figure.
It was a colossal cobra.
Its body stretched a full 30 meters. Its blood-red eyes blazed with murderous intent, and a pair of razor-sharp fangs were exposed as it opened its gaping maw, a sight utterly terrifying. Simultaneously, the creature's information appeared before him.
Yellow Sand Cobra. Monster Tier, SSS. Special ability, Venomous Corrosion. Lin Ran urgently warned Sasha ahead, watch out. This snake is deadly poisonous.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than Rose transformed into a black lightning bolt and charged forward at incredible speed.
In the blink of an eye, she reached the giant snake's back. Cross ghost side slash. The cross-shaped blade energy descended. Boom!
The immense force kicked up a storm of yellow sand.
Chapter 162, Guardian of the Sand Domain.
As the dust settled, both Rose and the great serpent came into view.
Rose stood atop Orochi's head, her large eyes gleaming with disdain. To her, it seemed this level of demonic creature couldn't even withstand a single blow.
As Rose abruptly drew her cross scythe, a massive gash on the serpent's head began spewing blood.
Sasha, sensing danger in the air, vanished in an instant.
Her form vanished instantly, carrying Rose away with her.
After the two vanished, the serpent's blood rained down.
On the ground, snake scales and any object touched by the serpent's blood emitted a hissing sound. And wisps of green smoke began to rise. Lin Ran stared in disbelief.
Was this the so-called corrosive venom? With such destructive power, it was practically on par with sulfuric acid. Truly a deadly poison. It could kill ordinary enemies without even entering their bodies.
Seeing this, Rose also froze for a moment. Clearly, she hadn't realized the serpent possessed such formidable power either. Sasha, however, remained much calmer. She walked over to Lin Ran, reached out, and took his hand with natural ease. They continued walking deeper into the desert. Feeling the icy chill radiating from Sasha's hand, Lin Ran drifted into a daze.
What was wrong with this ghostly creature? It was actually taking his hand of its own accord. Could it be because she descended to SSS rank?
Lin Ran knew that the higher the level of these spirits, the stronger their sentience became.
By the SSS rank, they possess sufficient sentience, not much different from humans. I still remember the wisdom Sasha displayed when we first met. It was no less than what she shows now.
Soon, the first oasis came into view before Lin Ran. Emerald green grass grew along the lake's edge. Water plants at the bottom dyed the entire lake green.
Lin Ran was somewhat surprised. Could an oasis truly exist in the midst of this desert?
But when they reached the area, they discovered there was no oasis at all, only a barren desert.
Not only that, but an ominous foreboding gripped Lin Ran's heart.
The next moment, the ground began to shake, and the sand beneath their feet started to sink.
Quicksand!
Sasha reacted with lightning speed. Because she was holding onto Lin Ran, she managed to pull him away before the quicksand could fully take effect, dragging him to solid sand further away. Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced back at their original position. Rose had successfully escaped.
Mao Mao spread her wings and flew away.
Before they could catch their breath, stone pillars erupted from the ground. They formed a vast formation, trapping them within.
A trap? Lin Ran's heart sank.
If ghosts could set traps, it meant their intelligence had nearly reached human levels. As the stone pillars fully materialized, Lin Ran could now make out the relief carvings upon them. There were 8 pillars in total, each depicting a different creature. Some were monsters with human bodies and bird heads, while others had bird bodies and human heads.
What on earth are these things?
Lin Ran was puzzled.
Logically, such totem-like symbols shouldn't appear on traps. Could this not be a trap at all? As he pondered, the stone pillars began to glow one after another.
Accompanied by a thick aura of ghostly energy, 8 shadowy figures simultaneously materialized from the pillars. They landed on the ground, and yellow sand spontaneously surged toward them, eventually shaping them into physical forms.
Lin Ran was stunned. There was actually such a trick.
He was momentarily dumbfounded. He immediately activated the Death God's Eye to examine them.
Human-bodied bird-headed beast. Monster Tier, SSS-class. Special ability, Disintegration and Reconstruction.
Bird-bodied beast with human head.
Monster Tier, SSS-class. Special ability, Disassembly and Reconstruction. Snake-bodied human-headed beast. A full 8 of them, and all SSS rank monsters. Lin Ran's heart sank abruptly. This doesn't bode well. Yet the 3 monsters on his side showed little emotional reaction. Especially Cat, it had even started to get excited. Licking its lips, it drew the ghost dragon spear and without a word, unleashed the ghost domain. Spirit sealing domain. All ghosts within the domain had their levels reduced. The 8 SSS rank demons were now reduced to SS rank. Though only one rank apart, their combat strength and vitality differed vastly. Especially now that Sasa had reached SSS rank, these sub-SSS rank ghosts stood almost no chance of harming her. Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief. With Cat present, as long as this skill remained active, any ghosts below Hell tier were utterly insignificant. As he pondered this, 3 monsters charged out. Strike while the iron is hot. 3 figures transformed into bolts of lightning, streaking toward 3 different directions simultaneously. Rose wielded her cross-shaped ghost scythe, forcing a confrontation with 3 SS rank ghosts. Sasha wasn't about to be outdone, directly using spatial power to trap the 3 ghosts, trap and kill. Only Mao remained, wielding the ghost dragon spear as she struggled against 2 demons. Seeing this, Lin Ran rushed forward to assist. He unleashed boundless forbidden domain. A black curtain descended, simultaneously draining the power from both ghosts within its reach. Niao Mao reacted swiftly, unleashing her ultimate technique to instantly eliminate one of the demons. With only 1 demon left, Miao, also an SS rank, found the fight much easier. Before long, it had obliterated the last remaining specter. Meanwhile, Rose remained exceptionally fierce. Wielding her cross-shaped ghost scythe, she unleashed her ultimate move. With a single strike, the SS rank ghost was cleaved into 4 pieces. Lin Ran was stunned. Truly, it was a formidable ghost that required no offerings. That single strike was far more devastating than anything Sasa, who was already SSS class, could muster. Meanwhile, Sasa, wielding the Hell Scythe, brought it down with a fierce strike. Flames erupted, incinerating the 3 trapped ghosts to ashes. Instant kills. Just 1 rank apart, yet their combat prowess was worlds apart. It felt like an unbridgeable chasm. After dispatching the 8 demons, Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, something occurred to him. He hurriedly pulled up the system logs. Sure enough, there was no kill record. This is bad. They're not dead. Just as he spoke, he suddenly felt a strange movement beneath his feet. The yellow sand below began swirling together at an alarming speed, threatening to engulf him entirely. This was intolerable. He immediately activated his skill, shape-shifting. In an instant, Lin Ran materialized beside Rose, evading the ambush of these peculiar ghosts that could conceal themselves within the sand. The very instant he vanished, the sand coalesced into a stone pillar. The other 8 pillars also dissolved into yellow sand at that very moment. Boom! Suddenly, the stone pillar exploded. Yellow sand filled the sky, obscuring the clouds and blocking out the sun. A fierce wind whipped up, forming a sand tornado. Lin Ran instinctively shielded his eyes. Through the gaps between his fingers, he saw a figure within the sandstorm rapidly swelling in size. The Eye of Death. Piercing through the sandstorm, Lin Ran saw the colossal figure. It was a giant, dozens of meters tall. A sand-formed humanoid. Sand being guardian of the sand realm. Monster tier, infernal. Special abilities, disintegration and reconstruction, power of the raging sands. Lin Ran's heart skipped a beat. It was a hell tier monster. This was far more formidable than those 8 SSS grade monsters. His brow furrowed as he began plotting a countermeasure. However, the opponent seemed unwilling to give him a moment to think. A fist as massive as a mountain peak slammed straight toward him, directly targeting the spirit exorcist. Chapter 163, Thousands Descend. Boom! Sand swirled into the air. Lin Ran's figure staggered backward. Landing steadily, Sasa beside him wore a darkened expression. Her blood-red eyes blazed with fury, her expression seeming to declare, "Attack me if you dare, but lay a finger on Lin Ran, and you're as good as dead." In an instant, Sasa vanished from her spot. The next moment, she materialized above the sand creature's head. The hell scythe in her hand was enveloped in a layer of crimson flames. A terrifying aura abruptly descended. In the gray, hazy sky, a vast crimson-purple formation materialized out of thin air. It carried the deathly aura of hell itself. Seeing this, Rose actually retreated several steps, temporarily escaping the array's range. Even the hell tier Sandman, with its massive frame, couldn't help but tremble slightly. Lin Ran swallowed hard. He marveled inwardly, had Shasha's power truly grown this formidable? This aura completely overwhelmed that hell-level demon. As the light within the array grew increasingly blinding, a stone door slowly materialized. Lin Ran was dumbfounded. He'd thought something else might happen, but it was just summoning the Hellgate after all? Then 5 SSS-tier demons emerged from it. Lin Ran could almost predict what would happen next. The stone door creaked open under his gaze, releasing waves of black mist. Like restless spirits, the vapors swirled endlessly in the air. Their sheer volume obscured the sky and sun, nearly drenching the entire world in darkness. With a wave of Shasha's hand, the swirling shadows coalesced into formations in the sky, resembling an army of demons. Organized and disciplined. Curious, Lin Ran activated his Death God's Eye to investigate. Hellish Specters. Specter rank, SSS. Special ability, undying. Immortality. And SSS-tier at that.
Lin Ran tried to count them all, but found it utterly impossible. Fortunately, the system's battle log provided a clear display.
Yamasera opened the gates of hell, summoning SSS rank ghostly fiends, hellish specters X999. Lin Ran? Holy crap! Could a single SSS rank demon really accomplish this? Nearly 1,000 SSS rank demons. And their special ability is immortality. What the hell is this? As Lin Ran stood in stunned disbelief, Sasa raised her hand and waved it.
Nearly 1,000 hellish specters surged forth. Shadowy figures collided with the sand golem. In mere moments, the colossal sand golem shattered into grains of sand. It collapsed to the ground, turning into a pile of sand.
Instant kill.
The combined assault of 1,000 SSS-tier specters, not just hell-tier, but even cataclysm-tier foes might not withstand it.
With a wave of her hand, Sasa reopened the stone door.
A swarm of dark shadows surged madly into the gates of hell, vanishing from sight. As swift as their arrival, so was their departure. Soon, the gates of hell closed. The light array faded, and Sasa slowly descended before Lin Ran.
Sasha.
Gazing at the dark-clad girl with crimson eyes and golden hair before him, Lin Ran tentatively uttered her name. She blinked, then tilted her head with a faint smile, her eyes crinkling.
Yes, it was Sasa. Only now, she was unexpectedly powerful.
Just as he pondered this, Sasa suddenly collapsed forward. Lin Ran quickly caught her, feeling the soft, cool warmth against his chest, his face flushing crimson. His fingers brushed against her smooth back, stirring an uncontrollable restlessness within him.
That touch. So soft. Meow meow.
Suddenly, the cat's soft cry interrupted Lin Ran's thoughts. There, clutched in its furry paw, was a set of brown keys. Lin Ran, puzzled, stepped forward to investigate.
Key of sand.
Special ghostly object, one of the keys to unlocking a special space. Legend has it that gathering all 4 keys sand, snow, thunder, and fire can open the forbidden realm.
What the heck is this?
Lin Ran was momentarily dumbfounded. But soon, recalling the phrase listed earlier by the Sandman guardian of the Sand Realm, a bold conjecture formed in his mind. This place was the path to the forbidden realm. And this key was the final piece needed to unlock that door.
Ahead lay 3 more regions like this one: snow, thunder, and rain. At least 3 hell-tier monsters.
Lin Ran glanced at Meow Meow's level-up experience.
49,903 50,000. Just a little more to go. Less than 100 experience points.
Unfortunately, the Sandman he just defeated didn't count as a monster kill, so he didn't gain any experience. Otherwise, Shasha would have completed her experience accumulation and unlocked the level-up quest. Once he elevated Cat to SSS rank, he'd hold the upper hand in the next battle against hell-tier monsters. After all, 3 ghosts with abilities surpassing ordinary SSS rank monsters working together should have no trouble defeating a single hell rank foe.
Lin Ran snapped back to reality and said to Cat Rose, "Let's go. We'll keep moving forward."
He then turned to the woman in his arms. "Sasha, rest well.
You can lead the way from here on out." Sasha gazed into his eyes, saying nothing, only tightening the arms wrapped around his neck.
Lin Ran sighed inwardly, helpless. What else could he do with his own ghost? Of course, he had to spoil her. They pressed onward. Guided by Sasa, Lin Ran's group finally located the next area. It lay in the distance, a dimly lit world. Black clouds swirled in the sky, and the land itself was a dull grayish-brown, distinctly different from the sandy terrain. A sharp dividing line marked the intersection of the two, separating them with stark clarity. On one side of the line, the sky was clear and cloudless. On the other, dark clouds blocked the sun, thunder roared, and lightning flashed. This line not only separated the two lands but also divided the weather. Lin Ran grew increasingly curious. What divine force could have wrought such a thing? Continuing forward into the gloomy world, Lin Ran pondered, it seems the key I'm searching for can't be far from here. Keep moving forward, and watch out for sneak attacks from the shadows.
Lin Ran kindly offered a warning. Miyamatsu instinctively summoned the ghost dragon spear.
Rose materialized out of thin air, positioning herself in front of Lin Ran. At that moment, the 3 contracted spirits encircled Lin Ran, protecting him from ghostly attacks. Lin Ran paid it no mind, glancing around. They were in a canyon, with towering mountains on both sides and streaks of lightning tearing across the sky. As the group traversed the gorge, a black iron figure crackling with electric sparks materialized before them.
Thunder Steel Man. Monster tier, SSS. Special ability, Thunder Power.
Before Lin Ran could speak, Rose and Cat charged forward simultaneously.
At blinding speed. In an instant, the 3 were locked in combat.
Sasha obediently guarded in front of Lin Ran, constantly alert to the surrounding auras. Just then, a brilliant white light sliced through the sky. A silver-white lightning bolt crashed down like a giant serpent. In an instant, thick black smoke billowed from the ground, revealing a massive crater. Lin Ran inwardly cursed his luck. This area was a lightning zone. If they weren't careful, they could be struck to ashes by the thunderbolts above. They had to get through this area as quickly as possible.
Rose, Kitty, let's make this quick. Watch out for the sky above.
No sooner had the words left her mouth than another furious bolt of lightning struck down. A fierce glint flashed in Rose's eyes. In the next instant, crimson rose petals flew out.
Boom! Chapter 164, New Power, Lightning Flash. White lightning struck the rose. The latter erupted in a blinding burst of light. The next instant, it shattered into dust.
Fortunately, the flower had absorbed the lightning, sparing the main body from harm. Enraged, the rose swung its black scythe through the air, unleashing 2 slashes of blade energy that struck the demonic creature head-on. In an instant, the specter, seemingly forged from steel, was sliced into pieces. With the demise of this final demon, Cat's demon experience had reached its maximum.
Contract Spirit Cross Rose has slain an SSS rank spirit. Gain Spirit Experience plus 1000, earn points plus 200.
Your contracted ghost cat Yo has fulfilled the prerequisites for leveling up.
Level up quest activated. Level up quest. Collect wood, lightning, and water elemental demonic energies. Consume 2000 points to complete upgrade.
Lin Ran felt a bit lost.
What exactly were these ghost powers?
But he trusted Nekomata's own abilities to discern what it needed. As he pondered, the cat had already begun its actions.
Black mist enveloped the corpse of the SSS rank ghost it had just defeated, then proceeded to devour it.
Contract Ghost Cat devours SSS rank Ghost Thunder Ganger, gaining Ghost Experience plus 1000, acquiring Thunder Ganger shapeshifting form, unlocking special ability, Lightning Flash. Upgrade quest progress increased, current progress, 25%.
Lin Ran had an epiphany.
So this upgrade quest was this simple after all.
It was just a matter of eating ghosts.
And it seemed there was no level restriction.
If that's the case, it's much easier.
Excitement began to surge within Lin Ran. He hurriedly opened the Lightning Flash skill to examine it. Thunderlight, harness the power of thunderous roars, unleash the world's radiant light, traverse 1,000 miles in an instant, annihilate countless foes.
Lin Ran's heart skipped a beat.
It seemed to be a powerful offensive skill. But for now, he had no idea how effective it would be. He closed the interface, pushed aside further thoughts, and pressed onward. This thunderous terrain was fraught with danger, he must cross it swiftly. Before long, he emerged from the valley onto a vast plain. Astonishingly, lightning bolts continuously crisscrossed and fell from the sky above this plain.
The entire expanse seemed to have become a battleground for the raging lightning. Lin Ran hesitated.
Forcing a crossing now would surely turn him into charcoal. Moreover, Sasa's powers hadn't fully recovered yet, making it impossible for her to use her spatial abilities to teleport across. Moreover, even if Sasa regained her strength, she might not be able to traverse this vast plain.
What should we do? System, can you give me something like a lightning rod? System. Just as Lin Ran hesitated, the cat moved. It dashed forward, lightning surging along the ghost dragon spear in its paw.
It hurled the spear skyward.
Boom!
Blinding golden light illuminated the entire sky. Almost the entire world turned golden.
Lin Ran was utterly shocked. Meow 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 meow.
The cat pointed toward the distance and cried out,
as if urging him to hurry.
Lin Ran dared not hesitate, sprinting forward.
Upon entering the plain, the dazzling golden lightning had already dimmed.
The ghost dragon spear returned to Cat's hand at that very moment.
Something miraculous happened.
Wherever Lin Ran and his companions passed, not a single bolt of lightning struck. Yet all around them, thunder and lightning raged. After crossing the vast plain without incident, an altar appeared ahead. 4 stone pillars stood upon the altar. Each pillar held a deep blue orb. Each orb contained swirling bolts of lightning. Outside the spheres, the lightning snaked like silver chains, binding the pillars together. At the very center of the altar, surrounded by these pillars, a sinister stone statue sat enthroned.
Boom! At that very moment, the statue suddenly exploded. A golden armored angel with wings sprouting from its back appeared before them. Lin Ran was stunned. Thunder Guardian of the Realm of Lightning. Demon Tier, Infernal. Special ability, Power of Thunderous Punishment. So powerful.
A hint of contempt flashed through the archangel's golden eyes. With a flick of his right hand, golden light flashed from his palm.
Boom!
Golden light abruptly contracted, and a massive golden sword materialized in his hand.
A terrifying aura crushed down, enveloping the area in a shroud of annihilation.
Instantly, both Cat and Rose entered combat readiness. Each gripped their ghostly weapon tightly, their expressions grave. Sha also broke free from Lin Ran's embrace, gripping the hellish side as she fixed her gaze on the Hell-tier archangel before them. The great battle was about to erupt. Rose struck first, her cross-shaped blade energy slicing through the air. Thunder showed no fear, swinging his sword to unleash a burst of golden light. Meow Meow vanished instantly, reappearing behind Thunder as she hurled the ghost dragon spear. Lightning surged. Boom! The ghost dragon spear, imbued with destructive power, struck Thunder's back, yet it only produced a deafening roar without inflicting any damage. Thunder, however, spun around, thrusting his empty left hand forward. Lightning flickered, resembling a golden dragon charging forward. Meow Meow dodged swiftly, then barely evaded the strike with the aid of Yufeng's wings. Clearly, the abilities of this Hell-tier demon far surpassed those of ordinary Hell-tier beings. Sasha held nothing back, using her spatial abilities to teleport above the Archangel. The hellish sight unleashed a crimson blade of energy, striking directly at Thunder's vital point. The latter casually raised an arm, blocking the strike directly with its limb. With a swift counter-strike, golden lightning shot straight into the sky. Sasha moved with blinding speed, pushing out with one hand to warp space. The lightning that should have struck her instead reversed course, striking Thunder. Another deafening boom echoed. Black smoke billowed. When the smoke finally cleared, Thunder remained completely unscathed. Lin Ran was stunned. How could this be possible? Not a single scratch. What kind of being is this guy? Rose was furious. Black ghostly energy surged around her body. A powerful killing intent descended. Lin Ran dared not hesitate, immediately declaring, "Prepare the finishing move." Rose couldn't be left to face this demon alone. Otherwise, she'd have to resort to that annihilation skill again. Infinite barrier. Open. A black curtain descended. In an instant, the lightning aura on Thunder's body vanished. At last, the contempt in its eyes vanished, replaced by a fleeting look of astonishment. The next moment, the three demons attacked simultaneously. 3 streams of energy surged toward Thunder. Instantly, 3 colored lights surged and intertwined. System notification popped up. Contrite Ghost Rose slays Hell-tier Ghost, gaining Ghost EXP plus 2000, points plus 500. Success! Lin Ran rejoiced. A Hell-tier Ghost had been instantly slain by the combined efforts of 3 ghosts. He breathed a sigh of relief and quickly retracted the boundless Forbidden Realm to prevent excessive ghost energy depletion. Turning to his 3 ghosts, they now stood panting heavily on the ground. They were clearly exhausted. Lin Ran noticed a golden-purple key reflecting an alluring glow where the Thunderstone statue had stood. He stepped forward to pick it up. Thunder Key. Special ghost item, one of the keys to unlocking a special space. Legend has it that gathering all 4 keys sand, snow, thunder, and fire can open the Forbidden Realm. Another one. Lin Ran exhaled a long breath and turned to ask Sasha, "How much do you know about that Forbidden Realm?" Sasha didn't answer, merely holding up one finger. Lin Ran, "Just a little?" Sasha shook her head. "Not a single thing?" Sasha nodded. Lin Ran? Chapter 165, Snowy Realm, Cat use power surges. They pressed onward. After traversing the Thunder Realm, Lin Ran saw a range of snow-capped mountains ahead. The Snow Realm. Approaching. With this, 3 of the 4 realms had now appeared. Only the final realm remained, the Fire Realm. Attention! We're about to enter the Snow Realm. Lin Ran warned. With that, he stepped into the Snow Realm first. The instant he crossed the boundary line between the 2 realms, a wave of biting cold swept over him. Lin Ran felt a shiver run through his body and instinctively pulled back. In contrast, the cats, perhaps due to their supernatural nature, showed no reaction whatsoever. With no other choice, Lin Ran took a deep breath, steeled himself mentally, and stepped back in. The moment he entered the snowy realm, the crushing cold assaulted him once more. Fortunately, armed with prior experience and mental preparation, the cold was bearable, though still biting. Having absorbed so much ghostly energy, his constitution had long since diverged from that of ordinary people. Even clad in early autumn attire, he could endure this chill. Let's go. Keep moving forward. As they walked further, the air grew increasingly frigid. Snow began to accumulate thicker on the ground. After walking for an unknown duration, Lin Ran's consciousness began to grow hazy. All he felt was cold. A bone-chilling cold. Just then, a surge of flame erupted before him. His own ghost realm unfolded, its scorching heat swiftly drowning out the biting chill. Lin Ran looked closely and realized it was Mau Mau. It had activated the Phoenix Ghost Realm. "Thank you, Mau Mau." "Meow, meow." Lin Ran chuckled softly and quickened his pace. Before long, a towering mountain came into view. It was the snow-capped peak he had glimpsed earlier in the Realm of Thunder. The mountain towered at least 3,000 meters high, its cliffs sheer and steep. Climbing it would prove exceptionally difficult. Lin Ran began to ponder how they could possibly cross this snow-capped mountain. Glancing to either side, he saw endless mountain ranges stretching out. Even the relatively lower peaks were astonishingly high. Click, click, click. Suddenly, a series of crisp sounds echoed. Lin Ran looked around but saw nothing unusual. Confused, he asked, "Did you guys notice anything?" Without exception, all 3 ghosts shook their heads. Suddenly, Cat seemed to remember something. Its wings snapped open behind it and it leapt forward, scooping Lin Ran into its arms. The instant his feet left the ground, a thunderous crash erupted beneath him. Boom! The snow began to cascade downward. A deep pit appeared before their eyes. Lin Ran frowned. "What is this?" He retreated several steps to a safer position. Just as he was about to examine it closely, a furious roar erupted from within. The earth shook as a colossal figure slowly emerged from the pit.
An ice dragon, its entire body as crystalline as ice blocks. Frost dragon. Monster tier, SSS. Special ability, frozen power. Beyond it, the surrounding ice began to crackle and shatter. One after another, sapphire blue figures emerged from beneath the earth, trapping Lin Ran and his companions within a circular domain formed by the frost dragons. Lin Ran's expression turned grim. 12 frost dragons. And all of them were SSS tier. But he wasn't worried. With the strength of his companions, dealing with these 12 frost dragons shouldn't be too difficult. At least, that's how Lin Ran saw it. As he pondered, Rose took the initiative. The cross-ghost scythe whirled through the air, unleashing 2 slashes of black blade energy that surged toward one of the frost dragons. In an instant, the frost dragon that had been seething with rage just a moment before was sliced clean through. Instant kill. Lin Ran was stunned. How did she get this much stronger all at once? Rose's power increase was utterly baffling. Check the system. It turned out the bonus from the Phoenix Bird Ghost Realm was still active. Soon, under the Phoenix Bird Ghost Realm's boost, their 3 ghosts nearly obliterated the 12 dragons on the field in the blink of an eye. Lin Ran was completely stunned. If not for the system prompt popping up, he'd still be frozen in place. Your contracted ghost, Fingchi, has met the upgrade requirements. Activating Upgrade Quest. Upgrade Quest, Rare Fire Attributed Ghost X1, Points X1000. Just as Lin Ran was inwardly gloating, a figure appeared before him. It was Fingchi. She was bursting with excitement. Brother. Brother. I think I can get stronger again. I'm so powerful. Lin Ran. Cat, meow? Rose Sasa. What's wrong? Fingchi blinked her big eyes in confusion, asking without realizing what had happened. To spare the child's feelings, Lin Ran could only say, nothing. Let's keep moving. We might encounter some dangerous monsters soon. You'd be better off going back. Thinking of the hell-tier monsters ahead, Lin Ran hurriedly warned. Fingchi shook her head. No way. I'm strong now. I'm protecting my brother. Lin Ran. At that moment, the cat also halted, approaching a frost dragon before activating its devouring skill. Contract Ghost Cat devours SSS-tier Ghost Frost Dragon, gaining Ghost Experience plus 1000, acquiring Frost Dragon shapeshifting form, and obtaining special ability Frost Power. Your contracted Ghost Cat Yao triggered special ice attribute skill, Water freezes to ice. Your contracted Ghost Cat Yao unleashes the special ice attribute skill, Frostbite across 1,000 miles. Your contracted Spirit Nekomata has acquired the special Water attribute skill, Overwhelming Tide. Contract Spirit Nekomata's level up quest progress increased, current progress, 50%. Lin Ran was stunned. Swallowing 1 spirit cat yielded 3 skills. This was unheard of. He hurriedly checked the skills. Freeze water into ice, utilizes special ghost energy to transform water into ice essential for summer refreshment. Lin Ran, are you some kind of monkey sent here to make me laugh? He continued to examine the second skill. Frostbite domain, utilizes special ghost energy to activate a frost domain. Allies within gain a 25% combat power boost, while enemies suffer frost damage and suffer a significant speed reduction. Ghost realm skill? Lin Ran was startled. Meow Meow now possesses 4 Ghost Realm skills. Phoenix Ghost Realm, Spirit Sealing Realm, Spirit Energy Realm. And now, this 1,000-mile frost. Regardless of anything else, the sheer number of Ghost Realm skills alone is something no other ghost or monster could ever possess. Truly worthy of a ghost that specializes in devouring and evolving, it's ridiculously powerful. And now, the final skill. Overwhelming Tide harnesses unique ghostly energy to condense into a sea, overwhelming enemies. A straightforward description. But judging by the looks of it, it seems far from simple. This skill might come in handy later in the fire domain. Lin Ran pondered this as the earth suddenly trembled once more. Last time, it was the frost dragon breaking through the earth. What could it be this time? Lin Ran looked up to see the snow-capped mountain before him beginning to collapse. Holy crap! An avalanche! A white torrent of snow poured down. In an instant, it reached the very edge of his vision. Just then, Sasa moved. In an instant, the 1 human and 4 ghosts were transported away, to an extremely distant place. Boom! The deafening roar of the avalanche echoed as the spot they had just occupied was buried beneath thick layers of snow. Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness for Sasa, otherwise, they'd be dead meat. Just as he was thinking this, Cat suddenly let out a low, growling roar. Gore! Its emerald eyes fixed intently on the snow-capped mountain. Confused, Lin Ran followed its gaze. At the summit, a massive figure was charging toward them. A specter. The final guardian of the snowy realm had appeared. Chapter 166, One-Shot Kill. Devouring Hell Tier. The Eye of Death activated. Frost Dragon Guardian of the Snow Realm. Monster Tier, Hell Tier. Special ability, Frost Power. Sure enough. It's a hell-level ghost after all. Lin Ran frowned at Fingchi. Come back. It's too dangerous. Seeing the frost dragon growing larger and larger, Fingchi also felt a surge of panic. She nodded and transformed into a beam of light, returning directly to the ghost realm.
Having not encountered a dragon-type ghost in ages, Lin Ran dared not take it lightly.
The silver dragon encountered earlier, though classified as Hell tier, possessed combat prowess far exceeding its tier. It could even rival a cataclysm-level monster.
A major reason for this was the extreme hardness of its dragon scales.
Not only that, but their physical bodies were exceptionally formidable. Therefore, eliminating this frost dragon before him would be no easy feat.
Prepare for an all-out assault. Lin Ran immediately devised a strategy in his mind. Against such a fiend, a one-hit kill is essential, otherwise, it's a real pain. As the frost dragon's massive form crashed to the ground, the hurricane generated by its wings whipped up the snow, shrouding the entire world in a layer of white mist. Fortunately, Lin Ran had activated the Death God's Eye, so he didn't mind the slight drain on his spiritual energy. Through the swirling snow, he pinpointed the frost dragon's location. Less than 10 meters ahead, a colossal dragon stretching dozens of meters long gaped its blood-red maw, its crimson eyes fixed intently on Lin Ran.
Infinite barrier, activate. The black curtain descended, instantly severing the frost dragon's ghostly energy.
Simultaneously, Meow Meow, Rose, and Sasa unleashed their most powerful attacks.
3 streams of ghostly energy slammed into the frost dragon simultaneously. Facing the combined assault of 3 SSS-tier ghosts, even the dragon's scales couldn't withstand the onslaught. A terrifying gash instantly appeared on its body. With a piercing shriek, the frost dragon flapped its wings violently and flew away.
Lin Ran sensed trouble.
The one-hit kill didn't land. This was bad. Cat, activate the second ghost realm to support Rose.
Sasha, activate Ghost Realm to hold it.
Rose, prepare your finishing move.
The 3 ghosts acknowledged the orders.
Sasha moved with lightning speed, swiftly activating a spatial confinement to trap the frost dragon.
Meow Meow didn't hold back either, directly activating the spirit energy realm.
Xianwei drew a deep breath, her ghostly aura surging to unprecedented heights. A ghostly shadow began to faintly appear on the tightly gripped cross-shaped ghost scythe. The bound frost dragon crashed to the ground, returning to the boundless containment realm. Rose seized the moment and struck.
The black scythe cleaved through the air, unleashing a dark specter that crashed down upon the frost dragon.
Boom! Even with its formidable defenses, the frost dragon's head was severed in that instant. Contrite Spirit, Cross Rose slays Hell tier spirit. Gains Spirit EXP plus 2000, points plus 500.
Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief.
The duration of Boundless Forbidden Domain had just ended. A wave of exhaustion washed over him.
His legs buckled, and he collapsed to his knees.
Meow Meow lay stiffly in the snow, panting heavily. Activating a ghost realm alone was already immensely taxing.
Combined with the high-intensity battle and the activation of dual ghost realms, it had nearly depleted all its ghost energy. Lin Ran murmured weakly, Meow Meow, eat it.
Meow.
Contrite Spirit Cat devours Hell tier spirit Frost Dragon, gaining Spirit EXP plus 2000, acquiring Frost Dragon's shapeshift form, and obtaining skill, Frost Dragon Strike.
Frost Dragon Strike summons the Frost Dragon to unleash its ultimate attack.
Excellent, another combat skill added. Lin Ran felt quite satisfied.
This was a huge win. Sasha brought over the key and handed it to Lin Ran. He took it and examined it. Sure enough, it resembled the previous key's description.
Only a single character had been altered. With this, all 3 keys had been collected. Only the final key remained.
Fire Realm.
After resting for a while, the 1 human and 3 ghosts set out on their journey once more. Before long, they reached the foot of the snow-capped mountains.
Meow Meow instinctively used its shape-shifting ability, transforming into an ice dragon.
It carried Lin Ran over the snowy mountain, landing on the other side.
Gazing into the distance from the heights, Lin Ran was utterly dumbfounded.
For stretching out before them, beyond the snowy expanse, lay a world of crimson. Having just endured the frigid cold of the snow realm, he now faced the scorching heat of the fire realm, a prospect that gave him a headache. Soon, they entered the fiery realm.
To prevent the ghostly energy from depleting too quickly, Cat dropped its transformed form and walked in.
Gazing at the distant volcanoes spewing relentlessly, Lin Ran felt as though he had returned to the demon's den of old. That world forged from molten rock.
Resigned, he sighed deeply and pressed onward. Suddenly, a tiny flame bounced and skipped toward them. Lin Ran immediately checked its attributes. Fire Spirit.
Special spectral entity, a unique ghostly spirit possessing rudimentary sentience. Ghosts may fuse with it to enhance their power.
Lin Ran was overjoyed. Wasn't this exactly what Fengqi needed? He hastily summoned Fengqi.
The girl had just emerged from the ghostly realm when, before she could properly greet anyone, she sensed the fire spirit's presence.
Wow! What an adorable little thing! A little flame with eyes.
The fire spirit seemed to have found its kindred spirit, bouncing and leaping toward her.
Fengqi gasped in alarm. Ah! Are you trying to burn me alive?
Only when the fire spirit reached her did she snap back to her senses.
Huh? I'm fine? Lin Ran. Did you forget you can control fire? Fengqi looked utterly aggrieved. Why, I forgot.
Just then, the fire spirit transformed into a ball of light and vanished into Fengqi's body.
System notification popped up. Contract Spirit Fingchi has obtained the rare spirit Fire Spirit. Can consume 1000 points to complete upgrade quest. Lin Ran immediately selected confirm. 1000 points? That was mere pocket change for him now. Upgrade quest for Ghost Fingchi completed. Congratulations! Ghost Fingchi has ascended to SS rank and gained the special ability, Phoenix Bird's Form. Rainbow Phoenix Bird Fingchi. Monster rank, SS. Special abilities, Crimson Flame Domain, Scarlet Ghostfire Fire Control, Phoenix Bird's Body. Monster EXP, 050,000. Affinity, 95-100. The compatibility rating actually increased by 5 points after the upgrade. Lin Ran felt a surge of quiet delight. Looks like this upgrade is pretty substantial. And a new skill. Check it out immediately. Phoenix Form restores the multicolored Phoenix Spirit form, greatly enhancing combat power. Lin Ran was stunned. With this skill, Fingchi could transform into a true multicolored phoenix. And it would be even stronger than Su Xier's multicolored phoenix. This is a multicolored phoenix with human-level intelligence. Brother! I'm so powerful now. Fingchi was bursting with excitement, proudly pumping her fist. Brother, now it's my turn to protect you. But just so you know, big brother, you can't send me back again. Lin Ran chuckled softly, alright. He instinctively ruffled Fingchi's little head. Her hair felt incredibly silky. System notification popped up, you patted Fingchi's head. Affinity +5. Lin Ran? Due to reaching maximum affinity with your contracted spirit, the Rainbow Phoenix Bird Fingchi, you have obtained skill sharing, Crimson Flame Domain. Due to your unique constitution, Crimson Flame Domain has automatically transformed into Crimson Flame Spirit Armor. Scarlet Flame Spirit Armor, upon activation, grants the Scarlet Flame Spirit Armor, significantly mitigating external attacks. Attacks gain Scarlet Flame power bonuses, greatly enhancing combat skill effects. Chapter 167, The Final Key, Unlocking the Forbidden Gate. Lin Ran felt a surge of secret delight. Just a casual pat on the head, and it maxed out the compatibility. And he'd even gained a powerful shared skill. This feeling was like a dream. It was absolutely exhilarating. Lin Ran couldn't wait to try it out. Just then, a deafening roar echoed from the distance. Looking up, he saw flickering flames in the distance. A wave of scorching heat washed over them. The volcano erupted. Scorching lava rained down like hailstones. Lin Ran was stunned. If it weren't for the distance, he would have turned and run without hesitation. Fortunately, the distance wasn't too great. Even if he got caught in the fallout, there was no need to worry. The cats could handle it. As expected, Rose stepped in. With a surge of spatial energy, she redirected the lava that was about to fall on their side. The skill was incredibly powerful. After a brief pause, the volcano gradually ceased its eruption, but the ground began to shake violently. In the distance, massive figures charged toward them with frenzied speed. Bulls engulfed in flames. So numerous they were impossible to count at a glance. Fire Bull. Monster Tier, SS-class. Special abilities, Bull Charge, Raging Fire Impact. Lin Ran's expression darkened. Countless SS rank monsters? What the hell kind of joke is this? There were easily over 100 here. Even if his 4 monsters had all reached SSS rank, they might not be able to hold them off. And these monsters' skills were all assault-type abilities. If they swarmed over here in a heavy charge, going toe-to-toe would be certain death. Fingchi's pretty face paled with fear. There are so many. What should we do, brother? Meow Meow silently spread her wings, intending to retreat to the air to avoid the initial onslaught. Rose Sasa shared the same thought. Lin Ran immediately shouted, use your ghostly form and retreat upward. Fingchi was confused. What's a ghostly form? Lin Ran froze. Couldn't she grasp this? Did she have absolutely no experience as a spirit creature? As the herd of fire bulls closed in, Cat yanked Lin Ran to her feet. All the while, she meowed repeatedly at Fingchi. Fingchi seemed to understand, nodding her head. Then, a ball of flame enveloped her entire body. With a piercing cry, the multicolored firebird soared straight into the heavens. The 7-colored Phoenix Bird. Having reverted to her spirit form, Fingchi's aura grew immensely powerful. Far surpassing that of an ordinary SS rank spirit. This was the true power of the 7-colored Phoenix Bird. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the deafening roar below grew ever louder. Boom! Boom! The earth shook violently. The fire bull had arrived below. Lin Ran instinctively tightened his grip on the fluffy little paw of the kitten, holding on tighter to prevent it from falling. Meanwhile, Rose gathered her strength and struck down. In an instant, dust and smoke billowed as countless fireballs were smashed flying. Wielding her black scythe, she descended swiftly into the herd. The aura of an SSS rank specter emanated from her as the crossghost scythe swung through the air, tracing a sweeping arc. Boom! Countless fireballs were sent flying backward. But the next moment, the fireballs behind her locked onto their target and charged at Rose. Seeing this, Sasa immediately activated the Ghost Realm. Spatial confinement. Instantly, the swarm of fireballs was trapped and immobilized in place. Fengqi seized the opportunity, flapping her wings and spewing a fireball from her mouth. A deafening roar echoed as flames raged wildly.
Before long, under the relentless combined assault of the three ghostly creatures, over 100 fireballs were utterly annihilated. Lin Ran watched as the system continuously popped up notifications, with points and experience constantly rolling in. Only after the lower ranks of fire oxen were cleared did he slowly descend. Cleaning up the battlefield, the cat didn't hesitate, swallowing several of them whole. However, since its experience requirements were already met, these few yielded nothing beyond granting it an additional shapeshifting form.
A few went to waste. Fengqi returned to human form, bursting with excitement. Brother, look! I'm so awesome! I can breathe fire and transform. And I killed so many monsters.
Lin Ran nodded repeatedly.
Well done, Shao-Chi. Soon, the well-rested group set off once more.
This time, their destination was the erupting volcano they had passed earlier.
It was an unavoidable passage on their journey forward. Not long after. Mountaintop. Lin Ran could already see the bubbling, scalding lava within the crater ahead. Meow meow. Meow Mao's eyes suddenly widened.
She grabbed Lin Ran's collar and pulled him backward.
Qingwei Shasha instantly drew her scythe, watching the crater warily. Boom! Another deafening roar echoed as a crimson dragon materialized before their eyes. A fire dragon. First a frost dragon, now a fire dragon. Truly a clash of ice and fire.
Lin Ran thought to himself as the cat swiftly carried him to a safe distance, avoiding the surging lava attacks.
The fire dragon roared furiously, its wings beating violently. In an instant, the lava that had been about to overflow was flung back into the air. Rosie showed no mercy, unleashing her ultimate move, the cross-ghost scythe.
Beside them, Sasa pressed her palms together, summoning the light array once more.
Countless tendrils of black mist, like tentacles, tightly bound the fire dragon. Boom! The blade's energy struck, leaving a glaring gash on the dragon's body.
Blood flowed out, falling into the molten lava.
With a sizzling sound, it vanished without a trace. After settling Lin, Meow Meow swiftly moved in for the finishing blow. Joined by Fengqi, the SS rank rainbow phoenix bird transformed into a demonic form. 4 demons now besieged the Hellgrade fire dragon. After 10 minutes, trapped within Lin Ran's boundless forbidden domain, the fire dragon was utterly stripped of its combat strength. Contract Spirit Cat kills Hell tier spirit, gains spirit EXP plus 2000, points plus 500. It's over.
With the dragon's demise, a crimson key materialized before them. Thus, all 4 keys were now in Lin Ran's grasp.
It was finally over.
Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief.
At last, he could open that door. But what lay beyond that door? More powerful ghosts? Or something else?
Before long, the team crossed through this final fiery expanse.
Ahead lay an area that appeared unremarkable at first glance.
Green mountains and clear waters, gray stones and yellow earth.
Among them, various plants were cultivated. Vibrantly colored flowers and tall, graceful trees. And, standing amidst the flower beds, that gate.
Lin Ran stepped closer, took out the key, and gently wiped it clean. Then, he inserted it into each of the 4 keyholes. As he turned each key in turn, the gate rumbled with a series of thunderous clangs.
As the stone doors swung fully open, a blinding white light burst forth from within.
Within the radiance, a blood-red tome came into view. It was a book as thick as 5 fingers pressed together. 4 bright red characters on the cover were strikingly vivid. Unfortunately, the characters used were obscure and difficult to decipher. It was nearly identical to the malfunctioning tome from before. Could this be the Book of the Dead?
Doubt filled Lin Ran's mind as he immediately activated the system's character recognition function. The Book of the Dead, Volume 2.
Special Ghostly Object, Ultimate Grade Ghostly Object, containing information on ghosts and undead spirits.
Lin Ran was stunned.
This was actually a book documenting ghostly information.
Who could have written such a book? And why would someone compile such knowledge into a single volume? Lin Ran felt utterly bewildered. Chapter 168, Lambs to the Slaughter. Just as he pondered, the system popped up a notification. Contract, unknown ghost task progress plus 30%, current task progress 50%.
Lin Ran was startled. So the ghost recorded here was the unknown spirit the system task wanted him to contract. This was beyond absurd. Lin Ran quickly flipped through several pages, eager to see what information about ghosts and monsters was written inside. But he found the language obscure and difficult to understand. Even though the system had pointed out that this book contained information about ghosts, he still couldn't make sense of it. This left him feeling utterly bewildered. Forget it, I'm done looking. He promptly stowed the book away. Suddenly, his head began to spin. The world before his eyes began to blur. The once bright world was now shrouded in a crimson hue. Within this crimson realm, he thought he glimpsed a strange woman. Then, everything went black before his eyes. His consciousness sank completely. All that remained in his ears were the soft meows of the cat and Fengqi's anxious cries.
Boom! Lin Ran's eyes snapped open.
A massive iron block hurtled toward him. Just as it was about to strike, a furry paw swatted the iron block away.
He followed the trajectory of the flying iron block with his gaze. Only after it landed did Lin Ran get a clear look. It was the hood. Wait a minute. A hood? Lin Ran glanced at the car beside him. In the driver's seat, Rose sat staring blankly ahead. Meow 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 meow. The cat meowed as it jumped.
Fingchi also said, Rose, please stop messing with it.
I think we've broken the car.
But Rose wouldn't give up, fiddling with the controls in the driver's seat. The windshield wipers and headlights flicked on one after another.
Lin Ran finally grasped the sheer terror of the ghost driver. Stop playing around.
Hearing the voice, all four ghosts turned simultaneously to look at Lin Ran.
I'm fine now. Let me handle it. Lin Ran shook his head, trying to clear his mind.
He stood up and helped Cat to the car.
He checked the engine, sure enough, it was smoking.
Lin Ran frowned, looking at Rose.
How on earth did you manage to make the engine smoke? Xianwei looked utterly innocent.
Lin Ran sighed helplessly.
Forget it. We'll just walk back. We don't have the tools to fix it anyway. The distance to Conservation Zone 3 was still considerable. Even driving would take ages.
But there was nothing to be done.
Let's go.
On the way, Lin Ran asked about what had happened earlier.
According to Fingchi, he had fallen into a coma after reading the book.
Today marked the third day of his unconsciousness. During these days, Cat Rose had considered bringing him back. She realized she had no idea how to get back. For ghosts, all hopelessly directionally challenged. So Fingchi suddenly had an idea and suggested driving. After all, the car had a map. That is, the navigation system. So the four ghosts started fiddling with it. After fiddling for ages, they managed to wreck the car.
Lin Ran was utterly dumbfounded. These four little rascals were truly clever. Why didn't they show this kind of cleverness when fighting ghosts on a daily basis? But right now, the car wasn't the pressing concern. Rather,
Lin Ran thought of the book in the ghostly realm.
In such a vast secret realm, the only thing hidden there was a single book. That's a bit too bizarre, isn't it? Was this book hidden by humans, or by ghosts? Lin Ran couldn't figure it out.
The system offered no further guidance.
But this time, Sasha was leading the way. Perhaps she knew something? Sasha, do you know what that book is? As expected, Sasha shook her head. There was nothing else to do but leave it for now.
They'd have to wait until they returned to Nursery Zone 3 to ask someone.
Outskirts of Conservation Zone 3. Inside the fortress.
Lin Ran borrowed a vehicle and finally made it back to Conservation Zone 3.
Unlike Conservation Zone 4, the Federation's influence here was immense. Two towering buildings stood at the heart of the reserve.
One was the Federation building, the other the Federation Technology Tower. It was here that the clues regarding the rainbow phoenix bird had been deciphered last time. Lin Ran stowed away all the ghosts and entered the Federation building alone. A woman in her early 20s greeted him.
Hello, how may I assist you?
Lin Ran glanced curiously at the woman's rank.
S rank. An S-rank spirit exorcist working as a loli receptionist here? No wonder it's the top-ranked Conservation Zone 3 S-class exorcists are practically everywhere here.
Without further ado, he stated, I need to speak with the federal supervisor of this conservation zone. Simultaneously, he pulled out his communicator and displayed the exorcist information section. The woman glanced at it and immediately straightened up.
Good day, Commander Lin Ran.
Lin Ran's skin crawled. Don't be so formal.
I can't handle it.
The woman chuckled softly. You're quite the humorist, Commander.
I'll connect you to the minister immediately. Please hold for a moment.
Saying this, she picked up the landline connected to the internal network and dialed. After briefly explaining the situation, a slightly sharp voice came through.
No meeting. The minister is busy. Little lamb, I've told you before, don't just let anyone in. The minister is busy.
The woman called Lamb sounded a bit aggrieved, but I don't care who he is.
What about the Divine Walker? A tool running around providing support, and he actually thinks he's someone important? Lin Ran frowned.
Though the voice on the other end of the line was faint, he could still hear it clearly. His displeasure grew, his expression darkening further.
He'd never encountered a supervisor with such a heavy aura of hostility before. He cut the connection.
Xiao Yang apologized earnestly. I'm sorry, Commander Lin Ran, our director isn't here. Lin Ran smiled and shook his head.
Don't apologize. You haven't done anything wrong.
Xiao Yang visibly paused upon hearing this.
We're all human beings, all spirit drivers.
Each of us fulfills our respective roles, and that's how we build this orderly human society. There's never been any hierarchy or distinction between high and low. You don't need to sacrifice yourself for others. With that, Lin Ran bowed deeply.
Thank you. This whole situation, it's my fault you got dragged into it.
Before Little Lamb could recover, he had already turned and walked away.
Since he couldn't meet with the minister here, it was best to leave.
Lin Ran thought to himself as he drove off, heading to a commercial district within the conservation area.
He found a temporary hotel and checked in for the night. Late at night, Lin Ran opened the book once more. He leafed through it. for a long time.
Closing the book this time, however, brought no adverse reaction.
Wasn't it because of this book last time? Lin Ran was puzzled, silently closing the book. Turn off the lights and rest. Late at night. In the alleyway.
A woman walked down the deserted street. Her right hand clenched into a fist pressed against her chest, her thin lips lightly bitten as she lost herself in thought.
Hello, big sister? A young girl in a red dress appeared before the woman.
The woman looked puzzled.
What is it, little one? The girl in the dress smiled faintly. Nothing.
I just think you're very pretty, big sister.
So, big sister, could I borrow your skin for a bit?
Hearing this, the woman's pupils suddenly contracted.
Ah. Chapter 169, Bare-Handed S-Rank Extermination. Nursery Zone 3.
The streets were bustling with noise and crowds. Groups of humans were scattered everywhere along the streets. Lin Ran drove his car through the streets, marveling at the captivating sight of the bustling conservation zone. How wonderful it would be if his own conservation zone 13 could one day be like this. But that would take at least a century. After all, this conservation zone boasted a hell-tier powerhouse and countless SSS-tier exorcists.
It was immeasurably more powerful than Conservation Zone 13. Even ordinary ghost waves struggled to shake this conservation zone. Suddenly, a figure darted out from the street. It stood rigidly in front of Lin Ran. He instinctively slammed on the brakes. The screech of brakes echoed as the car finally ground to a halt just before hitting the figure. Lin Ran looked closely and recognized the figure as somewhat familiar. It was the receptionist he'd met yesterday. It's you? Lin Ran got out of the car and asked in confusion, what are you doing here? Don't you have to go to work?
Xiaoyang shook her head, a sweet smile on her face.
Nope. I've quit my job. From now on, I'm no longer the receptionist. Let's get to know each other again. My name is Bai Yang.
Lin Ran paused, struggling to comprehend her decision.
You quit, what does that have to do with me?
Bai Yang puffed out her cheeks.
Because you seduced me. I don't care. I quit now, and I have nowhere to go. You have to take me with you. Lin Ran. These days, you really do meet all kinds of people. And it's my fault? Beep beep beep. Behind them, a car pulled up. The window rolled down and a bald head popped out. Damn it, are you gonna move your car or not? You're blocking the road, you know?
Lin Ran hurriedly apologized. Sorry.
I'll move right away.
With that, he opened the door and was about to get in. Bai Yang followed suit immediately. Right in front of Lin Ran, he sat down in the passenger seat.
Forget it. Where are you headed? I'll give you a ride since it's on my way.
Lin Ran said as he started the engine.
But from the back seat, Bai Yang said, I don't want to go anywhere. I just want to follow you. Lin Ran? Officer Lin Ran, I know you're afraid of dragging me down because your job is so dangerous. But sir, I'm pretty strong, you know. I'm an S-class spirit exorcist too.
Through the rearview mirror, Lin Ran saw Bai Yang in the back seat, waving her fist proudly.
An S-class spirit exorcist, is that something to be proud of? Lin Ran was baffled and could only ask, don't you have parents? No.
Don't worry, Commander Lin Ran.
I'm all alone with no ties.
You wouldn't even need a dowry to marry me, I can make my own decisions.
Hearing this, Lin Ran was utterly dumbfounded.
He nearly spat out a mouthful of blood.
Forget it. Don't call me officer anymore. Just call me Lin Ran. Sure thing, brother Lin Ran. You're older than me.
Lin Ran gritted his teeth. This kid, in his 20s, still trying to act young.
Alright, Lin Ran little brother. Lin Ran.
Soon, the car drove out of the city walls of Conservation Zone 3. It pulled up near a fortress to refuel. Along the way, Bai Yang revealed that she'd resigned voluntarily after offending the minister's secretary. But with nowhere else to go, she decided to tag along with Lin Ran.
Where are we going, Lin Ran? Bai Yang asked curiously. Lin Ran, Zone 4.
His plan was straightforward: head to Conservation Zone 4 first, find Li Qiudong, and inquire about the Book of the Dead. If he couldn't provide any information, then he would proceed to Conservation Area 5 to seek out Luo Qiao. After all, going to Conservation Area 5 would require passing through Conservation Area 4 anyway.
He might as well make it a detour. Before long, the car was refueled and continued on its way. Not long after, Bai Yang cried out that he was hungry. Lin Ran, I'm so hungry. I want something to eat. Lin Ran.
With no other choice, he woke up the four little creatures in the ghostly space.
Before long, Fengqi emerged carrying a box of bear-shaped cookies. Whoa! You scared the life out of me.
The moment she stepped out and saw Bai Yang, Fengqi turned ashen-faced.
Why you? When did you get here? Bai Yang was also taken aback. A ghost? A talking ghost? SS-class ghosts can talk? Fengqi was confused. Big sister, what are you talking about?
Bai Yang shook her head quickly. Nothing at all.
You're so adorable. Fengqi's pretty face flushed. Thank you for the compliment, sister. Sis, here, have this box of cookies.
Bai Yang affectionately pinched Fengqi's plump little cheeks so soft.
She grew even more excited. Wow. Little sister, you're so adorable. Such a good girl. Fingqi. She thought to herself, this strange big sister is so scary. Without another thought, she hurried back to the spirit realm. Suddenly, Lin Ran slammed on the brakes, sending countless pebbles flying across the gravel road. Up ahead, 3 S-rank monsters stood directly in their path. Lin Ran's eyes narrowed with fury, looking for death. I'll handle it. I'll handle it. I'll handle it. From the back seat, Bai Yang was bursting with excitement. She pumped her little fist, flung open the door, and dashed out. Lin Ran rolled his eyes but followed her out. She raised her hand, and ghostly energy surged from her palm. In the next instant, a skeleton knight clad in silver armor materialized. An S-rank specter, the Death Knight. Clackety-clack. The Death Knight roared furiously, brandishing his lance as he charged forward atop his skeletal steed. Facing 3 S-rank specters head-on, utterly fearless. Lin Ran thought to himself, this guy is seriously badass. The next moment, a lance flew toward him. He swiftly activated his skill, Crimson Flame Spirit Armor. Boom! A flash of fire erupted, enveloping Lin Ran in a luminous armor. Skill activated, Crimson Flame Spirit Armor. For 5 minutes, gains Crimson Flame Spirit Armor protection, significantly boosting defense and attack. Facing the incoming spear, he showed no fear. He raised his hand and grasped it directly. Bai Yang was thrilled, that's amazing. Wow! Little brother Lin Ran is so amazing. Lin Ran. Up ahead, the Death Knight was no match for the 3 S-rank ghosts. Their ghost weapons were knocked from their hands. If he didn't act now, he'd be crippled if not killed outright. Lin Ran hesitated no longer, charging forward and unleashing a punch. Flames erupted. With a divine might, the fist struck, sending a dark figure flying backward. One punch sent the S-rank ghost flying dozens of meters. Bai Yang stared in stunned silence, her little mouth agape, unable to utter a word for a long while. In no time, all 3 S-rank monsters were annihilated. Before Lin Ran, clad in his Crimson Flame Spirit Armor, even S-rank ghosts were nothing more than insignificant trash. After dealing with the monsters, he tossed his spear to the Death Knight and shed his Crimson Flame Spirit Armor. He addressed Bai Yang, who stood frozen in shock nearby, stop spacing out. Recall your Death Knight. We're moving on. Bai Yang finally snapped out of it, nodding vigorously. He couldn't resist adding a compliment. Lin Ran, you're so strong. I absolutely adore you. Lin Ran, pfft. Not long after, Lin Ran and his group arrived at Conservation Zone 4, the location of the Federation branch. Li Qiudong frowned upon seeing the two enter. What brings you back already? This time he brought a woman along. Could it be another ghost that kid caught? Muttering to himself, he closed his eyes and began counting on his fingers. Lin Ran looked puzzled. What are you doing? Li Qiudong slowly opened his eyes, his gaze fixed intently on Bai Yang. Your fate has been tampered with. Chapter 170, Heroic Spirit. Sword Ghost. Bai Yang? She quickly recovered, smiling, because I met brother Lin Ran. He showed me the way, allowing me to defy fate and rewrite my destiny. Li Qiudong shook his head. Lin Ran asked in confusion, is there a problem? Nothing. Nothing at all. Li Qiudong seemed reluctant to dwell on the subject and quickly changed the topic. What brings you here? Lin Ran produced the Book of the Dead. I'd like you to take a look at this. Li Qiudong's face drained of color. He stumbled back several steps, nearly falling, and shouted angrily, throw this accursed thing away immediately. Such a dreadful object is far beyond our reach. Throw it away. Throw it away. Lin Ran was stunned. But he didn't comply. He simply stowed the Necronomicon away. Only then did Li Qiudong calm down, gasping for breath. Don't bring things like this to me again. I'm afraid you'll get me killed. Now, take this thing and go. Get out of here. Lin Ran sighed helplessly. My apologies for the disturbance. He turned to leave, but as he departed, a contemptuous voice echoed from behind. Useless. There was no doubt that those words came from Bai Yang. Lin Ran turned back and dragged Bai Yang away just as he was about to engage Li Qiudong in a fierce battle. Alright, enough talk. Senior Li is too considerate. Let's not put him on the spot. White Ram pouted but didn't press the issue further. After leaving the Federation branch, Lin Ran drove toward Conservation Zone 4. Before he had gone far, just as he started the car, 3 black sedans clearly not business vehicles blocked his path. Lin Ran was puzzled. Just as he pondered, men dressed in black suits began stepping out of the vehicles. From the last car, however, emerged a familiar face. Tang Chi. It's you again. Lin Ran stepped out of her car, her face cold as she stared at her. Their eyes locked. Tang Chi's tone remained as icy as ever. Surprised? We meet again. I never imagined you'd have the audacity to show up on my turf. Lin Ran clenched his fists as the system's facial recognition function scanned the crowd of men in black suits. Instantly, their profiles appeared before her eyes. All were S-rank or higher spirit exorcists. Among them were 4 SS-level exorcists and 1 SSS-level exorcist.
Beside Tang Chi stood a man who appeared relatively young, yet he too was an SSS-grade spirit exorcist. This man was none other than the young Master Wang mentioned by the security guard when they first arrived at Childcare Zone 4.
Wang Yuan. Enough talk. You want war? I'll give you war.
Just a bunch of useless trash who haven't even reached Hell tier.
Lin Ran snorted coldly as 4 figures materialized simultaneously. Wang Yuan's expression darkened at the sight. 2 ghost spirits? 2 ghost monsters?
The ghost spirits he knew were naturally Rose and Phoenix Nest, while the ghost monsters were Cat and Sasa. But that was merely how others classified them. To the system, they were all ghost monsters.
I must say, you've certainly given me quite a few surprises. Wang Yuan chuckled as 2 streams of black mist seeped from his body. 2 humanoid SSS rank ghosts materialized before him. Tiger Guard. Specter rank SSS-class. Special ability Tiger Roar Wind Chant. Dragon Guard. Monster rank SSS-class. Special ability Dragon Roar Shakes the Heavens.
Note: Tiger Guardians confused with Dragon Guardians, forming Hell tier Dragon Tiger Guardians.
Lin Ran's heart sank. This was bad. Hell tier. Dealing with that would be far more difficult. After all, against Hell tier foes, Meow Meow's spirit sealing domain would be ineffective. Still, we could take down one first. Meow Meow, Rose, take out the Dragon Guard. Sasha, imprison. With that, Sasa struck first. The ghost domain unfurled, trapping the space.
Seeing this, Meow Meow swiftly activated the spirit sealing domain. As the dual ghost realms descended, a powerful aura instantly enveloped everyone.
Rose, wielding her black scythe, moved like a ghostly apparition, appearing behind the Dragon Guard in an instant. Destroy. Boom. The black blade energy sliced through, instantly shattering the Dragon Guard. Everyone was stunned. So powerful. Ares clapped excitedly. Wang Yuan seethed, you bastard. Without giving him any chance, Cat stepped forward to deliver the finishing blow, devouring him outright. Tang Chi sneered coldly, I told you so. This guy's no ordinary ghost. Last time we saw him, there weren't any SSS rank ghosts. Now he has 1 SSS rank, and the auras of his other demons are approaching SSS rank 2. Let me handle this.
She stepped in front of Wang Yuan. A swirling mass of black mist surged before her.
A terrifying aura emanated from it. Lin Ran felt as though he'd witnessed the emergence of a hell-level specter.
He dared not take it lightly, immediately ordering his own spirits to attack Tang Chi. But at Wang Yuan's command, the others summoned their own spirits, pinning down Lin Ran's 4 entities.
I'll handle this.
Bai Yang declared, and the Death Knight materialized once more. Wielding a bone spear, it charged toward Tang Chi.
Come and die. Tang Chi's eyes narrowed slightly.
Black mist swirled around his chest, morphing into several black tentacles. They ensnared the Death Knight, then yanked him violently, sucking him straight into the black mist.
What the hell is that?
Bai Yang gasped in shock. Her fair face drained of color.
Hall of Spirits.
Special Specter, sacrifice specters to summon specter heroes.
Ghost Spirit.
Ghost tier, Hell grade.
Special ability, Immortal Spirit, undying and indestructible.
Lin Ran struck swiftly, unleashing the Crimson Flame Spirit Armor and the Judgment Blade.
Directly striking Tang Chi.
Against a Hell tier specter, he was naturally no match.
But against a spirit exorcist? More than enough. Boom. The black blade descended.
The blade that should have struck Tang Chi was blocked by a massive hand. A massive figure slowly materialized before Tang Chi.
Tang Chi sneered coldly, my spirit shall never perish. You cannot kill me. As for you, you deserve to die.
As the words fell, the black mist before him solidified completely. A humanoid specter clad in royal attire and crowned with a golden diadem appeared before them. A Hell tier specter.
A ghostly spirit.
A forbidden specter born through the Hall of Spirits, immortal and indestructible.
Bai Yang was dumbfounded. What on earth is this thing? Where's my ghost spirit? Where did my ghost spirit go? Lin Ran's face darkened, rage boiling within him. Infinite ban. How dare you?
A flash of cold light streaked through the air. From behind, a silver longsword sliced through the air.
It struck the ghostly spirit.
A flash of cold light, and the spirit fell straight to the ground.
A gaping hole appeared between its eyebrows. Instant kill. How is this possible? Instant kill on a Hell tier ghost. This can't be real, right?
Lin Ran turned to look. Li Qiudong stood with his hands behind his back at the entrance of the Federation branch, far away from here. The silver light from moments ago had been his contract ghost spirit. Sword Ghost. As the silver longsword slowly came to rest beside him, everyone could now clearly see the formidable being who had instantly slain the ghostly spirit.
Li Qiudong called out from afar, fighting is acceptable, but harming my Federation personnel right before my eyes? You're showing a rather blatant lack of respect, aren't you?
His tone was measured, yet carried an air of authority.
After all, he was the sole SSS-ranked exorcist.
An existence that defied conventional wisdom. His strength was naturally formidable. Lin Ran hadn't anticipated Li Qiudong's power reaching such staggering heights.
Tang Chi snorted coldly. Old man, you intend to meddle in our affairs? Li Qiudong shook his head. Interfere? I have no such intention. I just can't stand seeing you two treat me like I'm not even human.
In front of my Federation branch, you harmed my Federation Divine Walker.
Do you truly believe I dare not take action against you?
As he finished speaking, the sword ghost trembled violently, its silver blade radiating an icy chill.
Chapter 171, 1-for-1 exchange above the cataclysm. Tang Chi snorted coldly, waving his hand dismissively. Forget it. I'll give you the courtesy.
But old man, you'd better watch your step.
This Conservation Zone 4 isn't under your Federation's jurisdiction.
With that, leaving no chance for anyone to stop him, Tang Chi turned and walked away. The ghostly spirit lying on the ground dissolved into a wisp of black mist upon her departure, returning to the spirit hall. Wang Yuan stared intently at Lin Ran, puzzled.
She just left like that? Tang Chi frowned. Or do you have another plan? The sword ghost is the sole SSS rank specter here, who could possibly defeat him amidst this calamity?
Wang Yuan clenched his fist tightly, saying nothing.
He merely shot Li Qiudong a vicious glare before following Tang Chi out.
Watching them depart, Lin Ran finally turned to face Li Qiudong.
The latter's already aged features seemed to have aged even further. Seniorly. Li Qiudong shook his head. It's nothing. Let's go, child. This place is too dangerous.
We should head to another conservation area. Lin Ran looked concerned.
But what about you, senior? Li Qiudong gave a bitter smile. I'm just a bag of old bones. What's left for me to go?
For some reason, Lin Ran felt an inexplicable sense of unease. He couldn't bring himself to leave so easily. Given Tang Chi and the others' temperaments, they certainly wouldn't give up so easily. Besides, Bai Yang had lost his companion ghost spirit over this.
This debt must be repaid. I won't leave.
A flash of murderous intent flickered in Lin Ran's eyes.
In the past, I was far too merciful toward my enemies. Now, I will hunt them down and wipe them out completely. At any cost. Destroy these scourges. Li Qiudong sighed deeply. Follow me.
Under Li Qiudong's guidance, the group returned once more to the small shopfront.
Deep within the room, a hidden staircase led upward. The second floor was an unknown area of this small building.
What lay hidden there, Lin Ran did not know. Yet a strange premonition stirred within him as if that very place held the true federal branch of this conservation zone.
Click. The lights flickered on. A bright world unfolded before his eyes. Within the second floor, spirit tablets were arranged in rows. Li Qiudong stepped forward, lit the candles, knelt on the cushion, and bowed before the memorial altar.
Children, your useless leader has come to see you again.
I'm truly, deeply sorry to all of you.
Lin Ran counted them carefully. There were exactly 37. If there were no surprises, these people had all once been under Li Qiudong's command.
What exactly happened back then? Why did so many die?
After Li Qiudong finished paying his respects, he turned to Lin Ran and asked, "Do you want to know what really happened back then?"
Lin Ran nodded. He had some understanding, but it wasn't clear.
He didn't know the specific details. Li Qiudong didn't seem inclined to elaborate, only saying, "Back then, my cowardice kept me from acting, leading to their untimely deaths.
37 lives, no less. Among them was even my wife." Lin Ran's heart trembled. Li Qiudong's wife.
She too had perished in that war. No wonder it had such a devastating impact on Li Qiudong.
Even his actions had become timid and hesitant. Afraid of offending certain people. Lin Ran frowned. Is it because of the people behind Tang Chi and the others? Li Qiudong shook his head. No. It's because of me.
He blamed himself for everything. Back then, I had just awakened the true power of the sword ghost. It was a power that allowed me to drain my lifespan in exchange for strength. It was precisely this ability that elevated the sword ghost to the world's sole SSS-tier. And it was precisely this ability that allowed me to save you just now.
Lin Ran frowned.
Such a special ability that traded lifespan for power must come at an enormous cost.
May I ask how many years of your lifespan did you expend just now? Li Qiudong gave a bitter smile and held up 3 fingers.
3 years.
So how much do you have left now? Li Qiudong shook his head, saying nothing. Lin Ran felt an ominous foreboding.
He sensed that his days were numbered.
Enough about me. Talking more won't help.
All you need to know is that with your current strength, you're no match for the people behind them.
Right now, it's not enough. Definitely not enough.
Behind them stands a cataclysm-level spirit exorcist not recorded in the Federation system. And to be honest, the hunters you know were actually founded by that figure behind them. Lin Ran clenched his fists tightly, saying nothing. Only a lingering question remained in his mind: why did the Federation refuse to take action against them? Truth is, many high-ranking officials in the Federation know full well, but none dare to openly confront them.
Despite their many misdeeds, they have undeniably contributed to the extermination of supernatural threats. Plus, their influence is too vast. The Federation isn't willing to pay such a heavy price.
Lin Ran gritted his teeth.
So that was it. No wonder the hunters run rampant.
Simply because the Federation dared not touch them.
Let's go, child. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we'll never run out of firewood.
Li Qiudong said bitterly, perhaps, when you reach Hell-tier, with the number of ghosts you command, you might try to take them on.
Lin Ran shook his head. I'm leaving. What about you? Don't worry about me, child. Li Qiudong summoned his sword ghost and his entire aura surged upward.
His earlier dejection vanished completely, replaced by an aura as sharp as blades.
If I fight, no one can stand against me beneath the heavenly calamity. If I fight to the death, I'll trade 1-for-1 against the calamity.
Lin Ran stared in shock, shedding all pretense. He bowed solemnly, ministerly, take care.
Li Qiudong nodded. Go, child. Go find ways to strengthen yourself. When you've grown powerful enough, we shall meet again.
After bidding farewell to Li Qiudong, Lin Ran departed with Bai Yang. The car slowly drove away from Conservation Zone 4. From the shadows, Li Qiudong followed them all the way. Only after escorting them safely away did he leave with peace of mind.
Is he really just leaving like that?
From the passenger seat, Bai Yang glanced at the rearview mirror, watching the federal vehicle trailing behind them disappear from sight before turning to ask Lin Ran.
They're gone. Next time they come, I'll get my revenge.
Lin Ran's tone was eerily calm. Yet Bai Yang detected a thick, palpable killing intent in his words.
So cool.
A sudden gasp nearly startled Lin Ran out of his skin. Bai Yang clutched her head with both hands, her cheeks flushed bright red as she stared at Lin Ran like a lovesick fool.
What the hell is wrong with you? Lin Ran couldn't help but snap. Wah!
Even when you scold me, you're so handsome.
Bai Yang's face flushed even redder.
Her dazed eyes sent a shiver down one's spine. Lin Ran sighed helplessly, assuming she'd lost her mind from the crushing blow of her companion ghost's death.
Don't worry. I'll figure out a way to help you with the spirit's situation.
Once we reach another conservation zone, I'll find a way to capture a powerful spirit for you to serve as your guardian spirit. Ares didn't seem to register his words, merely nodding repeatedly. She didn't seem to grasp how unconventional the idea of capturing a ghost as a spirit companion truly was.
She just kept nodding.
Lin Ran felt a chill run down his spine, as if he'd been targeted by some lovesick fan. This feeling was so strange.
Chapter 172, Hunting SSS-class.
They reached Conservation Zone 5 without incident. Under the influence of this adorable girl, Bai Yang, the anger in Lin Ran's heart gradually subsided. Upon entering the boundaries of Conservation Zone 5, Lin Ran immediately contacted Luo Qiao.
They agreed on a meeting time and location at the Federation building. The familiar office, the familiar sofa and coffee table. Luo Qiao brought tea with a hint of concern, looked at Lin Ran, and sighed deeply. Little Ran, I'm not trying to lecture you, but you really acted too impulsively this time. If it were me, I'd have chosen to flee immediately. After all, with that old fox Li Qiudong standing right there, if you'd run, he definitely wouldn't let his men chase you. Lin Ran shrugged helplessly, I had no choice. They were already at my doorstep. If I didn't fight back, wouldn't I just be seen as an easy target to crush? Bai Yang nodded vigorously beside him. Right. We're with you, Lin Ran. Luo Qiao. He shot Bai Yang a sideways glance. If I may ask, who are you? Bai Yang didn't hide it. I'm little sister fan of brother Lin Ran. Lin Ran. Luo Qiao. Ignoring Bai Yang, Lin Ran pulled out the Necronomicon. He tossed it to Luo Qiao. Take a look. What the hell is this thing? I have a feeling that once I decipher what's written here, I'll gain a massive boost. Luo Qiao caught it, glanced at it, and immediately felt dizzy and disoriented. He quickly closed the book and pushed it back. You can't read it. This book seems to be bound by powerful restraints. Forcing its contents upon oneself will cause one to lose their sanity. Luo Qiao closed his eyes tightly, struggling to calm the chaos within his mind. Earlier, merely glimpsing its contents for an instant had made him sense a terrifying force. That force was relentlessly churning within his consciousness. Had he not dropped it in time, barely managing to suppress it, he would likely have gone mad by now. Lin Ran was utterly horrified. How could this thing be so bizarre? He turned to Bai Yang. Why don't you try it? Bai Yang's eyes widened as he shook his head vigorously. No way. No way. Lin Ran didn't press the issue and stowed away the Necronomicon. Uncle Qiao, are you alright? Luo Qiao nodded. I can manage for now. Give me a moment to recover. Time ticked by, and before they knew it, half an hour had slipped away. Yet Luo Qiao still couldn't fully calm the chaos within his heart. The world before his eyes remained a tangled web of crimson and black. A constant crackling sound, like electric current, echoed in his ears. This eerie sensation sent a tingling numbness through his heart. A long time passed. 3 hours passed. Luo Qiao finally opened his eyes. Puff, puff. He gasped for breath, then picked up the now cold tea and drank it in one gulp. Only then did he warn Lin Ran, don't ever try that again. This thing is too dangerous. Even I couldn't resist its consciousness invasion. If you can, I urge you to give it up. Before Lin Ran could respond, Bai Yang hurriedly declared, I can't give up. My brother Lin Ran is unmatched under heaven. What's a mere tattered book? Give up? How could we possibly give up?
Lin Ran shot her a disapproving look.
Wait, why are you freaking out like this? He. Bai Yang chuckled, obediently rising to pour tea. Forget it, do as you please.
Seeing this, Luo Qiao said no more. He knew Lin Ran had shown him the book mostly because he'd seen it too but couldn't understand it. But even if he couldn't understand it, he didn't suffer the same side effects as himself. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared show it to him.
I'll look into this myself. Sorry for bothering you, Uncle Qiao. Luo Qiao shook his head. It's fine. It's getting late.
You should head back. Lin Ran bid farewell to Luo Qiao, but instead of heading home as expected, he made his way to the first floor of the Federation building and located the bounty board.
Using his rank privileges, he easily secured an SSS-level ghost extermination mission. Where are we going? Bai Yang kept asking along the way. Lin Ran could only repeat his explanation, I'm taking you to hunt ghosts.
Soon, the mission coordinates appeared. Conservation Zone 5, in the desert at its very edge.
According to the bounty mission details, an SSS rank Earth Wyvern lurked here.
It possessed formidable combat strength and exceptionally high physical defense.
Unless you're a sufficiently powerful SSS rank exorcist, attempting this is not recommended.
Unfortunately, such a level of demonic creature was nothing to Lin Ran. Just then, Lin Ran spotted a slight bulge in the sand.
Death's Eye activated. Earth Giant Lizard. Specter level, SSS-class. Special abilities, Sandstorm Domain, Unbreakable Steel Armor. Lin Ran snorted coldly. This is the one. Boom!
In an instant, sand and dust flew everywhere. A brown lizard the size of a small hill burst forth from the sandy ground. In the evening twilight, the giant lizard's scales reflected a blinding glare.
From its gaping maw came a blood-curdling roar. Meow meow, Sha, Rose, get ready to move.
3 ghostly creatures appeared simultaneously. Then, Fengqi, who hadn't received a summoning command, leapt out as well.
Master, what's wrong? Fengqi blinked her eyes in inquiry. Lin Ran? Who taught you to use that title? Fengqi looked puzzled but obediently pointed at Mao Mao. Meow meow. Ugh. Cat sis, I didn't mean to. Fengqi realized she'd messed up and quickly apologized.
Lin Ran glared at Cat, if you mess around again, I'll pluck your fur and stew you into cat soup.
Mew woo woo. Enough chatter. Get up there and restrain that giant lizard.
Lin Ran gave Cat a kick on its fluffy little butt, sending it scrambling up the slope.
Only then did she turn to Fengqi. Listen carefully. Don't follow that fool's example. It's way too reckless. Fengqi nodded repeatedly. Yes, understood, master. Call me brother. Yes, master brother. Lin Ran. Quack.
Bai Yang was laughing so hard she could barely breathe.
Not far away, the giant lizard watching Lin Ran's playful antics grew furious.
It charged toward them, crawling frantically. But the next moment, a cluster of roses appeared before its eyes, leaving it no time to react. The rose blossom exploded with a thunderous boom, sending petals flying everywhere. A figure materialized like a ghostly apparition. A black scythe swung with brutal force, sending the giant lizard crashing through the air. Meow meow swiftly followed up, landing a punch squarely on the giant lizard's abdomen. The poor giant lizard hadn't even had a chance to unleash its power before being thoroughly beaten by the 2 monsters. It wasn't until Sha intervened with her spatial imprisonment spell. Lin Ran finally retrieved the ghost cage he had exchanged for 300 points in the system shop. He strode directly toward the earth lizard bound on the ground and demanded, you have 2 choices, submit or die. After speaking, he turned to Sasha, release it.
If it dares resist, kill it outright. Sasha nodded obediently.
As the spatial confinement dissolved, the earth lizard dared not hesitate, immediately prostrating itself on the ground in submission. This display left Bai Yang, watching nearby, utterly stunned.
So impressive. So that's how brother Lin Ran got all those monsters. He's so powerful. Lin Ran. He hastily stowed the earth wyvern away.
Just as he turned to toss the spirit cage to Bai Yang, an incongruous voice drifted from nearby.
Long time no see. How's your decision coming along? Chapter 173, The Deal, Tang Clan Archives. I hear you and Tang Chi crossed swords again.
The young Tang Yu chuckled lightly, my card is still on you.
Since you haven't thrown it away, it means you've already made up your mind, right? Lin Ran, where did this self-assured guy come from?
He hadn't thrown it away, but not to use it as leverage for a deal with Tang Yu. Instead, it was tucked away in the ghostly space, too much trouble to bother with.
I won't beat around the bush. I won't interfere in your business with Tang Chi. But I can tie up the person behind Tang Chi for you.
In exchange, you kill Tang Chi for me.
Lin Ran frowned. Do you really think I have the strength for that? Besides, why should I trust you? He didn't believe a member of the Tang clan would hire an outsider to kill one of their own. I've never doubted your abilities. A confident smile played across Tang Yu's handsome face.
His eyes narrowed slightly as he fixed his gaze intently on Lin Ran.
as if trying to see straight into Lin Ran's thoughts. What is your purpose? Lin Ran was puzzled. Tang Yu made no attempt to conceal it, the Hall of Spirits.
That thing doesn't belong to her nor to our Tang clan. It belongs to the power behind her.
I can't openly sever ties, so you must handle it. Lin Ran understood. The other party was looking for a scapegoat.
If he killed Tang Chi, he would inevitably incur the wrath of the forces behind her. Tang Yu, however, would profit from it all, securing the Hall of Spirits for himself. All the subsequent retribution and hatred would fall upon Lin Ran, while Tang Yu alone would reap the benefits.
What a clever scheme. Sorry, but I'm out on this deal.
Lin Ran retrieved Tang Yu's card from the ghostly space and tossed it aside.
No rush. You'll agree eventually. Because. Li Qiudong. Lin Ran's heart tightened. What do you mean?
If I don't intervene, the people behind Tang Chi will definitely come after that old man, Tang Yu said in a low voice. And even if I do intervene, I can only barely hold them off for a short while. If you don't want him to get hurt because of you, the only thing you can do is draw their attention onto yourself.
Lin Ran gritted his teeth. He too had realized this dilemma.
Perhaps Li Qiudong had grasped that point as well. Though he possessed the ability to trade blows with a natural disaster-level foe, it was only achievable by risking his own life. Lin Ran refused to let others die for his sake.
I promise you.
Swish! The golden card sliced through the air, returning from Tang Yu's grasp back into Lin Ran's hand.
This is my gift to you. You don't need to return it.
According to the information I've gathered, Tang Chi will come looking for you within 7 days.
Kill her for me.
For these 7 days, I'll stay in Nursery Zone 4 to hold off whoever's behind her.
With that, Tang Yu turned and left.
Lin Ran clutched the golden card, saying nothing. Bai Yang stepped forward to comfort him. Don't worry, Lin Ran. That handsome guy clearly has good intentions. We should trust him. Lin Ran was momentarily speechless.
So judging someone's character came down to looks? Night fell. Conservation Zone, Federation Building.
Lin Ran borrowed Luo Chao's computer and inserted the card.
Reading identity information. Reading successful. Name, Tang Yu. Access level, highest. A database immediately appeared before him. A small line of text on the interface indicated the database's source. Tang Sec Dark Web Collection. It appears this database is exclusive to the Tang clan, not the Federation. Lin Ran's heart skipped a beat. He composed himself and typed Hunter into the search bar. A classified document quickly appeared, requiring the highest level of access to view. Fortunately, Tang Yu possessed precisely that highest level of access. Hunter Federation Hostile Faction. Supreme Leader, Wang Ye Exorcist Rank, Cataclysmic. Faction Branches, Conservation Zone 4 Headquarters, Conservation Zone 5 First Branch. Department Heads, Conservation Zone 5 Su Jianzhong. After reading this, Lin Ran was deeply shaken. The Tang Sec's database was likely even larger than the Federation's. The information on the Hunters organization alone far surpassed the Federation's holdings. Lin Ran meticulously recorded each piece of data before closing the interface for that page. He continued searching for information about the Supreme Ruler. Wang Ye, the leader of the Hunters. A Cataclysm-level spirit exorcist. It seemed this was the individual Li Qiudong had mentioned earlier, a Cataclysm-level entity not registered with the Federation. Wang Ye Cataclysmic level. Companion Specter, Shadow Hunter Cataclysmic tier. Contract Spirits, Shakunakami Hell tier, Necromancer Hell tier, Necromancer Swordsman Hell tier. Lin Ran was stunned. Just his contracted spirits alone included 3 Hell tier entities. This man's power was likely far beyond what Li Qiudong could handle. Though he possessed the power to instantly slay Hell tier foes, it came at an exorbitant cost. 3? He might not even survive. Lin Ran's expression grew increasingly grave. Is this the true power of a Cataclysm tier exorcist? Scrolling further down revealed details about Wang Ye's exploits and other information. Nothing particularly noteworthy. The final keyword, Book of the Dead. Lin Ran entered the name, but the screen remained blank. Even the Tang sect hadn't gathered any information on it. What kind of monstrously evil object was this Book of the Dead? Lin Ran's curiosity grew. He shut down the computer, removed the card, and picked up the Book of the Dead once more to leaf through its pages. He spent the entire night awake. The next day, drowsiness washed over him, but Lin Ran had no intention of resting. He intended to absorb some ghostly energy and elevate Cat's level to SSS rank in the shortest possible time. The only thing standing between Meow Meow and its next level up was the final type of power. What elemental spirit power? Where on earth could such a spirit be found? As Lin Ran pondered this, Luo Qiao pushed open the door and entered. Xiao Ran? Why are you still here? Look at those dark circles under your eyes. You haven't slept all night, have you? Luo Qiao looked surprised and a bit worried. I know you've been through a lot lately, but right now, you really should get some rest. Lin Ran shook his head. There's no time. According to the information Tang Yu had provided, Tang Chi would definitely come looking for him within a week.
If he couldn't find a way to level up Cat, he'd be at a disadvantage. Luo Qiao sighed deeply. Ah. Son, you must understand your health is your most valuable asset. Alright, I know you won't listen to this anyway. If you need anything, just ask. Lin Ran nodded. Perfect timing, he did indeed have something he needed Luo Qiao's help with. I need a wood-type spirit, one that can manipulate plants and trees. Luo Qiao pondered for a moment. Moments later, he picked up the computer and pulled up a bounty notice. This is a spirit discovered a few days ago. Take a look. Bounty notice. Target, capture the 100 Flowers Ghost. Mission details, a 100 Flowers Ghost is a supernatural entity covered in blossoms. It hides among flora and strikes suddenly when its victims are unaware. 3 exorcist teams from the Iwo Island have already perished. All exorcists are urged to remain vigilant against its ambushes. Reward, 600,000 contribution points. Lin Ran was stunned. Wasn't this bounty amount a bit too high? 60,000. What grade of ghost is this? Luo Qiao shook his head. No level. Chapter 174, Newly Born Ghost, Flower Queen. No rank? How could there be a ghost without a rank? Luo Qiao sighed helplessly. This ghost is a new species we've never encountered before. None of our agents have managed to capture it. Even the survivors of previous attacks lack the capability to bring it back for proper classification. However, based on its demonstrated power, it's at least SS-tier, and very likely SSS-tier. Lin Ran nodded. Understood. I'll take this bounty. Good. I'll send the coordinates of the 100 Flowers Ghost's last known location to your communicator. After finalizing the details, Lin Ran bid farewell to Luo Qiao and headed toward the outer perimeter of the conservation zone. The last known location of the 100 Flowers Ghost was near Fortress 7 in the northern part of Conservation Zone 5. Given the typical behavior of ghosts, the 100 Flowers Ghost wouldn't have wandered far and must be hiding nearby. No sooner had he stepped outside the building than he spotted a figure sprinting toward him. Lin Ran. Bai Yong called out from afar. Her fair face, flushed from the intense exertion, added a seductive allure to her already charming makeup. Huff, huff, huff. She gasped for breath, her breasts rising and falling with each heavy inhale. I'm exhausted. You jerk, why didn't you come back last night? Lin Ran was puzzled. How did you know I didn't come back? Last night, after bringing Bai Yang back, he had arranged temporary lodging across from the Federation building. He'd specifically requested 2 rooms. Logically speaking, Bai Yang shouldn't have known whether he'd returned or not. No. Bai Yang was so angry his neck turned red. Isn't the point why you didn't come back? Lin Ran was baffled. Me not coming back doesn't really have much to do with you, does it? You insensitive jerk. You're driving me crazy. Bai Yang fumed. Lin Ran studied her carefully. Today, Bai Yang was dressed particularly seductively. Her tight white shirt barely contained her ample curves. Her black pencil skirt was pulled up to her slender waist, the hem teetering on the edge of revealing too much. Her gradient-colored stockings, fading from black to gray from bottom to top, added a unique allure. Even more outrageous was the fact that she had run all the way here in high heels. Those towering heels added so much height that she towered over everyone, even surpassing Lin Ran. What is this outfit? Lin Ran looked utterly disgusted. Don't you think this outfit is weird? Bai Yang looked puzzled. What's strange about it? Isn't it beautiful? Lin Ran nodded. It's ugly. Bai Yang gritted her teeth. I'm not wasting my breath on you. I gotta go. I'm coming too. What the hell is this outfit? Are you trying to hunt monsters or take photos? Bai Yang was furious. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Suddenly, everyone nearby turned their gaze toward them. A particularly striking woman in her 30s or 40s remarked, young people these days sure know how to have fun. Lin Ran. North 7 Fortress. Lin Ran arrived directly at the designated coordinates. It was a dense forest. Flowers and plants were scattered everywhere within the woods. Evidently, these plants bore signs of damage. It seemed the exorcists who had come before had been extremely cautious to avoid attacks by the 100 Flowers Ghost. After all, with so many plants and flowers, no one could tell which ones might actually be ghosts. Lin Ran was different. He didn't need to cautiously probe through each flower bed one by one. He simply activated the Death God's Eye. Scanning the area, he found nothing. He pressed forward with the Death's Eye active, searching deeper into the area. After a long trek, he encountered numerous other ghosts and monsters, but none were particularly formidable, merely a rank and S-rank foes, easily dispatched with a flick of his wrist. Ares beside him grew wildly excited, shouting, "Impressive!" Lin Ran grew tired of listening and ignored her, continuing his search. After a long while, the sound of flowing water echoed. In the distance, a small stream appeared. Lin Ran approached to investigate. Sure enough, a cluster of flowers and grass caught his attention. That cluster of plants was actually growing directly out of the pebbles along the stream bank. This was no ordinary habitat for plants. Flower Queen. Monster Tier, SSS. Special abilities, Venom, Camouflage, Absorption.
Venom releases deadly pollen capable of poisoning and killing monsters below SSS rank. Camouflage can disguise itself as any plant or flower. Absorption can absorb human blood, soil nutrients, and other substances to enhance its power.
Lin Ran chuckled inwardly. So this must be the 100 Flowers ghost from the bounty notice.
But as for the name, those people seem to have gotten it wrong. Its true name should be Flower Queen. Meow, Sasa, Rose.
The three little ghosts appeared at the same time.
Unsurprisingly, Finchi followed them out, complaining, "Why didn't you call me again?"
Lin Ran was at a loss for words.
Was this child entering her rebellious phase?
Helplessly, he explained, that ghost was too powerful.
It would have been dangerous for you to come. After all, it was a venomous spirit. Its poison was so potent that even those below SSS rank couldn't withstand it. Even he dared not approach it lightly. Summoning Finchi, an SS grade spirit, to deal with it would be like sending her to her death.
But it doesn't look dangerous at all. Finchi had also spotted the Flower Queen and asked in confusion. Lin Ran replied solemnly, "You don't understand.
The less threatening a ghost appears, the deadlier it is. Alright, Shasha, you go first." At his command, Sasa activated her domain, imprisoning the space where the Flower Queen stood. Faced with the threat, the Flower Queen instinctively released a cloud of deadly pollen.
Purple pollen scattered from the flower beds, prompting Lin Ran to step back hastily.
Fortunately, Sasa's spatial confinement slowed even the pollen's speed. It couldn't possibly harm her. Meanwhile, Sasa charged forward with blinding speed, wielding her crimson scythe. A head-on clash.
In an instant, the flower bed swelled violently, revealing a humanoid spirit clad in a patterned long dress. It was the Flower Queen herself. Facing Sasa's attack, the Flower Queen hesitated not a moment. Crossing her arms, a swath of green vines materialized before her. The next moment, the fiery scythe descended, reducing the vines to ashes. A look of shock flashed across the Flower Queen's snow-white face. She stumbled back several steps, only to find movement in this space was incredibly difficult. She could only let out a furious roar as roots sprouted from her feet, burrowing deep into the ground to draw nourishment from the soil. Without hesitation, Rose raised her hand and hurled a crimson rose. The Flower Queen gasped. The next instant, the red rose blossomed into an explosion, scattering countless petals. A dark shadow followed the petals in its attack. A black scythe sliced through the air, striking once to sever the Flower Queen's bloodless head. After completing this, Rose's figure flickered again. Only countless petals remained drifting where she had stood. Her figure had already materialized beside Lin Ran. "Well done, Rose Sasa. Come back now." Lin Ran then turned to Cat, "Time for your meal." Meow Meow, bursting with excitement, raised her feline head and pounced, devouring it in large bites. Crunch.
Contract Ghost Cat devours SSS rank Ghost Courtesan, gaining Ghost Experience plus 200, acquiring Shaped Form, Courtesan, and obtaining special ability, Spirit Infused Strike.
Contract Ghost Cat use upgrade task progress increased by 25%, current progress 75%.
Host may spend 2,000 points to complete upgrade quest. Can additionally spend 20,000 points to activate special evolution. Lin Ran was stunned. Cat spirits have special evolution too?
Perfect timing, he wasn't short on points anyway, with 37,000 remaining.
He activated it immediately. Deducting 2,000 points to complete upgrade quest.
Deducting 20,000 points to initiate special evolution.
Lin Ran? What a ripoff. Evolution waiting time, 72 hours. Great, another long wait.
Lin Ran sighed helplessly and looked at Bai Yang, "Let's go." But Bai Yang shook his head and pointed toward the small stream behind Lin Ran. Turning around, he saw a massive carnivorous plant bursting through the soil, its gaping maw opening wide as it lunged toward him.
Chapter 175, not a single one left. What the hell? Terror gripped Lin Ran as he scrambled backward.
Simultaneously, blinding lightning flashed before his eyes. The cat in the midst of leveling up abruptly abandoned its upgrade and launched a forced attack.
Boom!
Under the blinding golden light, the giant man-eating flower was instantly reduced to ashes. Lin Ran hurriedly checked the system log to determine the exact level of this ghostly creature.
Contract monster Nekomata defeated SSS rank monster. Gained monster EXP plus 1,000, points plus 200.
Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief.
Thankfully, it was only SSS rank. But would the cat's intervention affect its leveling and evolution?
He glanced at the ghost space. That earlier strike had been a skill unleashed by Nekomata from within the ghost space. Inside the monster space, everything was dimly lit. Only around the cat, multicolored eerie lights were weaving around its body. It was impossible to tell with the naked eye whether there was any effect. He had no choice but to ask the system. Before Lin Ran could finish his question, the system responded as if anticipating it, unknown. System, during the ghost's special evolution process, self-discovery and host protection are not within this system's calculations.
Effect unknown.
Lin Ran was puzzled.
Even the system didn't know?
According to the system's explanation, the cat's intervention had fallen outside its computational parameters. Precisely because of this unexpected variable, the system couldn't calculate the state of this upgrade and evolution.
But why did Cat suddenly intervene?
When Sasa evolved earlier, it hadn't forced an intervention either.
Could this be love?
Lin Ran pondered this when Fingchi murmured softly beside him.
Cat was so scary just now.
Right, Fingchi was also a supernatural being who could speak.
She must know something, right? He hurriedly asked, what's going on with Cat?
Fingchi looked puzzled. What?
I don't know either.
I only heard Sister Cat say that anyone who dares to steal her food should die.
Lin Ran's face turned green.
Bai Yang stepped forward at that moment. That scared the life out of me just now. As she spoke, she instinctively wrapped her arm around Lin Ran's, her expression still haunted by terror. Lin Ran was speechless. Feeling the warmth radiating from her arm, a flutter of unease stirred within her.
It felt so good. Like being wrapped in a soft blanket. Ahem. I'm an old scholar of the spring and autumn annals. Don't get any ideas. Let's head back first. This isn't a place to linger.
He hurriedly pulled Bai Yang along and headed back to Nursery Zone 5. Before they had gone far, however, a convoy of off-road vehicles appeared ahead.
3 of them, no less. Everyone disembarked, a total of 17 people. Among them were 2 familiar faces. Tang Chi and Wang Yun. It's you again. Tang Chi sneered coldly, we meet again.
At that moment, a man dressed in a black suit stepped out of the vehicle.
He wore dark sunglasses, yet they couldn't conceal the scar on his face. Stop wasting words with him. My cover's blown. Take care of him and let's get out of here.
Lin Ran hurriedly checked the other person's identity.
Su Jianzhong. Contract Ghosts, Night Wolf Ghost, Long-Tongued Ghost, Spirit Servant Ghost, SSS rank. 3 SSS grade contracted ghosts. This was bad.
Lin Ran instinctively took a step back, his entire face darkening. Now that Cat had leveled up, only Rose and Sasa remained capable of fighting these spirits. And right at this moment, Tang Chi's group of hunters. Taking advantage of the chaos, absolutely despicable. When the fight starts, you run first.
I'll hold them off.
Lin Ran turned his head and whispered to Bai Yang. But the latter shook her head, her gaze unusually resolute. No, I'm staying with you.
Even if it means dying.
But you're useless here.
Lin Ran felt a bitter sorrow he couldn't voice. Bai Yang's spirit was barely captured, their bond was far too weak. Summoning it might even cause it to turn on us immediately. Staying here was truly useless. Whether I'm useful or not, I'm staying with you. Lin Ran, you. Shut the hell up.
Before Lin Ran could even think, a dozen ghosts attacked simultaneously.
Lin Ran dared not hesitate, immediately embracing Bai Yang and teleporting away. Simultaneously, 3 beams of spiritual light shot forth from her body.
Rose, Sasha, and Fingchi all struck simultaneously.
Boom!
A light barrier materialized, blocking the strike but leaving a massive crater in the ground.
Sasha's face turned icy cold.
With a flick of her wrist, she withdrew the light barrier defense and drew the Hell Scythe, charging forward in an instant.
Xingwei held nothing back either.
Black mist coiled around her hand as the crossed ghost scythe materialized. Her rank soaring to SSS-tier, she vanished in a flash, leaving only scattered petals behind. Seeing this, Fingchi swiftly activated her transformation skill, shifting into a ghostly form. Flames raged, swiftly consuming the minor ghosts in mere moments. Lin Ran focused his gaze. Tang Chi had already summoned the Hall of Spirits.
Streams of black ghostly energy surged toward the Hall of Spirits.
Before long, a massive shadow materialized.
A hero spirit.
Hell-tier ghosts. Lin Ran felt a surge of tension.
With Meow Meow still incomplete in its evolution, relying solely on Rose and Sasa was no match for this specter. We need another plan.
Sasha, is your portal still usable?
Lin Ran asked from a distance.
Sasha nodded, but Tang Chi laughed carelessly, trying to open a spatial gate and escape?
You won't get away. We'll hunt you down to the ends of the earth until we've taken your life. Lin Ran frowned. Our grudge can't be that deep, can it?
Tang Chi sneered coldly, of course it is.
If not for you, why would the Tang clan have cast me aside? If not for you, how could I have ended up like this?
My years of hard work nearly destroyed by your hands, even tearing you limb from limb couldn't quench my rage. With that, she pointed a single finger, and the spirit of the fallen instantly charged forward.
The target wasn't the ghosts, it was Lin Ran. Watch out.
Bai Yang reacted swiftly, rushing to shield Lin Ran. Fortunately, Sasha reacted even faster. A light barrier abruptly materialized. Her formidable spatial abilities forced the spirit back. Sasha shot upward, breaking free from her opponent and hovering in midair. Her gaze fixed intently on the spirit's soul, she raised her slender hand. A rustic stone door slowly rose from within the light array.
A rumbling roar echoed.
Shadowy figures burst forth from within the stone door. In an instant, Tang Chi and the others were dumbfounded.
This can't be possible. Such overwhelming demonic energy. Shadows as vast as the sky itself engulfed the entire battlefield. A bone-chilling aura swept over everyone present.
Even Tang Chi, who had a hell-level ghost by his side, turned deathly pale with fear. After all, the sight of 999 hell-level ghosts appearing simultaneously was something few on the entire Blue Star had ever witnessed. The shrill, raspy wails sent shivers down every spine. Countless shadows charged toward the strongest specter in the arena, the heroic spirit. In the blink of an eye, the heroic spirit was torn to shreds. The remaining demons were utterly crushed and annihilated by these 999 SSS-tier entities. Lin Ran had no intention of sparing any of them. Sasha, leave none alive. Hearing this, Sasa naturally held nothing back. She immediately commanded the thousands of monsters to attack Tang-Chi and the other hunters. Piercing screams echoed throughout the forest. Countless dark shadows engulfed the hunters, tearing and devouring them. Moments later, only piles of white bones remained on the ground. And one more thing, a delicate little box. So this must be Valhalla. Lin Ran thought to himself as he walked toward the pile of bones, facing the mad rush of ghosts charging toward the stone door. Chapter 176. If we meet again, will you still remember these eyes? Before the pile of bones, Lin Ran picked up the box. System analysis displayed a line of information before his eyes. Hall of Spirits. Special Specter, Ultimate Specter. Sacrifice a specified number of ghosts to summon a powerful specter spirit hell tier. Lin Ran's heart skipped a beat. A top-tier ghostly entity. This was extremely rare. A top-tier item that only drops once every 100 consecutive pulls in the system. And it can even summon hell tier ghosts. But the conditions for sacrificing ghosts felt like a double-edged sword. I wonder if it can sacrifice enemy ghosts. If so, then this prerequisite condition could be completely ignored. In fact, this prerequisite isn't even a prerequisite, it's a ridiculously powerful secondary effect. Not only can it summon formidable demons, but it can also devour other demons as sacrifices utterly overwhelming. As these thoughts crossed my mind, the numerous ghosts Sasha had summoned retreated back into the stone gate, vanishing completely. Sasha sat on the ground, panting heavily. She hurriedly stowed her belongings away when suddenly, the Hall of Spirits in her hand began violently shaking. Lin Ran was puzzled when he heard Bai Yang urgently shout, "Drop it!" Instinctively, he hurled the object away. In midair, the small black box exploded violently. A swirling mass of black mist surged through the air. In the next instant, countless skeletal remains rose into the air, flocking toward the dark mist. What's going on? System, are there any hidden features you haven't detected? System, this ghostly object is owned by someone else. I cannot scan for hidden functions. Lin Ran was dumbfounded. So the system could only dissect and analyze all functions of ownerless items. For items with owners, it could only barely perceive their basic functions. But hadn't the owner of the Hall of Heroes already died? Hadn't Tang-Chi already turned into a pile of white bones? Lin Ran was baffled as the massive black specter solidified and landed on the ground. A hell-tier specter, a heroic spirit. It's him again. Rose, annihilated completely. Lin Ran wasted no time, revealing his final trump card. Sasha was now completely drained, with no chance of recovery in the short term. Forget defeating this hell-tier monster, she didn't even have the strength to fight it. As for Fingchi, she was no match for a hell-tier demon either. The only option left was Rose, the lone ghost. Upon hearing Lin Ran's command, Fingchi hesitated not a moment. She stepped onto the rose petals and ascended into the heavens. A terrifying aura of destruction surged forth. Petals drifted down from the heavens, as if heralding a symphony of ruin. The realm of annihilation. The ghostly realm that obliterates all unfolded. The heroic spirit seemed to sense something, swiftly raising a hand to unleash a terrifying black mist toward the rose. Yet within this realm of annihilation, all power was reduced to ashes. Rose raised her hand, weaving countless strands of ghostly energy into a crimson rose. As the blossom descended, it exploded before the heroic spirit. Boom! The spirit's massive form exploded violently. The spot where it stood was left with a massive, gaping crater. Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief. It was over. This time, it was truly over. He breathed a sigh of relief. He caught the falling rose and returned it to the ghostly space. He hurriedly turned back and helped Sasa to her feet. How are you? Can you walk? Sasha shook her head and spread her arms wide, signaling for him to carry her. Lin Ran couldn't help but chuckle as he lifted her into his arms. But he saw Bai Yang's eyes fixed intently on the distance. Amidst the swirling dust, a dark figure seemed to be approaching their direction. The next moment, Lin Ran also sensed a terrifying ghostly aura. Turning to look, he saw that the spirit hadn't died. How is that possible? Could it be that the hero spirit is indestructible? But we've killed it several times before. Lin Ran retreated backward, clutching Sasha, a rare sense of dread rising within him. Fengchi stepped in front of Lin Ran, watching the spirit's soul warily. A specter born from a ghostly entity, as long as the entity remains, the specter endures. Bai Yang's face darkened as he strode directly in front of Lin Ran. You go. I'll cover your retreat. Don't worry. You gave me an SSS-grade ghost yesterday. Even if I'm no match for it, I can still hold him off long enough for you to escape. Lin Ran shook his head firmly. No. You'll die.
The bond between Ares and that earth wyvern was simply too weak. At this point, there was no powerful ghost spirit to suppress it. There was a 90% chance the earth lizard would turn on him. Even if it didn't betray us, the heroic spirit would kill it and then kill Bai Yang. Go. Take my spirits with you. Lin Ran could think of only one solution now. Break the contract and let Sasa and the others leave. From the very beginning, the spirit's target had been solely him. Tang Chi and the others wanted their own lives, no longer their contracted spirits. Finished with the sentimental speech? Suddenly, the spirit spoke. Lin Ran felt a chill run down his spine as fear spread through his body. You are indeed powerful. Too bad you're still too foolish. Did you really think that Tang Yu could hold me back? Lin Ran's eyes widened as a terrible premonition surged through him. You're Wang Ya, the supreme ruler of the Hunters organization. Wang Ya, the true master of the Hall of Heroes. It was him. Tang Chi was nothing but his puppet. Heh, you're not entirely stupid. Too bad it's too late. Take your resentment with you into the cycle of rebirth. The spirit's spear thrust forth a black lance piercing straight ahead. Lin Ran instinctively pushed Bai Yang aside while activating the Crimson Flame Spirit armor skill. His hands crossed in front of him, attempting to block the strike. Thud! Both arms were pierced clean through. The black spear pierced through Lin Ran's flesh, simultaneously impaling Sasa on his back. Lin Ran! Bai Yang stared at him blankly, her eyes reddening. You're so foolish. Lin Ran shook his head. It's fine. I won't die. Infinite Forbidden Realm, activate. Sasha, go back first. Pulling the already weakened Sasa back into the ghostly space, Lin Ran gritted his teeth and yanked out the black spear. Shaking violently from the excruciating pain, he uttered not a single cry of agony. The heroic spirit did not attack, merely watching him coldly. The death throes of an insect? Interesting. But how long can your domain truly confine me? Lin Ran shook his head. I never intended to hold you for long. Rather. He turned to look at Bai Yang, offering a bitter smile. Let's go. If we don't leave now, we'll die together soon enough. A sudden pang of emotion stung Bai Yang's nose. She yanked the pendant from her neck. Ghost cage. The ghost cage imprisoning the earth lizard. Earth wyvern, hold it off at any cost. The earth dragon glanced at the hero spirit, then at Bai Yang. With eyes as lifeless as ashes, it sighed deeply before charging resolutely toward the hero's spirit. Ares followed suit, directing the battle against the spirit. Ares, you. Lin Ran clutched his bleeding chest, staring at Ares in disbelief. Don't worry about me. You must leave now. I'm not like you. Ares turned back, forcing a smile. I only have you. But you have so many people waiting for you back home. If you die here, how will I ever face your comrades? Sasha, Rose, Kat, and little Fingchi, you'd all tear me to pieces, wouldn't you? Fingchi, now in her ghostly form, shed 2 streams of blood tears from her eyes, but remained silent. Lin Ran felt his throat go dry. He opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. Little Fingchi, take him away. If, when we meet again, would you recognize my eyes? The smile on Bai Yang's face remained sweet. Her eyes crinkled, and the faint dimples in her cheeks held a hint of rosy flush. Lin Ran bit his lip and nodded firmly. This smile, these eyes, he swore he would remember them for a lifetime. Chapter 177, The Cross Between the Snow Mountains. With the departure of the multicolored phoenix bird, the giant earth lizard fulfilled its final mission. With a dull thud, its massive body collapsed to the ground. Bai Yang watched it all in silence. No sorrow in his eyes, no trace of grief, nor any fear in the face of death. He simply watched, serene as an ancient well, not a single ripple stirring his surface. Heh, you can't stop me. After killing you, I'll continue searching for him. The moment he leaves the hell-tier spirit exorcist, he will die. The spirit spoke, its voice hoarse and grating. Bai Yang shook his head. You won't get the chance. The spirit soul didn't understand, instead flashing a savage grin. In his eyes, Ares was nothing more than an insignificant insect. Crushing her would require no effort at all. I was planning to enjoy myself for a few more days, but you had to come along and ruin my fun at this very moment. A fierce glint flashed in Bai Yang's eyes, sending a chill through the air. At that moment, she seemed like a different person. Gone was the love-struck girl, in her place stood a cold-blooded assassin. She extended a finger, murmuring, perish. As the words left her lips, the hero's body began to disintegrate. Wang Ya, on the other end, panicked, this can't be. My Yinghan, how could you? You're not even human. What are you doing? No. Don't. No. A gentle breeze swept through, and the hero's spirit vanished like scattered ashes. On the ground lay only a small, pitch-black box. The Hall of Spirits? Trash. Ares dismissed it with disdain. Just as he turned to leave, his body seemed to have a mind of its own, turning back. He walked straight toward the black box and picked it up. She sighed deeply, a hint of displeasure flickering across her flawless face. Seriously. Who knows what he wants with this junk? Never mind, never mind. I'll just take it with me. Suddenly, Bai Yang noticed her fingertip. A deep gash split open there, exposing bone. Such a weak body. Looks like I'll need to find a new one next time. Never mind. I'll go find him first. Ares vanished like a gentle breeze. Across the entire battlefield, only the scars of battle remained along with the last, gravely wounded Earth Wyvern. Watching the girl vanish, tears of profound emotion welled in the giant lizard's eyes. Finally free. Conservation Zone 5, Federation Building. The multicolored giant bird descended, carrying the blood-soaked youth. It transformed into the girl's form and helped the nearly unconscious boy to his feet. Brother, how are you, brother? We're here. We're back. Are you okay? Lin Ran struggled to open his eyes, glancing at the exorcists surrounding him. His knees buckled and he collapsed straight onto Fengqi's body. Fortunately, she was a supernatural being, possessing strength beyond that of ordinary humans. Despite her petite frame, she managed to support Lin Ran. Someone, please save my brother. Fengqi pleaded to the crowd. The girl's voice carried a shattering quality that tore at the heartstrings. Soon, attentive reception staff took Lin Ran into their care. Next, they notified the higher-ups and medical staff. Lin Ran's consciousness began to fade. The pain from his wounds was numbing, but the bitterness and rage in his heart still tore at him. Little lamb. Beep, beep, beep. In a daze, Lin Ran seemed to hear the sound of some kind of machine. Opening his eyes, two snow-capped mountains came into view. Where am I? Lin Ran wondered silently. Suddenly, the snow-capped mountains slowly receded, revealing a massive cross between them. What was going on? Where was he? What exactly had happened before this? How is Bai Yang? Right. Bai Yang. Ares. Lin Ran jolted upright, only to feel his face slam hard into something soft. Accompanied by the woman's shrill scream, a young girl in a white nurse's uniform stumbled back several steps. What are you doing? Her face flushed crimson as she scolded Lin Ran, trying to scare someone to death with your sudden appearances? Lin Ran instantly understood what the snow-capped mountain he'd seen earlier had been. He quickly looked down. I'm sorry. Nurse, where am I now? Fortunately, seeing he was a patient, the young woman didn't get angry. She patiently explained. Federal Conservation Zone 5, First Exorcist Academy affiliated hospital, the best hospital in the entire conservation zone. Your friend seems to be waiting outside. I'll call them in for you. Before she could finish speaking, Fengqi rushed in anxiously. Brother! Are you okay? Fengqi flew into his arms, clutching Lin Ran tightly. Brother, you scared me to death. I thought I'd become an unwanted child. Wah! Lin Ran couldn't help but smile bitterly, quickly soothing Fengqi. I'm sorry, little Qi. This time, Big Brother acted impulsively. The young nurse beside her murmured enviously, I'm so jealous of you. Having a sister who loves you so much, and Minister Luoqiao personally bringing you here. Good thing we got here early. Any later, and the scarring would have faded completely. Lin Ran. His body possessed remarkable self-healing abilities. It surpassed that of many supernatural beings. He was well aware of this fact. Sorry for the trouble. The young nurse waved her hand dismissively. No need to thank us. Just make sure to rest properly. Your body is fine, but your mental state is quite poor. You really need to get plenty of rest. With that, she turned and left, leaving only Lin Ran and Fengqi in the ward. Gazing at the sobbing girl in his arms, Lin Ran sighed inwardly. Thankfully, she made it through. If she had died like that, Xiaoqi would have been heartbroken for a long time, wouldn't she? But what about Bai Yang now? Would anyone go to save her? If not, would anyone collect her body? Before long, Luoqiao arrived, bringing him the latest news. During the 3 days you were unconscious, I personally went to the site of your battle. In the end, I only found a severely wounded giant earth lizard. Lin Ran gasped in shock. It's Bai Yang's spirit beast. What's its condition now? Luoqiao looked puzzled. The earth wyvern? Gone. The contract binding it seemed forcibly severed. Already gravely wounded, having its bond ripped away like that it had to have died. When we tracked the blood trail to find it, it was barely clinging to life. Lin Ran's body trembled violently as his murderous intent surged to its peak. Wang Ye. Hunter. They all must die. As if sensing Lin Ran's fury, Luoqiao hurriedly tried to comfort him. Don't be too upset. We didn't find your female companion's body at the scene. She might still be alive. Lin Ran gave a bitter laugh. If she were alive, the contract wouldn't have been severed. Luoqiao's words were merely an attempt to console himself. It's fine. I'm perfectly rational. That's good. By the way, I came here to say goodbye. Luoqiao suddenly grew serious. His expression grew grave. While you were unconscious these past few days, an unprecedented large-scale ghost tide erupted in Nursery Zone 4. They say there were 13 natural disaster level ones alone. Unimaginable. Lin Ran's eyes widened in shock. 13 catastrophe level ghosts? That lineup could destroy the world, couldn't it? Luoqiao gave a bitter smile. You bet.
All the other conservation zones are sending reinforcements now. Our people are already on their way. I'm the only one left here. After saying my final farewell to you, I'll head over there too. Alright, I have to go. If you recover, hurry over here too. Human survival can't do without you. With that, Luo Qiao rose and departed. Lin Ran tilted his head back, staring at the ceiling, speechless for a long while. Conservation Zone 4 was the headquarters of the hunters. Truthfully, in his heart, such a place deserved to be destroyed. But it would likely drag many innocent people into the chaos. After deep contemplation, he addressed Feng Qi, Xiao Qi, let's go too. To help elderly, if he's still there. Chapter 178, the largest ghost tide in history. All along the way, Lin Ran was distracted. Memories of the past kept flashing through his mind. Mostly memories of that earlier battle, memories concerning Bai Yang. Guilt weighed heavily on Lin Ran's heart. He hadn't even had the chance to personally erect a monument for Bai Yang before being dragged off to the enemy's conservation zone. This thought tore at his heart, leaving him utterly tormented. Little Ran, we're almost there. How are you holding up? Luo Qiao sounded concerned beside him. If you really can't handle it, maybe you should rest for a bit. Lin Ran shook his head. I'm fine. He composed himself and turned his gaze inward toward the ghostly space. There, 3 ghosts lay still. Suddenly, Shasha opened her blood-red eyes and forced a smile. She'd been discovered. Lin Ran felt a bit embarrassed. The next moment, Sasha had already stepped out of the spirit realm and approached him. Sasha, how are your injuries? Sasha nodded, lifting her red skirt to reveal her flat abdomen. Her slender, serpentine waist was fair and smooth, showing not a single scar above it. Lin Ran felt relieved. Ghosts possessed formidable self-healing abilities. If even he could heal himself, it was hardly surprising that Sasha could do the same. Alright, Sasha, put it down. It wouldn't be good if someone saw. Sasha obediently lowered her clothes, though she didn't quite grasp what Lin Ran meant by not good. Her wide eyes brimmed with confusion. It's fine, it's fine. Pulling Sasha over to sit beside him, Lin Ran fell deep in thought. Now that Sasha had recovered, she barely possessed the strength to face a hell-tier ghost. But against a catastrophe-level specter, he still lacked the confidence to win. Moreover, Rose was unconscious, and Cat's evolution was still incomplete. They were the ones causing Lin Ran the most concern. The system had initially estimated 72 hours, but that timeframe had clearly passed. It's highly likely the delay was caused by intervening during the evolution process. As for Rose, she had used the Realm of Oblivion, whose side effects were immense, making recovery difficult in the short term. This leaves only Fengqi and Xia as available spirits. This was a major problem. Just as she pondered this, an alert sounded, attention. This unit is approaching the combat zone. Prepare for action. Attention, this unit. Luo Qiao tightened his seatbelt, Xiao Ran, get ready. Lin Ran's expression grew serious as he nodded. Moments later, the aircraft shook violently and plunged downward. Stepping out of the cabin, they were met by a group of night watchmen. The squad leader at the front was only AB rank, yet he had been forcibly transferred to the fortress. Minister Luo Qiao. The group saluted. Hello, Luo Qiao acknowledged with a nod before turning to his entourage. Let's go. We're heading to the city walls. Upon reaching the ramparts, Lin Ran saw countless ghosts and monsters swarming the hills and valleys in the distance. Among them were as many as 7 hell-grade monsters. And this was merely the horde of a single fortress. Across the entire conservation zone, with hundreds of fortresses, the number of hell-tier monsters likely approaches 1,000. This time, it's truly dangerous. Whoosh. Every person present sucked in a sharp breath. Deep despair enveloped their hearts. How could so many monsters appear all of a sudden? Hell-tier. Even in a ghost tide, you'd rarely see more than a few. What do we do? How can we possibly handle this many hell-tier monsters? Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Luo Qiao frowned. Enough chatter. Talking about this now won't help. We should focus on finding a solution instead. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a silver streak sliced through the air. A chilling ghostly aura surged toward them. It sent a chill down the spine. Lin Ran recognized the figure approaching and chuckled softly. So you've come too? Ain shrugged his shoulders. I had no choice but to come. This ghost tide has drawn nearly every sanctuary on Blue Star rushing this way. Before long, you'll see Bai Yan leading reinforcements here. Lin Ran frowned in confusion. The 13th conservation zone is coming to help? But will they really make a difference? Ain sighed helplessly, better than nothing, I suppose. Although the spirit exorcists from lower-ranked areas like Conservation Zone 13 aren't very skilled. At the very least, it's a small contribution. Even if they can't take on high-level ghosts, a group working together might barely manage to eliminate a few SSS-level ones, right? Stop complaining. Let's discuss a strategy. Ain, you're SSS rank now. Can you handle a hell rank? Luo Qiao cut off their mutual lamentations. The response was, naturally, a Yin's look of utter bewilderment. Do you think I'm some kind of monster like him? Hell tier.
You want me, a weak woman, to arm wrestle a hell-tier monster? You want me dead. Luo Qiao felt embarrassed. Helplessly, he conceded, Xiao Ran's injuries are barely healed. We only have 2 demons left that can actually fight. Our overall strength is severely compromised. You two might need to team up against 1 demon now. That might give you a chance to take down a hell tier. Then I'll handle another one. As for the remaining 5, let them be. Lin Ran was at a loss for words. But it wasn't a bad plan. As long as the others could hold off the demons for a while, they could rush to provide support. There might even be a chance to turn the tide. Otherwise, if the 3 of them faced these 7 hell-tier demons alone, certain death awaited them. Not only would they die, but the others would perish too. The combat prowess of hell-tier monsters far surpasses that of SSS-tier ones. The earlier Earth Wyvern's utter helplessness against the Spirit Warriors was the clearest proof. Let's go. Out of the city. We need to buy them more time. Luo Qiao spoke, summoning his contract spirit to carry him as they leapt from the city walls. Lin Ran also looked at Feng Qi, Xiao Qi, let's go too. Feng Qi nodded and transformed into her ghostly form. Ain was slightly surprised. You've grown stronger again in just a few days. Still not strong enough, Lin Ran sighed. With that, he flew off into the distance, guided by Feng Qi. Ain hurried after them. After a moment's flight, they landed together before a hell-tier humanoid demon. This demon had a green face and sharp fangs, its bloodshot eyes sending a chill down one's spine. Its rotting body showed scarcely a single intact spot. Maggots, slime, utter decay. Rotting corpse fiend. Demon tier, hell tier. Special ability, putrefaction toxin. Lin Ran's expression darkened. Sasha, Xiaoqi, move out. Prepare to attack. Prepare to attack. A yin's laughter echoed overhead as the silver spear plunged downward. The spear, which had been poised to pierce through like a bamboo shoot, was blocked by the rotting corpse demon's raised hand. With a single fierce swing, it unleashed a wind-slicing force that sent Ain flying backward. Lin Ran swiftly activated his skill, Infinite Barrier. A black canopy descended, enveloping the entire corpse fiend in an invisible energy field. Simultaneously, the system announced in his ear, due to host level increase, Boundless Barrier's maximum duration has been extended to 20 seconds. Lin Ran rejoiced and shouted, quick! Take it down now! Ain was confused, yet he could sense the ghostly energy on the corpse ghost vanish instantly. A ghost stripped of its ghostly energy? What difference did it make if it was hell tier? Ha ha ha, here I come. She shook her spear, and ghostly energy swirled around the silver dragon spear. A colossal dragon's phantom rose into the air. On the other side, upon seeing this, Sasa formed seals with both hands, revealing a light array. A deafening roar echoed as 2 full power strikes from SSS-tier top-tier ghosts collided simultaneously. In an instant, the corpse eater's head was obliterated. Your contracted ghost, Yama Sarah, has slain a hell-grade ghost. Gained ghost EXP plus 2,000, points plus 500. A bountiful harvest. Just as Lin Ran was reveling in his triumph, a thunderous crash erupted nearby. Immediately after, a familiar specter was sent flying backward. It was the martial spirit king. Luo Qiao is in danger. Ain exclaimed in alarm. Isn't it a hell-tier ghost? How could the martial spirit king be defeated so quickly under equal conditions? Lin Ran clenched his teeth. Hurry and go help. Chapter 179, The Found Hall of Heroes? Not far away. The martial spirit king's body crashed heavily to the ground. Beside him, Luo Qiao clenched his fists, staring intently ahead. Before him stood a demonic creature with enormous bat wings. A night fiend? And a hell-tier one? Luo Qiao stared intently at the night fiend before him, utterly bewildered. Just then, the night fiend suddenly lunged forward, opening its massive jaws as sharp fangs lunged toward Luo Qiao. The next moment, the surrounding space began to warp. Luo Qiao's figure vanished instantly. Only emptiness remained where he had stood. The night fiend's attack missed its mark, its blood-red eyes blazing with fury. It turned its gaze to the side, where Lin Ran and the others descended from the sky. Night fiend. Monster tier, hell grade. Lin Ran's brows furrowed. Just as I suspected, there's more than one night fiend. He clenched his fists, focusing all his awareness on absorbing ghost energy. If he could recover quickly enough, he might be able to cast Boundless Forbidden Realm again in short order. Then, perhaps he might still have a fighting chance. Otherwise, given this night fiend's combat prowess, even the combined strength of his 3 ghosts wouldn't be enough to defeat it. Xiao Ran, Ain, be careful. This night fiend is incredibly powerful. Luo Qiao warned from a distance. Lin Ran nodded, and Sasa also moved back to her own side from beside Luo Qiao. Get ready to move. Ain, Sha, buy me a little time. I'll recover soon. He clearly sensed that casting the Boundless Forbidden Realm required immense ghostly energy. But for now, he couldn't wield it. His ghostly energy was insufficient. He needed more ghost energy. Understood. Ain struck first, thrusting his silver dragon spear straight at the opponent's face. A flash of silver light pierced the air. Yet the night fiend showed no fear, charging straight toward the attack. Put. The silver light pierced through the night fiend. Lin Ran was stunned. Was this night demon truly so easily defeated? Something was wrong. Very wrong. Even Ain herself was dumbfounded, unable to believe that a hell-tier demon capable of defeating a martial spirit king could be killed with a single strike by her. What just happened? The night fiend's form slowly dissipated, turning into a pile of black ash that fell to the ground. Lin Ran noticed something hard within the ashes. It hit the ground with a dull thud. He hurried over to investigate. It was a small black box. Hall of Spirits. Special ghost object, premium grade ghost artifact. Can be used to sacrifice deceased ghosts or humans to summon special ghostly spirits. After forming a blood contract, enables ultra-long range control and summoning of ghosts. Lin Ran's heart skipped a beat. Was this the full extent of the spirit shrine's power? But why was this box here? After much deliberation, only one possibility came to mind. That the spirit had encountered the ghost tide here while returning. But it wasn't a night fiend, so it was defeated and carried away. Otherwise, how could one possibly explain why Wanya's peculiar ghostly entity had appeared here? What are you thinking about? Ain patted his shoulder. What's the deal with this ghost? Got any leads? Lin Ran shook his head. Not yet. But let's leave it at that for now. We don't have time to dwell on it, other ghosts are waiting for us. He turned to look at Luo Qiao. Uncle Qiao, how are you holding up? Can the martial spirit king still fight? Luo Qiao nodded, glancing at the wounded martial spirit king. Old buddy, you still got it? The martial spirit king let out a furious roar and raised his axe. It seemed he still had the strength for one more fight. In that case, let's fight on together. Same as always, I'll handle the hell-tier enemies on the east flank. You take the west. Luo Qiao chuckled. Lin Ran nodded. Alright, see you soon. After bidding farewell to Luo Qiao, the two flew westward. Before long, amidst the horde of demons, Lin Ran spotted the third hell-tier demon. Eagle Bird Ghost. Surrounding it were countless high-level demons. All were at least S rank. This was troublesome. To take down that hell-tier monster, they'd first have to clear out the surrounding demons. Otherwise, we might get stabbed in the back. Lin Ran felt a pang of worry. How could he resolve this dilemma? Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. Right. I almost forgot about a great resource. The Hall of Spirits. A Hall of Spirits that could be used with just one prerequisite. Kill one monster first. Lin Ran's gaze settled on the weakest S-rank monster below. Sasha, take that one first. Upon hearing this, Sasa swiftly descended. The hellish scythe plummeted from the sky, striking the S-rank monster squarely on the forehead. It pierced through it effortlessly, pinning it to the ground. Immediately, Lin Ran drew the Hall of Spirits. Sacrifice. The black box slowly drifted downward, enveloped in dark mist. The already dead specter was swallowed by the black mist. Then, a furious roar erupted from within the darkness. A colossal form descended. System notification. Using the special ghostly spirit shrine, successfully summoned a hell-tier ghostly spirit. The sacrificed ghost in this summoning is S rank, thus the summoning duration is 5 minutes. Lin Ran was slightly surprised, so the level of the sacrificed ghost was linked to the duration. An S rank granted 5 minutes, wouldn't an SSS rank last at least 15? A hell-tier spirit. 15 minutes would be enough to kill countless enemies. As the spirit descended, the eagle bird demon also turned its gaze toward it. It sensed a profound threat emanating from the hero's spirit. In the next instant, both parties acted simultaneously. The ghostly spirit and the eagle bird demon clashed fists. Terrifying ghostly energy rippled outward. Though the eagle bird specter was a hell-tier specter, its strength paled in comparison to the hero's soul. A single lethal blow sent it reeling back several meters. Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Ain. Let's go. We'll find the next ghost. Leave this one to the hero's spirit. Ain nodded, giving the spirit warrior a long, searching look. How did you summon this demon? Lin Ran chuckled. Take a guess. Guess my ass. Soon, they arrived at the fourth hell-tier ghost's location. Lin Ran and the Silver Dragon's daughter repeated the process, the boundless forbidden realm activated, instantly obliterating it. Just as the two finished off this demon, a series of thunderous explosions echoed from the distance. A colossal axe cleaved the heavens and earth as the martial spirit king unleashed its full might without reservation. Within a mere 5 minutes, the heroic spirit had dispatched its foe and rushed to Lin Ran's side. Only 2 hell-tier monsters remained. Lin Ran glanced at the panting Ain beside him. How are you holding up? I'm fine. I can hold on for now. The color was slowly draining from Yin's face. Due to excessive consumption of ghost energy, cold sweat had even begun to bead on his forehead. Sasha was in the same state, limp in Lin Ran's arms. Let's go. We need to hurry. Ain glanced back over her shoulder as she spoke. There, the ghost tide was already closing in on the fortress. It wouldn't be long before they clashed head-on with the exorcists inside the fortress. If all the hell-tier spirits hadn't been eradicated by then, the exorcists would have suffered heavy casualties.
But now, the only combatants Lin Ran had left were the ghostly spirits from the Hall of Heroes. Sasha and Ain were both utterly exhausted, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. Continuing to pick off enemies one by one could easily backfire. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. The next moment, dark mist gathered before them. Slowly, a figure both unfamiliar and strangely familiar emerged. A girl with cat ears. Chapter 180, Cat Evolution. Fourth update. The girl was petite, barely reaching Lin Ran's waist. Beneath her short black hair, a pair of large blue eyes shone like clear, bright gems. Her delicate face bore not a single blemish. Her rosy lips were as plump as cherries. Meow 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 meow. When she opened her mouth, only a series of meows escaped. Lin Ran noticed that her limbs remained furry. Cat paws, cat feet, as if she'd slipped on cat gloves and cat shoes. But clearly, this wasn't intentional attire, she simply hadn't fully evolved into human form yet. This was evident from the ill-fitting bikini shorts she wore and the strappy top that was clearly several sizes too large. The wide straps hung loosely, utterly failing to serve their intended purpose. Instead, they covered her flat little belly completely. Then there was the ill-fitting bikini top. When Sasa wore them, they clung tightly to her body, hinting at the cleft between her breasts. But on her, they looked like pajama bottoms. Ain stared in disbelief, taking a long, hard look at the half-cat girl before turning to Lin Ran in utter shock. What is this, pedophilia? Lin Ran? Is that something you can just say? No. In an instant, Lin Ran was both furious and mortified. Kitty, are you trying to get yourself killed? Hurry back and change your clothes. Your sister Shasha's clothes aren't meant for you to wear. Meow meow, meow 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 woo woo. Fengchi patiently took on the role of interpreter. Sis Cat says that last time she saw Sis Sha wearing this outfit, you got a nosebleed and reacted really intensely. So she thought you liked this outfit and wanted to surprise you. Lin Ran, this is a surprise? This is a scare. Those loose straps, if they dropped any lower, they wouldn't cover anything at all, okay? Meow meow, meow. So Cat returned to the ghost realm. Inside, she found a set of Fengchi's clothes to change into. It fit her just barely. Their figures were similar, so nothing looked out of place. Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, at least she wouldn't be walking around naked. After calming Meow Meow down, they continued on their way. On the way, Lin Ran opened the interface. Cat. Species, cat yokai. Spirit tier, SSS. Experience needed to level up, 0-100,000. Special ability, Devour and Evolve. Equipped skills, Devour, Shapeshifting, Bone-Splitting Blade, World-Shattering Meow Punch, Spirit Domain, Spirit Sealing Domain, Phoenix Ghost Realm, Wind Riding, Frost Dragon Strike, Water to Ice Transformation, 1000-Mile Frost, Overwhelming Might, Lightning Flash, Spirit Infused Strike. Truly worthy of a devouring evolution cat, this lineup of skills is spectacular. An SSS-tier cat requiring 100,000 experience points to level up? That's no small feat. But compared to that freak Rose, this is nothing. After all, Rose needed a whopping 200,000 EXP just to go from S to SSS. Cat's requirement is nearly half of hers. Plus, the cat possesses devouring abilities, effectively doubling its experience gain. Logically, her leveling speed should far surpass other monsters. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the group had already reached the battlefield. Below them lay countless monsters. And a towering hell-tier monster stood as their leader. Lin Ran wasted no time. Cat, attack. Mao wasted no time, charging forward and smashing down with the Ghost Dragon Spear. In an instant, countless S-ranked demons were either slain or crippled. Lin Ran swiftly summoned the Hall of Heroes, Sacrifice. This time, it absorbed the corpses of a full 9 S-ranked demons. The duration of the spirit aura increased from 5 minutes to 13 minutes. It seemed the duration didn't increase exponentially. Lin Ran didn't dwell too much on this rule after all, 13 minutes was more than enough. He summoned Cat back, and the group began flying eastward toward the section Luo Qiao was responsible for. Now that the hell-level threats in the west had been dealt with, and the final one was being confronted by the Spirit Guardian, only the eastern sector remained, the area under Luo Qiao's command. It was anticipated that another hell-tier monster remained there, one no one could handle. Lin Ran and his group accelerated, soaring eastward. Along the way, however, they saw no signs of ghostly creatures. Ain voiced her concern. Could it be that we've already entered the fortress's defensive perimeter? If that were the case, they would truly be too late. Lin Ran's heart sank. I'll head to the fortress. You go support Luo Qiao. Ain voiced her concern, but can you really handle it alone? Of course. My kitty is unbeatable. Up ahead, the flying cat turned its head, its large sapphire eyes filled with confusion. Meow? Go. Luo Qiao needs your support more than I do. Ain sighed and nodded. Alright, be careful. Stay safe. The two parted ways, each flying off into the distance. Before long, Lin Ran spotted the hell-tier specter amidst the horde of ghosts. Ahead of the horde lay patches of companion spirits belonging to the exorcists. It's a hell-level ghost. What do we do?
Can we really defeat a Hell Tier 1? Damn it! This horde of ghosts is already deadly enough, and now a Hell Tier 1 shows up? How are we supposed to fight this? Brothers, do not fear, do not falter. Behind us stands the crumbling city wall. Behind us lie tens of millions of human lives. If we retreat here, how can we ever show our faces to the people of Jundong again? Kill! Kill! Both sides clashed fiercely. Even the spirit exorcists began joining the fray in person, engaging the demons in a final showdown. Within moments, the spirit exorcists suffered heavy casualties. The demonic forces were simply too powerful. The vanguard row of ghosts boasted an astonishing SSS-tier level. Not to mention, a hell-grade specter loomed menacingly in the rear. Lin Ran immediately descended, positioning himself directly in front of that hell-tier specter. White-robed wraith. Specter tier, infernal. Special ability, ghostly spells. Kitty, it's time to show them what you're made of. Meow Meow responded with a growl, its furry paw gripping the ghost dragon spear as it charged forward. The spear struck the ground with a deafening crash. Dust billowed, obscuring the sky. Like a bolt of lightning, Cat reappeared in an instant. Skill, lightning flash. Boom! 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 Explosions echoed relentlessly. The SSS-ranked Cat fought countless rounds against the Hell-tier White Robe Wraith. Kitty, don't waste your energy. Let's take it down together. Cat, meow. Lin Ran rushed forward, unleashing boundless forbidden domain. Instantly, a black canopy descended. The ghostly energy of the surrounding specters abruptly ceased. Meow Meow sheathed the ghost dragon spear, clenched her paw into a fist, and gathered strands of black mist upon it. Meow. Ultimate move, heaven-shattering, earth-destroying Meow Meow fist. As Meow Meow unleashed her punch, a black beam shot forth. Beneath the black beam, a hole was blasted through the white-robed vengeful spirit's body. It pierced right through. Instant kill. Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over. Your contracted ghost cat has slain a Hell-tier ghost, gaining plus 2000 ghost experience and plus 500 points. Your contracted spirit, Nekomata, has devoured the Hell-tier spirit White Robe Wraith. Gain spirit EXP plus 2000, obtain shaped form, White Robe Wraith. In an instant, the cat's level up progress bars surged significantly. Even though the experience gained from slaying the demon was split among the 4 demons, the cat still gained 500 experience points. Additionally, devouring the ghost granted her another 2000 experience points. This meant only 40 Hell-tier monsters were needed to unlock the level up quest. Lin Ran began to feel hopeful. Now that Meow Meow had reached SSS tier and possessed a nearly perfect human form, if she were to reach Hell tier. He. Chapter 181, For whom are we fighting? In the distance, the crowd stared blankly in Lin Ran's direction, lost in thought. Was that just now a spirit exorcist? A Hell tier exorcist? So powerful. That Hell tier specter was instantly annihilated? That's far beyond what a Hell tier exorcist should be capable of. Lin Ran paid no heed to the gazes behind him, silently cradling Cat back into his arms. The cat in his arms was utterly exhausted. That single punch seemed to have drained every ounce of its strength. Meow. Lin Ran felt a pang of pity. Rest well. The ghost tide isn't over yet. There are still many ghosts waiting for us to slay. Glancing around, he saw numerous ghosts closing in. Fortunately, their levels weren't high, and Fengchi could barely handle them with her strength. As long as no SSS-tier ghosts appeared, Fengchi should have no trouble defeating some S-tier ghosts of the same level. Soon, Lin Ran entered the city to rest. Not long after, Luo Qiao and Yin's figures descended from the sky. Lin Ran retrieved the ghostly souls, transforming them into a black box placed nearby. Finally, I can breathe easy. Luo Qiao's weathered face bore the marks of exhaustion. But upon seeing Lin Ran, a smile still spread across his face. Young Ran, you did well. So young, yet you can single-handedly take down a hell-level ghost. You're stronger than this old man now. Lin Ran shook his head. Uncle Qiao, you flatter me. I only managed to defeat that high-level ghost because there were so many of them. If Uncle Qiao had contracted that many ghosts, you could have done it too. Luo Qiao waved his hand dismissively. Where would I find the energy for that? Even one Hell-tier ghost spirit is already a handful to manage. If I captured a few more, how could I possibly control them all? After all, improving spirit compatibility is incredibly difficult for ordinary people. If not for Lin Ran's system and ample opportunities, even his own 4 spirits would tear him limb from limb if they ever turned on him. Get some rest. We've got another fierce battle ahead. Though the Hell-tier specter was dealt with, the crisis remained. The ghost tide hadn't receded, and SSS-tier ghosts outside the fortress continued surging toward them. Moreover, the situation at other strongholds was far from optimistic. Just as he pondered this, an alert popped up on everyone's communicators. Attention, Fortress South 22 has fallen. Attention, East 7 Fortress has fallen. Attention. Scrolling through the communicator's log revealed that so many strongholds had already fallen. Lin Ran couldn't fathom how over a dozen fortresses had fallen in such a short span of time. What had those fortresses endured? Luo Chao's expression darkened. By comparison, we're still in better shape here. Ayin frowned and demanded, why haven't those useless people in the conservation zone stepped in yet? Do they really plan to just hide in the post-war zone? The power of Conservation Zone 4 was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. Unlike other conservation zones dominated by a single entity, Zone 4 lacked significant federal influence. Instead, other factions held greater power. For instance, the various spirit exorcist academies and the prominent spirit exorcist clans. The true power behind these factions was vast and overwhelming. Yet now, as the conservation zone faced annihilation, none of them had stepped forward. Especially the top-tier exorcists from those factions. Stop complaining. They're not part of our federation. Their primary concern is always their own interests. They're unlikely to act on anything that doesn't benefit them. So we're supposed to create benefits for them?
Ayin's anger was palpable. Lin Ran also felt indignant. All the good opportunities were snatched up by those people, while the bloody, sweaty work fell to them.
The Federation's actions were truly thankless. Luo Chao sighed helplessly, we have no choice. We can ignore them, but we can't abandon the millions of innocent humans trapped in the conservation zone.
If the Federation did nothing, and the powers at the top of Conservation Zone 4 did nothing either. In the end, it would be the innocent humans within Conservation Zone 4 who suffered.
Therefore, someone must step forward. The Federation. The exorcists. Lin Ran, Ayin, Luo Chao. They must stand up. Boom. 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 Suddenly, a deafening explosion snapped the trio back to the present. Gazing into the distance, dust billowed everywhere. A fortress collapsed with a thunderous crash. Another fortress had fallen. Lin Ran clenched his fists. Was this ghost tide intent on wiping out humanity? Luo Chao cursed furiously, damn it. Where's the backup from the other conservation zones? One after another falling so quickly, are they abandoning the outer defenses?
Though the walls of the conservation zone still stood behind the fortresses.
But that is humanity's last line of defense. If it ever came to that, the entire conservation area would face overwhelming odds. After all, if even a small breach appeared in the walls, who knows how many people inside would die? What should we do? Should we try to find the source? Ayin suggested anxiously.
Possessing ghostly blood herself, she was exceptionally sensitive to supernatural auras. Previous ghost surges had only been resolved because she tracked down their origins. Though the ghosts were numerous now, and their ranks exceptionally high, Ayin still insisted on finding the source. Lin Ran shook his head. It won't work. But I did think of something. He suddenly recalled the ghost tide that had occurred earlier in another conservation area. They were triggered by an extremely peculiar ghostly artifact, a fragment of the Book of the Dead. Simply retrieving that fragment would halt the ghost tide. If this current ghost tide was also caused by a fragment of the Necronomicon, then retrieving the fragment was a viable solution. With that thought, Lin Ran immediately said, Xiao Qi, take me back to the conservation area. Feng Qi was puzzled but obediently nodded. I'll be back soon. If all goes well, this should ease the pressure considerably. Lin Ran bid farewell to Ayin and the others, flying deep into the conservation zone. Stay safe. Ayin called after him from afar, his face etched with worry. Luo Chao sighed deeply. Let's hope he succeeds. If this ghost tide keeps up, this conservation area will surely be destroyed. Let's go. We should head out to assist too. Conservation Zone 4. Federal Branch Office. The main gate was locked tight. Li Qiudong had already gone outside to assist. Access here had also been suspended. Lin Ran felt a pang of disappointment. It seemed he'd have to rely on himself. Cat, can you detect the scent of the Book of the Dead's fragment? Cat rolled her sapphire eyes upward. She gave Lin Ran a blank stare. It seemed the distance was too great, even Cat couldn't detect the scent of the Necronomicon's pages. He had to think of another way. Lin Ran turned his gaze toward the nearby Night Watch base. After some effort, he used his access privileges to obtain the recent records of supernatural incidents. Soon, he zeroed in on one location. A playground. Playground in Childcare Zone 4. 3 hours ago, a coordinated ghost attack on humans occurred. The Night Watch had suppressed it, and the 3 collaborating ghosts had been eliminated. This must be the place. Both the timing and the numbers point to this location. Kitty, let's go. Upon reaching the playground, what met our eyes was not panicked humans seeking refuge, but a group of humans, oblivious to the chaos, happily playing. Smiles graced every face, seemingly unaware of the brutal war raging beyond the city walls. Who exactly are we fighting for? Lin Ran froze. Chapter 182, Who is fighting their lives for you? Outside the protected zone, war raged. Wails, bugle calls, the shrieks and roars of monsters. Blood and severed limbs. Yet within the nursery, a different scene unfolded. Peace and tranquility reigned. This should have been a good thing, but at this moment, it struck Lin Ran as absurd. Is this the humanity we've fought so hard to protect? Inside here 11B rank exorcists, 7A rank exorcists. They're dressed in fine clothes, untouched by the world outside, unaware that only B-rank night watchmen are fighting desperately for them. Absolutely ridiculous. Lin Ran was disillusioned. He never imagined that the humans of a conservation zone would ever become like this. Meow meow. The kitten pointed a tiny paw toward the distance, while another fluffy little hand tugged at Lin Ran's. Did you spot something? Lin Ran asked, setting aside his irritation. The kitten nodded, meow meow meow. Let's go. Lead the way. Xiaoqi, you go back first. It's safer inside. Fengqi was displeased but obediently returned to the ghostly realm. The human and the ghost headed toward the amusement park. Just as they were about to enter, a man in a security guard uniform blocked their path. Tickets. Tickets. She's over 1.2 meters tall, you expect free admission? The security guard grabbed the cat walking ahead and confronted Lin Ran. Lin Ran frowned and flashed her ID card. I'm Spirit Walker Lin Ran. I'm here to investigate a ghostly matter, not to play. The burly security guard snorted coldly and spat to the side. Put. You federal lackeys really think you're something special, huh? Hearing this, Lin Ran's expression darkened. A flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Meow Meow let out a series of low growls. At Lin Ran's command, she would devour the man before her without hesitation. Yet the guard seemed oblivious, snarling viciously, I don't care if you're a divine walker or Sun Wukong, buy a ticket. Buy a ticket or get lost. All day long, you think you can get away with not paying just because you're from the Federation. A whole group came this morning, and now you want to try again? Lin Ran clenched his fists, suppressing his anger, and spent 200 contribution points to buy a ticket. Upon entering the amusement park, many eyes turned to him with strange looks. Look at that little girl. So young, and she's playing cosplay. Such a cute little girl, but the person beside her is a mess, dusty and disheveled, with no sense of style whatsoever. Meow Meow ignored the murmurs and walked straight to the Ferris wheel. Is this the place? So many people. Lin Ran noticed a large crowd gathered, queuing up to ride. They nearly blocked the entire entrance to the Ferris wheel. Meow Meow, can you pinpoint the exact location of the Book of the Dead fragment here? Mao Mao nodded, extending a paw to point at a red cabin on the Ferris wheel. Ignore them. Go straight up and retrieve the item for me. Lin Ran ordered immediately. Without hesitation, Cat spread its black wings. With a swift swoop, the dark shadow shot upward, soaring toward the cabin amidst the astonished stares of countless onlookers. What is that thing? It's a ghost. That guy's ghost. Is he trying to get himself killed? Doesn't he know the Wang family's guarantee means you can't summon spirits here? Security. Where's security? In an instant, the crowd surrounded Lin Ran. An S-rank exorcist roared, Kid, recall your ghost. Or don't blame us for getting rough. Summoning spirits is forbidden here. I give you 10 seconds to recall them. Lin Ran looked at the senior exorcist who had rushed over and at the humans surrounding him, their eyes fixed on him with intense scrutiny. His heart was filled with sorrow. Were these the people he had sworn to protect? You all truly disappoint me. Sensing Lin Ran's fury, Xia materialized instantly. Holding the hellish scythe, her eyes were filled with blood-red light. Her cold gaze swept over the crowd as the black and red scythe reflected icy glints in the sunlight. Sasha, there's no need. Lin Ran sighed deeply, gazing into the distance. Meow Meow flew back, clutching a parchment. Meow. Lin Ran took it and examined it. Sure enough, it was another fragment of the Necronomicon. After stowing the fragment away, he addressed the others, if you're truly bored out of your minds, go outside and see who's fighting desperately for your safety. Is it the person you admire, or the one you despise? Make way. A furious roar erupted, filled with murderous intent. Under the blazing sun, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Their ranks were low, the strongest among them merely S-class. Yet Lin Ran, at this moment, possessed combat prowess surpassing even SS rank. His aura radiated out who wouldn't be afraid? Not to mention, 2 SSS rank ghosts Meow Meow and Xia were present. Make way, or die. Seeing no one move, Lin Ran repeated his demand. You wait. You Federation people have gone too far. You'll get your comeuppance sooner or later. The trembling S-rank exorcist stammered before scrambling away. Lin Ran couldn't help but sneer. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. If Li Qiudong had a temper like his, the creatures in this sanctuary wouldn't last 3 days. Whether SSS-class or Hell-class. Even if they were catastrophe level, he would destroy them at any cost. Lin Ran strode straight out of the amusement park. Though many harbored resentment toward him, none dared voice their objections openly. They could only whisper behind his back, that Federation trash is disgusting. Thankfully the Wang family established this new order for us. Otherwise, if the Federation grew stronger, they'd only become more arrogant and oppressive. Thinking he can look down on us just because he has some power? Who does he think he is? Lin Ran's fists clenched tighter and tighter. The rage in his heart was nearly impossible to contain. Meow. The cat clenched its teeth, its claws digging deeper into Lin Ran's hand without conscious effort. Only after they were completely out of sight of the amusement park did Lin Ran finally quell his rage.
Ha ha ha. Got stabbed in the back. How does that feel? Suddenly, a figure emerged from the alleyway beside them. It was Tang Yu. Lin Ran frowned. What are you doing here?
He had assumed Tang Yu had gone to delay Wang Ya, only to be discovered and killed by him. But to his surprise, Tang Yu was still alive and well.
What? Can't I be here? Tang Yu chuckled lightly. Lighten up. I've got some good news for you. Lin Ran raised an eyebrow. What good news could this guy possibly bring? Wang Ya is critically injured and hasn't regained consciousness yet.
Rumor has it started after I visited him that day.
Lin Ran cut him off. Don't tell me you're not involved in this. Tang Yu shook his head. Honestly, I'm not. Here's the interesting part.
When I met him, he was in good condition. He could even see through my intentions at a glance. But after we parted that day, news of his critical injuries surfaced the very next morning.
Lin Ran sneered coldly. Humph, I see. He probably learned it from Tang Chi faking illness to avoid fighting. What a clever scheme. Wang Ya. Tang Yu smiled. Enough about him. Let's talk about you. I can help you. Kill those people. If you're willing, I can do it for you.
His smile was warm, yet his words sent a chill down one's spine. Especially the icy glint that flickered in the eyes beneath his sword-like brows.
Chapter 183, Hero? No, a demon.
Lin Ran stared intently at Tang Yu, seeing in his eyes a contempt for life. Though he burned with rage toward those behind him, he refused to stoop to the level of the man before him. Those who scorn life might indeed thrive better in this apocalyptic world.
But could such a person truly be called human?
Lin Ran shook his head.
No need. What you want is nothing more than the Hall of Spirits. I will give it to you, but not now.
He understood clearly that Tang Yu had offered to deal with those people solely because he possessed the Hall of Heroes.
Otherwise, Tang Yu wouldn't be so kind.
Yet Tang Yu shook his head and smiled. No, you're mistaken.
I owe you a favor, so I'm repaying it.
Lin Ran was puzzled.
What I promised you was to hold off Wang Ya, including preventing him from remotely controlling the Hall of Spirits. But unfortunately, I failed.
I thought you'd die, but unexpectedly, you managed to obtain the Hall of Spirits.
Still, with your abilities, even if you did get it, you must have paid a heavy price.
Though Tang Yu's words brimmed with regret, Lin Ran detected none in his tone.
Instead, it carried more astonishment and mockery.
It seemed to him this whole affair was nothing more than an amusing little game. As an apology, the Hall of Heroes is yours.
I owe you a favor. But you should be cautious.
Barring any surprises, Tang Chi's faction will likely come looking for you soon.
Tang Yu watched Lin Ran with an amused expression, clearly anticipating his reaction. You might be disappointed.
Lin Ran showed no concern. Whether it's the Tang clan or anyone else, if they harbor murderous intent toward me, I will kill them.
Is that so? Tang Yu glanced back toward the amusement park once more. Well, it seems like quite a few people in there are eager to take you down.
Lin Ran clenched his fist, saying nothing.
Tang Yu chuckled lightly. Why not let me have my wish and repay this favor?
I don't care about reputation anyway, unlike you stubborn federalists.
Oh dear, looks like I've got no choice but to make a decision. He turned around. Behind him, black SUVs were approaching.
Lin Ran noticed the group too, and a surge of rage ignited within him. Soon, 10S rank spirit drivers emerged from the vehicles, led by one towering figure of SS rank. On the battlefield, this would be a formidable force.
But now, they were dressed in fancy suits, driving expensive SUVs.
Lin Ran trembled with rage, the veins on his arms bulging as if ready to burst.
A dark aura began to emanate from his body.
The SS rank spirit exorcist in charge seemed to notice Lin Ran's unusual state, his expression changing drastically. It's a ghost.
No human can emit ghostly energy, it must be a spirit. Kill it, now.
In an instant, 10 ghostly creatures were unleashed, charging toward Lin Ran.
Meow meow.
I permit you to devour their ghostly spirits. Meow Meow wasted no time, spewing a cloud of black mist from her cherry-red mouth that devoured every ghost spirit in the area. Shortly after, the system displayed a kill notification.
The 10 ghost spirits were digested in an instant.
Meow Meow let out a satisfied belch, then licked her thin lips, still craving more.
Everyone gasped in shock, instinctively taking several steps back.
One face turned deathly pale.
She ate them.
She devoured the ghostly spirits of all of us, over a dozen people, in one gulp.
What kind of monster is this? Oh my god. Help! Not only them, but even Tang Yu of the Tang sect had never witnessed such an outrageous specter. His eyes betrayed an unmistakable look of astonishment.
But soon, regaining his composure, he clapped with a faint smile.
Clap clap clap.
The applause rang out crisp and loud.
Well done. Tang Yu chuckled. You actually let your contracted ghost devour another spirit. Aren't you afraid of being condemned?
Lin Ran didn't answer, instead walking straight toward the group of exorcists.
The crowd gasped in alarm. No! Don't come over here. You demon. You devil. You're nothing but a monster. Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. Or I swear you'll regret it. Lin Ran shook his head. I guarantee I won't regret it. With that, he delivered a punch to the specter summoned by the SS-ranked exorcist. The sheer force of the blow cut through the air with a piercing whistle. Boom! The massive specter exploded under Lin Ran's single blow. A sky-filling mist of blood and flesh scattered everywhere. Everyone was stunned. Could this truly be the strength possessed by a human? One punch shattered an SS-class monster into fragments. Such a being could scarcely be called human, it was a monster itself. Lin Ran, his face covered in blood, made no effort to wipe it away, letting the blood drip freely down his cheeks. He fixed his gaze on the spirit exorcist and shouted in a voice nearly hoarse, I really want to grab you all and make you see it with your own eyes. Who exactly is protecting you out there? You ungrateful bastards. In Protective Zone 4, Federal Division, there's only one person, Lee Chodong. And right now, he's facing countless ghosts and monsters all by himself. Conservation Zone 4, Nightwatch Division, a mere Class B Nightwatcher, not even 1% of your strength and you dare step out. And you lot? Nothing but a bunch of cowards hiding behind high walls, thinking yourselves superior. Lin Ran cursed loudly, saying no more. He turned to Fingchi behind him, Xiaoqi, let's go. At his command, Fingchi transformed into a multicolored phoenix, carrying Lin Ran as they soared into the distance. Only after watching the crimson streak of light soar into the heavens did the crowd snap out of their stunned silence. Yet only a handful felt the urge to rush outside the city walls to confront the threat. Most were left trembling with fear, muttering, that was terrifying. That guy was seriously dangerous. Exactly. He's not strong enough himself, yet he dares to blame us for his problems. Let's go, let's go. Forget about him. Tang Yu sneered coldly, Lin Ran, it seems the lesson you taught them wasn't enough. As he spoke, a dark figure materialized behind him, solidifying into a warrior wielding a crossbow. Tang Clan Archer. SSS rank Specter. Destroy that Ferris wheel. At the command, the Tang Clan Archer nodded and drew his bow. The dozen or so exorcists in suits all paled. What are you doing? Tang Yu turned back, a wicked smile on his face, having a little fun, of course. Boom! Boom! The Ferris wheel crashed to the ground. Flames erupted in the air, reducing the entire structure to rubble in an instant. Below, countless screams erupted. Pangs of agony, cries of terror. It resembled a living hell. Tang Yu was thrilled, licking his lips. How delightful. Too bad Lin Ran isn't here. If he could see this, how satisfying it would be. Ha 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 ha. A man in a suit shouted angrily, you monster. Do you know what you've done? Tang Yu raised an eyebrow. Questioning me? Go back and ask Wang Yi see if he can do anything to me. If he dares touch me, I guarantee the Tang Clan's 7 heavenly calamities will flatten your entire nature reserve overnight. The man in the suit trembled. Tang. The Tang Clan. That forbidden existence. The youth before him actually hailed from that place. Chapter 184, Confronting the Heavenly Calamity. City walls. A series of thunderous crashes echoed. The demons have already breached the defenses. From afar, Lin Ran spotted a weathered figure. White hair, plain robes, and a 3-foot-long blue blade in hand. Surrounding him were a group of young, low-level spirit exorcists. Yet at his signal, the exorcists of Western Zhejiang did not advance to engage. They remained at the rear, awaiting his next command. The cloth-clad figure grasped the blade and hurled it forward. The 3-foot blade, as if possessed of its own sentience, crashed into the horde of demons. In an instant, it cut down countless ghosts and monsters. Lin Ran hesitated no longer and landed beside the old man. Senior Li. How is the battle going? Li Qiudong turned his head and shook it. Just as you see it. His voice was weak and feeble, like a dying candle in the wind. Lin Ran's heart twisted in pain. Seeing the frail old man before him, he couldn't help but feel a lump rise in his throat. I'm here. Leave this to me. His strength alone might not be enough to handle these demons. But he was confident he could hold out until reinforcements arrived. Unexpectedly, Li Qiudong shook his head in refusal. It's unnecessary. Go reinforce the fortress outside the city. I can hold this place for a while longer. Besides, Li Qiudong's gaze fell upon a pitch-black specter amidst the horde of ghosts. It was a catastrophe-level specter. It was also one of the greatest threats in this ghost tide. A catastrophe-level ghost, you can't handle it. Lin Ran clenched his fists. But if you fight it, you'll die. Li Qiudong, however, seemed to find release in the thought, death, perhaps it would be a kind of liberation for me. Rather than live burdened by sin, let me die on the battlefield. Lin Ran ceased arguing and silently walked toward the edge of the city wall. Below, countless ghosts surged like a tidal wave. Among them were many high-level demons. Could anyone truly survive such a demonic tide? He didn't believe it. If they continued resisting like this, there could only be one outcome. Total annihilation. He had to step forward. Lin Ran retrieved a tattered page from the Necronomicon within the ghostly realm. Then, he leaped directly off the city wall. Li Qiudong's expression changed drastically. Lin Ran. What are you doing? Lin Ran offered no reply, swiftly engulfed by the horde of ghosts.
But in the next instant, a black broadsword sliced through the air, cleaving every ghost in its path clean in two.
Lin Ran held aloft the yellowed parchment. Isn't this what you wanted?
Instantly, all the ghosts and monsters grew restless.
The aura of the Book of the Dead's fragment drew them in.
Even the cataclysm-level specters revealed maddened expressions upon seeing the single page.
A faint smile touched Lin Ran's lips.
Before him, Fingchi had arrived. Without hesitation, he mounted Fingchi's back.
Let's go! The multicolored bird flapped its wings and burst through the horde of demons in an instant.
In an instant, all the ghosts turned their gaze toward Lin Ran's direction. Piercing roars echoed in succession as the horde turned direction, chasing after Lin Ran's retreating figure. Lin Ran glanced back at the demons below, a quiet triumph filling his heart.
Success!
Now, all I need to do is lead these demons away, and this sanctuary will be safe. Before he could fully savor his triumph, a dark shadow pursued him from behind. Before Fingchi could even accelerate, a cataclysm-level specter with black wings appeared directly ahead.
Gabriel. Monster tier, cataclysmic. Special ability, Hellfire.
A crimson glow flared in Gabriel's eyes. In that instant of locked gazes, Lin Ran felt as though he glimpsed hell itself within Gabriel's eyes.
Flames, bones.
In this crimson world, demons reign supreme. A wave of dread surged through Lin Ran's heart.
He drew a deep breath.
Before he could speak, two figures materialized beside him. Miao Miao and Sha Sha, each wielding ghost weapons, stood ready for battle. Facing a catastrophe-level specter, fear gripped their hearts as well. Lin Ran noticed that Miao Miao's tiny, fist-clenched paw was trembling slightly.
Mao Mao, take this. I'll hold it off.
Lin Ran made a decisive choice.
Surprise filled Miao Miao's eyes. Meow. She was resisting. You're faster than us. If you go alone with the items, you'll be much quicker than if Xiaoqi takes us along. Leave this to me. Sha Sha and I can hold it off. Hearing this, Sasa nodded to Cat Cat. Meow.
Mao Mao let out a choked cry, sapphire tears welling in her eyes. Lin Ran tried to comfort her, but it was too late. Gabriel had already launched his attack, his black claws striking straight for Lin Ran. Sasha reacted with lightning speed, immediately activating her spatial confinement. But clearly, this move had no effect on Gabriel, only barely slowing its attack speed. Lin Ran swiftly shoved the tattered pages of the Necronomicon into Cat Cat's paws. Run.
Meow. In an instant, golden lightning shot straight into the sky. Miao Miao's figure vanished into the distance.
Facing Gabriel's advancing attack, Lin Ran hesitated not a moment. Unlimited barrier activated. Combined with Shasha's spatial confinement, even a cataclysm-level specter couldn't move for a short while.
Attack!
Upon hearing this, Shasha formed seals with both hands and unleashed a strike. Yet Gabriel's razor-sharp black claws deflected the strike outright. He violently twisted his body, glaring toward the receding figure of the cat and unleashing a series of frenzied roars. Lin Ran cast one final glance at the dark speck on the horizon, his gaze hardening. I may not be able to kill you, but you won't get off scot-free.
The fragment of the Book of the Dead, you'll never get your hands on it. Sacrifice. Heroic spirits. The Hall of Heroes descended, instantly absorbing the corpses of the demons below.
Instantly, the dark shadow solidified, and the hell-tier demonic spirit reappeared. Wielding a spear, it thrust upward, aiming straight for Gabriel.
Boom!
The spear tip collided with the black hand.
Even a hell-tier demonic spirit couldn't drive the spear in an inch. Cataclysmic level power was simply too overwhelming. So powerful it far exceeded human comprehension. Just then, the 20-second countdown ended. The boundless Forbidden Realm ended. A wave of exhaustion instantly flooded Lin Ran's entire body. Gabriel, his strength restored, roared with fury.
With a single strike, he smashed the hero's soul to the ground, burying countless ghosts and monsters beneath it. It glared at Lin Ran, its crimson eyes brimming with hatred. Another claw strike came hurtling toward him. Its speed was blindingly fast. Lin Ran dared not hesitate, immediately activating his shadow shift skill to vanish from his original position, reappearing 100 meters away in midair. Frustrated by the missed strike, Gabriel's eyes widened, and two beams of crimson light shot forth.
With no way to evade, Lin Ran activated his block skill. Boom!
Yet in the next instant, he realized the blow hadn't actually struck him.
I've repaid you for that favor, you know. A voice echoed from behind. A demon clad in golden armor flew in, mounted upon a golden griffin. Before the golden armored demon, there was the figure of a youth.
Tang Yu.
Lin Ran couldn't help but smile. Thank you. Don't mention it.
I sure as hell didn't want to die here.
I just lost a triple S grade monster trying to save you,
Tang Yu said with a pained expression.
Lin Ran also noticed that after that strike, a thunderous roar echoed from below.
It was the Tang sect warrior who had shielded him from the attack.
An SSS rank ghost. And just like that, it was instantly killed with a single blow.
Stunned, Lin Ran felt a pang of guilt toward Tang Yu.
Once this matter is settled, the Hall of Heroes is yours. First, make sure you come back alive. With that, Tang Yu retreated and hid nearby. Lin Ran couldn't help but chuckle. If he said he wouldn't help, he really wouldn't. He'd rather watch the show than lend a hand. He shook his head with a bitter smile. Sasha, it's time to fight to the death. Sasha nodded, her hands beginning to form seals. At this point, she too was prepared to give it her all. Gabriel remained undaunted, sweeping his hand to summon the ghost realm. A black curtain descended, enveloping Lin Ran and his companions. An inexplicable dread rose within each of them. Tang Yu murmured, "This is the fear of death. A natural disaster level specter truly formidable, utterly unmatched." Chapter 185, Despair. Not only Lin Ran, but Tang Yu too had no chance against a catastrophe level specter. Even though his number of ghosts was no less than Lin Ran's, and even far exceeded it. Combined with the Tang sect exorcist's unique spirit fusion skill, Tang Yu had now reached a hell-tier existence. Yet even so, he still had no confidence in defeating the catastrophe level specter before him. This was the gap. The difference between hell tier and catastrophe tier was like a chasm. Even so, facing this near impossible catastrophe level specter, Lin Ran showed no fear. He glanced at Gabriel ahead, seeing hellish visions emanating from this catastrophe level specter. Lin Ran did not retreat. Instead, he turned to warn Tang Yu, "I advise you to leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, once I'm dead, you'll become its target." Tang Yu shook his head. "You underestimate me. While I'm no match for it, I'm confident I can escape its grasp." Lin Ran said no more. Black ghostly energy surged around him, emanating a bone-chilling aura. Tang Yu was taken aback. This aura was utterly unlike anything a human could possess. No wonder Lin Ran was so powerful he could even defeat hell-level ghosts. It turned out he was imbued with ghostly energy. It seemed his ghost was quite special. With that thought, Tang Yu silently produced a black square box and aimed it at Lin Ran. In the next instant, Lin Ran's form shifted. The multicolored phoenix bird Fingchi carried him forward in a sudden burst of flight. Simultaneously, a crimson glow flared around Lin Ran, revealing a set of scarlet battle armor. The Crimson Flame Spirit Armor. "Sasha, let's go together." Divine Punishment Blade. The massive black blade came crashing down, a strike powerful enough to instantly slay an SS rank demon, only to be caught by Gabriel's single hand and crushed to pieces. Lin Ran was stunned. This cataclysm tier monster was ridiculously overpowered. The next moment, an explosion erupted. Black gas erupted from the area where Gabriel stood. It was Sasha's skill attack. Yet a fiery light shot skyward, and Gabriel's figure reappeared. His crimson eyes swept over Lin Ran and Sasha, his gaze brimming with murderous intent. Lin Ran inwardly cursed his misfortune. But it was already too late. Gabriel flexed his arms, and in an instant, a crimson sea of fire erupted, threatening to engulf the entire world. At that moment, everyone stared blankly at the sky. There, crimson flames formed a sea of fire, constantly expanding outward. Its reach grew ever wider. In the blink of an eye, it covered nearly half the sky. Upon the city walls, Li Qiudong's expression grew grave. "That boy is taking another risk. I must go save him. He's no match for a natural disaster level specter." As the thought crossed his mind, he glanced at the 3-foot-long sword in his hand. "Old friend, are you still up for this?" "Hum." The sword trembled, emitting a resonant hum. Li Qiudong chuckled softly. "Well then, let's go." At his words, the sword slipped from his grasp and landed at his feet. Li Qiudong leapt lightly, landing directly on the blade. He turned to face the night watchman behind him. "If I do not return, the divine walker Lin Ran will take charge of everything here in my stead. Goodbye, children." Tears welled in their eyes as they watched Li Qiudong's receding figure, their hearts heavy with sorrow. "Minister Li, you must come back safely." Most of them were young children. Having only recently awakened their companion spirits, and hindered by limited talent and poor family circumstances, they couldn't attend a reputable spirit exorcist academy. It was Li Qiudong who granted them official exorcist status. It was also Li Qiudong who provided them with the means to survive. Though in this place, night watchmen were not respected by the people. For them, however, the role of night watchman was the only profession that allowed them to earn their keep through their own abilities. At the very least, the monthly stipend Li Qiudong provided them was substantial. Now, watching Li Qiudong walk toward the unknown, their hearts were filled with nothing but endless worry. Within the conservation zone, everyone stared blankly upward. Scarlet flames engulfed the sky, enveloping nearly the entire world. This was no longer a realm for human survival, it was a world of apocalypse. What on earth is happening? What's happening? The sky, a sea of fire has appeared in the sky. This is impossible. It's a demon, a cataclysmic level demon. Look over there. Following the direction of people's fingers, images of Lin Ran and Gabriel appeared on a screen outside a building. It's that guy from earlier. He's fighting a natural disaster level ghost? How is that possible? He's actually fighting a catastrophe level monster to protect our conservation area. Inside and outside the amusement park, the crowd that had finally calmed down erupted once more. Especially those who had hurled insults at Lin Ran earlier. Regret now filled their hearts. The suited exorcists from earlier shouted angrily, "Damn it! Who hacked into our PA system?" Boom! 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 Flames erupted violently across the screens. Lin Ran and his group, including Tang Yu, were completely engulfed by the flames. No! Everyone watching the screen couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. That was fire unleashed by a natural disaster-level demon. Even a tiny human with extraordinary abilities might not survive. After a moment's wait, the screen displayed only streaks of colorful mosaic. It's over. This time, it's truly over. What do we do? Everyone fell silent at that moment. Until suddenly, a man stepped forward. "Everyone, Conservation Zone 4 is our home. We cannot stand by and watch the monsters destroy our sanctuary. And we certainly can't pass the responsibility of protecting our home onto someone else." His words immediately resonated with everyone. That's right. We must fight for ourselves, fight for our home. Everyone, let's go support him together. Support that Federation exorcist. Together, united as one, we can drive out this catastrophe-level specter. In an instant, the crowd began streaming toward the outer walls. In the sky. Within the Crimson World. Lin Ran's entire body was nearly charred. Beneath him, Fingqi, also a fire attribute spirit, let out a low, agonized moan. "Shaoqi, I'm sorry. I've dragged you into this. If you can't hold on, come down. The sky isn't our domain." The multicolored phoenix's crest shook. "No. I'll stay with my brother until the very end, buying more time for Sister Cat. Lin Ran sighed bitterly, gazing into the distance. Meow meow. No, shouldn't you be the one I'm dragging down? From behind came Tang Yu's pained, hoarse voice. Turning back, the young master of the Tang clan now appeared disheveled and covered in soot, his body marked by scorch wounds. Just as Lin Ran was about to speak, Gabriel struck Sasa away with a palm strike, then lunged toward them with a claw. The speed was blinding, there was no way to dodge. No! Tang Yu realized it, but it was already too late. Gabriel's lethal strike had already reached Lin Ran. Boom! Chapter 186, Sacrificing the Body to the Sword, Slaying Evil with the Blade. In an instant, silver light pierced the heavens. A man and his sword materialized in midair. Standing before Lin Ran. Across from him, Gabriel staggered back several steps. His crimson eyes blazed with fury as he fixed his gaze on the sword-wielding figure. Li Qiudong. Lin Ran recognized the aged figure before him. His hair was now streaked with white, yet his posture remained as straight as a blade. Go. Leave this place. Li Qiudong turned back to say. Lin Ran noticed that his face bore a new layer of hardship. The wrinkles had grown deeper and more numerous. Lin Ran knew Li Qiudong could handle a natural disaster-level threat, but the cost would be his life. I won't leave. Lin Ran shook his head, his expression resolute. I won't let anyone die for me. Li Qiudong was so furious his beard seemed to bristle. Are you stupid? Is this about me? No, it's for our entire conservation zone. If I leave, someone will take over Conservation Area 4. I refuse to see this sanctuary fall into someone else's hands. Rather than those useless fools, I want you to be the one to take over this reserve in the end. Lin Ran was stubborn as ever. No. I won't take over any conservation zone. Conservation Area 4 is yours to run. Even if you have to die, you'll keep running it for me. Li Qiudong didn't argue further. For at that moment, Gabriel had returned to attack once more. Boom! The two collided, sending a deafening roar echoing through the air. Li Qiudong, sword in hand, moved with godlike grace, trading blows with Gabriel, a disaster-level entity. For ordinary beings, even those possessing hell-tier demonic power, flight through the air was impossible. Much less engage in aerial combat against a calamity-level specter like Gabriel. Therefore, Lin Ran concluded that Li Qiudong must have paid a tremendous price. Tang Yu approached from the side. Let's go. He's beyond saving now. Lin Ran frowned. What do you mean? Human and ghost merged. Tang Yu stared intently at the battlefield ahead. He slowly uttered 4 words, Night Parade of 100 Ghosts. The very thing we researched back then, this fusion of man and ghost. Though Li Qiudong didn't participate in the experiments, what he's using now is the very product of those experiments. Lin Ran's brows furrowed tightly, his mind swirling with questions. Could it be that the Night Parade of 100 Ghosts held some secret he hadn't uncovered? Tang Yu glanced at him. Let's go. If we don't hurry, we'll lose him. You don't seriously believe Gabriel is the only catastrophe-level entity here, do you? Lin Ran's heart skipped a beat. Not just one. According to the initial intelligence, as many as 7 catastrophe-level demons had attacked Conservation Zone 4. But now, only one cataclysmic-level entity was visible. The remaining 6 were nowhere to be seen. This meant that Meow Meow was likely being hunted down by 6 catastrophe-level monsters right now. Oh no! Lin Ran exclaimed in alarm, urgently adding, Shaoqi, we have to leave immediately. Due to the ghost contract, he could sense the direction Meow Meow was in. He immediately commanded Fingqi to fly away. Tang Yu sighed helplessly before following suit. Watching the two figures recede into the distance, Lee Chodong let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. Finally gone. Gabriel, your time is up.
Hearing this, Gabriel retreated several meters, as if sensing imminent danger. From Lee Chodong's hand, the 3-foot-long blue blade suddenly emitted streams of indigo gas.
It instantly engulfed his form. Simultaneously, a terrifying sword intent exploded forth. Boom! The sea of flames was scattered by the surging azure light.
From the heavens, an ancient voice resounded. Today, I, Lee Chodong, sacrifice my body to the sword, and pledge my life to the way.
With the sword, I slay the evil.
As the words fell, a colossal azure sword pierced straight through the heavens.
100 zhong long, 100 chi wide.
Enveloped in azure light, its sword intent obscured the heavens. At that moment, all eyes were fixed on the colossal sword in the distance.
What is that thing? It's a sword, a colossal sword. Is it a natural disaster?
Lin Ran also sensed the commotion behind him. Turning his head, the Eye of Death instantly analyzed the colossal sword's information. Sword Ghost True. Monster Tier, Catastrophe Level.
Special Abilities, Unknown. Senior Lee.
Gazing upon the catastrophe level sword ghost, Lin Ran instantly grasped the full weight of what Lee Chodong had sacrificed. His nose stung, and his eyes grew slightly red. Child, after I die, do not grieve, do not harbor hatred, and above all, do not blame yourself. Please bury the sword ghost's remains beside my brother's graves. Finally, whether you choose to take over or not, I beg you preserve this sanctuary as a pristine haven for the reserve. The voice echoed from afar. A sharp pain pierced Lin Ran's heart. He could only keep his eyes closed, unable to stop. As the distant words faded, a deafening roar erupted. A blue light obscured the sky. The world seemed to freeze in that instant. Boom! Rumble! Thunder roared across the clear, cloudless sky. A bolt from the blue. This was a tribute to the departed. Once the azure light had completely dissipated, not a single trace of the demon remained in the sky.
Gabriel's massive form shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the ground.
Among them lay a broken sword, its blade snapped clean off. Lee Chodong's figure had vanished long ago. A sudden gust of wind swept through. A pallid fog enveloped the entire battlefield. Amidst the vast mist, a petite red figure flashed by. A girl clad in a crimson cloak approached the broken blade. Behind a strand of white hair at her forehead, a complex expression flickered in her crimson eyes.
After a long moment,
she crouched down, picked up the short sword, fastened it to her waist, and vanished into the mist.
Upon the city walls, all eyes fixed on the blue light, each person plunged into sorrow,
including the non-Federation exorcists who had just arrived to assist.
A long silence fell. Someone broke the silence. The ghost tide is over.
The spirits had already turned and were now frantically chasing after something in the distance.
For this conservation area, the ghost tide had ended. But for Lin Ran, the ghost tide was far from over. The horizon.
Lin Ran had been chasing for a long time, yet he still couldn't catch up to Cat. The SSS-ranked Cat possessed the ability to ride the wind. Flying at full speed, it was as swift as lightning.
With Fingqi's current speed, catching up was utterly impossible. Moreover, Fingqi was now gravely wounded.
Though the system's medication had restored much of her strength,
it was evident that every movement was an arduous struggle.
Lin Ran glanced at the multicolored phoenix beneath him, his heart twinging with pity.
Shao-Chi, take a break. No way. Cat's sister is still in danger, I can't rest. Fengqi was stubbornly persistent.
Even though her voice was weak, she insisted on flapping her wings and flying toward the distance.
Alright, we're almost there. Look over there.
Tang Yu suddenly spoke, pointing toward the distance.
There, atop a towering mountain, 6 enormous black shadows gathered.
They were the remaining 6 cataclysm-level demons.
So? 6 catastrophes. You got the guts to take them on? Tang Yu asked with a smile. Lin Ran smiled back, just 6 catastrophe-level monsters?
Bring on 6 abyss-level ones too, any ghosts threatening me, I'll take them on.
Ha ha ha.
Tang Yu roared with laughter.
You're quite an interesting fellow.
If we make it back this time, I'll definitely bring you to the Tang clan and introduce you to my old friends. If you don't make it back alive, I'll just have to bring your spirit tablet home instead.
Lin Ran rolled his eyes. You kid, you really don't know how to talk.
As the two approached, the 6 cataclysm-level demons simultaneously sensed their presence, turning their gaze toward them. Accompanying them was the terrifying cataclysm-level ghost domain.
The overwhelming pressure was almost suffocating. Chapter 187, The Mysterious Girl, Naya.
Lin Ran instinctively activated the boundless Forbidden Realm. In that instant, the black curtain enveloped the entire battlefield, completely dissipating the power of the 6 cataclysm-level ghosts. Tang Yu stared at the scene in disbelief, his eyes filled with astonishment.
What is this?
Even the young master of the Tang clan had never witnessed such a wondrous domain skill. Lin Ran had no time to explain. He shouted at the cat surrounded by demons, "Come back quickly." Hearing this, the blood-soaked cat surged forward once more, unleashing its lightning skill. Golden light streaked past the 6 catastrophe-level ghosts, returning to Lin Ran's side. "Quick, take this first." Lin Ran pulled out a system-provided pill and handed it to Cat. Looking at the girl before him, covered in wounds, his heart was filled with nothing but endless guilt and sorrow. He shouldn't have let Cat go alone. He could hold off one catastrophe-level creature, but not 6. During the time he hadn't caught up, those 6 catastrophe-level monsters had inflicted unimaginable damage upon Mao Mao. Her dress was drenched in blood, not a single spot on her body untouched by it. Even her face bore faint crimson scars. Meow. Meow. Her voice was weak as she responded, then collapsed limp in Lin Ran's arms. She was utterly exhausted. Lin Ran sighed helplessly and returned Cat to the ghost realm. Facing the 6 menacing catastrophe-level demons ahead, he steeled himself for certain death. The Eye of Death swiftly scanned the 6 demons. Mammon. Monster tier, catastrophe level. Baal. Monster tier, cataclysmic. Asmodeus. Leviathan. Abaddon. Azazel. Lin Ran clenched his fists, ready to engage, when a slender figure flashed past him. The speed was blindingly fast, leaving only a faint glimpse of a crimson figure. When the figure finally came to a complete stop, a petite form came into view. It was a girl clad in a crimson cloak. Such speed was absolutely beyond human capability. It must be a supernatural being. Activate Death's Eye. Specter nickname? Monster level? Special ability? A whole row of question marks. What the heck is this? The girl turned, revealing her crimson eyes. For a split second, Lin Ran felt an overwhelming sense of déjà vu. This belongs to you, doesn't it? The girl spoke, her voice clear and pleasant. In her hand lay a broken sword. Sword ghost. The girl smiled. So you do recognize it after all. That was Li Chiodong's sword spirit. How could Lin Ran not recognize it? Even now, with a piece broken off, he wouldn't mistake the patterns on that blade. Here, take it back. With that, the girl tossed the broken blade directly at him. As Lin Ran caught it and opened his mouth to ask, he witnessed a shocking sight. The girl stepped through the air, materializing directly before the 6 cataclysm-level specters. With a mere wave of her hand, the 6 demons turned and departed. 6 catastrophe-level demons, commanded by her. How could this be possible? Could she be the legendary abyss-level demon? This was simply too absurd. Who, exactly are you? The red-clad girl offered no reply, vanishing into the sky as a crimson streak of light. Instead, Tang Yu's voice came from behind him, Naya. The foremost researcher of the Spirit Exorcist Federation. Founder of the Conservation Zone Plan. The head of the Spirit Exorcist Academy. And the mastermind behind the Night Parade of 100 Demons project. Lin Ran's heart skipped a beat. This was impossible. She was a supernatural being. How could she become the Federation's highest-ranking researcher? Tang Yu's voice grew solemn. I know what you're wondering. She isn't human, but it's said she isn't a ghost either. Her existence predates even our Tang clan, and her power far exceeds anything we could ever imagine. Lin Ran was utterly stunned. What kind of monster was this? He had believed he had already accessed the deepest layers of classified information. Especially the Night Parade of 100 Ghosts project. He had even traveled to Fengdu City to investigate. Yet he still hadn't uncovered a single trace of information about this name. How many secrets of the Federation remained hidden from him? It seemed he would have to visit the Federation headquarters in Childcare Zone 1 when the opportunity arose. Alright, I don't have sufficient clearance regarding her either. But you might try asking at the Federation headquarters. Now that the ghost tide has receded and the crisis is over, I don't owe you any favors. Tang Yu finished speaking, waved his hand dismissively, and prepared to take his leave. Lin Ran abruptly called out, wait. She then tossed the black box to Tang Yu. You don't want to owe me a favor, and I don't want to owe you one either. Tang Yu chuckled lightly, accepting the box without hesitation. You're quite the character. Alright, we'll see each other again at Nursery Zone 1 when the time comes. With that, Tang Yu departed. Only Lin Ran and his ghostly creature remained behind. He glanced at the broken sword in his hand, his heart filled with sorrow and anger, yet powerless to do anything. Let's go back. We should too. Conservation Zone 4. As Lin Ran descended from the city wall, the others gathered around him. Among them, a man in his early 30s performed a standard Night's Watch salute. Nursery Zone 4, Lu Yon, head of Night Watch headquarters, salutes Commander Lin Ran of the Divine Walkers. At his words, the others saluted in unison. Lin Ran bit her lower lip, scanning the group of low-ranking spirit exorcists. She noticed that each of them bore traces of blood on their bodies. Some bore the blood of spirits, others their own. Their average rank fell below Class A. Yet they stood as the last defenders of this conservation zone. Lin Ran bent down and bowed deeply. I'm sorry. I bear significant responsibility for Senior Li's death. It is I who have failed you all. Tears welled in everyone's eyes, yet they all comforted Lin Ran. It's okay, Commander Lin Ran. It's not your fault. That's right. This is all the monster's fault. We should be thanking you instead. Lin Ran exhaled a long, heavy breath and nodded. It's over. All of this is finally over. Everyone, go back.
The rest can wait until you've rested.
Looking out at the ruins covering the ground, Lin Ran felt overwhelmed.
For the moment, he couldn't think of any way to handle it. It seemed he'd have to wait for Luo Qiao and the others to return. Not long after, Ain and Luo Qiao arrived.
Seeing Lin Ran standing alone on the city wall with a troubled expression, Luo Qiao couldn't help but feel concerned.
Are you all right? Lin Ran nodded. Luo Qiao sighed. He knew Lin Ran was deeply depressed. Having just emerged from the pain of Bai Yang's death, he now witnessed Li Qiudong's demise. For a boy not yet 20, this was indeed too cruel. Lin Ran wiped the corner of his eye and looked at Luo Qiao. Don't worry about me, Uncle Qiao. You need to figure out how to take over this conservation area. Alright. Luo Qiao departed.
Ain walked over, leaning her hands against the wall as her gaze drifted toward the crimson sunset in the distance. The sunset is beautiful today, like it's celebrating our victory over the ghost tide.
How about we have a drink tonight? Lin Ran nodded. I was thinking the same thing.
But first, I need to fulfill the request Elder Li entrusted to me.
To erect a monument for the Sword Ghost and Li Qiudong.
To lay the Sword Ghost to rest beside the graves of those fallen spirit exorcists.
Night.
Lin Ran buried the Sword Ghost and erected a monument for Li Qiudong, whose remains had vanished. Then, choosing a suitable spot, he erected a tombstone for Bai Yang as well. These were all those who had died for him. Pouring a jug of white liquor over the graves, Lin Ran bowed deeply before the three tombs. Thank you. Master Li, Bai Yang, I will avenge you. Stepping out of the cemetery, Ain had been waiting in the car for some time. Where to? The Federation branch.
We're going to place Elder Li's spirit tablet there.
The car sped through the night toward the Federation branch. Upon arrival, they discovered the Federal branch surrounded by a dense crowd. The road was packed with vehicles from other conservation zones.
Ain frowned. I have a bad feeling about this. Let's see. Lin Ran got out of the car and walked straight up.
Amidst the crowd, a cacophony of heated arguments erupted.
Chapter 188. Where's the loser? Who do you think you are? A mere Class A spirit exorcist. What right do you have to speak here? Don't think your high rank lets you run wild. This is Conservation Zone 4, not your turf. You refused the wine offered, so you'll drink the punishment wine, huh? I brought my men here. How many died? Aren't you going to compensate us?
Just as the two groups were locked in heated argument, a furious roar cut through the air.
Shut up, all of you.
All heads snapped around to see a youth pulling a silver-haired girl through the crowd.
It was Lin Ran. Officer Lin Ran.
The residents of Childcare Zone 4 greeted him in unison. Lin Ran nodded, then looked at the others.
Where did all of you come from?
From the serial numbers on their uniforms and the insignia on their vehicles, Lin Ran could tell they weren't from this conservation zone. Arriving here in the dead of night, they must be after something.
So that's who's been making such a grand entrance, the Swift Ones.
The young man who seemed to be their leader sneered. I'm Su Yahweh, commander of the support force for Conservation Zone 6.
Lin Ran frowned. What's the problem?
Though annoyed by the man's tone, he forced himself to ask calmly.
Nothing much. We're just here to claim some subsidies. Su Yahweh snorted coldly. Over 30 brothers died this time defending our conservation zone against the ghost tide.
These men all had parents and children to support.
Without some compensation, it seems rather unreasonable, don't you think? Lin Ran nodded. Compensation was indeed necessary. Otherwise, how would the families of those exorcists who died in battle survive?
But Ain erupted in anger. This is fraud. Compensation has always been reviewed and disbursed by the Federation headquarters, to be collected at your local Federation branch.
Do you really think that just because the head of this conservation zone is dead, you can do whatever you want?
Su Yahweh retorted bluntly, Donin, I know you one of the divine walkers and the half-human, half-ghost daughter of the Silver Dragon. But I advise you not to meddle in matters that don't concern you and you too. He glared at Lin Ran, his voice thick with venom. This conservation zone falls outside your jurisdiction.
Lin Ran instantly understood. Su Yahweh's goal wasn't just about the compensation. He intended to commit fraud. He was swindling money from Conservation Area 4.
Claiming it was for compensation was merely an excuse to get his hands on the money. Haha, Xiaoqi, Sha. The two ghostly creatures appeared simultaneously.
Immediately after, a cloud of black mist surged forth, followed by the cat.
Lin Ran glared at them with a dark expression.
You can choose to take it the hard way.
I'll have your supervisor send the compensation money to your homes.
He was seething with pent-up anger with nowhere to vent it. Since these people dared to walk into the line of fire, he wouldn't hold back. Are you threatening us? Su Yahweh was furious too. He too was an SSS-tier spirit exorcist, bound to two spirits. One was SSS-tier, the other SS-tier. His strength placed him among the top tier of SSS-ranked exorcists in the entire conservation zone. As Su Yahweh summoned his contracted spirits, the others followed suit. In an instant, countless spirits descended, surrounding Lin Ran and the others. Lin Ran showed no fear, kitty. In an instant, ghostly energy surged as a ghostly domain unfolded. The spirit's sealing domain. As the domain unfolded, all spirits on Su Yaoi's side dropped one level in rank. He was stunned. What just happened? My ghost's levels have dropped. My aura feels so weak, how is this possible? Lin Ran snorted coldly. Nothing is impossible. Right now, you still have 4 SS-tier monsters. On my side, with Ayin, we have 3 SSS-tier monsters. Do you really think you can handle this? 3 SSS-tier monsters against 4 SS-tier ones? That shouldn't be too difficult. Even if Su Yaoi's side added their remaining dozen or so S-rankers, it wouldn't make a difference. Fine. Very well. Su Yaoi held back his impulse. You just wait and see. Let's go. With that, he led his men away.
Lin Ran made no move to pursue them, merely watching silently as they departed. Only after they vanished completely did he turn to face the group of night watchmen from Conservation Zone 4.
Are you all okay? Yeah. Thanks, Commander Lin Ran. Thanks, Commander Dongyin. Ayin smiled. It's nothing. No need to thank us. Then, turning to Lin Ran, he added indignantly, that bunch. They were nowhere to be seen during the ghost tide, and now they have the nerve to ask for compensation? I bet they weren't even involved in the ghost tide at all. Lin Ran gave a wry smile. Forget it. No need to get worked up. Let's just leave it at that. After bidding farewell to everyone, he walked into the second floor of the branch office and arranged Li Qiudong's memorial tablet. Seniorly, I was wrong about what happened earlier. I misunderstood you and spoke harshly. Please forgive me. The matters you entrusted me with, I'm already handling them. Tomorrow, I'll discuss with Uncle Luo Qiao the future plans for this conservation area. After speaking at length, Lin Ran bowed deeply one last time before rising to leave. Outside, Ayin had already returned with a load of alcohol and provisions. Seeing the cart piled high with drinks and food, Lin Ran asked curiously, are we planning to drink ourselves to death? Of course not. Back at their temporary lodgings, the two downed cup after cup of liquor. Lin Ran, who couldn't hold his liquor well, coupled with his pent-up frustration, soon became completely drunk. In his haze, he thought he saw a breathtakingly beautiful smile. I wonder if we ever meet again, would you recognize my eyes? Bai Yang's smile lingered like a nightmare, refusing to fade from his vision. Those large eyes always held a smile, and whenever he saw her, his mood would lift without fail. She was so quick to smile, wearing that captivating grin from start to finish. As he watched, the smiling face before him suddenly transformed. It had transformed into the image of the red-clad maiden. Those crimson eyes, like flickering candles, illuminated the despairing blackness of the world. Nay. Yeah? Lin Ran jolted awake from his sleep as faint sunlight filtered through the curtains. He shook his throbbing head, only to notice the silver-haired girl resting by the bedside. He strained to recall last night's events, only to realize he'd lost much of his memory. He only remembered downing glass after glass, and finally, it seemed he'd clung to Ayin, wailing like a child. How embarrassing. Lin Ran cursed inwardly, then composed himself and gently patted Ayin's smooth arm. Ayin, wake up. Ayin, who hadn't been sleeping soundly anyway, immediately lifted her head, her voice tinged with panic. What happened to me? Did I fall asleep? No, I meant, how are you feeling now? Lin Ran nodded and rubbed his head. My head hurts a bit, but otherwise I'm fine. No sooner had he spoken than a system notification popped up. Your ghost companion Shasha thinks you're too weak, so she snuck out overnight to steal you a mind-awaken fruit. The next moment, Sasa appeared. She held 2 green fruits in her hands. She handed one to Lin Ran and the other to Ayin. Ayin looked curious. Is this for me? What is it? Lin Ran quickly took the fruit and glanced at it. Mind-awaken fruit. Special ghostly object, a fruit born by a certain plant from hell. Consumption refreshes the mind and alleviates fatigue. Excessive intake induces a state of heightened excitement. Use with caution. It's an alertness fruit. Eat it. Lin Ran explained only after confirming it posed no danger. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. By the way, why don't you check if anything's missing from this house? He recalled that every time Sasa returned with stolen goods, she would first take some items from him. Ayin dashed out. As expected, a shriek echoed, ah! My Heisi is gone. Chapter 189, The Three Kingdoms. Time moved into the afternoon. Lin Ran received notification from Luo Qiao and headed to the Spirit Exorcist branch office. Soon, outside the branch office, Lin Ran saw countless people nearly surrounding the entire building. As far as the eye could see, they were all spirit exorcists. Their ranks spanned from low to high, with even 1 or 2 SSS-rank spirit exorcists present. Lin Ran was taken aback. Was this a riot? He stepped out of the car, made his way to the back of the crowd, and pulled a young man in black clothing forward. What's going on? To his surprise, the young man in black merely glanced at him without answering. Instead, he shouted loudly, look over here. It's a divine walker. The divine walker is here. Everyone, come see. In an instant, everyone surrounded Lin Ran. Commander Lin Ran, let us join the Federation. Commander Lin Ran, we want to contribute our own strength to protecting our homeland. Commander Lin Ran. In an instant, Lin Ran was swallowed by the crowd.
Behind them, Ayin watched the scene unfold, unable to help but press his hand to his forehead.
What on earth is this? Soon, Luo Qiao emerged as well.
Watching the crowd surge toward Lin Ran, he breathed a sigh of relief.
Finally pushed me out. Poor kid, Lin Ran. Amidst the crowd, Lin Ran was overwhelmed by the noise. It took him a great deal of effort to calm everyone down.
It turned out that after this wave of ghosts, everyone witnessed the utter devastation outside the conservation zone.
They witnessed the federal exorcists fighting desperately to protect their homeland.
They witnessed the Night Watchers thrust into battle against specters 100 times their strength. Thus, they resolved to contribute whatever they could to this sanctuary. After discussing it, they all came here together, hoping to join the Federation branch.
To become officially registered federal exorcists. No longer would they stand idly by with other factions when this city faced peril. Lin Ran accepted them without hesitation.
Conservation Zone 4 had just endured a major battle and was now in the midst of reconstruction.
Manpower was desperately needed. The infusion of fresh blood could only benefit the conservation zone.
After settling everyone in, Luo Qiao pulled Lin Ran aside.
His expression grave, he whispered, after investigating last night, I discovered this conservation area isn't as straightforward to take over as it seems. I've contacted headquarters requesting reinforcements, but they informed me this reserve can only be managed by me.
Lin Ran was puzzled.
Why? Because the power dynamics here are far too complex. Luo Qiao sighed. Can you imagine a conservation area with 3 major factions? And that doesn't even include our federation.
Lin Ran gasped in shock, how is that possible?
All those fortresses outside the city, aren't they under our federation's control? Luo Qiao nodded. Yes, but they're not inside the city.
Their sole duty is to guard the frontiers.
Then what about the night watchmen inside the city?
True, but their sole duty is to deal with stray spirits within the city walls.
Lin Ran finally understood.
Over the years, Li Qiudong had kicked everyone out. Some were stationed outside the city walls to guard the fortifications.
Or placed within the Night Watch organization to deal with stray ghosts appearing within the city walls.
As for the Federation branch, it had always been just him alone. Consequently, the Federation's department within this conservation zone had been virtually paralyzed. Taking over this conservation zone meant requiring an enormous workforce to restart operations. Compounded by interference from other powerful factions, rebuilding the Federation proved an immense challenge. This was precisely why no one else was willing to take over this conservation zone. Lin Ran was speechless.
What do we do now? Luo Qiao was equally perplexed. I don't know either.
That's precisely why I couldn't accept those people. We can't even complete the basic registration process right now.
Ayin frowned. Can't we transfer personnel from other areas?
If we could transfer a team from conservation areas 3 or 5, that might not be too difficult.
Luo Qiao nodded.
That was indeed the case.
But the real problem is no one wants to come. Without resolving the issue with those 3 major factions, no one dares to take over.
Lin Ran clenched his jaw.
Which 3 major factions?
I'll go meet them.
Of the 3 major factions, he knew only one, Wang Ye's Hunter's organization. The other 2? He'd never even heard of them.
Luo Qiao wasted no time, pulling out a stack of documents. The documents contained a map of the conservation area.
The map was divided into 3 distinct sections, each marked with red, yellow, and blue highlighters. The largest section bore a prominent character, Hunter's Wang Ye's faction. Next was the second largest section, located in the southeastern part of the conservation area. It bore a large character, Su.
The third section bore the character Cheng. The Su family, the largest commercial dynasty across Blue Star, controls nearly half the wealth of Conservation Zone 4. Their commercial alliance spans major conservation zones across Blue Star, ranking second only to the Forbidden Tang clan in familial influence. The Qing Alliance, a formidable power built upon this conservation zone, controls its 3 spirit exorcist academies and various facilities. It was founded by former Federation members.
Lin Ran's brow furrowed. These factions were no easy foes.
One controlled the wealth of Conservation Zone 4, while the other controlled its infrastructure.
If we were to draw parallels to the Federation, the Su family would be its treasury.
The Green Alliance, however, had become the force that replaced the Federation's presence. The Spirit Exorcist Academy, a facility that should have been built and managed by the Federation, is now also in the hands of the Green Alliance.
Solving this problem is really a hassle. More troublesome than rebuilding an entire conservation area. Lin Ran turned to the last family, the Wang family. What about the Hunters?
Luo Qiao shrugged. You know how it is being Hunters, they naturally command the largest armed forces in the entire Federation. Nearly every powerful spirit exorcist has joined their ranks.
However, Wang Ye's goal isn't to dominate this sanctuary, so he hasn't invested much effort into managing it.
Otherwise, the other 2 families might not have survived. Lin Ran naturally didn't doubt Luo Qiao's words.
Wang Ye's faction, the Hunters, possessed immense power. After all, he was a cataclysm tier exorcist.
He commanded countless hell-tier specters. If it came to a fight, the other two factions stood no chance. Unless they also possessed a cataclysm-level force, but that was utterly impossible.
Go back and think it over. Figure out where to start. Lin Ran didn't hesitate, nodding as he walked into the Federation branch office.
Inside, he located a long-unused computer, connected it to the network, and inserted the data card Tang Yu had given him.
Soon, the Tang clan database appeared once more. Luo Chao, standing nearby, was stunned. Holy crap! You actually got your hands on the Tang clan database? You're something else, kid. When can I borrow it to look up some info too?
Lin Ran smiled. Tang Yu gave it to me.
Oh, that kid. Luo Chao recalled the young man's figure. Tang Yu, that kid. He's one of the few direct descendants in the Tang clan.
He should be enjoying the clan's resources and living carefree, but he insists on proving himself. So he started roaming all over Blue Star, collecting ghostly artifacts everywhere. But he's actually a decent guy. Don't let his slacker attitude fool you, he's surprisingly powerful. And that guy, he's ruthless, arrogant, and reckless. If he ever takes over the Tang clan, Blue Star will be plunged into a bloody storm. As he spoke, Lin Ran had already pulled up the Qing Alliance's records. The records revealed that the Qing Alliance wasn't led by a single figure, but by seven SSS-ranked spirit exorcists. One of them was a familiar face.
Tang Yu. Chapter 190, The Green Alliance. The Elders of the Federation. Luo Chao gasped in shock. How is that kid here too?
He really does thrive on chaos. Lin Ran nodded in agreement.
Who would have thought Tang Yu's reach extends this far? In that case, let's start by taking down this faction. The faction Tang Yu has connections within should be easier to deal with, right? Lin Ran thought to himself, yet he didn't rush to leave.
Instead, he pulled up the Su family's data.
The Su family. A family powerhouse originating from Conservation Zone 2, controlling all auction houses across Blue Star.
Later, due to suppression by the Protected Zone 2 Federation, they relocated to Protected Zone 4.
With Zone 4 lacking governance, their influence rapidly expanded, simultaneously producing two hell-tier exorcists.
With no immediate threat, our sect had no plans to intervene. Moreover, the Su family has repeatedly collaborated with our Tang sect, spending heavily to invite our experts to assist in battles, fostering amicable relations.
Lin Ran raised an eyebrow. Tang sect's records clearly showed the Su family's overall strength was not particularly formidable.
They only had two hell-tier exorcists stationed there, and those had emerged after relocating from Conservation Zone 2. However, their immense wealth allowed them to enlist numerous transcendently powerful individuals. Even the Tang sect has collaborated with them on multiple occasions.
This won't be easy.
After a moment's consideration, Lin Ran made his decision. He would head to the Green Alliance for investigation.
He stood up immediately. I'm heading to the Green Alliance. Luo Chao nodded.
In that case, I'll look into the Su family.
Though the Federation has some grievances with them, it's not entirely unsolvable. Lin Ran nodded. As for that final hunter organization, we'll discuss it together after we return. Agreed.
After bidding farewell to Luo Chao, Lin Ran and Ayin headed toward the Green Alliance's headquarters.
Before long, they arrived before a towering building.
Lin Ran saw white cloth draped across the entire entrance.
What is going on here? Ayin looked equally bewildered. Has someone from the Green Alliance passed away? The two got out of the car and walked straight inside.
Along the way, people stood solemnly on both sides, paying their respects in silence.
Upon reaching the main hall, Lin Ran saw the memorial altar placed at the very center. And that one black and white photograph. Li Qiudong. What's going on here? Lin Ran couldn't fathom it, nor could he comprehend it. Was there some hidden connection between the Green Alliance and Li Qiudong? Noticing their arrival, the 6 men in suits observing a moment of silence at the front turned simultaneously. Their faces no longer bore the marks of youth, appearing to be in their 40s or 50s. Their faces bore only exhaustion and sorrow. You've arrived, Lin Ran, and the Silver Dragon's daughter. Lin Ran nodded, looking at the portly middle-aged man at the center. You must be senior hero? He had seen this man's photo in the database. Wu Haojie, the eldest brother among the 7 of the Green Alliance. Wu Haojie nodded. Come, let us pay our respects to Old Li. Any business can wait until later. Lin Ran naturally didn't refuse and stepped forward to pay his respects. Half an hour passed quickly. The entire memorial hall was enveloped in silence, broken only by the steady rhythm of everyone's breathing. Finally, Wu Haojie said, "All right, come with us." Led by Wu Haojie and his 5 companions, Lin Ran and the other followed them to the back courtyard. After everyone took their seats, Wu Haojie clasped his hands together and rested them on the table. You want to know about our relationship with Old Li? Lin Ran nodded. From the records, he had learned that years ago, due to certain disagreements, Wu Haojie had led his men to withdraw from the Federation and establish their own faction. Logically, there should be some lingering friction between the two sides. So why would they go to such great lengths to build a memorial hall and mourn him after his death? It seems you're aware we do have some disagreements. But no matter what, Old Li was still our big brother. I've been following Old Lee since we were night watchmen over 20 years. Wu Haojie's eyes reddened. Back then, we had a minor falling out over the Federation's development. But we're both stubborn, prideful types, neither of us back down. Now our elder brother is gone, sacrificed for the conservation zone. Only now do we realize he wasn't rejecting the reserve, nor neglecting it, he simply approached it differently than we did. Many years ago, the Federation's reputation in Conservation Zone 4 declined. Wu Haojie and others advocated expanding the Federation's influence, taking control of vital facilities like the Spirit Exorcist Academy. But Li Qiudong, crushed by the heavy blow, had become despondent and simply given up. This led to a major confrontation between the two sides. In the end, Wu Haojie led his people away, while Li Qiudong remained alone to guard this branch of the Federation. Now, with Li Qiudong dead, Wu Haojie recalled all that had transpired, his heart filled with an indescribable ache. They hadn't even had the chance to properly talk things through. They hadn't even shared a farewell drink. They parted on bad terms. Until the very end, not a single word of apology had ever passed between them. Lin Ran sighed, recalling his past life. As a child, he had quarreled with his parents and eventually left home, arriving in this world. 18 years had passed since then, and he wondered how his parents back in that world were doing now. He had thought that 18 years would be enough to forget it all completely. Yet now, as the memories resurfaced, his heart remained unsettled. Enough about the past. You want to rebuild the Federation of Nursery Zone 4 here, correct? Wu Haojie wiped away his sorrow and asked. Lin Ran nodded. Yes. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. That's exactly what we all think. So, if you trust us, you can take us in directly. Merge us into the Federation. Lin Ran was taken aback. This simple? He had anticipated a fierce battle, yet unexpectedly, he gained their affirmation so effortlessly. Noticing his surprise, a middle-aged man with a scar across his face explained, truthfully, we've always operated under the Federation's principles. Everything we've done has been for the day when Old Lee regains his former vigor and brings us back into the Federation. Wu Haojie added, we just never imagined he'd be gone now, and you take his place. Still, we old-timers are quite satisfied with your performance. After all, we witnessed your battle against that cataclysm-level specter on the big screen ourselves. At this, everyone wore expressions of admiration. An SSS-tier spirit exorcist daring to confront a catastrophe-level specter. Catastrophe level. That's a being powerful enough to destroy an entire conservation area. Forget SSS-tier exorcists, even hell-tier exorcists wouldn't dare engage it head-on. Lin Ran's face flushed crimson. That was all thanks to the ghosts. If not for Meow Meow and Sha Sha, he'd have died countless times over. Hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Ha ha, that's the first time we've ever heard that. Exorcists always take credit for their ghostly companions' work, you're the first to shift the blame. Lin Ran scratched the back of his head, saying nothing. Just then, a Yin's communicator buzzed. It was a message from Luo Qiao. How are things with you and Lin Ran? Once you're done, come to the Su residence immediately. The situation isn't looking good. Seeing this, Yin's expression darkened. This is bad. Something's bound to go wrong. Not just Lin Ran, but everyone present was startled. What happened? Over at Luo Qiao's end, the Su family seems unwilling to cooperate with us. Lin Ran's heart sank. This didn't bode well. Luo Qiao had a fiery temper, the kind that would curse at the drop of a hat. If the Su family also had a hothead, a fight would be inevitable. And with the Su family fielding 2 hell-tier exorcists, Luo Qiao would be at a disadvantage. With that thought, he immediately bid farewell to the others. I must be going, esteemed elders. Once the matter with the Su family is resolved, I will return to formally invite all of you elders to rejoin the Federation. With that, he saluted them with a deep, military-style bow. The elders' eyes welled with tears. They all nodded in return, watching Lin Ran depart. Chapter 191, Who exactly is binding whom? Su family estate. Located in the southeastern part of Conservation Zone 4. Here stood an exceptionally bustling commercial district. The most striking feature was the dazzling golden structure at its very center. A 7-story tower, its grand entrance adorned with 4 imposing characters. Heaven on earth. The golden characters, seemingly crafted from pure gold, reflected the sunlight in breathtaking splendor. As Lin Ran and his companion approached, a doorman dressed in a tailored suit and white gloves stepped forward. Mr. Lin Ran, please come in. I'll take care of your vehicle. Stepping into the foyer, a decorative painting covering an entire wall came into view. Countless crystals adorned its surface, refracting a kaleidoscope of colors in dazzling brilliance. A woman in a black and white uniform approached, pausing beside Lin Ran. She bowed her head in greeting. Mr. Lin Ran, please follow me. Soon, the elevator ascended to the 7th floor. The attendant did not stop there, however, but continued guiding Mr. Lin and his companion up to the rooftop terrace above the 7th floor. The rooftop was adorned with an array of flowers and plants, resembling an aerial garden. Amidst the greenery stood an oval-shaped table. Luo Qiao and the Su family members were seated there, deep in discussion. Lin Ran walked straight up, his gaze darting quickly over the group. For members of the Su family were present, 2 Hell tier and 2 SSS tier. The SSS rankers posed no real threat, but the Hell rankers were a bit more troublesome to deal with. One of the Hell level members rose and said, "Commander Lin Ran, please take a seat. We've been waiting for you." Lin Ran sat down and offered a deliberately polite greeting. "Chieftain Su Jin, you truly remain vigorous in your old age." Hearing this, Su Jin laughed. "Haha, it seems Commander Lin Ran has done his homework. Since that's the case, let's cut to the chase. I prefer straightforward business dealings." Lin Ran nodded. He wasn't one for beating around the bush either. Su Jin turned to Luo Qiao. "Earlier, Minister Luo outlined the current situation for us. However, we still have one significant concern. If you intend to rebuild the Federation facilities, you will undoubtedly require sufficient manpower and capable individuals. Minister Luo's prowess is undeniable and widely recognized, but in our view, it alone won't be enough to clear every obstacle within the conservation zone." At this point, Su Jin's expression hardened with a hint of ruthlessness. "What we need is someone ruthless enough, powerful enough to clear those obstacles. Otherwise, we refuse to participate in an investment doomed to fail." Lin Ran understood perfectly. He knew exactly what Su Jin was wary of. The Hunters Organization. Wang Yi's faction. That organization harboring a natural disaster-level ghost. If it suddenly launched an attack, not only would the reconstruction of the Conservation Zone Federation be impossible, but even their own factions would be utterly annihilated. Unless someone could demonstrate the capability to counter them, the Su family was unwilling to take that risk. They'd rather share scraps with the hunters than gamble on feasting with the Federation. With that thought, Lin Ran wasted no time, summoning Miao Miao and Sha Sha immediately. The moment the two ghosts appeared, powerful ghostly energies surged forth simultaneously. Not only that, but even SS-ranked Fingqi rushed out to join the commotion. The only regret was that Rose hadn't awakened yet, otherwise, summoning her too would have surely caused an earth-shattering uproar. After all, she was an SS-rank entity capable of slaying Hell-rank foes. Su Jin glanced at the 3 spirits, his expression tinged with disappointment. Not even 3 SSS-class spirits could be gathered, and an SS-class one was brought along to make up the numbers. If this were later, your achievements would surely be great. But now, I fear you won't even reach them before being crushed by others. Lin Ran shook his head. "Perhaps you still don't understand my demons. They can't be judged by rank alone. Right, kitty? Meow? Prove it to us." In the next instant, Su Jin summoned his companion ghost spirit. A 4-legged spirit landed on the rooftop grass. Dragon head, turtle body, its entire form gleaming with a dazzling golden hue. Golden armored dragon turtle. Specter tier, infernal. Special abilities, alchemy domain, golden armor immortal. Looks like another monster renowned for its defense. Luo Qiao cautioned, "Lin Ran, be careful. Even the martial spirit king struggles to breach this monster's defenses." Lin Ran nodded. "I understand." Su Jin chuckled beside him, "I won't take advantage of you. You have 3 ghosts here. If they can break through the golden armored dragon turtle's defenses together, I'll admit you're capable. If you can't even handle hell-tier demons, then forget it." He knew full well that the Federation's greatest adversary was the Cataclysm-level King Cliff. Lin Ran frowned. If Rose were to awaken, her explosive power would make dealing with this demon a breeze. Even the strongest defenses would be as useless as scrap paper before the crossed ghost scythe. But perhaps Sasa, in her current state, could be worth a try. Thinking this, he looked at the red-eyed, golden-haired girl who was already itching to fight. "Sasha, can you break through this turtle's defenses alone?" Sasha gave the golden-armored dragon turtle a long, appraising look before nodding. Oh, and without summoning the Hell Gate. Lin Ran suddenly recalled Rose's stubbornness back then. She'd stubbornly activated the Realm of Oblivion without a second thought, instantly obliterating a Hell-tier demon. If Sasa followed suit and summoned the gates of hell on a whim, then called forth nearly 1,000 SSS-tier demons, who could possibly withstand that? Fortunately, Sasa nodded again. With a flick of her wrist, she drew the flaming scythe. Lin Ran finally turned to Su Jin. "Clan Chief Su might be disappointed. We don't need 3. She alone is sufficient." "Oh?" A flicker of surprise crossed Su Jin's face. The instant Sasa grasped the scythe, he distinctly sensed the ghostly energy emanating from her surge dramatically. What was happening? Before he could react, Sasa held the scythe in one hand and formed a seal with the other. A crimson flame ignited upon the scythe, its scorching aura raising the air temperature several degrees. Her other hand rapidly traced a series of seals, summoning a massive purple light array behind her. In an instant, both attacks were unleashed simultaneously. Flames shot skyward, intertwining with the violet spiritual light, instantly engulfing the golden-armored dragon tortoise's body. Immediately after, a loud crack echoed as the golden-armored dragon turtle was smashed away. Su Jin stared in disbelief. "How is this possible? Even a top-tier special ghost like Yama couldn't break through my golden-armored dragon turtle's defenses so easily at SSS rank." Lin Ran shook his head. "No, it's entirely possible. The facts are clear. Does the Su family intend to go back on their word? Su-jin fell silent. He rose and approached the golden armored dragon turtle, summoning it back.
Only then did he return to the group, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Ran.
Tell me, are you human or ghost? Lin Ran frowned.
It seems you truly intend to go back on your word. His expression darkened.
Cat clenched her fists tightly. At Lin Ran's command, she would be the first to charge forward and crush him. A long silence passed. Su-jin shook his head. I have no intention of reneging. I simply want to know, can an ordinary human truly form a contract with such an extraordinary spirit? Is she binding you, or are you binding her? Lin Ran couldn't help but laugh. What do you think? Su-jin shook his head. I don't know. Never mind. Now isn't the time for this. Let's discuss our cooperation. More than that, I'm curious, what are your plans for the hunter's side?
Lin Ran spat out a single word coldly: kill.
Chapter 192, The Federation's First Leader.
Instantly, the entire rooftop grew icy. Kill. Lin Ran's tone carried boundless murderous intent. Even Ain, who had been by his side for so long, rarely witnessed such intense murderous intent as he displayed today.
Su-jin was puzzled. Why?
Lin Ran made no attempt to hide his motives. He killed my friend. Therefore, I will kill him. Favors are repaid with favors, grudges are settled with vengeance. He cared not for rules or conventions. Even if he wasn't yet a match for Wang Ya, he would find a way to exact his revenge. Su-jin walked to the table, picked up the tea, and drank it in one gulp. All right. When you need me, just call my communication channel directly.
Lin Ran nodded. Thank you.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than an encrypted message arrived on his communicator. Opening it, he was surprised to see the sender was Tangyu. He recalled never having given the other party his channel number. But considering the powerful forces behind Tangyu, it wasn't hard to understand. Tracking someone's communication channel was surprisingly straightforward. He hurriedly tapped to view it.
Tangyu, new developments regarding that woman.
I secretly used my father's ID card to access some files.
I've already encrypted and transmitted them to you. Use my ID card to decrypt them. Make sure to check your messages.
Lin Ran was startled and immediately replied, thank you.
Tangyu, just returning the favor. No need to thank me.
Closing the communicator, Lin Ran addressed the others.
Regarding our collaboration, I'll leave it to Master Su and Uncle Luoqiao to oversee matters. I have other commitments and must take my leave.
Having witnessed his capabilities, Su-jin made no attempt to stop him. Go ahead.
Ain, however, asked with concern, what happened? Do you need me to come?
Lin Ran shook his head.
No need. I can handle it myself.
Then, he leaned close and whispered in Yin's ear, stay here with Uncle Qiao.
I'm a little worried.
Though the earlier misunderstanding had been cleared up, his apprehension remained.
Lin Ran didn't trust the Su family's character.
It was precisely this distrust that made Ain conflicted about whom to follow. If she stayed with Lin Ran and Luoqiao faced danger, she would feel guilty. If she followed Luoqiao, she would grieve if Lin Ran faced danger. Now that she had Lin Ran's affirmation, she naturally felt at ease staying by Luoqiao's side. Soon, Lin Ran returned to the Federation branch office. He opened his computer, inserted Tangyu's ID card, and decrypted the files.
A document appeared before him.
On the first page of the file, the first thing that caught her eye was that pair of blood-red pupils.
Name, Naya.
Status, Senior Researcher, Federation.
Special status, unknown.
Former honorary clan leader of the Tang clan, director of the Exorcist headquarters, chief executive of the Night Parade of 100 Ghosts project.
Lin Ran was utterly dumbfounded.
Minister of the Exorcist Federation headquarters.
That meant he commanded the entire Exorcist Federation. How could this be possible? Continuing to read, each event listed its approximate timeline.
And her tenure as Minister of Headquarters began precisely at the Federation's founding.
What on earth was going on here?
Lin Ran kept reading, but all she could see were her past honors.
Her identity and background? Not registered in the records. What on earth was going on?
Lin Ran grew increasingly curious. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the section labeled Night Parade of 100 Demons Project.
Night Parade of 100 Demons Project, date. 100 years ago? Could it be that there are two Night Parade of 100 Demons plans? The first plan was 100 years ago. And the second plan was 10 years ago.
Lin Ran slapped his forehead. No wonder the investigation back then never uncovered a single trace of this person. Look at the Night Parade of 100 Demons plan from 100 years ago.
Night Parade of 100 Demons Project.
Objective, research human-ghost coexistence to fuse both species, creating half-human, half-ghost beings possessing ghostly abilities in human consciousness. Lin Ran's heart lurched, and he clenched his fists unconsciously.
How could such inhumane experiments ever exist? It was utterly inhumane. How could such a plan possibly succeed? Continuing to read, the outcome was indeed failure. Human bodies could not withstand the power of ghosts. Ghosts cannot accept human seed either, resulting in all 30 fetuses dying in utero.
Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief.
Thankfully, it had failed. Otherwise, who knows how many would have walked that path of moral corruption. He forced himself to suppress his anger and kept reading. After this experiment was halted, Naya completely severed ties with the Federation and vanished without a trace. Some claim to have seen her walk into the mist. The mist. Beyond the Federation's conservation zones lay unexplored territories collectively known as the Mist Zones. Across the entire Blue Star, including those under construction and planned, there were only over 30 such reserves. Across the entire Blue Star, they barely cover the area of a single continent. Bear in mind, Blue Star possesses 7 such continents. The journey to fully reclaim the remaining 6 major landmasses from the clutches of the ghostly creatures is still a long one. Venturing into these unexplored unknown territories is perilous beyond measure, with a near certain death toll. But no one would consider her dead. Her abilities far surpass the comprehension of ordinary humans. The specter capable of ending her life has likely not yet come into being. Soon, she finished reading the final segment of the classified documents, which self-destructed at that very moment. Lin Ran exhaled a long, heavy breath. It seems this person is far more mysterious than I imagined. If I get another chance to meet her, maybe I can ask about her past. But for now. Lin Ran sighed helplessly. The urgent priority was still to level up. None of his 4 contracted ghosts had reached Hell tier yet. If he faced a Cataclysm tier ghost head-on, he wouldn't stand a chance. Even if he played all his trump cards, it wouldn't make a dent. It seemed he needed to find a way to grind up some monster experience. Lin Ran opened his interface to check. After the last ghost tide, Cat's experience was already over half full, while Shasha's still had a long way to go. Fengqi's was also over half full. Meow Meow earned double monster experience, while Fengqi was 1 level lower. At this rate, both Cat and Fengqi would be leveling up soon. Just as he pondered this, a thump sound echoed from the window. Lin Ran glanced sideways and saw a black crow perched on the windowsill, clutching a rolled-up note in its beak. He hurriedly opened the window to investigate. The crow simply dropped the note and flapped its wings away. Lin Ran acted with lightning speed, activating his skill to check the creature's level. Messenger Crow. Ghost level, SSS. Special ability, immune to all physical attacks. Lin Ran? Is this bug-like monster actually real? No time to think, he hurriedly unfolded the note to read. After all, this was a ghost that only delivered bad news. Its appearance couldn't possibly mean anything good. The note bore neat, delicate handwriting. Congratulations, you guessed right, it's definitely not good news. As far as I know, your companion at the outer perimeter of Conservation Zone 15 has completely devolved into a mindless specter. I'm curious to see what you'll do now. Outskirts of Zone 15, Shiha Village. Su Sierra. Something's happened to her. Lin Ran cursed furiously, damn it. I knew that damn woman would harm her. He hurriedly checked his system points, 40,212. Still a huge gap to reach 100,000. Gamble? He dared not risk his partner's life on a gamble. He'd just have to grind it out slowly. Hunt high-level ghosts. Yes, only by hunting high-level ghosts could he earn points faster. Suddenly, Fengqi tugged at his sleeve, brother. Who sent this? Lin Ran felt as if struck by lightning. Right. Who sent this? For a moment, this damned piece of information completely scrambled his basic thinking. So much so that he didn't even question who the messenger might be. Chapter 193, Catastrophic Exorcist, 1 strike, 1 kill. Lin Ran tucked the note away and gazed in the direction the crow had flown, his expression growing grave. Now that the crow was gone, there was no way to track it down. The trail had gone cold. The only path left, it seemed, was Shiha Village. Go, or not go? This might be a trap. Going could lead to grave danger. But if he didn't go, what would become of Su Sierra? Lin Ran gritted his teeth. What the hell are we waiting for? Our comrade is in danger. So what if it's a trap? There's nothing to fear. Compared to his own safety, he was now more worried about Su Sierra. The Su Sierra he hadn't seen in so long had likely become a full-fledged ghost by now. If he wasn't stopped in time, she might well perish completely. With that thought, Lin Ran left a note on the table, bid farewell to everyone, and drove nonstop toward Conservation Zone 15. The car sped along, quickly leaving Conservation Zone 4 behind. Unbeknownst to him, a crimson figure flashed across a distant high-rise building in the corner. As evening approached. As the dusky sunset cast its glow, Lin Ran's communicator rang. He answered, and Luo Chao's curses immediately erupted from the other end. You bastard. Trying to screw me over, huh? Damn it. We agreed I'd hand over Conservation Zone 4 to you, but you went and bolted with the train overnight, didn't you? Lin Ran felt his scalp tingle and quickly turned down the volume on the communicator. After a long pause, Aeen snatched the communicator. Her clear, sweet voice sounded like heavenly music. You go over there on your own and stay safe. I might not be able to come find you for a while. Luo Chao alone probably won't be enough to handle the situation over here for now. Lin Ran quickly replied, don't worry, I'll handle things over there. Besides, going to Conservation Zone 15 will take us through Zone 13. I can bring Yen Ran along. Though he said this, he had no such intention in mind. After all, Shiha village was far too dangerous. Though by Lin Ran was no pushover, even an SS rank like her might not be enough. That's good. Alright, that's all for now. Something seems to have happened outside. We need to go check it out. Before Lin Ran could say goodbye, the other end cut off the call. Helpless, he could only let out a wry smile, shake his head, and continue driving with full concentration. Perhaps because Lin Ran was driving too fast, he encountered no ghostly obstructions along the way. By the time he reached the outskirts of Conservation Zone 5, Lin Ran was utterly exhausted. With no other choice, he pulled over nearby, hunted down 3 ghosts, absorbed their ghost energy, and finally regained his alertness to continue the journey. But just as he started the engine, the communicator rang again. It was Yin. Something terrible has happened. Yin's tone was grave. The leader of the Hunters organization is dead. Someone pierced his forehead with a single strike. He didn't even have time to summon his ghost. Lin Ran's heart sank. A spirit exorcist of this calamity level caliber would have their contracted spirit come to protect them upon encountering danger. That left only one possibility: he'd been killed by another human using conventional firearms. But ordinary firearms posed no threat to a spirit exorcist of this caliber. Their physical bodies and reflexes were far beyond those of ordinary humans. What was the cause of death? Unknown. Ain was deeply concerned. No residual ghost energy was found at the scene, nor were there any traces of firearms. Lin Ran felt a chill run down his spine. Not firearms. Then what was it? Based on the scene investigation, it's almost identical to suicide. At this point, Ain grew uneasy. We suspect it might be some unregistered new type of ghost. You must be extremely careful. If it really was the work of a ghost, that would be terrifying. It effortlessly killed a celestial calamity-level spirit exorcist, without even summoning their contracted spirit. Such tactics, if they were directed at me, how could I possibly defend against them? Ain, you guys need to be careful too. But Wang Ye's death isn't entirely bad news. At least it'll ease your burden considerably. Without a cataclysm-level exorcist, the 3 major factions in Protective Zone 4 were now nearly balanced. The Green Alliance had now formally returned to the Federation, with Luo Xiao, a Hell-tier exorcist, stationed there. The Su family is now led by 2 patriarchs. As for the last Hunters, with their king dead, even if they harbored numerous Hell-tier members, they couldn't escape the fate of disintegration. It won't be long before they're completely wiped out. Ain voiced his concern. That's true. But I'm more worried about the true intentions of the person behind it all. If it's merely a grudge against Wang Ye, there's no need for concern. But if they aim to hunt down all high-level spirit exorcists, that's dangerous. Lin Ran could only offer reassurance. Don't worry. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. As for the killer of Wang Ye, he still had no leads. Ain had no leads either. There was simply no way to investigate. The only option left was to wait. Laying a trap, waiting for the hunter to show up. That night, all the high-level spirit exorcists in Conservation Zone 4 stayed awake. Anxiety and unease permeated the entire conservation area. It wasn't until daylight that the exorcists gathered together to hold a meeting about the mysterious hunter. Luo Qiao was naturally among them. Compared to the others, however, he appeared far more composed. In his words, if death was inevitable, there was no point in hiding. Better to face the crisis head-on. In layman's terms, he'd given up. Fortunately, the incident didn't stir up much trouble within Conservation Zone 4 for long. Reconstruction efforts in the Conservation Zone proceeded methodically. With the obstacles removed, the reconstruction of the Federation branch also proceeded smoothly. So much so that some even began to suspect whether the Federation had sent someone to assassinate Wang Ye. In the blink of an eye. A week passed. Conservation Zone 15. Lin Ran drove slowly into the border jungle. There were no roads for vehicles here. They had to get out and walk. Meow Meow appeared at the perfect moment, unfurling the ghost realm to intimidate the surrounding spirits. Thus, Lin Ran entered Shiha village unimpeded. Stepping back into this place, he was met with desolation. Weeds grew wild, and the ground was piled high with countless mounds of black sand, all transformed from the corpses of ghosts and monsters. What on earth had happened here? Frowning, Lin Ran activated his Death God's Eye and cautiously moved forward. Finally, he arrived at the villa where Shiha resided. Through the window, he could only see the old piano. Share. After calling out from afar, a crimson figure flashed before his eyes. Shihi appeared before him, clad in a crimson robe. Her pale face bore a trace of anger. What are you doing here? I warned you not to interfere in our affairs again. Do you want to die? Lin Ran met her murderous blood-red eyes without flinching. I came to see Sheer. Where is she now? What business is it of yours? Shihi formed a claw with one hand, unleashing a terrifying surge of ghostly energy. Lin Ran sensed something was amiss. This ghostly aura was far weaker than Shihi's had been before. Under the gaze of the Death God's Eye, Shihi's attributes appeared before him. Shiha. Ghost rank, Hell tier. Special ability, Sunflower Incineration. Lin Ran roared with fury. So you did transfer your ghostly aura to Sheer. What's wrong with her now?
Feeling his fury, Cat clenched her fists in anger, ready to fight at any moment.
But he sneered coldly. What? Are you certain you wish to oppose me? In an instant, the crimson ghostly domain unfolded, engulfing Lin Ran in a world of flames.
Chapter 194, Ghostly Sierra, and the Morning Crow returns. As flames closed in around him, Lin Ran showed no fear. Hell-level ghosts were no longer a threat to him.
Meow.
A furious roar echoed as the half-cat girl flicked her arms, unleashing a towering tidal wave that extinguished the advancing flames.
Simultaneously, a dark shadow flickered behind Shiha.
A flaming scythe came crashing down.
In an instant, hellfire raged as a flaming hound charged at Shiha.
Her expression darkened as she whipped her claw backward, tearing through the attack. The white-haired girl, her ambush foiled, did not linger.
She vanished again, reappearing above Shiha. Her hands formed seals, conjuring a luminous array.
As she thrust downward with one hand, a blinding purple beam erupted from the array.
Boom! Shiha had no time to dodge and was engulfed by the purple beam.
Yet this strike did not kill her. A wall of fire blocked most of the attack, barely wounding Shiha.
Lin Ran's face darkened with fury. Still unwilling to tell me the truth? What exactly did you do to Sheer? How confident are you in this?
He gritted his teeth, a powerful aura of ghostly energy surging from his body. In an instant, dark clouds obscured the sun, thunder roared, and lightning flashed across the sky.
Faced with Lin Ran's questioning, she seemed unwilling to disclose anything.
Lin Ran held nothing back. It seems we have no choice but to fight.
Meow meow, sha sha, hold nothing back. Meow.
Meow meow responded obediently, then flashed a chilling grin. It seemed she'd been craving this creature for quite some time. In an instant, three terrifying forces collided.
The deafening explosion sent shivers down the spine.
In the head-on collision, Shiha was no match for the two and was sent flying backward. She crashed through the villa's rear wall, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground.
Still unwilling to give up?
Lin Ran stepped forward, confronting Shihi amidst the wreckage once more. What awaited him, however, was Shiha's desperate, life-or-death counterattack. Sharp claws sliced through the air, leaving a long trail of blood in their wake. In an instant, a severed arm flew straight through the air. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain of his severed limb, Lin Ran snarled, his face contorted with fury. This arm is repayment for saving my life that day.
Now, tell me what happened to Su Sierra. Shiha froze.
Seeing the torn wound, her heart clenched painfully.
Blood.
Unstoppable streams of crimson spilled outward, staining Lin Ran's shirt red and pooling into a deep puddle at his feet. Seeing Shihi's silence, Lin Ran clenched his remaining fist and slammed it hard into her face. Speak! The agony of his severed arm and the pain of losing his loved ones overwhelmed his mind. But gritting his teeth, he forced himself to endure, landing another punch squarely on Shihi's face. Bloodshot veins in Lin Ran's eyes threatened to burst. His gaze, demonic and unyielding, fixed on Shihi. Speak!
What happened to her? How much longer do you intend to harm her?
Another punch smashed into Shihi's face, drawing fresh blood. Finally, she collapsed, kneeling weakly with her proud head bowed. I failed. Lin Ran, consumed by rage, ignored both Shihi and his own severed arm as he sprinted toward the villa. In the grand hall, a mahogany coffin lay silently at the center.
The coffin's surface was engraved with intricate runes. Lin Ran approached.
The bird-bodied, human-faced girl lay within, her eyes tightly shut.
Su Sierra. Specter type, mutated rainbow phoenix. Monster tier, infernal.
Special ability, apocalyptic black flames.
Current status, sealed. She has stumbled in, dazed, she went berserk, slaughtering indiscriminately. Neither humans nor monsters could escape.
So I sealed her within this coffin. Lin Ran slammed his fist against the coffin in fury, roaring to the heavens. The piercing roar echoed through the hall.
Regret.
At that moment, his heart was filled with nothing but endless regret. If only I had been stronger back then, Sheer wouldn't have come to you for help.
If only I had been stronger back then, I could have snatched her away from you. But it's not too late to make amends now. There's still time.
Lin Ran comforted himself. As long as I gather enough points to purchase that supreme ghost artifact, I can bring Sheer back. Even though she'll still be a ghost, but at least she'll be able to act like a human. With that thought, he turned abruptly to face Shiha. A hell-tier ghost worth 500 points each. Killing her would bring him one step closer.
Caw caw caw. A black crow flew in from outside the door.
Lin Ran startled violently. It was that bird again.
Sasha, trap it.
Hearing this, Sasha swiftly unleashed her ghost realm, creating a spatial confinement. But the harbinger crow suddenly flapped its wings, transforming into a black streak that shot away in an instant.
Its speed was so immense that even the spatial confinement couldn't hold it.
Instead, the paper note that had been swept up remained frozen solid in midair.
Lin Ran frowned. What the hell is that? It was supposed to be physically immune. How could it even defy space?
With no other choice, he stepped forward to pick up the note and examine it. The handwriting remained as neat and elegant as before, identical to the last note he'd received. It seemed to be from the same person.
Hee hee, did you like the gift I sent you? Too bad you couldn't see it with your own eyes, but it's enough. Now, time for the bad news, your companion is going to die. This seal only works on ghost spirits. It was originally designed to imprison the companion ghost spirits of deceased exorcists. Since she's a ghost, I modified it. Now, this coffin will slowly kill her within the seal. So, you need to hurry and find a solution. Of course, you could come to me for advice. But you'd better be prepared to pay the price. Lin Ran felt as if he were walking through a thick fog. A gift? Could this even be called a gift? A former teammate, a comrade now facing death. What kind of gift is this? But Lin Ran tucked away the note and looked at the coffin. This coffin was actually crafted by the mysterious letter writer. He looked at Shiha. Who gave you this coffin? Where is he now? Shiha shook his head. I don't know. A night demon delivered it, claiming to be acting on orders. I have no idea who sent it. And I have no way to find them. Otherwise, I would have gone looking already. Lin Ran's heart skipped a beat. A night demon. Another one of those bizarre monsters. But a night fiend merely following orders? Who was the mastermind behind it all? Lin Ran rapidly considered multiple possibilities, but without exception, each was dismissed. Only one remained. That person. The unexplored zone. The domain of the ghosts and monsters. Only there could an abyss-level spirit possibly exist. Only the monsters there could command so many night demons. With that thought, Lin Ran pulled out his communicator and opened the map. Shiha village lay on the outskirts of Conservation Zone 15, yet it wasn't too far away. Thus, its threat level was rated 1 star, the lowest threat mist zone. Continuing north led to a 2-star mist zone, a blank expanse where no information remained visible on the map. Lin Ran dared not hesitate, rushing outward. Let's go deeper in. Whether it's there or not, I have to go. Even if he didn't find the person, the deeper regions teemed with ghostly creatures. He was sure to earn plenty of points. Chapter 195, The Great Dream. The Ghostly Pact. The moment Lin Ran stepped out of the villa, Shihi asked, Where are you going? Looking for someone. But you. Shihi suddenly noticed that the bleeding from Lin Ran's severed arm had already stopped. Such terrifying regenerative abilities were beyond even the reach of ghosts and monsters. A monster. It was nothing short of a monster. Before Shihi could ask more questions, Lin Ran had already turned and walked deeper into the darkness with his contracted ghost. Watching his retreating figure, Shiha felt a pang of regret. Perhaps I truly shouldn't have banished him back then. After walking for a long time, Lin Ran gradually began to feel drained. Yet scattered ghosts were all that could be glimpsed in the surroundings. Even after slaying them all and absorbing their ghostly energy, it couldn't replenish the reserves depleted by his self-healing. Gradually, his physical strength began to falter. His feet slipped and he fell straight to the ground. Although he possessed a self-healing ability, its recovery speed was far too slow. Though the bleeding had stopped, Lin Ran's body was now extremely weakened. Now, with his ghost energy completely depleted, he had passed out. Seeing this, Meow Meow's eyes lit up instantly. Her large sapphire blue eyes brimmed with delight. Meow meow meow. Meow meow meow. Sasha didn't hesitate, swiftly drawing the hell scythe. Meow meow, back down, meow. Then, she pointed her finger toward the nearby jungle and nodded her head. Meow Meow understood and darted out swiftly. Before long, she returned, dragging 2 ghostly creatures back by the arms, one on each side. With a swift grab and strike, Meow Meow instantly slew both specters. Their ghostly energy was spontaneously absorbed by Lin Ran. Seeing that Lin Ran still hadn't awakened, Kat set out once more on her hunt for ghosts. Time ticked by, yet Lin Ran still showed no signs of waking. The 2 ghosts showed no signs of impatience, tirelessly repeating their routine. In the dark world, Lin Ran's vision once again filled with Bai Yang's smiling face. She leaned forward, her face practically begging to be slapped, her eyes crinkling with amusement as she teased, You idiot. Idiot, look into my eyes. Lin Ran was puzzled, but he stared intently into her eyes, which shimmered with an otherworldly glow. As she stared, those eyes suddenly turned blood red. Startled, Lin Ran looked away. Before her, Bai Yang was nowhere to be seen. Before him stood a woman clad in a crimson cloak. How could it be you? Lin Ran was utterly horrified. He had only seen this woman once before, yet why did she feel so familiar? And those eyes. Apart from their color, their spirit was identical to Bai Yang's. Who are you? Lin Ran demanded loudly, but no one answered. Even the red-clad girl before him vanished completely from sight. A sudden awakening. Lin Ran jolted upright. The ground was littered with the remains of ghostly creatures. His arm had fully healed, even more refined than before. Not far away, Cat dragged 2 ghosts back, drenched in sweat. Both were powerful SS rank ghosts. Yet now, they were being dragged along like 2 pieces of pork. Lin Ran was utterly bewildered. Meow meow, what the hell are you doing? Seeing him awake, Meow Meow didn't hesitate. Right in front of him, she devoured both ghosts. Lin Ran. Sha sha. Meow meow.
Lin Ran was baffled, but luckily Fingchi returned shortly after, carrying a bucket of water.
Yay! Big brother, you're awake. You have no idea you were unconscious for 3 days and nights. We were so worried. Fengchi exclaimed excitedly, here, drink some, brother. I borrowed this from the fish demon sister at the bottom of the lake. Lin Ran? What on earth was going on? But wait, he'd been unconscious for 3 whole days? What had happened during those 3 days?
Looking around, he saw nothing but dense jungle and thickets. No ghosts or monsters in sight, but no humans either.
He quickly pulled out his communicator and activated the locator.
He suddenly realized he had strayed completely away from Conservation Area 15, at least 100 kilometers away.
And a full 80 kilometers from Shiha village. Xiaoqi, what happened while I was unconscious?
Fengchi explained, on the first day you were unconscious, Sister Mao Mao captured every ghost and monster she could find nearby, then killed them right in front of you. But since your arm hadn't fully healed yet, Sister Shasha had us carry you as we ventured deeper inside. We kept walking and fighting all the way, and finally, today, you woke up, brother. Lin Ran was deeply moved. So while he was unconscious, these 3 little ones had done so much for him.
But one thing puzzled him, why hadn't Rose awakened yet after all this time? It didn't make sense.
Nearly half a month had passed.
Could something have happened to Rose?
But when he checked the ghostly space, he found Rose lying there perfectly still, not moving at all, showing not the slightest sign of waking. Nor was there any indication that anything had gone wrong. This was highly peculiar. Lin Ran grew increasingly puzzled. It seemed he needed to figure something out. But the immediate priority wasn't that, it was finding that person.
Where on earth was he hiding?
Unknown ghost clue detected.
Unlock next mission.
Proceed to coordinates 15339-28381 to locate the true form of the unknown ghost.
Lin Ran froze in confusion, what the heck? How did it suddenly detect clues of an unknown ghost?
Just as he pondered this, a caw-caw-caw echoed from behind.
That crow again.
Lin Ran gritted his teeth, wanting to knock it down, but there was no way to do so. Helpless, he could only let it drop the note and fly away.
He unfolded the note to examine it. Sure enough, the same handwriting.
But the tone, no matter how he looked at it, it sounded like an angry old mother.
Are you really that stupid? The mist zone? The deeper mist zone? You, with an arm missing, actually dared to venture in? Don't you fear death? Or do you think I'm fearless enough to crawl in there? Don't be foolish. Come back.
I'll wait for you at the cafe in Nursery Zone 15. Lin Ran paused before snapping back to reality.
Conservation Area 15? In that case, I'll head back. Perfect timing. We can also see what's going on with that ghost waiting for a contract.
With that thought, Lin Ran immediately turned to Feng Qi. Xiaoqi, I'll need you to guide me back.
Feng Qi nodded.
Of course, no problem. Just point the way, brother.
Otherwise, I'm afraid I might get lost.
Lin Ran smiled.
Don't worry.
Before long, they arrived at the roadside outside Shiha village. Lin Ran instructed Fingchi to descend gently, intending to drive back to the conservation area.
After all, even a SS rank spirit like Fingchi couldn't endure such a long flight.
Not to mention, they would soon have to return to the conservation area to face an unknown adversary. Caution was still paramount.
Not long after. Conservation Zone 15.
Late at night, the autumn chill brought howling winds. Outside the cafe, a girl in red sat on a bench holding 2 cups of hot coffee. Watching the cafe lights go out and the doors close, she puffed out her cheeks in annoyance. Why aren't they here yet?
Humans are such boring creatures, so boring. Just then, a screeching brake sound echoed. Immediately after, an explosion erupted.
2 cars collided, and the flames from the explosion nearly engulfed everything around them.
Shop windows shattered completely.
Streetlights toppled over, leaving only the firelight still blazing brightly. The red-clad girl stood up, staring blankly at the sea of flames in the distance.
Chapter 196, What's it like to date the abyss?
Whoa, what a huge fire, kitty. The half-cat girl reluctantly approached the inferno, unleashing her skill to summon a towering tidal wave that instantly extinguished the flames. Not only that, but the people inside weren't spared either. They were swept away, their fate unknown.
But that was no longer Lin Ran's concern. The night watch would arrive soon, and with timely treatment, the situation should be manageable.
After all, anyone still out on the streets at this hour was likely a spirit exorcist. Ordinary humans were highly unlikely. Withdrawing his gaze, Lin Ran noticed the red-clad girl before him staring intently at him. A peculiar smile played upon her lips.
This unsettled him.
After all, this mysterious figure could command disaster-level ghosts at will. A monster who had lived for who knew how many centuries.
Her power likely far surpassed that of ordinary abyssal demons.
Even the walls of the protected zone proved utterly useless against her.
You're Naya?
Lin Ran asked tentatively, his guard up, ready to vanish and flee at any moment. Naya nodded with a soft laugh, her red lips curving into a captivating smile. She held out a cup of coffee with one hand. Lin Ran accepted it cautiously, puzzled. Thank you. The coffee carried a barely perceptible warmth. It seemed as though it had been brewed quite some time ago. Glancing at the cafe by the street with its shuttered roll-up door, Lin Ran realized she must have been waiting for him here for quite some time.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Naya finally spoke up. You've got some serious clout. Just as Lin Ran was about to speak, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Congratulations. You have completed all guidance tasks for the Unknown Ghost's contract. Host, please respond appropriately to the Unknown Ghost to accumulate affinity points. Reaching 600 affinity points will activate the contract. After successful contracting, every 10 points of affinity will convert into 1 point of compatibility.
Hearing this, Lin Ran nearly jumped out of his skin. The moment he arrived here, he sensed something was off. This was precisely the system's designated guidance coordinates.
And right now, there was only one spirit. The red-clad girl, Naya.
He had suspected at the time that the system might be asking him to contract this spirit. And now, it was confirmed beyond doubt. This system clearly doesn't value the host's life at all. Lin Ran quickly composed himself, his expression apologetic.
My apologies, lovely Miss Naya. There are several cafes within this conservation area. I stopped by a few when I arrived, which delayed me a bit. Naya shot him a disdainful look. Enough with the lies, you smooth-talking ghost-chasing man. System, Naya's affection level 10. Current affection level, 110. Warning, affinity level critically low. Host must improve immediately or face life-threatening consequences. Here we go again.
It was the same when I first contracted with the cat. But back then, with the contract binding us, the cat was relatively safe.
But now.
Lin Ran's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry.
Actually,
I wasted some time driving here. Though he felt he hadn't done anything wrong, he offered a token apology. In his view, it was best to spare Fingchi and the others any unnecessary trouble.
System, Naya's affection +1, current affection 109.
Naya's face was clearly displeased.
You're always like this, thinking about others instead of yourself.
For a moment, Lin Ran felt a strange illusion. That tone of resentment sounded exactly like a lovesick person who had waited years for their beloved to return.
But this favorability gain was moving at a snail's pace, wasn't it? Just 1 point at a time? How long would it take to grind up 600 affinity points?
And there were people waiting for him back in Shiha village.
Time is running out. Help me.
Bitter sorrow filled Lin Ran's heart, yet all he could do was keep apologizing.
I'm sorry. Don't say sorry.
Naya shook her head, her dark eyes fixed intently on him. Such a familiar feeling.
Lin Ran felt it again.
To appear legitimately in the human conservation zone, Naya had employed some disguises. Her blood-red pupils retracted, replaced by a pair of black pupils resembling those of humans.
Shining black.
This way, she looked even more like a human.
Almost identical. So much so that Lin Ran blurted out involuntarily, Aries? Naya giggled, you idiot. System, Naya's affection for you +5, current affection 104. Bingo. She really was Aries. But Lin Ran couldn't muster any joy at that moment. He felt like he'd been tricked. He felt deeply unsettled. But for the sake of her favorability rating, Lin Ran forced himself to suppress his feelings in feigned happiness. I'm so relieved you're okay. Naya sighed, a hint of disappointment in her voice. So, the one you truly care about isn't me after all. It's her.
What if I told you she's actually been dead for a long time, killed by me?
What would you do then?
A buzzing sensation echoed in Lin Ran's mind.
At that moment, his mind went completely blank.
Bai Yang had actually been killed by her long ago. He suddenly recalled how Aries had changed dramatically in personality between their first meeting and the day she was about to leave Nursery Zone 3.
Such a transformation could never happen overnight. Which meant that from that night onward, Bai Yang was no longer Bai Yang.
She was the person standing before him now, Naya.
System, due to your delayed response, Naya's favorability toward you has decreased by 520 points. Current favorability, 624. Warning. Danger.
Extreme danger. Lin Ran remained unmoved, almost frozen in place.
How come this person is harder to please than my girlfriend?
Though, to be fair, he didn't actually have a girlfriend. But this was just too much to handle.
Who plays games like this?
System, host, consider spending 1 point to purchase the love guide.
Lin Ran? What the heck? He thought to himself, System, are you serious? You want me to date this female ghost who could turn me into mincemeat with one slap? Why don't you just die? System ignored him, recommendation. Stop. Exhausted, Lin Ran conceded, fine, I'll buy it. If Su Xier weren't still in mortal danger, he'd never have yielded.
Now, his sole focus was finding a way to boost his affection points and extract a solution for Naya.
Deducting 1 point.
Obtained, Love Manual.
Love Manual. Common item, not a ghostly artifact. Written by the Ghost Realm's most passionate being, also known as the Patriarch's Manual. Guides the host in making choices when necessary. Lin Ran.
Sure enough, the next moment, a prompt from the Love Manual popped up. Due to extremely low affection, the Patriarch's Manual adheres to the principle, hitting is affection, scolding is love, disliking me means liking me.
Don't speak, just kiss. Lin Ran's face turned green. This wasn't buying a love guidebook at all. This was clearly a guide to self-destruction. Naya. A terror beyond natural disasters. Kiss her? Are you out of your mind? Lin Ran cursed inwardly, damn system, I'll kick your ass. You bastard planned this host swap ages ago, didn't you? System, love guide, unrelated to this system. Lin Ran was devastated. The damn system even knows how to pass the buck? Just then, another pop-up appeared. Love guide notice, host, please make a decision promptly. Option 1, say nothing, just kiss her. Estimated affection plus 520. Option 2, kneel and apologize. Estimated affection plus 1. Option 3, destroy this guidebook. Affection remains unchanged. Lin Ran gritted his teeth. Screw it. So be it. Besides, getting to kiss a centuries-old female ghost before dying and such a beautiful one, that isn't such a bad deal. With that thought, Lin Ran looked at the petite girl before him and pulled her into his arms. Then, under Naya's stunned gaze, Lin Ran closed his eyes, lowered his head, and pressed a deep kiss onto her crimson lips. Chapter 197, I dare not slack off for your sake. Naya's affection plus 520, current affection 104. Lin Ran's mind went blank, not because of the affection notification. It was because she was passionately returning his kiss. Soft, warm. The subtle sensation sent inexplicable flutters through Lin Ran's heart, his pulse quickening. He could even hear the distinct thump-thump of her heartbeat. But why was the other person's heartbeat quickening too? What kind of trick is this? Never mind. Whoever lets go first is the coward in this situation. Keep going. Unnoticed, time slipped away bit by bit. Lin Ran felt his brain starving for oxygen, nearly suffocating. Only then did he pull back, gasping for breath. Opening his eyes, he saw the girl before him blushing. A glistening droplet of saliva still clung to the corner of her mouth. Naya's lips curved into a smile as a teasing voice rang out, "You're so pathetic," barely lasting a minute. Lin Ran refused to back down. Staring at Naya's face, which looked as if it could bleed, he retorted, "You're no better. Your face is flushed all the way to your neck." Naya retorted indignantly, "Look at yourself. Your face is redder than mine." Lin Ran retorted, "This is from holding it in." "Then I'm holding it in too." Meow 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 meow. Beside them, the impatient cat hopped about, pointing at her own little face. Lin Ran flew into a rage and smacked her forehead with a sharp tap. Why meow? The cat immediately began whimpering in distress. But Naya grinned mischievously, "You want some too?" Seeing this, the cat quickly stifled her cries and shook her head rapidly. "That wicked woman. This wicked woman is terrifying, meow." "Good." Naya grinned, baring sharp fangs that looked terrifying. Without a moment's hesitation, Meow Meow vanished back into the ghostly realm. Lin Ran was utterly shocked. He never imagined Meow Meow could be so afraid of others. Even when facing a natural disaster-level threat, she never flinched. Before Lin Ran could dwell on it, Naya said, "Come walk with me." The two walked down the street. Despite the kiss moments ago, neither made any further physical advances. Each held their own coffee, taking occasional sips. They walked all the way to the city wall, where Naya gazed toward the distance, in the direction of Shiha village. She murmured, "How much do you think you really know about ghosts and monsters?" Lin Ran shook his head. "Very little." Across the entire Blue Star, the mist zone covered nearly 80% of its surface. Before the monster's revival, the areas humans had explored covered at least 99%. Of course, that's only what's visible on the surface. If you factor in places like the deep sea, the gap is likely far greater. You're absolutely right. Humanity's understanding of ghosts and monsters remains at the most fundamental level. But what you don't know is that ghosts themselves only possess the most basic understanding of other ghosts. Lin Ran was stunned. This answer far exceeded his expectations. What puzzled him was why Naya was telling him all this. "Do you know why I sought you out?" Naya turned her head to look at him. Lin Ran shook his head. "Because neither of us truly belongs to this world." The moment those words left his mouth, Lin Ran's mind went blank. He was a time traveler, a fact he himself had nearly forgotten. How did Naya know? And she was a time traveler too? A fellow countryman. Noticing Lin Ran's shock, Naya smiled reassuringly. "No need to be so surprised. There's plenty more you don't know yet. We can discuss all that later. Right now, your biggest concern is still your partner, isn't it?" The companion she referred to was, of course, Su Xier. Lin Ran understood perfectly. He nodded. Yes. After that, he remained silent, waiting for Naya's response. "Actually, this matter is quite simple. All you need to do is make a move and turn her into your contract spirit. Once her abilities grow and her mind matures, she'll gradually become human again." Lin Ran frowned. Is there no other way? Deep down, he still couldn't bring himself to do it. Signing a spirit contract with Su Xier could help her to some extent. But doing so would also drag her into the abyss. Ghosts like Meow Meow and Sha Sha, after signing a contract, saw their affinity skyrocket as their bond deepened.
Though there were no explicit system prompts, Lin Ran wasn't stupid. He could see the feelings these two spirits harbored for him. Especially Sasa. Of course, it could be a delusion after all. Meow Meow still wanted to eat him every single day.
There is another way. Naya affirmed, there's always a way around trouble.
As long as you don't give up,
There's bound to be a solution. But, she locked eyes with Lin Ran. Do you really think she can wait that long? The answer was inevitable. No. Unless we release her.
But then, who knows how many people would fall victim to Su Xier's hands?
That was precisely what Lin Ran did not want to see.
At this moment, he was deeply conflicted. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Ran steeled himself. It's just a contract.
Destroy it if you must. He didn't care. He'd torn up a contract before, so what if he did it again?
Seeing this, Naya chuckled softly. You really are a fool.
System, Naya's affection for you +1, current affection 103. Alright, go. Do what you need to do. Lin Ran was puzzled. What about you? Want to come with me? Naya shook her head. No, you go by yourself. I'm not tagging along. Lin Ran felt a pang of disappointment.
He'd hoped that bringing along Naya, this transcendently powerful being, would make him feel completely safe wherever he went.
But she refused. Love guide, please make a choice. Option 1, ask if she's jealous. Estimated affection +1. Option 2, say nothing. Estimated affection 100. Lin Ran. He steeled himself and blurted out, are you jealous?
Naya froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha.
Such a clueless guy. System, Naya's affection for you +3, current affection 100. Lin Ran's inner voice shouted, hail the ancestral master. I'm not jealous at all. Go ahead. I've got other things to do.
Lin Ran thought to himself, since she was jealous, he should probably try to soothe her feelings.
The love manual popped up again with a choice prompt. Option 1, persistently pester her. Estimated affection 100. Option 2, ask nothing, estimated affection 1. Option 3, show reluctance. Estimated affection +100. This was practically a death sentence. Lin Ran hesitated for a moment before choosing option 3. Feigning disappointment, she said, alright, go handle your business.
Who knows when we'll meet again next time. Naya giggled like a flower trembling in the breeze, her laughter as sweet and clear as a silver bell.
Lin Ran's face flushed crimson. This damn guidebook is disgusting. Even he felt sick watching himself act so fake just now. Looks like his favorability rating was about to take another hit.
He braced himself for the inevitable dip in her regard. But then, that exquisitely beautiful face drew closer to him. Naya stepped on his foot, tiptoed up, and pressed a soft, tender kiss against his lips.
Lin Ran's mind went completely blank, as if that familiar BGM echoed in his head. For you, I dare not slack.
Soon, Naya took 2 steps back, tilting her head and teasing him with a smile. You idiot, I'm leaving.
System, Naya's affection for you +100, current affection 0. Lin Ran hadn't processed it yet. After a long moment, he finally asked, will we see each other again? Come find me first.
The crimson light vanished in an instant, disappearing before his eyes as if it had never been there.
Watching the girl vanish completely, Lin Ran licked his lips with lingering desire.
As he gathered his composure and prepared to run toward Shiha village, a flash of white appeared.
Chapter 198, Hell-tier contracted ghost. It was a woman clad in a white skirt. Petite yet curvaceous.
Her long white hair blended with her white dress, and her blood-red eyes held a complex mix of emotions.
Lin Ran frowned in confusion. Sasha? Sasha nodded, reaching out beside him. They interlocked fingers and walked forward together.
This was awkward. Only when they reached the car did Sasha release his hand and sit down in the passenger seat. The car rolled slowly toward Shiha village, the journey passing in silence.
At dawn, Lin Ran and his group finally arrived at Shiha village.
Lin Ran, who hadn't slept all night, showed no signs of fatigue as he sprinted toward the villa.
Inside, Shiha still sat silently guarding the coffin.
Seeing Lin Ran return, a clear flicker of joy passed through her eyes. The situation. Before she could ask, Lin Ran had already approached the coffin and redeemed a blank ghost contract from the Systems Points shop. He took a deep breath before looking at the woman within the coffin.
Sheer, forgive me. When you awaken, I will dissolve this contract.
Whatever the consequences, I alone shall bear them.
System prompt, detecting contractable ghosts.
Initiating ghost contract. Golden light flickered across the white paper, revealing a dense array of small characters. Under Shiha's bewildered gaze, the golden-hued contract sank into Su Xier's brow.
Contract established. Su Xier. Monster type, mutated rainbow phoenix. Monster tier, infernal. Upgrade experience, 0/500,000.
Special ability, apocalyptic black flames.
Current status, sealed. Compatibility, 0. Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief.
At least the contract was formed. Though the compatibility had dropped to 0 due to its violent nature, at least it wouldn't be as savage as before the contract.
System, can I exchange points for compatibility? He recalled that Cat's compatibility had initially increased this way. System, absolutely. Due to varying ghost levels, the exchange rate for compatibility points is 1:1000. Lin Ran was stunned. 1 in 1,000. This was practically a death sentence. He glanced at his remaining points, 42,360. Gritting his teeth, he decided to go for it. Exchange them all. Exchange successful. Ghost, Soussier, affinity plus 42. Successfully gained 42 compatibility points. Now it was time to properly cultivate her. Lin Ran watched his remaining 360 points with a heavy heart, feeling a pang of regret. Meow Meow was close to leveling up. Barring any surprises, advancing from SSS rank to Hell rank would require a substantial amount of points, tens of thousands at the very least. And soon, Fengchi would need leveling up too, costing several thousand more. Where on earth could he scrape together that many points in such a short time? With a deep sigh, Lin Ran lifted Soussier from the coffin. The next moment, her eyes snapped open, and she began struggling violently. With no other choice, Lin Ran released her. The bird-bodied, human-faced girl landed on the ground, her arms now fully transformed into black wings. Her crimson eyes blazed with savagery, yet softened slightly the instant she saw Lin Ran. She tentatively extended a hand, or rather, a wing covered in black feathers. Lin Ran remained motionless, standing silently and watching her. Until the black wing brushed against his cheek. Contract Spirit Soussier affinity plus 17, current affinity, 60 normal. Lin Ran's heart surged with joy. Could it be that she remembered something? Such a significant jump in compatibility couldn't possibly be mere coincidence. Sier. Soussier opened her mouth, but what emerged was an obscure, incomprehensible language. She, however, grew excited. It's Sier. Sier has returned. She rushed forward, about to embrace Soussier, when suddenly, black feathers fluttered. Countless black wings transformed into arrows, shooting toward her. Lin Ran gasped in shock, but thankfully, Cat reacted swiftly, punching out to cancel the attack. Sier, stop. You can't. He stepped in front of Soussier. Given the current situation, Soussier hadn't fully regained her senses. Her ability to recall Lin Ran stems solely from their compatibility reaching a certain threshold. Soussier paused, murmuring, Captain. Lin Ran looked at her, puzzled. If you truly can't control yourself, you can return to the ghost realm first. Soussier seemed not to understand, her eyes filled with confusion. Yet she still transformed into a stream of black mist and entered his body. Phew! Lin Ran exhaled in relief. Finally settled. Next, we need to figure out how to increase the compatibility. Shiha glared at him coldly. What did you do to Sier? A contract. Lin Ran saw no reason to hide it. Rather than keep it from Shihi, he might as well tell her the whole truth. I signed a spirit contract with Sier. But rest assured, once she regains her senses, I'll tear it up. Shiha didn't believe him. Impossible. How dare you take on the responsibility of destroying a demonic contract? It will damage your mind. Lin Ran sneered coldly, don't assume I'm like you. Sier will stay with me for now. As for you, do as you please. With that, he turned and left without a moment's delay. Wait. Shiha clenched her fists, desperate to stop Lin Ran, yet found herself utterly powerless. Had she still possessed catastrophe-level abilities, perhaps she could have resorted to force. But now, she possessed only Hell-tier abilities. She was no match for Lin Ran. And to make matters worse, there was Soussier, who harbored hostility toward her. Watching Lin Ran disappear into the distance, Shiha sank to her knees, head bowed, utterly speechless. After a long while, she rose to her feet, her swaying figure disappearing into the darkness. Conservation Zone 15. Lin Ran searched the entire area but found no trace of Naya. With no choice, he drove away, heading toward Conservation Zone 13. The next day, news of Lin Ran's return to Conservation Zone 13 quickly reached Bai Yanan. But just as she passed through a checkpoint, her communicator rang. I heard you're back. How's it going? How have you been lately? Bai Yanan's voice carried a hint of reproach. Really, you should have at least given me a heads up after being gone so long. Should I send some people over to tidy up your place? Lin Ran chuckled. No need to be so formal. Everyone has their own responsibilities. What kind of favor would that be? No, it's different. Your fame from that battle in Nursery Zone 4 has spread across the entire Blue Star. Now, everyone on Blue Star knows that you, Lin Ran, can take down Hell-tier enemies and don't even bat an eye at Cataclysm tier ones. Though meant as praise, Lin Ran couldn't shake the feeling it sounded wrong. It felt like he was being insulted. Why do I feel like you're being sarcastic? Bai Yanan, ha! You actually caught that. Alright, I'll wait at your place. Let's celebrate properly when you get back. The call ended. Lin Ran shook his head with a wry smile and continued driving. Soon, he arrived at the small villa he hadn't visited in ages. Outside the villa, Bai Yanan's car was already parked. A slender dark figure sat perched on the hood, legs crossed, chin propped up in one hand, gazing impatiently into the distance. Sorry to keep you waiting. Lin Ran got out of the car, followed by Sasa from the passenger seat. The moment she saw the two of them, Bai Yanin gasped, "Holy crap!" Chapter 199, The Banquet of Hongmen. Lin Ran? Bai Yanin pointed at Shasha and SSS-tier Yama. And yours seems to be a mutated Yama. You're such a freak.
Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief, thinking something terrible had happened.
So that's all it was. Nothing to be surprised about. I've got hell-level ghosts too, just haven't dared unleash them yet because they're temporarily unstable. Bai Yanin gritted her teeth. No wonder you'd risk your life taking on a catastrophe-level monster. You really are a tiger.
Actually, Lin Ran hadn't even mentioned his relationship with an abyss-level ghost yet.
Though it might not be the case. After all, the other party's level was a complete mystery, perhaps it was even higher than abyss level? Alright, let's head back and take a look.
After so long away, returning to the villa revealed it was already covered in cobwebs. Dust had settled thickly on the furniture.
Lin Ran groaned inwardly.
This was going to take some serious cleaning up. So, the three ghosts Cat, Sasa, and Fingchi were dragged out to serve as cleaning crew. Though Cat looked utterly reluctant, a single glare from Lin Ran was enough to make it obediently start wiping down the tables and chairs with its tiny paws. In short, this creature was just asking for it. Suddenly, a surge of black mist appeared. Su Xier also emerged from the ghostly space. Surveying the familiar room layout before her, she froze in place for a moment. Sensing the powerful ghostly aura surging from her, Bai Ran instinctively took several steps back, her expression turning grave.
Hell tier. As Su Xier turned, that familiar face came into view. Bai Ran froze completely. It's you. How could you? She looked at Su Xier, then at Lin Ran, feeling as if the world were collapsing around her. Wasn't this just one person? Why had they become such a mess? What on earth happened? Haven't they always been apart?
Lin Ran sighed helplessly.
It's a long story. We'll talk about it later. For now, let's tidy up the room. Xier, would you like to join us? Su Xier understood and nodded, using her fluffy black feathers to dust the coffee table. Bai Yanin looked slightly exasperated but said nothing, silently joining in with the housework. By late afternoon, the group had finally tidied the entire house. Exhausted, Bai Ran collapsed onto the sofa and shed her light autumn windbreaker.
Heisi crossed her legs, propping them up on the coffee table, looking utterly content.
Lin Ran brought over 2 cups of hot tea. You've worked so hard.
Having the head of the Federation branch come clean my house, I really feel bad about that.
Bai Ran teased, don't you know your current status and position? There are plenty of people out there eager to curry favor with you. If I don't help you, what if someone else snatches you away? Lin Ran, why do I feel like you're pulling my leg? Giggle.
Bai Yanin covered her mouth with a soft laugh.
Alright, enough joking. Come to my place tonight. I've arranged a banquet to welcome you.
Lin Ran intended to decline, but unable to resist her sincerity, he reluctantly agreed.
As night fell, Lin Ran arrived at Bai Ran's residence with 4 spirits in tow.
It was a detached villa. With no outsiders present, Lin Ran confidently led the spirits inside. In the spacious dining room, a large solid wood table was laden with wine and spirits. Upon seeing Lin Ran arrive, Bai Ran's gaze shifted from her to the ghosts behind him. A distinct flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Only after Lin Ran and the others were seated did she speak with an envious tone, "You're truly blessed.
These 4 little ones, each one more adorable than the last." Feng Qi hurriedly thanked her. Thank you for the compliment, sister. Me? Bai Yanin froze in shock. Are you human or ghost? And you can speak?
Bai Yanin had never encountered an SS-class ghost capable of human speech. Earlier at Lin Ran's home, due to different tasks, she hadn't paid attention to this inconspicuous girl.
Feng Qi, seemingly unaware of the reason, nodded and asked in return, yes, what's the matter, sister?
Putting aside her shock, Bai Yanin gave Lin Ran a long, meaningful look.
What on earth have you been through these past days?
Lin Ran shrugged helplessly.
Let's talk over dinner.
Over here, after 3 rounds of wine, both women's cheeks were flushed crimson.
Feng Qi waited anxiously nearby, not daring to eat another bite. Cat, however, had devoured everything in sight. The 3 roast ducks, 4 roast chickens, and 5 bottles of red wine placed before her were all gone in a flash. Bai Ran exclaimed, "That's impressive," and immediately called the maid to bring more food. Sasha, however, was far more refined. She simply gathered up half the dishes from the table and vanished back into the ghostly realm. As for Su Xier, "Xiaoqi, dear, could you take her away?" Bai Ran asked, her eyes glazed over as she pointed at the bird-like creature on the table. Feng Qi hesitated, glancing at Lin Ran and then at Su Xier. She was deeply concerned about the state of both of them. Lin Ran quickly waved his hands. "It's fine. Take Xier back to the ghost realm. You can look after her there too. Besides, your cat sister is still there." The cat-eared girl, her cheeks flushed crimson, raised her claws barely human-like and meowed. Then, under everyone's gaze, she collapsed straight onto the ground. Great. Another one drunk. Lin Ran felt his head spinning. What kind of demons and monsters had he ended up raising?
With a sigh, he summoned them one by one into the spirit realm, leaving Fengchi behind to tend to them.
Phew, finally. Bai Yanan exhaled deeply, grumbling, you really treat your spirits well.
Besides you, I doubt anyone else in this world would bring spirits out to eat.
Lin Ran nodded and smiled.
Because they're all my best companions. He had never regarded them as pets or slaves. Instead, they were comrades in arms, partners, even family.
Bai Yanan's gaze grew complex.
After a long silence, she sighed, it's no wonder you've achieved what you have today.
Ghosts and spirits have never been tools for humans. Yet throughout history, countless people have overlooked this truth.
Suddenly, Bai Yanan rose to her feet, holding her wine cup as she approached. Lin Ran was puzzled, assuming she merely wished to clink glasses with him.
But suddenly, his legs went weak as Bai Yanran sat down squarely on his lap.
The soft sensation pressed through the fabric, stirring Lin Ran's emotions. His heart jolted violently. Eyes wide, he stared at Bai Yanan in bewilderment.
Don't be afraid, sister isn't going to eat you. Come, let's clink glasses.
Seeing the raised wine cup, Lin Ran could only take his own cup in response.
Clink.
The crisp sound echoed through the dining room.
Bai Yanan didn't linger. She stood up and said softly, why are you so resistant? Afraid that little Ing will get jealous?
Lin Ran shook his head hastily.
No, not at all. I have nothing to do with her.
Humph, then Bai Yanan looked down on him with disdain.
So, you don't like me, huh?
Lin Ran shook his head. Suddenly sensing something was off, he quickly nodded.
But that's not right either. Only then did he realize this was a loaded question. Love guide prompt.
Host, please respond, I love you to successfully hold hands.
Lin Ran, I answer, you are. Chapter 200, will kneel to listen please start the class. Lin Ran firmly refused the instructions from the love manual.
Then, with an expression of righteous indignation, he turned to Bai Yanan, Sis Yanan, they say men and women shouldn't be too familiar with each other.
I think it's best we maintain a certain distance between us. Bai Yanan smiled faintly, as you wish.
Her eyes narrowed seductively as her playful gaze lingered on Lin Ran. Our little Ranzi, after just one trip out, you've already grown too good for your big sister. Lin Ran could only shake his head awkwardly.
No, absolutely not. Fine, whatever you say. Come drink.
After drinking an unknown amount, Lin Ran felt his consciousness growing hazy. He drifted off into a drowsy sleep. When he woke again, the ceiling was a stark white expanse. He rubbed his still pounding head.
Suddenly, the blanket moved.
Lin Ran jolted awake, turning his head to find Sasa beside him he hadn't noticed when she'd arrived. Beneath her long white hair, her slightly flushed, charming face looked especially alluring. 2 white straps had slipped off her shoulders. The sight before him struck Lin Ran like lightning.
He gasped, me?
You? But then Sasa stood up, revealing her pale, delicate figure before him. She casually reached up to pull the straps back into place, a sweet smile playing on her lips. Lin Ran stared in stunned silence, but quickly snapped back to his senses, covering his eyes and silently cursing his own eyes. Before he could calm his racing heart, a chill swept over him. Removing his hand, he saw Sasa obediently dressing him. Lin Ran urgently interrupted her movements, panic gripping him.
Stop. 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 We shouldn't move yet. Tell me what happened between us last night?
Sasha paused, her crimson eyes reflecting confusion and bewilderment. Then, she shook her head tentatively. Just then, the door swung open. Bai Yanan had already donned her standard combat uniform, fully armed. Seeing the human and the ghost lying on the bed like that, she paused only briefly before offering an ambiguous smile.
Sorry to interrupt you too. But don't worry, I'll be gone in a minute. Breakfast's ready for you. An SS-level obstruction has appeared at the outer perimeter of the nursery zone. I need to handle it. Bye for now. Bang!
The door slammed shut. Lin Ran felt like pulling his hair out. He wanted to die. Before he could properly explain, Fengchi pushed open the door and entered. The girl looked slightly concerned.
Brother, are you okay? You drank too much last night.
Sister Shasha stayed up all night taking care of you. Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief. So that's what happened.
Then it should be fine.
He glanced over. Yes, the bitter tea seeds were still there. He composed his expression and turned to Sasa. Sasa, remember this, never get into my bed when I'm drunk.
It's dangerous.
Sasha tilted her head in confusion. Fengchi chuckled, don't worry, brother. You're the most well-behaved when you're drunk.
You won't even move. Just like a dead person. Lin Ran. Upon entering the dining room, breakfast was indeed already prepared.
The housekeeper smiled beside them. Commander Lin Ran, you must try this. This breakfast was personally prepared for you by our minister Bai. Lin Ran hurriedly thanked her, how thoughtful. Soon, breakfast was finished. It was time for him to leave. Looking at Rose still asleep in the ghostly space, an inexplicable sense of foreboding welled up in Lin Ran's heart. It seemed he must find someone to ask about the situation. If things continued like this, it could very well lead to disaster.
Lin Ran thought of the Research Institute in Conservation Zone 3.
It housed the Federation's largest ghost research facility, even Ain frequently visited for routine inspections. It seemed he really needed to pay a visit. Without hesitation, Lin Ran stepped into the courtyard, ready to leave. But the butler, who was trimming the flowers and plants, called out, "Sir, are you going to see Minister Bai? She's out dealing with ghosts at the South 5 Fortress perimeter. You can find her there." When mentioning Bai Yanan, Lin Ran clearly noticed a hint of ambiguity in the female housekeeper's expression. Recalling last night's suggestive atmosphere, he realized he'd been misunderstood again. Alcohol really was no good. Better to avoid it altogether from now on. He hurried away, heading for the fortress perimeter. Before long, Lin Ran spotted Bai Yanan's vehicle at the foot of a mountain. Climbing the mountain to investigate, he saw that Bai Yanan had already dealt with the SS-grade ghost and was now leading a group of exorcists in disposing of the corpse. Spotting Lin Ran approaching, she waved from afar and called out, "Over here." "So? How was the breakfast I made?" Before Lin Ran could respond, the others nearby began teasing her. "Woo-hoo! Ooh! Minister Bai cooked it herself. No wonder it's Commander Lin, he's already won over our director by the moment he returned." Lin Ran's face turned dark with anger. Bai Yanan laughed bitterly in anger. "Heh, don't worry, none of you troublemakers will get away with this. Everyone go clean yourselves up and come back here to mine. Everyone, it was worth it. Blessings through tears." Lin Ran could only explain, "It's really not what you think." A middle-aged man approached with a lecherous grin, patting Lin Ran on the shoulder. "No need to explain. Us uncles have been there. Look, Yen Ran isn't even embarrassed. What's there to be shy about for a grown man like you? Lin Ran, I want to die." Just as they were laughing, the ground suddenly shook violently. Cracks suddenly appeared beneath Bai Yanran's feet. Lin Ran's expression changed drastically. He instantly teleported to her side. He scooped her up in his arms and leapt backward with all his might. The instant they vanished, flames erupted from the massive fissure beneath the earth. Immediately after, a massive lizard, spewing tongues of fire, burst forth from within. Earthfire Dragon Lizard. Monster Tier, SSS. Special ability, Earth's Core Flame. Lin Ran hesitated not a moment. Meow. No response. Instead, a flash of black and white shadows appeared, revealing Sasa in a white dress before her eyes. With a single hand gesture, her spatial power instantly restrained the Earthfire Dragon Lizard. With a casual flick of her wrist, the Hell Scythe materialized. One strike brought it down, and flames instantly engulfed the Earth Dragon Lizard. The fire-breathing Earth Dragon Lizard was thus burned to death by an even more powerful flame. The crowd stared in awe, so powerful. No wonder its commander Lin Ran's contracted spirit instantly taking down an SSS rank monster is just too easy. Having dealt with the Earth Dragon Lizard, Sasa didn't linger. She turned and headed back to the ghost realm. Lin Ran followed suit, only to find the cat still sleeping soundly inside. The peculiar snoring sounded incredibly jarring. This made him wonder aloud, do cats snore? Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Didn't you say you wanted to keep your distance? Lin Ran's body trembled. The soft sensation in his hand made him realize something was wrong. He quickly let go and took several steps back. Sorry. I didn't mean to. Bai Yanan shot him a disapproving look. You say no, but your actions tell a different story. Then she tossed him a suggestive wink, teasingly adding, come to my room tonight, okay? Everyone, holy crap. Commander Lin, please start the lecture. We'll listen on our knees. Chapter 201, Research Institute in Nursery Zone 3. Lin Ran. He shook his head helplessly. I can't come. I have to go. This visit was also to say goodbye. Hearing this, the crowd immediately wore expressions of contempt. Especially some female exorcists, so Chief Lin is a jerk after all. Exactly. He just got our minister by and now he's running off? Totally irresponsible. Lin Ran wanted to die. Bai Yanan immediately snapped angrily, shut up, all of you. What's going on in your heads? Lin Ran didn't reject me, don't get the wrong idea. I was the one flirting with him on my own accord. Got it? Everyone stared at her in stunned disbelief. They had no idea why Bai Yanran had suddenly exploded. Lin Ran's heart trembled. Bai Yanran had actually gone so far as to say such things to protect her own reputation. She was a woman, after all. A woman's reputation should be more important than a man's. Yet Bai Yanran's actions had undoubtedly ruined her own reputation. Lin Ran hurriedly explained, it's really not that serious. We were just playfully teasing each other as friends. Alright, you two go handle your own affairs. I still have matters to discuss with Minister Bai. Dismissing the others, only Lin Ran and Bai Yanran remained in the room. Bai Yanan asked with a smile, a farewell kiss? Lin Ran shook his head. Then, he bowed deeply, thank you for speaking up for me like that. And thank you for looking after me. But I must still leave. Rose is unconscious, and I need to investigate why. Bai Yanran knew Rose. She knew Qianwei was Lin Ran's companion ghost spirit, the black specter wielding a scythe. Therefore, she said nothing more, merely nodding in farewell. Alright, then. I'll wait for your next return.
Stay safe out there. Don't go risking your life challenging those unbeatable opponents again. Remember, you're not alone. You have your companions, and you have us.
Lin Ran understood why she said this and felt touched.
Alright, I'm off.
After bidding farewell to Bai Yanin, he set off on his journey to Conservation Zone 3. The journey was long, and the car raced for days before finally reaching Conservation Zone 4. Gazing at the massive city in the distance, Lin Ran pondered for a moment before deciding to go take a look. Upon reaching the outskirts of the reserve, he saw many new faces. At that moment, these people were working tirelessly to rebuild the conservation zone.
Conservation Zone 4 was finally getting back on track. Everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction.
Upon entering the interior of the conservation area, the Federation branch office remained in its original location. Only now, a new building was under construction beside it. Lin Ran glanced at it briefly before entering the branch. At that moment, the branch office was already packed with people. Countless people queued for registration, while the staff worked themselves into a sweat. After finally pushing through the crowd and reaching the second floor, Luo Qiao sat staring blankly at the pile of documents on his desk, a look of deep worry on his face.
Xiao Ranzi, you finally made it.
You have no idea how much trouble you've caused your uncle Qiao. Lin Ran could only offer an awkward apology. Sorry.
Sigh, really?
At my age, I still have to fuss over these things.
What a pain.
Luo Qiao sighed, then stood up and gestured toward the nearby coffee table.
Make yourself some tea.
I won't be joining you. Got to meet with those old codgers. Oh, and this note was brought over by a crow. Take a look. The details about Wang Yi's assassination have been clarified.
Lin Ran took the note and unfolded it. Neat, delicate handwriting formed a single line of small characters. Sure enough, it was Naya's handwriting. No need to panic. Those who commit evil deeds will be dealt with. I shall eliminate the threat. Lin Ran couldn't help but chuckle.
That's so like her. Luo Qiao, who had just reached the doorway, turned back in surprise.
What? You know the person behind this? Lin Ran nodded. I do. And very well. Then I'm relieved. It's one of our own.
Luo Qiao didn't press further, simply opening the door and stepping outside. When it came to Lin Ran, he trusted him completely. Since it was someone Lin Ran knew, he naturally felt quite at ease as well. Lin Ran could only shake his head helplessly at this. He placed the note down, fetched paper and pen, wrote a message, and followed suit. He had only come to check on the situation.
Since everything was fine, it was time to go.
Unexpectedly, the moment he stepped outside, he bumped into Luo Qiao rushing back in a panic.
You're leaving already? Luo Qiao asked in surprise. Lin Ran nodded.
Yes, I need to head to the Research Institute in Conservation Zone 3. There's been an issue with the roses lately.
Oh, I see. Well then, go ahead. Ain is heading that way too, supposedly for routine checks. I need to grab a few things. You go ahead. With that, Luo Qiao dashed into the room.
Lin Ran felt a pang of relief. Thank goodness he hadn't taken over this conservation area, otherwise, he'd be the one running around like a headless chicken right now.
The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. Conservation Zone 3. Lin Ran didn't head to the Research Institute but walked straight into the Federation building. Lord Walker, you again. It's been ages.
A sweet voice greeted him the moment he entered. Lin Ran turned his head, staring at the familiar face before him. His heart jolted, and he took a step back.
You're Bai Yang. Bai Yang nodded, smiling softly as she asked, What's wrong, Commander Divine Walker?
Lin Ran shook his head.
Are you alright? Bai Yang nodded. I'm fine.
Just a few days ago, for some unknown reason, I was unconscious for a while.
By the way, Commander Xinqing, why do you ask? Lin Ran pondered inwardly, perhaps it was because of Naya. Back then, Naya had somehow taken control of Bai Yang's consciousness, forcing him to stay with her.
Later, when encountering the spirit controlled by Wang Yi, she had no choice but to reveal herself and rescue Bai Yang. It's even possible that the nightmare who came to deliver the Hall of Heroes back then was also directed by Naya. After all, she truly possessed the ability to command spirits. Coming to his senses, Lin Ran shook his head and bid farewell. It's nothing.
I just suddenly wanted to ask. I'll be going now.
Keep up your work. After bidding farewell to Bai Yang, Lin Ran turned and headed toward the nearby Research Institute. Gazing at the magnificent technological edifice before him, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion.
No wonder it's one of the top-ranked conservation zones. This Research Institute building could rival the federal buildings in other conservation zones. I wonder if Ain is still inside. Let's go inside and see.
But as soon as he reached the entrance, two men in black uniforms blocked his path.
Sorry, sir, you need a pass to enter the Research Institute. Lin Ran frowned. Where do I get one?
A younger-looking man explained, access passes are issued directly by the Federation headquarters.
You'll need to apply there. He'd have to make another trip to Conservation Zone 1?
That was way too much hassle.
Lin Ran had no intention of going. He turned and walked away. Then, retreating to a corner, he activated his teleportation skill. His entire body vanished instantly. When he reappeared before the gate, the two guards didn't notice him at all. To test the effect, Lin Ran deliberately waved at them. After confirming it was safe, he walked straight toward the gate. Suddenly, he noticed a red glowing mark on the gate. After a moment's thought, he decided it was safer to simply teleport inside. Shift. He instantly teleported into the interior of the research facility. The first floor was empty, furnished only with a few sets of tables and chairs and a bar counter, clearly a break area. Lin Ran, who dared not take the elevator, climbed the stairs to the second floor and was instantly stunned by the scene before him. Before his eyes were rows upon rows of sealed cultivation pods. Chapter 202, Trespassing in the Lab, the Strongest Researcher. What shocked Lin Ran wasn't the sheer number of incubation pods, but the creatures inside them. Humans. One after another, they appeared to be human infants still in their infant form. The more Lin Ran looked, the more uneasy he felt. These children, barely newborn in size, had been separated from their parents far too early and locked away in these incubation pods. Wasn't this utterly inhumane? As Lin Ran pondered this, a sudden cry interrupted his thoughts. Yikes! How did you get in here without a protective suit? Turning his head, he saw a large door open on one side of the corridor. A woman clad in a white protective suit entered, holding a clipboard and pen. Lin Ran glanced curiously at her information. Lin Wanga. Contract Spirit, White-Robed Ghost. Specter level, S-class. Her rank wasn't particularly high, she likely belonged to the research-focused team. But then, Lin Ran suddenly realized since entering this place, her invisibility seemed to have vanished. What was going on? He composed himself and sensed the surrounding ghostly energy. Sure enough. Not a trace of ghostly energy remained here. Within this space, ghostly energy seemed completely isolated. You're not from here? At that moment, Lin Wanga also noticed Lin Ran's unusual state and cried out in surprise. Immediately, a shrill alarm sounded. Red lights flashed throughout the entire research facility. Warning! Warning! Unauthorized personnel breached the facility. Warning! Warning! Lin Ran hurriedly explained, it's not what you think. I'm not a bad guy. He pulled out his communicator and displayed his personal information. See? I really am not a bad guy. Lin Wanga, however, had no intention of listening to his explanation. She took a step back, retreating into the room, then slammed the door shut. Left with no choice, Lin Ran turned his gaze toward the emergency exit they had come through. He sprinted toward it, only to discover the door was locked tight. Before he could process it, thick white smoke began billowing from the ceiling. It was a sedative. Lin Ran realized the situation was dire. Sasha, help me. However, the moment Sasa appeared, a look of agony immediately spread across her face. Here, it seemed, was some presence exerting an overwhelmingly oppressive force against supernatural beings. So much so that Sasa was suppressed the instant she appeared. Lin Ran cursed under his breath. Without a second thought, he swung a punch at the emergency exit door. Under his terrifying strength, the steel door merely emitted a thunderous clang and bore a fist-shaped dent. It did not shatter outright. Lin Ran hesitated no longer, delivering another punch. 3 punches landed in quick succession, but without ghost energy to replenish him, his strength quickly drained. The door was on the verge of collapse. Hope was within reach. Yet now, the white smoke had already engulfed this place. It gave Lin Ran no further opportunity. A mouthful of smoke laced with a narcotic agent was inhaled into his body. Dizziness struck instantly. Without hesitation, Lin Ran swung his fist again, slamming it hard against the door. Boom! The door swung open. What awaited him wasn't a bright future ahead, but a silver-haired girl. Her wide eyes stared at him, filled with confusion. Are you crazy? Lin Ran, I. Before he could finish, darkness engulfed his vision, and he collapsed straight to the ground. In his hazy consciousness, he felt as though he had touched something soft. Soon, the exorcists who had come to assist him surrounded the scene. Each wore specialized gas masks, wielding various weapons, fully armed. But the girl turned her head and glanced at the group. All right, everyone, disperse. This is my man. Seeing this, the others dispersed, though with lingering confusion. Some voiced concern, Silver Dragon, are you sure he's not dangerous? The silver-haired girl frowned and retorted, what? Don't you trust me? If that's the case, I'll leave this conservation area right now. How about that? For a moment, everyone fell silent, speechless. Clearly, here, the Silver Dragon Maiden's status far surpassed that of the others. Especially when she invoked her own authority as a threat, no one dared defy her. Lin Ran awoke groggily, his eyes meeting a sea of pale whiteness. He glanced around the sealed room, devoid of any decoration. Outside the door, Ayin pushed it open. The girl's silver hair was piled high at the back of her head, and she wore a form-fitting training suit. You're awake already? How do you feel? Lin Ran shook his head. Pretty awful. Ayin couldn't help but chuckle, you're something else. Didn't you know the lab prohibits any unregistered outsiders from entering? Lin Ran nodded. I know. You knew and still barged in?
Ain scowled reproachfully, you have no idea what kind of trouble you've caused. Even the head of the conservation area came.
If I hadn't been here to vouch for you, they'd have taken you straight to the crematorium. Lin Ran could only nod repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, our most adorable Lord Ain. Ain shot him a glare. Alright, you should get some rest first. I still have another test to take. Lin Ran dared not rest, I'm coming too. Thus, at his insistence, the two arrived at a laboratory. Inside, a white-haired old man stared intently at a computer screen. Without turning his head, he said, step up. He was, of course, referring to the circular platform ahead. Ain, no stranger to this process, stepped onto it without hesitation. Then, a device slowly descended, its blue light sweeping over Ain. Lin Ran noticed numbers continuously appearing on the old man's computer screen. Soon, the scan concluded. Ain stepped out. Without looking up, the old man said, very good. The readings are stable. You may go now. Next time, remember not to bring people here without permission.
Lin Ran frowned, slightly displeased.
Ain, however, didn't seem to care.
She simply explained to Lin Ran, don't mind the old man. He's just a workaholic. The reason he didn't want you here was because he was afraid you'd disturb him. Lin Ran nodded thoughtfully.
He understood.
After all, when she was fully immersed in something, she didn't like being interrupted either.
Hey, old man, what's the status on that thing I asked you about last time?
Ain suddenly remembered something and turned to ask.
The old man remained coldly indifferent. What matter? I've forgotten. You old geezer, your memory's getting worse. What about that ghostly object I asked you to analyze last time?
The old man finally snapped out of it, setting aside his work to look at Ain.
Oh, that thing? Gone.
I gave it to some young folks to test for you, but they accidentally smashed it. Ain flew into a rage, raising his fist to strike.
You old fool. Its value is infuriating. Lin Ran asked in confusion, what ghostly object? Ain didn't hide anything, I found it outside.
I couldn't figure it out, so I thought this old guy was the best researcher here and brought it over for inspection. But the old man immediately retorted, nonsense. I'm not the most skilled researcher here. I'm the most authoritative ghost and spirit scholar on the entire Blue Star.
Lin Ran instantly grew excited. Wasn't this exactly the person he'd been searching for? Esteemed senior, could you please examine my ghostly creature? I can pay you anything at all. Chapter 203, Organ Damage. Incurable. Without even turning his head, the old man flatly refused, no deal. Go find someone else. Lin Ran felt a pang of disappointment. Just as he'd expected. Ain flared up, at least he's fighting for our human safety. You just flat out refuse? That's pretty cold-hearted, don't you think? The old man retorted, I didn't send him into battle. You old fool, you're going to drive me mad. Lin Ran quickly pulled Ain back. Alright. If the old master won't agree, we can't force him. It's been so long anyway. Next time we meet Naya, we'll just ask her. At the mention of Naya's name, the old man abruptly stood up. Those deep, piercing eyes, tinged with a hint of blue, now fixed intently on Lin Ran. Only then did Lin Ran notice his appearance, a rare Western face. An aquiline nose, blue eyes. Indeed, a rarity in this place. What did you just say? Naya? You've seen Naya? Lin Ran quickly covered her mouth, trembling as she looked at Ain. Sure enough, the anger on the latter's face intensified. Those eyes seemed ready to kill her. Actually, there's really nothing between me and Naya. She saved me once, and the last time we met, we just had a cup of coffee and chatted about life for a while. Ain frowned, clearly unconvinced. The old man, however, jumped to his feet in shock, his attitude doing a complete 180-degree turn. Oh young sir. Please forgive my earlier rudeness. Now, allow me, Robert, to conduct a thorough examination for you. Lin Ran was puzzled. This guy changes his tune faster than a woman. He didn't press further, silently retrieving the rose from his ghostly space. Wow! Robert gasped in astonishment. It's a top-tier species, the cross rose. A super mutant born from the fusion of the ghost scythe and the ghost rose. He took the rose and placed it carefully on the circular platform. Soon, the instruments began scanning. Lin Ran took the opportunity to ask about his relationship with Naya. Robert explained while watching the readings on the computer screen, Miss Naya is actually my teacher. Everything I've achieved today is inseparable from her. And you, Mr. Lin Ran? What's your relationship with your teacher? Lin Ran hesitated for a moment before replying, I suppose you could call us friends. Then, he silently added to himself, the kind who've kissed. Friends? Robert looked slightly surprised. No one has ever been my teacher's friend. You're the first. Lin Ran, well. Alright, check complete. Robert turned the computer screen toward him. Look, all of Rose's readings are stable except for one, it's 0. Lin Ran frowned, staring at the SGA reading. Confused, what is this? Storage. Robert explained, it's the reserve of ghost energy within a ghost.
Rose's ghost energy reserve is 0, whereas an SS grade ghost typically has at least 1000 or more. Moreover, your ghost strength is exceptionally high, at least double that of other ghosts of the same rank. A reading of 0 indicates only one problem. The organ in her body responsible for storing ghost energy is damaged.
Lin Ran's heart sank. Did that mean Rose was completely crippled? This was unacceptable. Is there any solution? Robert shook his head. Not at the moment. We've never encountered this before. Normally, if a ghost possesses strong self-healing abilities, it would gradually recover. Lin Ran's expression grew grave. If true self-healing were possible, Rose would have awakened long ago.
It seemed they'd have to find another solution.
Suddenly, Robert said, "You might try asking teacher Naya. She knows more than we do." Lin Ran nodded. "That's our only option."
After bidding Robert farewell, he left the research institute. Lin Ran suddenly heard a sharp crack above his head. Immediately, excruciating pain shot through his head. He sucked in a sharp breath and glared at Aine.
"What the hell are you doing?"
Aine stood her ground, hands on her hips.
"You dare ask me what I did? Tell me, what exactly is your relationship with that person named Naya?"
Lin Ran clutched his head and wept. "We're really just friends. Besides, what business is it of yours what kind of relationship I have with her?" Aine paused, silence hanging heavy between them before she glared at him.
"Can't I care about you? What if some bad guy tricks you away? What would I do then?"
Lin Ran shook his head.
"I don't buy it. You don't look like you care about me at all. More like jealous." Aine was furious. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Help me." The two bickered all the way to the parking lot.
They rode to a Yin's residence in the conservation area.
As the car slowly pulled out, Lin Ran suddenly remembered something and asked, "What are those incubation pods on the second floor for?" "Oh, those? They're for protecting children who lost their parents at a young age." Lin Ran's heart skipped a beat.
The number of incubators he had seen numbered at least 100. These children had lost their mothers the moment they were born.
How pitiful. Of course, what you saw is only a fraction. There are many more children like them.
After all, in this era of war, death is a common occurrence. They grow and develop in these incubation pods. When they come of age, they enter the Spirit Exorcist Academy to awaken their ghost spirits and serve humanity. In fact, many of the people you see now also came from here.
Lin Ran nodded. "I understand."
Just as Aine said, in this era, people lost their lives all too often. Some perished at the hands of spirits, while others met their end by their own actions.
Others fell victim to the hands of evil exorcists themselves.
Soon, the car entered the underground garage of a large building. After parking, the two headed upstairs. A Yin's apartment was quite spacious, 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, a standard layout.
"Have a seat on the sofa. I'll start cooking." "Oh, would you like some wine?"
Lin Ran shuddered and shook her head hastily.
No. Absolutely not." Aine was puzzled. Why such a strong reaction?
Lin Ran had no choice but to explain, "I need to go somewhere else later to find someone and figure out a solution for the Rose problem." Aine flared up. "Oh, so you're off to find another woman?"
Lin Ran.
He was speechless. Soon, Aine finished cooking dinner. After a quick meal, Lin Ran slipped away in the dead of night. The car slowly rolled out of Conservation Zone 3, and Lin Ran stopped at a fortress to refuel. The moment he stepped out, a woman in red approached him.
"Naya?"
Lin Ran called out tentatively.
Naya chuckled softly. "Did you miss me?" Love guide.
Option 1, yes, expected affection +1.
Option 2, without you, I lie awake night after night, expected affection +2. Option 3, why would I miss you? Expected affection +10. Lin Ran.
If not for the previous instances, he would have sworn this love guide was a scam. But now, he was certain this item was the real deal.
He immediately retorted, "Why would I think of you?" Naya's pretty face puffed up. "Because I'm thinking about you. When I miss you, you have to miss me too." System, Naya's affection for you +10. Current affection, 10. Lin Ran was overjoyed. Just as he expected. "By the way, I heard you've been telling everyone we're just ordinary friends?"
Naya narrowed her eyes slightly, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth that felt eerily unsettling. Lin Ran shuddered involuntarily, about to explain, when the love guide popped up with a prompt. Option 1, I didn't expected affection 100. Option 2, actually, I was afraid you'd misunderstand expected affection +0.
Option 3, we are just friends, the most understanding girlfriend in the world, expected affection 10. Lin Ran. What the hell is this +- sign? Chapter 204, The Crimson Moon approaches, Bingdu City takes flight.
Lin Ran hesitated for a moment before finally choosing the second option. After all, 10 could mean gaining 10 points of affection or losing 10 points. He didn't dare gamble, so he chose the safest option.
Honestly, I just didn't want you to misunderstand. Sure enough, Naya merely shot him a displeased glare, and the system showed no change in affinity points.
Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief. He'd finally gotten through this hurdle.
He immediately said, "Naya, I actually need to talk to you about something." Help me figure out how to solve Rose's problem. Rose was brought out by Sasa. The black-dressed girl with tightly closed eyes immediately caught Naya's attention. She studied her closely for a moment, her expression gradually growing grave. Is something missing? Lin Ran nodded. Robert said it seems like an organ for storing ghost energy is missing. Naya nodded thoughtfully. Easy fix. Just capture a ghost and perform an organ transplant. Lin Ran? Seriously? Can ghosts even perform organ transplants on each other? Clearly, this method wasn't reliable. Naya suggested again, how about you try to find a way to level her up? Your ghosts are all unique. Each level up brings massive changes, even that cat turned human before. So when this one levels up, growing an organ should be pretty simple, right? Lin Ran was momentarily speechless, unable to think of a rebuttal. Come to think of it, that actually makes sense. He immediately replied, I see. Alright, your problem's solved. Now it's my turn. Naya's smile vanished, replaced by an unprecedented gravity. I came to see you today mainly to tell you something. Seeing her expression, Lin Ran felt an inexplicable tension rise within him. Anything capable of eliciting such an expression from Naya couldn't be trivial. Something major must have happened. I saw Ho Tuesday. The moment Naya spoke, Lin Ran's heart lurched violently. That Ho-Tu, the one classified as a catastrophe-level entity? Her mother's companion spirit. After parting that day, there had been no word since. Yes, but unfortunately, I only saw Ho Tuesday. I didn't see your mother. Lin Ran frowned, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. If Ho-Tu had truly left last time to search for her mother, then they should be together by now. Could something have happened? A sense of foreboding began to take root in Lin Ran's heart. Red Moon. Naya paused before continuing, her appearance is because of the Red Moon. What is the Red Moon? Lin Ran asked, puzzled. Legend says when the abyss appears, the Red Moon rises. Demons from the abyss descend upon the mortal world to destroy everything. After speaking, Naya looked at Lin Ran. You didn't know, did you? When the monsters first appeared, there was also a crimson moon in the sky. Since then, the demons have descended upon the mortal realm, nearly conquering the entire blue star. Thus, the Red Moon is also known as an ill omen. Lin Ran nodded thoughtfully. Is there any connection between Ho-Tu and the Red Moon? Naya shook her head. Not yet. I return this time to bid you farewell. After today, I'll venture deep into the mist to seek out the older generation of ghosts or spirit exorcists. I won't be returning for at least a month. Lin Ran looked concerned. That long? What lies within the mist? Could it threaten you? Naya's lips curved upward. Are you worried about me? Lin Ran, of course. Oomph. Naya chuckled softly. Don't worry. Below the abyss, I'm unbeatable. Above it, I can take on 3 at once. Lin Ran grew even more concerned. The last person who said something like that is now 6 feet under. By now, the grass on their grave must be growing tall. Alright, I'm leaving. Focus on strengthening yourself. By the time the blood moon rises, you should have enough power to protect yourself. With that, Naya vanished again, drifting away as a wisp of crimson smoke. What an elusive person. Lin Ran felt a pang of envy for her abilities before returning to his car and resetting the navigation. This time, he set his destination for Fengdu City. Since Naya hadn't offered any better solution, he'd have to consult Yimei. Along the way, he could also inquire whether Ho-Tu's appearance had any connection to his own parents. The car sped along. In the blink of an eye, Fengdu City. Outside the towering city walls. As soon as Lin Ran arrived, he saw the spirit summoners on the walls fully armed, their expressions solemn. Each pair of eyes held intense focus, fixed on the massive city not far away. As he joined them on the ramparts and looked toward the distance, a deafening explosion erupted, instantly engulfing the area in billowing smoke. A cloud of dust enveloped the area outside Fengdu City. Immediately after, the earth trembled. Even atop the city walls where they stood, the violent shaking was palpable. Lin Ran felt a pang of worry. The next moment, the massive city of Fengdu lifted off the ground and soared directly into the sky. He was dumbfounded. An entire city this size, just flying away. Not just him, all the spirit summoners stationed on the walls to guard the city stood frozen in shock. Fengdu City, it's flying. It's flying. My goodness, what on earth is happening? Oh no, that city seems to be heading our way. The floating city in the sky suddenly shot toward them. It swept directly over the crowd's heads and vanished into the distance. Lin Ran's gaze remained fixed on Fengdu City until it vanished completely on the horizon. He sighed helplessly, another lead gone. Looks like Fengdu City is also heading toward the misty region. If nothing unexpected happens, it's likely to deal with that so-called abyss. Lin Ran recalled what Naya had said. When the abyss appears, the crimson moon will rise. A colossal crisis nearly capable of annihilating humanity would erupt in its wake. Unfortunately, he was still far too weak to be of any real help to Naya. In truth, he barely understood Naya at all. The immediate priority was to find ways to hunt more monsters and gain monster experience.
Since Rose couldn't slay monsters to claim experience herself, she had to rely on the cats to do the killing and seize the gains. By sharing the experience gained, they could help Rose level up her demonic abilities. Perhaps this would allow her to develop new organs capable of storing demonic energy. With that thought, Lin Ran turned and walked away. But before he could take a few steps, a voice called out from afar, "Hey, it's you." Lin Ran turned to see the exorcist who had guided him into Fengdu City earlier. "Long time no see." The man looked astonished. "It really is you. You actually managed to leave Fengdu City." Lin Ran chuckled lightly. "Of course. By the way, have you heard what happened in Fengdu City?" He was referring, of course, to the reason it had flown away. The others shook their head. "We have no idea. We didn't even know Fengdu City could fly." After all, a massive city simply vanishing into thin air was utterly beyond comprehension. This was simply beyond the capabilities of current technology. That left only one possibility. It was supernatural beings. Only with the power of ghosts could that city have taken flight. Lin Ran turned to gaze at the area where Fengdu City had once stood. At that moment, the city was nowhere to be seen. Only a massive, gaping crater remained. After deep contemplation, Lin Ran thought to himself, perhaps it's time for me to venture into the mist as well. Chapter 205, From the Abyss, the Abyssal Watcher. The mist, a gathering place for ghosts and monsters. Naturally, it also harbors the greatest number of spirits. Of course, the risks were also the highest. Great rewards often come with great risks. Lin Ran didn't hesitate. He decided on the spot to head into the mists. Not only for ghost experience, but also for points, both of which were what he lacked most right now. Therefore, he must find a way to hunt high-level ghosts and in large numbers to gain more points and experience. He set off immediately. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. Lin Ran slowly drove his vehicle into the misty region. There were no roads here, only a bumpy, muddy terrain barely passable for driving. Only when the flat ground ahead vanished completely did Lin Ran bring the vehicle to a halt. Stepping out to inspect, he noticed that despite being labeled a mist zone, no mist was visible nearby. The so-called mist was merely humanity's label for the unknown. Lin Ran quickly scanned the surroundings before activating his death sight to investigate. After confirming there was no danger, he carefully set the coordinates for this location. He then opened the Exploration tab within his communicator. The Exploration function. Specifically designed for venturing into the mist-shrouded zones. When a spirit exorcist enters an unknown area, the communicator will continuously transmit location coordinates to the headquarters database. Exorcists may also choose to take and upload several photographs, thereby conveying information about this unexplored area to headquarters. Headquarters will then evaluate the data and decide whether to dispatch a large-scale team of exorcists for full-scale development. Furthermore, exploring the mist-shrouded zones yields substantial rewards. Very generous. Far beyond what ordinary missions can offer. However, few people take on ordinary exploration missions. Few venture into the mist zone for exploration. After all, this is the most dangerous region on the entire Blue Star. After completing preparations, Lin Ran double-checked the coordinates to avoid getting lost. He then summoned Meow Meow and Sha Sha. "Let's go hunt some monsters." At the mention of monster hunting, Cat immediately perked up with excitement. For her, this was a rare chance to feast. Before Lin Ran could give further instructions, Meow Meow had already darted off. For a moment, only Sha Sha and Lin Ran remained, staring at each other in silence. "Sasha, go after her. This is the mist zone, unknown dangers might lurk here." Hearing this, Sha Sha nodded and followed in the direction Meow Meow had gone. Lin Ran sighed helplessly and quickened his pace to follow. Before long, two figures could be seen in the distance, rushing toward them at full speed. Looking closer, they were none other than Mao Mao and Sasa. Behind them, countless ghosts and monsters followed. As far as the eye could see, they swarmed like a dense ant colony. Lin Ran was stunned. How could there be so many ghosts and monsters? He glanced at their levels. Thankfully, they were all around S rank and SS rank. The threat wasn't too great. But if they were truly only this level, why would Meow Meow and Sha Sha have fled in panic? Suddenly, Lin Ran noticed a massive figure in the distance. It was a humanoid specter standing over 3 meters tall. Its golden armor radiated opulence. Abyss Watcher. Demon rank, Hell tier. Special ability, Ultimate Destruction. Lin Ran was utterly shocked. A Hell tier demon. No wonder it had driven Meow Meow and Sha Sha into a panic-stricken retreat. Already formidable on its own, this Hell tier monster, coupled with the countless SS tier monsters, far exceeded what they could handle. Unless they resorted to their ultimate move again, but that would be too costly. There was no safe zone in the mist where they could rest. Lin Ran hurried to catch up, shouting from afar, "Meow Meow, Spirit Sealing Domain. Sasha, Spatial Confinement. Hold off that Hell level 1. Take out the lower level ones first." Then, Lin Ran pulled Fingchi out of the ghostly space as well. With Meow Meow and Fingchi present, eliminating these SS grade ghosts in short order posed no problem. Moreover, Meow Meow's Spirit Suppression Domain would forcibly suppress their levels. At the very least, they should be able to eliminate these demons before the Abyssal Watcher broke free from Sasa's restraints. Seeing the dense swarm of ghosts in the distance, a look of horror flashed across little Finchie's face. So many! With a gasp, she instantly transformed into her ghostly form. A jet of flame erupted. The SS-ranked Rainbow Phoenix bird entered the battlefield with an almost overwhelming presence. Meow Meow, wielding the ghost dragon spear, leapt high into the air and slammed it down among the swarm of ghosts. Boom! Explosions erupted as countless demons dissolved into experience points, distributed among the 5 contracted spirits. As if sensing the experience flowing into his body, a surge of black mist erupted from Lin Ran. Immediately after, Su Xier's figure appeared. She glanced back at Lin Ran before fixing her gaze on the hell-tier demon confronting Shasha. With a flap of her wings, she soared into the air and joined the fray. Lin Ran remained vigilant, watching intently until he confirmed Su Xier's target was the Abyssal Watcher before finally relaxing. With a hell-level ghost now in the fight, Sasa's pressure eased considerably. She even abandoned the Abyssal Watcher altogether, shifting her focus to the swarm of lower-tier demons. Before long, all the S-ranked demons were eliminated. Only in the distance did Su Xier and the Abyssal Watcher continue their fierce, evenly matched battle. Meow Meow, Shasha, go. Hearing this, both nodded simultaneously. With 3 against 1, even the Abyssal Watcher's hellish combat prowess could only sustain a steady retreat. Just as Meow Meow raised her fist to deliver the finishing blow, a golden light enveloped the Abyss Watcher. Then, a harsh, raspy voice emerged from the Abyssal Watcher's mouth. Unfortunately, Meow Meow seemed unwilling to give it a chance to finish. A fist slammed out. In an instant, grey light engulfed everything. Dust billowed, and countless fragments of rock flew through the air. Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief, but his heart sank abruptly. The system hadn't popped up a kill notification. How could this be? Looking back at the battlefield, there was no trace of the Abyss Watcher. Could it be it had escaped? Lin Ran looked to Feng Qi in confusion. Feng Qi was frowning, murmuring to herself. Xiao Qi, did you understand what it just said? Feng Qi nodded. It was exactly that line. When the crimson moon rises, my abyss shall return, devouring all. Lin Ran's heart trembled. The abyss. Could this ghostly creature be from the abyss? Doubts began to surface in his mind. What exactly is the abyss? Where does it exist? And where might it appear? Gazing into the distance, the cat bared its teeth, its expression filled with rage. Sasha, however, looked troubled. Did she know something? Lin Ran hurried forward to ask, Sasha, do you know about the abyss? Unsurprisingly, Sasha nodded. Can you tell me about it? Sasha paused, then shook her head. At present, she seemed unable to speak. Not only human language, but even the language of spirits and monsters eluded her. Otherwise, Feng Qi could have helped translate later to gather more information. Lin Ran could only abandon that plan for now, shifting his gaze toward the distance, the direction from which the Abyss Watcher had appeared. Perhaps venturing further ahead might yield other discoveries. Press onward. Chapter 206, Reinforcement Direction Abyssal Meteor Gun. After walking for a long time, a scene of ruins came into view. Amidst the mist, ancient structures stood scattered throughout the landscape. All were built by humans before the horrors resurfaced. But later, these places became ruins due to the emergence of ghosts and monsters. Suddenly, the cat walking ahead of Lin Ran halted. Those sapphire blue eyes fixed intently on a collapsed skyscraper in the distance. A series of low, raspy growls strained from its throat. Lin Ran raised an eyebrow. It seemed the ruined building held a significant threat. Meow Meow, can you determine how many? Meow Meow shook her head, her expression grave. Lin Ran dared not take any chances. He immediately ordered, everyone, come back first. I'll teleport over to investigate. As long as he maintained the invisibility granted by teleportation, he believed even hell-level ghosts might not detect him. Without delay, he recalled the several ghosts simultaneously. He then activated his teleportation skill, his figure slowly fading away. He walked forward and soon reached the base of the ruined building. The building now lay in utter ruin, its walls crumbling and falling apart. Its entire interior was visible at a glance. As for the windows, they had shattered into countless shards. Lin Ran cautiously felt his way inside. He pressed deeper. Before long, he sensed an overwhelmingly powerful ghostly presence. Climbing up a flight of stairs, he looked closely and saw 6 humanoid ghosts sitting cross-legged amidst the ruins. 5 of them were hell-level specters, Abyssal Watchers. The 6th was a specter Lin Ran had never encountered before, and its rank was likely no less formidable. Unaware of Lin Ran's presence, they murmured among themselves, seemingly discussing something. Without hesitation, Lin Ran activated the Death God's Eye to scan their information. Abyssal Guardian. Specter level, Cataclysmic. Special ability, Abyssal Devour. Lin Ran's heart skipped a beat. Cataclysmic level. This was an overwhelmingly powerful entity he could never defeat. Confronting it head-on was absolutely out of the question. And to make matters worse, there were 5 more hell-level Abyssal Watchers. Suddenly, streaks of black mist swept past. Miao Miao, Shasha, Fengqi, and Su Xier, all 4 ghosts emerged. Confused, Lin Ran turned to see the Abyss Watcher he had severely wounded earlier approaching from behind. Moreover, the Abyssal Watcher's attack was now aimed squarely at Lin Ran. Its speed was blindingly fast. Just as it was about to strike, Shasha moved with blinding speed. With a wave of her hands, the black mist coalesced into a dragon that collided head-on with the Abyss Watcher. The moment they collided, a powerful energy wave rippled outward. Lin Ran inwardly cursed. He'd been discovered. Sasha, don't linger. Let's go. With that, he grabbed Miao Miao in one hand and pulled Fengqi with the other, dashing toward the side devoid of ghosts. Yet in the next instant, the other 6 specters were drawn toward them as well. Swish, 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 5 Abyssal Watchers materialized before them. Lin Ran's expression darkened. Before he could react, Cat struck first. Ghost Dragon spear in hand, the cat-eared girl charged forward, spear raised, toward the 5 hell-tier demons. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as the unprepared Abyss Watchers were sent flying. The remaining 4 attacked Miao Miao simultaneously. There was nowhere to hide. Mao Mao let out a furious growl, her wings unfurling behind her as she shot forward like a black streak. Lin Ran stared in disbelief. I thought you were going to throw yourself to your death, but damn it, you were actually going to sell out your teammates. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his teleportation ability and vanished from the ruined building. Outside, Cat was already waiting. Shortly after, Shasha teleported out with Su Xier in tow. Looking back, 6 Abyssal Watchers were charging toward them from the distance. This was unacceptable. Run. The only thing Lin Ran could think of was to run. Fengqi instantly shifted into her ghostly form. 1 human and 4 ghosts scrambled to flee, while behind them, 6 hell-tier Abyssal Watchers pursued relentlessly. After running an unknown distance, Lin Ran glanced back. The Abyss Watchers, varying in stamina, had already scattered into a disjointed formation. Only the one that had been wounded earlier continued its relentless pursuit. A smirk touched Lin Ran's lips. Looking for trouble. Shao Qi turned back. Hearing this, Fengqi turned around and charged directly at the Abyssal Watcher. Simultaneously, several figures materialized. Miao Miao wielding the Ghost Dragon Spear, Shasha brandishing the Hell Scythe, and Su Xier another Hell-tier Specter. In an instant, 3 attacks struck simultaneously. A thunderous roar echoed as the unfortunate Abyss Watcher was dealt a devastating blow, nearly ending its life. This time, Shasha gave it no chance to escape. With a wave of her hands, she instantly cast a spatial confinement spell. The Abyss Watcher was trapped within, unable to move. Miao Miao immediately followed up with a punch, a burst of spiritual light piercing through the Abyssal Watcher's skull and obliterating it. Defeated a Hell-tier monster. Gained plus 2000 monster EXP and plus 500 points. Cat then devoured the Abyssal Watcher's corpse, gaining another 2000 monster experience points. System notification, contract monster Cat now meets upgrade requirements. Consume 50,000 points, 1 Hell-tier monster spirit core, and 1 catastrophe-tier monster spirit core to complete evolution. Lin Ran felt overwhelmed. Where on earth was he supposed to find 50,000 points? Killing that group of monsters earlier had earned him several thousand points, but combined with his remaining points, he barely scraped together 8,928. Not even close. Not to mention the other requirements. Demon spirit cores? Lin Ran had never even heard of such a thing. Meow meow meow. Suddenly, the meowing interrupted Lin Ran's thoughts. Looking up, he saw the cat holding a peculiar object that seemed like iron yet wasn't quite iron. Could this be the ghost spirit core? Confused, Lin Ran took it to examine. Abyssal cold iron. Special ghostly substance, a unique material from the abyss, usable for crafting and enhancing ghostly artifacts. Lin Ran felt a pang of disappointment. It was merely an enhancement item. Still, it was fine. It was time to enhance Miao Miao's Ghost Dragon Spear. Miao Miao, hand me the Ghost Dragon Spear. Let me see if I can enhance it. As he spoke, he pulled out the Ghost Weapon Forge. Miao Miao obediently handed over the Ghost Dragon Spear. Lin Ran took it and placed both items into the furnace. Detected ghost weapon eligible for enhancement. Host, please select one of the following enhancement paths. 1. Ghost Dragon Spear Direction Success Rate, 100%. Option 2. Abyssal Meteor Spear Success Rate, unknown. Lin Ran was startled this time. He actually had a choice. However, the second option seemed incredibly powerful, yet its success rate remained unknown. Take the gamble? Lin Ran glanced at Cat, gritted his teeth, and took the gamble. Immediately select option 2. Activate Abyssal Meteor Gun Enhancement Forging. Please use abyssal materials for 10 forging enhancements. Initial forging success rate, 90%. Proceed with forging? Lin Ran nodded without hesitation. After all, with a 90% success rate, even the unluckiest person shouldn't fail, right? The next moment, the Ghost Dragon Spear and the Abyssal Cold Iron vanished into the furnace. After a long moment, a deafening crack echoed as the Ghost Weapon Forge exploded. Flames shot skyward, the raging inferno threatening to engulf Lin Ran in an instant. This couldn't be. His heart sank. He immediately activated his skill, Crimson Flame Spirit Armor. Soon after the flames raged, Lin Ran saw only scattered fragments littering the ground. At that moment, his heart felt as though it were being sliced by a knife, nearly bleeding. No! A 90% success rate and it still failed. System, you're messing with me. Chapter 207, Ghost Ritual, the Ghostly Vortex in the Sky. Lin Ran seethed with fury. Failure was one thing, but now even the Ghost Dragon Spear was gone. What the hell is the point of this anymore? But then he saw Meow Meow point toward a nearby spot and shout before striding straight over. She plunged her heat-resistant paw into the flames and began fiddling with them. Moments later, she pulled out a long spear, entirely black in color. Lin Ran's heart leapt with joy. It worked? Abyssal Meteor Spear 9. Special ghostly object, rare ghostly artifact forged from abyssal cold iron, imbued with a measure of abyssal power. Lin Ran was overjoyed. It worked! Meow meow, go try it out. Without hesitation, Cat dashed outside. A loud bang soon echoed, as the other lone abyssal watcher was caught by Cat. The two engaged in fierce combat for a short while. The sounds of combat ceased. Meow Meow returned, holding the head of the abyss watcher aloft. Unfortunately, it seemed no abyssal cold iron dropped this time. Lin Ran felt a slight disappointment, yet remained highly excited. For with this abyssal meteor spear, Cat had effortlessly defeated a hell-tier abyssal watcher. Her strength had skyrocketed. This was simply amazing. Meow Meow, you did great. Meow Meow. It was clear that Meow Meow was overjoyed with her new weapon. Lin Ran began to feel excited. If the abyssal meteor gun was this powerful after just one forging, imagine what it would be like after 10 full forges. Wouldn't it be absolutely insane? It seemed he'd have to find an opportunity soon to eliminate all these abyss-born monsters. Suddenly, Lin Ran noticed Fengchi sitting silently nearby. Something seemed off about Fengchi today. He hurriedly asked, "What's wrong, Xiaoqi? Did something happen?" Fengchi shook her head. "Nothing. I just don't quite understand what those ghosts were saying earlier." Lin Ran frowned. Those ghosts from earlier? He began to recall. Earlier in the ruins, he had seen several ghosts sitting in a circle, seemingly plotting something. You mean those abyss watchers? Fengchi nodded. Yes, brother. Those abyss watchers seemed to be discussing something using humans to construct the spirit draining array. Lin Ran's heart lurched violently at those words. Using humans. How could such words come from the mouths of ghosts and monsters? What exactly? What did they say specifically? He pressed urgently, desperate for more details. Fengchi shook her head. I don't know either. I only heard it mentioned as some kind of ritual? A sense of foreboding stirred within Lin Ran. Brother, what exactly is a ritual? Fengchi blinked her eyes, asking in confusion. A ritual, it's probably an event held to honor certain people or things, Lin Ran explained vaguely before grabbing his communicator. But now, having ventured far beyond the signal tower's coverage, they had lost all contact with the outside world. They could only barely pinpoint a vague coordinate location. Looks like we'll have to put forging the Abyss meteor gun on hold for now. Let's head back to the city. Before long, the group returned to their initial coordinates. By now, darkness had completely fallen. The car remained untouched, with no ghostly creatures appearing to damage it. Lin Ran's communicator picked up a signal, and he immediately called Luo Xiao. Xiaoranzi, what's up? Have you eaten yet? On the other end, Luo Xiao sounded a bit dazed. Lin Ran had no time for small talk. Uncle Xiao, check for me any festivals happening nearby? Luo Xiao was puzzled. Why do you need to check that? Hold on, I'll open my computer and look it up. Lin Ran explained as Luo Xiao began his search. In theory, every conservation zone must report any major special events to the federal branch in advance. After all, if a crowd gathered and a ghost suddenly appeared, chaos would ensue. Luo Xiao found the information quickly. Conservation Zone 5 a few days ago, someone applied for a large-scale event called the Ghost Festival. The purpose is to help more humans understand the diverse range of ghosts and monsters. His voice grew solemn as he continued, Xiaoranzi, don't you think this festival seems rather peculiar? Lin Ran hummed in acknowledgement. Can we find out who applied to host it? With that, he turned the vehicle around and headed toward Conservation Zone 5. Hold on. Moments later, Luo Xiao's voice came through, found it. It's a renowned bounty hunter who's completed multiple bounty missions in our conservation zones and collected substantial rewards. His name is Yamamoto Ki. Lin Ran frowned. Yamamoto? He hadn't heard that name before. Soon, Luo Xiao sent over Yamamoto's file. Take a look at the details first. No rush, there's still time. Yamamoto's application deadline is noon tomorrow. There's still plenty of time. Lin Ran, however, was burning with anxiety. Tomorrow at noontime was tight. There was simply no way to mobilize a large number of spirit exorcists in time. Nor could he properly notify all the participants. He immediately replied, alright, I'll head over right now. On the other end, Luo Xiao also realized the gravity of the situation. He drove through the night to reach Conservation Area 5. After all, this conservation zone was his brainchild. His anxiety was no less than Lin Ran's.
Before long, the two met atop the reserve city walls. Lin Ran pulled out his communicator and pulled up the map of Conservation Area 5.
Glancing at the location, it was precisely in the southwest corner.
What exactly was this ritual intended to achieve? He was unaware. By now, the sky was gradually brightening. Luo Chaoyanan asked, Xiaoranzi, are you sure that Guy Yamamoto is the ghost?
Lin Ran shook his head. I can't be certain, but I can confirm there's a conspiracy behind this festival.
Then what should we do? Luo Chao pressed.
Lin Ran pondered for a moment before deciding, wait. I was planning to go check things out now, but based on what I've discovered so far, those demons from the abyss would likely see through my invisibility. So the best course of action now is to wait.
We'll wait until noon and see what he's really up to. Luo Chao nodded. Agreed.
I've already notified the current Deputy Director of Conservation Zone 5 to set up perimeter controls.
Time ticked by, the sky gradually brightening. Lin Ran dared not rest, opening Yamamoto's file for review. Yamamoto Mach. Contract Spirits, Steel Bone Guardian SSS rank, Steel Armor Shield Guardian SS rank. Registered high-level bounty hunter in Zone 5.
Lin Ran studied it for a long time but found nothing particularly noteworthy. With no choice, he closed the file for now.
He then opened the Tang Sect database. Sure enough, it contained identical records.
For such an unremarkable individual, the Tang Sect wouldn't go to great lengths to gather information. It seemed he would have to wait until noon to confirm whether it was him. Time ticked by, and before he knew it, noon arrived.
Lin Ran approached the festival site.
Before he drew near, he heard meow meowing amid a series of low, growling snarls. Fengqi, who followed beside him, frowned deeply, such a repulsive aura.
Sha nodded in agreement. Lin Ran was puzzled, is there some kind of special presence?
Su Xier patted him on the shoulder, then raised her wing and pointed skyward. But when he looked up, he saw nothing in the sky.
Could it be hidden? Confused, Lin Ran activated his death god's eyes.
The next moment, he was stunned.
A vast swirling vortex of black ghostly energy now formed in the sky. As if it were about to devour everything.
It sent shivers down one's spine.